Every time the man goes out, he first looks for his sister-in-law, quickly takes off her clothes, and then puts them on himself. Sister-in-law, I'm leaving. It turns out the man is a time traveler, and the original owner of this body was a fool. There was also an older brother who was a hunter, but the brother was bitten to death by a bear while hunting shortly after the sister-in-law came to the family, leaving only the sister-in-law to take care of this foolish younger brother. Uncle, have you gotten up? Eat your meal early today. Uncle, there is heavy snow blocking the mountains today, so after you eat, don't wander around. Sister-in-law will go find some food. The man was momentarily lost in thought as he gazed at the beautiful woman in front of him. Uncle, why aren't you replying to me? Could it be that your condition has flared up again? Seeing this, Fan Yan felt anxious and couldn't help but raise her voice a few notches, continuing to ask. Chen Xi, who was in the haystack, came to his senses, glanced at Fan Yan with a complex expression, and then looked through the crack of the door behind her to see a blinding expanse of white snow, which was quite dazzling. Fan Yan was holding a steaming broken wooden bowl, with snow reaching up to her knees, and a sense of emotion stirred in Chen Xi's heart. Sister-in-law, the snow is too heavy, let me go instead. Chen Xi spoke as he crawled out of the haystack, wanting to go to the yard to clear the snow. Uncle, quickly turn your back. Fan Yan's pretty face turned completely red, and she immediately turned around, covering her face tightly with her hands. Hearing Fan Yan scream, Chen Xi quickly grabbed a handful of hay beside him to cover his body, awkwardly scratching his head. Sister-in-law, please don't blame me. I was in a hurry and got flustered. In fact, Chen Xi was not intentionally not wearing clothes. First, he had just crossed over and his mind was still in a state of shutdown. Second, his brother left too suddenly, and his sister-in-law had dressed his brother in Chen Xi's only set of linen clothes for burial. There is a custom in the village that no matter how poor one was in life, they must wear several pieces of clothing after death. Otherwise, they will be looked down upon in the afterlife. Uncle, let's eat first and not think about other things. We must not wander around today, Fan Yan said, a hint of bitterness at the corner of her mouth, as this was the last bit of rice at home. The wild vegetable patch discovered in the mountain hollow a few days ago was now buried under heavy snow, and she didn't know if she could find it again. She placed the wooden bowl on the ground and turned to leave, but unexpectedly heard a creaking sound behind her. Before she could ask, she caught a glimpse of a smooth figure flashing past the window out of the corner of her eye. Sister-in-law, I'm going to shovel snow first, I'll eat later. Chen Xi jumped out of the window, grabbed a handful of snow, and rubbed it on his body to stimulate his blood circulation. With no clothes to wear, this was the only option. Chen Xi smiled helplessly. His previous self was a fool, but this body was quite strong. Although he was only wearing shorts, he quickly adapted to the outside temperature. He jumped into the snowdrift and, according to his memory, dug out a wooden shovel. The heavy snow had fallen for a day and a night, and at this point, the snow in the yard had reached knee-deep. He cupped his hands in front of his mouth, exhaled a breath of warm air, rubbed his hands together vigorously, and swung the wooden shovel to start shoveling the snow. In less than a quarter of an hour, the entire yard was cleared of snow by Chen Xi. With a creak, Chen Xi pushed open the door and walked into the house, steaming with warmth. Sister-in-law, the snow in the yard has been cleared. Still worried about her brother-in-law's well-being at the door, Fan Yan suddenly saw Chen Xi coming in naked. After being washed by the wind and snow, his body was shining and his muscle lines were even more distinct, causing Fan Yan's pretty face to turn red again from embarrassment. Ah, uncle, you should quickly go inside. Chen Xi awkwardly smiled and immediately went back inside to grab some hay to cover his important parts. Fan Yan's pretty face turned red again, and she hurriedly lowered her head and turned around, making herself look like a quail. She glanced back at the clean yard, wanted to say something but suddenly let out a scream. Did you do all of this? Chen Xi was a bit confused by the question. It wasn't me. Who did it? I just warmed up, and the snow was already cleared. Right, sister-in-law, I just did it. After saying this, Chen Xi remembered that his previous self was a fool, and how could he work so efficiently? But the words were already out, and it was too late to regret, so he could only pretend not to understand. Fan Yan was stunned. When did this silly uncle become so capable? The yard is full of snow, and in such a short time, it's all cleared away. Is this really the same fool? Uncle, come a little closer, lean in a bit, lower your head. Fan Yan lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito, extremely nervous. Don't get me wrong, she doesn't have any improper thoughts, she just wants to see Chen Xi's eyes to confirm whether his condition has really improved. Here it comes. Chen Xi took a step forward, coming within less than 10 centimeters of Fan Yan. Don't be so close. Upon hearing this, Chen Xi remained unmoved, a hint of a mischievous smile flashing across his lips. At this moment, in his eyes, his sister-in-law resembled a pure and innocent girl next door, worried, shy, and bearing the responsibility of being a sister-in-law. Fan Yan quickly glanced up but hurriedly lowered her head again, feeling that she hadn't seen clearly, so she raised her head once more to carefully examine those clear, golden glimmering eyes. Is your silly illness better? In such close proximity, Chen Xi felt his sister-in-law's warm breath on his face. A wave of youthful fragrance surged into his nose, and he felt an inexplicable restlessness below. Chen Xi desperately suppressed the strange feelings in his heart and awkwardly scratched his head. After sleeping last night, I felt much clearer in my mind and understood how to work properly. Fan Yan pulled her hands apart, covered her small mouth, and her eyes were full of disbelief. After a while, she finally spoke with tears in her eyes and a choked voice. As long as you're not silly anymore. That's good. Woo woo. In order to pay less head tax, her family sent her to the wedding procession. Fortunately, she was chosen by a hunter, which was a desirable profession, and at that time, she was envied by many other women for a long time. However, just after getting married and before consummating the marriage, her hunter husband died. Not only did she become a widow, but she also had to take care of a foolish uncle. She initially thought of ending her life, but if she died, her foolish uncle would have no one to rely on. Out of kindness, she chose to care for her foolish uncle, and the two of them depended on each other. Struggling to survive, with no food at home and heavy snow blocking the mountains, she still had to go out to dig for wild vegetables. Perhaps the heavens are watching. Uncle Fool's illness has actually gotten better. This is truly a great blessing. It's good that you're better. That's all that matters. Uncle, don't wander around at home. Sister-in-law will go dig for wild vegetables for you to eat. Fan Yan wiped her tears excitedly and was about to go out to dig for wild vegetables. Although her younger uncle had recovered, there was no food left at home. The head tax for this year had not been paid, and her uncle had no clothes to wear. Her uncle's foolish illness had healed, giving this unfortunate woman the motivation to continue living. The wild vegetable field from yesterday, with heavy snow blocking the mountains. I don't know if we can find it today. Sister-in-law, don't worry, I'm already better. It's just some food. With my big build, there's no dragon meat in the sky, but there's no problem with donkey meat underground. Phew, I mean roe deer meat. After speaking, Chen Xi did not give Fan Yan a chance to refute, and followed his memory to find the hunting bow and hunting knife left by his brother before his death. Before my buddy crossed over, he was well versed in barefoot medicine and the wilderness survival expert of primitive steelmaking. Isn't hunting just a piece of cake? What did someone say? I've been here. I've witnessed. Anyway, I'm very capable. Uncle, don't go. You just recovered from your illness. And besides, I've never seen you hunt. The elders say hunting is very dangerous. Fan Yan nervously stopped Chen Xi, gently raising her finger to point at his bare, muscular chest. Going out without clothes will get you frozen to death. The worry on Fan Yan's face was evident, fearing that her uncle, who had just recovered, would encounter some accident again. Chen Xi smiled mysteriously and looked around. Sister-in-law, let me tell you, I was awakened by an immortal last night, and I learned some real skills, not to mention hunting. Even weaving and embroidery are not a problem. Wait for me to hunt back a fine fur, and we can make a fur coat that only nobles can wear. Fan Yan was so shocked that her mouth opened, as if it could fit an egg. If what was said is true, then there is hope for the days to come. Could it really be as her brother said before he passed away? Sister-in-law, hunting is naturally not a problem for me. But, well, it's too cold outside. You understand, you definitely understand. Fan Yan was somewhat confused. What did he mean by you understand? But seeing him staring at her intently, she was momentarily stunned, and suddenly understood the meaning behind Chen Xi's words. Fan Yan was so embarrassed this time that her face turned red to the roots of her ears. One small hand covered her chest, and with a flushed face, she lowered her head and turned her body to one side, too nervous to look at Chen Xi. Chen Xi didn't respond, just staring at Fan Yan's body with longing in his eyes. He felt helpless. He had given his clothes to his brother for burial, and now only he and his sister-in-law were left at home, along with the set of clothes on his sister-in-law. Fan Yan struggled internally for a long time. She only had this one set of clothes. If he took them away, she would be left completely bare. What kind of woman stays at home completely naked? Seeing that Chen Xi wasn't speaking, she turned her body away, meeting Chen Xi's determined gaze. After struggling for a while, she finally gritted her teeth. Don't turn around, wait until I call you. Then you can turn back. Chen Xi obediently turned away, and a sigh came from behind him, followed by a rustling sound. LOL. The door to my sister-in-law's room closed and she left a comment. The clothes are on the woodpile. Her voice was timid, still not oblivious to her concern. It doesn't matter if you can't hunt. Be safe. Come back early. Chapter 2 have a score to settle. Chen Xi hurriedly put on his sister-in-law's jacket. It's so tight. The sleeves weren't much longer than the half-sleeves he'd worn in his previous life, and it took several stomps to get his thick thighs into his sister-in-law's cotton pants. Said cotton pants? In fact, a little cotton is not. Inside the extra layers of linen sewn just Remove the linen lining from the inside in the summer and you have another set of summer clothes. Rolled a few strands of grass around the stove and tied them around his waist. Chen Xi's waist was thick. The pants could not be lifted up, barely covering the important parts only. It's all tied up with a couple of strings of grass so you don't run and lose your cotton pants. Moved my shoulders a few times and did a couple of high knees. It's okay, it doesn't interfere with the event. Picked up the hunting bow and looked it over in his hands. Alas, still too far behind, but it'll do just fine. And I'm definitely going to build a compound bow when conditions allow it later. This is how you can hunt large beasts, and that kind of noble fur can be exchanged for a lot of money. Thinking about the situation at home, the corner of Chen Xi's mouth twitched. Too poor now that we're all here. It's a shame to be a traveler if we don't live our lives to the fullest. With his hunting bow on his back, a few feathered arrows made during his brother's lifetime and the hunting knife at his waist, he shouted at the house before pushing the door open. Sister-in-law, I'm leaving. Well, come back early. Good. Fan Yan's body was pressed against the earthen wall, and her sight through the window kept watching Chen Xi leave. Worry was written all over her pretty face. From the hunter's wife that everyone envied, to the widowed sister-in-law who struggled to make a living with her stupid little uncle, the difference in identity and the hardships of life can only be faced by Fan Yan alone. Luckily, God has a good eye. Uncle's stupid illness is cured. Not to be a hunter, just want him to be peaceful. Fan Yan leaned against the earth wall, grabbed some hay to cover her body, murmured softly under her breath, and the color in her eyes was complicated and difficult to understand. Uncle, be sure to return home safely. Your sister-in-law is waiting for you. Chen Xi walked out of the courtyard, and there were already women who woke up early to sweep the snow on the village road. Seeing Chen Xi go out in this outfit, everyone was stunned. Immediately after that, several women also put down their hands and began to snicker. Yo, how come you're out and about in your coat? Kobayashi, why does this jacket look so familiar? Could it be? A few women were talking, while surrounding to the front of Chen Xi began to look left and right, and there were also women who went forward to touch a hand. Aya, isn't this your sister-in-law's coat? Why are you wearing it? I told you, this coat looks so familiar. So it's your sister-in-law's. Still carrying a hunting bow. Yo, our little interest in the future as a hunter. The government will also send 3 women miles. The women laughed, and surrounded Chen Xi in the middle of the conversation, but the Chen Xi bashful red face. From memory, this group of women are not bad, they just love to chew the cud. After their brother's death, their sister-in-law was left to fend for herself, and they all helped her. The imperial court has been fighting for years, and all the strong men in the village have been drafted to the front. Food was likewise requisitioned, and the people labored desperately for a bite to eat. Baishan County is surrounded by mountains. The people can dig some wild vegetables to feed their hunger is not bad. I heard that the next county are heard of the phenomenon of cannibalism. We are all equally poor, and they even helped their sister-in-law, so the warmth of human feelings can be seen. Just as Chen Xi wanted to make a harumph muddle through, a snarky voice came. Chen Laoren, go back and tell your sister-in-law that the 5 pounds of corn she borrowed from our family the other day will be returned as soon as possible. A cross-faced woman carrying a broomstick came before her with a twist. Nowadays, with all this snow, no one's family has any extra food. The woman with a cross-faced face walked up to Chen Xi and coldly scraped him, arms crossed in front of his chest in a condescending stance. Gulan, now that the snow has blocked the mountains, how can you let the Chen family's sister-in-law pay you back? Wait until the beginning of spring. It's not like she won't pay you back. It's hard enough for the other Chen family's sister-in-law to take care of Xiaoxi. Do you have any sympathy left? That's right, your family can still eat less food? What's the situation at Chen's sister-in-law's house? Why are you forcing her? When Gulan saw that all the women were pointing the finger at her, she immediately pinched her waist and yelled with a high-octave voice. Yo, each and every one of you is speaking for Sister Chen's wife, aren't you? Her own man's death is her kleptomaniacal fate, but the corn that she owes me doesn't need to be paid back, does it? Raise a cutie. What's the point of raising a cutie? Little cutie, can't you see what's going on when you're wearing his sister-in-law's coat? When Gulan said this, Chen Xi's heart was inexplicably on fire. According to the memory of his predecessor, this Gulan's attitude towards himself when his brother was alive was quite okay, but after her brother died, this Gulan immediately changed her face. She had lent her sister-in-law 5 pounds of corn, but she had forced herself to help her family cut firewood for 3 days to pay off the debt, and it had all been paid off long ago. Now you're asking for a debt. You really think I'm still the same little cutie? You think I'm still the same sweetie? She also falsely accused herself of having a relationship with her sister-in-law. This evil woman is really vicious. Chen Xi wanted to go forward to teach this wicked woman a lesson when he was suddenly interrupted by a loud roar. What's all the bickering about? Wang Mazi heard the quarrel and came toward the crowd carrying a wooden shovel. Gulan's bottom line was even stronger when she saw her man coming. Asako, these ES bullied me, and that little cutie, That little cutie bullied me too. The ear-piercing screams traveled far as Gulan pointed at Chen Xi and made false accusations. Little cutie, wearing his sister-in-law's coat out, so maybe he's done something nasty at home. When the women saw Wang Mazi coming, their momentum weakened a few points, but there was another slightly older woman who stood out. Gulan, don't talk nonsense. We all know well about Chen's sister-in-law's character and behavior. There's no way she would have an affair with Xiaoxi. When the women saw that someone had stood up to speak for Sister Chen, they also began to whisper in agreement. That's right, Chen's sister-in-law is poor, but she would never do such a thing. If you owe you corn, just say corn. What's the point of talking about people's uncles and sisters-in-law? Besides, people's little interest also helped your family cut firewood for several days. Can't you wait until the beginning of spring to return it? Gulan saw that her man had come, and the women still dared to target her, so she became anxious. Paki, you tear their mouths apart. How dare you contradict my mother? Wang Mazi probably heard what happened and hurriedly gave Gulan a wink. One does force the little cutie. Worked for self. It's not reasonable to say anymore. You, didn't I tell you? It's not easy for Chen's sister-in-law, so we'll pay it back in the spring. Wang Mazi said while making a wink, signaling Gulan to shut up. Although the village people are poor, they still value their reputation. With this 5 pounds of corn as a reason, that Chen family's sister-in-law would still be able to bully herself. Thinking of that just over yet to be rounded, fine skin and tender flesh of the Chen family sister-in-law, Wang Mazi in her burst of commotion. Then looking at his own fat in front of him, Wang Mazi was disgusted for a while. Go, 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 hurry home and cook. Gulan knew that she was not in charge and could not be too aggressive. She blankly glanced at the crowd of women and grunted and twisted her head to go home. After Gulan left, Wang Mazi playfully walked over to Chen Xi. What are you going to do? Cookie? Chen Xi coldly swept Wang Mazi's eyes. Looking at his playful face, his heart burst with disgust. In the month since his brother's death, he hadn't bullied cutie, predecessor, and even tried to harass his sister-in-law in front of himself. Fortunately, my sister-in-law dodged in time, or this may still be what to do. This is an account that one can keep in one's mind. I'll go find some food. As soon as he heard that Chen Xi was going out to look for food, Wang Mazi instantly got a plan and grinned. It just so happens that I know the place. The day before yesterday I went up the mountain and found a field of wild vegetables, right in the Westo Ridge. Go dig up more and come back for your sister-in-law to eat. With all this snow sealing off the mountains, the beasts aren't coming out, so it's a good time to go digging while we can. Westo Ridge. Chen Xi heard this name a stabbing pain in his heart. It is exactly where my brother was bitten to death by a blind bear, and it snowed so heavily that he actually tricked himself into digging for wild vegetables there. Not to mention the heavy snowfall. That field of wild vegetables is a feeding ground for herbivores, and nearby beasts of prey guard it. He's trying to get himself killed. It's really a good plan. Yes, thank you. Chen interest in his heart is clear what Wang Mazi is playing, but his mouth still pretends to be a fool to agree. Seeing Chen Xi so obedient, Wang Mazi became even more excited. Let's get this little cutie first. Then, the tender sister-in-law will still be at your disposal. It's okay to lend her some grain. You don't have to marry her yourself and you can still sleep with her. One less poll tax to pay with a case of lust. Thinking of this, Wang Mazi's mouth was grinning to the roots of his ears in triumph. Well, go on then. Chen Xi greeted the women who had helped him and trickled through the snow into the mountains. Looking at the white snowy mountains, Chen Xi's eyes gradually hardened. Let's address the immediate issues of food and clothing first. Let's settle the score with Wang Mazi slowly. Chapter 3. Hey, silly elk. Chen Xi trickled snow all the way to the front of the mountain, found a piece of sunny hillside, and climbed up. Due to the north wind that blows when it snows, the snow is not deep on the slopes of Masuyo Mountain, but the snow at the col is estimated to be at least 2 meters. As for the Westo Ling wild vegetable field in Wang Mazi's mouth, it is definitely the place to go, but not digging wild vegetables. Who could dig wild vegetables from 2 meters deep snow? At least Chen Breath couldn't do it for the time being. His predecessor had helped his brother carry his prey here, and was familiar with the routes of this side of the mountains. Familiarity with the route certainly saves big trouble. Otherwise, it's really hard to recognize the direction of the White Mountains, climbing all the way down the sunny slope to the tip of the mountain. Chen Breath took a few light breaths. Should not say, this body is really powerful. Dripping snow from the foot of the mountain to the tip of the mountain, at least 5 kilometers. Only use less than half an hour. Chen interest will do. This physical quality in the latter days is definitely the Olympic player level. Taking a few light breaths, the sunlight spilled onto the snow, the reflections blinding. Chen Breath bowed one hand on his brow and looked out around to see what prey tracks were nearby. Catching dash. Suddenly there was a loud crash, and in the distance a large pine tree was crushed by the snow. Due to the dense pine branches, which bore the full weight of the snow, the trunk broke off from the roots and was crushed by the snow. Oh, seeing the snow crushing the pine trees, Chen Xi knew that luck had come. As a top wilderness survival expert, Chen Breath quickly smelled the prey odor. The piece of pine that crushed it must have had a hole in it, or it could not have broken so easily. Since there are tree holes, there will be. Chen Breath's eyes glowed with a hefty smile. Then he took a big step towards that pine forest. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Xi trickled through knee-deep snow to the pine forest. A large area of pine trees collapsed in front of him, and Chen Breath began to look at the trunk breaks one by one. It didn't take long to find the hole in the tree. A pine tree as thick as an adult's ring breaks off, while the center of the trunk is empty and vaguely creaks inside. Chen Breath softly stepped forward, his head gently poking into the hole in the tree. Just a squirrel saving his nest. There was also a huge nut cradled in two tiny paws. When the squirrel saw someone coming, his little eyes widened and he froze for a moment. With the hole blocked by Chen Breath, the squirrels inside are trying to figure out how to get out. Still eating? Collect you here. Chen Breath hemmed and hawed, one finger easily knocking the nut out of the squirrel's hand. And then he pinched the squirrel in his hand. Holding the plump little squirrel, Chen Xi was happy in his heart. Still a rare red squirrel with a big long tail, still dark red. The crimson tail is brilliantly colorful in the sunlight. The soft fur, the feel of it was no better than a latter-day mink coat. When I went out just now, I saw that all the other women were wearing felt hats, but not my sister-in-law. I remembered that my sister-in-law went out every day to dig for wild vegetables and came back with her ears frozen red. The porridge of wild vegetables cooked is also tightly eaten by oneself first, and the sister-in-law only eats the leftovers of one's own food. Thinking of this, Chen Xi's heart sank. Now that I have crossed over, I will never allow my sister-in-law to go hungry again. Mentally, he swore, "Humph, we must have what others have, and save it up to go back and make a hat for my sister-in-law." With a firm squeeze of his fingers, the squirrel was killed in a breath of time. Pin the squirrel to the grassy rope around his waist and start collecting the loot. Not to mention, this squirrel's nest is well stocked. Pine nuts, nuts, chestnuts, and some ripe corn. Chen Xi used tree branches to prepare a simple branch basket. Put all the loot into the basket in one go. Start looking for the next target. Half an hour passed, rummaging through all the holes in the broken pine trees. The basket of branches was full, and satisfied, I took it in my hand and weighed it, probably 5 or 6 pounds. Together with the 7 squirrels around his waist, it was enough for himself and his sister-in-law to have a few beautiful meals. 7 squirrels aren't enough to make a hat, but at least they'll be able to round up the ears first without freezing my sister-in-law's ears. Save the rest of the top of the head section, then save it slowly. A beautiful squirrel hat was gradually taking shape in Chen Breath's mind. Getting up to discern the direction again, he followed the same path up the mountainside and suddenly headed west. He was going to the west, as beast tracks had been found at his feet, pointing in the direction of the West Pass collar. For one thing, I wanted to take my chances. The second was to go to the West Pass territory to observe the beast marks, and what animals were nearby he had to make sure he had a good idea of. After spending half an hour, Chen Xi smoothly arrived at the West Pass ridge. Climbing up a dead tree and peering around for a while, he did find a number of beast marks, but they were all of the pheasant and hare variety, with the occasional pair of hedgehog tracks mixed in. It seems that there are no fierce beasts nearby, or else these pheasants and hares wouldn't dare to come out. After observing for half a second, Chen Xi suddenly saw a light in his eyes. In the distance a patch of snow was suddenly arched up with an unknown animal pawing at something in it. Chen Xi drew his hunting bow from his back and pinched out a feathered arrow and strung it. Although the feathered arrow was on the bowstring, he was in no hurry to shoot. He had to observe what kind of animal it was in order to make a hit. Otherwise the shot won't reach the fatal area, and the seriously wounded prey will flee desperately. With such deep snow, it would take a lot of effort to catch up on his own, and the feathered arrows are so precious that if you can't catch your prey, they can be considered lost if they are stuck in the animal. When the problem of food and clothing is solved, all future arrows will be handmade. Shooting success and power are a whole lot better than they are now. Chen Breath was very patient, and the small snow pile in the distance arched over and over, delaying to reveal its shape. It wasn't until a quarter of an hour later that the thing showed its head. Ha! I thought it was something. It turned out to be a hare, but this one was bigger than the average hare. All plump, his 2 large ears flickered and flickered as he watched his surroundings warily for a moment, burying his head in the snow again and digging for something. Ha! It's now! Chen Xi firmly memorized the location of the hare's head and bent his bow. At such a close range, he was confident that he could make 100 shots. The hair in his eyes was gradually enlarged, as if it were a scope, and a little bit of it was focused and molded in his eyes. Take a deep breath and hold it. Adapting to the heart's vibrational frequency, the hunting bow was drawn to a full moon. Chen Breath's eyes narrowed into a thin line and snapped open. It was now. Whoosh! A cracking sound rang out, and since Chen Xi was in a tree, The feathered arrow didn't have any parabola at all, plunging straight into the snow pile where the hare was put. The snowdrift shifted only a little, and then it was gone. Shot. Chen Breath leapt down from the tree in a single bound, dripping snow to quickly reach his prey. The feathered arrow didn't enter the snow pile, and as soon as Chen Xi pulled out the feathered arrow, the arrowhead of the feathered arrow had already passed through the head of the fat hare. Hey, take that! Pulling out the feathered arrow, he drew the hunting knife at his waist and began to rapidly bleed and skin the man. Why? Because his sister-in-law's jacket was small and his waist and belly button were still exposed. He needed to cover the cold with a hareskin. Although this body is in good shape, it can't be squandered recklessly. Belly button in the front, waist in the back, which freezes and doesn't work. Handily, he plucked off the hare's skin, affixed it to his hindquarters, and then tied it tightly with a straw cord. Since the hare had just died, the fur still had body heat, warming his hindquarters with a tingle. Chen rested comfortably, exhaled a long breath. Waist is a big deal. I heard that this ancient times can have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Whether you use it or not is another story, but the waist must be strong. As for the belly button in the front, let it be. It's a small thing to freeze your stomach, not your waist. Looking at the thick layer of fat still on the edge of the hare's body, Chen Xi's heart was once again happy. It's hare's oil. It's good stuff. With the hair oil, my sister-in-law's dry, cracked little hands are protected. It's not as good as a backwoods hand cream, but it does alleviate the problem. Otherwise the dry cracks on my sister-in-law's hands would surely become frostbitten and inflamed in this bitterly cold winter. Whenever he remembers his sister-in-law using those small, dry, cracked hands to serve himself the wild vegetable porridge, Chen Xi is heartbroken. Such a kind woman, born in this era of war and chaos, when it is really God's injustice. Don't worry, sister-in-law, now that I'm here, everything will be fine. Pinning the hare's body to his waist, he needed to change places. This location already smells like hare blood, and nearby prey won't come this way. Chen Xi continued to trickle snow, descending from the ridge and traveling step by step along the shallow snow to the lower part of the West Col Ridge. Having just arrived at the bottom of the ridge, Chen Xi suddenly felt that he was being targeted by something. It was an instinct honed by years of survival in the wild. A feeling of being targeted by prey quickly spread throughout his body. Could it be a blind bear? Chen Breath's scalp tingled as he thought of this. My brother died in the mouth of a blind bear, and now he's after me? At this time, the equipment is impossible to be a blind bear opponent, so deep snow themselves cannot run a blind bear off. Gripping the hunting knife in his hand tightly, Chen Breath shivered his lips and tried to look in the direction of danger perception. This look doesn't matter. Chen Breath was stunned at first, then grinned. Ha, so it's you. Only 100 meters away, a roe deer was staring at Chen Breath in the snow. The silly roe deer kaboomed its large eyes, looking at Chen Xi for an instant, its stupid eyes filled with curiosity. Chen Breath grinned. Hey, stupid elk. Chapter 4. This is the place to be. Chen Xi stood there, and so did the silly elk. One man and one silly spore stared at each other for a long time, both curious about the other. Chen Breath was looking at silly spore's oily fur, eyeing it, while silly elk was probably wondering how there was a little cutie staring blankly at himself. The two idiots stared at each other. In the end, Chen Breath lost the battle and sat down on the ground with a poof. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning, and he did not eat this morning's meal, but left it for his sister-in-law. He knew very well that it was his sister-in-law making herself a bowl of wild vegetable porridge with the last wild vegetables in the house. Chen Breath was unwilling to eat it and couldn't eat it. I'm here now, and I'm a man who should be able to carry the burden of the family. That's what I said, but by now my stomach was rumbling with hunger. Pulled out the basket of pine nuts and started eating them. And that roe deer was very smug when he saw Chen Xi sitting on his butt on the ground, raising his head condescendingly, his mouth even arched in the direction of Chen Xi. It was as if to say, see, you haven't fooled me. Chen Breath ignored it, chewing on the nuts in his mouth, grabbing a handful of snow and stuffing it into his mouth along with the nuts and swallowing it. I know in my heart that the stupid roe deer won't run, and this one is the cheapest goods in the mountains. There isn't one. If you get up and chase it, it runs. You can't chase it anymore, so it stops to look at you. You chase again, it runs again. You stop, it also stops. It'll piss you off. Chen Xi was building up his stamina, as this silly elk was exactly what he needed most right now. Make a hunting set from its tendons and later go up the mountain while searching and hunting. The fur will make a blanket for his sister-in-law. And as for his sister-in-law's coat, Chen Xi doesn't see this roe deer yet. Sister-in-law's coat has to be top-notch. Thinking about the top Zoran, I wonder if there are any wild leopards in these mountains. When the time comes for sister-in-law to wear a leopard print, TSK, let's take care of the stupid elk in front of us first, and take our time with the rest. With a target in mind, Chen Xi looked carefully at the roe deer. The meat is exchanged for money to buy clothes for myself. I can't always wear my sister-in-law's jacket when I go out hunting. He had worn away his sister-in-law's coat, and she was naked and waiting for him at home. Like what words? Pinched the thin jacket on his body. It was still only early winter. How could such a thin jacket survive the long cold winter? Chen Xi's eyes were sore, and he first put the thickest jacket in the county on his sister-in-law. Then Will tackled the poodle furs, swallowing the last bite of nuts with all his might. His belly was full of food and his body was rapidly regaining its strength. It's impossible to shoot arrows. The silly elk, though silly, had been noticed by it, and shooting arrows was not going to hit it. It will only be a waste of feathers and arrows. The snow is so deep that the feathered arrows are lost in the snow. How can they be found? Compound bows, reinforced feathered arrows, must be on the agenda. Who dash? Comfortable. Swallowing the nuts in his mouth and slowly standing up, the silly elk saw Chen Xi get up and quickly made a guarded movement. The muscles of his limbs bulged, ready to escape. Chen Xi buried everything on his body, along with the branch basket, into the snow pile. Stick a branch in for good measure and start moving your hands and legs. Come on, I hear you're quite the runner, aren't you? Coincidentally, my humble self is equally adept at running. Hunting bow on his back, hunting knife in hand, exhaling a breath. Chen Xi rushed at the silly elk with a nudge. Begin! Both feet fired at the same time, and his body sprang up from the snow like a cheetah. Seeing Chen Xi move, the silly roe deer stomped on the ground with all four limbs and scurried up equally high. That's all. One man, one stupid elk. The cross-country race started at the uninhabited West Coleridge with half a meter of snow. If this were summer, it would be impossible for Chen Xi to catch up with the silly elk even if he was killed. But it was early winter and the snow was just the right depth. Next up is the endurance contest. The corners of Chen Xi's mouth were fuming. The entire line of his and his sister-in-law's clothes were all on this stupid roe deer. The silly elk also wondered. I'm not wearing it either. Why are you chasing me? Your sister-in-law's bare ass. I'm bare too. What are you chasing me for? One man and one beast, spreading out in this big snowy mountain. Within a 5-mile radius, finches and crows flew horizontally, startling countless pheasants. There were also a few hares poking their heads out of the snowdrifts. Cluelessly, he watched a man and a beast, chasing after each other and jumping up and down. It runs. He chased. It took wing. For a while, the Westo Ridge chickens flew and dogs jumped. Half an hour later, Chen Breath was red-eyed, his hand holding onto a small tree, breathing heavily. The silly elk was not in good shape at this time, and the white air he exhaled was in a string, but it just wouldn't go far. Still looking at Chen Xi curiously from a distance of 50 meters. Rest 9 times. Hoo-hoo dash. Things don't go past 9. Hoo-hoo dash. Today for sure. Hoo-hoo dash. Hold you down. Hoo-hoo dash. Chen Breath gasped for air, beads of sweat on his head evaporating into a steaming mist, teeth clenched. Although he had already known about this bastard's stubbornness still exasperated Chen Xi to gnash his teeth. Treadmill. It's so infuriating. I'll catch you today even if I have to die together. I'll beat you up first. Silly roe deer also not convinced. You kid quite endurance. It was just as breathless, but it wasn't convinced. Tilting his head, he looked at Chen Breath as if to say, Grandpa, come over and play. Chen Xi almost exploded with anger when he took a look at the stupid roe deer's demeanor. I'll fight you. One man, one beast, 10 battles, officially opened. If there were aerial drone photography in this day and age, you would be able to see 2 dark shadows jumping up and down in the snow, swooping left and right. Absolutely 2 livestock, because being human, it's impossible to have that physical strength. Another half hour passed. The silly elk just couldn't hold out any longer. Find a big snowdrift and use your last strength to pop up. Head deep in the snowdrift. Can't see me, can't see me. Chen Breath, on the other hand, staggered and wobbled closer, and likewise used the last of his strength to pop up and kick the stupid elk hard in the ass. Bang! The fat on the stupid roe deer's ass was kicked from side to side, but it still didn't move to play dead. Chen Breath gasped out a few ragged breaths with great effort and struggled to get up, eyes red, teeth clenched, not saying a word under extreme anger. Bang! 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 What a fat beating to the stupid elk's exposed ass. The silly roe deer buried his head in the snowdrift and didn't move a muscle. He is as strong as he wants to be, and his head is hidden in the snow. Let him be. I'm good at playing dead. Hit it hard. As long as you don't die, I'll play dead. Chen Breath took out a hard flurry of lust on the stupid elk's ass. Yuck! Rage! Chen Xi fought for a full quarter of an hour, and finally reached his hand into the snow pile, grabbed the stupid roe deer by the ear, and picked it up, holding the hunting knife in his other hand. Let's bleed it out first. It's too heavy, 60 or 70 pounds at least. A point can be subtracted is a point. After draining the blood, Chen Xi laid down on the snow and slowed down for a quarter of an hour before regaining some strength. Glancing at the sun, it was about to set. We have to hurry back, or my sister-in-law will be anxious. My sister-in-law is naked and alone at home, and can't even go out to find herself, carrying up the silly roe deer. Chen breath returned to the place he had marked. Hanging on to all the loot, he discerned the direction and started back towards home. Today was the first time he had hunted since he came to this ancient society. The harvest was surprisingly good. 7 squirrels, 1 fat rabbit, half a basket of pine nuts, and some corn. The biggest reward was still this silly elk on my shoulder. Filled with a sense of accomplishment, Chen Xi couldn't keep his mouth shut. The sun sets and the moon rises. Zizania moonlight sprinkled on the snow. Through the moonlight can also see the ice and snow above the crystal particles. Stars twinkle, silver moon and white snow, outlining a dreamy luster. The most beautiful fairy tale of all time. Huffing like smoke, dispersed in the air. Beautiful. Looking at the starry snowy landscape in front of him, Chen Xi seemed to have forgotten his worries. Small villages in the distance curling smoke. Occasionally a few households in good condition also lit a glittering candle flame. Let's go. Homecoming. Home. It was both distant and unfamiliar to Chen Xi. Orphaned in his last life, he was confused about the concept of home. There was a passage in a previous book. This is the place where my heart is at ease. But for Chen Xi, wherever there are relatives, there is home. 1,000 fires of worldly splendor are no match for a wisp of incense on the stove. Licked his lips, followed by an intoxicated smile. I miss my sister-in-law's wild vegetable porridge. Chen Xi carried the roe deer carrying a basket, hanging a string of prey on his waist, back to the village and pushed open the courtyard door and walked to the front of the house. Clearing his throat, he was just about to yell out the line, "Sister-in-law, I'm home," but then he heard inside the house, Fan Yan hissing and screaming came. "Ah, don't you come over, don't come over." It was immediately followed by another lewd male voice. "What is it to be naked at home, if not seducing me? Your stupid brother-in-law didn't come back so late, and like your dead man, he was bitten to death by a blind bear. Ha ha ha, as long as you obey me, you won't have to return those 5 pounds of corn." Hearing this disgusting voice, Chen breath hated it so much that his hair stood on end. Chao Nima, Wang Mazi, Chapter 5. The short Zheng Bagwan. Bang! Kicking open the door of the room, Chen Xi's eyes were red, and the scene in front of him caused him to reach the peak of his rage. Fan Yan was cornered by Wang Mazi and hid in the haystack, trembling with fear, and the fire was still burning in the stove, the pot of white water boiling, and the bowl of wild vegetable porridge from the morning by the stovetop. I could see that my sister-in-law had to boil water and heat porridge for herself even if she was naked. Chen Xi had intended to leave the bowl of congee for his sister-in-law, but she didn't eat it and waited until he returned. Such a virtuous and kind woman. Wang Mazi, you actually tolerate bullying. What are you, a human being? Wang Mazi was in the process of coercing Fan Yan, but the door of the room was kicked open, and his heart was suddenly annoyed. Which dares to spoil my good deed? I'm used to running roughshod over the village. I'd like to see who it is today. Turning around with a jerk, he saw that it was the red-eyed Chen breath, carrying something on his shoulder. He was stunned. You, weren't you bitten to death by a blind bear? Chen breath pressed no nonsense with him and held the stupid elk's hind legs with both hands, swung the stupid roe deer as a sack round and smashed it hard on Wang Mazi. Bang! The stupid elk's fat body smashed into Wang Mazi, and even the person with the stupid elk smashed into the hay pile. Chen air cutie, how dare you hit me? Wang Mazi was smashed dizzily, spitting out a few hay in his mouth with a yuck and continuing to curse. Chen Rest's nature he knows very well, although it is a little cute, but belongs to the kind of naive stupid. How dare you hit someone? What's going on here today? Chen Xi's eyes were wide with anger. Do you really think that I am still that little cutie? How dare you bully my sister-in-law? Not even if the King of Heaven comes today, I'm going to kick your ass. At this moment, the anger has eroded the reason, and went forward to step on Wang Mazi's crotch. Isn't it this Bane? I'll waste you today. Bang! 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 When Fan Yan saw Chen Xi enter the door and knock down Wang Mazi, she was first stunned then shocked. Immediately after that, he was madly stepping on Wang Mazi, followed by his heart tightening again. Uncle, you don't. But at this moment the furious Chen interest were to listen to the words. Wang Mazi dead cover the crotch, mouth wailing constantly. Chen Xi couldn't step on the crotch, and he was so angry that he stepped on Wang Mazi's belly with a big foot. Bang! I'll let you bully your sister-in-law. Bang! I'll let you bully your sister-in-law. Wang Mazi was stepped on, his mouth emitting oozing miserable screams. Uncle, you stop it. Fan Yan cannot care about many. A whole Chen interest thighs, a large part of the body snow white naked outside also do not care. Uncle, stop it or someone will get killed. Only after hearing his sister-in-law's heartbreaking cries did Chen Xi gradually regain his senses. Seeing that my sister-in-law was naked with only some hay covering her vital parts, quickly taking the jacket off and covering his sister-in-law's spring light, he asked in an urgent voice, Sister-in-law, did this bully you? Once Chen Xi heard that his sister-in-law had not been bullied, his hanging heart finally dropped. Fan Yan is still holding Chen Xi's thighs, afraid that he will be angry and give Wang Mazi stomped to death. If the authorities find out about the deaths, Uncle will be beheaded. Even if they are not beheaded, they will be sent to the army. And many people in the village have been sent to the army, and none of them have returned alive so far. Uncle, listen to your sister-in-law. Don't fight. With a sobbing voice, Fan Yan tried to persuade Chen Xi. It was only at this moment that Chen Xi gradually regained his composure. Just now, his anger attacked his heart and nearly caused a big disaster. A finger to Wang Mazi. *******, kneel down and apologize to my sister-in-law, or I'll beat you to death today. Wang Mazi covered his crotch, and drilling pain came from his crotch. Crawling hunched over to the door of the room, he saw that Chen Xi was persuaded by Fan Yan and instantly came to the bottom. Cutie, just a little cutie, how dare you kill someone? A poisonous plan came to his mind in a flash of light. Pulling his neck out, he yelled out, someone's dead, cutie, it's time to kill. Little cutie, you've been fornicating with your sister-in-law, and I'm going to kill you for it. These voices shouted out. The village neighbors rushed to gather around. What is the situation? There are holding hoes. There is a wooden shovel. Not long will be Chin interest in the small courtyard surrounded. Seeing that the villagers are here, Wang Mazi is even more confident. Come and see, my dear. He's fornicating with his sister-in-law and killing her. The villagers flooded into the house and saw Chen Xi standing by the haystack with red eyes. Fan Yan was wearing a jacket on her upper body, and her lower body was hiding in the haystack, and her hands were holding Chen Xi's thighs and not letting go. Wang Mazi shivered and pointed at the two, his mouth constantly yelling uncle and sister-in-law adultery, murder and extermination. Immediately, some unidentified villagers came forward to make accusations. Chen Xi, how can you be such an asshole? That's your sister-in-law. And Fan Yan, your own man just died and you're hooking up with your brother-in-law. Bah, no shame. Take the two of them to the police. Such ES should be dipped in pig cages. Yes, this doesn't abide by women's morals and has messed up the ethics and norms. Facing the accusations of the villagers, Fan Yan hissed and hurriedly opened her mouth to explain. No, it's not. Fan Yan's voice was hoarse from crying. Then she raised her hand to point at Wang Mazi and hissed. It's him. Fan Yan, tears rustling down, expectant eyes to the villagers, cannot stop explaining. It was he who came in and bullied me while Uncle was not at home. Fortunately Uncle came back in time. Otherwise, or else, ooh-hoo. Fan Yan couldn't say any more, already crying sobbing. If it is not Chen interest in time to come back, he was bullied by Wang Mazi, only a death to save the reputation. You are full of nonsense. When have I, Wang Mazi, ever bullied or insulted anyone in the village? It's clearly your uncle and sister-in-law's adultery that I broke up. That little cutie, you still want to kill and silence me. Wang Mazi was Fan Yan said cold sweat. Things if the defeat, he really did not have a good end. Even though the village chief is his brother-in-law, he can't protect himself if things get out. Wang Mazi can only run one way to the black and die planting evidence. Wang Mazi, you lie. At that moment a few children among the villagers got out from between the legs of the adults. One of the slightly older children, a finger Wang Mazi voice is very childish. Just now, Xiao Luzi and I were building a snowman at the entrance of the village, and I watched little cute, carrying a big roe deer passed by the village entrance, and a couple of nice squirrels around his waist. The child's father immediately covered the child's mouth with a stern warning. Don't talk nonsense, little tiger. This is all adult business. Children don't interrupt. Woo woo woo. Little tiger broke away from the large hand covering his mouth and continued. Father, I'm not lying. Little Six and the others can testify to that. We followed the cutie, came here and was wondering if we could get a piece of the meat. Yes, Tiger is right. We wanted meat and we all came along. Xiao Luzi and a few children about the same age testified in unison for Xiao Luzi. After the children finished, the villagers looked at me and I looked at you, and for a moment they were out of ideas. If it's really as Xiao Luzi said, we've really wronged uncle and sister-in-law Chen Xi. Little Tiger's father covered Little Tiger's mouth once again, his legs trembling with fear. Why is this kid so ignorant? Wang Mazi's brother-in-law is the village chief. Can we afford to mess with such a person? Then he smiled sarcastically and explained to Wang Mazi. A child's words can't be taken seriously. They can't be taken seriously. Wang Mazi, on the other hand, glared with his eyes and his tone was full of threats. You little brats, get out of the way. Lying on my head. Do you owe me a beating? The children were scared by Wang Mazi's fierce and vicious appearance, and immediately hid behind the adults, lowered their heads and did not dare to squeak. All out of the way, all out of the way. What's all the noise? A cursing voice came, and the villagers automatically made a path at the sound. The village chief, Zhang Baoquan, waddled into the house wearing a deerskin jacket and shaking his fat body. Wang Mazi saw his brother-in-law come, not caring about the pain in his crotch, climbed up and moved a wooden stool, fawningly placed it behind Zhang Baoquan. Sit down, brother-in-law, sit down. Zhang Baoquan blankly glanced at little Tiger's father and sat down with a big grin. Keep your children's mouths shut and don't start rumors all day long. Yes, you're right, village chief. Go back and I'll be sure to take good care of this child. Xiaohuzi father hastily kicked the child a few times and stood behind Zhang Baoquan, honestly not daring to move. Wang Mazi saw his brother-in-law give himself a head start, and his heart was more confident. Numbly, he found a wooden bowl and carefully wiped it with his sleeve, and then brought out a bowl of hot water from the cauldron. Afraid that her brother-in-law would burn it, she even thoughtfully blew on the heat with a small mouthful and bowed to hand it over with both hands. Brother-in-law, why are you here? Hurry up and have a drink of hot water to warm your body on a cold day. Zhang Baoquan saw his brother-in-law handing over the wooden bowl, took a sip in his hand, and then crossed his legs and stared at Chen Xi. Said, tell me, what's going on? Chen interest to see the village head into the house a series of style. The heart straight nausea. The village is so poor, and you're still pregnant and wearing a buckskin coat. And Wang Mazi's fawning look. Yuck, one hill of beans. Chen Xi stood straight and said in a deep voice. Wang Mazi tried to bully his sister-in-law while I was not at home and I caught him and beat him up. Village chief, do you think he should kneel down and apologize? Or report it to the police? Fan Yan was startled at the words and gently twisted at Chen Xi's thigh, looking at Chen Xi's eyes full of pleading. Wang Mazi and the village chief are relatives. She does not dare to ask Wang Mazi to apologize. As long as things are resolved the best. We can't afford to offend them by living honestly. Humph. Nonsense. It's obvious that your uncle and sister-in-law committed adultery. This village chief will immediately escort you to the county court for imprisonment. When Zhang Baoquan said this, there was a commotion among the villagers. It seems that this Chen family can't be saved. Chapter 6 Wang Mazi kneeling and kowtowing. Immediately after Zhang Baoquan finished speaking, some bold villagers came forward with ropes, wanting to tie up Chen Xi. Fan Yan hid in the haystack, seeing this situation in his brain like 5 thunderbolts. It doesn't matter if you die yourself. You've even dragged your uncle to die with you. I'm sorry to my uncle and to the Chan family. The Chan family is dead. Originally, she also fantasized that her uncle's stupid illness had been cured, and she would later try to marry her uncle a wife to continue the family name for the Chen family. But the beautiful illusion was instantly shattered. The kind of stabbing pain that ripped through the heart caused Fan Yin to ache. No, absolutely not. I'll take all the blame. Even if I have to be immersed in a pigsty, I must save my uncle's life. Fan Yan made up her mind and wanted to admit that she was the one who seduced her brother-in-law and admitted that she was a cheap woman. Everything has nothing to do with uncle. Just when Fan Yan made up her mind and wanted to take all the blame, a voice exploded through the room. Who said we committed adultery? Fan Yan is my Chen Xi's explicitly married wife. Everyone was shocked on the spot when Chen Xi said this, including the still smug Wang Mazi, and the sophisticated Zhang Baoquan. You are talking nonsense. When did you marry your sister-in-law? How come we don't know? Wang Mazi's voice was sharp. He didn't want to be flipped by Chen Xi at this critical juncture. The government does have a rule that a younger brother is allowed to marry his widowed sister-in-law, so Chen Xi's statement is feasible. But if he works, he can't explain himself. The man is not at home, but he shows up at someone else's house. It's not reasonable to talk about it anywhere. Wang Mazi legs unconsciously trembling. There is no other way. Can only harden his head in strong words. Wang Mazi is right. You're a little cutie. When did you marry your sister-in-law? None of us know. Xiaohuzi's father also stood out to speak for Wang Mazi at this time. Just now, his son had already offended Wang Mazi, and Zhang Baoquan had even blanked himself. If you don't stand up for Wang Mazi at this point, you will definitely be liquidated afterwards. Xiaohuzi's father not only said himself, but also mobilized in his own good a few villagers to say a piece. There are official rules. Little cutie is not allowed to take a wife. Little cutie, have a son or a little cutie. It's a waste of food, don't you think? Yeah, you cutie. What to marry? Don't even think of using your sister-in-law's marriage as a reason. Or be good enough to let us tie it up and send it to the officials. Wang Mazi see the villagers are speaking for themselves. Legs are not shaking. The bottom line is also more powerful. Oh, fight me, you little cutie. Not qualified. Fan Yan had already despaired at this point. She knew that Chen Xi's purpose for saying this was nothing more than trying to preserve her reputation. She didn't blame Chen Hui at all, even when he said that he was Chen Hui's explicitly married words. A strong throbbing welled up in her heart, a feeling of happiness at being protected by her man. But it's too late to say anything now. It's better to take all the blame yourself. It's sort of the last thing your sister-in-law did for your uncle to make up for him. Uncle, you must live well. Sister-in-law is down there to bless you. Fan Yan once again wanted to open her mouth to take all the blame, when her small hand was suddenly held by a large hand. The warmth from his hand immediately ignited the dying heart. Raising his eyes to look, he saw Chen Xi with a smile on his handsome face, gently nodding at himself. In a flash, a strong sense of security enveloped his body. Uncle, he this is. Just as Fan Yen was disoriented by a strong sense of security, Chen Xi spoke again. Slow down. Who said I was a cutie? Any more? With a poof, Chen Breath dropped the elk behind him in the center of the room with one hand. Another skinned hair was thrown out from his loins, and 7 squirrels were still strung on the straw rope under the tie. Call me a cutie. Which little cutie can hunt so much in one day? The villagers who wanted to go forward to bind Chen Xi were suddenly dumbfounded. You look at me, I look at you. Yeah, which cutie can hunt so much? Another squirrel, another hare, and a big roe deer. Not to mention the little cutie. It's impossible for normal people like them to hunt so many things in a day. Wang Mazi also stupidly looking at the ground roe deer. Just now I was hit by this thing. Right. At that time, the thief's heart, coupled with the mood of being spoiled and messed up, did not pay attention to the roe deer in the haystack. Wang Mazi touched his neck and also pulled out a handful of elk hair. An awkward squeeze in his hand and a sense of foreboding ensued. Yes, Breath stopped being stupid a long time ago, and we saw Breath carry a bow on his back this morning to go hunting. A woman stood out from the crowd. The same Auntie Zhang who had helped Chen Xi at the door this morning. Aunt Zhang pushed away the woman who tried to pull her back and took a deep breath to continue. This morning we watched Xiao Breath go up the mountain to hunt, and when he came back carrying the prey he was even seen by Xiao Huzi and the others at the village entrance. Kids can't lie about childish things, and everyone just heard it. That's why Xiao Breath isn't stupid anymore. He can still hunt. It's not normal for him to marry his wife. After Auntie Zhang finished speaking, she looked back at the other few women who had flirted with Chen Xi together this morning. The women pursed their lips and hesitated before finally gathering the courage to step forward. Auntie Zhang is right. We all saw Xiao Breath going up the mountain to hunt this morning. It's normal to marry a mother-in-law when the little Breath can hunt. Yes, Xiaobi is not stupid at all. Which of you Hans in the village can hunt roe deer? If Kobayashi is stupid, you Hanyu are just not even cute. Can't even compare. A few women went out on a limb and spoke up to prove it for Chen Xi. The male villagers who said that were red-faced and couldn't lift their heads. Yes, the only hunter in the village is brother Chen Xi, but all of Chen Xi's brothers are dead. They couldn't hit even a pheasant, let alone a roe deer. For one thing, there are no hunting tools, and for another, there are no hunting skills. Wild boars in the mountains. Beasts. Often scourge crops and livestock and birds. In the past it was Chen Xi brother to help everyone drive away. To hunt, they didn't really have that skill. A few women finished, and the room was filled with silence. Wang Mazi was already sweating like a pig. He only reacted now. Chen Xi is indeed different from before. In the past, he could not speak well, let alone dare to hit himself. Now he was able to talk himself out of it, so it did seem like he was getting better at being stupid. All finished, right? An authoritative voice rang out, and Zhang Baoquan stood up from the wooden stool with narrowed eyes. A few of the women saw the village chief get up and shut their mouths. Zhang Baoquan swept his gaze around the crowd, lingering in front of Aunt Zhang and a few women for a split second before moving away again. Sensing the village chief's unkind gaze, several women retreated with their heads down. Only Auntie Zhang remained standing there without moving an inch. Humph. So what if it's not stupid? Not stupid enough to hit someone? Look at what it's done to Wang Mazi. Zhang Baoquan lifted up Wang Mazi's clothes, revealing a big footprint, red belly bright to the crowd. Chen Xi, let's not talk about you marrying your sister-in-law. How do you explain the beating? Chen Xi first looked at Auntie Zhang and the women gratefully, then turned her head to stare at Zhang Baoquan. The voice was clear and unassuming. When my brother was bitten by a blind bear, he returned home and entrusted his sister-in-law to me. Order my sister-in-law to renew her marriage to me as my wife and carry on the family line for my Chen family. My eldest brother's dying promise. I dare not disobey, and my sister-in-law has promised my brother. From the day my brother died, she, Fan Yen, is my Chen Xi wife, and our white heads will not move. As Chen Xi spoke, he stomped on the elk's body and continued to speak aloud. As for the matter of the beating, it was entirely because Wang Mazi coveted my wife's beauty and tried to bully her while I was not at home. According to our Daigo law, forcibly taking another person's wife is punishable by a light punishment of being sent to the army, or a heavy punishment of outright beheading. I didn't beat him to death. It was all light. Chen Breath narrowed his eyes and came closer, his gaze like electricity looking straight at Zhang Baoquan. Mayor, what do you think about this? Zhang Baoquan similarly narrowed his eyes and stared at Chen Xi, and sparks seemed to flash in the air. After 10 breaths had passed, Zhang Baoquan suddenly burst out laughing, stretching out a hand and heavily patting Chen Xi's shoulder twice. Well played, well played. One twisted his head to look at Wang Mazi. Apologize to people. Wang Mazi shivered and panted heavily. knowing that his brother-in-law was trying to save himself, or else the matter would spread to the government, and the trouble would be big. Chen breath. I was wrong. I apologize. Chen Xi saw Wang Mazi's wimpy appearance and then snorted. What did I just say? A finger to Wang Mazi's disgusting face. I told you to get down on your knees and kowtow and apologize to my wife. Did you forget? Wang Mazi saw that Chen Xi seized and did not let go, and he himself could not decide. Turned his head to look at Zhang Baoquan, wanting to see what his brother-in-law meant, only to see Zhang Baoquan tilting his head back and looking at the beams of the room, not even glancing at himself. Wang Mazi entered despair. It seems that today's people are lost. Put. Wang Mazi knelt in front of Fan Yan and kowtowed on the ground. Chen family's sister-in-law. I, Wang Mazi, apologize to you, so please let me go once. Wang Mazi knelt down, and all the villagers present sucked in a breath of cold air. He really knelt down? Not only did he kneel, he even kowtowed to Chen's wife? Am I seeing things? Is this the same Wang Mazi who roamed the village? It happened so suddenly that everyone looked at Chen Xi in shock. With just one mouth, he was able to force the village chief to compromise and Wang Mazi to kneel and kowtow an apology. It's still the same cutie, is it? Some of the villagers with a lively mind were even already thinking of taking the initiative to curry favor with Chen Xi. Not only do you have the ability to hunt, but you have a clear mind and say things that hit the nail on the head. When did this kind of character come out of Wawa village? Fan Yan waved her hands in embarrassment as she hid in a pile of hay due to her lack of pants. Wang Mazi, you stop, as long as you don't continue to harass us. Well, thank you Mrs. Chen's wife. Seeing that Wang Mazi had finished apologizing, Zhang Baoquan moved his stiff neck. Okay, you and Wang Mazi's business is settled. Let's talk about your hunter's business. Chen interest in the words, the eyes of the bad stared at Zhang Baoquan. I know you still have the following. I would like to see what you can haul out of the moth. According to our Daigo law, any hunter in the village must submit a dental register to the prefecture. Every hunter takes at least 3 wives and pays 3 poll taxes. Since you are also a hunter, and your brother has renewed his sister-in-law's marriage to you, you will be responsible for paying their poll tax. Hunter's dental registry. 3 wives and all plus you, for a total of 4 poll taxes. I'll bring you the remaining 2 wives with a delivery team tomorrow after I submit the dental book. Next month is the time limit for paying the poll tax. Zhang Baoquan pointed at Chen Xi, his eyes teasing. Get your money ready. If you can't pay the tax, you'll be sent to the army. All disperse and go home to bed. Zhang Baoquan finished his sentence, turned his head out the door. Behind a group of villagers, some gloating, some shook their heads and sighed have left. Auntie Zhang watched Zhang Baoquan leave and twisted her head to gently poo-poo. There were also a few strong men, looking at Chen Xi with complicated gazes, wanting to go up and get close, but feeling that it was inappropriate at this time. Another look at the elk on the ground had been envious to the core. Chen Xi, we'll leave first. In the future, if you have any needs feel free to ask, we'll all help you. Saying so, he once again glanced at the roe deer on the ground and reluctantly left. Chapter 7. Eat yourself a beautiful meal. Auntie Zhang, don't go. Bring a roe deer leg back later to fight. Chen Xi was grateful to Auntie Zhang for speaking up for him and wanted to cut Auntie Zhang a piece of roe deer leg meat. Yes Auntie Zhang, usually you don't spare me. Please don't mind. Although the villagers are gone, Fan Yan still do not dare to leave the haystack. The lower body is naked. How to be good? Auntie Zhang had a craving for roe deer meat, but thought of what the village chief had said when he left, and couldn't bear to think about it. That's a full 4-part poll tax, so how can you afford to pay it? Although Chen Xi was lucky enough to hit a roe deer, he was still far from paying the tax money. There's only a January time limit, and the village chief is sending 2 more mothers-in-law tomorrow, so all of a sudden there are 2 more mouths to feed. Auntie Zhang had a headache thinking about it for Chen Xi. Now that little breath is cured of his silly illness, it's better than nothing that you two have a good life. Auntie Zhang doesn't want the meat of the roe deer, so give it to Auntie Zhang when you guys get rich in the future. Auntie Zhang said so, but in this world of war and chaos, how can it be developed? It's the best thing that can happen if you don't get taken to the army. The uncle who was very sick, the kind sister-in-law, a couple of bitter people. Auntie Zhang was talking about Chen Xi and Fan Yan, and how could she not be talking to herself? The war in the imperial court coupled with natural disasters, food cuts, the people want to eat a full meal is difficult, and even more high taxes on the body. Families that could get 2 meals of thin porridge a day were upper class. Many stragglers, soldiers, and bandits went up to the mountains and plundered the people's already small amount of food. LOL. Sending Auntie Zhang out of the courtyard gate, Chen Xi went back to the house and closed the door, hurriedly took off his pants and warmed them by the stove before handing them to Fan Yan. Sister-in-law, you wear it, I'll peel off the elk skin to cover my body. Fan Yan took, feel the hands baked warm pants, did not rush to wear, but looked at Chen interest complexity difficult to understand. And call your sister-in-law? Chen Xi was skillfully picking the skin of the roe deer. When he heard Fan Yan's tone with a grudge, he froze for a split second then reacted. Yeah, it's true that you shouldn't call your sister-in-law anymore. Just now, in order to avoid trouble, he lied to the villagers that his brother had renewed his sister-in-law's marriage to himself. Misfortune was averted. But what next? The women of Daigo valued name and honor the most, and Fan Yan was even more so. Otherwise, after her own brother's death, she could have remarried. How could she still take care of her stupid brother-in-law? That. Chen Xi opened his mouth for half a day and never found an appropriate word to address him. Fan Yan also did not talk, just so the eyes seemed to be grudging and expectant staring at himself. Chen Breath's heart fluttered at that look. Sister-in-law is so beautiful and treats herself so well. Make a leopard print later. Blah blah blah. How could one think otherwise? That's all. A man can't apologize for his predecessor's brother. A bite and a stomp. Mother. It is not that Chen Xi covets his sister-in-law's beauty. There is no reason at all. And there is no need for any reason. Suddenly, my throat is scratchy and I want to shout mother. What's the matter? Fan Yan stared at Chen Xi until he shouted out that sentence of mother, and his heart felt as if it had been pinched hard, followed by a poof of laughter. Under the shyness of the cheeks red, in the stove fire reflection more looks warm and moving. Blankly, he gave Chen Breath a glance. Turn your head. Okay. Chen Xi exhaled heavily, and although he was picking at the skin of the roe deer in his hand, his mind had flown beyond the 9 heavens. Is this settled? Just this tactic. A bit shameless. Chen Xi cursed himself 10,000 times in his heart. Shameless, coveting his sister-in-law's beauty. Actually, your brother really entrusted me to you before he died. Chen Breath froze, his hands trembling slightly as he picked at the skin of the roe deer. Man, you got it right? Thinking back, my brother was indeed in the house with my sister-in-law explaining something before he died. It's just that the predecessor was stupidly boiling water in the outhouse at the time and didn't even hear the conversation. Nor did my sister-in-law say anything about it afterward. Hey, Fan Yan sighed quietly. Your brother first persuaded me to remarry, and I refused. In the end, your brother couldn't argue with me before he said that if you were cured of your silly disease, he would allow me to renew my marriage to you. So you promise? Fan Yan buried her head so low that it was about to hit her high chest. The roots of the white ears were bashfully red at the moment. Aha. A thin mosquito, but Chen Breath still heard it clearly. Ha ha ha. Chen Xi scratched his head and grinned widely after hearing this. This time it's done. The name is also correct, and the words are smooth. From now on, you are my maiden. A big stone fell to the ground in his heart, and Chen Xi felt a great sense of relief. The eyes that looked at Fan Yan were also filled with a glowing look. As Fan Yan watched Chen Xi being so happy, her heart was equally happy. Still, womanly reserve deadened her throbbing emotional nerves. Reaching out his hand to help Chen Xi pick the skin of the roe deer, he said softly, smiling that stupid smile. Suddenly, his brows tightened, as if he had remembered something, and he pulled on Chen Xi's large hand, his concern overflowing. Next time never be as impulsive as you were today. If anything happens to you, Fan Yan organized her thoughts and just wanted to say I won't live either, when she was suddenly pulled into her arms by Chen Xi, and a gentle and doting voice came out. Rest assured, my lady, there will be no next time. Next time? There can't be a next time. Chen Xi's gaze was cold. If Wang Mazi dares to mess with me again, I will make his life worse than death. Aha. Getting Chen rest assured, Fan Yan's heart finally put down. In Chen Xi's warm embrace, it seemed like a kitten rubbing for a while before reluctantly leaving. It was then that I began to notice the elk in front of me. Yeah, is this really the elk you called? Fan Yan had experienced too much tonight and her mood was like a roller coaster. From the beginning, when he was bent on seeking death to preserve Chen Xi, to now when things have settled down, the ups and downs had left her in a trance, and it was only now that she had calmed down that she looked at the large elk in surprise. Is this really what husband hit? Everything in front of her felt unreal, from a little cutie, to now being able to hunt an elk of this size. It's not a bad emotional fall. Ha ha ha, look at what you said, ma'am, it's like a lie. Chen Xi pulled off the skin of the roe deer and put it around his lower body, but he can not always be naked. Then he was going to unload a roe deer leg and give it to Fan Yan to replenish her body. Chen Xi was about to make his move when he was suddenly stopped by Fan Yan. Husband can't, we still have to pay the poll tax next month. Our family has to pay 4 copies. We can't eat this roe deer meat. It's better to take it and exchange it for silver money to pay the tax. Chen interest in his heart cursed Wang Baoquan. This horse is the communique of personal revenge. Since you want to play, then I'll play with you. I wonder if you can afford to lose. Good. Everything is at your mother's disposal. Fan Yan saw the skin fat hair again and opened her mouth. Thanks to Auntie Zhang and the others for helping us out today. Take this rabbit to thank Auntie Zhang and the others. Chen Xi lightly shook his head a few times, Nyangzi is still too kind, but the more this kind, the more he likes it, all at your mother's service. But the rabbit grease I have to cut off. Fan Yen froze, not understanding what Chen Xi wanted the rabbit oil for. Seeing that Fan Yen did not understand, Chen Xi pulled her small hand and took a closer look at the frozen wound with a heartbroken face. I didn't hit the badger, so I'll take rabbit oil instead first, or my mother's little hands will get frostbite. Fan Yen listened to the words of Chen Rest, touched by the tears cannot stop the flow of downstream. Since childhood no one has been so heartbroken over their own. This warmth and care caught her off guard and her heart melted. Staring blankly at Chen Breath, the corners of his mouth curved up slightly without him realizing it. Whether you live or die, you will be with your husband for the rest of your life. Chen Breath scraped off the rabbit fat and put it in a wooden bowl, then skinned the 7 squirrels. 7 clean squirrels were thrown into the pot along with some corn from the branch basket. Open the salt shaker and take out a grain of coarse salt. Squeezing and smelling it in his hand, Chen Breath frowned, then tossed it into the pot. The technology of this era was backward, and there were a lot of impurities in the salt, which made it unhealthy for the body to eat too much of it. Even with this poor quality coarse salt, the people could not usually afford to eat it. The few grains of coarse salt that remained in the jar were still traded for game during my brother's lifetime. You have to start with a tiny bit of everything. When the days are better, we must purify the salt, Chen Xi thought secretly in his heart. Seeing Chen Rest cooking, Fan Yen hurriedly grabbed the shovel, mouth anxious. How can a big man do these womanly tasks? Rest, husband, let me do the rest. Seeing that Fan Yen insisted, Chen Xi couldn't say anything. Then it will be hard work, ma'am. Fan Yen pouted and gave Chen Xi a blank look. Poor mouth. Chen Xi scratched his head and let out a giggle. So he went to pull out the elk's tendons and put them by the stove to bake. Fan Yen saw Chen Xi acting strangely and was momentarily puzzled. Ha, what is husband doing? Chen Xi, on the other hand, smiled mysteriously. When the time comes, mother will know. It wasn't long before the aroma of squirrel meat laced with corn rose from the pot. Fan Yen gave Chen Xi a big bowl full of a big bowl. There are not a few grains of corn in the bowl. It is all squirrel meat. Husband has been tired all day. Be careful of the heat. Eat slowly. He himself picked up the bowl of wild vegetable porridge from the morning and was just about to drink it. Chen Breath snatched the bowl of kanji and gulped it down in 2 gulps. A light on the bottom of the bowl. Just love the flavor. When Fan Yen saw that Chen Xi did not eat squirrel meat but grabbed her own wild vegetable porridge, she froze on the spot. It's not nutritious. It's only good for hunger. How can you eat this leftover porridge after a long day's work? Husband. Chen Xi interrupted Fan Yen and pointed at the pot. Serve the porridge. Fan Yen did not eat for a day, and experienced Wang Mazi intimidation. The stomach indisputably grumbled. There's a lot of porridge in the pot. Eat less for yourself and leave the rest for your husband. Served a small bowl of corn porridge and ate it in small bites. Even though it was corn porridge, Fan Yen ate it happily. After all, it's cooked in broth with coarse salt, and it's very flavorful. He had never eaten such delicious kanji in all his life. Fan Yen held the wooden bowl, her brows arched in happiness. Chen Xi snatched the bowl of kanji with another hand and pushed his own large bowl filled with meat forward. Eat meat. The tone is very domineering and resolute. His own woman-own favor. Not allowed to be so humble. Fan Yen wanted to postpone, but when she saw Chen Xi's stern eyes, she wanted to say something but shut up. A wave of warmth rushed through his body. It felt so good to be cared for. Under Chen Breath's threatening eyes, he picked up a piece of squirrel meat and brought it into his mouth to chew gently. When the squirrel meat was brought into her mouth, Fan Yen's eyes suddenly lit up. It smelled so good. Is it good? Aha. Eat it all if it's good. I won't allow any leftovers. Fan Yen, of course, refused, and ultimately Chen Xi could not be persuaded, and the two of them shared the meat equally, and ate a full meal beautifully. Since childhood, Fan Yen has not eaten meat a few times, cannot stop licking his lips, even the bottom of the bowl are eaten. Seeing her look amused, Chen Xi used his finger to scrape off the residue at the corner of her mouth, and subsequently sent it to his own mouth to instigate twice. Mother has eaten it, and it smells so good. Fan Yen was instantly shamed into shame. How could this wretched eating be seen by her husband? Later, how can I see my husband in the future? Looking at Chen Xi's eyes that teased her, Fan Yen lowered her head and murmured, husband, come and rest in my house. After saying her words, her eyes didn't dare to look at Chen Xi at all. The two of them had already established their relationship as husband and wife. Of course she had to fulfill her duties as a wife. Chen Breath stroked her head favorably. Go ahead and rest. Ma'am, I have some making to do. Husband, I'm still clean body. Husband, don't. Fan Yen was anxious, thinking that Chen Xi disliked herself, and hurriedly opened her mouth to explain. Chen Xi, on the other hand, gently shook his head and touched her reddened little face. Don't think too much about it, ma'am. I didn't mean it that way. These things have to be done tonight. Seeing Chen interest tone serious, Fan Yan also do not force. Anyway, he was already his, so what did it matter if it was a day early or late? Husband has been tired all day today, so rest early. After saying that, he looked deeply at Chen Xi and went back to the house alone. Sent Fan Yan back to the house. Chen interest forced down the body desire fire. The heart helplessly sighed. Hey, mother, you think I don't want to? With that, he took out his hunting knife and started making tools. In the future, the family's food and next month's poll tax will depend on these tools. Chapter 8 Why Should I Eat You? Chen Xi first dried the 7 squirrel skins and then sewed them together with a needle and thread. The skins were somewhat less than enough to make a hat, but it's good to keep your ears covered from frostbite for a while. The hair fat is then refined into hand oil. Finally, the elk tendon has been dried and trimmed into a thin line with a hunting knife. Stretching it with his hand, he felt the toughness and nodded with satisfaction. Then he found the tongue oil that his brother had used to embalm his hunting bow when he was alive, and coated one of the thin bands evenly. Finally, I began to weave a large branch basket out of the branches, with 2 narrow sides and a large bulging belly in the center. Taking it in his hands and looking it over, he nodded in satisfaction. Collect leftover squirrel bones from dinner and put them in a branch basket for bait. Chen Xi was a wilderness survival expert in his previous life. Not only did he know various survival methods, his hands were equally flexible. Making some simple hunting tools is child's play. It's just that conditions aren't right now. If they were, he could hand rub an Italian cannon. The hay was used to make a thick straw coat to put over your body, which did not keep you warm but did keep out some of the cold wind. The elk skin is then secured to the lower body with a straw rope. Despite the skill added, by the time it was all done, it was the latter part of the night. Yawning and moving his body, he pressed his ear to the door of Fan Yan's house and listened carefully. Inside, Fan Yan's breathing was even, and she had obviously fallen asleep. Grab all your gear and gently push the door of your room open and close it again. The cold wind penetrated through the grass clothes, and Chen breath winced, and in an instant he was refreshed and sleepy. Reinforced the yard gate with some wood and pushed it by hand. Nice and sturdy. Took all the tools and headed for the mountains again. He wanted to have all the hunting sets set up on the West Col Ridge before dawn. Then put the branch basket into the pond at Easto Ridge to catch some fish while the pond ice is not too thick in early winter. The silver moon was high in the sky. The moonlight and snow illuminated the night sky, and the sight was clear. In order to warm up his body, Chen Xi chose to jog all the way, and in a short time, he came to the West O Collar. The various beast marks during the day were fresh in his mind, and he was very skillful at securing the hunting harnesses to the paths often traveled by his prey. No one comes to this West Col Ridge at all, so there is absolutely no need to worry about prey being picked up by other hunters. Having done everything, Chen Xi came to the Easto Ridge. The thin layer of ice was smashed away with a stone and the branch basket was lowered into the pond, with a thick rope attached to the end of the basket and secured to a boulder at the edge of the pond. By the time Chen Xi had finished with all of them and returned to the village, the sky had already dawned. A few early risers already have smoke rising from their homes. Due to the consecutive years of war in the Daigo dynasty, all the food had been requisitioned, and the people were so short of food that they couldn't afford to eat breakfast at all. Large families only eat 2 meals a day. Families like Chen Xi's are happy to have a meal every day. Rising smoke from the cooker is just warming the house. Luckily, the yard door hasn't moved. With this lesson of Wang Mazi almost bullying Fan Yan, Chen Xi wouldn't dare to be careless again. That's why he chose to go into the mountains late at night. Push open the courtyard door. Walk to the front of the house. Just want to push the door. The house came from Fan Yan alert voice. Who? Open the door. Ma'am. And guess who my brother's brother is? The door to the room opened with a creak, and Fan Yan stared at Chen Xi with an exasperated expression. Do you think I'm stupid and can't hear your voice? Chen Xi scratched his head and playfully walked into the house. Took a big whiff. It smelled so good. The congee cooked by your mother smells so good. Fan Yan digressed and asked with a worried face. Why didn't you get some rest last night? Coughing. Chen Xi lightly coughed twice and told Fan Yan about going to the Westo Ridge to lay a hunting set. Listening to Fan Yan froze. What is a hunting set? What is a branch basket? She didn't know how to do this, but when she heard Chen Xi coughing, she still moved a short stool in pain and helped Chen Xi to sit down in front of the stove. In the middle of the night and you're running off to do work in such a dangerous place. Sit down and warm yourself over the fire. Then he took all the corn porridge out of the pot and served a big bowl to Chen Xi. Husband, eat quickly. I didn't sleep last night, so eat and get some rest. Chen Xi took the bowl of porridge but didn't eat it. Instead he took out the rabbit oil he refined last night. At this time the rabbit oil has already condensed into a paste. Pulling over Fan Yan's small hand, carefully smeared evenly on the crack. The fissure is not deep. Apply it twice a day and it will recover in 10 days. With those words, he once again pulled the other small hand over and carefully applied it. Fan Yan allowed Chen Xi to apply it on her small white hands, her eyes staring blankly at his handsome face. The corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted slightly, and she couldn't remember how long it had been since she'd smiled. From yesterday, when Chen Xi protected himself and drove Wang Mazi away, to that gentle call out to his mother, Fan Yan had fallen inside for who knows how many times. Even last night's dream was like Chen Rest. This kind of day is so good. It's nice to be cared for. Chen Rest twisted his head after applying the crack and was face to face with Fan Yan. Looking at her smitten eyes, he laughed at once. Why are you blushing, ma'am? Yikes. That one, you eat your porridge first and then get some rest. Fan Yan drew back her small hand and buried her head low. Shame on him for teasing again. Chen Xi haha laughed, sliding his fingers back and forth on Fan Yan's pretty face a few times. Teasingly, goo, is the maiden bashful? Yikes, you're annoying. Fan Yan blushed in shame and wanted to go back to the house to hide her embarrassment, but she was embraced by Chen Xi in her arms. Okay, not to tease you. You eat the porridge. I still have to go to the county to sell the roe deer for silver money. Fan Yan hurriedly turned around and met Chen Xi's teasing eyes, immediately burying her head into Chen Xi's chest, not telling him to see her shame. That's not urgent. You eat the porridge first and take a rest before you go. Chen Xi's chin rubbed against Fan Yan's hair and his hands gently patted on her back. Be obedient. Eat the porridge, and in the evening my husband will buy you a new coat and bring it back. Fan Yan naturally refused, wanting Chen Xi to eat and rest well before leaving, but in return Chen Xi feigned anger expression in threatening eyes. Do you listen to your husband? Fan Yan pursed her lips and spat out a word only after a long time. Listen. Chen Xi once again laughed and rubbed Fan Yan's head. That's right. Wait for me at home. Saying so, he just wanted to carry the roe deer to the county to exchange for silver money. Just then, a few voices came from the yard. My lord, this is the one. This is the one. Take us there. I my lord. Chen Xi pushed open the door of the room, only to see Zhang Baoquan and Wang Mazi bowing and leading two middle-aged men in official attire into the courtyard. Two women were also shackled behind the officer. The two women were cloaked in hair and their appearance could not be seen, but they were very tall, although wearing thin linen clothes, but from the walking posture, must be a good family cultivated out. Zhang Baoquan saw Chen Xi pushed open the room, immediately smiling and happy, and last night that lofty posture, completely like a different person. Hunter Chen. These two adults are Lord Lu and Lord Li of the family delivery team. Why don't you quickly go out and greet them? Chen Rest lightly hummed. Action very quickly well. Seems to have been ready to pitney 3 head tacks. Although he looked down on these people, he still showed politeness in his mouth, and for the time being, he could not afford to mess with these officers and soldiers. So it's Lord Lu and Lord Li. Please come inside quickly. Chen Xi said politely, but when the two men saw Chen Xi's dilapidated house, they narrowed their eyes and probed and swept toward the house, their mouths showing disgust. The family is so poor. It doesn't look like there's much gas. No need. Hurry over here and register your teeth and lead these two broads away. Chen Xi stepped forward to draw a pledge. His palm smeared some ink and pressed it onto the dental register. Okay, go back. And remember to pay 4 head taxes next month. That Lord Li took out the key, opened the two women's shackles, and pushed his big hand forward. The two women stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Seeing that the two adults were about to leave, Zhang Baoquan immediately stepped forward and fawned. Lord Lu, Lord Li, don't be in a hurry. The county master will celebrate his birthday soon, and it just so happens that Hunter Chen hunted a roe deer yesterday. Why don't you come and give it to your lordship, my lord? Ha ha ha. Zhang Baoquan's face fatly trembling, rubbing hands, attitude extremely flattering. Lord Lu's eyes first lit up at his words, then he waved his hand. Hunter Chen is so poor, how can he ask for it? The meat of the roe deer in the county is 5 when a catty. This lord has pity on you and will give you 10 when a catty to sell to me? Before Chen Xi could reply, Zhang Baoquan immediately instructed Wang Mazi, Paki, you go to the house and carry the roe deer out for Lord Lu. Okay. Wang Mazi tried to enter the house, but Chen Xi stopped him at the door. You don't know, Lord Lu, but that roe deer has been salted into meat by Little, and left for Little's mother to replenish her body. The youngest's mother is in poor health and is in dire need of meat to cure her. Wang Mazi wants to dismantle Chen Xi. Your mother's health is not good? How can you dig wild vegetables every day when you're not well enough to fool the ghosts? However, he was fixed by Chen Xi's cold eyes. After all, that beating yesterday really scared him. The crotch was even worse, swollen in a circle and sore all night. Zhang Baoquan saw that Wang Mazi did not dare to move, and pooh-poohed him, hating him in his heart. A Chen air cutie, just to scare you into that kind of behavior. I still have to come personally, then to go into the house to get the roe deer. Alright, since it's cured into bacon this lord doesn't want it. Then with a couple of light coughs, he continued, your name is Chen Xi, isn't it? Well, this lord remembers you. The 2 grannies are yours. The dirty woman in the house has examined the body, the original goods. By the way, my lord would like to remind you, I don't care if people starve to death, and you have to pay the tax money, but if you sell, you go to hell too. Putting down a harsh word, Lord Luan lordly glared at Chen Xi and turned to leave. Ia Lu Ta Jen, come to my home to eat before you go. Zhang Baoquan and Wang Mazi hurriedly followed. Only when the people were all far away did Fan Yen dare to go out of the house to receive the two women into the house. Fan Yen helped the two women stroke their hair, before Chen Xi could see the appearance. When the two women saw Chen Xi's gaze sweeping towards them, they suddenly knelt down, shivering and crying as they kowtowed. Husband, don't eat me. I can read and write, and I can also do math. Please, I can do women's read. I can also work. Don't eat us. Chen Xi covered his forehead once, his expression helpless to the extreme. What's going on here? Why are we eating you? Chapter 9 Qin Yao, by Rong Rong. Chen Xi was made to cry and laugh by this action of the two girls. Who said I want to eat people? The two girls, on the other hand, kowtowed repeatedly, their mouths begging Chen Xi not to eat themselves, crying in sorrow. Get up. Chen Xi was a bit helpless. What was wrong with these two women? A big question mark in his head. Fan Yen wanted to help the two girls up, but the two just wouldn't get up for fear that Chen Xi would eat them after they got up. Not getting up, are you? Yes. I'm going to boil water now and have one for lunch and another for dinner. Fan Yen couldn't help but almost burst out laughing once she heard Chen Xi's words. To scare little girls, Chen Xi really had a knack for it. As expected, not as expected by Fan Yen, the two girls immediately climbed up at the words and looked at Chen Xi with pitiful eyes. The two women got up, and only then did Chen Xi see the two men's faces. The taller girl was thin and pretty, with a tearful mole below her left eye. If Fan Yan's face value is 90 points, then this woman will never be less than 90 points. Unlike women of this age, she was fair-skinned and had obviously never done rough work. Although pitiful at the moment, there was a sense of competence in her body, some of the flavor of a latter-day imperial sister. Then look at the slightly shorter girl, lithe, willow waist, although dressed in cloth, cannot cover the proud figure. Further up, a white neck, a pretty chin, a red mouth, a tiny nose, the last pair of big watery eyes, tears-wet eyelashes do not dare to wipe, blinked twice. Very cute. TSK. When the young girl saw Chen breath sizing herself up, her small feet immediately moved back, giving way to the imperial sister in front of her. Lunch you eat first, imperial sister. I live a little while longer is a little while. Amused by the young girl's small actions, Chen Xi bared his teeth and burst out laughing. They are all adults, but the teenage nature is really cute. Pretending to cough twice to hide his embarrassment, he looked at the young girl with some amusement, trying to tease her. What's your name? Hearing Chen Xi ask her words, the young girl lowered her head and hid behind the imperial sister, not daring to answer. Eat her first. The imperial sister is not sure. People are asking you, why are you hiding behind me? She knew that the young girl was afraid, but she was also afraid of although they have become adults, but now this situation is the first time to see. The two were both 18 or 19 years old, but the imperial sister was obviously more daring. Strongly bracing himself, he stumbled out, That my name is Qin Yao. Qin Yao's small hand reached behind her and pinched the young girl, signaling her to answer. But the young girl just didn't make a sound, burying her little face behind Qin Yao, a wimp with the stupid roe deer stuck in the snow pile. Seeing that she didn't reply, Qin Yao bravely said, her name is Rong Rong Bai. After saying that, he lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Chen Xi, waiting to be sentenced. Chen Xi scratched his head. Was he that scary? Why didn't I feel it? Twisting his head and locking eyes with Fan Yen, he raised his eyebrows twice, which meant to inquire Fan Yen, am I that scary? When Fan Yen saw Chen Xi's stupid look, she felt a little amused in her heart. Don't you know if you're scary or not? The way he pretended to be angry just now did quite frighten the two little girls. Fan Yen stepped forward and pulled Chen Xi's big hand. Husband, aren't you going to the county? Go early and come back early. There's me at home. The small hand pushed forward, signaling Chen Xi to be at ease. These two little girls are afraid of you. I'll calm them both down. Fan Yen showed generosity and did everything for Chen Xi. However, Chen Xi was keenly observing a hint of complexity in the corner of Fan Yen's eyes. It was impossible to say that Fan Yen didn't care. Although it is normal for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines in this ancient society, but it doesn't mean that all women accept it naturally. Just now, a complex color flashed in Fan Yan's eyes, although it was covered up extremely well by her. This kind of suspicion would surely be a big trouble in the future if not dealt with in time. Chen Xi does not want to start a fire in the backyard. The relationship that should be determined must be determined in advance, while Fan Yen is not prepared. Straddling Fan Yen head barfed. In front of the two little girls' face, a mouth kiss on the mouth. Tao licked his lips. Wait for me at home, ma'am, and I'll surprise you tonight. Fan Yen was kissed suddenly. Her pretty face immediately reddened. This tawdry maneuver by Chen Xi was seen by Qin Yao, and by Rongrong was half-truthful. Why is it half-true? because she hid behind Xin Yao. Only one eye peeked out. Where have little girls experienced this? Xin Yao and Bai Rongrong blushed even more than Fan Yan. This husband is definitely a perverted cannibalistic demon. Yeah, absolutely. Listen carefully, you too. Before outsiders you can be my Chen Xi wife. Halfway through Chen Xi's sentence, his words deliberately paused to observe the change in the two women's expressions. Seeing that the two women immediately stood there with their heads lowered like small children who had made a mistake, not daring to move a muscle. But, at home everything is at my mother's command. And, besides, I do not recognize either of you as my wife. As Chen Xi's words left his mouth, the three women present simultaneously froze. Husband. Fan Yan tried to say something, but was interrupted by Chen Xi. Listen to me. You too. If you behave well, you'll have food. If you don't, oh. Chen Breath pointed at the pot in the house and spoke in a threatening tone. You two are just rice. Chen Breath suddenly raised his tone when he said this, in a commanding tone. Remember? The two women were startled. Their feet unconsciously moved back a bit, and they hurriedly answered Chen Xi in a low voice. Remember. Remember. Chen Xi saw that the two women were afraid, and he himself could not play too much, so he could scare them. Passing a dejected look to Fan Yan, Fan Yan was made to say what she felt in her heart by Chen Xi. For one thing, he was afraid that Chen Xi would scare the two girls, and for another, Chen Xi did not recognize them as his husband's wives. What appears to be scaring the two daughters is establishing a family status for herself. Husband. A wave of warmth flowed through her body as Fan Yan figured out why Chen Xi was doing this. Her body was pressed into Chen Xi's arms, and tears slid down her face. She didn't exclude Chen Xi from having a few more wives. It was just that she hadn't yet consummated her marriage with her husband, and now there were two more women. This emotion is indefinable. But this way of handling Chen Rest was really touched by Fan Yan. No matter how many wives husband has in the future, I will be the one closest to him. Fan Yan is very moved. A moment actually rely on the Chun interest in the arms forget to leave. Mother, don't hug me. It's time for my husband to go. Yikes. Fan Yan was so moved just now that she forgot that there were other people at home. Hurriedly disengaging from Chen Xi's embrace, her pretty face turned red with shame. Chen Xi once again emphasized to the two daughters that they should listen to Fan Yan in everything at home, and then turned around to go out. Since they are both suffering people, it is fate that they know each other. So let's consider the two of them as a long-time laborer, still wearing the same straw coat from the morning, with the elk skin around his bottom, carrying elk meat all the way to the county seat. I can't help it. I have no clothes to wear and I'm warm from trotting. Wawa village is not far from the county town. With Chen Xi speed 1.5 hours to arrive, thanks to this good physique. Otherwise it would take midnight to get home after one visit. The snow came suddenly, and the people, industrious as they were, had by this time cleared the mountain roads leading to the county seat. But it is a good place for the people of the nearby villages to sell some mountain products. The noble people of the county like to eat some mountain treasures, pine nuts, mushrooms. The villagers took them to the county to exchange for food or winter clothing. Despite the years of war and famine, the county is still a dumping ground for mountain goods and an important economic hub for the people in the neighborhood. In the morning, there are already villagers carrying various goods to sell in the county on the mountain road. Families with livestock drove ox carts, while those without livestock relied on manual labor. Chen Breath is even more dashing, with a grass curtain coat on top and an elk skin around his lower body. He carried more than 50 pounds of elk meat and ran faster than an ox cart. The villagers on the road were dumbfounded. What kind of animal is this? It just swished by? By the time he came back to his senses, Chen Xi had already run a long way away. Who dash? Chen Breath went from trotting at the beginning to running all the way through the process, experiencing only a mental process. That means going home early to work. There is only one bed in the house for the maiden. Where do the two broads sleep? Ugh, it gives me a headache just thinking about it. The original journey of 1.5 hours was hardened and shortened by half an hour by Chen Xi. Chen Xi jogged all the way into the city. The magistrate watching the gates was taken aback. Where is it from? People? It seems to be human, but not quite sure yet, because Chen Xi's outfit was too alternative. Passers-by in the county scared when they saw him. Good lad. It's a waste of time for that physique not to go plowing 2 acres of land. Chen Breath ignored the whispers of passers-by as he walked and looked. This was his, including the cutie, predecessor, first time in the county. Everything I see is new to me. Take a closer look at the passers-by. The outsiders are all dish-ragged. The natives of the county are relatively better, but not much better. There are no early risers in the county's nobility, and the streets are full of poor people who are scrounging for a living. This shows how much the people have been harmed by the consecutive years of war in the Daigo dynasty. And this is just one prefecture that epitomizes the whole of Omoku. Just as Chen Xi was staggering along, passing by a dental office, a loud questioning voice came out from inside. Where are those 2 women who were sent in yesterday? It was followed by another fawning voice. Ha ha, you don't know yet, my lord, but I was taken to a village this morning by Lord Lu and Lord Li. I heard that a hunter came out of that village and took the man early. The loud voice paused and came again. Tramp, what a coincidence. I was planning to play with these two at night. Your Excellency, you are not to blame. Lord Li said before he left, that the hunter could not feed these two criminal women, and it would not take long to send the people back. What's the matter with you? You can't send me back a girl with a yellow flower, can you? What a bummer. My lord, don't be angry. My lord, don't be angry. Hurry into the house and drink a mouthful of hot tea to warm your body. Chen Breath's eyes narrowed into a thin line as he listened to the conversation between the two. A criminal woman? You want to play with my wife? Say I can't keep it and send it back in a few days? There's definitely something fishy going on here. Okay, I'll make a note of these people. Lord Lu, Lord Li, and that Zhang Baoquan. I'd like to see what kind of tricks you guys are playing. Chapter 10. What? Who wants to send me 2 more ES? Chen Xi stood at the door for a full quarter of an hour, and the dental firm was always quiet, so I think that loud voice went into the inner room. Trying to hear more clues is out of the question. Let's get down to business. As for their conversation, Chen Xi had memorized it. Lord Lu, Lord Li, Zhang Baoquan, and that loudmouth. These 4 people had already been on Chen Xi's blacklist. If you want to mess with me, weigh yourself first, don't play it off then. Chen Xi was already wary in his heart. It seemed that he must act steadily in the future. Otherwise, you're going to be at a big disadvantage. Calming down a bit, Chen Xi continued to walk forward along the street. Walked along the county to familiarize myself with the terrain and to get a feel for the layout of the county. You'll be coming to this county often, so familiarize yourself with the routes first. I chose the biggest store that collects mountain goods, Shan Bao Tang. The name is relevant. Stepped right in. Chen Xi was dressed in a straw coat, with the skin of a roe deer around his lower body and the meat of the roe deer on his shoulder. When a little fellow saw Chen Xi in this outfit, he first froze for a moment, and then he smiled and came to greet Chen Xi. The little fellow asked knowingly, "Please come inside." "Sir, are you here to sell mountain goods?" "Right." The little fellow let Chen Xi into the inner room, poured a bowl of tea, and greeted him with a smile. Chen Xi thought to himself, this is to see me carrying roe deer to come, otherwise his own this line, designated to blow himself out. Dropping the roe on the table, he sat down in his chair with a big grin and took a drink of his tea. After running through the mountains for an hour, he was indeed a bit thirsty. "Sir, drink slowly, there's more here." The little fellow refilled the tea and looked at Chen Xi with an expectant face. When the other fellows saw Chen Xi carrying the big roe deer, they all watched with bated breath. Nay, he had already been received by the little fellow, or he himself would have gone up to curry favor. "It's been a long time since I've seen a hunter who can hunt roe deer. You know that now that the military is in a state of chaos, experienced hunters are being drafted to the front lines. It's been a long time since the store received such a rare item." Chen Xi drank 3 bowls of tea in a row and spat out a mouthful of tea leaf froth with a yuck. The little fellow didn't get angry when he saw this, so he waited on the sidelines. Chen Xi glanced at the little fellow and pretended, "Do you take elk meat?" "Collect." Once the little fellow heard Chen Xi straight to the point, immediately smiled and smiled. This kind of rare mountain goods but deeply loved by the noble people. Pure wild game. Look at this big roe deer, at least must be 50 or 60 pounds. The fellow's eyes rolled and he fawned with a smile as he touched the roe deer meat with his hand. This big roe deer is so strong. I wonder where the guest hunted it. Chen Xi once again glanced at the little dude. Can it not be strong? The old man almost did not die of exhaustion in order to chase it. But the little dude was playing this little trick with himself. Still too young. This elk came to my house by himself to steal food and was killed by me. The fellow smiled sarcastically at his words, knowing that he had run into a connoisseur. Originally, I saw that Chen Xi was dressed in a strange costume and wanted to set some words out. I did not expect this little trick of his to be demolished. Awkwardly scratching his head, wanting to strike up a conversation again but was interrupted by a voice. "You go and receive the other guests. I'll receive this guest." A middle-aged man wearing a gray robe walked out from behind the door at some point. Looking at the dress, he should be a steward. Yes, boss, you come." The shopkeeper eavesdropped on the conversation between the two at the door, and saw that Chen Xi knew the rules of the hunters, and that the goods were not exposed. Inside line, and seeing that the fellow didn't get any words out of him, he was afraid of offending his honored guest. The shopkeeper's year-round collection of mountain goods cannot see that this roe deer all over the body, on the neck at the mouth of a blood groove. On closer inspection, the bone was bone and the flesh was flesh. Only the tendons were missing. It's a steady, precise hand, the best of the old hunters, or else they'd never have been this good at it. And that elk tendon is a good material for a hunting lasso. The shopkeeper saw the clues at a glance, changed the new tea for Chen Xi, personally poured half a bowl, and his tone was very polite. "The little fellow doesn't know the rules. You're laughing at me, customer. This is this year's new tea. Guest you taste it. Chen Breath knew that the rightful owner had come, picked up the tea bowl and took a sip, and very naturally said, the tea is very good. The shopkeeper is too polite. Ha ha, as long as it suits your taste. This roe deer. What price do you want to pay? Getting right to the point, this shopkeeper is pretty quick to throw a bit of a tantrum. Regular price. Chen Breath was testing the other party. He knew that this thing was scarce now, and it was not at all possible to take it at a regular price. As for what the regular price was, Chen Xi had no concept in his heart. In the morning the two bride grooming teams, Lord Lu and Lord Li, had said that they wanted to buy the roe deer in Chen Xi's hand for 10 won a caddy, and said the regular price is 5 won. Two people still pity Chen Xi. Out of 10 won, this figure Chen interest is not recognized. This era of corn have reached 3 won a caddy. Meat for 5 texts? He doesn't believe it. Remembering the way those two adults looked at themselves, it was clear that they were looking at a fat sheep to be slaughtered. In his heart, he thought that he could sell it for 15 won, but if the shopkeeper charged him 10 won, he would find an excuse not to sell it. Try your luck again at another one. There are several stores in the county that collect mountain goods anyway. Seeing Chen Xi's calm demeanor and very natural tone, the shopkeeper knew that the other party was testing himself. The young man is quite smart. The shopkeeper suddenly laughed. Some years ago, before the war, this stuff was 20 cents a pound. But in recent years, the court has been fighting for years, and old hunters have been drafted into the army, so this kind of wild game is not seen much. At those words, Chen Xi's heart thumped. 15 texts? You're still too conservative yourself. The heart hates Lord Lu and Lord Li again. Bullying honest people, right? Okay, I'll keep this account. I'm not afraid to settle scores. After the shopkeeper finished, he let out a leisurely sigh and looked a bit dazed, as if he had seen those old hunters who used to be on good terms. I don't know if I'll ever see the old ones again in this life. Ugh. The shopkeeper shook his head, as if in remembrance. Chen Xi, on the other hand, is interested, cannot see that this shopkeeper is quite temperamental. Maybe it's just that at this age, you appreciate some of your old buddies more. A moment later, the shopkeeper opened his mouth and said with a straight face, if the guest is selling at the regular price, then I won't take it. Chen Xi heard something in his words. The regular price is not charged. What price is charged? The interest in the shopkeeper intensified. Please speak up if you have something to say. Mr. Boss. Ha ha, this customer friend. If I just promise to collect it at the regular price, then friend will find an excuse to leave, right? Chen Xi likewise laughed out loud. A bit of fun, that's the flavor. Kid Chen rest. I don't know the shopkeepers. Old clumsy Guan Chongqing. In the past those old hunters called me Old Guan. Little friend can continue. Call me Old Guan is. Old Guan make a bid. The stuff is yours. Guan Chongqing was refreshing, and Chen Xi was even more refreshing. Throw in the temperament, the right flavor, where there are so many twists and turns. 41 a pound. Weigh, 80 pounds. Deal. A couple of small fellows next to him caught the conversation between the old and the young in their ears. Listening to it was completely dumbfounding. Is the world changing so fast? What's wrong with the shopkeeper today? Straight away, I'm offering a whopping 40 cents. You don't even weigh the elk. You just give it 80 pounds? That roe deer how to count also count less than 80 pounds off. This is, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Chen Xi and Lao Guan smiled brightly at each other, both seeing something in each other's eyes. It's all in the words. Chen Breath has a sales outlet, and Lao Guan has one more regular customer. Business among men is pretty simple sometimes. Went to the counter and picked up 3 bunches of money, plus 200 won. A string of money in this day and age was equal to 1,000 won, which was also equal to 1 or 2 silver pieces. There are very few silver mines in the great imperial dynasty, and most small transactions are usually settled in copper. Only large transactions used silver, and many of the people had never seen silver in their lives. Chen Xi waited in his hand for a few moments and smiled in satisfaction. Goodbye, Old Guan. Take care, little friend. Chen Xi walked out of the store, and the little fellow who had received Chen Xi at the very beginning immediately trotted in front of Lao Guan. Boss, what's wrong with you today? That kid's got some skills, but not much. Old Guan gave the little fellow a blank look and looked at the roe deer on the table. This technique, this quality, with the snow sealing the mountains, you can still get such good goods. Think about it, who could do that without some skill? The little dude was still in the dark and his head was spinning. I have to admit that he's a bit of a talent, but it's not like we're paying that much to collect him. Seeing that the little fellow still didn't understand, Old Guan first shook his head helplessly and sighed in a serious tone. You remember, don't care about that small profit when you do business with such people. Don't you know how much profit can be made from a head of mountain goods of this quality in the store? The little fellow froze for a long time after hearing this, and then woke up as if in a dream. So that's how the shopkeeper counts. Ah, a slap on the thigh. Why did I not think of it? In the past, it was indeed 21 a caddy. But now, not to mention this quality, even if the quality is a little lower, it can still be sold at a high price. The shopkeeper often says that things are rare and those nobles don't care about money. What they care about is scarcity. The little fellow was trained to be obedient, and a word of instruction from a senior person is better than 10 years of hard work. Learn it well. You'll have to support the store when I'm old. Old Guan sighed again and turned to go back to the house. The little fellow sent the shopkeeper back to the house and suddenly thought of something. Hurrying to the counter, he grabbed a box of pastries from your people and chased them out the door. This pastry is a small fellow to the county noble's delivery. Because of the sweet mouth to please the nobles, rewarded him a box of pastries. He couldn't bear to eat it, wanting to bring it home to his old mother to taste the pastries that only the nobles ate. But now that he had figured it out, being able to make a friend with a hunter like Chen Xi, a box of pastries was not worth mentioning, not to mention the fact that he had surprised him today. Hunter Chen, wait, the little fellow was busy chasing out, shouting as he ran. Chen Xi was looking for a ready-made clothes store to buy a new jacket for his wife, when suddenly he heard someone shouting for Chen Hunter behind him. He was all too familiar with the title of Chen Hunter. Zhang Baoquan had said that he was a hunter, so there are 2 more in-laws. Grinning back at the thought, what? Who's going to send me 2 more broads? Chapter 11 Door-to-door pickup. Chen interest to see as a small boy holding a box to chase. A moment of uncertainty, the small boy to chase their own why. Hunter Chen, hoo. Seeing that he was chasing after him in a hurry, Chen Xi hurriedly covered the copper coins he had just gotten from selling his goods and raised his eyebrows. What is it? This kid was in a hurry, trying to set me up from the moment he walked in the door, and now he's coming after me with a box in his arms, so he must be up to no good. The little fellow ran to Chen breath and sidestepped to take a few big breaths to adjust his breathing. Turning around, he again saw Chen Xi with his hands over his money bag, looking at himself with unkind eyes. The young man knew that Chen Xi had misunderstood, and quickly replaced it with a pleasing smile. Hunter Chen, just now it was my little one who didn't know the rules. Please bear with Hunter Chen. Chen Xi gave the little fellow a suspicious look. Just this matter is worth you specially chasing after to apologize? Mind alert. He casually made a perfunctory remark. It's okay, I didn't even take it to heart. Chen interest, this is the truth. He really did not put on the heart, although his own days are difficult some, but it is also temporary. The abruptness of a little fellow did not concern him. With his own ideas beyond this era, an extraordinary skill, it is only a matter of time before he becomes rich. Seeing this reply from Chen Xi, the little fellow let out a bitter smile. It seemed that he had indeed left a bad impression on Hunter Chen. Cupping the pastry box in both hands, he bent forward and handed it out with both hands. Hunter Chen, just now it was my fault. This is a little token of my appreciation. I hope Hunter Chen will forgive me. The little fellow's attitude was very sincere, causing Chen Xi to look at him highly, not expecting the little fellow to be quite good at his job. It doesn't matter what's in the box. Knowing your mistakes and having that attitude is enough. Not to mention that Chen Xi has money in his arms right now. Even if he doesn't have any money, there's no way he would want the little dude stuff. Although the small fellows are dressed neatly, but they are also some whitewashed linen jacket, the same social bottom just. Good. With this thought it is enough. Good intentions are appreciated. I will not accept the things. Chen Xi nodded his head and smiled in response, indicating his approval of the little fellow's attitude. When the young man saw that Chen Xi did not accept the gift, he immediately took out the pleasing means of treating the nobles of the county and began to say solemnly, Brother Chen, our misunderstanding is resolved, but this gift is not for you. Chen Xi raised his eyebrows. Not for me? Then who is it for? Mentally, he came to be a little interested in the little fellow, not interrupting him, wanting to hear what kind of tricks the boy was playing. I have the audacity to climb high. This box of Gui Xianfan's pastries, please ask Brother Chen to bring it back for the ladies to try. Once Chen Xi heard this, his interest intensified a few points. The little fellow was not only good at doing things, but also good at talking. But that wasn't enough. I had to test him. Oh, how did you know I had a lady? Once the little fellow heard this, he knew that Chen Xi was testing himself, and immediately smiled with a pleased brow. Hey Brother Chen, the hunter's dental records, but there are 3 wives. This is my little brother to give his sister-in-laws a gift to meet. Sister-in-laws, if you are used to eating, Brother Chen at any time to order the small. The little fellow didn't fill his mouth with words, but only said to order the little one at any time, and that's how brilliant he was. Whether he was instructed to buy it or to deliver it, and who was to pay for it, none of this was said. Even so, that's a beautiful thing to say. Chen interest where will not know this little trick of his, uttered the words so that people cannot pick fault. Indeed a little bit of that flavor. This kid is a real piece of work. The little dude is resourceful, so when he gets better, he can cultivate it. Well, since little brother has said so, I'll thank you for your sister-in-law. Seeing Chen Xi accept the gift, the little fellow hemmed and hawed. Big brother Chen, I am the fifth in my family. Big brother will just call me Little Five from now on. Little Five introduced himself, and the relationship was brought one level closer. Chen Breath thought to himself, Xiao Wu also this name is quite smooth. It is not as awkward as himself. Chen Xiao Air? Chen Air little cute. Yuck. Just call yourself Brother Chen. Okay Xiao Wu. I'll look for you next time I come to sell mountain goods. Chen Xi put down a promise and turned to leave but was stopped by Xiao Wu. He. The next time you hunt something good, Xiao Wu will go fetch it. No need to trouble Brother Chen to make a trip himself. It would be better for Brother Chen to tell me where my family lives, so that Brother Chen doesn't have to run back and forth and his sisters-in-law at home worry. Yo, is a piece of business material. Chen interest more and more appreciate this small five. In the latter part of the world this is called door-to-door pickup. Have a business mindset that is beyond this era so that you can keep your customers locked in and not be robbed by other peers. Chen Breath did some calculations in his mind and made a decision according to the density of prey in the mountains and his confidence in his own handiwork. Nodding, he then smiled faintly and held out 3 fingers. 3 days later, you go to Awa village and inquire about Chen Air. Brother Chen will do. Chen interest almost said bald mouth. Directly called the big number seems to us no face. Small name Chen too little cute. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do that. He is at least a hunter, which cannot want this nickname. Held back for a moment to change his name to Chen Big Brother. The village has only one family of its own, surnamed Chen. So how can I ask around? Good Lu Chen Big Brother. Little brother 3 days later will arrive. Contacted into a business. Xiao Wu was overjoyed. The shopkeeper would be very happy if he knew he was so good at his job. By the way Xiao Wu, do you know which house in the county sells winter clothes? Make it the best quality. Warm coat. As soon as Xiao Wu heard that Chen Xi wanted to buy a jacket, his eyes lit up. This was a good opportunity to flatter, and he began to gush. Chen Big Brother you ask little brother is to ask the right person. This county who's good goods. Little brother but door clear. Big brother see that ready-made clothes store in front of you. Chen Xi looked in the direction Xiao Wu pointed, and there was indeed a large 2-story store with an elaborate exterior decoration. In a year of famine and war, to have such a 2-story store, the owner must be a bit of a doormat. Either they have a relationship with the government office, or they are the real deal. In short, they have power. Okay, that's his house. Xiao Wu saw that Chen Xi had misunderstood and quickly stopped to explain. Brother Chen you have misunderstood. Little brother is not talking about this store. It's the other one in the hut on behind this store. Chen Xi frowned and looked at that 2nd-story store once again. Such a good location. Such a good decoration. There's a dress store in the alley behind it? How can business be good? With Chen Xi's concept of doing business, he immediately detected a hint of something unusual. Little Five went on. Brother Chen, just go to the one in the hutong, and say that it was recommended by Xiao Wu from Shan Bao Tang, and the shopkeeper can still give you a favorable price. Okay, I get it. You go back. Chen interest does not want to delay too long in the county. Last night under the hunting set of fish traps are still confiscated. The family has 2 new mothers-in-law. A bunch of things are waiting to be taken care of. Good Lu Chen Big Brother. You go busy. Little brother first back to the store. A moment the shopkeeper should be anxious. Well, go ahead. Xiao Wu went back to the store. Chen Xi has money in his arms. His heart has a bottom line. Striding toward that 2nd-floor ready-made clothes store. Glancing up at the plaque as he passed the doorway. Glory Clothier. Sweeping inside again. The goods were very complete, and there were quite a few noblewomen with maids choosing clothes. In the center of the store, tiger skins, leopard skins, bear skins, white fox skins, hung in full rows. Those furs are average in fur color and oil brightness, but they are rare. Chen Breath stood outside and took a closer look, finally skimming his lips. The craftsmanship is just SOSO. I'm sure it would look a dozen times better if you made it yourself. After seeing what was wrong no longer stayed, turned and went into the alley. Not much farther, a short store came into view ahead. Wrongy place. Chen Xi frowned and turned back to look at the 2-story store again. Not only was it so close, but even the name was so similar. Chapter 12 I sell my art, not my body. This is an interesting business, and I don't know if this Wrongy Fong can make it. As soon as he pushed the door, Chen Xi took a step and entered. The store was a decent size, estimated to be 50 to 60 square meters, but it was naturally not comparable to that luxurious 2-story store. Any other hall in the house is bigger than it. In looking at the counter, some fabrics are arranged in a staggered manner, and some rabbit skins, badger skins, and other small animal furs are hanging on the walls. But the jacket is not a large variety, but it is thick. I can see that the shopkeeper is not an amateur. It is to win with quality. Otherwise the store is opened in the back of that luxury ready-to-wear store. Not even a mouthful of soup. No one was in the store at this time. Chen interest is not in a hurry. Looked around. Could not stop nodding. The workmanship is much stronger than the one in front. Just as Chen Xi was choosing his clothes, the back door opened with a creak, and then a woman came in. The woman was carrying a bundle of firewood in her arms, and when she saw that there was a guest in the store, she immediately put the firewood next to the fireplace. Coming to Chen breath, he ran his hair in embarrassment. Your guest has been waiting for a long time. My daughter has just gone to busy herself with some work. Please bear with me if I have slowed down your guest. A woman? Chen Xi was first stunned for a moment, followed by a big question mark in his head. The rules of this era were still clear to him. Women are very traditional, especially in the county, and the women of big families don't leave their doors open. Women from small families also try to avoid showing their faces, not to mention such a woman who was about the same age as herself. Open a store? Doing business? Chen Xi took a closer look at the woman in front of him, about 20 or so years old, with fair skin, delicate features, and picturesque eyebrows. Wearing a thick floral jacket, the wonderful body was covered tightly. To ask why he was so sure that this woman had a wonderful body, who made the two masses of her breasts holding up the flowery jacket rise high, very material, tsk. In particular, her long, dark hair was coiffed high and her sideburns were combed meticulously. The temperament is competent and valiant. If placed in the latter days, casually put on a set of OL professional clothes, step on high heels, proper stunning female president template. Chen Xi was slightly lost in thought, knowing that it was a bit rude of him to keep staring at others. He scratched his head in embarrassment. There's no hurry, I'll choose some coats. While Chen Xi was sizing up the woman was also sizing up Chen Xi, tall and straight, a handsome face knife chopping axe chiseling like sharp edges, a bad smile at the corner of the mouth, giving the woman a kind of gangster handsome feeling. The healthy wheat-colored skin inside was vaguely visible through the upper body of the grass shirt. There's a unique air about standing there. Nope. It's so cold and he's wearing a straw coat? The woman looked down suspiciously and almost giggled with delight. A large elk skin was wrapped around his lower body like a skirt worn by a woman, and underneath a pair of thick straw shoes with the little toes propped out and exposed. The woman saw that the straw shoes really did not hold back, and finally was Chen interest in this line of work to break the defense. I'm sorry. The woman blushed and lowered her head. Her eyes inadvertently swept back to the pair of straw shoes, and hurriedly twisted her head away, her shoulders shrugging uncontrollably. Chen interest to follow the woman's gaze down. The eyes suddenly black, came to run hard, did not notice that the straw shoes were propped up. The little toe struggled to retract, but it got stuck in the straw shoe. It was funny how you couldn't retract it, and the stubborn little toes just hung out to dry. Seeing that the little toe couldn't be retracted, Chen breath pursed his lips and eventually didn't dwell on the issue. Don't worry about the details, it's just a little weather. Ahem. How do you sell this jacket? Chen Xi pointed to the boarded-up flower jacket folded on the store, which was the same model worn by the woman. He had seen it from the moment he entered the room, and it was the thickest of the coats, so it must have kept his wife warm. Well, your honored guest will wait a moment. The woman finally stifled her laughter, and when she saw that Chen Xi wanted to buy a jacket, she immediately took out the flowery jacket, thoughtfully unfolding it in front of her chest and comparing it to her body. Would you like to see if it suits your wife? The woman was very good at business, and as soon as she saw the flowery jacket he had chosen, she immediately understood that it was for the lady of the house. Chen Xi carefully measured. The stitching was well proportioned. The material was sufficient, compared to the one worn by his sister-in-law. I don't know how many times stronger. Pinched the body of the jacket. The cotton inside the wadding is overall very thick, weighing a few times in the hand. It is very light and soft, nice and the right size. Seeing Chen Xi's series of actions, a hint of curiosity flashed in the woman's eyes. A big man is quite knowledgeable, knowing to weigh the cotton and stitches inside. With these cotton pants, how much for a set? While Chen Xi was surveying the flower jacket, he also chose a pair of cotton pants, and was satisfied with the material and workmanship. I wonder how your guest found the small store. Can anyone ever recommend it? Chen interest to see the woman does not say the price, but also asked if there is anyone to recommend. Only a moment to answer. No one recommended it. I found it on my own. He didn't want to say that Xiaowu recommended him to come, then he would be embarrassed to bargain. There is a skill in the latter days called killing one's own hallowed traveler to this ancient society. If this were to be killed and cooked, wouldn't it be a disgrace? Trying to fatten yourself up? Killing the familiar? No way. Chen Breath had already seen through her tricks and was gloating over her own little cleverness. Your guest is not telling the truth, is he? The woman looked at Chen Xi with a playful face. This store is hidden, so hidden. You are your own search? It's a fool's errand. Chen Xi was stunned at his words. Was this cooked to be a must-kill? What? Beat me to death. I won't admit it. Bite my tongue. Love it. In short, I can't slaughter myself as a fat sheep. Real. I just sought it out on my own. The corners of the woman's mouth curved up slightly, looking at him with some amusement at his deadpan demeanor. Folding the flowery jacket neatly on the cargo table, he turned his head and stared at Chen Xi's face for an instant. Since no one has a recommendation, I'm sorry, your guest. The woman stretched out a small white hand, palm upwards, her red lips slightly open to spit out 2 words. Not for sale. The meaning is clear. Not only do not sell you, but also signal to send the guest. Chen, interest by the woman, this operation stunned off the jaw. What? No sale? Killing is not ripe for even selling the goods. 3 big words instantly came to mind. Dark store. Definitely a dark store. A woman, in broad daylight, running a dark store. If she was running a black store, then Xiao Wu still recommended herself here. Chen Xi narrowed his eyes and secretly said that people's hearts were treacherous, deciding to test the waters. If it was as he suspected, then there was something wrong with Little Five as well. It's still a big deal. Pa dash. Slapping the 3 strings of money from the elk seller on the counter, he lowered his gaze slightly to meet the woman's without moving away. Make an offer. Not for sale. The woman's afterglow swept the 3 strings of money on the counter, and the corners of her mouth lifted in an arc once more. But the gesture of sending off the guests was changed, clenched his fist and stretched out a scallion finger to point downward. You can trade for it. Chen Xi followed the woman's finger to look underneath her body, and immediately had a bad smile on his face. Sorry girl, I'm selling my art, not my body. Chapter 13. My name is Zhuo Qianqian. Meeting Chen Xi's face with a bad smile, the woman froze for a split second and looked at the location of her finger, which was precisely Chen Xi's crotch. There was a great deal of bashfulness. Somewhat exasperated, she stomped her foot, her face as shy as a red apple. Who said you have to take this thing in exchange? What do you understand? This young lady is not yet married, but she was misunderstood by a strange man. How can it be spread out? But think about that finger of yours, it does point to that spot. The woman pursed her lips. Today must explain clearly, or to the outside spread. They simply cannot do people. I didn't mean it like that. I said you could trade for elk skins. The woman stared at Chen Xi with a grudging face. She had wanted to dismantle his identity, but she didn't expect to be teased by him instead. Thinking about it made her angry. Oh, you're talking about elk skins, girl. Chen breath deliberately dusted his crotch. Scared me. I thought it was that. What? The woman is anxious. You must say clearly today, or I must find someone to waste you. Even though I was kicked out of the house by my stepmother, I still have my sister-in-law, who is so powerful that she will find a group of thugs to beat you up. If you dare to say anything, I'll cut off your ugly thing, so you can't be a man for the rest of your life. Seeing that the woman was indeed in a hurry, Chen Xi was too embarrassed to continue teasing her and opened his mouth with a helpless face. I thought it was elk skin. The woman stared at Chen Xi. Her pretty face was green for a while and white for a while. She was teased by him 3 times, but the girl couldn't return the favor. If I hadn't thought of doing business with you, I would not have spared you if you had just made fun of me. The woman was exasperated and gasped hard for a few breaths, and blankly glanced at Chen Xi without a good look. It was Little Five of the Mountain Treasure Hall who recommended you, wasn't it? Chen breath was a bit surprised. How did she know? My identity was revealed so quickly? The woman blanked him once again, and with her 2 small hands inserted in front of her chest, she opened her mouth as if she were a magistrate examining a case. Humph, all dressed in straw shoes, and an elk skin around the bottom. And the elk skins are so fresh, they don't look processed at all. The money that was taken out is still strung out by the Mountain Treasure Hall. Combining the above points, this girl not only concluded that you were recommended by Little Five of the Mountain Treasure Hall, but she also saw that the woman's mouth didn't end, and she stretched out that small hand again, her fingertips gently pointing at Chen Xi's chest, her big eyes cunningly narrowing into a line. This lady can also see that you are a hunter, right? Chen breath this time was really shocked. Did not expect a little girl piece of observation so carefully. Deduction is not even the slightest difference. That's a couple of things. Kind of underestimated you. Since the girl has seen it all, I won't hide it. I'm going to buy away that flowery jacket, and there's no way I'm going to trade you for the elk skin. Name the price. Chen breath stopped pretending and showed his cards. The roe deer skins are to be used to make blankets for your mother. The wooden bed at home is cool. It is not good to freeze your mother. The woman saw Chen interest generously admitted. The heart is very pleased, then wry smile. Loaded? Can't pretend anymore? Can you? You're too young to pretend with me. But when she saw that he was unwilling to exchange the skin of the roe deer, the woman did not dwell on it any longer. A set of flower coats is 81, and since you came here on the recommendation of Xiaowu, I'll charge you 75 won. The woman twisted her head triumphantly, spreading her small hand to signal Chen Xi to pay the bill. Chen Xi silently put the 3 strings of money on the counter into his pocket, and with his other hand, he pulled out 200 won in change and placed it in the woman's palm. here's 201. And get me a pair of thick cotton shoes. With the rest of the money, buy 2 more sets of coats and cotton shoes for women. All in your size is fine. The woman weighed the change in her hand, turned to put it on the counter, and found a pair of cotton shoes to put next to the flowery jacket. Just a moment, noble guest, this is for the young lady. As she spoke, the woman skimmed her lips and carried 2 more sets of coats and cotton shoes. These 2 are for the first and second mistresses, a total of 201. The youngest lady's is the thickest. The remaining 2 ladies are of lesser quality, but they are warmer than the usual coats. The woman's mouth chattered endlessly, clearly seeing him as a scumbag who had married the new and forgotten the old. Chen Xi was somewhat helpless and shook his head with a bitter smile. This girl may not look young, but she knows her way around the house. Probably all the lords in the county are like that, marrying their little ladies and losing their wives and mothers. Whatever she thought, she didn't have the luxury of explaining so much to her. The 3 sets of coats were wrapped and tied with a piece of leftover cloth used to make clothes, and they were slung over their shoulders and were about to leave the house without saying a word. Is that what you're going to wear? The lethargic voice came. Chen Xi turned his head back, and the woman rolled her eyes at him again. At some point the woman had a set of clothes in her arms and dropped them on the cargo table. This is the hunter's favorite hunting coat, which not only keeps you warm but also makes it easier to run through the snow. These shoes are also waterproof, so you can use them for catching a fish or something. Chen Xi scratched his head in embarrassment. Still, a girl's heart is fine. After buying clothes for the 3 grannies, he forgot his own. Pretending to cough twice to hide his embarrassment, he stepped forward and picked up his set. Unwrapped that string of money, 130 cents. The woman put her small hand out again, signaling Chen Xi to pay the bill. This time, Chen Breath was even more embarrassed. This little girl had actually embarrassed herself. Hastily unwrapping a string of money, he counted out 131 and handed it to her. Going first, haha. Chen Breath tries to bolt. Slow down. The woman stepped out of the counter to stop Chen Xi from going, and said with a smile on her face, my name is Zachary. I don't know your guest. Chen Breath. Ow. Brother Chen. Satsuki raised her hand and pointed to the various animal pelts hanging on the wall. If Big Brother Chen hunts these fine pelts, he can sell them to Qian Xian at a good price. Chen Breath skimmed the furs hanging on the wall and the corner of his mouth twitched. With this kind of crappy craftsmanship, you're trashing the good stuff. Good talk. Good talk. Chen interest today delayed too long, but also to buy some food to go back. Their own into the city home. 3 girls are still hungry. Zhou Qianxian still wanted to get close to Chen Xi again, thinking of collecting some furs from him in the future. Being able to know this kind of hunter was undoubtedly a good thing for the small store. But Chen Xi didn't give the woman a chance to continue the conversation, turned around and left, out the door straight to the grain store. Zhou Qianxian stood at the doorway until she watched Chen Xi out of the alley. The corner of her mouth curved into an upward arc, and her big, crafty eyes blinked. My lady will not let go of a hunter who can hunt elk. She has her own little mind. Now that her sister-in-law is sick, the bone setter said that only the snow Ganoderma lucidum, which can only be found in the depths of the Great White Mountains, can cure her sister-in-law's illness. Regular people simply didn't dare to go deep into the Great White Mountains, and only some experienced hunters had the ability to do so. But the court has conscripted the old hunters into the army, and the newly grown hunters can't even hunt roe deer, let alone go deep into the mountains. LOL. It seemed like I had to go talk to Xiao Wu and inquire whether Chen Xi had any real skills or not. Yeah, right now. Zhou Qianxian did not procrastinate in her work, and when she decided to act immediately, she closed the door of her store and marched towards Shanbao Hall. Chen Xi exited the alley and found a place where no one was around to change into his new clothes and shoes, went to the grain store and bought some grain and eggs, and spent another 300 won on a pound of coarse salt. Salt in this dynasty was so expensive and could only be sold by the government. Just 1 caddy of coarse salt cost 300 won. Chen Xi's heart was dripping blood. It seemed that in the future, he would have to purify refined salt himself, or else he really couldn't afford to eat it, and buy some needles, thread and brain and other home applications. I entered the city early in the morning, and now it was midday. Mother must be waiting impatiently at home. Got out of town and ran all the way home. Chapter 14 Qin Yao, by Rong Rong, each with their own thoughts. It took Chen Xi less than an hour to return to Wawa village, and at the entrance of the village, he met Auntie Zhang, who was chopping wood in the courtyard. Hello Auntie Zhang. Greetings are generous. He is a grateful person. Auntie Zhang did not hesitate to offend the village chief to testify for him, so he doubly good to Auntie Zhang. A cookie, you're back. Auntie Zhang put down her axe and hurried out of the courtyard door, and saw Chen Xi holding a lot of things in large packages. First, he was stunned for a moment, then he guessed that Chen Xi was selling the roe deer for something to go home. Thank you, breath, and ask your mother to bring me a hare. Auntie Zhang told the story of how Fan Yan had sent half a hare to herself in the morning and distributed the other half to a few other women. I should Auntie Zhang. Usually you didn't spare my mother. now that I'm cured. I'll have to give Auntie Zhang meat when I hunt it in the future. Chen interest said is not polite words, their own stupid that time. Aunt Zhang did not less succor Fan Yen. Now that he is here himself, this favor must be repaid. Auntie Zhang's heart was warmed when she saw how grateful Chen Xi was, but seeing how much he bought that much, he must have spent a lot of money and immediately shrugged it off. Auntie Zhang, don't send it with a small interest. You children save some money to spend. Next month you still have to pay 4 head tax. At the thought of the poll tax, Auntie Zhang's brows furrowed deeply, looked around to see no one, and pulled Chen Xi to whisper instructions. This morning I had no intention of listening to Zhang Baoquan and the 2 adults from the family delivery team. Auntie Zhang once again looked around to make sure that no one was nearby, and then approached Chen Xi's ear. Your 4 capitation taxes are going up. Normally a head tax is 5 bunches of money, and they purposely raised your price to 7 bunches of money. Chen interest sudden sword eyebrow raised. Head tax is a fixed amount of money. That is the amount set by the court. How can it be that this group of people below said to change the change? I also heard them say that the 2 broads who delivered you this morning were the ladies of official families, and that the men and their families had all been killed. A woman becomes a criminal woman sent to a marriage delivery team, and when the time comes to marry out the court collects taxes. After hearing Auntie Zhang speak, Chen Xi suddenly realized that this was the case. Thinking back to the morning, the 2 women were escorted here in chains, and I didn't think much about it at the time. No wonder the 2 women did not look like ordinary women. Soft and weak did not look like they could work at all. The royal sister can read and write and do math, and the little lowly can do women's read. Dare I say they're all young ladies from official families. Thank you Auntie Zhang. I know the identity of the 2 grannies he knew, and also knew about the poisonous plan of Zhang Baoquan and the 2 adults. Chen Xi was once again vigilant in his heart. 7 bunches of money? Oh, I'd like to see how you guys take it. Well, the small interest has a hunter craft. Pay attention to the safety of more hunting in the future. Do not pay all the head tax to be enlisted in the army. Auntie Zhang gave several more instructions and listened to the sounds of other villagers walking around nearby before finally sending Chen Xi away with a worried look on her face. Alas, poor little rest. Those 2 women are good looking, but they can't carry a shoulder or a hand. So what's the point of marrying them at home? Shaking his head with a sigh, he went back to work. Chen Xi returned home and saw that the 3 girls were sitting on the bed waiting for him. Yeah, husband, you're back. Seeing Chen Xi's big bag, Fan Yan hurriedly went forward to pick up the things. Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong also followed Fan Yan's example and went up to help pick up things. Yeah, husband has bought some fine grains and eggs. Fan Yan looked at Chen Xi with a surprised face. That is a fine grain Poor people cannot eat a few times a year. This time, Chen Xi actually bought a large pocket full. As for the eggs, are not even dare to think about. The eggs of ordinary farmers cannot afford to eat to the county in exchange for coarse rice back. But Chen Breath also bought so many. And salt. Fan Yan was shocked with every package she opened. She had never seen so many goodies before. In her world, being able to eat and starve was the greatest luxury, and she had never fantasized about eating something so good. Oops, here's the needle and thread. Bai Rongrong's eyes lit up when she opened a parcel. She had learned women's hong when she was at home. It was a necessary skill for a young lady from an official family. Holding the needlework bag in my hand lovingly, I have this to show my value at home. When all this rice and grain is eaten up, Chen Xi can't be the first to eat himself if he wants to eat someone. Although Fan Yan had told herself and Qin Yao all morning that Chen Xi wouldn't eat people, still, her clever little brain didn't believe it. Growing so fierce, they'll surely eat people when they run out of food. Eat Qin Yao first. She can't do anything. Yes, must eat her first. Bai Rongrong held the needle and thread. Her little face flushed with excitement. This was what she relied on to save her life. Qin Yao helped Fan Yan put things back in order, but realized that there wasn't a single thing she could use. The literacy and numeracy skills that I pride myself on are of no use in this household. What's the use of being literate? It's not food. Shamefully, he bowed his head and put his feet together, like a child who had made a mistake. Tears involuntarily ticked down his face as he thought about his future plight. Not even daring to make a huffing sound, he just stood there pitifully. The whole family was useless, not daring to look up at them, especially Chen Xi. Bai Rongrong's heart didn't feel good when she saw Qin Yao in that state. She was defending herself in the morning, but she's useless. Don't blame her sister. She can't protect herself. Bai Rongrong somewhat apologetically twisted her head away from looking at Qin Yao, constantly reminding herself in her mind, can't help her, eat her first, eat her first. Seeing that the 3 women had finished categorizing their things, Chen Xi put down the largest package. Unwrapping the package revealed a beautiful set of flowery coats inside, and 2 sets of ordinary cloth coats. Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong both saw the jacket inside and wondered if there would be a share for them. It was fine if I didn't see the jacket, but when I did, I unconsciously pinched the ragged clothes on my body. A thin layer of cool air poured in through his pant legs and he winced. The two women couldn't help but hug their bodies tightly, their eyes looking at Zhua, unable to stop their longing. They turned out to have clothes and they were pretty good, only the family was raided by the government, and the men were all killed, leaving the women to be escorted to the dental office's bridal party. On the first day of their arrival at the bridal party, their clothes were taken by other strong women. Cowardly, they dared not resist, but chose to compromise. After that, they went to several villages with the marriage party, and the men saw that they were too weak to work, which caused them not to be taken away. In this year of war and famine, being pretty is worthless, and you choose a woman who can work. Since they were not wanted, they were often bullied in the county dental clinic, and they were given only one meal of thin food a day which did not fill them up at all. Since they could not marry, the county could not collect the poll tax, and the magistrates even beat and scolded them, locking them up with big chains. You can't even die if you want to. Later, they heard that many of the women who had been led away had been eaten, frightening the two of them and leaving a shadow of 2 square meters in their hearts. I was escorted to a village this morning to marry the fierce Chen Xi in front of me, and I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Here, mother, wear this. Chen Xi picked up the flower jacket and put it on Fan Yan, who was simply stunned. Where had she ever seen such a nice coat, let alone worn one? Feel the thick feel of this and it's warm on your body. Crystalline tears welled up in his eyes and he pushed back. Husband, this coat is so expensive. I can't wear it. Chen Xi, on the other hand, did not care and overbearingly helped Fan Yan put it on, and the cotton pants also helped her put it on. Fan Yan couldn't argue and could only go along with him. After putting on her new jacket and taking off her straw shoes, Chen Breath frowned, placing Fan Yan's small foot on his lap. He took the rabbit oil and gently smeared it on the crack. I was so careless. I only noticed the cracks on my hands before. I didn't realize they were on my little feet. If you are careless and get frostbite, you will be heartbroken. Rub the rabbit oil and help her change into her newly purchased cotton shoes. Hey, it's just the right size. Zhua Qianqian, that girl piece is quite reliable. According to the size of the jacket with the cotton shoes is also appropriate. It didn't take long to refresh her, and when she looked at her again, Fan Yan had already burst into tears. I was so touched. I've never had anyone care about me so much in my life. Husband. Fan Yan buried her small face in Chen Xi's arms and choked in a small voice. Chen Breath held her in his arms with a gentle voice. Deal with wearing it first, and someday I'll make you a noble fur. Leopard coat, leopard underwear, leopard panties, leopard stockings. It must be on the agenda. It's a future sexual blessing for the old man. After holding Fan Yan in her arms and warming her up for a while, Chen Xi raised his eyes to Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong. When the two girls saw Chen Xi's eyes sweeping towards them, they quickly lowered their heads, their hands nervously pinching the corners of their clothes. Qin Yao, is this about to get physical? Bai Rongrong, eat her first, eat her first. Chapter 15 Firebed. The two women stood there like frightened rabbits, not daring to move a muscle. Chen Xi had the intention to tease them and came to stand in front of the two girls. Seeing him come over, the two women pressed together with shivering bodies. Seeing that they were scared like that, Chen Xi also felt that he had gone a bit too far. LOL, can't help but be scared. Go and put your coats on. See how you are shivering from the cold. The two women sniffed a little longingly and glanced at the Zoroastrian on the bed. Their gazes quickly retracted and they remained standing still. Chen Xi covered his head, then shook his head and laughed bitterly. It seemed that these two broads were indeed frightened by themselves, and a sense of guilt arose. Is he or she going too far? With a helpless face, he looked at Fan Yan. What to do? The two of them were afraid of themselves. Fan Yan was being touched, but when she saw that the two girls were scared by Chen Xi, she was a little amused and a little annoyed. Where do people's little girls have any guts? And you're scaring them. After blankly glancing at Chen Xi, he then came forward to take the hands of the two women. Don't be afraid. Husband doesn't mean any harm. Come with me. Fan Yan was obviously much better than Chen Xi, and the two women let Fan Yan pull them along, their hearts no longer so panicked. Thoughtfully, he helped the two daughters put on their new coats, which were not as thick as his own flowery coat, but they were still good coats of the finest quality. It was warmer than what the other women in the village were wearing. The two women looked at Fan Yan gratefully, a warm current rising in their hearts. This first lady is so nice. One must try to get on good terms with the first lady in the future so as not to be eaten. The two women were thinking the same thing in their hearts. Fan Yan was as sweet as a big sister, helping the two girls change into new coats and shoes. Your feet are frostbitten too. Ah, I'll rub them for you. With those words, Fan Yan picked up the rabbit oil and was about to help the two girls apply it. Chen Xi, on the other hand, had his eyes glazed over. The eyes swept over the two women like sharp swords. What? You want my wife to help you? The two women were startled by Chen Xi's eyes and hurriedly grabbed the rabbit oil, their mouths shouting at the same time. The unnecessary. No need. First mistress. We'll serve you from now on. Don't dare. Don't dare. Sit down. First lady, sit down. We'll just do it ourselves. The two women grabbed the rabbit oil and neither dared to let Fan Yan help nor apply it themselves. The two of them didn't dare to move this precious rabbit oil without Chen Xi's order. Seeing the two girls scared like this, Fan Yan glared back at Chen Xi. Look at the two little girls. They married you, so treat them well. Chen Xi, on the other hand, scratched his head in embarrassment, having been discovered by Yang Ziha. But rules are rules, and what kind of a first lady serves two little girlies? Chen Xi didn't say anything, and Fan Yan once again blanked him. Although Chen Xi had just glared at the two girls, Fan Yan's heart was still warm. Imagine what woman doesn't want a name. In this ancient society, there was no less competition among the ladies than there was among the men on the outside. It's just that Fan Yan's gentle and kind nature can't see the two little girls suffer. As for competing for status in the family, she didn't even think about it. In any case, she will follow her husband, and she doesn't care whether he will be responsible for her in the future or not. Having a man who cared so much about you was enough for a lifetime. No matter what her husband became in the future, she wouldn't blame him. Then apply yourselves, don't catch frostbite. Fan Yan warmly comforted the two daughters, fearing that they would be frightened. In the future, we have to live together. This family cannot be like the squire's home. There is a hierarchy. Thank you, First Lady. Thank you, First Lady. The two women had Fan Yan's permission before they dared to use rabbit oil to smear the cracks on their feet. After everything was busy, Chen Xi heatedly smiled before taking the pastries Xiao Wu had sent out from his arms. Open the box and there are 3 pastries. The pastries were cut very neatly and topped with some cinnamon slices that the noble women love to eat. The aroma fills the cabin. Mother, this is a pastry for you. It's not cold, haha. I put it in my arms to keep it warm. As the 3 women smelled the aroma of the pastries, their stomachs actually rumbled at the same time. The only hair in the house was given to Auntie Zhang by Fan Yan. She had waited for Chen Xi to return from the county, during which time she had only eaten a few nuts to fulfill her hunger. And there was even less to say about Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong. The most recent meal they'd both had was a small bowl of leftover porridge from yesterday's lunch at the dental office. After a long morning of traveling and arriving home to be terrorized by Chen Rest, the morning was spent jittery. Even the first lady handed the nuts 2 women did not dare to eat. At this time to see the aroma of osmanthus cake, but also hungry chest to back. Look at the cinnamon cake and can't stop gagging. Chen Xi had thought of giving all 3 pastries to her mother and not giving them to those 2 little girls. Just as he was about to say it, he met Fan Yan's grudging eyes. Resentfully, he put back the words that had reached his mouth. Here, 1 piece each. Fan Yan distributed 2 pieces of osmanthus cakes to Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong. The 2 girls didn't dare to take it, swallowing their saliva while looking at Chen Xi pitifully. Take and eat. Fan Yan knew that the 2 girls were hungry and anxious, so she couldn't help but stuff the pastries into the hands of the 2 girls, handing the remaining piece to Chen Xi. Husband, eat too. Chen Breath shook his head inside. This silly lady, treating others better than yourself. This kind-heartedness has to change. In a year of chaos and famine, such kindness will harm you. It's a good thing she came across in time, or it would be hard to imagine how such a woman could survive. This pastry is for women. I'm a big old man who doesn't like this. Chen Xi turned around and left the house, knowing that the 3 women were too embarrassed to eat while he was here. Find a shovel and get to work. The problem of sleeping in the future had to be solved. There was only 1 wooden bed in the house. How could 4 people sleep? Although the village is a small village, but the victory in the back of the mountain, surrounded by a lot of loess and river sand. The former brother had tried to build a cabin for himself to live in, but he died before the house was built. A lot of material was left behind, which was convenient for him. Get the yellow soil and river sand, call in the well water and start mixing the mud. After mixing the mud, we moved the stones and started to repair the bed. That's right, it's a hot bed. The people of this age do not yet understand the wonders of the firebed, so build such things yourself. Due to lack of knowledge, many poor people freeze to death every winter. The court has been at war for a few years now, and more people have frozen to death. Strong laborers were conscripted, resulting in each village being dominated by old men, women, and children. The family is short of strong laborers and surrounded by bandits. Life is very difficult. Every family sweeps the snow in front of its own door, not caring about the frost on others' tiles. Chen Interest is not a saint heart of the family and the world, only focused on their own little life before. A few of the women wore their new coats and finished their pastries inside the house, their bellies warmed with food. Seeing that Chen Xi didn't know what he was busy with, a few women went out to give a hand. Chen Xi didn't refuse either, and even though the several women worked clumsily, he didn't look impatient. From today onwards, this is everyone's home and everyone has to contribute. Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong had a sense of involvement, and their hearts gradually relaxed. As long as Chen Xi does not dislike himself, I heard that he is still a hunter. the jacket on his body is he hunting roe deer in exchange. If this work was really available, it wouldn't be too hard for a family of 4 to survive. Throwing away all his worries, he single-mindedly followed Chen Xi's work. By working together with their hands, the two women also gradually opened up and were able to make fun of each other from time to time. A sense of warmth and family gradually emerges. Another chimney was repaired outside the Chen rest, and the firebed was set up at nightfall. Burning up the stove, Fan Yan took the two daughters and began to busy herself with cooking dinner. Under the strong request of Chen Xi, a pot of refined rice was put down, and Chen Xi made an egg soup with his own hands, a meal that satisfied several women, but it had been a long time since they had eaten refined rice. The fragrant rice was served with egg soup with coarse salt, and it was a very sweet meal. Xin Yao and Bai Rongrong also had smiles on their faces that should be expected at this age. Pack up the dishes and start agonizing over sleep. A few women looked at me. I looked at you, and finally turned their gazes to Chen Xi, the head of the family. The firebed can't be used for the time being. It has to be baked overnight to evaporate the moisture in the mud and sand before people can sleep. You two take turns refilling the stove with firewood tonight. Chen Xi assigned the work, and the two girls, Xin Yao and Bai Rongrong, readily agreed. I was worried that I had nothing to do for fear of upsetting Chen Xi. Fan Yan pulled the corner of Chen Xi's coat and asked softly, "What about the husband?" Chen Breath said with a mysterious smile, "I'm going to collect my prey and maybe back late, so you don't have to wait for me. The wooden bed is small enough to sleep only 2 people at the same time, 1 to renew the fire and 2 to rest. Just right." It was getting dark very quickly, and Chen Xi was worried about the prey on the hunting set, so he arranged his work at home, put on his bow and other things on his back and got up to go out. The resolute back, fading away in Fan Yan's reluctant gaze, then murmured softly, "Husband, come home early." Chapter 16 Riches and Risks. West Call Ridge. Chen Breath traveled lightly, carefully observing along the footprints he had previously made himself, then nodded. No other tracks were found nearby, just as he suspected. The villagers were afraid to go up the mountain. There were a total of 7 hunting sets, and it didn't take long for Chen Xi to arrive at the first hunting set. A long way off, a small black dot was clearly visible in the center of the snow. Hey, coming. 3 quick steps up to check it out. This was the first time to lay a hunting set, and Chen Breath was overflowing with emotion at this time. I am an expert in wilderness survival, and I am too skilled in such things as laying a hunting snare, but doing it for the first time in this strange ancient society was a little apprehensive. Hey, big gray rabbit. By this time a large gray rabbit with its neck stuck in the mouth of the hunting snare had long since died. The slightest trace of blood seeped out beyond the fur, obviously struggling for a long time. However, Chen Xi's hunting set is specialized in dealing with this kind of prey. The more the prey struggles, the tighter the hunting set is strangled. Unwrap the big gray rabbit, weighing it in his hand, although not as good as the last one, but it should be 6 or 7 pounds, and the fur is thick. It's a good piece, but this kind of material Chen interest cannot see. Remembered the county's Wachanshan store hanging leather. Thought to save some more can be sold to her. Collected the rabbit and hung up the hunting harness again following the animal marks. Next, Chen rested all the way, collecting along the way, and had already collected 6 hunting sets. I don't know if it was because Chen Breath was lucky, or there were so many prey that there was a prey in every hunting set, and the harvest was surprisingly good this time. 4 hares, 2 pheasants. When it came to the 7th hunting set, Chen Xia's eyes suddenly gazed up. A small patch of blood in the snow in the distance caught his attention. Come closer. There was pheasant feathers all around the hunting set, and a bone that had been gnawed off the crumbs. Picking up the remnants of the bone and placing them in his hands for closer inspection, there were even sharp teeth marks on the bones. Look again to the tracks of the beast left in the snow. A row of oval footprints is clearly visible. The width of the footprints is comparable to the width of an adult's index finger. The front 2 toe prints are slightly larger and the back 2 are slightly smaller. A plum-like flesh pad impression in the center of the footprint. A straight footprint points deep into the mountains. Look at the depth of the footprints, and the mind already has a definite answer. Feline, traveling on hind foot tracks on front foot tracks, estimated to be about 60 plus pounds. A form of prey was taking shape in his mind. Lynx. Chen Breath grinned. The medium-sized feline lynx. The most precious thing was a fur. In later times, it was a highly sought-after presence by moneyed people. Soft, silky, noble and warm. Chen Breath's mouth was grinning to the base of his ears. Eat my pheasant and just walk away? Hey! Chen Breath was in a hurry to find it, and fixed the hunting set again in a different position. And anyway, there were still clear traces of the beast when the snow closed the mountain. That lynx can't be lost. After working on everything, Chen Breath began to track along the footprints. The lynx has a large range of activities. Chased for half an hour always in a forest, footprints suddenly disappeared. The footprints are gone, so there's only one possibility. Quickly looking up the tree, there were claw marks at the trunk. Looking up along the trunk again, there was no lynx figure. Chen Breath frowned as he once again looked at the spot on the ground where the footprints had disappeared and the claw marks on the tree trunk. The leap was at least 3 meters. Combined with the weights just inferred, adult male lynxes are undoubted. Who dash? Exhaling heavily, he began to look around at the large trees around him. Chen Xi did not carefully observe the location when he arrived, and at this time, he had already arrived at the entrance to the deep mountain without realizing it. The surrounding villagers don't even dare to enter a shallow mountain like Westo Ling, let alone a deep one. The mountains are the domain of large beasts, and the abundance of goods here is also accompanied by great danger. Generally, old hunters to deep mountain hunting need to be accompanied by a number of people, and equipped with a large crossbow in case of emergency. Now that Chen Xi is the only one who goes into the mountains late at night, the danger can be imagined. Going back? Thinking about that noble fur is not good enough again. Not going back? With Chen Xi's current equipment is not afraid of lynx. But what about the bear blind, adult male boar, and the king of the forest? After thinking about it for a few moments, he clenched his teeth hard. Treadmill, rich and famous. Now there are 4 people in the family to eat, and there is that head tax in January, and there is the calculations of Zhang Baoquan and the 2 lords. In this society, you're not immune to bullying just because you don't want to mess with people. Chen Breath knew this deeply. Only when you are strong in yourself can you survive with dignity. In the past, it didn't matter. You could hide if you couldn't afford to mess with them. But not now, with such a virtuous and kind mother, and 2 equally bitter women following him. The fate of the 4 men was firmly locked in place. What fate awaits them if they themselves leave? I know the outcome with my ass. Leaving them behind was something Chen Xi could never do. A man hangs from the sky when he's dead, but he lives for 10,000 years. Asterisk 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 it. Chen Xi's eyes were as sharp as knives, and with a decision in his heart, his movements were no longer hesitant. Into the deep mountains. The surrounding trees are thick and far apart from each other, and there is no lynx figure in this tree, so it must have jumped to other trees. Carefully observing the paw marks on the trees, he roughly deduced the lynx travel route and began to make his way into the mountains. Not long after, Chen Xi stood under a large tree surrounded by 2 people, staring at the claw marks on the tree trunk without moving. A cold chill ran down his spine and goosebumps quickly covered his body. That gut feeling of being targeted by prey coming back. Turning to look in the direction the intuition had come from, it was empty. Something's wrong. It's got to be there. His eyes quickly moved upward, and he saw 2 clusters of green spectral light staring at him for an instant in the branches of a tree. Chen Xi let out a huge sigh of relief when he saw the green light. It's a good thing it's you, that big lynx. Luck was really good. If he had run into any other beasts, I'm afraid that his own life would have to be accounted for here today. Chen Breath quietly took out his hunting bow, and the 2 masses of green light did not move. Bend your bow and arrow. Seeing the human make this move, the lynx moved as well, its body arching up to creep over the branch, its mouth hissing sound waves. A gust of white mist exhaled from its mouth and nose, threatening Chen Breath to exit its territory. Pointed fangs were bared, and sharp claws were already clasped on the branches, ready to strike. Holding his breath and adjusting his breathing, the hunting bow was drawn into a full moon by Chen Xi. The lynx kept clawing at the branches, the thick bark being constantly scratched, and the hissing in his mouth gradually increased. Whoosh! With a cracking sound, the feathered arrow shot out like a meteor. With a sharp cry, the lynx was hit by an arrow. Due to the lynx's early defense, it resulted in Chen Xi's feathered arrow not hitting the fatal part, only hitting the back paw. A sharp pain comes, and the lynx realizes that the enemy is powerful and desperately tries to escape. Unable to navigate through the woods due to an injury to his hind paw, he leapt to the snow and began to flee deeper into the mountains. Tramp! Chase! Chen Xi was also a bit surprised. His own shooting skills shouldn't be this bad. According to previous results, the error would never be more than 1 centimeter at such a close distance. This hunting bow and feather arrows or not, go back to the first thing to be is to build their own hands to build a weapon. But those were afterthoughts. The immediate priority was to pursue the lynx. The lynx's movements were fast, and Chen Breath wasn't slow either. 1 man and 1 lynx chased after each other, and in a short time they advanced into the depths of the mountains. With Chen Breath in hot pursuit, the lynx gradually ran out of stamina, and its hind paws were already dyed crimson with blood. Seeing the lynx move slower, Chen Breath searched for an opportunity to shoot another arrow. Whoosh! Put! This arrow hit the lynx straight, a huge force through the entire lynx neck, lying on the snow twitching a few times followed by immobility. Hoo. Chen Breath with gasps ran close to see the lynx is already dead, pulled out the feather and arrow to sit on the ground to rest. This time, hunting lynx was much easier than the last time he chased after the stupid roe deer, but it also consumed a lot of Chen Xi's physical strength. If it wasn't for the rice and egg soup I had in the evening, I'd probably have to slow down for a long time. Having regained his strength, Chen Breath carefully observed the loot in front of him. TSK. True to his own suspicions, the adult male lynx, weighing in at about 70 pounds, it was a little bigger than expected. There was a large area of blood left by the lynx on the snow, and Chen Breath knew that this place should not be stayed for a long time. Large beasts are sensitive to the smell of blood. Maybe it's coming this way at the moment. As he shouldered the lynx and was about to leave, Chen Xi suddenly caught a glimpse of something unusual. It's reasonable to say that with the heavy snowfall, there should be snow everywhere here. Why? Below the cliff in front of him, an exposed red rock formation caught Chen Xi's attention. No? Driven by curiosity for a moment, Chen Xi quickly arrived closer. Not only is this area covered in red rock formations, but there are several animal tracks nearby. The tracks of herbivores such as mergansers, horse deer, roe deer, rabbits and dry otters can be seen here. Chen Xi was greatly shocked in his heart. All of these animals were present and had plowed through the snow to reveal the red rock formations inside. Chen Breath excitedly scraped his finger on the rock formation, then put it in his mouth and tasted it. Smacking his lips together, his eyes glazed over. It was just as he had suspected. Couldn't help but let out a laugh up in the air. Ha ha ha, get rich! Salt mines. Chapter 17 High-quality salt mines. Chen Breath was shocked on the spot by this shocking discovery of his. The salt layer licked by the animals proved to be non-toxic and of high purity. Looking down the salt layer, the entire cliff below should be rocky. And digging down, there will be this salt layer. Having a salt layer would solve the immediate problem. Salt, even if strictly controlled by the imperial court, should not be a big problem to sell some surreptitiously with Chen Xi's wisdom. And he won't sell the whole thing. Take it back and it has to be purified to make refined salt. One is to confuse the public and the other is to enrich and profit. As for how to purify it, a problem that middle school students have, but just not yet in this day and age. Hundreds of people ate coarse salt with a sour taste. The dignitaries eat not much stronger. Once the refined salt will be the price of heaven. Chen Breath smashed out a piece of rock formation into his arms and looked around. This location is extremely secretive, and belongs to the deep mountains where there are many fierce beasts, and will not be discovered by outsiders at all. Better get out soon or there's danger. Carrying the big lynx quickly out of the mountain along the way they came. Along the way, he did run into some small herbivores, but he didn't have time to be distracted by them and just wanted to get out of the mountain quickly. Out of the deep mountains, Chen Xi's hanging heart was finally put down. Today's discovery was undoubtedly huge, and good times are just around the corner. The location of the salt layer was imprinted in his mind, which led him beautifully to the East Call Ridge. Check how the catch is going. Pull the rope. Ha, is it that heavy? Pulling the rope with both hands with deadly force, it took a lot of effort to pull the fish trap out of the water. Dumping the contents of the fish trap onto the snow, several large fish came into view. A few bounces on the snow quickly iced up and froze into an icy lump. Ha. 7 large fish, each weighing 4 or 5 pounds, and a dozen smaller fish also weighing around 2 or 3 pounds. Some of the rest of the smaller fish he hadn't been able to see and threw back into the water. And so many forest frogs? Chen Breath throws out the minnow, revealing the forest frog inside. The red belly is round, and it's full of goodies. Chen Breath's eyes are glowing, but the family is full of girls. Will they be afraid of eating forest frogs directly? It's better to take the best. Chen Xi thought about it. It was better to deal with it in the safest way possible. Release the male frog and remove the seeds and frog oil from the female's belly. It took a while to come up with less than half a pound. A snowball was piled up, wrapped around the goodies inside, and then the body of the female frog was placed in the creel for bait. Put the creel in the pond again, did everything, and came home with a big pile of game. Not a bad night's catch. A big 70-pound lynx, 4 hares, 2 pheasants, and so many fish. With so much stuff, one has to find a way to transport it back home all at once. Cut a thick pine branch, put all the prey on it and dragged it home through the snow. This saves a lot of effort. It was already late at night when the villagers were all asleep, so there was no need to worry about the problem of keeping the wealth intact. Although the villagers are simple, but it is inevitable that there are some people who steal chickens and dogs. They so strut back to the village with the prey, will eventually attract some uninvited guests. He's in a developmental period, doesn't want to get into too much trouble, and does things as low-key as he can. In the dead of night, every family in Wowo village closed their homes and slept peacefully. Chen Breath went home with a full harvest. When I pushed open the courtyard door, I saw a light inside the firewood door, so I thought that a few women were still burning the bed. Is it the husband? Fan Yan's voice came, and Chen Xi frowned. I have already assigned a good job. Not to Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong, 2 girls alternately burn the bed. Why isn't Fan Yan asleep? Chen Xi has some resentment in his heart, which is the reason to let the first lady work, and must clean up the 2 women. Mother, I'm back. With his prey, Chen Xi took a few big steps to the front of the house, and with a creak, the door of the house opened from the inside. Fan Yan, a small face by the fire, roasted red. Si Chen interest back suddenly revealed a smile. The heart that was hanging in the air was finally put down. Immediately after that, he saw Chen Breath dragging a large tree branch, probably because he hadn't hunted any prey, and was looking for some firewood to come back. By the way, Fan Yen was not disappointed, listening to the old man say, "Hunters go into the mountains to hunt, not always get the prey. It's not uncommon to return home empty-handed, and as long as you get home safely, it's better than nothing." Hurriedly went forward to carefully check the body of Chen Interest, to see if there is no injury. Left touch right touch found no injury. Before rest assured, it's good that husband is back. It doesn't matter if you didn't hunt any prey. Go back to the house and warm up. Chen Breath let go of the tree branch and entered the house with a gloomy face. At the first glance, he saw Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong sleeping on the bed, and his face instantly fell. Seeing that Chen Xi's face did not look right, Fan Yan immediately blocked in front of her. "Husband, don't blame me. They burned all this firewood. I just couldn't sleep worrying about you, so I let them both sleep." As soon as he took Fan Yan in his arms, he heartily rubbed her head. "Mother, don't worry. My husband is back in one piece." Aha! Chen Rest is still skeptical of Fan Yan's words. Is not the two women bullying her to work? And he himself ran to sleep, hearing the sound of conversations within the room. Xin Yao and Bai Rongrong also woke up. After rubbing his bleary eyes, he was later confronted with Chen Xi's gloomy face. "Yeah, husband is back. We worked. It was the first lady who made us sleep." The two women looked at Chen Interest, panicked at a loss for words. Bad trouble. They just slept not a moment. Husband came back. It's over. We're in big trouble this time. Get up and get to work." Chen Xi did not have a good mood. "The mother spoiled you. I do not spoil." The two women were busy getting up and came to the stove to renew the firewood. Complaints. In the face of the Chen Rest all dare not have. Suddenly a slight pain came from the waist. Fan Yan was full of grudges against Chen Breath. "I've said that I was the one who made them both sleep. How come husband still doesn't believe me?" "Oi vey mama, I believe. Seeing Fan Yan some annoyed, Chen Interest immediately changed into a playful smile. The face of the fast change amused Fan Yan cannot help but laugh. Fan Yan took out a red hat from the bed and put it on her head, and exulted at Chen Xi. "Husband, look, this is half of the squirrel hat you made last time." Rongrong took it and altered it. "Now it fits." Fan Yan as a little girl to get a beloved gift is happy. Put on the hat, also shook his head to the Chen Interest to see. Chen Breath surprised stared wide-eyed. This is the hat I made with 7 squirrel skins last time? I don't remember it being big enough." "Now what?" Circling around Fan Yan, he held it in his hand again and turned it over. That's a nice touch. Oily fur. The roots of the soft and smooth cannot be seen in the slightest trace of splicing. Turn over and then look at the inside. The stitches are uniformly staggered. This is what Rong did." The corner of Chen Rest's mouth twitched. He not only saw Bai Rongrong re-sewing stitches, but also saw his own big thick eyes that he used to tie. No wonder the hat is small. It sewed itself thick. Yeah, Rongrong is very good with her hands. It didn't take long to sew it up. Fan Yan is still showing his squirrel skin hat to Chen Xi. Under the firelight, the red fur glittering is very nice. Chen Xi, on the other hand, scratched his head in embarrassment. "Ha ha, well, that ha. Good looking ha." Chen Xi was full of embarrassment. He must have misjudged the two girls, but what else could he do if he was already misjudged? Make amends. But what makes him even more surprised is that he did not expect Bai Rongrong's handiwork to be so good. Better than even himself. Better by that much. Chen Xi came to Bai Rongrong's side, his tone gentle. "Good. I have a reward for such good behavior." Bai Rongrong was flattered and quickly stood up and coyly said, No, don't dare ask for a reward. I was thinking, what's the reward? What reward? He. And Qin Yao, who was squatting there to burn the fire, but she was about to cry. Bai Rongrong had a chance to perform and was rewarded by her husband. But what about herself? Woohoo! I should have known not to study. What's the use of being literate? It's useless to know how to do math. I'm the only one in this family who's useless. I'm not going to live. I'll be eaten early. Qin Yao's eyes were wet with tears, and she was already despairing inside. Everyone had value. Just herself had no value. Encouraging Bai Rongrong with a few words, Chen Xi turned his gaze to Qin Yao, who was crouching on the ground and choking in a small voice. Literate and can do math. Hey, the accountant of your own salt mine. There's a candidate for that. One knows how to do women's work, and the other knows how to do math. In these days, those who know how to do women's read are all the great ladies, and the usual women are doing some simple sewing and mending. Looking at Bai Rongrong's craftsmanship, I don't know how many times stronger than those ordinary women. There is also a literate Qin Yao who knows how to do accounts. There are very few men who can read and write, let alone women, not even 1 in 1,000. These two treasure girls would be a great help to themselves in the future. Alright, don't cry. follow my husband and carry the prey into the house. Chapter 18 The Great Lynx. Prey? What prey? Didn't my husband come back dragging only a large branch? Where was the prey? Seeing that Fan Yen was still in a daze, Chen Xi smiled smugly. Let's go and collect today's loot, said without hesitation, took the lead out of the house. Behind the three women heard that there is a prey, hastily curious to follow. When the women came to the large branch and saw the large lynx, and the hare and pheasant, the three women opened their mouths at the same time. This is all hunted by the husband? Fan Yen shocked out, looking at the big lynx stout body. To say the least, there are 40 or 50 pounds. How many pounds of corn do we have to exchange? Xin Yao and Bai Rongrong were even more shocked. When they came here, they only heard that they were going to marry a hunter. They didn't expect this hunter husband to be so capable. Not only have they bought themselves new coats and fine rice and eggs to eat, but now they are looking at a large pile of prey on the ground. And each one of them can't close their little mouths in astonishment. Husband. The two women, like Fan Yen, saw their prey while their brains instantly went down. When Chen Xi saw the expressions on the three women's faces, he heatedly smiled. Don't look stupid. Go, take it all to the house. The first to carry up the big lynx into the house. While the lynx is still freezing, the fur has to be stripped off in a hurry. The three women were in the back, carrying pheasants and rabbits into the house. There's still fish. This fish is so big, so fat. Husband is so good. I love eating fish. Bai Rongrong has a lively character, and at this time, she was excited to see the big fish and danced around. A few of the women had their hands full carrying all the prey into the house. The already spacious hut was piled high with prey, just now outside the bad line of sight. Has not seriously look at the big lynx. A few women at this time to see the real, once again was shocked. I was saying 40 or 50 pounds, but now it looks like 60 or 70 pounds is there. And the hares, pheasants, big fish, get to work. You two clean up the fish. Nyangzi was exhausted from burning the Kong just now. This will be a good rest. Chen Interest picked up the hunting knife and began to skillfully pick up the lynx skin. The two women also followed to clean up the big fish. Chen Interest let her go to rest. But Fan Yen where will be willing. Husband, let me help you. Fan Yen wanted to come over to help, but was talked out of it by Chen Xi. Mother, you've been up all this time. Rest for a while. Later my husband will cook you something delicious. Fan Yen knows that Chen Xi is heartbroken, and saw her husband come back with the prey where there is still sleep. Retreating to the side, he watched a few people work with arched eyebrows. Xin Yao and Bai Rongrong worked quite neatly, and it didn't take long for them to pack up the big fish, and the two women began to skin the hare. Chen Xi, on the other hand, took care of the big lynx in 3 tries, and a complete lynx skin was neatly peeled off. It was only the rear paw and neck where it had been pierced by an arrow of its own, or the price would have been a few more precious. Touching the soft and shiny fur, Chen Xi nodded in satisfaction. I don't know what price this lynx skin can be sold for. In any case, it's worth much more than a stupid roe deer. The next step is to start processing the entrails, which are a good thing, as nowadays in the famine years families can't afford to eat. This is an important source of protein, and some malnutrition and low immunity is a lack of protein. If the people could eat, they wouldn't have to freeze to death so many people every winter. However, these awful Chen breath did not intend to eat them. There was little seasoning in this era and the flavor was predictable. It's better to eat meat. Dawn will deliver these innards and one leg meat to Auntie Zhang, and store the rest for our own consumption. Husband, you say so. Fan Yen smiled and agreed that everything in the house is what the head of the family says. The lynx meat is relatively worthless compared to the lynx skin. The meat is kept for their own consumption and not sold. Relying on the fur will be able to save more poll tax. A few people worked for half an hour and finally packed up all the prey. Bai Rongrong knew that the lynx skin was going to be taken for sale, but she still liked it so much that she held it in her hands and loved it. If only there were 2 skins this big, they could make a fur coat that only a noble woman could wear. Tidying everything up, Chen breath hemmed and hawed. Who did I just hear loves fish? Bai Rongrong was instantly a little embarrassed. It was indeed her who had said it just now. She had just casually said it in her excitement at the time, and she didn't expect her husband to remember it. Just can you eat it yourself? Seeing that Chen Xi's face was very good, he only said boldly, husband, it was me. I said that. Well, here's your reward. Fish stew. Bai Rongrong was so happy that she danced around. Great, she can have fish to eat. Seeing that Bai Rongrong had all the rewards, Xin Yao began to commiserate. I blame myself for being useless. It seems that she is the only one with the lowest status in this family, and I am a bit disgusted with myself. Don't look, you get a reward too. Xin Yao froze there. Is my husband talking to me? Chen Xi looked at her pitiful appearance was very funny. His finger scraped her nose. I'll make you a nice meal later. Xin Yao was a little embarrassed to have her nose scratched. This was an ambiguous action only between husband and wife. Is the husband accepting himself by doing this to himself? The little face instantly turned red, and her heart warmed. Chen breath turned around and went out the door to bring back that snowball with a mysterious smile. You stew the fish, and my husband will make you a delicious meal. Find the biggest bowl, beat 2 eggs with some water, then mix the frog seed and frog oil with the eggs, sprinkle with coarse salt and start steaming. This is a latter-day tonic that not only strengthens the immune system but also beautifies the skin. These 3 flowery ladies of his own must be arranged with the best tonic. It wasn't long before the house was bursting with aroma. A big pot of fish and Chen Xi's special egg cake came out of the pot. Several people gathered around the stove and began to chow down. What kind of food is husband making? How come it's so delicious? Yeah, it's the first time I've ever had such a good egg custard. Yum yum yum. Chen breath laughed. Eat more if it's good. It's been busy for half the night. Eat and go to bed. Bai Rongrong hadn't eaten fish for a long time, bringing all of her dry rice attributes into play, her little mouth stuffed to the brim. Fan Yan and Qin Yao were much more reserved, taking small bites, but they ate a lot. It was a comfortable meal, and several people ate clean. Here's the sleeping problem. A bed that 4 people obviously can't sleep in. Chen Xi frowned, and in the end, under Chen Xi's strong request, Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong slept in the bed. He himself spread the skins of the roe deer and the lynx in a pile of hay and fell asleep next to Fan Yan. The stove fire was kept burning. The house was very warm, and it didn't take long for Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong to enter dreamland. Chen Xi saw that the 2 women were breathing evenly and began to be dishonest. He first quietly to the side of Fan Yan next to the next, groping half a day finally pulled Fan Yan's small hand. Husband, the sisters are there. I know, it's not like I'm doing anything. I'm just afraid you'll be cold. Look at your hand. It's cold. It hurts for me. In one sentence, Fan Yan was rendered speechless. It could only be returned weakly. Then hold hands, but not. She hadn't finished her sentence. It felt like a big hand, crossing from her waist to embrace her. Don't, husband. In the heat of the moment, Fan Yan nervously shouted for Chen breath. Mother, your body is so cold. My husband's fire is strong, so I'll warm you up. You, don't worry, it's just that. Chen interest on the surface of a moral appearance. Private a pair of big hands began to be dishonest. Fan Yan was Chen interest in some of the love cannot help it. Peeped at the side of the bed is still sleeping 2 people it's not a good idea. Chen Xi has a thick skin, and last night it was delayed, and today the 2 women are sleeping, which is a great opportunity. Just as he was about to get his way, there was a gurgle of sleepy voices from the bed next to him. Big fish, lots of big fish. I want to eat fish. Qin Yao, who was pretending to be asleep, pinched by Rongrong, who was still talking in her sleep. Hard, don't make a sound. Husband will succeed soon. Bai Rongrong felt the pain in her waist and said in a daze, Sister, don't pinch me. It's hard to sleep. Rolling over, the little face was facing the duo in the haystack as they continue to sleep. Qin Yao. Fan Yan realized that Qin Yao was pretending to sleep, and immediately buried her head into the hay in shame. Finished, all was heard. Chen Xi, on the other hand, the corners of his mouth twitched viciously twice, stepping on the horse, so close to scoring, didn't realize there was a goalie. After this little episode, doomed this night Chen interest cannot succeed, can only be honest next to Fan Yan continue to sleep. Meanwhile, Wang Mazi, who was on the wall outside the window, looked at the house through the window slit with gloomy eyes. No wonder the stove was burning all the time. So I've been hunting so much. Chen little cutie, you wait for me. You won't live for a few days. When you die, Fan Yan's will be mine, and the rest of those 2 ES can still be exchanged for money. Wang Mazi smiled sinisterly, then jumped off the wall and disappeared into the dark night. Chapter 19 Poisonous Plans. Wang Mazi sneaked all the way to the village head Zhao Baochuan's home. Knock, knock, knock. Brother-in-law, sister, it's me, Wang Mazi. Inside the house, Zhang Baoquan was currently hugging the 2 women and huffing and puffing. Hearing the knock on the door first startled, and then they heard it was Wang Mazi's voice, and immediately roared with annoyance. You're going to die. Why are you making so much noise in the middle of the night? That, brother-in-law, it's me Wang Mazi. I have something urgent to discuss with you. Wang Mazi outside the door resentfully whispered in response. He knew that at this time we're already in the middle of the night, but Chen Xi played so many prey, and a precious lynx skin. Must be informed as soon as possible brother-in-law. Tramp. Wait. Zhang Baoquan cursed out and reluctantly got up to put on his clothes. What a nuisance. The head of the family to send him away. There is something tomorrow to say. A lotus root white arm poked out and wrapped around Zhang Baoquan, and the woman even intentionally used 2 soft masses to press tightly against his arm. On the other side, the eldest lady, Wang Yan, slapped that arm away with a palm, her voice a bit exasperated. don't pester the pawn, my brother must be in a hurry to come so late. Humph. The vixen was pestering the head of the house all day long, making herself, the first lady, have no status at all. The vixen spoke before he himself did. Okay, I'll stop talking. I'm going out to see what's going on. The two women saw Zhang Baoquan get up and immediately dressed him. Just don't go out there. I'll accompany the man of the house to see what's going on with Asako. Humph. Yes, first lady. Then I'll wait in bed for the dons. Su Jianyang's body twisted and turned on the bed, and she also wiggled her ass twice at Zhang Baoquan. Bah! Vixen! Wang Yan muttered and cursed in her heart. If this goes on, her position as the first lady will be unstable. In his heart, he cursed Su Mainyang, little vixen, and his footsteps kept walking outside to open the door for Wang Mazi. Why are you here so late, Asako? What can I do for your brother-in-law? Hey big sis, where's brother-in-law? I'm looking for my brother-in-law to discuss something good. Wang Mazi had a fawning smile on his face, and even probed to look behind Wang Yan, just in time to see Zhang Baoquan yawning out of the house. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, I have discovered a great secret and have come to report it to you. Wang Mazi walked 2 steps closely and wiped the chair with his sleeve to help Zhang Baoquan sit down. Let's talk about what's going on tomorrow. It's late at night. He also brought chairs for Wang Yan and waited for the two to sit down. Wang Mazi from Chen rest pulling the prey home, but also with a few mothers-in-law at home from dinner to bedtime to talk about it in detail, especially that big lynx fur. Wang Mazi's eyes light up just thinking about it. That is the lynx skin. He is aware of the value. Now that the hunters have been drafted by the court, the lynx skin will certainly be speculated by the nobles of the county into a sky-high price. Wang Mazi finished foaming at the mouth and rubbed his hands together waiting for Zhang Baoquan's attitude. As expected, as soon as Zhang Baoquan heard that it was lynx skin, his eyes immediately glowed. Wang Mazi, are you telling the truth? Chen little cutie, really hunted a lynx? Brother-in-law, when have I, Wang Mazi, ever lied to you? Every word is true. Wang Mazi patted his chest and assured Zhang Baoquan. Wang Yan, who was on the side, also followed and chimed in. Boss, Pocky may have a bit of a bad reputation out there. I guarantee he wouldn't dare to lie to boss with this. Wang Yan held a grudge against the last time Wang Mazi cowed out and apologized to Chen Xi. He only has such a brother. How can he let a little cutie, bullied? Even if it's coveting a little cutie, a mother-in-law, that would be justified. A little cutie, how can he be worthy of marrying his mother-in-law? He might as well be a youngster for his own brother, and give birth to a few more males for the old Wang family to carry on the family line. The siblings assured one after another, and Zhang Baoquan held his forehead and thought for a while. The last time Chen Xi could hunt the roe deer in his eyes is a coincidence. Maybe the roe deer starved to death by the little cute. Pick up a bargain, but this time is different. It's a lynx, something that can only be found deep inside the mountains. That little cutie was really lucky. He's got a lynx skin now, and the poll tax won't be a problem. It's hard to do. Zhang Baoquan lost his mind for a moment, and his previous plan may not be realized. He had discussed with the two lords that when Chen Xi could not pay the full amount of the poll tax, he would be dispatched to the army, and the two newly delivered grannies can still be sold to the kiln to make themselves a bit of a difference. When Wang Mazi saw that Zhang Baoquan was out of ideas, he immediately smiled and told his own little plan. Brother-in-law, don't be in a hurry. I have a plan to make the little cutie be a good boy and spit out the lynx skin, and still send him to the army. Zhang Baoquan froze, then got excited. How did he forget about him? This brother-in-law of his can't do anything else, but his head is really good, and bad ideas come as soon as he thinks of them. Come on, right Pocky, what's your good idea? Hurry up and detail it with your brother-in-law. Wang Yan also followed the heart, his own brother to the head of the family to solve the problem. Their own position of the first lady can be preserved. Save yourself the trouble of looking at that vixen's face all day. Wang Yan was so anxious that she couldn't stop urging her brother to speak quickly. Seeing that his sister and brother-in-law were anxious, Wang Mazi didn't hide anything and cleared his throat and started to tell his plan. Do you remember the two convict women? Zhang Baoquan frowned. Those two criminal women were sent by himself accompanying the two adults. How could he not remember? Besides, I've given it all to my little darling. What can we do now? The poll tax isn't due for another month. Last time I heard Lord Lu say that one of those two criminal women, the family originally opened a silver bank, offended the adults above before they copied the family. Think about it, brother-in-law. Her family opened a silver bank and must have owed a lot of money from outside, and now that she's married, it's only natural that she should pay back the debt she owed in the first place. Zhang Baoquan woke up like a dream. Why did he not think of it? Yes, go on. Wang Mazi saw that Zhang Baoquan was excited and finished his words in one breath. Wait at home, brother-in-law. I will go to the two lords now, and come to escort them at first light. When the time comes to escort the Huo's money to the county court, the exact amount of debt to be repaid is still not something we can just decide. Wang Mazi smiled playfully and gave a thumbs up for his cleverness. Chen Heir, you're so cute. When you die in battle, your sister-in-law will be mine. Zhang Baoquan's eyes lit up after hearing it. Sure enough, it is still your kid's head that is good. When the time comes to get the lynx skin for the 2 lords, that little cutie, if you can't pay your debt, you'll be sent to the army. 2 new broads sent to the kiln to make money for themselves. Wonderful. Good. There's no time to lose, so go and report to the 2 lords. After Wang Mazi left, he stared at the direction of Chen Xi's house in a gloomy manner and smiled. Your wife still owes me 5 pounds of corn, so I'll take her with me this time. It won't just be a matter of returning 5 pounds of corn. Man, I'll take it too. Chapter 20. Wait, did it say the price? Early morning, Chen Xi woke up and stretched, comfortably rising from the haystack. A few women had already made breakfast and waited for themselves. Husband, eat quickly. Fan Yan brought a bowl of thin rice with a red face, and also boiled 2 eggs for Chen Xi. She heard Qin Yaoan by Rong Rong chatting secretly in the morning, and the bad things her husband did last night were obviously discovered. Exasperated, Fan Yan turned back and blankly glanced at Chen Xi again, tightening her nose to scare him. Nah ha, the maiden has worked hard. Chen Xi scratched his head. This time he did not dare to mess with Nyang Zi. Nyang Zi's nature he knew, born with a thin skin. Mother, I'll go into town after dinner, grab the lynx skins and sell them, and procure some tools. Since last night's trip to the deep mountains and the discovery of the salt mines, one's tools must be upgraded as a matter of urgency. Deep in the mountains, there are large fierce beasts. Brothers' hunting bow is no longer useful. There must be a powerful weapon to protect themselves. The purpose of this time will be to buy materials and come back to make a handy weapon for yourself. Well, husband, come back early. As soon as the mention of going to the city, Fan Yan will be positive. Husband went out. Only 3 women at home. They have to take responsibility. Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong are just integrating into the family, and it is important to help them adapt to their environment. Fan Yan and Qin Yao both had dark circles under their eyes, and only Bai Rongrong was glowing. This little girl is heartless and sleeps like a dead pig. That the firebed is dry, so you can stay tonight. Chen Breath scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Last night's small action of his own, I think Qin Yao must have heard it. Tonight sleeping on the firebed, must make it more secretive. Otherwise, the maiden is thin-skinned and must not be able to subordinate herself. Well, husband, come back early. Husband is so good. The top of the Kong is warm. It must be very comfortable to sleep. The 3 daughters took over the work in the house and cleaned up to welcome their husbands home. He kept seeing him out of the yard before he went back inside. After Chen Xi left, Fan Yan was a little anxious in her heart, as if something big was going to happen. LOL, probably a hallucination. Thinking about it if she couldn't, Fan Yan rubbed her brow and turned around to clean up the house with the 2 girls. Chen, interest today, time is tight. Heavy task. All the way to speed up the pace to the county. Let's sell the lynx skin to that Zhuo Qianqian from last time. She's from the county, should be able to ask about the poll tax. Meanwhile, inside Rong Yifeng, a young girl in a green jacket with a clear appearance stood opposite Zhuo Qianqian. Sister Qianqian, Madam was sick last night. I'm afraid she caught a wind chill. I've come to customize a leather fur for Madam. Zhuo Qianqian's heart tightened when she heard that her ladyship needed fur. The store had some fur, but her ladyship definitely couldn't look at it. Sui girl, don't be anxious. I newly know a hunter. I should be able to collect some top quality furs lately. When the time comes, send it to the mansion, so that Madam can pick the style. Oh, new hunter? Chui was a bit surprised. She knew about the situation of hunters in the county. Experienced veteran hunters have been drafted by the court, and new hunters can hunt for top quality pelts? Nah, the way Zoisite's chest was full, made her a little curious. Well, it's a new hunter, but a good one. Yesterday, just after Chen Xi left, she went to Shan Baotang to find Xiao Wu to find out about his situation. Learning that he was a hunter with real skills, he got a small taste in his mouth. My sister-in-law's disease is getting worse and worse, and she needs the snowlingji in the deep mountains to cure her, and unusual people in that place don't dare to go in, so she wants to beg for Chen Xi. Then congratulations to Chi-Chi-san on finding a new hunter patron. By the way, is the lady very ill? It's not in the way. I've already contacted Divine Dr. Zhao, and he'll be here at lunchtime to see the lady. Zhuo Qianqian nodded slightly. Divine Dr. Zhao was a great doctor in this county. Ordinary people really couldn't invite him. With Divine Dr. Zhao here, Madam will surely be cured as soon as possible. Well, see you later, Chi-chan. Trisha lowered her head and opened the door to her room just as she walked away, when she suddenly bumped into a tall man. Yeah, sorry. Sui, due to something in her mind, did not expect to collide with someone, and her mouth hurriedly apologized. Chen Rest also did not expect. The last time to come to the store a person did not, this time actually collided with people, touching the body and then looking at the little maid's chest. The size is not small, ha. That's okay, after you. Chen Xi stepped aside and gestured for Cui to go first. Sui looked up with her eyes lit up. What a handsome man. And later saw Chen Xi holding a soft and shiny fur. Is this lynx skin? Seeing that Sui did not go, staring blankly at the lynx skin in her hand. Not wishing to delay, Chen Xi sidled into the store. Zhuo Qianqian was a bit surprised to see Chen Xi, and had planned to go with Xiao Wu to the Wawa village to find Chen Xi to collect the prey, and in the meantime, to make her request known again. I didn't expect him to come back so soon. Chen casually threw the lynx skin on the table and smiled at Zhuo Qianqian. How are you, Miss Qian? We meet again so soon. Today I come. Chen Xi just wanted to take the lynx skin and give it to Zhuo Qianqian, but he saw that Cui had already taken the lynx skin in her hands and looked at it again and again. Seeing Chen Xi's gaze sweeping in, Sui felt rude and owed her body about to softly open her mouth to inquire. No offense, sir, forgive my slave's rudeness, dare I ask if this is a lynx skin? Chen Xi sniffed and nodded. The little maid was quite polite. Yes, what can I do for this girl? Receiving Chen Xi's affirmative reply, Sui immediately became excited. Look, Sister Qianqian, this lynx skin is the same as the one of Mrs. Zhuo Qianqian also saw the lynx skin, took it in her hands and looked at it again and again. The more she looked at it, the more excited she became, the more she liked it. It's really lynx skin, and it's still a good male lynx. This fur, this luster, rare and superb. Zhuo Qianqian at this time has not care about there are people around. Two eyes shine, holding the lynx skin will not let go, as if seeing what deluded treasure. Sister Qianqian, you quickly say this skin and the lady's one. Zhuo Qianqian knew that her ladyship had collected a lynx skin, and she advised her to collect another one, so she could make a fur. The color of the flower is the same, and this one is even better and rarer than the lady's one. Zhou Qiqi smoothed the fur over and over again, loving it. It was the best lynx skin she had ever seen, bar none. Sir, may I ask if you are selling this lynx skin? Cui knew that Zhuo Qianqian was a connoisseur, although she was not older than herself by a few years, but when it came to insightfulness, Zhuo Qianqian was famous throughout the county. Otherwise, Madame wouldn't have appointed her store to customize her furs. Chen Rest was asked with a helpless face. Take the lynx skin here. Do not sell what? Yeah, bring it for sale. Look, Sister Qianqian, I found it. Sui was thrilled that her ladyship was suffering from wind chill, and it was just the right fur to make from this pelt. Well, this lynx skin is really good. I'm kind of tempted by it. Zhuo Qianqian's heart was moved, but she didn't dare to grab it with the lady. That's the county magistrate's wife. Who in the whole county doesn't know that the county magistrate has only one wife? For the sake of this lady who doesn't even have a concubine and gives whatever she wants, she's going to be pampered to the skies. Cui's eyes were full of excitement. Madame's fur had finally come together. Sister Qianqian, Madame's fur please also. I will go with you to the house to fetch the other one, and this fur I will make for the lady myself. Okay, that would be great. Thank you Qiqi-san. Chen Xi just giggled and watched as the two women distributed their things. What about the price? Fixed without saying the price? With my consent as a client? He's stubborn too. Distributing his stuff so easily? No matter what price is offered today, it won't work. The big deal is that I won't sell it to go home and use it as a blanket for my mother. Wait, did it say the price? Chen interest straight to sit there. 2 little girl pieces only. Today I really do not sell. It's just a matter of having a couple of dollars. I hate those rich people the most. When Zhuo Qianqian saw Chen Xi's displeased face, she instantly wanted to flirt with him for a few moments. This lynx skin of yours, our county magistrate's wife has taken a fancy to it and sent it to the palace, so I guess her ladyship can't treat you badly, can she? Chen snorted and snatched the lynx skin in his hand, not thinking for a second and speaking dryly. Let's go. I'll send it to the lady. Chapter 21 Medicine? It's just that. I don't care about temper, dignity, or anything else. Dignity is the magistrate's, temper is the lady's. It's only what people reward. This truth was still well known to Chen Breath. It's just time to arrive at the mansion and ask the lady about the poll tax, so as to deal with the trouble at hand. Otherwise, with the poll tax in January, I don't know what else they're going to come up with. It doesn't matter if you're a bachelor yourself. You can deal with it any way you want. But it's different now. Living with 3 mothers-in-law, everything has to be more secure. Seeing Chen Xi agreeing so painfully, with a completely different attitude from just now, Zhuo Qianqian was a bit stunned. Just now, his expression was clearly to negotiate the price. The price is not negotiated. Not to sell. Now the price hasn't even been negotiated yet. And it's an immediate yes? Where she knew exactly what kind of person Chen Xi was. He's a lightning rod when it comes to doing things. and he's more shameless than anyone else when it comes to bowing down. Sister Qian, let's go before it's too late. Ah, good. Zhuo Qian was still baffled, and was hurriedly pulled by Tsui towards the county office. The backyard of the county courthouse in this era is the residence of the magistrate's lord, so designed to facilitate the office. It didn't take long for a few people to arrive at the county courthouse, and with Tsui leading the way, the magistrates saluted and greeted each other. Tsui is Madam's personal maid. Where can the magistrates mess with her? There's a saying circulating in the county that the lady can save the man the county magistrate wants to cut. If Madam wants to cut down a man, the magistrate will be able to punish him. Tsui, as the lady's personal maid, was second only to the county magistrate's master in the eyes of the magistrates. A few people made their way to the backyard unimpeded. Ma'am, what do you see here? Jade pushed open the door to the inner sanctum and jogged all the way to the bedside. Tsui is back. Help me up. Yes, ma'am. Trisha put the lynx skin down and helped her ladyship up into a chair. Chen Xi entered the inner mansion only to find that the windows of the house were all blocked, and not a single ray of sunlight could shine in. Looking again at the lady's appearance, she was about 40 years of age, tall and plump, with a round face and kind brows, like a female bodhisattva in a portrait. She has a face of national peace, but at the moment, his face was pale, as if he was suffering from some serious illness, and his breathing seemed rapid. After helping the lady to sit down, Tsui came to Chen Xi and Zhuo Qian, embarrassed. I'm sorry, brother Hunter and sister Qian. Madam is afraid of light and can't hear the sound of water, so I won't be pouring tea for you. Please be seated when you give the ma'am your respects. Hard work, Trisha girl. Chen breath frowned at his words. The lady was afraid of light and water, and skimmed the ground to see a few white animal hairs that had not been cleaned. There was a good deal of inference in his mind, and then he came forward to greet the lady. Greetings ma'am. My little Chen Xi is a hunter and hunted a lynx skin specially sent to ma'am. Greetings ma'am, Chi has come to see you. Greetings, I'm suffering from some wind and cold so I won't get up to welcome you. So sit down, all of you. Thank you, ma'am. Chen breath and Zhuo Qian sat down and waited for the lady to ask. Her ladyship's throat tightened a bit and she coughed lightly before picking up the lynx pelt. Hold it in your hand and look at it left and right with some delight. Probably because of his poor health, his eyes did not show much. Did you hunt this lynx? Back to you ma'am. It was the little one who hunted it. The lady saw Chen. She answered dryly and couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Nice young man, very handsome and still a hunter. Not bad young man. There aren't many hunters left in this county. It's rare that you have such skills at such a young age. Thank you ma'am for the compliment. I'm just lucky to happen to be here. The lady nodded her head, appreciating Chen Xi's answer. Knowing the right of humility at such a young age, he was an interesting little fellow. He also chatted with Zhuo Qian about his family, and it was obvious that the two were very familiar with each other. Ahem, Chui takes Hunter Chen down to collect his reward. Right, more reward. Madam, the other lynx skin in the mansion, is it not brought to Sister Qian together and made into fur before being sent? Yes, go ahead and make the arrangements. Yes ma'am. Seeing that Madam was a bit unwell, Chui helped her to rest on the bed, and then brought Chen Xi and Zhuo Qian to prepare to leave. Chen interests some blindfolded. Just say reward. The price? When he came, he had already inquired with Zhuo Qian. In the past, a lynx skin could be exchanged for 10 strings of money. Nowadays, when supplies are scarce, it shouldn't be less than 15 strings of money. But the lady didn't even say the price and dismissed herself. If you don't get 15 bunches of money later, you can't come back and ask for it with a thick skin. This is a bad business. Chen Xi secretly prayed in his heart. Later on he must please Tsui. Maybe he can ask for more reward money. A little less loss is a little. Zhuo Qian looked at Chen Breath's expression with some amusement. Who in the county does not know that the county magistrate's wife is generous, and the silver reward is higher than the market? You're a little hunter. Humph. Puny look. How does she know that Chen Xi is now worried about money? 3 mothers-in-law in the family, 4 head tax. You have to save up for tools before you can sell salt on the sly. Upgrade your bow and crossbow, and have to rebuild your house if it leaks in all directions. Money is needed everywhere. The village chief and the 2 adults from the bridal party are still going to gang up on him. Chui was just about to leave with the 2 of them when suddenly the magistrate walked in with an old man. The old man was dressed in a Taoist robe, with a long white beard on his chin, carrying a medicine chest and holding some bits and pieces in his hands. It looks like a bit of a fairy tale. Yeah, you're here, Divine Dr. Zhao. Chui hurriedly greeted Divine Dr. Zhao and gave Chen Xi and Zhuo Qian a wink, telling the 2 of them to remain seated and wait for themselves. Chen Xi and Zhuo Qian could only continue to sit and watch Chui and the old man climb into conversation. Her ladyship's wind cold has worsened a bit again, so I'll personally come and decoct the medicine for her ladyship today. I'm so thankful to Divine Dr. Zhao. Madam is inside. Please come inside. Divine Dr. Zhao passed by Chen Xi and Zhuo Qianshan and put down his medicine box to go around the screen to Madam's bed. Good day, ma'am. The old man has come to take your pulse. Thank you, Divine Dr. Zhao. Madam, still in little spirits, stretched her arm out beyond the curtains of the bed. Trisha rested the lady's arm on her lap and covered the rest with a towel, revealing only her wrist. Divine Dr. Zhao held his breath and began to take the lady's pulse, his eyes sometimes tightly closed and sometimes open, his fingers constantly changing position. It looks rather like that. At the beginning, Chen Xi also looked at it seriously for a while, and then he found it tasteless. How can you call yourself a miracle doctor at this level? At best, it can cure a common cold, but with this pulse technique, it will definitely not be accurate when it comes to any difficult cases. Although Chen Breath is a wilderness survival expert, but his family is an ancestral healing art, and he himself is familiar with the barefoot doctor. In the latter days he had long ago obtained the certificate of Chinese medicine expert level. It was only later that he became obsessed with wilderness survival and had no time to practice medicine and cure diseases, but only pursued the ideals in his heart. With such an unreliable person, there are still quite a few dignitaries who are willing to pay a high price for Chen Xi's medical treatment, simply because of his excellent medical skills. Chen Xi lost interest in watching him take his pulse, and was only thinking about the reward money, and how to find a way to ask Cuizue for more when the old man left. Zhuo Qianshan, on the other hand, was different from him, his eyes staring dead on, afraid of missing every detail. This is the most famous doctor in the county, Dr. Zhao. Where would one normally have the opportunity to see Divine Dr. Zhao checking his pulse? But today he was able to see it with his own eyes. While watching, he also gave Chen Xi a whispered explanation of the identity of Divine Dr. Zhao. See, this is our county's famous Dr. Zhao. Yes, ordinary people simply can't ask Dr. Zhao to diagnose their illnesses. Nice one, that's why the county magistrate's wife is sick, or else no amount of money would have brought in Dr. Zhao. You see, look at Divine Dr. Zhao's manner of diagnosing the disease. That temperament, that technique, that concentration. Soga, the more Zhuo Qianshan listens, the more wrong. How so perfunctory it is. This is the Zhao Divine Doctor Ah. Turning his head to look at Chen Xi, the bastard was eating the pastries on the table. At this point, with his mouth stuffed full and a large piece in his hand, he couldn't take his eyes off the pastries on his plate. Dare I say so much? This bastard actually did not listen to a word. A mind to dry rice. Zhuo Qianshan pinched Chen Xi in exasperation. Choking you to death. Choking you to death. Since Chen Xi ate a bit hastily and there was no water on the table yet, he really choked. Well, I should have known not to bring him here. This is too humiliating. Zhuo Qianshan covered her forehead with a helpless face. Divine Dr. Zhao heard a and raised his eyebrows with some displeasure, ignoring Chen Xi and continued to take his pulse. Phew! Chen Xi swallowed the pastry in his mouth so hard and so much more comfortably that he almost choked himself to death. Satsuki gave him a blank look. I said I'd let you see other people's Divine Dr. Zhao checking their pulse so you can go out and brag to people later. Chen Breath rubbed his chest and lightly gasped for a few breaths with a disdainful glance. What's there to brag about? His medical skills are just SOSO. Poof. Zhuo Qianshan bristled, too lazy to break bread with Chen Xi. A bumpkin still dared to question Divine Dr. Zhao's medical skills. Divine Dr. Zhao noticed the whispers over there, and when he heard Chen Xi say that his medical skills were just SOSO, he once again raised an eyebrow and grimaced. There was already anger in his heart. How dare a poor boy question this divine doctor? After checking Madame's pulse later, I will definitely chide her a few times. A moment later, Divine Dr. Zhao withdrew his hand and slowly rose. Her ladyship's wind cold has worsened. I will decoct medicine for her. Well, thank you Dr. Zhao. Divine Dr. Zhao came to stand at Chen Xi and Zhuo Qianshan's position, and Zhuo Qianshan immediately rose to salute. Good day, Dr. Zhao. Divine Dr. Zhao interrupted Zhuo Qianshan with a wave of his hand and stared at Chen Xi with a somewhat unkind tone as he opened his mouth. Were you the one who just said that the old man's medical skills were just SOSO? Chapter 22 Madam won't live for 3 days. Chen Xi stuffed the last piece of pastry in his hand into his mouth and said vaguely, I'm the one who said it. Seeing this attitude of his, Divine Dr. Zhao's anger had risen at this moment. Where did the bumpkin come from to dare to talk to Lao Fu like this? Not to mention you. Even if the county magistrate came, he would still have to give me 3 points of face. Humph. I wonder who your little friend's teacher is. Jianghu Pandao. Since you don't see my medical skills, I will ask you who your master is. Let's see which great doctor taught such an uneducated disciple. However, looking at his outfit, he doesn't look like a disciple of this county's Lungzhong. If he were from this county, would he not greet me when he sees me? Divine Dr. Zhao. His name is Chen Xi. He was too embarrassed to contradict you just now. Qianshan waited for him to apologize to you. When Zhuo Qianshan saw that Divine Dr. Zhao's face didn't look right and Chen Xi had that hangdog attitude, she immediately came out to round up the situation. To poked Chen Breath, who was still swallowing his pastry. without a trace. Don't apologize to divine Dr. Zhao yet. Phew, much more comfortable. No water is hard to swallow. Chen Xi raised his neck to smooth his food before he noticed the old pitch-black face of divine Dr. Zhao. What were you asking, old man? Divine Dr. Zhao almost exploded his lungs with anger at Chen Xi's attitude. I'm asking you, how dare you eat? I ask you who your master is? Chen breath smacked his lips, stuck out his tongue to lick clean the residue at the corner of his mouth, and hemmed and hawed. I don't have a master. Humph, not even a little bonesetter. How dare you contradict the old man? Do you know who the old man is? Isn't it just a little bonesetter who can look at wind and cold? Besides, the level is just like that. Zhuo Qianqian was about to cry at the sound of his voice. A little bonesetter who can see wind chill? Did I just explain something to you for nothing? If Dr. Zhao is a bonesetter who only sees wind and cold, then there are no bonesetters in this county. Not to mention this county, all the nearby counties combined. Not more than a handful of people have higher medical skills than Dr. Zhao. Divine Dr. Zhao, don't be angry. He's a hunter who doesn't know how to speak. Divine Dr. Zhao is generous, don't get angry with a small hunter. Zhuo Qianqian twisted her head, her eyes glaring at Chen breath. Don't apologize to Divine Dr. Zhao yet. Zhuo family girl, leave this matter alone. Old man will ask him personally. Divine Dr. Zhao interrupted Zhuo Qianqian, his pair of old eyes looking straight at Chen Xi. You're saying that's all the old man's medical skills are, right? Yeah, I said that. Chen interest also came to the temper. Stomping on the face is it? The master said you will see a wind chill. That is with you polite. Do you know what kind of disease your wife is suffering from? According to the treatment of wind cold, your wife will die in less than 3 days. Isn't this proper quackery and misdirection? Zhuo Qianqian did not dare to speak, stood next to Zhao Divine Doctor and kept on giving Chen interest in the eyes. Just now you said that is Zhao Divine Doctor. Even if the county magistrate came, he wouldn't talk to Dr. Zhao like this. How dare you, a small hunter, mess with Dr. Zhao. If you piss off Dr. Zhao, there's no place for you in the whole county. The county magistrate was angry and found a reason to send you to the army. We're in big trouble this time. Zhuo Qianqian had already begun to mourn for Chen breath in her heart. It was hard to find a hunter with some skill, and before he could go into the mountains to find medicine for his sister-in-law, he was gone. Where can I say that? Oh, well. Divine Dr. Zhao laughed back in anger. He had practiced medicine for most of his life, and it was the first time he was laughed at by a bumpkin. So tell me, where does the old man fail? You've managed to piss me off. If you don't tell me 1, 2 or 3 things today, I will not spare you. You're not even a child. How can you slander me? You're mistaken, Divine Dr. Zhao. It's not that you can't do anything. Divine Dr. Zhao narrowed his eyes, softening now, but is it too late? Oh, originally, Zhuo Qianqian already had a look of despair on her face, but upon hearing Chen Xi's words, hope was ignited again. Come on, apologize. Come on, apologize. As long as you apologize, I'll chime in with a few words, and if I really can't, I'll move Madam out again, and Divine Dr. Zhao will always give some face. Even if you get heckled, you can at least save your little life. You misunderstand. I mean you. Nowhere. Zhuo Qianqian was confused for a full 3 seconds, and then a pretty face was sadder than tears. Prepare to collect your corpse. Since we've known each other for a while, let's go back to the store later and choose some clothes for him. I've heard that people need to wear more clothes after they die, or they'll be looked down on down there. Woohoo! Divine Dr. Zhao also froze for a moment at his words. Didn't he say that he was apologizing? Never in a million years did he expect Chen breath to come up with such a sentence. Not anywhere? This statement simply made Divine Dr. Zhao laugh in anger. Ha. Well. I've been practicing medicine for most of my life, and it's the first time someone has said that I can't do my medicine anywhere. Since you look down on old husband's medical skills, then tell me where old husband can't. Dr. Zhao's eyes are a little off. Where is this? This is the inner house of the county government, in front of the county magistrate's wife. She said that the old man's medical skills were not good enough, and that she would not tell the truth today. Even if Lao Fu spares you, the magistrate's wife won't let you go. Young people, too much gas is not necessarily a good thing. On the side of the lady lying on the bed, heard some noise over there, called Tsue to ask, was that Divine Dr. Zhao talking just now? Why haven't you decocted the medicine yet? Chui had also heard the argument between Divine Dr. Zhao and Chen Xi, and was making a fool of herself. Chen Xi was the one she found to deliver the lynx skin, and Dr. Zhao was the great healer of the county to see the lady. These two can't get out of their own way when they argue. Ma'am, Trisha went to check it out. It shouldn't be anything. Oh, well, go ahead and check it out. Chui turned around the screen and came to Divine Dr. Zhao's side. Seeing his angry face, she hurriedly asked, Dr. Zhao, what happened? Humph. This little friend questioned Lao Fu's medical skills and said that Lao Fu couldn't do anything anywhere. Divine Dr. Zhao pointed at Chen Xi with a tone of contempt. He said that the old man's medical skills are not good, and he can't tell you why. If this spreads out, does the old man still want a reputation? The implication of this statement is obvious. This is the county hall. Let a bumpkin say he can't do medicine. Won't the lady give an attitude? Diagnose pulse inches off feet. Look and smell. You're rushing to a diagnosis without even asking. What is this if not quackery and error? Daring? You. How dare you call Lao Fu a quack? Divine Dr. Zhao finally couldn't hold it in. Letting a bumpkin provoke him 3 times. A person wouldn't be able to stand it. Let alone him. Miss Tricia, you heard it all. This bumpkin said that old man is a quack. This is the county government. Won't you return old man's innocence? Zhao Divine Doctor hated to gnash his teeth. Since you kids stubborn, old man that will teach you to recognize how to write the word death. Originally, I thought that if you kneel down and kowtow and apologize to the old man could let you off for the sake of the lady. I didn't expect you to seek your own death, so it's not my fault. This, Chui lost her mind for a moment. He had let himself here, and now he had offended the divine Dr. Zhao who was treating Madam. If the lady came down in anger, she herself would be punished along with her. I should have known not to bring him here. It doesn't matter if he got into trouble, he even got himself involved. She was just a little maid beside the madam, and she didn't dare offend divine Dr. Zhao. He could only throw Chen Xi a look of love and turn around and go back to ask for Madam's advice. Chui relayed the conversation between divine Dr. Zhao and Chen Xi to the lady in its entirety. The lady frowned. The good impression she had just had on Chen Xi instantly vanished. Help me up and go see. Yes ma'am. Although the lady was a bit displeased. After all, Chen Xi was sending lynx skins to herself. For the sake of his acquaintance with Satsuki, he still decided to give him a chance. Let him kneel down and kowtow to divine Dr. Zhao and apologize. Then go and receive 20 lashes, and the matter will be closed. Her ladyship was assisted by Tsue to turn the screen and take her seat. Her expression displeased. Chen Xi, why don't you kneel down and quickly kowtow to divine Dr. Zhao and apologize? When Chen Xi saw the lady herself coming over, he immediately bent down and saluted. Don't worry, ma'am, he is indeed a quack. If you follow his diagnosis, Madam will not live more than 3 days. Everyone was stunned when Chen Xi said this. Chapter 23. Hold on to your thighs. You won't live more than 3 days? What a joke. A small wind chill is all, and they say that the lady won't live more than 3 days. Ha ha ha, you heard it all. Ma'am, this son is obstinate. How dare he curse ma'am? Zhou Qianqian's heart has long been gray and cloudy. The lady can come out to see you. Has already given you a chance to live. Now it's good. Not only have you given away your chance to live, but you don't think you can die fast enough. Let's make him an armor. This mouth is so bad at talking. He'll definitely get beaten up every day down there. Okay, it's settled. Zhou Qianqian had already finished arranging Chen Xi's afterlife in her mind. Everything is ready and waiting to be collected. Daring? How dare you? A country village boy. Curse my lady. Chui couldn't hold back any longer at this moment. Just now talking to divine Dr. Zhao was not a good idea. If it wasn't for the fact that I brought you here, I would have already kicked you out. Now you dare to curse Madam. Don't you know who Madam is? That's the master's favorite. In the whole county. You don't ask around to find out what position Madam is in. Thump, thump, thump. The magistrates outside heard a quarrel in the inner house, and at once drew their sabers and broke in. Who was so bold as to dare to act wildly in front of Madam? The magistrates entered the inner house and found everyone staring at the man in front of them with unkind eyes. Ha, isn't he a hunter? Tsue brought it just now. What's wrong with being so good at kung fu? Ma'am, is this hillbilly village boy now being held in custody to await his release? Or, Tsue commanded the magistrates to surround Chen Xi, lest he rise up later and injure Madam. Wait, the lady waved her hand, signaling the magistrate not to move yet. Ahem, due to the discomfort of her body, the lady coughed lightly twice. Tsue hurriedly patted the lady's back gently, her eyes staring at Chen Xi with a deadly glare. Her ladyship was already unwell, and you cursed her ladyship. You'll get it later. The lady signaled Tsue to stop, and her eyes looked at Chen Xi without anger or joy as she opened her mouth. Why did you say I wouldn't live for 3 days? Seeing you talk so calmly, you don't seem like a daredevil. If you're really right about my illness, not only will I not let you go, but I'll reward you. If you can't tell us what's going on, it's going to be a difficult day. She was originally a kind and virtuous woman, otherwise she would not have won the favor of the master and the admiration of the people. Even when Chin Breath cursed her to not live for 3 days, she didn't get too angry. I'll give you one last chance. Ma'am, what you have is not wind chill at all. Instead, it's mad dog disease. Chen Xi stunned the crowd once again with these words. Mad dog disease. They all know about the fever, general malaise, and other wind chill-like symptoms that can occur after being bitten by a mad dog. It is afraid of light and water, and it breathes rapidly. But Madam hasn't gone out these days. How could she be bitten by a mad dog? Humph. Yellow-mouthed child, don't talk nonsense. A few days ago there was a sudden snowfall and the lady didn't even go out of the house. How could she possibly suffer from mad dog disease? As soon as divine Dr. Zhao heard Chen Xi say that it was mad dog disease, he immediately lost his temper. As a bone setter, he certainly knows the symptoms of mad dog disease. Began to diagnose the lady's pulse, although the pulse disorder is somewhat like, but the back pulse is calm and not like mad dog disease. Combined with the heavy snowfall these past few days, it was impossible for the lady to go out at all. Everything points to the impossibility of Mrs. having mad dog disease. Zhuo Qianqian was also stunned. Chen breath, you're doing this in a fancy way. Even the mad dog disease can make up this kind of excuse. I still underestimated him. But can you get away with making up a random medical condition? Unlike everyone else, Madame and Suetsue couldn't help but shiver when they heard Chen Xi utter the mad dog disease. What proof do you have? You didn't even check your pulse. How can you assert that? Suetsue's tone was obviously a bit flustered. It was true that the lady didn't go out, but last night she was bitten by the adopted little white dog. The lady frowned at his words. It was hard to believe that he could see what was going on. Go down, all of you. Yes, ma'am. The magistrates heard the lady give the word and all withdrew from the room, closing the door behind them. You go on. Chen Xi secretly laughed in his heart. He could already tell from the demeanor of Madame and Suetsue. The first thing I noticed when I entered the house myself was that the doors and windows were closed. And then I noticed a few more white animal hairs on the floor. Combined with Madame's symptoms, it's 80% mad dog disease. Ma'am, would it be possible for me to check your pulse? Could be. The lady stretched out her arm on the table, her face still unreadable, making it impossible to guess what she was thinking. Chen Xi stepped forward, first carefully observing the lady's face, then raised his eyebrows and took his pulse. Humph, playing God. Divine Dr. Zhao contemptuously looked at Chen Xi to check the pulse, saying that the old man's medical skills are nothing. Then I will see what you have to offer. A country bumpkin. He's an embarrassment. However, from the moment he started looking at Chen Xi to check his pulse, Divine Dr. Zhao couldn't take his eyes off of it. From the beginning of contempt, to doubt, to surprise, and finally to shock. Why does this technique look so familiar? It's hard not to. By the way, this technique was once used by Master. Originally, Dr. Zhao was just a lowly bone setter who happened to meet a Taoist who knew the art of healing and taught him some of the art of Dengen. After worshipping the Master, he followed him for 3 years, and then the Master passed away, and he gradually became the most famous miracle doctor in the county by relying on the medical skills taught by the Master. At this time, when he saw Chen Xi's pulse diagnosis technique, his heart was shocked, and his technique was even more skillful than his Master. How can this be possible? How old is he? Can he have medical skills comparable to his Master's? Just as waves of shock rose in Divine Dr. Zhao's heart, Chen Xi withdrew his hands and stood on a foothold. Madam, it is indeed mad dog disease. Upon hearing the definite reply, Madame and Trisha's hearts simultaneously panicked. The ever-stoic Madame's face finally changed expression. Is that true? Seriously? Suetsue was completely flustered at this point and hurriedly said, Ma'am, he said. The lady stood up and looked around the room. Seeing that there were only Divine Dr. Zhao, Zhuo Qianqian, and Chen Xi in the room, sighing and nodding slightly, he spoke to Chen Xi. Little friend Chen, is there a cure? Chen breath frowned. Mad dog disease is rabies, and it is also extremely tricky in the later generations with advanced medical conditions. He has saved rabies patients before and knows how difficult it is to save them, but now he is worried because of the poll tax. Even if this time escaped Zhang Bachuan's calculations, he will frequently target himself in the future. The evil of human nature is such that as long as it has bullied you and thinks you are a good bully, then it will keep on bullying you. The more you can suffer, the more you will have to suffer. The more you get bullied, the more you get bullied. One needed to hold on to a big leg firmly, or else it would be hard to survive in this chaotic and barren year. And the county magistrate's wife in front of her is the most beautiful thighs. Yuck! Candidates. As long as he saved her life, 100 Zhang Baoquan could not do anything to himself. Once and for all. Ma'am, where is the dog that bit you? The lady sighed quietly and truthfully. I saw a little white dog outside a few days ago, and it looked so cute, so I carried it back to the mansion to feed it, not realizing that it suddenly bit me last night. And this morning I gave it to Suetsue to release. Suetsue on the side saw that the lady really suffered from mad dog disease. Naturally she did not dare to hide it. I gave that little white dog to the magistrate to be released. Chen breath immediately spoke. Quickly, call that magistrate here. Suetsue was out of ideas and wondered what the use of looking for that magistrate would be if Chen Xi did not heal the lady. Then he looked to the lady for advice. What are you waiting for? Go. Yes ma'am. Suetsue was really anxious this time. Madame was usually amiable to herself. This time her attitude was obviously a bit hectoring. Out the door he went, and in a short time brought a magistrate. What do you wish to call upon me, ma'am? Where's that little white dog Trisha told you to release? Back to the words of the lady. The villain didn't bother to release it, and threw it in the woodshed in preparation for going home at night. Going home to have a good time. The magistrate broke out in a cold sweat. Her ladyship had explained the release, but it seemed that she could not avoid a chastisement for thinking of stealing food herself. Go, take me to the woodshed. When Chen Xi learned that the little white dog had not been released, he was hopeful and did not dare to delay for a moment. It's up to the little white dog to hold the big one. The magistrate was a bit baffled, not reacting to whether or not he should listen to Chen Xi's words. Sue, you go with her and listen to all of junior friend Chen's commands. Yes ma'am. Chen Xi yanked up the magistrate and left, his tone anxious. Come on, show me. Okay, good. Going around a few corridors, the three of them came to the firewood room where the underlings of the mansion chopped firewood. LOL. Opened the door of the room, only to see a small white dog in the woodshed lying on the ground, eyes red through the mouth foaming, dying. Chen breath grinned. This was it. Chapter 24. Divine Dr. Zhao is convinced. You two go out and wait for me. Okay. Cui and the magistrates did not dare to disobey. The lady had already explained that everything should be at Chen Xi's command. The two of them went out of the firewood room, and Chen Xi stepped forward and squatted beside the little white dog. The little white dog was dying, but when he heard someone approaching, he instinctively bared his teeth and threatened the visitor. Humph, kinda mean. Chin Breath could already tell that this little white dog was a mad dog without a doubt. Everything was right on the money. Pick up the axe for chopping wood. Go in peace. It is a sin to live. Outside the door Tsue and the magistrate waited anxiously. Both of them didn't know what Chen Xi meant by looking for the little white dog. Had to wait outside the door. A few moments later, Chen Xi walked out of the firewood room carrying a bowl with some grayish-white liquid in it. You go and bury the little white dog. And remember not to eat it. Yes. The Yaman didn't dare to disobey Chen Xi's words and could only do as they were told. Chen Xi took Cui and quickly walked back to the inner mansion. On the way Cui was a little embarrassed. She might have just wrongly blamed Chen Xi. I'm sorry, Chun. There's no need to think too much. I don't blame Miss Trisha. It was impossible for Chen Xi to be general with a little maid, not to mention that the other party hadn't done anything to herself. Sue pursed her lips and stole a glance at Chen Xi. Her cheeks flushed and immediately lowered her head. When he arrived at the inner mansion, Chen Xi placed the bowl on the table and immediately asked, "Where is the wound, ma'am?" Madam sniffed a face that instantly reddened to the roots of her ears. "None. Have to ask where the wound is? That's a private location. There's still Dr. Zhao and Zhuo Qianqian in the house. How can you talk about that kind of location?" Seeing the lady's dilemma, Sue immediately greeted Divine Dr. Zhao and Zhuo Qianqian to wait in the side hall. Divine Dr. Zhao's heart itched to the extreme. This was a great learning opportunity. If he learns to cure mad dog disease, his reputation will spread far and wide, and those old guys in the next county will no longer dare to look down on him. As much as his heart yearned for it, he knew that he couldn't observe it at this time. He could only resentfully go to the side hall and wait, and must ask Chen Xi for some good advice when he had the chance. Mental note. He no longer dared to question Chen Xi nowadays, and had already concluded in his mind that he was a great healer. Even the medical skills were not below his own masters. Zhuo Qianqian was also very curious. Didn't we agree to kill the head? How did this change in a moment? Is he a hunter or a bone setter? You're still better than Dr. Zhao. Wanted to stay and observe, but Mrs. Naylor gave the order of expulsion. One could only wait with Divine Dr. Zhao in the side hall. After sending off Divine Dr. Zhao and Zhuo Qianqian, Cui helped her ladyship onto the bed. "Ma'am, is it true that the wound is exposed?" The lady's entire body was wrapped in the quilt, and she kept her heads low, her voice thin and mosquito fly. "Little friend Chen, do you really want to? Well, or you won't live more than 3 days. Well, okay." The lady will cover the quilt over her face. At the moment cannot see the expression on her face. I think it must be very. That what it? Trisha, help me. Yes ma'am. Cui pursed her lips and her face was red with shame. Slowly backing down the lady's pants to reveal the inner lining inside. The liner was backed off again, revealing a white, jade-like thigh. "Hunter Chen, right there." Trisha pointed a small finger, then scowled. "Chen interest does not look askance, staring straight at this beautiful leg in front of me. I want to hold tight to the lady's thigh, but I did not expect." "Really hold tight to the thigh? A wish come true." Taking a deep breath, a fragrance permeated his mouth and nose. Gulping, he reached for his thigh. "Ha, where's the wound?" On the inside of the knee." The quilt covering Madam shivered violently for a moment, then stopped moving. Chen Rest pursed his lips, his heart meditation. "I am a doctor. In the eyes of the healer, only the patient no more." With his mind free of distractions, he reached for the inside of his knee. As Chen breath explored, the lady in the quilt gradually breathed heavier. A pair of beautiful legs could not stop trembling. The speed was comparable to an electric mini motor. Women in ancient society were very conservative. Women's legs were not something that could be casually exposed, let alone to the opposite sex. Don't be afraid, ma'am. Relax. Perhaps hearing the calming tone of Chen Xi's voice, the beautiful legs gradually relaxed, not shaking as much as they did just now. Turning over the inside of the knee, 2 teeth marks came into view. At this time the wound was about to scab over. Fortunately he came in time. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Forcefully squeeze the bruise out of the wound. Then apply the bowl of off-white liquid to the wound. As Chen Rest repeated the operation several times, a burst of tingling came from the lady's legs, and a slight mmm sound came from the quilt. Chen Xi healed seriously, for half an hour, before the treatment was completed. He wasn't doing it slow on purpose to take advantage. It was medical ethics, and again, there is no male or female in the eyes of a doctor. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he pulled the covers over his thighs and slowly backed out. You've worked hard, Hunter Chen. How is madam? Cui took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped Chen Xi's sweat. It's no longer a problem. I'll prescribe you a pair of pills to feed the lady, and she should be cured. Okay, I'll get a pen and paper right away. Chen Xi picked up the brush and brushed it on the paper, writing and holding it in his hand. You stay here and wait on the ma'am. I'll go find someone to grab some medicine. Okay, Hunter Chen. Cui stayed behind to take care of madam, and Chen Xi went out to the side hall. At this time, neither Divine Dr. Zhao nor Zhuo Qianqian had left. Seeing Chen Xi come out, Zhuo Qianqian immediately went forward and asked, How is the lady? It's been fine. When Zhuo Qianqian heard Chen Xi's affirmative reply, her hanging heart finally dropped. Seeing a piece of paper in his hand, he looked at it curiously twice. What a handsome word. Even the masters of the county school are not as beautiful as Chen Xi's characters. Zhuo Qianqian had seen a lot and could tell at a glance that the writing was extraordinary. So much for those calligraphers. Divine Dr. Zhao, can you recognize the herbs on it? Dr. Zhao had been too wriggly to come forward to greet him, but when he saw Chen Xi calling him, he hurriedly came forward. That, Chen Xiao Ha, the old man Fang Kai. Fang Kai, it's okay, it's all about healing and saving lives, and you have good intentions. When Divine Dr. Zhao saw that Chen Xi had forgiven him, he was instantly grateful. Thank you, young friend Chen. If there's anything you can use old me for in the future, just ask. Hastily wiping his hands back and forth on his clothes, he sullenly accepted the prescription. The expression on his face was the same as that of Zhuo Qianqian's, and at the first glance, he could see the extraordinary nature of the words on the paper. I'm sure it's a great doctor. What a handsome handwriting. Upon closer inspection, his eyes lit up. More than a dozen kinds of medicinal herbs are paired together, precise to the penny. As a bone setter, Dr. Zhao naturally knows the above medicinal herbs. A wonderful mix of various medicinal properties. This is the remedy for mad dog disease? The hand holding the prescription couldn't help but tremble, his eyes no longer able to leave the prescription. He was thoroughly convinced that this prescription alone was worth more than 1,000 gold. Just casually showing yourself? Chen Breath waved his hand. Go ahead and get the medicine in the proportions of the prescription. Fine. I'm on my way. Dr. Zhao took the prescription as if it were a treasure and ran all the way out of the government office to grab the medicine. Zhuo Qianqian stared at Chen Xi in a daze. Not only was the hunting great, but even the medical skills were higher than those of Divine Dr. Zhao. Even the words are so handsome. In his heart, he admired Chen Xi to the extreme. The curiosity was so strong that it couldn't be suppressed. This man was by no means as simple as a small hunter. There must be a big secret about him. After he cured his wife's illness, he himself must dig deeper into his secret. The two of them sat in the side hall for a short while before Cui hurried out of the house. Surprised. Excellent Hunter Chen. The lady's fever has gone down. Good. I'll go in and decoct the medicine for madam. Chen Xi was just about to enter the house when Divine Dr. Zhao also returned after grabbing the medicine. Looking back at the expectant Dr. Zhao and Zhuo Qianqian, he smiled faintly. You guys can come in if you want to help. Thank you, Divine Dr. Chen. Thank you, Divine Dr. Chen. Divine Dr. Zhao even changed his name to Chen Xi, and one divine doctor called the other one a divine doctor as well. That's a bit of a funny name to call it. Being able to see the results of Chen Xi's work with his own eyes would be helpful in refining his medical skills. Zhuo Qianqian hid a smile and followed Chen Xi into the house. Humph. If I don't dig out all the secrets from you, this girl won't be called Zhuo Qianqian. By the way, since he can cure madam's disease, is the sister-in-law's disease. Zhuo Qianqian thought of her sister-in-law's illness and how many great doctors had been unable to help. It just says that the snow Ganoderma lucidum in the deep mountains can control the condition. Chen breath is so powerful. Can he cure his sister-in-law? In that case, you'll never be able to escape from this girl. Big, sly eyes blinked. The eyes that looked at Chen Xi were filled with mystery and curiosity. Chapter 25 Getting Rich. How are you feeling physically now, ma'am? Chen Xi took a few steps and arrived in front of the lady's bed. At this time, her fever had already subsided, and her whole body was curled up in the quilt. Hearing Chen Xi speak, the lady's body visibly trembled for a moment, followed by a thin, mosquito voice. Comfy, much more comfortable. One hand clasped the lady's wrist and began to take her pulse, nodding slowly after a few moments. Nothing more for now. I'll decoct the lady's medicine for today, and I'll come back in 3 days to check the wound. 3 times the wound was checked for healing, and it was healed without incident. Chen Rest has his own little plan in his heart. This disease has to be cured slowly, otherwise how can this thigh be hugged tightly? As soon as the lady heard that Chen Xi was going to come back in 3 days to check the wounds, or 3 times, his face was red to his neck. Wouldn't that mean he'd have to touch me 3 more times? At the thought, the lady buried her face deep in the covers, determined not to let him see it. Many thanks to young friend Chen. After Chen Xi checked the lady's condition, he decocted the medicine that divine Dr. Zhao had grabbed and handed it to Tsuetsue. Miss Tsuetsue, feed the medicine to the lady to take it. Thank you, brother Chen. Tsuetsue is very smart, and her address to Chen Xi has unconsciously changed to Big Brother Chen. Saving Madam's life. Brother Chen is going to be rich from now on. This is something that many people are looking for. To be able to climb some relations with the lady, even harder than climbing relations with the county master. It can be said that in the whole county, as long as it is not a capital offense issued by the court, the lady can protect him. The lady drank the medicine, and pressed on Tsuetsue's ear and gently commanded something, and a few moments later Tsuetsue came back again. Brother Chen, Madam asked me to take you to collect your reward. Chen Xi actually wanted to leave a long time ago. At the moment the day has already reached the afternoon, and there are still 3 women waiting for themselves at home. Good, thank you Miss Tsuetsue. Her ladyship needs to rest, so I won't see you both off. Well, Madam's health is important, so I'll take my leave. Well, I'll come back to visit Ma'am in a few days. Divine Dr. Zhao and Zhuo Qianshan greeted Chuyer and went back. Although Divine Dr. Zhao had obtained the prescription, there were still so many questions he hadn't asked Chen Xi, especially what the grayish-white liquid in the bowl was doing, and how it was diagnosed as mad dog disease through diagnosis. None of these questions were asked, but the lady had already given the order to send off the guests, and it was not good for him or her to pester Chen Xi to ask. We're all from this county anyway, so we'll run into each other sooner or later. By the way, he had come with the Zhuo family's girl, so afterward, he went to her to inquire about the news of Divine Dr. Chen. If you are lucky, try to learn from Dr. Chen. The medical profession is the first to learn from the old, the first to reach the old. In Divine Dr. Zhao's eyes, Chen Xi's medical skills wouldn't be weaker than his own master's, and it didn't matter what kind of face he had. Learn the skills in your hands that are your own. Zhuo Qianshan was in even less of a hurry. Having already seen Chen Xi's skills today, he was by no means as simple as a hunter. There are so many secrets in this guy. As for whether or not she could find Chen Xi, she wasn't worried at all, because I already know from Xiao's mouth that Chen Xi's address is not Wowo village. By the way, he has 3 in-laws. When Xiao went to pick up the goods, he himself should follow, and bring some of the women's favorite gifts to see him then. He is not the most favored that the third lady, as long as to please his third lady, the rest will fall into place. Zoisite thought this in her mind. After the 2 left, Tsuetsue brought Chen Xi to the mansion's account office. Madam said that she likes the lynx skin of Brother Chen very much, and that there is a heavy reward for it. Taking out a box from the ledger, he handed it to Chen Xi with both hands. Brother Chen, please smile. Chen Xi was not at all pretentious. Right now it was the time when he was short of money, so he reached out and took the box. Thank the lady for me. Take the box in the hand, gently weigh a little. In front of Tsuetsue face to open the view is not appropriate. Look at the weight of less than 15 strings of money. Do not lose on the line. Her ladyship also said that she has sent someone to inform the master who is out on business. Big Brother Chen saved Madam's life. The master must still have a heavy reward when he returns. As he spoke, he winked at Chen Xi, the meaning of which was obvious. From now on, you have a backer. Okay, thanks Trisha girl. No wonder I didn't see his lordship today. So he went out on an errand. He must find the county master. And if you want to sell salt in this era, you must have a salt citation issued by the court. And the county magistrate just happens to be in charge of that. Since they all have a backer, it's a waste of time to use them, lest you sneak around and sell private salt, and if you get caught, it's all a beheading offense. Never take a risk if you can. Gouge developed slowly. Walking out of the inner mansion, all the yamen on the way saw Chen Xi come out. Each one of them nodded their heads and showed fawning smiles. This is a cure for the lady. How can these officers be offended, but also flattered? Go out of the county house and find a place where no one is around to open the box. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chen Breath's eyes glowed and he couldn't help but burst out. 10 large silver ingots were neatly arranged in the box. Chapter 26. All 3 broads have been captured. It was the first time he'd seen silver since he'd crossed over. Some ordinary people have never seen silver a few times in their lives, let alone this kind of official silver ingot. People with a bunch of money are already stepping into a rich family. The most commonly eaten corn among the people was only 3 won-a-caddy, and ordinary meat and eggs 10 won-a-caddy. The silver ingot in Chen Xi's hand had 10 tails clearly printed on it. 10 silver ingots of 100 tails, or 100 strings of money. Ha ha ha, get rich. Excited hearts, trembling hands. With this amount of money, the district is only 4 head taxes, and a few more houses can be afforded. The problem of poll tax is no longer a concern, and now the much-needed problem of refining refined salt materials and upgrading bows and crossbows can all be solved as well. TSK, TSK, TSK. Chen Interest smacked his lips. The magistrate's wife is still quite generous. Just to solve the problem at hand, first find a blacksmith store to build some arrowheads. Some of the materials for the compound bow will be replaced with iron for now, and when they make their own steel later, they will gradually upgrade again. The mountains have resilient timber, and the blacksmith store is easy to find. Just 2 intersections around the corner. Just as Chen Xi was about to reach the blacksmith store, a woman in the distance looked around as if she was looking for someone. Auntie Chang. Hearing someone call out to her, Auntie Zhang was first stunned and turned her head to see Chen Xi, who was holding the box with a surprised look on her face. Women in this era would not easily go out of their homes, let alone Auntie Zhang or to the county. Geez breath, I finally found you. Auntie Zhang ran in a hurry, accidentally fell on the side of the road, not caring about the pain in the body to continue to run to Chen Xi. Shout as you run. Breathe, it's not good. Something happened at your home. An ominous premonition quickly enveloped his heart. Chen Xi rushed forward to support Auntie Zhang and eagerly said, there's no rush. Auntie Zhang, take your time. Little breath not good. After you left, Wang Mazi brought someone took your 3 wives, all captured. What? Wang Mazi has taken all of Niang Zi's girls? Auntie Zhang, you tell me what happened. Auntie Zhang took a few big breaths and finally got her breath back. After you entered the city, Xiao breath. Wang Mazi brought 2 adults from the family delivery team to your house. Said your mother owed him 5 pounds of corn that she hadn't paid, and that she was to be escorted to the county court. Chen Interest eyebrows are wrinkled together. Even if it is 5 pounds of corn did not return, the family has the grain to return him is. Why to escort people? Also, that Zi Gaogao's maiden of yours, said that her family's original money changer owed a lot of money, and likewise escorted her away. And also, the youngest matron was so angry that she argued with them and was escorted away with them. They took all those hunts you shot, too. They put the word out for you to bring money to the county to ransom them. Chen Interest heard the fire straight to the sky. Chao Nima Wang Mazi, you find death. Where are they now? Chen Xi wrinkled his eyebrows and glared like he wanted to eat someone, and Auntie Zhang was terrified. Shao rest you listen to Auntie Zhang. Don't be impulsive. Those people we can't afford to mess with. Even if we report it to the police, it's useless. Auntie Zhang is here to advise you not to return to this home. Wang Mazi and the others will not let you go. Take. Auntie Zhang wiped her tears and pulled out a cloth bag containing dozens of copper coins from her arms. That was all she had, and shoved the cloth bag into Chen Xi's hand. Xiao breath. Listen to Auntie Zhang. Run away. Don't let Wang Mazi and the others catch you. And find a place where there are few people to live well. Auntie Zhang had sobbed uncontrollably by this point, constantly urging Chen Xi to flee. Auntie Zhang, listen to me first. You go back first and leave the rest to me. Chen Xi knew that Auntie Zhang had come into the city to find herself to report a message, and she couldn't get her involved. Auntie Zhang was anxious when she saw that Chen Xi did not listen to him, but she could not argue with him and did not know what to do. Thank you, Auntie Zhang. I'll be fine. Go home first. Chen Xi didn't have time to explain to Aunt Zhang where the people were. He had already guessed. He had just come out of the county courthouse without seeing them himself, so he could only be in one place. It's the same dental office that I passed by myself yesterday. Chen Xi was worried about the safety of the 3 girls and ran furiously all the way to Toothbound. Auntie Zhang saw Chen Xi running away and slapped her thighs. Xiao, she is in danger this time. No, I have to hurry back to the village. Even if I have to go from door to door to collect money, I have to save the small interest. Chen Interest all the way to the dental firm. Far away from the sound of Wang Mazi heard inside. What are a few stinking ES screaming about? If your boss doesn't come to ransom you before tomorrow, you'll all be sold to the kiln. Wang Mazi, you have the right to arrest us. Oh, you 5 pounds of corn to pay you back, that is. We are all from the same village. Why are you doing this to us? Ha ha ha, why should I treat you like this? If you had obeyed me long ago, where would there be so much luo chaos? Wang Mazi was excited to the extreme at this time, and was only waiting for Chen Xi to arrive. then he would take him into custody. When the time comes, Fan Yen, though little, is free to take it by herself. Wang Mazi, you don't want to think about it. I already have a husband. You die of this heart. Humph, that little cutie of yours. Husband, he's all on his own. Ha ha ha. Wang Mazi let loose a wild laugh. When Chen Xi comes, I have 100 ways to clean him up. Bang. Wang Mazi was in the midst of his complacency when he was suddenly kicked out by a powerful kick, falling to the ground and performing a doggy-style poop. Chen Xi kicked Wang Mazi and quickly came to the side of Fan Yan's 3 girls. At the moment they were sitting on their knees in the courtyard of the dental office with their hands and feet in large chains. Seeing Chen Xi come, the 3 women were pleasantly surprised and struggled to get up, but due to their hands and feet being locked they couldn't stand up at all. Chen Xi stepped forward. A hand embraced Fan Yan in his arms, and said softly, "Don't be afraid, ma'am, I'm here." When Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong saw that Chen Xi had arrived, the tears in their eyes could no longer be held back and they finally let out a cry. "Husband, it's my fault. I'm the one who dragged husband down." "Woo woo, husband." They come up and arrest people. Totally unreasonable. "It's okay, don't be afraid. Leave the rest to my husband." Chen Xi comforted the 2 girls, Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong, again, and when he saw the chains on their bodies, killing intent flickered in his eyes. Wang Mazi only got up from the ground at this time, saw that the visitor was Chen Xi, and viciously said, "Who the hell gave you the nerve to hit me here?" The last time he received a beating from Chen Xi, he still had palpitations in his heart, his feet unconsciously moved back a few points, and his mouth shouted, "Lord Lu, Lord Li, you guys come out." "Cootie, hit someone." The 2 adults were drinking tea inside the house, and when they heard Wang Mazi shouting outside, they immediately went out of the house. "What's going on? What's all the bickering about?" Seeing the 2 adults come out, Wang Mazi instantly came to the bottom, covering his stomach to go forward. "You must do right by the little one, my lord. That little cutie came and kicked me." Wang Mazi to the 2 adults in front of the aggrieved complain. And just now the arrogant and domineering appearance, simply a different person. Lord Lu waved his hand and did not pay attention to Wang Mazi, and said to Chen Xi with a smile on his face, "Yo, if it isn't Hunter Chen, did you bring money to ransom him?" Chen Xi comfortably helped the 3 women to sit down and turned his head to look at Lord Lu, his voice unable to hear any emotion. "Say, how much is needed?" Chapter 27. Take the money for the ransom. "Humph, how much?" Lord Lu gave a nudge to Wang Mazi. "Pocky, come and tell this Hunter Chen how much you need to be paid back." When Wang Mazi saw Lord Lu backing himself up, he covered his stomach and pointed at Fan Yan. "Your mother-in-law owes me 5 pounds of corn for half a month, so tell me what to do." Wang Mazi did not directly name the price. He wanted to see how much Chen Xi could offer. In his heart, he had the intention that the lynx skin should be worth at least 20 strings of money, and he first tried to test the Chen interest. "Cut the crap, just tell me how much." Chen interest pressure does not eat him this set. These money you have life to take may not have life to spend. See, Chen interest does not eat him this set. Wang Mazi simply do not pretend. First pick USA, the rest will have to give the 2 adults to keep it. You know how precious food is nowadays. 5 pounds of corn have not been paid back for half a month, for the sake of the same village. You will give me a string of money. What? Wang Mazi, you bully people too much. The price of corn is 3 a caddy. You are blackmailing people. Fan Yan heard the number immediately anxious. 3 money a caddy of corn. To you hear how to sit on the ground. The price directly doubled hundreds of times. How can she not anxious? Bitch, if I hadn't lent you 5 pounds of corn in the first place, I'm afraid you would have starved to death. Now just ask for a bunch of money, and you can steal it. Wang Mazi is winning. There are 2 adults around. You stinking can still make any waves. Ask for as much as you want, or you'll all go to jail for me. You, Fan Yan Gas, also want to reason with him. I help your family chopped wood to pay off the debt, and now want a string of money. It is obvious blackmail. A bunch of money, huh? I'll give you that. Chen Rest interrupted Fan Yan. I will give you this string of money. You can't even accept it. He already had a murderous intent towards Wang Mazi. This bad seed must not be kept. Even if he passed this time, he would intensify in the future. Chen Xi couldn't keep him to cause trouble for himself. Chen Xi had 2 bunches of money on him from selling roe deer, but he deliberately took out his wife's reward money. Opening the box in his arms, he took out a buttload of silver. Here's 10 taels, give me back the rest. Chen interest casually threw. Wang Mazi saw first the silver for a moment, and then hurried to catch it. Hold in the hand repeatedly, watch, eyes more and more bright, and finally put in the mouth bite. Confirmed that it is silver after the heart of ecstasy. Read the words on the top of the silver ingot. 10 taels. Wang Mazi froze. How did he have so much money? Greed instantly took over the brain. No matter, since it is in my hands, where is the change? Still want the rest? You just kicked me in the ass. The rest is for medical bills. I reluctantly forgive you. Wang Mazi carefully put the silver ingot into his bosom, fearing that someone would snatch it away. Chen breath narrowed his eyes to see him move and snorted at the corner of his mouth. Take it and be done with it. Your life is at an end. Lord Lu saw Chen interest took out the silver is also shocked to shun. His arms have a box containing silver ingots. There is more than one inside. Right. Ha ha ha. Well, Hunter Chen really keeps his word. You're done with Wang Mazi. You can take that with you. Lord Lu's eyes flicked to the side, and immediately, a dental worker came forward to unshackle Fan Yan. Fan Yan got away and immediately leaned against Chen Xi, tears in her eyes. Her husband had wasted such a large silver ingot for herself. A small whimper rose up. It was she who had dragged her husband down with her. Chen Xi put her in his arms and comforted her for a while before Fan Yan's emotions settled down. Seeing Fan Yan's wrists strangled with blood marks from the shackles, the killing intent in her eyes surged. Humph. If you want to be gracious, go home and be gracious. It's time to talk business down there. Lord Lu stretched out a hand, pointing at Bai Rongrong, who was shackled, and opened his mouth. This of yours is obstructing our errands and biting this lord. What about this, right? Without even thinking about it, Chen Xi took out another silver ingot from the box and tossed it to Lord Lu. Is that enough? Lord Lu took the silver ingot, weighed it in his hand and read the 10 taels on it. The corner of his mouth twitched. No wonder Wang Mazi had that look on his face just now. So it was 10 taels. His own annual salary is less than 1 or 2 silvers. Where did this kid get his money? Lord Lu has seen the world, and has managed the beautiful job of sending the bridal party all these years. Every year, he rakes in a lot of oil from the villages, and he even sets the price of the poll tax. Although he was shocked in his heart, he did not show anything on his face. Licking his lips, he slipped the silver into his pocket. Since Hunter Chen is so sensible, this lord will not bother about it anymore. Hearing Lord Lu speak, this time the dental worker didn't need to be instructed and took the initiative to come forward to unlock Bai Rongrong's shackles. Bai Rongrong broke free of the shackles and came to the side of Chen Xi. Her big eyes looked at Chen Xi full of grievances but did not dare to make a sound. I blame myself for being bad and making my husband waste so much money again. I really deserve to die. I shouldn't have bitten anyone. Chen Xi could see what was on Bai Rongrong's mind, rubbed her head, and whispered in her ear, "Good bite. There's a reward at home." Where would Bai Rongrong have thought that her husband not only didn't blame her, but even complimented her on her good bite, and her heart was moved to tears. Embracing Chen, she began to cry in a small voice. Husband is too good. Rongrong can't stay away from husband for the rest of her life. Come on, don't be sour in front of my lord. Lord Lu smiled coldly and continued to point at the shackled Qinyao. The main event of the day had come. This mother-in-law of yours used to run a money changer at home and owes a lot of money to the outside world. Now that she's married to you, isn't it time for you to help her pay her outside debts? Now that Fan Yan and Bai Rongrong were saved, only Qin Yao was left sitting there on her knees. Neither dared to look at Chen Xi nor make a sound. He knew that the culprit this time was himself. The accounts of the money bank she had just touched, and before she could understand it, she was copied by the court. Whether or not she owed any money specifically, and how much she owed, was not at all clear, but based on her feeling, the money changer was doing well and shouldn't be in debt. Besides, she knew the laws of the Great Imperial, and no one had the right to overturn what the court had already decided. A person in a family delivery team is not even an official, much less qualified, but those were words she couldn't say at this point. Her husband had no power and could not fight them, so she could only sit on her knees and say nothing. There was nothing she could do as she watched the men leonize her. Maybe it's better to be sold or die. Living would only add to the burden of her husband. The days she spent by her husband's side were the happiest she had been since she was copied. Although the husband looks scary, he is really nice and buys himself coats and meat. Xinyao made up her mind in her mind that even if she died, she couldn't drag her husband into it. Lord Lu narrowed his small eyes and stared at Chen Xi. Chen Xi similarly narrowed his eyes and stared at Lord Lu, and there seemed to be sparks of lightning in the air. Just waiting for you to say this. Her family has been plagiarized, not to mention no debt. Even if there is a debt is naturally the court's business. It's none of your business as a delivery team. Her family fortune has been seized by the court, and now you're circling back to mine me for it. Oh, well, let's see if you can take that away. It's only right that a murderer pays his debt. Tell me, Lord Lu, how much does her family owe? I'll give it back. The sentence I also was said out loud, and Qin Yao, who was already in despair, shuddered violently. Chen Xi coldly smiled and pulled out the entire box. Lord Lu, Lord Li, saw the box clearly, and the pupils in their eyes shrank violently. Equally shocked was Lu De, the owner of the dental firm, who was hiding in the house to watch the show. This courtyard is his, but the official family delivery team is also stationed here. Lu De usually disliked the style of Lord Lu and Lord Li, and seldom interacted with them. Today he went to the county office to do some work and saw Chen Xi enter the inner house. I also heard later that the lady was cured of mad dog disease by a miracle doctor. Combined with the box in Chen Xi's hand, the thought that Chen Xi was that divine doctor came violently to mind. It's a good opportunity to make friends, then sneak out the back door. Chapter 28. Let's see who can walk? Lu De ran to the county house and saw Cui Cui at the entrance of the inner house. Boss Lu, what is your business here at the county office? The dental firm is not far from the county hall. Why is the shopkeeper here in a panic? When Lu De saw that it was Cui Cui, he immediately went up to tell Cui Cui what he had just seen. You mean they forced brother Chen to take money to ransom him? Cui Cui frowned. Chen Xi had just healed the lady and was going to follow up with a review for the lady. How could she be bullied by the family delivery team at this time? That's what happened. The two lords said that divine Dr. Chen's 3 wives owed money, and they're asking for the debt. A debt? Cui Cui's brows furrowed again as she thought for a moment and spoke. Thank you, Boss Lu. I'll go report to Madam Trouble Trisha girl. After Lu De left, Cui Cui turned around and immediately entered the inner mansion. Inside the dental office, the moment Lord Lu and Lord Li saw the box, they suddenly had an ominous feeling in their hearts. Lord Lu stared at the box in Chen Xi's hand, frowning in contemplation. He naturally knew that it was a box within the county government. Only VIPs who come to visit will have their gifts wrapped in this kind of box. In all the years he had been an officer, he had yet to see that rewarding his subordinates things would be done with this kind of expensive box. Now a hunter actually had this. Firstly, it was stolen, and secondly, Chen Xi's status was so special that the county government gave him a gift in return. The likelihood of the second is completely negligible. How could he, a small hunter, be a valued guest of the county government? He must have stolen it. Where did you get that box in your hand? Oh, is this what Lord Lu is talking about? Chen Xi shook the box in his hand. He could already see that Lord Lu doubted his silver, but this money he had to give away, and it's still being sent out in the name of redemption. This is the box that I gave to Divine Dr. Zhao when I picked up valuable herbs in the mountains, and the box was given to me by Divine Dr. Zhao. In order to situate the matter, Chen Xi deliberately brought out Divine Dr. Zhao to confuse the public. Ha ha, so it's from Divine Dr. Zhao. That's not surprising. Looking at the sincere Chen Xi, Lord Lu laughed. Who was Dr. Zhao? No one in the entire White Mountain County knew, and it wasn't surprising at all that he had the precious box from the county government in his hands. They all know that Dr. Zhao is obsessed with medicine and acquires valuable herbs all year round, and combined with Chen Xi's identity as a hunter, picking medicine and selling it to Dr. Zhao makes complete logical sense. No wonder the pain took out 20 taels of silver. It turned out to be picking up precious medicinal herbs to sell to Dr. Zhao. Otherwise that lynx skin alone would never be able to sell out of this money. Since your mother-in-law is in debt, you are willing to pay. Lord Lu glanced at the box again, although he couldn't guess how much was inside. A guy who's always out there raking in the dough naturally has his ways. Slowly extend 5 fingers. 500 taels. When Lord Lu finished speaking, he felt a tug on the corner of his coat and looked back to see none other than Lord Li. Lord Li shook his head to Lord Lu with a stony face. That meant don't rush for the money first. Need to try again. Lord Lu frowned in dismay and gestured for Lord Li to listen to his arrangements. It's not good to be old and look forward to doing things. Your own trick has worked 100 times. As soon as Chen Xi heard that Lord Lu opened his mouth to ask for 500 taels, he was immediately happy in his heart. Playing this game with me, huh? Then I'll play with you, but it's a bit of a big price to pay. Immediately put on a coy face. Lord Lu, I don't have that many here, so how many do you have? Chen Xi pretended to open the box and deliberately displayed it to Lord Lu. Is this all there is? Enough to ransom my mother? Lord Lu tilted his head and took a quick glance, his heart bursting with joy. 8 silver ingots neatly arranged in a box. That's 80 taels. Lord Li was equally hot-eyed and couldn't take his eyes off the white silver. Taking a few deep breaths, he finally clenched his teeth. And people died for money. Who cares where it comes from? He's a bit older than Lord Lu, and he does things viciously, leaving no loose ends. It came to Lord Lu's ear and muttered in a low voice. Take the money and this man cannot be kept. Make a head-killing gesture with your hand underneath. Lord Li's thoughts coincided with his. Originally also intended to shout out the figure of 500 taels. He knew that Chen Xi could not come up with so much. After that let him write down the note, in order to prepare for the subsequent blackmail. But when he saw that there were still 80 taels in the box, he changed his mind. This person had to be gotten rid of. Being blackmailed for 100 taels of silver for no reason. A person cannot be willing. He went to the county court to sue himself is not afraid, but in case it reaches the ears of the master, he is the crime of killing his own head. Don't take any chances at this point. It's a one-shot deal. As long as he kills him, then even if the master knows, there is no evidence of death, and he will spend some money to make some trouble, and then he will muddle through. Nowadays, with the soldiers in turmoil, who cares about the life and death of a small hunter? A mere 80 taels to ransom your mother, also makes it difficult for this lord. Put on a full show. Stabilize him first, he won't see tomorrow's sun anyway. I only have these. Lord Lu cannot even to the small some time. Later I hunt to earn money a little bit to pay back. Lord Lu and Lord Li's small movements were all seen in Chen Xi's eyes, and the change in their expressions had already betrayed them both. Although that gesture of Lord Li's was done stealthily, it didn't escape Chen Xi's eyes. This is going to kill me, Chen Xi sneered in his heart. Oh, the stakes have increased. I like it. Seeing as you are willing to spend money to ransom your mother, this lord will be merciful and write an IOU. Many thanks to Lord Lu. Many thanks to Lord Lu. Lord Li took a pen and paper from the side and handed it to Chen Xi, taking the box with the silver in his hand. Right. As for what was written, he didn't even bother to read it. A dead man's IOU was worthless. Chen Interest was just about to write a note, but Qin Yao, who was on the side, suddenly cried out, "Husband, don't write. Let them take me away. I can't involve husband anymore." Chen Breath twisted his head and hurriedly winked at her. Only after writing the note himself could he take her away. When the time comes to go to the county office to find the lady, those two adults and Wang Mazi, none of them can escape. Qin Yao was stunned when she saw Chen Xi making eyes at her, and there were too many question marks in her head. Where did the husband get the money? Why pay to ransom yourself? Why even write them an IOU? Yourself. Is self really worth it? She didn't know what Chen Breath had planned, but she could already read it from his eyes. The dental worker immediately came forward to open Qin Yao's shackles, and Fan Yen and Bai Rongrong came forward to help Qin Yao up. Chen Xi finished writing the note and handed it to Lord Lu. Lord Lu, can I take them now? Well, go. As soon as the words fell, several government officials carrying a palanquin appeared at the entrance of the dental office, while a woman's voice was heard. I'll see who can walk. Chapter 29 Chen Xiaoyu. Why did you strike and hurt someone? A woman's voice came and the whole room froze. Immediately afterward all eyes fell on that sedan chair. Cui Cui stood at the very front of the sedan chair, her gaze somewhat coldly watching Lord Lu. Lord Li, including Wang Mazi who was standing with them. The first time Lord Lu and Lord Li saw Jiaozi, their pupils instantly shrunk, immediately followed by a daze in their brains. This sedan chair they can be too recognized. More expensive than the county magistrate lord. The entire White Mountain County only one. That is the county magistrate's wife. The two were confused for a moment, instantly reacted, jogging forward to the front of the sedan chair to bend over and bow, their voices very humble. The family delivery team. Lu Chahan greets you, ma'am. Li Dahua of the family delivery team presents his greetings to the lady. There was no sound coming from the sedan chair, and Suetsue came to the two of them, looking at them indifferently as she opened her mouth. Her ladyship is a little unwell, and with all the noise on your side, what has happened? Lu Chanan eyes turned. It seems that today this horizontal wealth is difficult to protect, simply too unlucky even by the lady bumped into. He's been out there for years fishing for oil, so he naturally knows how to avoid risk. Breaking the bank became his life preserver. Miss Suetsue, I found a thief that stole silver from the county government. I was about to arrest them to the county office. Lu Chang'an raised his hand and pointed at Chen Xi and the three women, his gaze filled with sinister intent. You gave me all the money earlier. There's no need for that. I wanted to keep you alive for more time, but your kid is unlucky, and now that you've hit the lady no one can save you. It's a pity that the silver that my lord is about to get his hands on is about to be given away. Lu Chang'an has a grudge in his heart, and he has never seen so much silver in his life. Yes, Miss Suetsue, this person stole silver from the county government and was caught in public by Lord Lu and I. Come on, capture him and lock him up, and those three smelly ES are in league with him. Take them all down. Li Dahua is a veteran, knowing that he must sit this out, and his words deliberately provoked Chen Xi. You kid, hurry up and resist. I'll take advantage of the pain and kill you when you're not ready to die. As for where the silver came from, it doesn't matter anymore. My lord can still get credit for being a loyal and brave protector of his master. Mrs. Happy can also reward some silver, not to work for nothing. Immediately, a small dental worker found shackles and came forward to lock up Chen Xi and the three women. The three women were panicked. Just now they were going to let us go. How suddenly they had to lock themselves again, and immediately cried out in fear. His body was close to Chen Xi, and his face was full of despair. Chen Xi took a step forward, his body firmly blocking in front of the three women like a huge mountain, his voice calm and collected. Don't worry, ladies, with my husband here, I'll see who can lock you up. Seeing that he heard Chen Xi's words, Li Dahua smiled sinisterly at the corner of his mouth. Ha, a bumpkin after all, so quick to fall for a trick. If you are obediently captured, I really cannot do anything about you, like this strong wind, but it is just what I want. Young man, still too young, remember more in your next life. Some people and things are not as simple as you think. Strong out of the limelight to protect women, right? You die without knowing how. Li Dahua's hand had already grabbed the hilt of the knife at his waist, and his body moved forward in preparation for a sudden strike when the small dental worker locked Chen Xi. "Stop!" Cui coldly shouted. "Who gave you the leopard's guts to dare to lock Chen Xi? Do you know who he is? He's Madame's savior. Can't be touched by you little fishes and shrimps." Suetsue was young and had been serving at Madame's side. Where would she know these twists and turns underneath? I could only see that they were going to lock Chen breath, and out of instinct, I shouted out to stop. Chen Xi was different. What big storm hadn't he seen before? How could he not see Li Dahua's little trick? First, he deliberately provoked himself with words to make himself instinctively resist, and then he took the opportunity to kill himself to death. His little scheme was no better than a child playing house in Chen Xi's eyes. The killing intent towards Li Dahua in his eyes had reached its peak. "Let's see who is looking for death today." With Chui's cry of stop, the dental worker instantly lost his mind and froze there, not knowing who to listen to. Li Dahua likewise heard Suetsue's words, but continued on. How could he kill Chen breath himself if he didn't resist? Stretching his left hand forward to try and grab Fan Yen, he had long since seen the woman's position in Chen Xi's mind. As long as we catch that, Chen breath will surely resist. Holding the hilt of the knife in his right hand, he waited for Chen Xi to resist to end him with a single slash. Chen breath smiled coldly, and before he could extend his hand, he backhanded a big mouth on Li Dahua's face. Li Dahua's head was turned, and before he could react, his chest received another powerful kick from Chen Xi. Bang! The whole body flew backwards 3 meters away. Chen interest in this kick to make enough strength. Want to kill the mouth, is it? You step horse also deserve? Li Dahua's body scraped the ground and flew out, crashing into the legs of the dental worker before stopping. Eyes wide open, mouth open, half of the teeth all fell to the ground. Bones like falling apart like severe pain but could not make any sound. How could he not expect Chen Xi to suddenly strike out, and with such a heavy force? A mouthful plus a nesting kick, and Li Dahua was instantly incapacitated, sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. The dental worker rushed to pick up Li Dahua, and after only a moment of support came the clicking sound of broken bones. All of this happened too fast. Suetsue covered her small mouth with her hand, completely not expecting Chen Xi to take the lead. Her movements were coherent without the slightest delay. "Don't move. Let him slow down first." Lu Chanan was the first to react. The sternum was designated as collapsed, and the more it moved at this time, the more misaligned it became. Drawing out his saber, he rushed forward, but not to run at Li Dahua. Instead, when he passed by Chen Xi, he pushed his saber hard in his hand and plunged it straight into Chen Xi's stomach. From the moment Lu Chanan moved, Chen Xi was always observing his movements, and when he saw his shoulders sinking to store up his strength to strike, his palms quickly grabbed his wrists. Chen interests this grip of the power of how great itself is strong physique strength, and know the structure of the bones, know the joint parts. Catching dash. Lu Chanan's saber landed on the ground. His wrist was bent in an irregular arc, and then twisted into the shape of a twist with another push. Lu Chang'an ate the pain and his mouth opened to try to scream. Chen breath waited for this moment, and the moment he just opened his mouth, he punched him in the mouth. Bang! A mouthful of teeth laced with blood and water all flew out. Oh, whoa! Lu Chang'an couldn't even utter a complete scream as he fell to the ground and convulsed in pain. From kicking Li Dahua to knocking down Lu Chanan, Chen Xi had only used no more than 10 seconds. Even the magistrates who followed them didn't react. Without orders they didn't dare to go forward to stop them. You look at me, I look at you. Both saw fear in each other's eyes. Not only was this man strong, but he was also a good fighter, completely not giving his opponent time to breathe. The moves are all vital. In their place, these stout magistrates couldn't even do it, and it seemed to take little effort to maim 2 adult men in a moment. Chen Xi's stance rose to a terrifying height in their hearts. Is this a human being? All stop. Bring the sedan chair closer. I want to see what's going on. The lady in the sedan chair had a somewhat unpleasant voice. Although Chen Xi was his own savior, he could not beat people in front of his face. The one who hit is still a county official. If I bail you out, I'm bound to get a bad reputation. How will those errand boys look at themselves in the future? And how will they explain to the master? Madam frowned, a little disappointed in Chen Xi's approach. How can you be punished in some way for striking out and hurting someone without asking the cause of the matter? Picking open the side curtains of the sedan chair, he looked at Lu Chang'an and Li Dahua, who were like dead dogs on the ground, and renewed his displeasure in his heart. You can do whatever you want just because you've cured me? Little friend Chen, why did you strike out to hurt someone? Chapter 30 The Silver Lining. The lady's voice was displeased, and the magistrates held the hilts of their swords, ready to come forward and take Chen Xi at the lady's command. Chen Xi saw the lady sitting in the sedan chair. Her face was ugly, knowing that she had misunderstood herself. Where it is they who want to hurt people, it is they who want to kill people. Shaking his head and smiling bitterly, he opened his mouth. You're mistaken, ma'am. They were the ones who wanted to kill me to silence me. and I was just instinctively defending myself. The lady looked at the two on the ground, and then raised her eyes to look at Chen Xi. Killing people to get rid of them? Self-defense? Self-defense can beat someone up like that? Tell me, what's going on? The lady was a little worried in her heart, worried that Chen Xi couldn't tell the truth. At that time, even if he saved him, his own image in the hearts of the messengers would be greatly damaged. Alas, the man still had to be bailed out. What a way to get me in trouble. These two lords, on trumped-up charges, came to my house, escorted my 3 ladies here, and told me to bring money to ransom them. Oh, what's the charge? Mrs. Heard Suetsue reported. Only said that it is the bride sending team 2 messengers to force Chen Interest to take money to ransom, but she does not know what is the crime. Chen Breath patted his sleeves, which were already not much dusty, with a serious face and a voice that threw the ground. They said that my eldest wife owed someone 5 pounds of corn and wanted me to come up with 1 or 2 pieces of silver to pay the debt, so I didn't dare disobey and had to do as I was told. Chen Xi pointed at Wang Mazi with a teasing smile. Wang Mazi, it's the lady who is asking now. Take out the silver I returned to you and show it to the lady. Wang Mazi originally hid behind the small workers of the dental firm and wanted to hide, but did not expect Chen Interest to be the first to pull out himself. In all the yamen watching, Wang Mazi shivering stood out. To the hands of the silver has not yet warm it. Fu, ma'am, my name is Wang Mazi. His mother owes my 5 pounds of corn, and now the 2 of us have settled our accounts. Please, madam, please, ma'am, do it for the little one. Wang Mazi flopped down on the ground, took out the ingot of silver with body temperature from his bosom, and held his hands on his head to ask his wife to look at it. The lady took a deep breath, and the sight of the silver ingot had brought anger to her heart. Eyes narrowed gently, his voice unruffled. 5 pounds of corn and you want people to pay back 1 or 2 pieces of silver? How is it that the lady of this county does not know that the price of grain in this county has gone so high? When the words fell, Wang Mazi kowtowed like garlic and trembled. Madam, you don't know. Is that his mother owes me corn for half a month and has not paid it back? And only went up to 1 or 2 silver pieces. The rest of the 9 taels of silver is for the medical expenses he paid me for beating me up. The more Wang Mazi said, the more he lost his breath, and it is well known that corn is 3 cents a caddy. It was indeed excessive for him to ask Chen Xi for 1 or 2 silver, but when he thought of the 2 adults being beaten like that by Chen Xi, he was justified in asking for more money, even though he had asked for more money. Why did he hit you? He's just a little cutie. The little one was just asking for a debt and that little cutie suddenly kicks the little one in the ass. Look ma'am. Wang Mazi knelt straight and showed the lady the shoe prints on his clothes. That meant that Chen Xi had indeed kicked himself, and the remaining 9 taels of silver were compensation for his medical expenses. Ma'am, I saw this matter with my own eyes. It was he who first bullied that woman, and only then did this hunter brother strike in self-defense. The crowd slowly walked out of a person. It is the front to the county government to report the dental shopkeeper. Lu De had been mixed up in the crowd watching things change, and he had watched all of it when Chen Xi hit Li Dahua at first and then Lu Chang'an. At the same time, he could see what was in the minds of Li Dahua and Lu Chang'an, because this kind of thing escaped the eyes of others, but not his. The head of the dental office sees many people every day, from the sons of officials who have been copied, to peasant families who can't survive selling their children. What a poisonous way to look at people, knowing full well that if Chen Xi didn't make a move, he would inevitably be assassinated by Li Dahua and Lu Chang'an. What he didn't expect was that Chen Xi had seen it as well, and had made the first move to defuse the crisis. He was impressed by this skill and ability. Not only is he a hunter plus a miracle healer, but he's also so thoughtful. From Chen Xi's logically meticulous words, he concluded that Chen Xi would definitely flip the script and win, especially with the phrase "little friend Chen" uttered by the lady. The identity was already clear. This old fox in the business world immediately had the idea of making friends. Standing in line he was a professional, failing to snowball, but looking for the icing on the cake. Chen Xi was a bit surprised. He didn't know Lu De. How could this man speak for himself? Oh, since the shopkeeper has seen it all, tell us what's going on. Lu De bent down and bowed, and immediately said with a straight face, "It is only right to repay debts, but locking up and escorting someone's maiden here when she owes 5 pounds of corn is excessive in the first place. Secondly, the 5 pounds of corn that have remained unpaid for half a month would not cost 1 or 2 silver pieces according to the highest interest rate set by our county lords." 9 out of 13 returned. In the end, he tried to take advantage of that hunter's maiden. Just as Hunter Chen bumped into him and kicked him, acting in complete self-defense, he used it again to blackmail Hunter Chen for 9 taels of silver, and Hunter Chen was forced to compromise. This man is guilty of usury and blackmail in this county. This is the whole story of the matter, and I guarantee this with my life that I am willing to be punished if it is false. After Lu De finished his speech, the lady looked at Wang Mazi's eyes full of ill will. Wang Mazi, can the matter be true? Yes ma'am, it's genuine. Wang Mazi scanned the circle of the crowd. He did not know anyone, naturally no one to speak for himself. Shivering lips do not dare to lie. Okay, control him first. Immediately a magistrate came forward to hold down Wang Mazi and tied up. At the same time, snatched the 10 taels of silver in his hand. Chen Xi looked at Lu Du with interest. This person has 2 skills, worthy of being the head of the dental office. Know how to judge the situation, to stand in line, both sides to please himself and the county lady. The human condition is taken by him to death. Lu Du was held in high regard in Chen Xi's mind. Wang Mazi face like ashes. Only blame themselves, should not be greedy for money. Where still dare to talk more. Can only let the magistrate to bind himself, with his matter settled. What about the matter of Chen Xiaoyu assaulting the errand boy? The lady again changed Chen Xi's title to Chen Xiaoyu. Her attitude was self-evident. In the first paragraph of the cause, Chen B is absolutely justified. The rest of the beating should be able to be accounted for, right? Madam here can't wait for it to be all about Chen Xi's reasoning, so that she has more room to maneuver. Chen Xi cleared his throat and spoke aloud as he pointed at the 2 half-dead people on the ground. These 2 lords say my second wife is in debt. A hand reached out to pull Qingyao out to stand beside him and continued. My second wife was running a money bank before she was copied by the court, and now they're using that excuse to demand money. Although I am a hunter's tooth, I am still clear about the laws of our dynasty. The Daigo law clearly states that after a family is copied, the person dies and the debt is cancelled. At best, my second wife will settle for the name of a criminal woman, but she is still a Daigo subject, protected by my Daigo laws. Can the words of these 2 lords be greater than the laws of the court? Chen Xi's words were loud and clear, and the bodies of Lu Chang'an and Li Dahua, who were lying on the ground pretending to be dead, trembled violently. How dare you bring up the court and the law? It's a capital offense to commit the following offense. Good-hearted boy. But is that going to be hard for us? Now there is only one way to go. A bite of him to steal the silver of the county government. He is only on the pretext of debt first stabilized him, and then arrested. Only then is there a silver lining. He's talking nonsense. He's a thief. We're just using this as an excuse to arrest his mother to force him to show himself, and then we'll catch him in the act. Chapter 31 Luda wants to befriend. Lu Chang'an had no teeth in his mouth and spoke in a poofy voice, enduring the severe pain and sophistry. Cui Cui was the first to be displeased. She had long heard that the 2 were inferior, and at this time she still dared to slander Chen Xi. Humph. Who said Brother Chen is a thief? Brother Chen's silver is a reward from Madam. How dare you lie? Lu Chang'an and Li Dahua people are numb. Didn't Chen Xi say that the silver was exchanged for selling herbs to Dr. Zhao? Why would he lie? Ming said that it was a reward from the county magistrate's wife. How would he dare to blackmail him? This kid stepped on the horse intentionally. So this is all his calculation. Step by step, he lured himself into blackmailing him. And after he sat the matter down, he went to the madam and complained. What a deep heart. Lu Dahua's eyes turned. Even if you are not a thief, how can a hunter take out the noble box of the county government? One suspects him of being a burglar, and it's normal to arrest him for questioning. Trying to say I blackmailed him. He had no proof. He is a hunter. How can he take out the county's box containing silver? I just suspect. Arrest him for questioning. I am in no way blackmailing. Ah, ma'am, please do it for me. Lu Chang'an and Li Dahua endure severe pain to explain to the lady that Chen Xi has no evidence at all. Ha ha ha, if you say it's not blackmail, it's not? Chen Xi snorted out a laugh, still talking tough at the end of his life. What proof do you have that we are blackmailing? The 2 men remained unconvinced, biting down on the fact that they were only suspicious and not blackmailing. Once the blackmail is established, the charge of arresting someone on the basis of a debt is valid. Falsifying the court's law is a capital offense. You can't die without seeing a coffin. Chen Xi stepped forward and touched Lu Chang'an in his arms. An unsettling feeling of foreboding quickly enveloped Lu Chang'an's entire body. What is this kid flipping? How did I forget this existed? Not waiting for Lu Chang'an to come back to his senses, the note in his arms had already reached Chen Xi's hands. Madam, these 2 lords blackmailed me for 500 taels of silver by falsely proclaiming the laws of the court. My third wife was so angry that she bit him and was blackmailed for another 10 taels of silver. In addition to the bounty I received at the mansion, I was also forced to write a note for 420 taels of silver. Chen Hui handed Sui the note. Your ladyship asks you to look at it. Seeing Chen Xi take out the IOUs, everyone present sucked in a breath of cool air. Lord Li is finished. Lu Dehart is more on the Chen interest in admiration. Small age to do things so well thought out? Every step was in his plan, and no matter how much the 2 tried to weasel their way out of it, they couldn't escape him. When he wrote the note, I'm afraid he had already calculated that things would come to this, and just watched the 2 clowns perform, while he himself was in full control of the dominant power. Suetsue immediately presented the note to the lady, looking at the two lords as if they were looking at two dead men. False proclamation of the law is a capital offense, as is blackmailing more than 1 or 2 pieces of silver. The punishment is compounded by the punishment of several offenses, and 9 families are involved. The lady took the note in her hands and looked at it carefully, the corners of her mouth curving up in a touching arc. Steady. The human evidence and material evidence are all there. Even if he does not use his right to protect Chen interest, he is also nothing. Humph. The evidence is right here. What more sophistry do you two have? The lady spoke coldly, and these two had been sentenced to death. Lu Chahan, Li Dahua at this moment has already despaired. Even if the god of heaven came, he could not save the two of them. What a ruthless Chen Xi, luring himself step by step into the trap he had set. All of it, they figured out at this moment, so all of it was under his control. The tide has turned and my life is over. The 2 men who were seriously injured were so furious that a mouthful of old blood spurted out and they fainted. Chen Xiaoyu, sorry. I did not expect this county to hide such a wicked official. When the master came back, we'll return Chen Xiaoyu affair. Chen Breath bent over and arched his hand. Your ladyship doesn't need to apologize. This matter has nothing to do with master and lady. It's all about these 2 being to blame. The grass people thanked the county magistrate's wife, who handled the matter with impartiality and clarity, and did justice for the people of my White Mountain County. As soon as Chen Xi's words fell, the surrounding yamen immediately stepped forward to concur. Your ladyship's wisdom, my humble servant and other ugly Simaruba. The lady was praised by the crowd, a little embarrassed. Obviously all the Chen interest to come up with evidence. They are just impartial treatment. His face was slightly flushed, and his eyes were filled with recognition as he looked at Chen Xi. It's funny how young people aren't proud of themselves. 3 days from now the master will return to his residence. Little friend Chen will come at that time and I will ask the master for credit for little friend Chen. Thank you, ma'am. Chen Xi once again arched his hand. Take those 2 wicked scribes to the prison, and wait for the lord to return to deal with them. Suetsue, go back to the house. Yes ma'am. A magistrate immediately returned 100 taels of silver to Chen Xi, not missing a single cent. Sedan chair driver up sedan chair. The rest of the magistrates do not need to command. While Lu Chanan and Li Dahua locked shackles to carry away, Wang Mazi also did not spare. The corners of the lady's mouth curved up slightly in the sedan chair. What a funny little guy. After everyone had left, the 3 women were slow to return to their senses. How could they not have expected that their powerless husband could send the 2 of them to jail? Not only did he save his life, but he also saved his money. Husband. The 3 women couldn't help it and cried out in pain as they hugged Chen Xi. Things reversed so quickly that their little hearts couldn't take it in for a moment. Ha ha, it's okay, come home with my husband. Chen Xi wrapped his arms around the 3 girls and comforted them softly. Technically they were all little girls. Where had they experienced such things? It's normal to be scared. After comforting the 3 girls, Chen Xi arched his hand at Lu De. Thanks, boss. Chen Hunter is not saying anything. I'm just not used to seeing their style, so I stepped in to testify for Chen Hunter. Lu De was full of smiles and cupped his fists to return the salute. How would he dare to steal Chen Xi's thunder? Even if he didn't stand out himself today, he would be able to deal with it just as calmly. He himself was merely taking an early stand and trying to make friends. Ha ha, thanks to the shopkeeper. Without you, I would have inevitably had to spend more time talking. Chen Xi waved his hand and spoke again. I see that the shopkeeper has quite a few slaves for sale here, so wait for me to come and talk business with the shopkeeper next time. Lu Da's eyes lit up when he saw that Chen Xi wanted to talk business with him, and he really begged for it. Thinking that Chen Xi was a divine doctor, he must have bought some slaves and maids around him. Chen Hunter looking for me is considered to find the right person. Here slaves and maids have are. You come in and choose at random. I send Chen Hunter 2 maids. Lu Da spoke and wanted to take Chen Xi to the backyard to choose someone. The first yard of his dental office was the office of the delivery team, and the backyard was his own place. Many thanks to the shopkeeper. Today my mother is frightened, so I won't bother much. When I come next time I will certainly pay a visit. Chen Xi wasn't short of maids. He just wanted to inquire about the trade in human beings. After the production of their own salt mines, the most important thing they lack is manpower, just to poke around in advance. Lu De naturally knows that Chen Xi's 3 ladies are frightened, and it is really not suitable to talk about business today, so he does not force it. Well then, Hunter Chen will settle his family first. I will pay a visit some other time. See you later. See you back, Hunter Chen. Seeing Chen Xi leading the 3 ladies out of the dental office, Lu De nodded slightly. This kind of person himself must be friended. Not only is the county magistrate's wife a lifesaver, but also a divine doctor. No need to wait for him to come to me. I'll visit you tomorrow with a gift. Chen interest with 3 women out of the dental firm. See, the sky is still early suddenly came to interest. Several ladies come with my husband. Let's make a big purchase. Chapter 32 Su Mainyang's treacherous plan. Too good for a big purchase. by Rongrong's little girl nature. Her mood recovered quickly, and as soon as she heard that Chen Xi was going to bring a few people to make purchases, she immediately became excited. Chen Xi rubbed her head. Bai Rongrong had behaved very well today. I didn't expect her, a little girl, to dare to bite them. That's what a family should be like. No matter what difficulties they face, everyone takes them on together. This is the reward I promised you for coming home and making you a specialty dish. Husband is so nice. Bai Rongrong's small head was close to Chen Xi's chest. In fact, it didn't matter what she ate. What mattered was that her behavior was recognized by her husband. She was actually scared when they bet on Fan Yan and Qi Niao. Seeing them being bullied, she didn't know where she got the courage to fight to the death. Fan Yan and Qi Niao are usually very good to her, and she can't just stand by when something happens to her family. Anyway, she has her husband. Chen Xi had become omnipotent in her heart, and no matter what the predicament, her husband would be able to bring everyone out smoothly. Bai Rongrong's happy mood instantly infected Fan Yan and Qi Niao, and it was only after her mood had risen and fallen that she recovered her little girl nature. Qi Niao didn't say anything more, originally thinking that she was about to be sold. She really didn't expect her husband to go out of his way to save her, especially when Lord Lu lionized the 500 taels of silver. Her heart was dead at that moment. She was so useless at home that it was only right for her husband to abandon her. After all, no one owes anyone anything. If you want to say that you are in debt to your husband. Without Chen Xi to take himself in, there were only two endings to his future, one being sold to a kiln, and the other being direct starvation. When Chen Xi didn't hesitate to take out 80 taels of silver to ransom herself, her world suddenly came to light. In her heart, she secretly vowed that her life would be her husband's from now on. In this life, in addition to parents, only husband has cared so much about themselves. Get this husband, this life is enough. Fan Yan is kind-hearted and sees Qi Niao's thoughts, comforting Qi Niao herself like a big sister. Xiaoyao, don't think too much in your heart. We are a family. We all share the burden together when something happens. It's no big deal. Chen rests on the silly disease as well. Bring this woman a strong sense of security. Unconsciously changing her mindset too much. With her husband to rely on, the family will definitely get better. First lady. Ooh. Qi Niao's tears could no longer be stopped and she jumped into Fan Yan's arms and lost her voice. Bai Rongrong also came to console Qi Niao. 1,000 words were spoken. Chen Xi waited for Qi Niao to have cried enough and spoke with a slight smile. Enough crying, you've done well today too. All rewarded. When Qi Niao heard Chen Xi's words, she wanted to kneel down but was held in Chen Xi's arms with a firm tone. We are family, no kneeling is allowed. And the husband will not abandon either of you. Husband. Qi Niao sobbed softly in Chen Xi's arms. No words were enough to express her feelings at this moment. Ha ha, they're all crying like kittens. Chen Xi scratched her nose and Qi Niao shyly lowered her head. Let's go. It's getting dark. Hurry up with your purchases. After several women had finished persuading him, Chen Xi began to get down to business. He had money in his arms and did not hesitate to buy a large wagon. This thing can not only transport supplies, but more importantly, it can also go into the deep mountains to dig salt mines. Go to the blacksmith store and get everything you need. He also brought a few women to buy a lot of supplies and loaded a whole big wagon. A few women were obviously in a much better mood, talking and laughing along the way, leaving all of today's scares behind. Chen Xi drove his carriage out of Baishan County and arrived home before it got dark. And everything that happened today was all passed on to Zhang Baoquan's ears by Little Tiger's father, who had gone into the city. What? You're saying that Lord Lu, Lord Li, and Wang Mazi have all been taken to jail? Zhang Baoquan was so scared that he was sweating coldly. The two adults couldn't deal with Chen Xi even if they joined hands? Yes, village chief. That's what I saw with my own eyes. Lord Lu and Lord Li have been beaten by Chen Xi and have been taken to the prison. I also heard that it was ordered by the magistrate's wife herself. Zhang Baoquan closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths, thinking about countermeasures in his mind. The deaths of the two adults have nothing to do with themselves. And as for his brother-in-law Wang Mazi, he is even less worth mentioning. He was thinking about how to preserve himself, and the 100 taels of silver in Chen Xi's hand. Okay, you go back. Zhang Baoquan took a piece of burnt cake to show Hu Zi dad in his hand, where villagers eat burnt cake in these days. Little Tiger's father's eyes were glowing, and he hastily took the biscuits and carefully put them in his arms, thanking him profusely before leaving. Xiao Hu Zi father just left. Wang Yan rushed to Zhang Baoquan's side and cried with a handful of snot and tears. Boss, my brother can't be alright, you have to find a way to save him. Pa dash. Zhang Baoquan slapped Wang Yan's face. He was in the middle of his worries. This damn woman dared to bother him. Tramp you. If it wasn't for your damned brother, nothing would have happened to the two lords. They will surely give me up in prison. All because of you. You. He had cooperated with the two adults to do a lot of dirty work over the years, and if this were to be revealed, a few heads wouldn't be enough to chop off. Zhang Baoquan got angry just thinking about it and slapped Wang Yan in the face again. Wang Yan was beaten and bleeding from her mouth and nose, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing uncontrollably. "Boss, you can beat me any way you want. You must save my brother, ah." Bah! A mouthful of old phlegm spat in Wang Yan's face, and another kick knocked Wang Yan to the ground. "If you cry again, I'll sell you to a brothel." Wang Yan sat on her knees and covered her chest, being too scared to make a sound. Su Jianyang, on the other hand, was leaning on the doorframe, spitting out a mouthful of melon shells right in Wang Yan's face. First, he blankly glanced at Wang Yan, then sat on his butt next to Zhang Baoquan with a pretentious voice. "Don't be angry. This just knows to find things for the house." Zhao Baoquan ruthlessly pinched a handful of Su Jianyang. Face sad clouds do not dissipate in the heart delayed to think of a way. Seeing him like this, Su Jianyang half leaned next to him and said in a pasty tone, "Boss, don't you know the bandits on Eagle's Mouth Mountain? Why don't you ask them for help?" Zhang Baoquan sniffed and suddenly his eyes lit up. "Yeah, why in the hell didn't I think of that?" Pissed off by this, Su Jianyang was still arching fire. She had long since looked down on Wang Yan, borrowing the name of the first lady all day long to find ways to press herself. "Bah! Stinking! Once something happens, you know to cry and cry. Fight with my mother. You are still far from it." Zhang Baoquan was arched in fire by Su Jianyang and looked at Wang Yan and became angry. Another kick to her face, cursing under his breath. "Chao Nima, get back in the house." Wang Yan was kicked by Zhang Baoquan and didn't dare to speak, climbed back inside and closed the door tightly and began to cry in a small voice. "Little lady, this matter still requires you to personally go to Eagle's Mouth Mountain and relay the news that Chen Xi has 100 taels of silver in his hands to the big boss personally. You tell big boss that I'll be his eyes and only have one request, and that's that Chen Breath must die, and that the 100 taels of silver will be divided equally." Su Mengyan's fingers gently slid on Zhang Baoquan's chest, and her breath directly sprayed on his face. "Isn't the head of the family afraid that those bandits will want me?" Zhang Baoquan laughed after hearing this. "My little pussy wouldn't betray me, would she?" Zhang Baoquan licked his lips and his breathing gradually became rapid. "Little lady, come and serve the man of the house." Cluck cluck cluck. The chair creaked immediately afterward. In less than a minute, the wind stopped and the rain stopped. Zhang Baoquan was fully dressed, revealing his large yellow teeth and grinning at Su Jianyang. "Little lady, you set out for Hawksbill Mountain now. I'll go to the village entrance to pick up the two little cuties from the Chen family. You go ahead, Dango, and leave the Hawksbill side to me." Leaving behind a light sentence, Su Mengyang turned around to straighten her clothes. "Humph, useless man." He ended it just as he was getting excited himself. Zhang Baoquan thought of a way out and was in a happy mood. "It's just the Chen family's second little cutie. I'm going to give you face in front of the whole village today. You won't live many days anyway. The government will not be afraid to trace down, with 50 taels of silver wherever you can get away with it." With a sardonic grin, he went out to get ready. Chapter 33. A real man can do anything fast. Chen Xi drove the carriage all the way back from the county town to Wawa village. The wagon was full of supplies, and the three women had picked out some of their clothing and accessories, from opening naked to the richest man in the village in just a few days. The three girls were sitting on the carriage, each holding a candy cane in their hands, happy smiles always hanging on their faces. Bai Rongrong's sugar gourd was finished. Smacking her little mouth twice, she couldn't move away from staring at the sugar gourd in Qinyao's hand. 2. Second sister. "Are you do not like to eat sugar gourd? Ah, there are still 3 is unable to eat?" Xinyao turned her head to meet Bai Rongrong's longing little eyes, and pouted out a laugh. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he immediately cleared his throat and pretended, "My favorite candy cane, there are 3 left over that I plan to eat at home." Bai Rongrong pursed her lips and looked at the remaining 3 reddish ones. The desire in her eyes increased instead of decreasing, and she remained undeterred. Husband bought a lot of delicious food, not eating meat at home at night, where Qinyao could not see her small mind. She still pretended not to understand the meaning of her words and twisted her head to deliberately not look at her. "Yes, this sugar gourd is very appetizing with its sweet and sour taste, and after eating it, I can go home and eat more meat." Bai Rongrong looked blearily at the only 3 left in Qinyao's hand, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and then looked at the naked wooden stick in her own hand. Big watery eyes rolled around and immediately had an idea. "Second sister, my husband has bought us new cloths, and I think the blue one suits second sister best." Bai Rongrong knew how to do women's red, and she was quite skilled in her craft. She wanted to trade her craft for Qinyao's sugar gourd, and her abacus beads crashed into Qinyao's face. Qinyao was a bit moved. She liked the light blue cloth the most, and had taken a fancy to it at a glance when she was at the cloth shop. It was the favorite hue of the city's noble ladies. "Nay, I don't know how to do women's red, and only Rongrong has the best craftsmanship in the family, so I'm going to beg her to make one myself." But that would be an exchange, and obviously not the result she wanted. "Wrong. Second sister will give you a question. If you get it right, this sugar gourd will be a reward for you, okay?" Bai Rongrong was stunned. not to take the sugar gourd and exchange it with me. How did it become a question? I have heard that the second sister will be able to count, but I will also be some defiant strength immediately took out. Okay, second sister, you're not allowed to cheat. As long as I get it right, the candy cane will be mine. It's a deal. Seeing that the little ninja fell for it, Xinyao held a bad smile at the corner of her mouth and cleared her throat to start asking questions. 100 monks share 100 buns. 3 buns for each of the big monks, and 1 bun for each of the 3 little monks. Q. How many big monks and how many little monks? After Xinyao finished her question, she picked up the sugar gourd in her hand and raised it upwards on purpose, then stared at Bai Rongrong with a bad smile on her face. After Bai Rongrong heard the question, those large Khazarian eyes were suddenly confused. The mind is full of monks and buns and half a bunch of sugar plums. His face was flushed, and he couldn't answer even after half a dozen utterances. Ha ha ha, second sister is teasing you. The candy cane is yours. Second sister bullies. Bai Rongrong took the sugar gourd and muttered in a small voice on her lips. For the sake of the sugar plums you gave me, I'll make you a spring coat. Then thank you Rongrong. Xinyao nodded with satisfaction. Although she didn't know the craft of women's red, she wasn't useless. At least she could do the math. Xinyao had already completely treated this place as her home, and as they were all her family, she naturally wanted to prove herself to the best of her ability. Then again, what's the point of being able to do the math? Alas, with a heartfelt sigh, he looked at the snowy landscape on the side of the carriage. The entire conversation between the two women was heard in Chen Xi's ears. The arithmetic of this ancient society was very backward. Xinyao could say this kind of question, so she obviously had deep arithmetic skills. Chen Breath asked himself. This question would take even himself half a day to think about. Seeing as she seems to be a bit lost, she should feel that the skill of being able to do math is of little use at home. He didn't want to discourage Xinyao, who was his own gold medal accountant. She must be cheered up. It's a bit boring for me to drive the car. How about a question for me too? As expected, the moment Chen Xi's words left his mouth, Xinyao immediately got in the spirit. On second thought, although I want to prove myself, but if my husband can't answer the questions he asked, will it make him embarrassed? No, I'm going to switch to an easy one. Xinyao was just about to open her mouth to make a question when another sentence from Chen Xi followed. I can't answer a simple question. It's going to be harder than the one from Rongrong. Xinyao just wanted to come out with a 1 plus 1, but was instantly held back. Fan Yan and Bai Rongrong were also aroused by the interest, and with an expectant face, they wanted to see if their husband could answer. It's harder than the first question. Husband will do it. Husband is omnipotent. She is very competitive in the area of arithmetic. Since her husband is so brave, then don't blame my wife. Rabbits and chickens in a cage with 35 heads on top and 94 feet on the bottom. Q. How many rabbits and how many chickens are in the cage? As soon as Xinyao words fell, Chen Xi immediately replied in less than a second. 79 rabbits, 27 chickens. Seeing that Chen Xi answered so quickly, Fan Yan and Bai Rongrong immediately clapped their hands in excitement. Husband, you're so good. You answered so quickly. Husband, you're great. You finally beat second sister. He 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 he. The two daughters were pressing Chen Xi's shoulders left and right, their eyes full of little stars and adoration written all over their little faces. Chen Xi, on the other hand, was dejected. Real men do everything fast. Xinyao. She froze for a while before responding. Did I make a mistake with the question? I clearly said 35 heads above. How did husband figure out 79 rabbits? And even more outrageously, 27 chickens? After thinking about it for half a day and not being able to figure out how Chen Xi was calculating, at this moment, when she realized that Chen Xi was staring at herself with a bad smile on her face, Xinyao instantly reacted. Husband bad. You're lying to me. But she didn't dare to say that her husband had answered wrongly yet, so she looked at Chen Xi with so much aggression and resentment written all over her pretty face. Ha ha ha, my husband is teasing you. We'll be at the village entrance soon. Get ready to go home and start dinner. Enjoying the massage of the two women, Chen Xi drove the carriage towards the village entrance with a smug look on his face. Xinyao bared her teeth and laughed out loud when she saw his expression. Without realizing it, the smile on his face grew wider. The village entrance is getting closer and closer. Chen Xi's eyes suddenly serious. Why are there so many people at the village entrance today? Getting closer. I could see the people at the entrance of the village. Zhang Baoquan. I haven't even gotten to you myself yet, but you're here first. Oh, you have nothing to do with Wang Mazi's ability to contact the marriage delivery team. Chen Xi's eyes narrowed slightly, sensing a hint of something unusual. Chapter 34 Winning Over the World. Seeing Chen Xi driving a large carriage, which was also loaded with supplies, Zhang Baoquan's mouth is going to flow out. That is his 100 taels of silver. I'll let you enjoy it for 2 more days. And when the bandits come to kill us, all these things will be mine. Mentally calculating the evil plan, his face was smiling. Our village's great hero has returned. welcome back our great hero to the village. Welcome back to the village, big hero. Welcome back to the village, big hero. Chen Xi raised his eyebrows. What kind of tricks is this security guard playing? The three women in the car were equally dismayed on their faces when they saw Zhang Baoquan personally standing at the village entrance to greet her husband. The three women couldn't help but lean towards Chen Xi's side, their hearts full of worry. They knew what kind of behavior Zhang Baoquan usually had, and thought that he had no good intentions. Don't move in the car, I've got my husband. Chen Xi patted their small hands and jumped off the carriage with a lift of his leg. Great, big hero Chen is back. He really brings face to our Wowo village. Not only did you get compliments from the magistrate's wife, but you also hand-captured the evil thief. You are the pride of our nest. Zhang Baoquan had a fawning face, bending and bowing to come close to Chen Xi, and his mouth was full of rainbow farts. The village chief is right. Chen Xi is the pride of our Vowel village. Yes, capture Wang Mazi, the evil thief, and Chen Xi will get rid of a harm for our Wowo village. I have long seen Wang Mazi is not a good person. That kind of person should have been put in jail. Chen interest in the big heroes to do a good job. The villagers surrounded the village entrance in 3 layers, and everyone shouted that Chen Xi was a great hero and got rid of the evils for Wowo village. Chen Xi raised his sword eyebrow. Zhang Baoquan, you want to act right. I will accompany you to act, and in the meantime, see what tricks you are playing. Ha ha ha, the village chief Sama is too kind. I can't be called a great hero. Don't. You're the great hero of our Wowo village. The great hero who caught the evil thief. Don't you think so, everyone? Zhang Baoquan mobilized the villagers to shout together. First lift you up high, then drop you heavily to death. After you die, not only the silver is mine, but also the 3 pretty girls in the car. If you're tired of playing, you can sell them to the kiln, and I'll take the money and have a good time all over the world. Even if the 2 lords had recruited themselves in prison, I would have run far away with the money. Now that the army is in a state of chaos, the court has no time to arrest itself. Don't be modest, great hero. We've never produced such a great hero in Wowo village. The village chief is right. Chen Xi is our great hero. The great hero who eradicated the bully Wang Mazi is the hero of our village. Some unknown villagers heard Zhang Baoquan take the lead and agreed. Zhang Baoquan's incitement invariably set up Chen Xi's image as a great hero in the village. Adoration was written on everyone's face. Chen breath laughed. Just what I wanted. I was worried about the lack of people to work for me. Just dozed off and then sent a pillow. Zhang Baoquan is a big help. Since everyone says so, it would be unreasonable for this great hero to push back. My great hero, Chen breath. Thanks for the kind words. Chen Xi arched his hand towards the villagers, and the crowd hurriedly returned the favor with a smile. Zhang Baoquan laughed in his heart. Little cutie. It is the little cutie. I just complimented you a few times and you immediately floated up and died. This is the great hero's prey, which we recovered from Wang Mazi's house, and now it is returned to its rightful owner. Zhang Baoquan dodged away, revealing that behind him was a pile of prey that Chen Xi had previously shot, because Wang Mazi escorted the people away in a hurry. These prey pressed. Okay, thanks a lot, village chief. That's the way it should be. That's the way it should be. All disperse, my maidens are a little weary today, and I am going home to my maidens. Chen Xi laughed and continued to put on a smug demeanor. Well, everyone disperse? Don't disturb our great hero's rest. Zhang Baoquan waved his hand, and some of the villagers who wanted to come forward to curry favor were too embarrassed to bother anymore, and looked adoringly at Chen Xi for a few moments before leaving resentfully. The cart is full. I'll help the big hero get home with these hunts. Then I'd like to thank the village chief. Shoota. Zhang Baoquan hate itchy teeth. Said you fat you still wheezing on the right? I'm a village chief helping a little cutie. It's a shame to send something home. Chen Xi didn't care and jumped on the carriage to take the lead home. He has no time to pay attention to Zhang Baoquan. Not just acting. I can act until you shed tears. He drove up the carriage and went home, with Zhang Baoquan carrying the big lynx in the back, and carrying hares and pheasants in both hands. The faces deformed with anger. Good you Chen air little cute. I will let you bounce around for a few more days, and after you die, I will have a better life. Chen rest to the home have finished homing things. Zhang Baoquan only panting into the yard. Just put the stuff on the ground, and the village chief will go home. Zhang Baoquan listened to the gas almost cursed out. This is not tired of silly boy? You're going to deliver something and then leave without giving me a rabbit or something? The mayor hasn't eaten meat for days, either. Putting down his prey, he forced a smile on his face. I'll leave it here then. Big hero gets some early rest haha. Good. Remember to close the yard door. Zhang Baoquan's lips trembled. Okay, you rest big hero. I'll be back. Closing the courtyard door, Zhang Baoquan ran out a mile in one breath and kicked at a big tree. Tramp you Chen air cutie. I want you dead. The tree trembled a little, and the snow on the branches fell in large patches, smashing Zhang Baoquan all over. Ouch. Treadmill. The cold snow poured down his collar. Blah blah blah. Spitting out the chunks of snow in his mouth, Zhang Baoquan's lungs were about to explode with anger. Jumping to his feet and cursing, "Chen air cutie. Old me must want you dead dash." Zhang Baoquan is over there going crazy, and Chen Xi's side of the family is happy. Haha, husband, you're too bad. That Zhang Baoquan is about to die of anger, isn't he? Serves him right. That's how a husband should bully him. Fan Yan felt a little in the feelings of intolerance, but looked at Zhang Baoquan panting iron face, but also to help themselves to close the courtyard door, forced to hold back a smile closed mouth. She married into the Wowo village for a month. Every time she saw Zhang Baoquan, she was always on a high horse. Where was she when she was in such a sorry state today? Thinking about how he brought Wang Mazi to bully himself and now he is furious by his husband. The heart can't tell you how much it hurts. Chen breath laughed. This is just an appetizer. He'll have a hard time later. Come on. My husband will give you a reward for making a good dish. Several women immediately became excited when they heard that there was a reward. Yeah, it's good to eat good food again. A few moments later, Chen Xi moved the cauldron to the bed and held some charcoal underneath. An aroma hit the bottom of the pot of mountain ginseng and wild mushroom casserole. Several herbs that a few women couldn't read floating on top. Various meat slices were cut by Chen Xi and put on the plate. Bai Rongrong loves fish, and the big fish slices are also neatly and beautifully coated. Another sauce dish was made for several of the women. The meal, called fondue. Where had a few of the women seen fondue? They had never even heard of it. Smelling the aroma in the pot, all eyes glowing at the neatly sliced meat and fish, Bai Rongrong's harumphs were flowing out. Small Kong table, big hot pot. The three girls followed Chen Xi's example and sat cross-legged on the Kong, with mattresses under their asses. Burn the Kong in a hurry or you'll burn your ass. Rolling hot pots, teenage girls flushed cheeks. At some point, clear snow drifted outside the window, and the sound of the young girls' happy laughter echoed inside the house. This moment is better than the rest of the world. Ha ha ha, all gluttonous. Husband teach you how to eat hot pot. Chapter 35 Wild Ginseng Hot Pot. Chen Xi used his chopsticks to pick up a slice of meat in the hot pot and swished it around a few times, dipping it in the sauce and stuffing it into his mouth in one bite. Well, it tastes good. That's how you eat hot pot. Come on, get cracking. All three women found it magical, but the rich aroma of the pot, the tantalizing slices of meat, and the unknown sauce. Husband, is this the way to eat? Fan Yan followed Chen Xi's example. Shabu shabu a few slices of meat and dipped them in the sauce and took small bites into her mouth. The aroma immediately exploded in his mouth. Fan Yan usually couldn't even eat enough wild vegetable porridge, let alone hot pot. A mouthful of fatty and tender meat slices, wrapped in Chan Rest exclusive secret sauce. Fan Yan moved to tears. Husband, this is too delicious. Mother, taste the fish again. Chen rested and shucked the fish fillet a few times to Fan Yan's mouth. His own mother must be fed. Fan Yan is a little shy. I heard that some women in the nobility are not allowed to eat on the table, not to mention letting their husbands feed them. Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong were equally surprised by Chen Xi's action. They were originally from a large family, but their daughter's body made them humble. Unless they are particularly favored in the family, they are not allowed to go up to the main table for meals. In the past few years, as all the men of Daigo have gone to fight on the front lines, women have become even more humble. Now not only can I eat along with my husband, but I even enjoy such a delicious meal. How many women in this world can enjoy such treatment? Seeing that Fan Yan was a bit shy, Chen Xi pretended to be a bit displeased, but the words he uttered were very warm. There's none of that red tape in our house. Everyone is treated the same. Fan Yan was stunned for a moment, and then warm currents crossed her heart, and with her small mouth open, she took the fish fillet in her mouth. Chen Xi has gone to get rid of the fish meat without a single splinter. The taste is very delicate and smooth. What a delicious fish. Thank you, husband. Fan Yan's eyes lit up as she ate, savoring the fresh flavor. If you like to eat it, my husband will often make it for everyone to eat in the future. Chen Xi shabu shabu the meat for Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong again and pinched it into their bowls. What are you two waiting for? Hurry up and eat. Qin Yao was a bit embarrassed and took small bites. Bai Rongrong had long been unable to wait, and with a mouthful of meat in her mouth, her eyebrows arched in a smile. The three matrons praised Chen Xi's handiwork. Their little mouths were oily from eating, and their smiles were always on their faces. A hot pot was served and the four of them feasted on it, cleaned up the dishes and spread the newly purchased bedding on the bed. This time Qin Yao learned the hard way and arranged Bai Rongrong at the end of the Kong, herself in the center, then Fan Yan, and Chen Xi at the head of the Kong. She still knew the rules on this point. The first lady had to be rounded up first, then it would be her turn with Bai Rongrong. Chen Xi smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Qin Yao is quite understanding. You guys go ahead and get busy. There's something else I have to do for my husband. As soon as Fan Yan heard that Chen Xi still had to do something, she immediately became worried. Husband, rest early tonight. Why don't we do it tomorrow? Chen Xi stroked her hair and said softly, "This matter is urgent. My lady, you take them to rest first, I will go and return." Fan Yan wanted to persuade again, but Chen Xi winded up and started to busy himself. "The salt blocks we brought back last time have not been processed yet, so tonight we'll put to get the prep work done so that we can purify the refined salt first thing in the morning. It's your pocketbook and you can't have any accidents. Pound the salt block to the size of a walnut, soak it in water and let it sit to settle the sediment. Take advantage of this quiet time to go into the mountains and put the hunting sets away yourself. If you leave it for a long time for fear that it will be eaten by other beasts, you will lose a lot of money. Arrange everything in your home and reinforce the house and yard gates. One must be more careful now. I'm afraid that the news of one's getting the reward money from the magistrate's wife has already spread. The safety of the 3 girls is a top priority when you are not at home. When you find workers to do labor, you must repair a hidden residence in the deep mountains. The soldiers are in a state of chaos. You must make a few more preparations. The Daigo army was very passive on the front line, and it was not certain that it would not be able to hold the line one day. Your own good times are just beginning, and some things must be set up ahead of time. He's no saint, and he doesn't have an ounce of affection for this country, and the safety of his family is the most important thing. Braving the cold and wind into the mountains, the day was equally rewarding. All 7 hunting sets on the West Call Ridge were hit, and no lynx poaching occurred last time. Went to East Pass Ridge and collected another catch and returned with a full catch. All of these things were of great use, and today, Zhang Baoquan had brought the villagers to pick himself up, which had invariably done him a great favor. All this hunting will come in handy tomorrow. Chen Xi laughed. "Zhang Baoquan, you better not mess with me again, or don't blame the little master for being merciless." It was midnight when I got home. After checking that there were no signs of looseness in the door to the courtyard house, he was relieved to go inside and place his prey. A check of the salt block resting revealed that the surface sediment had been initially removed. Nodding in satisfaction, the purification will begin in the morning. There are also brick kilns to be synchronized. He does not want to live in the 4 leaky earth room for a long time. When we get the cement and stuff out later, we have to build a big villa. Fan Yan's 3 daughters had been awake waiting for Chen Xi, and when they saw that he had brought back so many more prey, they were all overjoyed, trying to go forward to help return the prey but was stopped by Chen Breath. "It's getting late. Ladies, go back to bed." It was all the 3 women could do to get under the warm covers. Chen Xi lay on the bed, warm underneath, combined with the wild ginseng hot pot that he had for dinner. Where could he top it? You can't make up for it without venting. It's good for the body. Chan Rest is very concerned about his health. Sneaking his hand into Fan Yan's comforter, he touched her small hand. When her small hand was touched by Chen Xi, Fan Yan's body trembled slightly, then she let him hold it. Glancing up at the end of the Kong, Xin Yao had her back turned in her direction, blocking Bai Rongrong to death. Hey, get it. Without worries, Chen Xi began to go on a rampage. Lifting the quilt with one foot, he burrowed into Fan Yan's comforter. "Mother, the Kong is hot. I'll come to you to cool off." Where Fan Yan did not know what this guy meant, her small face was red, and she softly mumbled. When he saw that his mother agreed, the bastard began to let loose. Chen Breath is very good with his hands and is good at everything he does. Within a matter of everything in the way was thrown out of the nest. Husband, wait a little longer. The 2 of them aren't asleep yet. Fan Yan's entire body was buried in the quilt, begging Chen Xi to wait a little longer. Although she had prepared herself early, she still felt awkward doing that in front of her 2 daughters. Where can Chen Xi wait? Wild ginseng hot pot are eaten, plus hot bed. Who can stand it? With that, the big hands started to get restless. "Well, don't be afraid, ma'am. I'll keep it down." Bai Rongrong, who was pretending to be asleep at the end of the bed, heard Chen Xi whispering in a small voice and was immediately about to burst out in joy. Opening her small mouth, just wanted to be happy, but she was blocked by Qin with one hand, and her waist was also twisted. "I won't spare you if you try to be bad again." Chapter 36. Luda comes to visit. The Kong is really small. Fan Yan also heard the 2 women's private words, a face buried into the quilt how to refuse to show. Reaching out, he twisted his hand towards the thigh of Chen Breath, who was doing something bad. With that little bit of strength, Chen Xi was not at all impressed and was still struggling. On this night, the wind blew the begonias and the rain beat the bananas. It was even exhausting, but listening to Fan Yan, that ebullient and moving voice like a sob, Chen Xi only felt that everything was worth it. Early the next morning, the 2 little girls next to him were looking at him with panda eyes and grudging faces. That clearly means, if you come back, we're going to do it. Chen Xi glared at the 2 little girls without any good reason. Gently cover the quilt for Fan Yan. Turn over the bed felt refreshed. Aside from a little back pain, the fatigue of the past few days was swept away. Come to the outhouse and start drumming up the brine. After standing overnight, most of the impurities are removed from the brine, and filtration begins below. Coarse linen, fine gauze, and layers of charcoal were used to filter the brine 3 times over. Pour the brine into a large pot and start simmering, stirring continuously to prevent scorching, ending up with about half a pound of salt left in the pot. White and delicate, with well-defined grains. Taste it and smack your lips. Nice, that's the flavor. Looking at the white refined salt in his hand, Chen Xi grinned. It's a downgrade from the mainstream coarse salt of this era. Not only does it not have the sour taste of coarse salt, but it is also good for your health. The flavor of the ingredients made with refined salt is extremely fresh and delicious, and it is not too much to throw off the imperial kitchen in the palace for 80 blocks. The next step was to start purifying it in large quantities. Chen Xi was busy in the outer room, and with a creak the door of the room was pushed open. Xinyao walked out with 2 large dark circles under her eyes. Obviously hadn't slept all night. Chen Xi's side of the battle is too intense, and she has not gone through the human body. How can she sleep? Husband, I'll cook today, and Rong Rong will serve the first mistress in the house. Xinyao all blushed with shame when she saw Chen Xi, thinking that this would happen to her in the future and that she must be mentally prepared in advance. Seeing her blush, Chen Breath was also embarrassed for a while with his old face. It seemed that in the future, if he wanted to be close to his mother he would have to make less noise. These 2 little girls must not have slept well last night, but he had heard that there was another way to ease the embarrassment. That's the Great Quilt. This is something that would be unthinkable in later times, but is a rarity in this day and age. The lords of rich families often play like this, marrying several concubines all sleeping together, and it is normal for outsiders to hear about it, who asked for this era of frequent wars and scarcity of men, and the low status of women. Shaking his head, he put the irritating thought behind him. Even if the 2 little girls didn't mind, what about Nyoko? It's a long way to go. Well, there you go. Chen Xi tried not to look at the 2 girls. The little girl had just reached adulthood, which was the age of shame. He could naturally understand. Fill the coarse ceramic jar with refined salt and begin the next step of the program. Kiln firing. One is the ability to burn bricks and the other is the ability to make steel. Bricks had to be made. The adobe house leaked all over in the winter and could be washed away in a heavy summer rain. Steel making is also a top priority. The people in this era generally use pig iron. Only the Imperial Army has the conditions to be equipped with fine iron weapons, and the number is not much. His arrowheads and hunting knives are all raw iron, and can barely handle small game, but when it comes to large beasts, these weapons will be useless. And since the salt mine is located deep in the mountains, and so many herbivores depend on it for salt, there are bound to be fewer carnivores nearby. If you want to successfully transport the salt mine out, luck alone is not enough. You have to upgrade your weapons. Say it and do it. There's plenty of clay to go around. Your own backyard is full of the stuff, so you don't have to worry about raw materials at all. Chen Xi began to work, digging the foundation, laying the stone layer, mixing clay and river sand, stacking the kiln wall, building the chimney, leaving the fire chamber opening. Due to the limited craftsmanship in this era, a lot of raw materials have become a problem. Even so, Chen Xi still used less than a morning to build 2 kilns. One burns bricks, the other makes steel. Build a fire for the kiln. Start melting with pig iron bought in the city, and make a bellows out of wood to raise the temperature in the furnace. Only when the temperature is up to standard can we do iron melting, decarburization, forging and steel making. Chen Xi would not go back to the deep mountain salt mines until he had a weapon in his hand, and he had to have everything ready before he could take the next step in his plan. He was not short of money for the time being, and he still had more than 40 taels left after buying a large amount of supplies with 100 taels of silver. The main reason is that horses are expensive, with an ordinary horse costing 50 taels of silver. As far as Chen Xi knows, by Shan County near the big and small 110 villages, together also less than 10 horses, all were drafted by the court to transport grain and grass to the front line, and the people entered the city on foot with burdens. Their own salt mines are deep in the mountains, counting on their own piece by piece to transport out. I do not know how long it will take to gradually shape the salt business. The scarcity of horses became a key issue for transportation. First, do not want to think so much. 10,000 feet high. He has full confidence to take the 3 women to become rich. The fire in the oven is gradually getting stronger and the next step is to wait for the temperature to be right. During this waiting period, Xinyao's voice came from inside the house. Husband, there is a guest driving a carriage to see husband. You see. Chen Breath frowned. A guest came to see him? It must be the mountain treasure haul. Xiaowu came to collect mountain goods, but on second thought it is not right. The agreement with Xiaowu was 3 days later, and this is only 2 days later? Wash your hands and come to the front room. At this time, Xinyao was cooking. Where is the first lady? First mistress. The first mistress hasn't gotten up yet. Rong Rong is waiting in the house. Xinyao heard her husband ask the first lady, face bashful red. Last night you are not idle at all. Do not know what is going on well. What untouched girl can't handle you? Ah, ha ha, that. Where are the guests? Chen Xi scratched his head awkwardly. Last night was indeed a bit crazy. Next time he will be more gentle. Next time for sure. Without husband's permission, that guest will wait outside the courtyard. Xinyao came from a large family and knew the rules of guest visits, and it was impossible to let guests into the courtyard without her husband's permission. Oh good. You go back inside. Out of the room glanced out the courtyard gate. Lu De, the treasurer of the dental firm, stood outside the courtyard looking this way with anticipation, and behind him a small fellow drove a carriage with a number of gifts on it. Seeing Chen Xi go out, Lu De immediately piled on the smiles. Hello divine Dr. Chen. The little old man has come to pay you a visit. Chapter 37 Inquiring into the layout of the salt industry in the county. There is no need for the shopkeeper to be courteous. Please be quick. Chen Xi opened the courtyard door to greet Lu De, who instructed the little fellow to carry all the gifts off the carriage. Taking a deep look at the wagon, the horse didn't look like a local breed at first glance. Strong-limbed and tall, absolutely top-quality horse. There was a deeper understanding of Luda's strength. This man definitely has a door. This is a small gift that the little old man brought for the three ladies. No honor. Luda clasped his fists and arched his hands. The shopkeeper is too polite. Where would I, Chen Xi, be able to afford such a heavy gift from you? Chen Interest arched his hand and returned the salute. This shopkeeper is a bit interesting. I think it is to learn that I helped the county magistrate's wife to heal the disease. Came to please a bit. Who else would hitch a ride with a little hunter? If you don't have some interests in your body, you want a county's dental banker to visit the hunter. He wouldn't believe it even if he was killed. Divine Dr. Chen, you suffer, you suffer. The two men exchanged a few words of courtesy, and Chen Breath let Luda into the house. All three women hid inside the house and didn't come out as they had guests coming to visit. Women in this era are very traditional. Everything in the home is dominated by the man. Without the man's arrangement, the woman is not allowed to meet the guests. The little fellow put the gifts down and returned to the carriage to wait, and there were only Chen Xi and Luda in the outer room. Luda saw that Chen Xi's family was cooking, so he was embarrassed to stay long. The gift is delivered and the goal is accomplished. The first visit is to make a good impression. He was a regular businessman, so he didn't know this. It would be rude to intrude any further. Divine Dr. Chen, I beg your pardon for this presumptuous intrusion. If you have something on your side, the little old man will return first. There's no rush. Chen Interest immediately interrupted. Come all the way here. How can I do it without getting some words out of your mouth? That horse is a favorite of his own. Just the kind of labor that is in short supply right now. The refined salt has been successfully purified, and there is little need to expand production and sales. The layout of the county's business, he or she is also to understand. Right now Luda is the right person. The shopkeeper has come a long way and must eat before he leaves. Chen Breath pulled Luda from leaving in order to set up a conversation. When Luda saw that Chen Xi was so enthusiastic, it was just what he wanted. What to eat is not important. The important thing is to enhance the relationship with Divine Dr. Chen more. And this relationship between him and the county magistrate's wife is clear to himself. I'll have to trouble Chen Xi in the future. Since Divine Dr. Chen is so enthusiastic, little old me will bother you more. The three ladies in the house, naturally, could not let him enter the house, and Chen rested with an awkward smile. My humble abode is small, and I have slowed down the shopkeeper. Dr. Chen is too polite. This place is very, very good. Lu De how can not see Chen Interest in the home simple. This may be the habits of the high people, tired of the world's prosperity, back to basics. Otherwise, with Dr. Chen's medical skills, he wouldn't be able to live here at a snail's pace. I'm sure I'm tired of living in the luxury residences of the county and experiencing the local customs in the mountain villages. Chen rests his hands and feet. Since he wants to get some information out of his mouth, he is bound to put down some fierce material. Once again, I took out the secret recipe and cooked the mountain chicken and hare, and then stewed 2 fat river fish. Lu De just stood next to him and watched Chen Xi cook, his eyes staring into the pot for an instant. He hadn't eaten anything before, but this was the first time he had seen this practice of Chen Xi. Those herbs were not only able to cure diseases, but also able to cook, and the flavor of the cooking was actually so mellow. In his heart, his cognizance of Chen Xi's ability was once again raised to a higher level. Chen Rest took out the jar and sprinkled in refined salt, the white salt grains sprinkled into the pot, and suddenly the fresh flavor was overwhelming. What is this? Lu De curiously looked at the refined salt. This thing he had not seen. Is it salt? It's not right. How can salt look like this? It is not all big chunks of it, and it is still greenish brown. Where there is this kind of white. Chen Breath smiled mysteriously. The shopkeeper will know later. Chen Interest in selling a closed door. Want to set out the intelligence must show the ability. Are doing business. If you do not reflect the value of the other party and then polite is also false. The less Chen Xi said, the more curious Lu De was in his heart. The flavorful meal is ready. and that's when it needs to go inside. Boss, follow me into the house and introduce you to my 3 ladies. Can't let the guests eat in the outhouse. Chen Xi is also difficult. No way home is really small. Yes, please. Chen interest pushed open the door of the house. At this time Fan Yen has been much better. A morning's rest coupled with Bai Rongrong attentive care, has gotten up and dressed. It's just a little hard to walk and there's still pain in my lower body. Bai Rongrong supported Fan Yen, and the 3 girls greeted Lu De together. They met with Lu De yesterday when they were escorted to the dental office. After a brief courtesy, the meal was served. Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong dished out a portion of what the 3 girls ate before bringing the meal to the table and setting it up. Women are not allowed to be at the table when guests come to the house. Come on, pal, taste my handiwork. The shopkeeper had long been craving for it, and when he saw that Chen Xi was invited, he was not polite. Picking up a piece of chicken and placing it in his mouth, his eyes widened at just one bite. What is this divine flavor? He thought he had eaten all kinds of mountain delicacies and wild food, but he had never tasted this kind of sweet flavor. Not only is it flavorful, but it doesn't have any of the sourness of coarse salt. This, divine Dr. Chen, how did this happen? Lu De is a little stuttering. This craft is not even comparable to the chef in the county. If he goes to the county to open a restaurant, then others do not have to do it. Just close down and go out of business. Lu De picked up the chopsticks and couldn't put them down. A mouthful of chicken and a mouthful of fish. His mouth sighed with praise. That satisfaction is beyond words. The shopkeeper has come a long way, so be sure to eat more. Chen Xi gave a bad smile and just watched him eat. Eat you first, the next is my home turf. Feeling a little out of sorts, Lu De began to slow down the pace as the 2 ate and talked. 3 or 5 sentences straight to the point. Divine Dr. Chen, what were those white powder things you sprinkled just now? Seeing that he finally asked about the main topic, Chen Xi smiled in his heart, finally reaching the main topic. Salt. What? That stuff is salt? Lu De was shocked. It turned out to be the same as he had guessed, but why was the salt in that shape? There were too many unanswered questions in his mind, waiting for Chen Xi to answer them. It is indeed salt, only I have made it so by special means. Not only does it not have a bad taste, but it also uses medical techniques to remove the salt poisoning brine. Lu De heard a sudden realization. No wonder there is no sour taste of coarse salt. The county's official salt has a strong sour taste, not to mention the coarse salt eaten by the common people. Government salt is very expensive. Only the rich and noble families can afford to eat it. The people usually cannot afford to buy and cannot afford to buy. Most of them choose private salt. In the past few years, the imperial court has been engaged in consecutive wars, and the imperial court's control over private salt has weakened, resulting in many unscrupulous merchants secretly selling private salt. The quality of private salt is not guaranteed, and so much of it is well salt mine salt with tons of toxins in it. Hundreds of people have died every year from eating poisoned salt. So that's how it is. Divine Dr. Chen is really a high-ranking person. Lu De stood up and gave a solemn salute. This gift he is sincerely admire Chen interest. Can remove the poisonous brine in the salt? This is what kind of ability. There's no need to be polite. Shopkeeper, I'll give you some when we leave later. This can't be allowed. Lu De was simply flattered to hear that Chen Xi wanted to send him salt. Such a precious thing. Just give it away when you say so? Ha ha, don't be polite. I'll ask the shopkeeper about something. You speak. Divine Dr. Chen. Lu De hurriedly sat down and listened carefully. I asked the shopkeeper about the layout of the salt industry in the city, both government and private salt. Chen Xi went straight to the point. This road is a must for himself. Chapter 38 Fine Salt for Manhwa. Upon hearing that Chen Xi wanted to inquire about the layout of the salt industry in the county, Lu De was startled. Divine Dr. Chen, what are you doing? No wonder he reacted the way he did. Selling illicit salt is a capital offense that kills the head. Nowadays, although the imperial court's management of private salt had weakened, but with the identity of Chen Xi's divine doctor it was not so risky to come to such a deal. Don't worry, I don't need to tell you who cured the magistrate's wife, right? Chen Breath knew he was scared and deliberately gave him a shot in the arm. If it wasn't for the discovery of that salt mine, Chen Xi wouldn't have taken such a risk. Once the imperial court loses the border, those foreign Tartars will drive straight into the great imperial hinterland. How can you survive a crisis peacefully without sufficient financial support? He is not a short-sighted person. The great imperial conscription of men to fill the army for years. Obviously the front war situation is not optimistic. Once a country is at war, the people are the first to suffer. Not only were supplies being requisitioned, but there was also the hidden danger of banditry. Many people who could not afford to pay the poll tax would come up with all sorts of devious ways. The simplest being to go up to the mountains and become bandits. And it's the old people who are being targeted. The people's life will become more and more difficult, with the exploitation of the state in front of them and the bandits robbing them in the back. For the time being, no one has risen up to revolt, but if the momentum continues to develop, The day of the people's revolt is not far away. Good. Since Divine Dr. Chen wants to know, then little old me will talk to you about the salt industry. Luda put down his chopsticks, organized his thoughts and began. 2 stores in White Mountain County have qualified for the court salt guide. One is the Wang family and the other is the Su family. The Wang family salt store is the largest. The head of the family is called Wang Zhang. His grandchildren have been running the salt business for 3 generations, and the court pricing is 300 won a caddy. The Su family salt store is much smaller, and the man in charge rarely shows up these days for some reason. Chen Xi nodded. He knew that coarse salt was 300 won a caddy, and he had bought some himself last time. There's no comparison between that coarse salt and your own refined salt, both in quality and taste. How can they make a profit when the people must not buy much at 300 cents? Chen interest hit the nail on the head. Nowadays the people do not have enough to eat. 300 won a caddy of coarse salt is not ordinary people can afford. Luda looked around and saw that several women were not in the house, then lowered his voice. The Wang family secretly has a salt mine, and sells its own private salt with the salt citations from the imperial court, and many of the private salt sellers in other counties are related to his family. Private salt is 100 cents a pound. Chen Rest suddenly realized. I said well, the court's control over private salt is weakened, so naturally some people play with the lights. This logic was clear to him. Taking the salt citations from the court and paying the salt tax to the court every year, more salt was sold to the court and more was turned in, and vice versa. The Wang family had their own salt mines, and they didn't have to pay taxes on the private salt they sold. What about the Su family? Chen interest continued to ask. The 2 families by definition is a competitive relationship. The Wang family sells private salt. It is impossible for the Su family did not know. Why not report to the court? Once he heard Chen Xi ask about the Su family, Lu sighed quietly. The Su family is different from the Wang family. They don't sell private salt, and the head of the family is still a woman with little to fall back on. Chen Xi froze. The last time Zhuo Chanxian, a girl, opened a ready-made clothes store made him surprised. This time another woman came to open a salt store, and it was also official salt. Seeing that Chen Xi was puzzled, Lu Dai continued to explain the situation for him. The head of the Su family is called Su Yun. The family has been selling salt for the same number of generations, and by her generation the Su family had run out of men, so a woman was in charge. When the old master of the Su family was alive, he had set a door-to-door son-in-law to inherit the family estate, but that door-to-door son-in-law died just after he came to the door. Lu Di became excited at the mention of the Su family and began to talk at length. Su family, the door-to-door son-in-law, is not ordinary, is a Feng Yangfu official family. Su old man thought to find a backer for his daughter. Did not expect just door-to-door died. Pity the poor girl from the Su family. Not only has she lost her dependents, but she has also become a widow. So how's her business? What else can be done? It's inconvenient for a woman to do anything. It's been suppressed by the Wang family's private salt for the past few years, and only the housekeeper is taking care of the salt store with a few small fellows. Chen Xi nodded slowly after hearing this. It seems that this Su family is not far away from closing down their business. Then why didn't the Su family go and report the Wang family for illicit salt? Luda continued to lower his voice and lifted his finger to point upward. The Wang family has people above them and people below them. There is someone above him, he has already guessed. Otherwise it is impossible for the Wang family to have been doing private salt for so long without anyone reporting it. Chen Breath was puzzled and continued to ask, what do you mean there's someone down there? Luda tapped his fingers twice on the desktop and spat out 2 words in a voice that only 2 people could hear. Bandits. Chen Breath took a deep breath as things became clear. It was the first time the word bandit had ever reached his ears so formally. In that case, one's road to private salt is going to be very bumpy. To put it bluntly, the Wang family is black and white. Good. Thanks for informing the shopkeeper. Chen Xi arched his hand and clasped his fists at Lu Di to express his gratitude. Without Lu Da's information, he might not be able to fully understand these things even if he spent a lot of effort. Divine Dr. Chen is polite. The little old man did not help much, but if Divine Dr. Chen wants to do it, he can try to find Su Yun. Chen Xi came to be interested. A Su Yun who had nothing to rely on. What could be the use of looking for her? What does that mean? Ha ha, that Su Yun is weak, but there is still the court's salt guide in his hands. Lu Da piled up a smile and nodded at Chen Xi. People's salt guide in hand. Selling some private salt is not a breeze. It's not that Su Yun doesn't want to sell private salt. It's just that he's suffering from a lack of access. Chen Xi narrowed his eyes and had Su Yun's initial impression in his mind. The Wang family had their hands full, and Su Yun would definitely affect his business if he sold private salt. Still, it's all a matter of reaching out to Su Yun when you get the chance. Okay, shopkeeper, let's not talk about private salt for now. I want to think about asking the shopkeeper if you have a way with horses. Oh, Divine Dr. Chen needs horses? Lu Di opened a dental firm. Not only buy and sell slaves, cattle and horses and livestock are also sold. Naturally have a way. Yeah, It's going to be one of those horses out there. Chen Xi raised his finger and pointed to the outside carriage. He had been coveting it for a long time. That kind of horse is strong and powerful, most suitable for entering the mountains to transport salt mines for himself. Little old me often does business with the Mongols, and such horses are readily available. What's the price? Chen Xi's eyes lit up. Since there was a large supply of these horses, he could not only transport them himself, he might even be able to train a cavalry out of them. In the future, whether you are facing a foreign invasion or bandits, you can always run away if you can't beat them. Ha ha, if Divine Dr. Chen wants to buy it, he can trade it for salt. Luda didn't hide his purpose and spoke directly. The profit from exchanging refined salt from Chen Xi and selling it to the Mongols was huge. Mineral supplies were scarce within the monarchs, and salt was needed for both livestock and population. Every year, a large amount of salt mines had to be purchased from Daigo to feed the animals and made into coarse salt for the herders to eat themselves, at great expense. How many pounds of refined salt for a horse? Chen Breath inquired about the price. Ludi calculated in his mind that refined salt of this quality would cost at least 1 or 2 silvers a pound, maybe more. 50 pounds for a mongoose horse, and a horse on delivery. Chen Interest yesterday bought horses. A big imperial ordinary horse are to 52 silver. This robust Mongolian horse less to say 72 open. Lude is a very honest person. 50 pounds of refined salt did not ask for more. Deal, deal. Lude is a businessman savant, and did not ask Chen Xi how the refined salt was refined, and Chen Xi did not ask Lude why he wanted to exchange horses for refined salt. It's all a mutual core secret, and whoever asks is a cutie. The two men talked business and drank their fill before sending Luda away. Chen Breath moved his body and made the weapon first. The next step would be to grab the land with the beasts. Chapter 39. Who stole my prey? Husband. Fan Yen saw Chen Xi come out and hurriedly got up and went forward to help him organize his clothes. Due to the discomfort of his body, his walk was very awkward. Chen Xi immediately helped her to sit down, and it was the first time the two had interacted since Fan Yen got up. Does your body still hurt, ma'am? It was fine not to talk about this, but Fan Yen was a bit irritated when he mentioned it. Husband acted like a madman last night, and it was his first time, so where could he afford to be so reckless? And to do such a thing in front of Qingyao and Bai Rongrong, it was simply humiliating. Qingyao had told her today that it was normal for this kind of thing to happen in the families of the nobles in the city. The 3 wives and 4 concubines that his lordship had married all slept together under one big blanket. Even so, Fan Yen still felt a little shy, but shy as it was, she had already given her body to her husband. She only hoped that he would be lighter next time, and if he couldn't, she would ask Qingyao for help. Yes, one must pull in a helper, or one's body can't stand him being so reckless. Humph, you still know how to feel for me. Fan Yen blankly glanced at Chen Xi, tightened her nose, and clenched her small fists to scare him. Ha ha, mother, have a good rest. I will pay attention next time. Chen Xi looked at her cute appearance and liked it, perfumed her on the forehead and said to Qingyao and Bai Rongrong, take the first lady back to the house to rest and return the gifts on the floor. The 2 girls had long looked at the gifts all over the floor curiously, but without Chen Xi's permission they didn't dare to move around. Okay, husband, I'll wait on the first lady, and you, second sister, will return the gifts. Qingyao just replied. Bai Rongrong took the lead in helping Fan Yen back to the house. This little girl has long since separated the big and small kings, these 2 days constantly pleasing Fan Yen. Yesterday the first lady and her husband have already rounded up. At this time it is the time to be attentive. Bai Rongrong had something to do, but Qingyao was dumbfounded. She was useless in the family, and a sense of crisis struck. Although her husband considered her family, she was the most useless one. The first mistress helps her husband run the household. Rongrong knows how to do women's work and knows what she's doing. But what about herself? Laundry, cooking and cleaning, none of it is on the line. No, being useless all the time is not a permanent solution. Suddenly his eyes lit up at the thought. The first lady just rounded up with her husband's body is not feeling well, but she can do it herself. If you can't, bend the rules. She had experienced this at home before, when her sister-in-law had served her father in this way. Not only do you not have to do housework, but you are also deeply favored by your father. Yeah, that's it. Anyway, her body was her husband's sooner or later, and her heart was ready for it. She wouldn't be as shy as the first lady herself, or her position in the family would be in jeopardy. It's good to be from a big family. She's ripped herself off. Husband, you're busy. I'll go return the gifts. Aha. Chen Xi went to the backyard to work, and Qingyao returned to the house with gifts in large packages. The box was colorful and beautiful, obviously containing something for girls. Opened the box, burst of fragrance. Rouge, powder and silk handkerchiefs are all available. There are also a couple of fine quality silks. The 3 girls' eyes lit up at the same time when they saw these things. And where is a girl who doesn't like these things? Bai Rongrong refused to let go of the silk when she hugged it. The lubricated feel of it was definitely the finest silk. When the time came to make a few outfits for the first lady, wouldn't her own status skyrocket? As for my second sister, I love the bad guys who tricked me with candy canes. Qi Niao, on the other hand, prefers rouge and powder. Girls love beauty, she is no exception. I'm a good-looking woman, so I'm sure you'll like it if you put on some rouge. Fan Yen comes from a poor family, usually do not have enough to eat. Where have seen these things? Touch this, touch that, heart is full of joy. The three women were in their own minds inside the house, and Chen Xi's side was busy as hell. It wasn't long before there was a clanking sound. Pull the bellows to draw the furnace fire and start decarburizing the steel. The cooked iron is smelted and wrought with pig iron to temper the carbon. These processes are more than familiar to Chen Breath. In his previous life his wilderness survival tools were all handmade by himself. In this era, give him enough time, Damascus steel can be built. 100 refined steel quenching and tempering. Chen Rest was busy for the whole afternoon. At sunset, a smoking cold hunting knife came out. There are dozens of arrows of various types next to them. 3-pronged, crescent-spined arrowheads are used to shoot wild deer, elk, etc. Tapered arrows increase armor-breaking penetration and are used to shoot boars, black bears, etc. The materials for the compound bow had also been prepared. The best purple shirt wood with deer tendons for strings, together with the special arrowheads that he had built himself. The power was more than 10 times stronger than the previous hunting bow. The arrows used to not even penetrate boar skin, but now they can easily do so. It's the bow bluing that still takes time, and a brand new compound bow will be out in 3 days. Still have the old hunting bow to make do for now. After having dinner with the 3 girls, Chen Xi continued working without looking back. After polishing for an hour, the hunting knife and arrowheads were all bladed, and this weapon upgrade gave Chen Xi a strong sense of security. The deep salt mines are infested with beasts of prey near the mountains, and one will need to fight the beasts for territory. Taking with him a brand new hunting knife and feathered arrows, he urged the 3 daughters again to be safe, and then drove off in the wagon. Tomorrow is the day that Xiao Wu comes to collect the mountain goods. Tonight the hunting set will be collected, and then go deep into the mountains to collect salt mines and return. There's one more important thing to do. The villagers now see themselves as great heroes, and the work of burning bricks is just what they need to find long-time laborers to do. In a time when families didn't have enough to eat, it was easy to recruit workers as long as they managed to eat. Before the refined salt is not sold, the hands of the silver will have to save some spending. To support the brick-burning workers still need a huge expense. Chen Xi drove the carriage all the way to Westo Ridge, hid the carriage under the mountain, and entered the mountain on foot. Today's harvest was average, checking 6 sets and receiving only 3 pheasants. It seems the neighborhood has learned its lesson and trying to hunt one way alone won't work. He couldn't look at these small prey now. The deep mountains were home to large herbivores such as mergansers. When he came to the 7th hunting set, he suddenly wrinkled his brow. Not only was there no prey this time, there were human tracks all around. Grass. What dog stole my prey? The hunting set that was so hard to lay was made for someone else. That's not a loss he's going to eat. The footprints in the snow were clear due to the clear snow that fell last night. Follow the footprints and look. This man went into the mountains? There are no other hunters in the village. Where did this man come from? Chen Xi gripped the hunting knife tightly. No matter who you are, you must pay the price for daring to steal little master's prey. Following the footprints, Chen Xi followed all the way into the deep mountains. Chapter 40 Black Bear Blind. Walking along the trail, the tracks went around and around, obviously looking for something. Look at the distribution of the tracks. Stepping on tamped places, no doubt an experienced hunter. Humph, dare to steal little master's prey. I'll see where you run to. Tightening his belt and staying in fighting shape at all times, he followed them all the way to the deep mountains. The tracks did not travel toward the salt mines, but circled around to the back of the mountain. Further up is a cliff face where the tracks disappear as there is no snow here on the leeward side. Chen Breath frowned. This place hadn't been here on its own, so what was the man doing here? A cold wind blew, and Chen Xi shrunk his neck. Intensely curious, I decided to go up and have a look. The mountain wasn't particularly steep, so Chen Breath climbed up on his hands and knees, and in front of him was another gentle slope. So it is. Since I couldn't really see it from below, I climbed up to see that it wasn't just a steep cliff. There was snow here and there was that trail again. I'll see where you run this time. Keep following up. On the side of the cliff, Chen Xi continued to follow along the man's tracks, and after a full half hour, the sound of several wild beasts roaring suddenly came from the distance. Ow dash, ow dash, ow dash. 3 short, explosive growls in a row, the sound sharp and piercing. This voice was familiar to Chen Breath. Blind man. Chen Xi's spine went cold and his scalp tingled. Now although it is early winter, due to sudden snowfall this year than usual to be much colder than the bear blind should hibernate. What's with the sudden awakening? Someone must have disturbed it or it wouldn't have awakened. Bad things. Chen breath cursed. There was a large tree beside him, and with a leap he grabbed a thick branch and climbed upwards. Although climbing trees for the blind bear is not much use, the bear blind eye's anxious human simply cannot climb it. But you can avoid pursuit for a while. Its target should be the hunter, and it was safe to hide here by itself. Chen Xi had excellent eyesight, and in the distance, a burly silhouette quickly ran in his direction, with a huge black blind bear following behind him. Should be over 300 pounds by the looks of the body. The silhouette was fast, but how could it not be faster than a blind bear in this terrain? You can outrun a blind bear in the mountains. It's a joke. The blind bear ran on all fours and caught up with the man in a few moments. The man was not ambiguous. Knowing that he could not run away from the blind bear, suddenly turned around and came face to face with the blind bear. Arms and legs outstretched, he enlarged his body as much as possible in an attempt to scare off the blind bear. When the blind bear saw the man stand, it stood as well. Since he had just run on all fours, he could only make out an approximate size. Standing up now could startle Chen Xi. The man's height was a meter or so according to the present, but the blind bear stood up a head taller than him, more than 2 meters high. The weight is almost at the limit for a black bear blind, estimated at 350 pounds or more. Adult male blind bears, even tigers encountered to avoid 3 points, let alone humans. At this moment the bear blind has entered a state of fury. Sharp-edged bear claws have been explored. In the white snow against the backdrop of Sinsin cold light, the cutting power of this bear's claws was enough to scratch a sea-bull-thick tree. The man temporarily bluffed the blind bear, but not for long. As long as the momentum is weak, the blind bear is sure to pounce. There is only one outcome, and that is death. The man was quite calm, confronting the blind bear for a quarter of an hour, and his legs still didn't shake. If a normal person were to confront such a huge thing, not to mention being able to stand, they would have already wet their pants. Sort of a man, knowing he couldn't run away. The man pulled a pheasant out of his arms and threw it at the feet of the blind bear in an attempt to distract it. I thought to myself, I'll give you pheasant, and I'll run away if you eat it. Chen breath almost laughed in anger when he saw the pheasant. There was still the slightest trace of blood at the pheasant's neck. That's what I put on my hunting harness, taking my stuff and giving it away to bears. You boys do have a knack for it, but that blind bear has stored up his energy for hibernation. How could he be lured by a pheasant? Still unmoved, the man's feigned aura weakened by a point when he saw that his approach had failed. When his aura is weak, the blind bear is strong. The blind bear moved forward slowly on 2 feet, opening his mouth wide to reveal sharp fangs. A low purring sound came from his mouth, startling several pheasants that flew up around him. Knowing that this was a prelude to the blind bear's intention to attack, the man drew a short knife from his waist and prepared to fight to the death. Chen breath narrowed his eyes when he saw the short blade from the tree. It was a standardized weapon. The man was in the army. There's a war going on at the Daigo front. Why is someone running back? And this late into the mountains? Chen Xi took the hunting bow out of his back and drew armor-breaking arrows from the arrow pot. Once the blind bear launches his attack, he himself has the opportunity to shoot the blind bear. Adult blind bears of 350 pounds and up are full of treasures. Bear skins were highly sought after by the nobility, a symbol of the warrior. Especially the martial arts families are willing to pay a high price for it. When a guest comes to the house, a bearskin is spread to show the host family's honorable status. Bear paws need no introduction. Bear meat is also valuable, not only to nourish the body, but also can be made into medicine for the treatment of wind, cold, dampness and paralysis. Chen interest hiding behind the tree trunk to adjust the shooting position. Hunting bow has been pulled into a full moon, just waiting for the blind bear to do it. Ow dash. Blind bear suddenly pounced over. The man did not react slowly. Feet stomped hard on the ground. The body rolled out a long way. Can avoid the first round of blind bear attack. By the time he got up, the blind bear's second attack followed. Unable to avoid it in any way this time, the man raised his arms to protect his head. Bang! The blind bear slapped the man and wanted to continue his attack. Just then Chen Xi's feathered arrow shot out with a whoosh. Put! Ow dash! Feather arrow straight into the blind bear's left eye. The pain of the blind bear howled. Whoosh! Another arrow shot. As the blind bear ate pain with the bear paw to pull the eyes on the feather arrow. This arrow shot through the bear paw and inserted in the head. Whoosh! 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 Chen interest is another 3 arrow shot. All hit the blind bear head. These 3 arrows are 3-pronged arrowheads come with blood slot bleeding function. The blood splashed out a long way, spraying over 3 meters high on the white rock wall. The blind bear was shot through the head and fell to the ground with a thud, his haze gradually diminishing into a white mist. The man collapsed not far from the blind bear and struggled to get up. His shoulders slumped and afraid to move. I don't know if it's broken or crushed at the shoulder. Adult bear blind man with anger strike. Not to mention the average person. 2 ordinary people cannot stand. At this time, he was still able to climb up, which was also out of Chen Xi's expectation. The man leaned against the rock wall and looked towards the large tree where Chen breath was. not expecting to be saved from certain death. He took off his felt hat with his other hand and knelt down to kowtow to Chen Xi, the strong man's kindness in saving his life. Ning Chaos will never forget it. Ning kowtowed messily, revealing a head of white hair with a ponytail in the back. Seeing a head of white hair, Ning Chaos, Chen Xi laughed and jumped down from the tree. Get up. Why did you run off into the mountains and wake up the blind bear? Chapter 41. The great hero killed the blind bear. Seeing Chen Xi tell him to get up, Ning Chaos immediately stood up and touched his nose playfully. Hey, back to the words of the benefactor. I am not planning to go to the mountains to get some food and try my luck. He stood up, and only then did Chen Breath get a good look at him. Around 20 years of age, 1.8 m or so, the body is very stout. Features are still decent, large eyes gleaming, pitch black face with a head of white hair. The back is also tied with a ponytail with a straw rope. This makeup almost made Chen Breath look happy. Even Chen Breath, who had been a man for 2 lifetimes, had never seen such goods. Taking a look from top to bottom, in such a cold day this thing was wearing a single shirt and pants, but on his feet was a pair of standard military shoes. Chen Breath narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth to ask, from where? Hey, I just got back from the army and my family is from Upper River Village. Chen Breath nodded. Shanghai Village was neighboring Wowo Village, and the weapons and shoes he was carrying were issued by the army, and combined with the words he had just uttered, he really hadn't lied. Isn't the army fighting at the front? Why did you come back? Chen Interest continued to ask. I heard a lot of frontline battlefield has a lot of deserters escaped back. The government for this kind of desertion is zero tolerance attitude. Dental registration all become black, and on the list of wanted, caught is a capital offense. As a result, many deserters escaped but did not dare to return home. The physically fit chose to go into the mountains as bandits, and the physically unfit mingled among the stragglers to beg for food. Asking about this topic, Ning Chaos looked much dimmer and began with a sigh. Benefactor, I'll be honest with you. My brother was killed by bandits some days ago, and the army only released me back after the family was left without a male member. This point Chen Interest is clear. The Big Imperial explicitly stipulates that the only son of the family cannot be forcibly conscripted into the army. Always leave a family heirloom for others. When this topic was brought up, Ning Chaos became a bit indignant and continued to speak. The news of my brother's death reached the army, and I went to the Shiksa to report it. But who knew the grandson wouldn't let me go? So what happened then? Chen Interest also came to the interest. The Big Imperial consecutive years of war men are very scarce. The army does not release people is also helpless. Humph, he said he wouldn't release anyone? I beat him up and finally found the centurion and told him the situation. That centurion is from the next county, kind of half a hometown, and it was only because he personally spoke up that he let me back in. Chen Breath was a bit surprised that this kid could beat up the Shiksa. Some ability. The sheriffs are no ordinary men. They are veterans who have killed the enemy to qualify for the position. Who else is at home? Returning to the words of my benefactor, I have an old mother at home, and a younger sister, who was always taken care of by my brother, and now I have returned to take care of them. Speaking of the old mother and sister, Ning chaotic face flooded with a smile. The old mother is old. Now they can come back to take care of the old mother is considered a blessing. The day although bitter point, but can avoid a lot of regret. Many brothers in the army never got to see their parents one last time, let alone do their duty in front of the church. Ning Chaos change of expression did not escape Chen Xi's eyes, nodding his head to him to show his recognition. So late in the night despite the dangers of going into the mountains to find food to feed his old mother and sister, this filial piety is worthy of respect. Here, let me show you the injury. Without Ning Chaos's sincerity just now, Chen Xi wouldn't have cared about his injuries. This kid hasn't settled his score for stealing his own prey yet. Help him heal his wound? No way. Benefactor. How is this good? Chen Interest did not talk. His shoulder has been blind bare sharp claws cut a mouth. At this time is oozing blood. Risk of tetanus if you mess up. Ripping open his singlet revealed a shocking gash. Blood and flesh turned outward. White bone vaguely visible inside. Pressing the wound around. Fortunately, the bones are not broken. This kid's body bones are really strong. If ordinary people bones must be broken. Chen Interest to check the bones rubbed and pressed down. Ning Chaos wrinkled his eyebrows and pursed his lips, and bean-sized beads of sweat immediately emerged on his face. Although it did not hurt the bones, but the taste was not pleasant. He froze and did not say a word. Luckily it didn't break any bones. Chen Xi loosened his joyful hands before Ning Chaos let out a deep breath. Beads of sweat already covering his forehead. Thank you, benefactor. I'll just go home and take care of the rest myself. Chen Xi ignored him. It was impossible for the family to have herbs when they were poor like this. Then he fished out a medicine bottle at his waist and spoke with his mouth. Lie down on the floor and bear down. When Ning Chaos saw that Chen Xi wanted to treat his own injuries, he didn't talk nonsense at all and crouched down on the ground in a crouch. Chen Breath looked over the wound and grabbed a handful of snow to scrub hard at the mouth of the wound. Hiss. Ning Chaos sucked in a mouthful of cold air, the pain of the body straight shivering. Bear claws have fungus wounds are easy to get infected if not treated in time. Cleaned the wound, sprinkled the powder on the wound, pulled out the needle and thread he had with him, burned the needle with a firebolt and began to sew it up. All of these things were bought the last time I was in town, and I carry them with me when I go into the mountains myself. Ning Chaos hard not to make a sound throughout the whole process, although he did not know what Chen Xi was doing, but it was always wrong for a benefactor to treat his own injuries. In the military this sort of thing is commonplace. There is no anesthetic in this day and age. It's all about the hard way. In a trice, he was stitched up, and when he pulled off a strip of cloth from his body, he tied it up. Okay, just go back and nurse for a few days and pull out the wires when the wound heals. This is to treat the big old man. If the family's mother is injured, Chen interest this goods can be heartbroken 8 times a day, which can be used to remove his own wires. Ning Chaos knelt and kowtowed once more. Many thanks to the benefactor. I still don't know his name and residence. Get up, don't call me benefactor. My name is Chen Xi. I live in Wawa village. Okay, Le Chen big brother. When I get well, I will go to Wawa village to visit Chen big brother. Ning Chaos climbed up and moved his shoulder, feeling that the pain had lessened a lot. Big brother Chen not only had great archery skills but also healing. Just now shooting the blind bear those arrows, he himself could not do so much strength and accuracy. Chen breath glanced at him. If you can't move your other hand, help me carry the blind bear down the mountain. It's not a big deal to save your life and help me carry the blind bear, is it? He. Big brother doesn't need to make a move, just lead the way. I'll carry it down the mountain myself. Ning Chaos did not wait for Chen Xi to reply. A roll of the body drilled under the blind bear, both knees single propped on the ground with force, bellowed. Up. The pack stood up with more than 300 pounds of blind bear and pawed upward to adjust the angle of comfort. Hey big brother, you lead the way in front, and little brother will follow behind. Chen breath's eyes widened, and there was a cry in his heart. What a monster! That is more than 300 pounds of big blind bear. A hand injured in the case of frozen to the backup? And see, he hasn't used his full strength yet. It would take a lot of effort even if it was myself. This kid really has some skills. In his heart, he had a profound realization of the power of Ning Chaos. Chen Xi pursed his lips, picked up the pheasant with one hand, and led the way in front. The mountain road was rugged, and the two of them walked for more than an hour before they reached the location of the carriage at the bottom of the mountain. At first Chen Rest also thought that he could not carry long. How to rest? I didn't expect this one to take a breath and carry it all the way to the bottom of the hill. Chen breath are speechless. His own physique is enough livestock. This goods than their own even livestock. Plopping down the blind bear onto the wagon, Ning Che leaned against the horse to catch his breath, his face still playful. Hey big brother, done. Wiping beads of sweat from his face with his arm, he smiled a hefty smile revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. Chen Xi also laughed, admiring this bastard from the bottom of his heart. Is there any food left in the house? Seeing Chen Xi ask about this topic, Ning Chaos scratched his head in embarrassment, his tone a bit squirmy. There's enough to eat. Chen interest at first glance, this goods is pretending. Dead face living suffer. You can't go into the mountains this late if there's food in the house. Why would you steal my prey if you're so proud of it? Throwing out the pheasant that had been stolen by Ning Chaos, along with the 3 he had collected, a total of 4 were thrown to the ground. You can have these back. Ning Chaos froze. He only wanted his own chicken back, not realizing that Chen Xi had thrown him 4. Big brother, did you hunt all these? He had a bad feeling when he saw the chickens. Were those big brothers? So is it big brother's to pick up his own chickens from someone else's hunting set? A strong sense of guilt gripped his heart. As a fellow hunter, picking up something from someone else's hunting set was a big no-no. He knew the rules, but he had just come home from the army and there was nothing left to eat at home. Usually my sister could dig up some wild vegetables to feed her and her mother, but now that the snow had closed the mountain, my mother and sister had been hungry for 2 days. He had no choice but to go into the mountains and take his chances, and if he didn't have no choice, how would he steal someone else's prey? Thinking of this, Ning Chaos' face flushed to the base of his neck, and his already pitch-black face now turned a saucy purple color. Seeing that Ning Chaos was embarrassed, Chen Xi laughed out loud. I didn't hunt these. I inadvertently found someone else's hunting set when I went into the mountains, and you can have all 4 chickens in total. Chen Xi said it easily, but in Ning Chaos' eyes this was life-saving food. Big brother, isn't it a bit bad for us to take other people's things? Chen Xi gave the bastard a blank look and was nearly infuriated and laughed at him. And you know it's not nice to take other people's stuff? Don't you know where you got that chicken? In order to take care of his feelings, Chin Breath purposely gulped with wide eyes. We are going to starve to death, where do you care so much? Told you to take it, just take it, and then return it later when you get the prey. If you starve to death and no one cares about you, what about your mother and sister at home? You're a big man and you don't need that face for anything. You won't even have a place to cry when my mother and sister starve to death. Chen Xi's words were quite rude, but the truth was just like this. Ning Chaos was now injured and unable to hunt. The family relied on him to take care of him alone. What about his old mother and sister? Born in a time of chaos and famine, if you don't carry the family, no one will do it for you. Ning Chaos was dumbfounded by his dislike. His elder brother was right. Compared to his mother and sister at home, Face was indeed useless. Not to mention the fact that you stole someone else's prey first. Standing upright, he saluted Chen Xi with a standard military salute and solemnly said, "You're right, big brother. Little brother understands. Well, take it back and make it up to your mother and sister." Ning Chaos plopped onto his knees again, tears in his eyes. "Big brother, thanks." Knocking his head to the ground, 2 tears fell into the snow and quickly melted. Chen Xi felt a little bad in his heart and turned his back to get into the carriage. "Hurry up and go back to serving your old lady." Heave dash. Chen Xi drove the carriage away, leaving Ning Chaos kneeling in the snow looking in the direction Chen Xi left. "Big brother not only saved my life, but my whole family's life. This favor, I, Ning Chaos, will repay." He knelt for a while before picking up the pheasant on the ground and leaving. After this toss, the sky has been flooded with fish belly white. Chen interest back to the village has been a lot of early rise of the villagers to go out. Some carried baskets. Some carried rakes to the nearby hills to cut wood and dig up field mice and other small animals to satisfy their hunger. Seeing Chen Xi driving his carriage back, all the villagers came together. "Where's the big hero going this early? Yikes, what's in the big hero's wagon?" A woman saw the wagon carrying a large pile of black stuff and couldn't help but come up to look at it. Upon seeing it, a scream sat on his butt. "Bears! Blind bear!" The scream immediately drew a crowd of villagers. "It really is the bear blind. The big hero killed the bear blind for the village in addition to a harm. That's awesome. Big heroes are amazing." The news quickly reached Zhang Baochuan's family. "The little is almost at Hawksbill Mountain. You won't live for days. When the bandits come down the mountain, that's when you'll die." Zhang Baoquan facial grimace. "All your stuff is mine, including those 3 pussies." Chapter 42 Recruiting for Brick Burning. Chen Interest was thinking of recruiting workers to burn bricks for themselves today, but I did not expect the villagers to gather on their own initiative. That saves the trouble. Sitting in the carriage, he looked to the crowd and opened his mouth to inquire, "I have some work at home. Would you like to do it?" Upon hearing that there was work, the villagers' eyes instantly widened, and now in the snowy winter, the villagers were running around for a mouthful of food. There is basically no food left in the family, and each of them is skinny and weak because they can't find any work. "Big hero, I do. The villagers were all scrambling to be the first, and some women even grabbed the carriage and jumped on it for fear of leaving themselves behind. "Take it easy, all of you. I haven't said the price yet." Chen Xi told them to take it easy, but he himself was in a hurry instead. Formerly a cutie, rarely did he deal with the villagers, and as far as he could remember these villagers were not very familiar. According to the latter-day experience of recruiting labor, after the work they lion's share of the money, their own hard to save some silver can be lost. "Great hero, the price is good. The price is good." The villagers came together more and more, forming a large circle around the wagon. "Price is good? Why don't you say it? Let's talk about the price first. If you think it's right, do it. If not, I won't force it." Chen Breath opens the door and negotiates the price first, so as not to find trouble afterward. Immediately out of the crowd a strong man called Erniu. It is the last time to see Chen Rest hit the road dear last to go the few male villagers. "Great hero, strong men who go to the county to do work are given 5 copper coins a day, and women 3. We're from the same village. We'll do the work at your house to save on foot travel. How about you give 4 coppers for the men and 2 coppers for the women?" Erniu felt a little embarrassed when he finished and scratched his head. He is telling the truth. Into the city to do the work of 5 coins to take, but the round trip to more than 2 hours. Every day early out late home, and the city doesn't care about meals. Save 2 meals, only 4 coins to take home, and the 2+ hours of mountain travel consumes a lot of energy. Due to exertion meals will increase. Eat more, earn less. If you ask Chen Xi for 4 copper coins, it is still more real than going into the city to do a job. The other villagers also felt that Erniu was telling the truth. Who would want to go out when they could do work in the same village? It's a great way to make money and take care of your home. Erniu is right. Just give us 4 coins, big hero. The women were more than willing to do so, some women with children, who had to carry their children on their backs when they went into the city to do their work, were now able to care for their children more close to their homes, although less a copper, but they are also willing. Who would like to children with their own walk more than 2 hours of mountain road to suffer losses and suffer? Chen Xi nodded. He still had more than 40 taels of silver in his hand. 1 taels of silver for 1,000 coins. When you do the math like that, you're more of a landlord than a landlord. The most abominable is the court's poll tax. Although there are military officers in the family can be exempted from the whole family poll tax, but those who have only son cannot be helped. How could the head tax of 5 strings of money come together? Unable to pay the head tax can only be enlisted in the army, which is why the imperial court knew that the people could not afford to pay, but still charge a high head tax. It is forcing the people to join the army. Alright, I'll give 10 coppers for the men and $5 for the women. I only want 10 of each gender. After Chen Xi finished speaking, the eyes of the villagers were suddenly on fire. This is more than the county work gives, and people want to kneel down for him. Chen Xi chose 20 men and women whose bodies and bones looked good to take back. There were also a number of villagers who had not been selected who secretly wiped their tears. I just hate myself for being useless and not grabbing such a good job. But Chen Xi only needs so many people, and it is useless to lament the rest. Don't worry about the rest. I'll get back to you when I expand production. Those who were not selected were immediately energized. And the big hero said that he would look for us again in the future. So there would be something to look forward to in the future. Big hero, when you expand your production, don't forget to look for us. Yeah, don't forget about us. The villagers don't know what Chen Xi produces, but only know that there is money to be gained by following him to do the work. Well, soon, Chen interest in his own home to repair the house does not use too many bricks. The reason why looking for so many people, because he wants to save some bricks transported to the deep mountains. When the time comes, we will build a large house near the salt mine, complete with a production workshop with stables. There were many fierce beasts in the mountains, and no one went to that place at all. So whether it was to escape from war or bandits in the future, it was a good base of refuge. He has 3 beautiful women with him, so it's inevitable that he'll be missed over time. At all times, it's essential to have a few extra fallbacks for yourself. Well, then we'll wait for the big hero to expand production. The villagers who didn't get elected repeatedly asked Chen Xi not to forget himself before leaving resentfully. Chen Xi went home with the chosen 20 villagers, and the 3 daughters were already waiting for themselves in the courtyard. The 3 women were startled to see so many villagers following their husband back. Husband, Chen breath laughed and hurriedly explained. These villagers were all found by my husband to help our family burn bricks. The 3 women didn't know what Chen Xi was going to do, but what her husband decided was right. They had long since taken Chen Xi's decision as an order. Chen interest in fear of the bear blind scare the 3 women, quickly used hay to cover the bear blind in the car, then led the villagers to the backyard. The villagers were amazed to see 2 kills in their backyard. Touching this and that looks very curious. They have never seen this kind of kiln in the city, and do not know what it is for. Ernio, let me teach you. Okay, look big hero. Ernio hurriedly stepped forward and waited for Chen Xi to command. Chen Xi told them how to make brick blanks, how to burn them, and how the wind box operated. Learned? Will do. Ernio was smart enough to immediately recount the process, word for word throughout. Well, good. Chen Xi felt that Ernio was a good seedling and couldn't help but look at him more. Speaking again to the group, he said, "Don't call me big hero from now on, call me boss." The word big hero sounded awkward to him. If it wasn't for the fact that he was acting in line with Zhang Baoquan, he would have preferred people to call him second little cute. It also sounds better than big hero. Good boss. Well, get to work. Chen Xi gave the order and the villagers began to work. The men digging clay after lighting the kiln, and the women mixing the clay to fill the bricks. Since the backyard was attached to a hill of dirt, clay was available and brick firing was quickly underway. Seeing that everyone was proficient, Chen Xi was satisfied and left. Blind Bear on the wagon. Today is the day of Shanbao Hall. Xiaowu came to collect goods, so Big Blind Bear can certainly sell a good price. Just as he walked to the front yard, he heard a shriek from Bai Rongrong, followed by a poof. Chen Xi took 3 steps forward to check the situation, only to see Bai Rongrong sitting beside the carriage, her 2 small hands covering her face and sobbing. There was still some hay from the wagon scattered around. Inside the house, Fan Yan and Xinyao were cleaning and heard Bai Rongrong shrieking and went out at the same time. Rongrong, why are you sitting on the floor? Rongrong, did you fall hard? Chen Xi shook his head and laughed bitterly, fearing what would come. He himself deliberately covered up the blind bear in order not to scare the ladies, but he was still discovered by the curious Bai Rongrong. Chen Xi went forward to pick up Bai Rongrong, and as soon as Bai Rongrong saw that it was her husband, she immediately fell into his arms and cried. She was just curious to go to the wagon to see what her husband had hunted and come back, but as soon as she lifted the hay, it just revealed the blind bear's head, as a result of being shot in the head by an arrow, a bloody piece and a few large fangs. This scared Bai Rongrong. A pampered little girl, where has she seen this? Hiding in the arms of Chen Xi and refusing to come out. Ooh, husband, this thing is too scary. Ooh, Chen breath laughed and rubbed her head. My lady is not afraid of fear. My husband is here. After coaxing her like a child for a while, Bai Rongrong stopped crying. Fan Yan, Xinyao. Two women see the blind bear is also startled, but the two of them are prepared in their hearts. The guts are also bigger. Look at a few eyes and quickly run back. Husband, are you hurt? Learned that the bear blind is the husband hunting. Fan Yan a worried face to check the body of Chen Xi, afraid of being injured by that thing. Xinyao was also worried. The bear blind she still knew, belonging to the top beasts in the mountains. The danger was not the slightest bit weaker than the tiger. And this one is so big, how did you hunt it? For my husband is not hurt. You see, Chen Xi deliberately spun around to show a few women that there wasn't even a scratch on his body, and his clothes were all clean and dry. The three women put their hearts down only when they saw that their husbands were not injured. Fan Yin pointed at the blind bear, her feet subconsciously retreating a few points. How did husband hunt this? Chen Xi heatedly smiled and began to fool around in front of the three women. Did not say anything about the Ning chaos, only said how he went into the mountains, found the bear blind and hid in the tree, and found the right moment to swish a few arrows to shoot the bear blind. Several women were scared to death by Chen Xi. After hearing this, they all got angry and complained about Chen Xi's recklessness. How could they enter the mountains late at night, or into the deep mountains? However, the mouth grumbles to grumble. Face worried look does not reduce at all. Afraid of husband out of some accident. That deep mountain is simply too dangerous. Every year there are villagers who go to the mountains to collect medicine. By this thing killed a lot of people. Now it is winter beasts food less. The mountain even more no one dares to go in. Chen Xi was comforting a few girls when Auntie Zhang hurriedly ran outside the courtyard. It was only after entering the courtyard and seeing Chen Xi that he let out a long breath. Shao breath. I heard you went deep into the mountains, and hunted a bear? Let Auntie Zhang take a look and see if there are any injuries. With that said, Auntie Zhang checked again and was relieved to see that he wasn't hurt. In the morning, I heard the villagers say that Chen Xi had hunted the blind bear, but it scared Auntie Zhang. She had heard the day before that Chen Xi had rescued all three of his wives, and the village head Zhang Baoquan had led the way to greet them at the entrance of the village. Her own man had been drafted into the army, and with small children at home who needed to be taken care of, there was no way for her to pick him up. I heard the villagers talking about it this morning, and that's why I came here in a hurry. Ha, Auntie Zhang, you've come at the right time. Take this rabbit back to nourish the child's body. With those words, he entered the house and picked up 2 rabbits and handed them to Auntie Zhang. I can't have it. Rest, you make the best of your life and take care of the 3 matrons. Auntie Zhang said she wouldn't take the rabbit. On the side, Fan Yan stood out and pulled Auntie Zhang's hand. Auntie Zhang, you didn't even help me out in the past. If it wasn't for your help, I'm afraid we would have starved to death. If you don't take it, I can't take it in my heart. Xin Yao and Bai Rongrong also came over to persuade Auntie Zhang to accept the rabbit. Fan Yan said and cried out, and that bitter time is engraved in her heart. He himself went to dig wild vegetables every day to feed his stupid uncle, and it was good that his husband had gotten well, and now he had something to look forward to. As a fellow sufferer, Fan Yan is very grateful to Auntie Zhang, whose man is enlisted in the army and whose family has small children to take care of. Auntie Zhang doesn't have enough to eat, but she also helps herself from time to time, so Fan Yan unconsciously treats Auntie Zhang like a relative. Fine, I'll take it then. How can Auntie Zhang not know that Fan Yan is grateful? And now that they have a better life, they are also happy to see. After sending Auntie Zhang away with a few more polite words, a carriage came outside the courtyard, while Xiao Wu's voice came. Brother Chen, is Brother Chen home? I'm Little 5 of the Mountain Treasure Hall, here to collect the mountain goods. Chapter 43 is what Qianqian's visit. Xiao Wu excitedly drove the carriage. Today is the day of the appointment with Big Brother Chen. I do not know if Big Brother Chen hunted the roe deer in the past few days. The shopkeeper spread the news that Mountain Treasure Hall had received the roe deer, and in less than half a day's work it was bought by a nobleman at a high price. Bought it for 3 bunches and sold it for 6 bunches, the profits of which stunned Little 5. Knowing that Xiao Wu came to collect the goods today, the shopkeeper instructed him to make sure to have a good relationship with Hunter Chen. If he offended Hunter Chen like he did last time, Xiao Wu wouldn't be able to work in Shanbao Hall. The shopkeeper spoke, and Xiao Wu took it to heart, a deep realization of how much it would cost Mountain Treasure Hall to offend an experienced hunter. Is that house in front of us Brother Chen's residence? Zhou Qianqian saw Chen Xi today, deliberately dressed up, and early in the morning pestered Xiao Wu to come along in his carriage. Usually do not spare the use of rouge and powder are used. Slack Chen big brother cannot be. Today also have to beg for him. Chen Xi was not only highly skilled in hunting, he was also a great divine doctor. Even divine Dr. Zhao could not compare to him. Such an excellent man was very curious to her. Sitting on the wagon with her ass in pain, she changed her position and smoothed her sideburns, her big eyes staring unblinkingly at the dilapidated little courtyard in front of her. This should be the one. Isn't Sister Qianqian afraid of Brother Chen's wife's jealousy when she's dressed so beautifully? Humph. I need you to talk more. Zhou Qianqian blankly glanced at Xiao Wu and got off the carriage. She had prepared for this and brought all the newly made flower coats from the store just to please the 3 wives of Brother Chen. The creaking courtyard door opened. Chen Xi greeted Xiao Wu with a smile on his face, and with a sweep of his gaze there was a beautiful woman standing next to him, traced eyebrows and eyes, red lips embellished, wearing a fox fur coat, a pair of red thick soled cotton boots, looking eye-catching. Xiao Wu is sending the girls from the kills in the county? The quality is really good. Other than his own 3 matrons, the only one who could compete with the beauty in front of him was the county's Zhou Qian. This woman was somewhat similar to Zhuo Qianqian. One was clear and plain, the other was flamboyant. The 2 beauties had their own unique characteristics. Due to Zhuo Qianqian's careful dressing, Chen Xi didn't recognize him for a moment. "Hello Brother Chen, this is the gift the shopkeeper brought for you." Xiao Wu took out a huge box from the carriage and handed it to Chen Xi with both hands. The shopkeeper said that this is something that only Brother Chen can use, so I hope that Brother Chen won't mind. Chen Xi withdrew his eyes from the beautiful woman and stared at the huge box in front of him with a puzzled expression. "What is it that only I can use?" 5. This is? Chen Xi received the box carved from the finest mahogany and it was heavy in his hands. Xiao Wu hemmed and hawed. Brother Chen will know when he opens it and takes a look. When Zhuo Qianqian saw that Chen Xi didn't greet herself, she was a bit annoyed in her heart. Just 2 days of not seeing each other and she forgot about me? The little mouth pouted with some dissatisfaction, and the little temper came up. "Humph, you ignore me, I also ignore you." Then look at the box in the hands of Chen Xi. "This box has been in the carriage." Ask Xiao Wu what it is. He did not say, only said that when you see Brother Chen you will know. She was very curious as to what kind of goodies old Guan of the Mountain Treasure Hall was giving as a gift to a hunter, tiptoeing around to see what's inside. "Good, then I'll be polite and thank old Guan for me." "Good Lu Chen big brother." Chen Xi opened the box and was instantly stunned. Inside the box lay a huge bow, made of darkened hardwood and horn, and the bowstring was of the finest ox sinew. A bundle of carved plume feathers and arrows lay beside it. Chen Xi's eyes lit up, holding it in his hand and watching it over and over again. The materials were all top quality. The cost was definitely not expensive. Seeing that he liked it, Xiao Wu hemmed and hawed. The shopkeeper said that this is a 3-stone bow from his collection. "I wonder if Brother Chen can pull it off." Xiao Wu looked at Chen Xi curiously. Even the strongest archer in the army might not be able to pull open a 3-stone bow. With a pull of more than 300 pounds, an ordinary person would not be able to pull it at all. Zhuo Qianqian likewise knew what a 3-stone bow represented. In the past, the store often had hunters come to sell their skins, and the ones they commonly used were 1-stone bows or below. Although Big Brother Chen looked powerful, he definitely couldn't pull this bow. "Humph, let you do not pay attention to this girl. Later on, if you cannot draw the bow, you will lose a lot of shame." Zhuo Qianqian pursed her small lips and snickered, waiting to see Chen Xi joke. Chen Xi was also curious as to whether he could pull this bow, but Xiao Wu had already spoken, so he would be disgraced if he didn't try. Not to mention that there was a great beauty standing next to him. To be able to show off his strength in front of a great beauty, Chen Xi thought it was necessary. "Okay, if little 5 wants to see it, then I'll give it a try." Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, wondering if Chen Xi could pull it off. Zhuo Qianqian had already prepared the line where Chen Breath couldn't pull off the bow and went up to taunt a few lines herself. Even if you have to beg him, you still have to taunt him a few times. "Who told you to ignore this girl?" Zachary is very vindictive. Chen Xi first gently pulled it, and felt that it didn't weigh much. With that, he drew a feathered arrow, slipped on his finger guard, and looked around for a moment before a large tree came into view 200 paces away. That's it. Moving his shoulders, he bent his bow and lifted a sharp breath. Click, click, click. As Chen Xi exerted his force, the huge bow body made a slight clicking sound, and with another push the large bow was instantly pulled into a full moon. Satsuki Chikage and Ko-Fi's mouths all turned into O shapes, just like the bow. Is this still human? That's a 3-stone bow. Not only can you pull it into a full moon. Chen Breath's arm strength was already beyond their cognizance. Satsuki Chikage covered her chest with her small hands, her already small eyes widening even more at the moment. The way he looked at Chen Xi was as if he was looking at some kind of monster. Xiao Wu was shocked by the heart and guts of a violent trembling. The shopkeeper God, how did he know that Brother Chen could pull it off? In his heart, he admired the shopkeeper, and he admired Chen Xi 10 times more. In the shocked gazes of Zhuo Qianqian and Xiao Wu, shoo, the feathered arrow left the string with a sharp cracking sound and shot straight into the tree with a slight parabola. Put, from afar, the carved plume at the end of the arrow was still trembling, and the dead leaves on the trees were shaken down countless times. Xiao Wu's legs went weak and he sat on the ground, staring blankly at the feathered arrow that had shot into the tree, a million horses racing in his heart. Zhuo Qianqian is a little stronger than him, but at this moment also feel weak in the knees, hand holding the carriage, forehead covered with fine beads of sweat, the makeup smeared in the morning are spent. Of the 3, only Chen Breath was normal and frowned slightly. The power is not bad, but it's still inferior to his own compound bow. Since people have sent it to him, keep it as a spare for the time being. Seeing that the two were slow to return to their senses, Chen Xi smiled helplessly. Xiao Wu, and that girl, Chen Xi gently called out to the two of you. You two, one sitting on the ground, one holding the carriage. Keep this position for a long time. It should be over, right? The duo only came back to their senses when they heard Chen Xi calling out. The scene just now shook the duo to their core. Xiao Wu gulped and climbed to his feet, his lips shivering and opening. Chun, brother Chen. Satsuki took out a handkerchief and wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, the makeup on her face becoming even more spent. Trying to speak but not knowing what to say, he just stood frozen. The taunting lines I prepared just now are useless. There's no hurry. Come in and sit in the house. Since he had just been testing the bow, he hadn't welcomed the two in yet. Chen Xi wanted to ask Xiao Wu what this girl's name was, but he turned his head to look at Zhuo Qianqian and instantly froze. How does it look more and more like? Even though the makeup on your face is smeared? Zhuo Qianqian still does not know that her makeup is blurred. See Chen interest staring straight at herself, pursed her lips and stomped her foot, also chose to meet his eyes. You don't know my name, do you? And the girl? Which one? Zhuo Qianqian didn't taunt Chen Xi, and was also shocked by him shooting arrows. Her mood was not beautiful. Chen Xi and Zhuo Qianqian just stared at each other, neither one speaking. On the side of the small five, confused. These two people are not know each other? That's not right. They should know each other. Why don't you say anything? Ahem. Xiao Wu pretended to cough twice, thinking what are these two doing? Chen Breath ignored Xiao Wu and frowned at Zhuo Qianqian. The more he looked at her, the more similar she looked. And finally he couldn't help but come to the front and grin. Gu, if it isn't Miss Qianqian, why are you here too? Zhuo Qianqian is going to be pissed off by him. After coming here for so long, you dare not recognize him, right? I'm surprised I didn't recognize this girl when I came to see him with beautiful makeup. Pisses me off. With a hateful twist of her head, don't turn around, tilting her head with her arms crossed, her tone very arrogant. Yo, Divine Dr. Chen is now well developed, and it's normal that he doesn't recognize this girl. This girl is just a folk girl. How is she qualified to be in the eyes of Divine Dr. Chen? Chen Breath was disliked by her. Who told you to wear such heavy makeup? If I didn't know, I think Xiao Wu sent me a courtesan. What's that powder made of? It's so thick. You don't want money, do you? In your heart, you think that, but you can't say that with your mouth. Chen Xi was quite grateful to her in his heart. Without Zhuo Qianqian, he wouldn't have been able to contact the county magistrate's wife and get the reward money. Knowing she was angry, she hurried to curry a few favors. That, ha ha, it's all my fault, it's all my fault. Make amends to Miss Qianqian. Chen Xi had a face and arched his hand with a funny expression. Humph. Zhuo Qianqian blankly glanced at Chen Xi and tried to take the handkerchief back into her arms, but she glanced at the thick powder on it. Yikes. Hurriedly found out the personal small bronze mirror, looked at his own face, bashful almost cried out. It's all your fault, you stinky Chen Hui. You scared me and messed up my makeup. Hurriedly, he turned his back and pulled out his powder case. Leave me alone. You guys go in first. I'll go in later. Chen Xi shook his head and laughed bitterly. This niece was quite the dresser. Then I'll take Xiao Wu inside, haha. Qian girl will come in when she's cleaned up. Satsuki tensed in her heart. He must have seen her ugly appearance just now. Taking the powder case and hurrying to replenish the makeup, had to dress up beautifully to redeem her image. Seeing that she was bashful, Chen Xi took Xiao Wu and went into the courtyard, pointed to the wagon containing the blind bear. The prey is up there. Go see what the offer is. Little 5. Upon hearing that there was a hunt, Xiao Wu immediately became excited, and when he was leaving the shopkeeper brought him the payment for the goods, a full 10 taels of silver. The last time I had one of those big roe deer, I could afford 2 of them and not worry about the silver at all. Excitedly, he ran to the wagon and raised his eyes. Dash. Again, he sat on his butt, his face blue, his lips quivering and half speechless. He has been sitting in the Shanbao Hall for several years as a fellow, and usually collects a pheasant, rabbit, badger or whatever at the most. Last time Chun interest that big roe deer are particularly rare, not to mention the blind bear. How can you not be scared of a blind bear that big with a bloody head and bared teeth? It was so scary that little 5 hearts almost threw up. Chen Breath held him up and slowed down for a while. Just as Xiao Wu was just slowing down, Zhuo Qianqian made up her makeup and followed the walking posture of the noble women in the city, coming to the carriage with a twist. I've heard that brother Chen has hunted, so this girl will take a look as well. It was indeed too late for Chen Xi to stop her. Zhuo Qianqian dressed up, in a beautiful mood, stroked her hair, poked her head out with a smile, and took a look towards the carriage. Thanks to a well-chosen angle, it was right in front of the blind bear's bloodied head, with its big fangs still bared. Chapter 44 Meat Soup with Rice. Yikes! Satsuki finally couldn't help herself this time and sat on her butt, Originally in the carriage bumped all the way buttocks hurt, this time by the blind bear scared to sit on the ground. Buttocks pain on top of the pain. Xiao Wu collects mountain goods, she collects furs. The two of them together have never seen such a big blind bear. I'm usually happy to receive a fox skin, but this time I finally saw a complete set, complete with oversized blind bear. The fangs are finger length. Wow. Woohoo. Sachiko is a bit of a strong woman character though, keeping the store alone, but after all, she is still a little girl. Where can she stand to be so scared? I don't know if it's from the pain in my ass or from the blind bear. Whoa cried out. I just fixed my makeup and it splattered again. Chen rest embarrassed to scratch his head and cover his head again. This is good. The two people just came not long ago. One scared silly, one scared to cry. Sins. Crouching down in front of Zhou Qian, he spoke kindly and comfortingly. Miss Qian is not afraid. That blind bear is already dead. The more Chen Xi persuaded her, the louder Zhou Qian cried. This time she didn't even pretend and let out a loud cry. Tears were streaming out of her eyes like no money, and her mouth was wide open, completely disregarding her image. What with the makeup and the powder? It doesn't matter. I'll cry when it hurts. Zhou Qian was crying in pain, but Chen breath was worried to death. What's going on here? The cries attracted the three Fan Yin girls inside the house, and they rushed out to see what had happened. I saw a girl sitting on the ground in a fox fur coat crying loudly, and a little fellow sitting on the ground next to her, also fuming. Chen Xi stood by the side with a helpless face and spread his hands towards the three women. There's nothing more my husband can do. The three women simultaneously rolled their eyes at him. It scared Rong in the morning, and now it's scaring the girl from the county. Do not know to give people a head start. Really want to scare out of a good how to deal with. The three women quickly came to Zhou Qianqian's side to comfort her, and when Zhou Qianqian saw that three beautiful women had come, she stood up and jumped into Fan Yan's arms to continue crying. Fan Yan comforted her while patting her back. Fear not, come inside with your sister. Qin Yao and Bai Rong weren't idle either, helping Zhou Qianqian into the house. Chen Xi pulled up Xiao Wu with a disgusted face and helped him pat the dirt on his body. Hating it. What do you think you're afraid of as a big lad? Xiao Wu's heart is still pounding. Can he not be afraid? Growing up in the county, where have I seen such beasts? Such a big blind bear. Even if the shopkeeper came, it must be shocked. It took a few hard breaths to calm down. Brother Chen. I can't be the master of this one. Xiao Wu pointed to the blind bear. The shopkeeper took 10 taels of silver for himself, and was going to be lucky to buy the roe deer. I didn't realize it was the ancestor of the elk. The blind bear. Look at the size of the less to say more than 300 pounds. A strong laborers in the dental office only sold 10 to silver. Sold themselves cannot afford to buy. In times of chaos and famine, people are indeed cheaper than blind bears. Chen Xi heard that he hadn't brought enough money with him and didn't give him a hard time. It's okay, you pull the blind bear back first, and then I'll ask Lao Guan for it when I get into town. Old Guan gave him a good impression. Running such a big Shanbao hall, not so much as to run away because of a blind bear, not to mention that Lao Guan had given himself such a good bow. Chen interest has grace to repay grace. Have revenge. Honor me once to return you a 10 feet. It's a business, but it's more of a people business. Brother Chen, you trust us? Xiao Wu was completely confused this time. I did not expect Chen Xi to let himself bring back such an expensive prey. Not afraid that we will play tricks and not pay? A blind bear of this size is simply something that has a market without a price. Chen Xi, on the other hand, laughed and patted Xiao Wu's shoulder. I trust old Guan as much as I trust you. This sentence of trustworthiness almost moved Xiao Wu to tears. In a time when families didn't even have enough to eat, to dare to give such a precious thing to himself was simply treating himself as his own brother. Five patted his chest in reassurance. Since Brother Chen trusts Little Five so much, then Little Five will definitely deliver the goods to the county safely. At the mention of safe delivery back to the county, Xiao Wu suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said it. By the way, Brother Chen, the bandits have been rampant lately, and the county has sent out government soldiers to purge them, but the results aren't very good. Brother Chen should be more careful lately. A few villages nearby have been robbed by bandits. Those bandits were ruthless, killed all the men, snatched all the women and children, and sold them somewhere. As soon as Chen Breath heard Xiao Wu speak of bandits, his brows furrowed. In the past few days, we have heard news of bandits one after another. First Ning Chaos Brother was killed by bandits, then bandits robbed the village. The mind flooded with caution. Brick burning work should also be stepped up, and a good base should be built in the deep mountains as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the robbery reaches the Wawa village, he will not even have a place to stay. The court can't be counted on. The bandits are coming to Wawa village, and with 3 beautiful women in tow, he must be the bandits' prime target. I'm afraid that the fact that I received a 102-ton reward from the county magistrate's wife has also spread, and when Wang Mazi was released from prison, Zhang Baoquan, like nothing, took the lead in welcoming himself and publicizing himself as a great hero. There's something about this that just doesn't seem right. You can't do harm to people, but you can't do nothing to prevent people from doing harm. Okay 5. I'll be more careful. Okay Brother Chen, then I will take the blind bear and leave. Brother Chen to the county remembered to come to Mountain Treasure Hall to get the money. Xiao Wu finished his sentence and was about to leave, but was stopped by Chen Xi. What's the hurry? It's lunchtime. Eat before you go. How is this good? Xiao Wu scratched his head in embarrassment as he brought Zhuo Qianshan to a village early in the morning to look for Chen Xi to collect the goods. Now that it was midday, his stomach had long been hungry, and when he heard about dinner, his stomach rumbled. Haha, it's fine. Today you show your hand, Brother Chen. Then thank you, Brother Chen. Xiao Wu quite wanted to stay. Brother Chen was a hunter. There must be meat at home. He hadn't eaten meat for a long time. At the thought of eating meat, the indisputable haram flowed out from the corners of his mouth, and he hurriedly wiped it clean to hide his ugliness. Chen Xi returned to the house to greet Qin Yao and by Rongrong to help him cook, leaving Fan Yen to comfort Zhuo Qianshan. Arrangements were made for the two daughters to steam a large pot of rice, and the share of the 20 brick-burning workers in the backyard was to be brought out. We are all from the same village. In the future it is inevitable to find them to work, and then find out a few trustworthy to help themselves to purify refined salt. Need a lot of manpower. Not long after, a big pot of fragrant rice was steamed. Chen Xi stewed 2 rabbits, and the rabbits were stewed in a rotten paste with a pot of broth. The aroma of the kitchen wafted out, and the 20 people working in the backyard lifted their noses to smell it. What smells so good? I smell it too. Like it's meat. Stop sniffing and get to work. It must be the ladies stewing for the boss. I really envy the boss. He is a hunter and his family certainly does not lack meat. We do not know how to do anything. The family will have to eat tree bark. And eating bark, I don't have any food left at home, and I'm lucky to have work to do today, or I'd have to eat bark at night, too. A few women were envious of Chen Xi as they made mud, chattering about how their own head of the family couldn't do anything. Ernie led the men in digging clay to burn bricks, and although he didn't say anything on his lips, each one of them salivated. The more you work smelling the meat, the hungrier you get. The boss pays a lot of money for the work, so I buy some noodles at night and go home to cook a donut for my mother-in-law and children. Thinking of their starving mothers-in-law and children at home, the men worked even harder for fear of losing this valuable job. It's almost time to eat in shifts. Ernio sent the brick blanks into the kiln and wiped the sweat, and saw that it was noon, and pulled out a piece of coarse chaff steamed bread on his body and nibbled on it. The coarse bran is steamed with water and in the shape of a steamed bun, which is a meal. It was brought from home, and those of them who took a piece with them every day, and who went to the county to do their work without food, depended on it for their strength. Those who had food at home had a piece in the evening, and those who had no food at home had this one meal a day. Hearing Ernio give the word, everyone began to eat in shifts, all pulling out various kinds of food from their arms. There is a dry wild vegetable bun. There are mixed with the bark of the coarse bran cake, and a few do not have food to eat to sit on the ground and watch others eat. They've run out of food at home, and their last meal was yesterday. Ernio, bring the men over for dinner. Chen Breath shouted and beckoned to Ernio. Ernio hurriedly swallowed the coarse chaff buns in his mouth. The boss said let me bring someone to eat? Must have misheard. Everywhere you go to do work these days, you don't care about food. Old boss, what did you say? Ernio was a little nervous and didn't know where to put his 2 hands. I said for you to bring them in for dinner. Chen Xi repeated again, and only then did Ernio confirm that he had heard correctly. Does the boss mean he's going to take care of our food? That boss. We all brought our meals. No need ha. Ernio was sweating nervously. The boss had paid enough for the work. How could he be ashamed to eat other people's food? Cut the crap and hurry up and bring someone here. Or don't come back tomorrow after you're done today. Chen Interest knows that they are embarrassed. Not to scare them cannot. Do not eat where the strength to work. It worked, and as soon as he said he wouldn't be allowed to do his work without eating, Ernio tensed up once again. That. I'll bring someone over then haha. Ernio tremblingly brought the people over, each one of them bowing their heads as if Chen Xi was the villain. That's right, come on, let's eat. Chen rest rice are served, each person a big bowl of fragrant rice. Staring straight at the fragrant rice in the bowl, the crowd swallowed hard. Opening the cauldron, Chen Xi stirred the stewed, rotten, mushy rabbit and spooned out the broth to pour over the rice. Eat, crowd, look at me, I look at you. Is this really for us to eat? Each one of them froze in place, afraid to move. Chen Xi looked at the food in their hands and his nose turned a little sour. How far has this damn court pushed the people? Ernio, you eat first. Ernio saw Chen Xi naming himself. His heart crossed his teeth, picked up the big bowl and ate. Only one bite went down and the tears fell. It's too tamarind scented. One simply does not deserve to eat so well. You guys eat too. Chen interest continues to urge. One by one, all thin skin and bones, and then do not eat some good food. Malnutrition will be sick. Good, then we'll eat. When the people saw Ernie eating, they all picked up their bowls and ate, and they all cried as they ate. Many of them had never eaten rice, let alone broth, in all their lives. A few women secretly hid some of the rice to take home for their children. No hiding, eat them all. Anyone who hides it doesn't have to come to work tomorrow. Chen Xi once again spoke, scolding and scaring the crowd before they put away their petty thoughts. In his heart, he was grateful to Chen Xi and vowed to work hard to repay him. Seeing the crowd finish the meal, Chen rested before turning to go back. There are still 2 guests at home. It is not good to be slowed down. Just as he reached the entrance of the house, he heard someone yelling from outside the yard. Is Big Brother home? I'm Ning Chaos. Chapter 45 Great Grace and Great Piety. Hearing that loud voice, Chen Xi looked up and was right in front of Ning Chaos, who had a head of white hair. But compared to last night's playful smile, today's face seemed to be a bit embarrassed. What are you boys doing here? Didn't I leave 4 pheasants for you to take care of your mom at home? Why did you come back so soon? Chen Xi didn't think much about it and opened the courtyard door with a creak. Big brother, my mother had to bring me and my sister to thank you. Ning Chaos sidestepped, and 2 thin figures appeared behind him. An older woman of some years was leaning on a walking stick, wearing the same felt hat on her head that Ning messed up last night, and a standard cotton coat. Chen rested in a trance for a moment to understand. No wonder last night Ning chaotic wearing a single garment into the mountains. The original is the body of the cotton clothes to the old mother wearing to protect the cold. Not bad, a filial son. There is a 15 or 16 young girl beside the elder lady. The young girl is wearing a single coat and single pants with a very thin figure. Her looks are very clean, and her eyebrows are a bit similar to Ning Chaos. It's just that the body is thin and a little out of shape. Otherwise it's definitely a little beauty. The little girl was carrying a wicker basket on her arm, and inside were the very 4 pheasants that had been left for Ning to mess up last night. The original seal is untouched. When the elder woman saw Chen Xi opening the courtyard door, she handed the walking stick to the little girl and pulled Chen Xi's hand with both hands. Her red eyes and voice choked a little. Young man, are you the great benefactor who saved my son last night? The elder woman clutched Chen Xi's hand hard, not bothering to wipe away the tears on her face, her wrinkled face reddening with tension. Yes, mother, it was last night that Big Brother saved my life. Chen Xi didn't wait to reply, but Ning Chaos on the side was the first to speak up. His nose a little sore when he saw his old mother so excited. It doesn't matter if I die. Who will take care of my mother and sister? If he hadn't had Big Brother to save his life, he wouldn't have dared to imagine the future fate of his mother and sister. Yes, yes, yes. The older woman uttered 3 good words in a row, took off her felt hat to reveal a head of gray hair, and handed the hat to the little girl. The great benefactor is above. Please accept a bow from the people's wife. His body was slow to move due to his old age, but he was still alive and kneeling. On the side, the little girl and Ning Chaos also knelt on the ground along with the elder woman, and the 3 members of the family kowtowed to Chen Xi at the same time. If it wasn't for the great benefactor saving my son's life, I don't know how the folk wife would have survived. Thank you, great benefactor, for saving my life. Chen breath was confused, utterly confused, rushing forward to help the older woman on the ground. Auntie, you're putting the kid down. How can the kid accept such a great gift from you? Chen Xi helped the elder woman up and pulled the little girl aside in passing. Auntie, get up. This is not acceptable. Never. How he did not expect. So old lady suddenly gave himself a knee. Mouth even called make not. The first thing the elder woman did when she got up was to raise her hands to cup Chen Xi's face, her eyes tearful. Let me take a good look at the benefactor. This is our family's life-saving benefactor. Chen Xi arched his body, his face just being held by the older woman's hands. Auntie, you didn't have to come and see me in person. Saving my life was just a favor, nothing more. How can that be? I want to memorize the great benefactor's appearance, and when I die, I will bless the great benefactor's family peacefully down below. Chen Xi's nose turned a little sour at the elder woman's words, and his voice choked a little. Don't worry, Auntie, you're so kind. You'll live a long life. Both Ning Chaos and the little girl on the side also wiped their tears with their hands. My mother has always taught them, regardless of your status, you must know how to return favors. It's the conscience of being a human being. Ning Ning, return the big benefactor's chicken to the big benefactor. We can't take other people's things. After the elder woman finished speaking, Ning held the wicker basket and handed it to Chen Xi with both hands. Great benefactor, thank you for saving my brother. This is your prey. We can't have it. Looking at the 4 pheasants in the basket, how could Chen Xi want them? This is a life-saving food. The eldest mother is old, the youngest girl looks like she cannot eat enough. Ning chaotic with injuries temporarily cannot hunt. Life was at its toughest, and he couldn't stand it. Ma'am, it's not my prey, it's someone else. Chen Xi wanted to use the words he had used yesterday to trick Ning Chaos to comfort the elder woman. Only then would she accept it and get through the difficult situation at hand. Oh great benefactor, my eyes are a little hard to see in my old age, but my heart is not blind. This morning my son came back and said what happened last night. Now there are no hunters at all in the 8 villages in the 10 miles, and for you to be able to go into the mountains that late, you must have come to collect the hunting sets. I'm sorry, it was my son who stole the great benefactor's prey, and the folk's wife makes amends to you on my son's behalf. The elder woman said that she was going to kneel down again, but this time, she was helped up by Chen Xi in advance. Auntie may not, this prey is considered my filial honor. Chen Xi can't pretend anymore. It is okay to fool Ning Chaos, but it seems that the eldest mother can't be fooled. The great benefactor saved my son's life. How can I still want something from you? As the elder woman spoke, she pulled out 2 eggs with body heat from her bosom and shoved them into Chen Xi's hands. Auntie has some difficulties for the time being and can't take anything good to repay you. This don't mind if it's too little. When little Chaos gets well from his injury and goes into the mountains to hunt, he'll come back to repay the great benefactor. Holding the warm eggs in his hands, Chen Xi, the Iron Man, could not help but shed tears. The family obviously can't eat, but still can take out only 2 eggs to repay the favor. Although the lady is not very educated, but the general public really can't do it. Good, if Auntie has this intention, then I, Chen Xi, will accept it. Seeing Chen Xi receive the eggs, the elder woman smiled as if she was relieved. Her heart was finally at ease. Returning from the Ning mess with the pheasant and recounting the events of last night, after her analysis, she immediately guessed that the prey was the benefactor's. One moment at a time, he and his sister were rushed with him to repay the favor. It was her conscience as a human being to be poor, but also to be poor and not to steal from others. Good. I'm relieved that the great benefactor has taken it, and I'll come back to repay the benefactor when little Chaos has recovered from his injuries. After taking a deep look at Chen Xi, he turned around and brought Ning Chaos and his sister to leave. Wait, the elder woman looked back at him quizzically. Does the benefactor still have something to do? Did you bring fewer eggs? Is the benefactor a little bit tired of them? It's an egg you've been saving for a long time, and you won't take it out until you have to. In the middle of the damsel's jittery mood, Chen Xi opened his mouth with a smile on his face. Auntie, don't misunderstand. I'm recruiting people to do work here. Can you let Ning Chaos stay and help me with the labor? Chen Xi didn't dare to mention the wages this time, or else she definitely wouldn't accept it given the nature of the elder woman. Well, the great benefactor's house needs work done. Little Chaos and Ning, both of you stay and help the benefactor. Mother, leave your brother behind and I'll go home and take care of you. Ning was afraid that her mother would not be able to walk easily, and Shangha village was not really close to here, so she was worried about her mother's safety in her heart. I can take care of myself, and it's not like I don't know my way around when you and your brother are staying behind to do your benefactor a favor. Dame is a bit anxious. Benefactor's family needs help, this time not to repay when to wait. Okay mother, then you go back and walk slowly. Ning didn't dare to be stubborn with her old mother, and could only agree with her mouth. Her mother's health is still fine. Usually she goes out to dig wild vegetables by herself at home. This point she is not worried. After sending the elder woman away, Chen Xi turned back to look at Ning Chaos and Ning. When Ning Chaos saw Chen Xi's gaze sweeping in, he scratched his head and grinned in embarrassment, and Ning lowered his head with some nervousness in his heart. Haven't eaten yet, have you? That. Eat up. Ning chaotic to save face. The most recent meal or yesterday to eat. The only egg in the family returned to the Chen interest. How can eat? But my mouth is hard. I just ate, and if you ask me again, I'll still say I'm full. Ning lowered her head and didn't squeak, her face flushing a bit. Chen Xi looked at Ning Chaos' embarrassed state and gave a breathless smile. Eat some more with me even after you've eaten, and we'll do the work together this afternoon. Chapter 46. Ning chaotically recognized 4 mothers. Upon hearing Chen Xi's invitation for them to eat, the siblings' stomachs growled twice indisputably. Ning Chaos was fine for a big lad, but Ning was so shy that she buried her head even lower. What are you waiting for? Go inside and eat. Then. Okay then. The siblings followed Chen Xi to the house, and at this moment, Fan Yan's 3 women had already coaxed Zhou Qianqian into a good mood, and Xiao Wu was at a loss for words. The room was full of women and he was a little shy. The table was already set, and the food was the same as the workers, with no separate additions. This is Ning Chaos, and the little girl is Ning Chaos' sister. Chen Xi raised his hand and pointed, wanting to introduce his 3 wives to Ning Chaos. However, Ning Chaos, who has been outside for many years, is a very sharp eyesight, and this aspect of the human world has been pinpointed by him to death. 4 women in the room, only one wearing fox fur, with the butt think also know this is the sister-in-law, and so pretty to look at. Needless to say, it's the perfect opportunity to express yourself. Plopping down, He knelt down in front of Zhou Qian. Ning Chaos has met sister-in-law. Big brother is my savior. Eldest brother is like father. Eldest sister-in-law is mother. Sister-in-law will be my mother from now on. Bang 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 kowtowed 3 times. A head of white hair knocked all gray. Chen interest are looking silly, but also your kid, how so insightful. Zhou Qian shrank in fear, afraid that Ning Chaos would knock the top of her foot. Who is this? She called herself sister-in-law and kowtowed to me. A head of white hair looks like a smart guy. The words that come out of his mouth. And it is also strange to let a person to get the vigor. Zhou Qian knew that he had recognized him wrongly, pursed her lips and snickered, her afterglow looking at the 3 Fan Yen girls. Fan Yen, on the other hand, was crying and laughing a bit, but he was the one brought by her husband, so she couldn't say anything. Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong were a different story, rolling their white eyes to the sky. What kind of asshole is this? You see who's there and you're yelling? Bai Rongrong glanced at her mouth. This account had already taken a small notebook to keep in her heart. Sister-in-law didn't say anything. Ning Chaos didn't dare to move around, keeping her kowtow posture, her head disliking the ground, her buttocks pouting high, and her attitude very pious. Bang! Chen breath kicked him in the ass and his mouth went straight to the ground in a doggy style. This is your sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. My name is Ning Chaos, and you will be my mother from now on. He froze for a moment before realizing that he had mistaken the wrong person, and that his sister-in-law might hold a grudge, and this time he kowtowed very hard. These 2 are also your sisters-in-law. Chen interest in anger. Exhausted, you stupid kid. You do not kowtow, this can be considered finished? Though my mother didn't say it with her mouth, she must have felt a little bad in her heart. It's for your own good, kowtowing to me one by one. Ning Chaos kowtowed 9 times in a row with a bang. His head was a little confused, and his mouth was still pleasing. Hello second sister-in-law. Hello little sister-in-law. My name is Ning Chaos, and you are both my mother. The rest of his eyes swept the 3 flowery sisters-in-law, and in his heart, he drew an awesome symbol for Chen Xi, worthy of being a big brother. To be a man, you have to be a man like a big brother. Ning messed up for a while and recognized 4 mothers. The name of the filial son is sitting on the ground. Fan Yen wanted to help, but Ning Chaos was a man and couldn't help, awkwardly picking at her feet, while Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong were a bit smug, pursed her lips and snickered, glancing at the First Lady's expression every now and then. The 2 of them didn't dare to speak if the First Lady didn't. Alright, get up. As soon as Chen Xi yanked up Ning Chaos, he introduced Ning to the 3 matrons, and seeing that the little girl was cute, the 3 women pulled Ning to their side and sat down to shush her, leaving Ning Chaos hanging out to dry awkwardly. He scratched his head. A large pot of rice and a large pot of broth on the table, a long way away, would rather be a bit unable to hold back. Eyes staring straight at the meal, cannot move. It was like there were 2 toads hiding in my stomach fighting, and I couldn't stop grumbling. Little Miss Ning Ning was shy and tried not to look at the rice. How could she have ever imagined that Big Brother Chen's family would have rice to eat, and half a pot of meat soup? It smelled so good. Without moving, he sniffed, gulped and lowered his head again, shifting his butt on the stool. How he sat felt out of place. Seeing Ning's dilemma, Fan Yen took out a bowl and helped her serve a bowl of rice, pouring the broth over it and handing it to Ning's eyes. Her voice was very gentle. Ning is hungry, right? Hurry up and eat. Sister-in-law, you eat? I'm not hungry. Ning Ning lowered her head and didn't dare to raise it. Her brother's benefactor was their whole family's benefactor. Now that every family was short of food, how could she eat food from her benefactor's family? Ning obedient. Sister-in-law also eat. Come, let's eat together. Fan Yen wanted to serve everyone a meal so that Ning wouldn't be embarrassed, but she was snatched by Rongrong. Sit down, First Lady, and I'll serve the food. Rongrong's mouth was sweet and insightful, and she had been pleasing Fan Yen for the past few days. Originally, Qin Yao was also going to grab the rice, but she grabbed it first, stamping her foot in anger and serving a rabbit leg into Ning's bowl. Ning, eat this. This is delicious. Not to be outdone. Rongrong also picked up a piece of meat and put it in her bowl. Ning, eat this. This piece of meat is tender. The 2 daughters were scrambling to add dishes to Ning's diet, but Ning Chaos, who was in a hurry, couldn't stop giving her sister a look. Sister-in-law, I'll give you some rice. Eat up. Eat up. He couldn't wait to kiss himself up there and help his sister eat. Chen Xi skimmed over Ning Chaos, who had a face full of flying eyebrows, and greeted tiny little Five, who was drooling her rumps on the side. Come sit over here, little Five. Xiaowu is not polite. Thank you, Brother Chen. Zhou Qian was a bit embarrassed that she had originally come to beg Chen Xi for an errand, but now she was eating someone else's meal. Is that good? Pretty good, I guess. It's been a long time since I've had meat myself, and besides, I sent over 3 sets of flowery coats. Then I'll eat it for free? Eat? No food for nothing. Zhou Qian didn't need to be persuaded. She figured it out on her own. picking up the rice and looking at the oily broth on top. She swallowed her saliva. She was waiting for Brother Chen to move his chopsticks first. With all the people on the table, it's just a matter of stomachs rumbling mean chaos. Chen breath slapped the chair beside him. What are you looking at? Sit down. Good Lu big brother. Finally, it was his turn, and Ning Chaos sat down next to Chen Xi with a big grin on his lips. Big brother, then I'll make myself at home. Chen Xi gave him a blank look. You better be polite and courteous. I can still save some. Dinner. Chen Xi ate first, and the crowd all started. The first mouthful of rice went into their mouths, and all the guests without exception stared wide-eyed. Fragrance. It smells so good. Zhuo Qianxian squinted her eyes to savor the rice in her mouth. How could it taste so fresh and sweet, completely devoid of the bitter taste of coarse salt? That, coupled with the rotten, mushy rabbit stew, almost made her cry with the aroma. Ning Ning could not resist the three sisters-in-law's repeated persuasion, picked up the bowl and ate in small bites. The flavor is needless to say. I've never eaten such a delicious meal even when I was growing up. Seeing that everyone was eating happily, Chen Xi straightened up and nodded in satisfaction. I don't need to say much about our skills. Back in the day, even if the chef in a big restaurant, in front of me, when his gaze swept over the bowl in front of Ning Chaos, his heart tightened. Immediately, he looked under the table, then behind the chair, and turned a puzzled circle. Where's your rice? Ha? What did you say, big brother? I said where's your food? Ning Chaos hemmed and hawed in embarrassment. Eat up. When the crowd saw that Chen Xi was puzzled, they all looked up into the Ning Chaos bowl. The bowl was shiny, not a drop of water damage. It's cleaner than a dog's lick. Chapter 47 Asthma. The women saw that the bowl was clean, and Ning Chaos scratched his head in embarrassment on the side, pouting out a laugh. Realizing that he had lost his temper, he hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand and pretended that he hadn't seen anything. Xiaowu gave Ning Chaos a big thumbs up in his heart. Awesome. Not only is he quick to recognize his mother, he's also quick to eat. Seeing her brother so humiliated, Ning buried her head even lower. So embarrassing, so humiliating for a first meeting. Chen Xi froze for a long time, picked up the spoon and added another bowl for him with a nuzzle. Eat. Good Lu big brother. This time it was dry rice without broth, and I ate when my big brother told me to. Listen to big brother. That's right. With a big mouth, he finished off another bowl in 3 tries. This time, the bowl is even brighter than last time. That, had enough yet? Chen Xi asked a bit vainly. This bastard does not need to chew to eat, he just swallowed it raw? Anyway, I didn't see his mouth move a few times and the bowl of rice was gone. Half full. Chen Breath stood up from his chair and scanned the circle. Is everyone still adding food? The women, who had small meals, hastily shook their heads. Xiaowu is not usually hungry and is well fed. Seeing that there was still half of the rice in the basin, Chen Xi poured the rest of the broth into the rice basin, lifted it up, and set it down again. Frowning in thought, he once again lifted and looked at the rice in the basin, contemplating it for a moment. This much rice won't kill him, will it? The crowd was curious as to what Chen Xi was doing. Those who served it up and put down their chopsticks and looked at him suspiciously. Chen Rest looked at Ning Chaotic that longing little eyes. Hold up your damn big deal. I give you to pick your throat, I catalyze vomiting. Eat. Good Lu big brother. Ning Chaos was happy in his heart. So it turned out that big brother was also a person who cherished food just like himself. Can't spare the leftovers, so you'll begrudgingly clean up after yourself. Picking up the rice bowl, the rice seems to wind up pouring into the big mouth. Less than 2 minutes I'll take. And yes, this time the rice bowl was shiny too. Chen Xi swallowed his saliva and asked, still undeterred, are you full? Half full. Chen interest mouth corner pumped. Heart 100. 000 head of grass mud horse galloped. This is a living father looking for him to do the work. He will have to lose his life. One man ate at least as much as 5. And the deadliest part was that he answered half full whenever you asked him. Touching the silver ingot in his arms, he felt a bit of peace in his heart. There's still more than 40 taels. We should be able to pay for it, right? Another nervous glance at Ning Chaos's stomach. Luckily it hadn't bulged much, or else he really would have been afraid of bracing him to death. Half full is good. Half full is good for your health. Chen Xi was a bit speechless. Even if he wanted to eat it, he didn't have any more. After waiting for a while longer for all the women to finish their meals, Ning hurriedly packed up the dishes and took them to the kitchen to wash them. Several women wanted to lend a hand, but they were stopped by Chen Xi. Through the brief contact, he probably understood Ning's nature, and although the little girl was not talkative, she had a scale in her heart. She's definitely embarrassed to stay here if she doesn't get some work done. After the meal, Zhuo Qianxian distributed the gifts she had brought to her 3 sisters-in-law. First, mistress, this is the newest style of floral jacket from the store. All 3 ladies have them. Zhuo Qianxian took out the flower jacket and compared it on the 3 women one by one. In fact, the figure she knew, but only pretending. Miss Chen, this gift is too expensive. We can't take it. Seeing Fan Yin push back, Zhuo Chen smiled sweetly. Big madam, this is out of the ordinary. Big brother Chen has helped me a lot. I'm here specifically to thank you. Right, big brother Chen? Saying that, he blinked his big eyes twice at Chen Xi. Hey, don't say you didn't do me a favor. I'll beg for it later. Chen Xi was said to be stunned. What is a favor to you? I just bought a few coats from you. I don't think I've helped her with anything else. What's this girl up to? In his heart, he thought this, but his mouth was not good enough to refuse. Thank you, Miss Chi-Chi. The ladies will take it. People have brought the gift. Can't return it. The big deal is to send her some fur when she hunts in the future. It's also a return of this favor. Only after seeing Chen Xi's promise did Fan Yin accept the gift. Then thank you, Miss Chi-Chi. The first lady is polite. In the future to the county at any time to find me yo. I will take a few ladies to eat delicious food. Zhuo Qianqian patted her purse to prove that she had money. This meal today is not for nothing for you guys. I will treat myself some other day. A few women and polite a few sentences. Time past noon but also as soon as possible to return to the city. The recent mountain road is not peaceful. Often rumors of bandits looting news. Chen Xi sends Zhuo Qianqian and Xiao Wu to the outside of the courtyard. And Zhuo Qianqian pulled Chen Xi aside with an embarrassed face. Brother Chen, I came today because I have something to ask you. Chen Breath gave her a blank look. I knew there was something wrong with you. Tell me, what is it? That my sister-in-law is sick. Only the Snowlingji in the deep mountains can be cured. See if you can. Zhuo Qianqian was really a bit embarrassed. Knowing that the place was dangerous, she came to ask for help from Chen Xi only when she had no other choice. In order to get Chen Xi to agree, Zhuo Qianqian folded her hands together, her large eyes written with expectation. Deep mountains only hunters dare to go in. Nowadays there are not many hunters in the whole Baishan County, and even fewer experienced ones like Brother Chen. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Chen Xi could not refuse. Anyway, he was going to build a base in the deep mountains. If he came across the Snowlingji he could help her. This flavor of herbs he knows, is to supplement the body with? Did not hear that it can cure what disease some suspicion. What disease does your sister-in-law suffer from? At the mention of her sister-in-law's illness, Zhuo Qianqian's face visibly lost a few points. When she was kicked out of the Zhuo family, it had been her sister-in-law who had been financing her, and if it hadn't been for her, I'm afraid she would have gone hungry. The groom said it was croup. My sister-in-law has been very sick lately, and she would have an attack every other day. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the cheek to come and beg Brother Chen. Roaring bewilderment is asthma, and when she spoke of it, Chen Xi became even more skeptical. Ganoderma does complement other medications for asthma, and is not very useful on its own. Which asshole bonesetter prescribed this again? That bonesetter won't be. Again. Yes, it's Dr. Zhao. Chen Xi stroked his forehead. It's this guy again. Last time the mad dog disease was diagnosed as wind chill. Then it makes sense for him to say that he used Snowlingji to treat asthma. Are all the bonesetters of this era at this level? What Chen Breath didn't know was that the level of medical care in this era was really like this, and divine Dr. Chen was already considered a good bonesetter. With his scanty medical skills, the average person wouldn't be able to hire him. Counting the days. I should go into the city tomorrow for the county magistrate's wife's follow-up, piggybacking on her sister-in-law. If it really is asthma, you can cure it yourself. Tomorrow I will go to the county for a follow-up visit for the magistrate's wife. Just in time to go to your sister-in-law's for a diagnosis. Brother Chen, you're too kind. I'll thank you on behalf of my sister-in-law. Tomorrow you wait for me in the bunkhouse. Okay, thank you Brother Chen. Zhuo Qianqian was very happy. She knew Chen Xi's ability. The county magistrate's wife could cure such a serious disease. Her sister-in-law should be able to do the same. Help Xiao Wu load the blind bear onto the wagon and cover it with thick hay to prevent it from being seen. The wealth is not exposed to the bandits. After sending the two away, he returned to the house to see Ning cleaning the house, the spotless floor being swept again and again. The strip sweeps are all a hair shorter. Hey, whatever she is, having something to do always makes her heart feel better. When he came to the backyard he saw Ning chaos digging clay with a shovel, and the pit in front of him was bigger than the pits of several other male workers. Nice guy, not only can he eat, he can do the same. Just as Chen Xi was lamenting, he did not know that the largest bandit stronghold in Baishan County, Eagle's Mouth Mountain, was hatching a plot against him. Chapter 48 Eagle's Nest Bandit Village, Hawksbill Mountain, Bandit Walled City, Dongjia, this time down the mountain and kidnapped a few pussy brothers. Can you? At night he. A short, sharp-tongued bandit reported in a very flattering manner. Humph, take your brothers to have fun, and watch out for stepping on a woman's belly. By the way, does the third in command know about this? Don't worry big boss. Third boss has gone to the back of the mountain to practice martial arts since morning, without the slightest knowledge. That's good. By the way big boss, The woman of Zhang Baoquan of Wawa village has come up the mountain, saying she wants to see you, and she is waiting outside. Speaking of Zhang Baoquan's woman, the eyes of the big boss lit up. He had seen that woman. Fine skin and tender flesh is very beautiful. Bring it in. Yes. Not long after, Su Mainyang entered the hall with a twirl, and at the top of the room was a wide chair covered with wolfskin, on which sat a stout man with a full beard. The burly man was none other than the Eagle's Mouth Mountain Bandit Stronghold's Grand Master, Feng Yuancheng. Yo, if it isn't the big boss. Su Mainyang blinked a pair of beautiful eyes and her voice was crispy to the bone. Ha ha, Zheng family woman, what is it that you came to see me about? He'd seen this woman before, with a proud figure and a pair of charming eyes, much better than the pussies he'd snatched. Yo, look at what the big boss said. If there's nothing to do, I can't come to you. As she said that, Su Mainyang moved her lotus steps and walked over, directly sitting on Feng Yuanqing's lap, her fingertips sliding twice on his chest. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. Has the big boss missed his slave? Feng Yuanqing swept his eyes up and down and laughed lightly. Is this how you usually serve your charge? The moment Zhang Baoquan was mentioned, Su Mainyang's face suddenly changed. That dead man at home had no skill at all. If she didn't follow him to have food to eat, how could she look at that useless thing of his? Humph, he doesn't deserve it at all. How can he be compared to the Grand Master? The Grand Master's in my slave's heart is 1,000 times better than that punk. Su Mainyang's face was pressed against Feng Yuanqing's chest, shrinking in his arms. This is the man I like. This cottage is big and spacious, so much better than home. Following him would not only provide food, but also an unlimited future, and after serving him well, he himself would have a chance to sit in the position of the First Lady. Feng Yuanqing was in a soothing mood with the beauty in his arms. Not only was this woman's figure extremely good, her kung fu in that area should also be outstanding. He grunted, let's get down to business. Would that guy Zhang Baoquan let you come to me for no reason? As soon as she brought up business, Su Mainyang left Feng Yuanqing and stood to the side, pouting. The slave voluntarily follows the great master and voluntarily commits herself to him. Well, there's always something, tell me about it. Su Mainyang hummed softly and told what Zhang Baoquan had explained. Zhang Baoquan said that a hunter came out of their village and made a fortune in the county the other day. 100 taels of silver. Oh, 100 pieces of silver. Is that true? Feng Yuanqing's eyes lit up. 100 taels of silver is a huge boost to the fortress. Where did this kid get his money? Humph. Where would the slave dare to lie to the great master? There are more than 100 taels of silver. Oh, that boy's family still has 3 beautiful mothers-in-law. Sold to the kiln can also be worth some silver. Feng Yuanqing came to be interested. How come he hadn't heard that Wawa village had recently produced such a character? It seems that we have to put out more scouts in the future. Fortunately this reported the news. Otherwise we would have missed the opportunity to get rich. What else did Zhang Baoquan say? He also said that when it was done, he was going to split the money 50-50 with the big boss. Ha 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 ha. Feng Yuanqing laughed. He did not inquire to find out who this master is. 50-50 split? And do you think this lord will say yes? Let this lord be clear with you. For the sake of his tipping off, reward him with 10 taels of silver, and exempt him from the rest. Feng Yuanqing opened the door. A small village chief of Wawa village. He was not yet in his eyes. Yo, big boss is really generous. 10 taels of silver just like that? Su Mainyang raised her eyebrows and pouted her small mouth a bit dissatisfied with Feng Yuanqing. That is 10 taels of silver. Ah, why should she give it to that punk? Feng Yuanqing was a bit stunned. Zhang Baoquan is your head of the family. Why doesn't this think about the family? So, what did you say? Su Mainyang gave him a blank look. Big boss is how dead-eyed it. After the matter is accomplished to kill him is not just finished. Why waste 10 silver? Su Mainyang arrived at the cottage does not want to go. Here can be 10,000 times better than the nest village. Only need to serve the big boss will be able to eat and wear without worry. It's a lot better than guarding that short stock all day. The big pawn's body was strong and lasted longer than that short goods. How could Su Mainyang, who had just tasted the sweetness, let go of this great opportunity? In one fell swoop, he decided lightly whether his own man would live or die. Oh, what are you going to do when your danger man dies? Feng Yuanqing was a little surprised, not expecting this to be ruthless enough. Aha, aha. Su Mainyang clasped her arms to her chest and twisted her body, gently humming again, a mouthful of hot breath sweeping across his face. The slave is not already a daimyo. Where else do you think the slave could go? As soon as her words fell, Feng Yuanqing's heart stirred slightly again. This abrasive woman. Let's see how I'll clean you up later. He pulled Su Mainyang and was about to go back to the house. Not to punish you. Really do not know the consequences of messing with me. Feng Yuanqing is confident in his strength. Su Mainyang was pulled by him. Her heart was ecstatic. It seemed that the big boss was accepting herself. These days can put her suffocated. that short goods did not once let herself enjoy. Fortunately ran into the big boss. Otherwise what is the point of living? Just as the two were about to go back to the house for a big fight, the sharp-tongued bandit from earlier came trotting all the way here. Seeing Feng Yuanqing holding Su Meinyang to go on an errand, his heart was anxious. Don't worry for a moment, big boss, the third boss is here. Chapter 49 Bandit Walled City Living Father Yi Hongying. As soon as he heard that the third boss had arrived, Feng Yuanqing cursed in his heart. What's this doing here? It's a real bummer when you're on a roll. Big boss, there are some things to slow down before saying it. Slaves are ready to serve you all properly. Su Meinyang has some grievances, not just a third in command. Can it be bigger than the big in command? Hold off on anything until later. You're itching yourself and in desperate need of a pain in the ass. You little wavy hoof, hold back for a while, and don't talk nonsense when you meet the third boss later. Feng Yuanqing have fire dare not send their own this big pawn. When the suffocation in other people's bandit villages, it's all about the big boss, who does what he says, and who he says he'll do. It's good to be on your own. Everywhere to look at the face of that. He wanted to give the fortress to that, himself with the brothers to start another mountain. Wouldn't want to take that again. Nay, there are thoughts in his heart that he dares not speak out, and he can only hold them in alone. Putting down Su Meinyang sighed and asked the sharp-tongued bandit, "Where's the third in command?" The three dons. The sharp-tongued bandit was just about to say that he would be here soon, when he heard a series of footsteps behind him, only to see a woman carrying a red tasseled spear and a red dress coming at a fast pace. Yi Hongying is a fiery red. The figure is very tall, between the eyebrows at the same time as the display of heroism, but also do not lose the Jiangnan woman like soft Dan eyebrows, phoenix eyes, shell teeth, red lips, a head of ponytail high up. Standing there, he had an aura of his own. If the top of the helmet and crown armor, live a woman general. Take it. Yi Hongyang flung his red tasseled spear, which stood upright and flew towards the sharp-tongued bandit. Bang! Pointed mouth and monkey cheek bandit hands followed the red tasseled gun. His body stumbled and almost fell down. The strength of the third leader is again big. He was fine always catching the gun himself, more forceful than once, and this time it shook his palms. The three pawnbrokers. Kung Fu. It's refined again, haha. Hey, that's good. That's good. The sharp-tongued bandit shivered his hands, clapped his hands and retreated to the side, waiting with his red tasseled rifle in his pestle. Just snatched. The woman has not played. It was three bosses called. The heart is aggrieved but do not dare to say. The whole bandit cottage who has not been beaten by the three bosses of the beat? I still wanna live some more days. Cannot provoke her. That the third in command is here. Sit down. Sit down. Feng Yuanqing piled up a smile, personally moved a chair for Yi Hongying, and also thoughtfully wiped it with his sleeve, signaling that the chair was clean. Hurry up and sit down. You stand so much. I have a little bit of weakness, Yi Hongyang glanced at Su Meinyang beside Feng Yuanqing and slowly sat down. This is a bad time for me to come and delay the Grand Master. What are you talking about? Third Lord. I'm fine. You can tell me what's going on. Feng Yuanqing turned back and pointed a finger at the sharp-tongued bandit. Just stand there and don't know to serve tea to the third master? AI. Good Lu Big Pawn. The sharp-tongued monkey cheeks bandit hurried to pour tea, or the big boss will talk. They cannot see a high and low to the eyes, or how people win the big boss, and then have to be modest to the big boss to learn. Pouring half a cup of hot tea, he continued back to his original position in the mortar. Yi Hongyang glanced at the tea, nodded slightly but did not drink. Is this the new stuff the big man grabbed? Third boss's good eyesight. It's exactly from a rich family in the west of the county. You taste it first. Feng Yuanqing said the truth. These days where ordinary people can afford to drink tea, only some landlords can afford to drink. Also Redleaf picked up the teacup and took a sip. Not bad. The new tea of this year. The taste is poor, but in this poor countryside, it's considered superior. No robbing those poor people. The landlords and the government offices are at your disposal. What the third leader said. Those poor people I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Feng Yuanqing quickly nodded, thinking you old man has something to say quickly. I am waiting to go back to the house to wave roll pearls. Taking a sip of the tea, Yi Hongyang opened her mouth. It's a bit tiresome being on the mountain all day. I want to go down for a walk. Feng Yuanqing's eyes lit up when he heard this. This stayed in the fortress all day. It was inconvenient for her to do anything, so she couldn't wait for her to go down the mountain and walk around. And in the end, she always didn't come back. Hurriedly pulling out a few pieces of broken silver from his arms and placing them on the table, he said with a sincere face, "Third boss by whatever he sees. If the silver is not enough I will go back to the house and get it again." Yi Hongyang did not even look at the silver on the table, stood up and left without saying a word. She compares herself to an eagle and has seen the sky and the sea. How can these rabbit-like bandits run out of this hole and into that one? Nestled in the dirt all my life. I've never even seen the sky. Seeing that Ji Hongying wanted to leave, Feng Yuanqing's eyes rolled. It just so happened that she wanted to go down the mountain, and in the meantime, help the second head of the family to settle the matter of Wowa village, and quickly opened her mouth. The third master waits. Something? Yi Hongyang frowned slightly and looked back at Feng Yuanqing coldly. I've gotten a tip that there's a hunter in Wowa village who's colluding with the government, and the government rewarded him with 100 taels of silver. I reckon that he helped the government to do some unseemly deeds, otherwise how could the government reward him with so much money? Yi Hongyang raised her eyebrows and understood the meaning of Feng Yuanqing's words. You can't even take a district hunter? What kind of a boss are you? I have things to do. You can let someone else go. Yi Hongyang is not interested. A hunter is not enough to punch himself. No fun. The third pawn you also know. The manpower in the fortress are released. The second pawn. The second donja is still by you. Feng Yuanqing can't go on. Yi Hongying on the first day of the mountain all over the beat all the bandits who stopped her. One person single-handedly more than 20 bandits. All were beaten down by her. The most capable fighter in the bandit village, and also the most hot-tempered second boss, would not allow her, a woman, to come to the door to provoke her? He went up there and didn't get out of 2 rounds, but he was also beaten down. And the probably stomped on the second in command's leg to make a statement. He fought all over the bandit village, and no one was a match for him. When asked why she came here, she only said that she saw the scenery here and wanted to stay for some days to take a break. Listen to that. That's a real stinker. This is a bandit stronghold, a nest of man-eating bandits. It's not a secluded mountain retreat, so you can take a break if you say so. Be reasonable, will you? But you can't beat her, and you can't go to the police. Who's ever seen a bandit report to the police after being bullied? There's no place to talk about it. In the end, they could only arrange a good house for her to live in, and provide this living father with big fish and meat every day. She also gave the bandit village a rule. You are not allowed to bully the poor old people, but only to rob the landlords and the county offices. Feng Yuanqing all wanted to give her the position of the big head of the family. The landlords and rich people have martial artists who look after their homes and guards, and there is official protection, so who would dare to rob the general bandits? But Yi Hongyang gave her word. She can't see the position of the big boss. From now on she is the third boss. I don't care about anything. I go to the back of the mountain to practice martial arts when I'm full, and then I come back to eat after practicing, and then I eat and practice again. Perfectly closed loop. This month they're going to eat the cottage poor. Feng Yuanqing is angry and dare not say anything. The Hall of the Eagle's Mouth Mountain Bandit Cottage big boss, aggrieved like a small angry daughter-in-law, privately also arranged for people to inquire. Want to know where this living father from, without exception. Who inquired who was beaten, and over time no one dared to ask. Consider this living father a casual distraction. If you're a father, then you'll serve. The bandit village is full of filial sons. They are the best at serving people. Yi Hongying heard Feng Yuanqing mention the second head of the family. The heart is more or less embarrassed. Did not expect him to be so unresistant to the beatings, his own out of proportion. Is the second master's wound healed? Much better. It's just that it's still not very easy to move around, or else I couldn't trouble the third lord. Feng Yuanqing has a fawning face. His heart calculates to bring a few people to rob that hunter. The third leader does not need to make a move. The key moment to calm the scene on the line. Alright, tell the second leader to wait for me at the gate of the fortress. Okay, please. After sending Yi Hongyang away, Feng Yuanqing was in a good mood and picked up Su Mainyang and went back to the house. Hey, I'll show you a trick later. Giggle. Big boss is so bad. Slave loves it so much. Ha. Chapter 50. Yi Hongyang descended from the mountain. Yi Hongyang returned to the site of her residence, and from a stable that was specially built for her, she brought out a tall warhorse with a dark body. The warhorse was about 2 meters tall, with stocky limbs and a mane that stood on end. At a glance, it was not an ordinary warhorse. The divine steed was a bit unlike anything else. Let's go, Black Scaly. Stroking Black Zhao's head, Yi Hongying smiled happily. Coming to the bandit village for more than a month, no one had seen her smile. The Black Zhao also affectionately pressed its head against Yi Hongyang. Looking docile, patting the black scaly head, he rolled over and mounted his horse. Going to town to get you carrots for dinner. The Black Zhao seemed to understand its master's words and snorted as it carried Yi Hongyang leisurely toward the gate of the fortress. At the entrance of the fortress, Wu Liang, the second leader, with 10 small bandits had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Yi Hongyang appear, he immediately went forward to greet her, but his leg was just broken by her kick, and at the moment, he was still wearing a guard. Limping up. You're here, third boss. Come, I'll get your horse. Wu Liang tried to grab the reins, but he was fixed by a look with a murderous aura from Yi Hongyang. The heart was too tight to come forward, and he waved his hand awkwardly. I'll lead the way. I'll lead the way. The little bandit helped Wu Liang to ride a donkey and opened the gate of the fortress to guide Yi Hongyang out of the fortress. Third boss, this donkey of mine is slow. You ride slowly, arrive at Wawa village before dark tomorrow. Make this ticket and leave immediately. With Zhang Baoquan as an insider, it's enough to deal with a small hunter and bring 10 bandits. There was still the terrifying battle power of the third lord sitting in the town. Wu Liang was not panicked in the slightest. Yi Hongyang was not in a hurry, so she just took this opportunity to come out and get some air. Looking back, Wu Liang rode a donkey with a guard on his leg, and behind him 10 small bandits with a variety of weapons followed at a trot. Aha! Slow down the speed of travel. All the way to horseback tourism, enjoying the roadside snow scene is very pleasant. The village of Vovo. Seeing that Ning Chaos was working so hard, Chen Xi was worried that his wounds would disintegrate and hurriedly greeted him over. Big brother. Well, let's see your injury. Ning chaotically took off his singlet to reveal the wound, which was obviously stitched up only last night, but today it actually recovered very well. Although the recovery is good, you can't do strenuous activities, or the wound will open up and you'll be in trouble. Stop working and I'll show you something. Big brother doesn't need to feel sorry for me, not to mention anything else, just my little brother's body. One of them can top 10 of them. Ning Chaos craned his head to the side, signaling his big brother that the 10 male workers in the distance were no match for him. Chen Xi gave him a blank look. You think I feel sorry for you? Raising you for nothing and not working? I'm just worried that your wound will open up and I'll have to retreat it myself when the time comes. Otherwise this ready-made livestock is not used for nothing. Cut the crap and follow me. Good Lu big brother. Finding a quiet place, Chen Xi took out the box Lao Guan had given him. You used to be a hunter too? Ning Chaos scratched his head when he saw Chen Xi ask about this. Hey, I'm not a hunter's tooth registry. I used to sneak and hunt when I was at home. I don't talk about hunting out there, or I'd have to marry 3 broads and not be able to pay the poll tax. Chen Breath looked at him and smiled. You boys are pretty smart. Open the box to reveal the large bow inside. Look at this. The moment the box was opened, Ning Chaos' eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had seen a beloved treasure, and he couldn't help but go up and touch it. Big brother, this bow is really good, better than the bows of the elite archers in the army. Touching the body of the bow, and then the bowstring, he envied the envy of the harlequin. Chen Breath looked at him with a look as if he had seen a treasure and said generously, if you like it, it's yours. After hearing this, Ning Chaos froze for a full half a moment. Big brother wants to give this bow to me? This is so precious. His own life was saved by his big brother, and also sent himself such a good thing. No return. In the future this life is big brother's. Ning Chaos immediately replied back without even thinking about it. Thank you big brother. Chen interest froze. You don't even polite? You're not so friendly, are you? How did he know that Ning Chaos was this character, and that if you were genuinely good to him, he would be able to trust you with his life? A favor is returned immediately, and a grudge is avenged on the spot. The main fight is a fast and furious one, or else a big-headed soldier would dare to beat up a sergeant? Ning chaotically put on his finger guards and picked up his great bow to pull it hard, but was restrained by Chen Xi. You don't want to die. You don't know what's going on with your shoulder. How can you be so reckless? Chen Rest is really a little angry this time. This is a 3-stone bow. The wound is torn open. There is a hard time for you. It's fine big brother. It's only a 3-stone bow. I'm afraid I'll pull it off with one force. Chen Xi was speechless. How did he not realize that this kid was so capable of pulling off a 3-stone bow? He couldn't even do it himself. Okay. Feel free to pull when you're healed. By the way, I'll leave this bow with me for now and take it away when you're healed. Chen Xi was really afraid that he would bring it back to sneakily draw the bow, and the wound would have to be resewn for the bastard if it disintegrated. No money for the powder or no money for the needle and thread? Chen Xi scolded, but thinking of Ning Chaotic and sister eat enough. The old mother at home is still hungry. From the pocket took out a bunch of money stuffed into the hands of Ning Chaotic. Go back and buy a thick jacket for my mother, and the same for you and your sister. How can you wear so thin in the cold? Also, the rest of the money to buy more food to send home. The old mother and sister, from now on I'm in charge. With a mouthful of my food, there is a mouthful of their food. Chen Xi was speaking from his heart. He was not a saint, but the Ning Chaos family had touched him greatly. Kindness, simplicity, knowledge of gratitude, all engraved in their bones. Fortunate to meet his destiny. Chaos and famine. He cannot control the people of the world, but the people around him to live well. Ning Chaotic holding the money in his hand. Tears can no longer stop flowing down. Want to kneel down but was tugged up by Chen Xi. Great lords don't move to kneel. Remember, kneel to heaven and earth. Kneel to father and mother. No one else is qualified, including the one in the temple. What kind of a good king can be when he drives the people to this state? Ning Chaos couldn't understand who Chen Xi was talking about, the one in the temple, but Big Brother was right when he said it. Good. I'd rather be messy than pretentious, and from now on, this life of mine is Big Brother's. Ning chaotic heart identified Chen interest this Big Brother, said to do, life and death. Alright, take your sister back to set up your belongings and report to me in the morning. Good Lu Big Brother. Chen Xi wants to give the work of burning bricks to Ning Chaos. He has a lot of things to do. He cannot stay at home all day. The beasts in the mountains need to be driven away, and the salt mines need to find a way to get back some. Take your time. It'll get better every day. After sending off the Ning Chaos siblings, he paid the 20 villagers for their work by the end of the night. The villagers thanked him profusely and almost knelt down to Chen Xi, saying that they would come to work on time tomorrow. My lady's body has not yet recovered, so it seems that she will not be able to exercise tonight. No, we have to build a house in a hurry. When the time comes, each maiden is arranged to have a separate room. The big bed is not realistic for the time being. When the relationship develops in place, it will naturally fall into place. When the time comes, TSK. Chen interest in the heart secretly poking fantasize about a better life in the future. This kind of day how happy, given emperor are not changed. The night was silent, and the next morning dawned. At dawn, Ning Chaos came back with his sister. Is Big Brother home? I'm Ning Chaos. Chapter 51 Qinyao is crafty. That unique voice was so recognizable that there was no need to ask. It was Ning messing around. Qinyao and Bai Rongrong had already prepared breakfast when Chen Xi woke up. Fragrant rice porridge. Qinyao also thoughtfully fried some poached eggs for everyone. Husband is eating. Qinyao attentively served her husband the meal, and even had a sweet smile on her face like Bai Rongrong's. She was truly out of options, and Bai Rongrong had been pleasing the first lady all day, causing her sense of crisis to grow with each passing day. It couldn't be helped. Bai Rongrong was just too good at pleasing people, with a sweet mouth and good craftsmanship, and she surrounded the first lady all day long. I am shy and introverted. How can I compare with that ghostly little girl? The Kong at home is small, and everyone sleeps together, so it's impossible to have a round room with your husband to improve your relationship. She can only rely on getting up early and cooking to please her husband. Otherwise she really can't stay in this home. The first lady was the darling of her husband's heart, and Bai Rongrong was so good at pleasing people. She herself was nothing but pretty. God, give our little Yo-Yo a way out. Ouch. Yo-Yo is good with her hands. Rice porridge cooked very successful. Rice soup bright look very fragrant. Chen interest some surprise. Did not expect a pampered young lady actually have such a handicraft. Hearing her husband praise, Qinyao smiled even sweeter. This is their own secretly and the great doctor to learn the craft. I did not expect the first time to cook on the success. The heart of the beauty. Scanning around, he found Bai Rongrong in the kitchen not knowing what she was drumming up, and didn't think much of it. I'm going to go get the guys. I'll be back for dinner later. Well husband, you get on with business. Qinyao is in an extremely good mood. Husband only saw the rice porridge. His own fried eggs have not yet been served up. A moment later at dinner husband will also praise me. Chen Xi went out of the house and came outside the courtyard, and from a long distance, he saw Ning Chaos and his sister, who were dressed in new clothes, opening the door to the courtyard. He took a closer look at the refreshed siblings and nodded slightly. That's more like it. Dress warmly to protect your body. Squeezing the two men's new coats, which were nice and quite thick, he continued to speak. Did you buy new clothes and food for your mother? Bought Big Brother. I hired a carriage to send back. Food bedding are ready. The old lady touched tight. Let me bring word to thank Big Brother. My mother also said, she is too old to help much. Let me come to help Big Brother to do labor. Do not pay. Ning aside, lowered his head and whispered, there is nothing in the house guys. They come to not help much. Yesterday swept the house for a day. The Big Brother's home strip sweeping are swept short of a cut. She is very weak. Backyard women's work sisters-in-law do not allow her to do. She cannot help Big Brother like brother digging clay. To come is to add to the mess, but cannot help the old mother urged. They can only come again. Looking at the little girl's adorable appearance, Chen Xi favored her with a smile. Ning is so good. There will be work for you later. Oh, there are rewards for good behavior. Ning's eyes lit up after hearing this. Great. Big Brother is giving me work to do, so I can help Big Brother myself. Well, Ning will definitely do a good job as a laborer and repay Big Brother properly. Ning Chaos, who was on the side, saw that Chen Xi didn't dislike his sister, and was happy in his heart, scratching his head and giggling on the side. Good, follow me inside for dinner. Without any further ado, he brought Ning Chaos into the house. At this time, Qinyao had already prepared all the meals, a bowl of rice porridge for each person, and a large plate of fried eggs in the center. Hello second sister-in-law. Hello second sister-in-law. The Ning Chaos siblings were sweet-talking and immediately greeted Qinyao when they saw her. Well, sit down. I'll serve you congee. I'll help my second sister-in-law. Ning was very perceptive and immediately helped Qinyao serve the congee. Chen Xi saw that everyone was getting along so well. His heart was very comfortable. This is what a family is like. 2 lifetimes ago, this kind of cozy feeling was very fascinating to him. All days are better with yourself. Fan Yen finished freshening up and came out. Everyone greeted the first lady one by one. Everyone knows that Fan Yen is the tip of the heart of the Qin interest in favor. The status of the family cannot be shaken. Fan Yen was also helpless. Since Qin Yaoan by Rongrong entered the door, her husband did not allow herself to work, saying that she was the first lady not to work, to do nothing all day long. Fortunately, there are many people at home, idle with their own chat to relieve boredom. 3 meals a day, clothing and food. Such days put aside before I dare not think. Today's good life was all brought about by her husband, and her eyes gradually became mesmerized as she looked at Chen Xi. When my body recovers, I will serve my husband well. Husband didn't enjoy himself last time, so next time he must behave himself. I will try to give my husband a fat doll soon. Bai Rongrong was busy in the kitchen and brought a plate of wild vegetables, which was bought from the villagers, and after her fragrant oil modulation and sprinkling some refined salt, it tasted very fresh. Seeing that everyone was together, Chen Xi waved his hand. Dinner. Picked up the rice porridge and took a sip. Couldn't stop nodding. It tasted really good. It was very sweet. Yao Yao's handiwork is so good. Husband went into the city today and came back with a reward. Thank you, husband. Qin Yao was overjoyed, finally getting her husband's approval. Finally not a head lower than Bai Rongrong. Humph, little girl, I've got the gist of it. As long as I can tie up my husband's stomach, my own position in the family will be secure. At least not leave her too far behind. Yeah, that's right. Seeing that there were fried eggs on the plate, oily in color, I couldn't help but eat them, and picked up a fried egg and took a bite. Click. Chen Xi's face shifted for a moment and then recovered, putting it into his mouth and chewing it. The clicking sound was endless, like chewing potpourri. Well, good. A bit of black ash fell out vaguely along the corners of my mouth, and no surprise, the bottom of the omelette was all mushy. Enduring the bitter taste and swallowing it with difficulty, he didn't move and licked his lips, moving the plate in front of Ning Chaos' eyes. Sorry ladies, my brother loves eggs. These are for him. You eat the wild vegetables Rong made. A few women were unsure, but their husband gave the word that it could only be so. I had wanted to try Qin Yao's handiwork, but it seems that I don't have the taste for it. Qin Yao was even more puzzled. Her husband clearly praised herself for doing a good job. How did she give Ning Chaos in the blink of an eye? But she didn't dare to squeak and lowered her head to take small sips of porridge. Ning Chaos was moved to tears. Still big brother towards me. Eat big brother. Drink big brother. And be grateful in your heart for good big brother. Good Lu big brother. Ning Chaos was no longer shy after yesterday's dinner, and he treated big brother's place as his home. Picked up an omelette and stuffed it all into his mouth in one bite. Click. His pitch-black face was a little red, his eyes glaring, and his afterglow bumped into Chen Xi's threatening eyes. He didn't dare to spit it out. And yes, Ning Chaos wimped out. Eggs fried by the second sister-in-law are eaten with tears in my eyes. He swallowed the omelette with all his might and gave Qin Yao a thumbs up. Second sister-in-law is so good. I've never had such a delicious omelette in all my life. If it's good, eat it all. No need to save it for everyone. Second sister-in-law watches you eat it. Qin Yao was happy to the extreme. The eggs she fried were not only loved by her husband, but also by her younger brother who had white hair on his head. Putting down his bowl, he looked at Ning Chaos with an expectant expression. Eat up. There's more if you don't have enough. Second sister-in-law has a knack for it. Chen Xi almost sprayed out a mouthful of porridge when he heard that Qin Yao was going to watch him finish it. I'm sorry brother. My second wife is shy and can't listen to bad words, so I've wronged you. Ning Chaos's mouth was bitter, and his heart was even more bitter. In that case, what's the point? I'll eat when my second wife tells me to. In less than 2 minutes, he had eaten all the eggs on one plate. The last bite was just too much to swallow, so he stood up and arched his hand at Chen Xi. Big brother, I had enough. I'll go dig clay. Burp. Ning Chaos was so lifeless that he had to run before he could swallow the fried egg in his mouth, spraying out a cloud of black ash with every word he uttered. Chapter 52 Goodbye Mrs. After the family finished eating, the villagers came on time to do their work. Chen Xi gave all the workers to Ning Chaos to lead, and repeatedly urged him not to do the work with force, fearing that his wounds would tear open. He also arranged for Ning Ning to help Qin Yao steam steamed buns and stew for the workers at noon, specifically instructing that a few more fish be stewed. Call Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong to his side again. Ning is still young and somewhat shy in nature, so when you two are idle you will teach her to read and write and do women's honors. Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong were already fond of the well-behaved and understanding Ning Ning, treating her as their own sister, and were naturally very willing to hear their husband's arrangements. Taking out a bunch of money and handing it over to Qin Yao, she would be the one to pay the workers in the future. Qin Yao was moved to tears. Today's cooking had been a success. and now her husband had given himself something so important to do, which was a great endorsement of her. After preparing the carriage, he incensed one on Fan Yan's forehead and waved goodbye. There are a lot of things to do in the city this time. The county magistrate's wife's illness needs to be reviewed. Go to Shanbao Hall to get the money from selling the Black Bear blind, and help Zhuo Qianshan's sister-in-law to see a doctor. Oops, another busy day. He is the dependence of his family, the villagers, and his brothers. Unconsciously, he had already adapted to this era, although it did not have the prosperity of the latter days, but with more family hanging around, the days were simple and cozy. Fan Yan sent Chen Xi outside the courtyard and refused to go back to the house until the shadow of the carriage disappeared at the entrance of the village. And when she looked back, Xin Yao and Bai Rongrong refused to go back to the house as she did. The two women watched their husbands leave with no less worry in their eyes. The two daughters did not understand at first that every time her husband went out the first lady was outside the courtyard to see him off until his figure disappeared into thin air. Through a few days of spending time with each other, the two women seemed to understand the first lady's mood. Husband is a good man, the dependence of the family. With husband, the sky will never fall. Unbeknownst to them, the sky in their hearts was brightened and no longer gray. Chen Xi had planted a seed in the hearts of the two women, and they believed that that seed would soon blossom into a delicate flower. When the flowers bloom, they are ready to be picked. First lady, it's cold. Go back to the house. Your husband will return safely. Bai Rongrong put a jacket on Fan Yan, worried about freezing her body. Well, thanks hibiscus. Turning their heads and glancing again at the village entrance where her husband had disappeared, the three women smiled sweetly at the same time. White Mountain County. Chen Xi drove the carriage into the city early. The first stop, the county government. Outside the county government, a group of magistrates waited here early, saw Chen Xi driving a carriage from afar, immediately went forward to take the horse attentively, and opened the door of the county government to welcome Chen Xi into the county government. That look is as attentive as it gets. The county master returns to learn that his wife's illness has been cured by Chen Xi, and that Chen Xi will come to give the woman a follow-up consultation, and early on arranges for the magistrates to wait outside. If it were not for the busyness of the county's business, the prefect would have wanted to go out and wait in person. The cure of the lady is his great benefactor. Rewarded, heavily rewarded. When Chen Xi entered the door, an officer immediately ran to the county office to notify the master. Not long after, Chen Xi came to the inner mansion. Cui didn't need to report and led Chen Xi into the house. Divine Dr. Chen, you're here. Madam has gotten much better over the past few days. Thanks to Divine Dr. Chen. Chen breath interrupted Sui. Change your name, if you don't mind. Just call me Big Brother Chen. Ever since the last time he heard that Divine Dr. Zhao was going to cure asthma with the Snowlingji, Chen Xi was guilty of nausea at the title Divine Doctor. He's called Dr. Zhao, and he's called Dr. Chen, so he's the same thing? Ugh. He didn't want to be as humiliated as Divine Dr. Zhao. Divine Doctor was originally a positive term, but it became a derogatory term in his case. Nothing more than that. Dr. Zhao's previous experience. Good, then I'll call you Big Brother Chen from now on. Trisha was happy that a change of address had brought the two of them one level closer. Big Brother Chen is so handsome, has great hunting skills, and is so skilled in medicine. He is simply the best candidate for a husband and son-in-law. It's just a pity that I'm not good enough for Big Brother Chen because of my maid's background, or else I'd have to fight for a place as a concubine as well. Sui's little face was flushed. Her little girl's heart could not be hidden. The lady was originally watering the flowers in the house, and when she learned of Chen Xi's arrival, she hurriedly lay back on the bed. Checking the wounds must be the same as last time, and again the little one must look at them. The lady was so nervous that she blushed before the man arrived. Ma'am, Brother Chen is here for your follow-up. Well, come on in. The lady feigned composure and ducked her body under the covers like last time, preparing her thighs to be seen. Chen Xi came to the bed, wanting to look at the woman's face and tongue, but the woman's entire body was curled up in the quilt, bulging in a heap, her face completely invisible. Chen Xi gave a bad laugh in his heart. He still thought he was a little girl, but he was quite shy. Ma'am, let me take a look at the wound. Aha! Chen breath held her ankle with one hand, and her onion-white toes flinched and shivered nervously. The more she did, the more Chen breath flooded with bad. The last time Nyangzi was captured, it was the work of your soldiers. Luckily, I arrived in time, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. The more Chen breath thought about it, the more angry he became. You're not shy. Let's see if I jerk you off and be done with it. Gripping her ankles with her left hand, she jerked her silk pajama pants upward with her right hand. Large swaths of springtime are exposed. The corners of Chen Xi's mouth twitched. He would have jerked up to his thighs and shamed the lady. I didn't expect to jerk off hard. The silk pajama pants were so loose that they were jerked right up to the base of the thighs by this one, and a few threads were vaguely visible. Ahem, the wound is recovering well. Check it again in a few days and it will be healed if there are no problems. The lady was jerked by Chen interest defenselessly, felt the coldness at her thighs, and realized that this guy had lifted her pant leg so high, the whole body was shaking violently, and the 5 toes were curled up together in such a way that they couldn't be broken. Fortunately, Chen Xi quickly looked at the wound and then tugged the pants leg down, otherwise he still could not see the person. There was some anger plus shame in her heart, but she had to be at his mercy. Is this guy doing this on purpose? But on second thought, I don't think so. Chen Xiaoyu has 3 beautiful ladies at home. I'm half an old woman myself. He wouldn't take advantage of me on purpose. Probably forgot where the wound was before lifting my pants leg so high. Madam was, after all, somewhat older and thought for herself. The incident was quickly blamed on Chen Breath's carelessness. Thanks, little friend Chen. Chen interest heart nervous, have to hurry to slip, jacked the county magistrate wife. The county master learned not to cut their own, hurrying to bid farewell to Madam and Suetsue. Just as he was about to slip away, a loud laugh came from outside. Ha ha ha, where is little friend Chen? This official wants to meet. The voice was so tense that it shook his eardrums. The door to the house opened and a bright light shone brightly, followed by a large bulb striding into the house. Chen Breath was blinded by the stabbing and shifted his position before he could see the visitor. The visitor was in his 40s, dressed in an official uniform, with a country face, dragging an official hat in his hand, and without a single hair on his head. The sunlight fell on his head and illuminated the whole room. It is the White Mountain County, the county magistrate, Niu Ben. Niu Ben stepped forward and shook Chen Xi's hand, grinning. Little friend Chen, you are my savior, thank you very much. With a wave of his hand towards the back, a maid immediately brought a large tray. 10 large silver ingots were neatly placed on the tray, even larger than the last time Madam rewarded them. 200 taels. Chapter 53 really rich this time. Chen Xi looked at Niu Ben and then at the large silver ingot on the tray. One bites the dust and doesn't slip away. Beheading is fine, but the silver has to be given to me. The benefactor does not dare to be called a benefactor. It's all what the little one should do. That won't do. You cured this official's wife's illness. You are this official's benefactor. Chen Xi wanted to say a few more polite words, but he was pulled down by Niu Ben and pressed into a chair. If young friend Chen doesn't mind, this official is a few years older than you, so just call me Big Brother Niu. From now on, I'm your Big Brother Bull. Niu Ben spoke and pointed to the bed where the lady was lying. Ma'am, it's your sister-in-law. The corners of Chen Xi's mouth twitched once again after hearing Niu Ben speak. He's an ex-convict. And his former sister-in-law has become his maiden. Now there is another sister-in-law. Subconsciously, he glanced toward the bed and suddenly remembered a phrase. What's the word? It's not as good as dumplings. It's fun. It's not as fun as making dumplings. Yeah, that's what it says. Good. Since Big Brother Niu doesn't mind that little brother is from a humble background, little brother will then dare to address Big Brother Niu. Ha ha ha, just get down to earth. Old brother, this will be your home from now on. Take this silver and go back and buy some food for the children at home. Pushing the tray forward, he happily looked at Chen Xi. Chen Xi were dumbfounded. This cattle Big Brother so generous? Completely without the county magistrate master's bookish air, with his big bald head. Say he is a bandit or people believe. Is the court so hasty in choosing officials? Or are all the officials of this great imperial so unkempt? A whole bunch of question marks in my head. Anyway, Big Brother Niu is generous, so don't be shy yourself. This thigh he is determined to hold. After the county salt peddling someone to cover. Since Big Brother Niu is so generous, little brother will accept the honor. Chen interest heart anxious to leave. Grab the large silver ingots to the arms. Silver ingots are too big. Stuffed in 5 or 6 will not be able to stuff. Niu Ben laughed and picked up the silver to help Chen Xi stuff it into his arms, muttering as he did so. I'll help you, old man. Tuck in 5 on a side and walk without falling off. Suetsue and the side are going to be happy out loud. The box containing silver is right there, together with the takeaway is it, but also the effort to stuff into the arms. Finally having stuffed all the large silver ingots into his arms, Chen Breath moved his body and clanged inside. The waist bulged and fattened. Seeing that Chen Xi had loaded the silver, Niu Ben once again laughed. I'm happy that old brother has come. I'll have someone prepare a banquet. Let's brother and sister have a quick drink today. That, Big Brother, little brother still has a lot of things to take care of today. Next time I will definitely accompany Big Brother to have a painful drink. Chen Breath are doubtful that this ancient time is not a place called the Northeast. This cattle Big Brother speak completely that style. This, older brother look at you, it's not easy for you to come here once. Niu Ben was full of disappointment. Save the life of the lady. Do not drink and then go. Is not it a slack old brother? Chen Breath had already determined that Big Brother Niu was the person from that place. Ahem. Next time must our Big Brother ox. Chen Breath was trying to get used to Niu Ben's tone of voice. One had to be more direct when talking to him. It would save so much trouble. If old brother is in a hurry, then fine, I'll see you off. Seeing that Chen Xi repeatedly insisted, Niu Ben had no choice but to give up. Chen interest in his heart is happy. As long as you let yourself go, it is good. It is not that he is not willing to eat the banquet. He is afraid that the lady at the table will tell the matter of jerking the thigh. Brother Niu is such a good-looking person. If he doesn't cut himself, he'll be sorry for his big bald head. Bidding farewell to Bull Run. Next stop, Shanbao Hall. The wagon is parked at the county courthouse and will be picked up when you return from your errand. The magistrate was told to take good care of the horse, and that he would be counting on it to make the journey back. The magistrates did not dare to neglect Chen Xi. This is the master's side of the big red man. Patted his chest to guarantee to take care of the carriage. After all the arrangements were made, Chen Xi carried 10 large silver ingots in his arms and headed to the mountain treasure hall in a beautiful manner. That big blind bear can sell for 100 or 80 taels, right? With the money, he recruited more workers and burned bricks at a much faster pace. You need to build a base even in the deep mountains, where you need money. It didn't take long to arrive at the mountain treasure hall. Xiao Wu was already waiting at the door, and greeted Chen Xi inside the house from a long distance away. Brother Chen, the shopkeeper is waiting for you inside. He has good news for you today. Oh, what's the good news? Chen interest raised his eyebrows some curiosity. Nothing more than the bear blind sold at a good price. A few dozen taels of silver only. He is now rich. His vision is naturally high. A kind of thug instantly. Xiao Wu smiled mysteriously. When we meet the shopkeeper, Brother Chen will know. Chen interest helpless. This kid can be far worse than the cattle big brother. Always loved to sell. When he entered the mountain treasure hall, instead of being seated on the first floor like last time, he was brought up to the second floor by Xiao Wu. When the entire small fellows of the mountain treasure hall saw Xiao Wu bring Chen Xi in, the customers were not received. Standing in a line to watch him go up the stairs, the expression was as worshipful as it could be. Chen Xi went upstairs, and the little fellows were still looking at the stairway hesitantly. See, yesterday that blind bear was killed by Hunter Chen. The bear's paw was that big. The little fellow drew a bull-sized circle with both hands and showed it off to the people next to him very proudly. That big bear's paw has long been reserved. I hear, and the nobles are bidding higher than one another. Have you heard? The shopkeeper of Rongifang offered 40 taels to buy a bear whip to make wine. That's 40 taels. Ah, I've never seen so much money in my life. Ha ha, that Rome-clothes square boss has 7 or 8 concubines. Not drink some bear whip wine cannot serve the mother-in-law. A man's family is rich, and he can afford to take a dozen more concubines. Chen Xi heard a few small fellows there saying that the bear paw was reserved for 40 taels of silver, and the corners of his mouth suddenly twitched. It seems that their own estimates were wrong again. This blind bear must be more than 180 taels. Subconsciously touching the large silver ingot at his waist, he grinned. It looked like he was going to make another small fortune. Xiao Wu led Chen Xi to the second floor. The decor was elaborate, with mahogany floors throughout and a variety of medicinal wines on the wall shelves. Old Guan was sitting in front of the huge tea case, and had long since made tea for Chen Xi, just waiting for him to arrive. Haha, Chen Hunter, you've finally come. Old Guan's eyes lit up when he saw Chen Xi arrive, took a few steps to get closer, and patted Chen Xi's shoulder with both hands. Huntress Chen, take a seat and try the old man's new tea. This time he was not at all outgoing and offered to serve his own collection of famous teas. Chen interest is also not polite. Greatly sat down and drank a mouthful of tea. Tea soup right taste is quite good. It seems that the old customs this time is blood money. Old Guan is too broke. This tea isn't cheap, is it? The two men were polite again, and Lao Guan cleared his throat before finally getting to the point. Hunter Chen, are you keeping this bear gallbladder? Old Guan not only knew that he was a hunter, but also knew that he was also a miraculous doctor. Chen Xi cured the county magistrate's wife's illness, and this matter had long been spread in the county. Inherently, there is this question. Chen Xi raised his eyebrows. Bear bile he considered leaving behind. This thing was extremely medicinal. It wasn't impossible to leave a spare for himself, but on second thought, now is the time of lack of money. Someone offers a few dozen taels of silver, but can consider selling. If Lao Guan kept it for himself, he gave it to him. After all, he had given himself a large bow yesterday, and he understood the principle of courtesy. Old Guan, are you using this bear bile for yourself? Ha ha, Chen Hunter misunderstood. This thing was seen by a nobleman in the state capital. This morning sent people to make a price. You are not, and I do not dare to make a decision without authorization. Chen Xi did not expect this thing to be seen by a nobleman of the state capital. Since it is a nobleman of the state capital, the bidding price should not be low. And what price did the nobleman offer? Old Guan laughed and stretched out 5 fingers. Chen interest at a glance, immediately lost interest. 52 silver is not impossible. I did not expect the state capital of the nobleman so stingy. How to give a 72? This thing is not often. Alright, since he's a nobleman from the state capital, sell him. 50 taels is 50 taels, he's cheap when he's in need of money. Good, since Hunter Chen has agreed, I'll inform him to come pick it up this afternoon, and then we'll pay with one hand and deliver with the other. 500 taels of silver. In pennies. Chen breath frowned, thinking he had heard wrong. You said, 500 taels? Right, Chen Hunter. If it's too little, I'll help you talk about it again? Chen Xi's head instantly exploded when he heard it. Rating. Taking less? 500 taels? Vigorously swallowing a mouthful of saliva. His heart was in shock, and on the surface he tried to maintain a rippling expression. Okay, if we can talk about it, even better. This isn't a nobleman, it's a fat sheep. 500 taels of silver can still be negotiated. Really rich this time. Chapter 54 Sasachi's sister-in-law. Okay Hunter Chen, that side will come to negotiate the price in the afternoon. I'll have someone cook a few good dishes, and we'll eat at my place at noon. Chen interest is now full of 502 silver, which have the mood to eat here. Cannot wait to go back to recruiting immediately. By the way, he knew Lu De from the dental firm, so it would be best to buy some laborers to build houses in the deep mountains to mine salt. He understands the rules of this era. The slaves are equivalent to private goods. After paying all the annual poll tax, beating and killing at will, the government cannot control. With Brother Bull's bounty and the money from the sale of the bears, buying a dozen or so laborers would not be a problem. The most important thing is that the laborers are obedient, right down to the fact that they live deep in the mountains, restricting their activities so that the news of the salt mines doesn't get out. Thanks Lao Guan, I have things on my side. I'll come back when the afternoon comes. The promise that Zhou Qian would see her sister-in-law is still pending, and time is running out. Alright then, since Hunter Chen has something to do, Old Clumsy won't stay long. Remember to come earlier in the afternoon to negotiate the price. Okay, Old Guan, you get busy. I'll go first. After sending Chen Xi away, Lao Guan sighed. He was shocked for a long time yesterday when Xiao Wu pulled in that blind bear. It was unbelievable that Chen Breath could hunt such a large blind bear. At this time of year the bear blind has just entered hibernation and is very sensitive to its surroundings. Trying to sneak up on them is never going to do it. After checking the wound again stunned, a few arrows all shot in the blind bear head, and the wound blood groove is very strange. Even if Lao Guan had seen a lot, he couldn't tell what arrows were used. Ordinary arrows simply couldn't shoot through bear skin, but I didn't expect Hunter Chen to actually do it. Mountain Treasure Hall received the bear blind thing quickly spread. A night came to many noble people's household inquiries. Bear paws and skins are even speculated to sky-high prices. Looking in the direction Chen Xi left, Old Guan let out a long breath. What about the king of the mountain? Who has the ability to hunt blind bears? Shaking his head and sighing, the latter is a great thing. I'm afraid we can't find such an outstanding hunter in the entire White Mountain County. Chen Xi was in an extremely good mood when he exited the Mountain Treasure Hall and accelerated his pace to Rong Yifeng. Pushing open the door, Zhou Qiqi had long been dressed up and waiting for himself. Seeing Chen Xi arrive, Zhou Qianxian's eyes lit up, and then she smiled sweetly. Big brother Chen has really kept his word. Coming so early, how dare I break my promise to you? Where is your sister-in-law's house? Take me there. Chen Xi didn't want to delay. Today's was destined to be a busy day. Many things were waiting for him to handle. Seeing that Chen Xi was in such a hurry, Zhou Qianxian beamed, and then owed her hand to wave. Brother Chen, follow me. Zhou Qianxian lead the way in front. While he was not prepared to lift, secretly raised his arm and sniffed. The smell of fragrant powder, right? Ah, how Chen big brother so cold. On the way, Zhou Qianxian stammered a bit to Chen Xi. Brother Chen, when I see auntie later you don't mind. My sister-in-law, she is cold in nature. Please bear with me if there is any slackness. Chen Xi does not care about this around, but to her to see a disease is just. The nature of the cold or not cold has nothing to do with their own. It's okay, with you in the picture, why would I care? The implication was that Zhou Qianxian was not treated as an outsider. Zhou Qianxian heard. The corners of the mouth flashed a smile and the heart to steal joy. Chen big brother, this is to me as a friend. But just friends like this? Brother Chen, there is another thing. Auntie is a little bit not false to men. Chen big brother, you also have to be more tolerant. Zhou Qianxian said this time is very bottomless. Sister-in-law since becoming a widow. Very disgusted with men. And the character is also extremely strong. She believes that women are not worse than men. Men can do. She can do the same. Alone to hold up the entire facade. On the surface is the scenery of the shopkeeper, but privately seen sister-in-law several times secretly wipe tears. Chen Xi was non-committal, or the same sentence. Her nature has nothing to do with me, but in order to reassure Zhou Qianxian, deliberately smiled slightly. It's okay, I'll try to talk less later. Seeing Chen Xi so understanding, Zhou Qianxian was very happy. Then let's make a deal. Big brother Chen can't be angry. Fine, whatever you say. The sister-in-law's house was not far from the store, and the two reached the door as they spoke. When the housekeeper saw that it was Zhuo Qianqian bringing a man, he was first surprised for a split second, and then greeted the two of them with a warm face as they entered the mansion. Auntie's home is huge. It looks like a rich family. Through the front hall, stepping on the stone path into the inner house. The house is very spacious. The wood is made of the finest mahogany, and incense is burning in the house. Gently sniffing a few mouthfuls of the aroma, Chen breath frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. When the two entered the house, there was already an old man and a young man checking a woman's pulse. The old man had crane hair, long white eyebrows drooping, jaw white beard down to his chest, and his face was rosy and very shiny. At this moment, the old man put one hand on the woman's pulse. His eyes were tightly closed, and his two eyebrows quivered a few times from time to time. The old man checked the woman's pulse, and next to him stood a young girl, about 16 or 17 years old, with a very clean look, holding a paper and pencil in her hand in a solemn manner. The woman whose pulse was being checked had fair skin, delicate eyebrows, and gave off an indescribable indifference despite her sickly face. But it's a little twisted how it looks. Chen Res slightly narrowed his eyes. By all rights this should be a great beauty, although there is a kind of refusal of people outside the coolness, but not so much so that he looked awkward, Upon further inspection, he smiled as it turned out that the woman's nose was a little crooked, ruining the beauty of her entire face. I'm just saying, it's a shame to lose such an icy beauty because of this crooked nose. The woman heard someone coming in the room and opened her eyes. Seeing Zhuo Qianqian spread her face and smiled, without saying a word with her eyes signaling her to sit. Glancing at the fact that there was still a man standing beside her, his expression instantly became a bit displeased, changing over in an instant and nodding at Chen Xi. This change in her expression did not escape Chen Xi's eyes in the slightest, so it was no wonder that Zhuo Qianqian had given herself a precaution in advance. This woman really is a misogynist. Those cool eyes tell no lies. Zhuo Qianqian was a little embarrassed to pull the corner of Chen Xi's coat, greeted him and sat down. His mouth came to his ear with a small hand to cover it and whispered, "I'm sorry, brother Chen. I didn't know that Auntie had hired a bone setter." Chen Xi shook his head to show that he didn't care, as long as he was here. Later on, after the Longjong had finished treating his sister-in-law, he himself would say hello and then take his leave. It was idle to look around the house, which was very neat and tidy, with somewhat less furniture, and seemed very empty. On the wall hangs a calligraphy and painting. The painting is landscape. The level is just the beginning of the appearance. The handwriting is beautiful, obviously written by a woman. Beyond that, there is nothing else. Chen interest looked around and then lost interest, simply closed his eyes to sleep, thinking about the layout of the deep mountain residence as well as the mining of salt mines. The woman frowned when she saw Chen Xi surveying her house. What a rude guy. If it weren't for the people Chi brought in, they would have thrown him out long ago. When divine Dr. Zhang finished diagnosing himself, he must urge Qianqian to associate less with such unsavory people. He himself was often sick for a while, and did not have time to watch Qianqian. This girl is now getting more and more crazy, and must be properly controlled. Otherwise, how to face the dead sister? The woman's mood fluctuated a bit, and divine Dr. Zhang put down his hand on the pulse and slowly opened his eyes. Seeing two more people in the room, did not feel the slightest bit surprised. Just now when he checked the woman's pulse he heard the sound. In the way of this is someone else's residents did not have a seizure on the spot. He diagnosed the pulse of the most avoid others to interrupt. If it is in the state capital, there is no less than a heck of a meal. Divine Dr. Zhang was a bit displeased and ignored the others, leaning back in his chair and gently opening his mouth to spit out a word. Remember. The little girl next to her immediately leaned over and paid full attention, the brush in her hand lightly tapping the paper. The number of strings, emotional discomfort, liver depression and fire, bile fire upward inflammation, through the meridian up to the nasal orifices. The string pulse governs the liver and gallbladder, and the count pulse governs heat, realized as the string count pulse. Diagnosis, nasal abdominal disease, DR. Zhang said that the little girl was writing at the same time, and in a moment's time, he diagnosed nasal abyss disease. Again, I had the little girl write a prescription and put it on the table. Ma'am, you are suffering from nasal abyss disease. The symptoms are very serious. Take this prescription to prescribe medicine. Take it on time, and you will be cured in 3 months. During this time, no cold air or water is allowed, or your condition will worsen. The woman took the prescription and spoke somewhat helplessly. Divine Dr. Zhang, 3 months is too long. Can you prescribe a quick dose? Thank you very much. Divine Dr. Zhang had bitter words to say. The nasal abyss was very heavy, and with his own medical skills, he could only go so far. This prescription of Laofu's is the fastest way to heal. Ma'am, do you know that Zhao Yong misdiagnosed you as croup? It's simply a laughing stock. The woman knew who he was talking about in his mouth. Zhao Yong, and could only helplessly shake her head and smile bitterly. Although Zhao Yong was known as the divine doctor in Baishan County, How could he be compared to divine Dr. Zhang of the state capital? The two men's medical skills were clearly not on the same level. Taking a closer look at the prescription, he suddenly opened his mouth. Divine Dr. Zhang, this prescription of yours also contains snowlingji. This item is hard to find. Dr. Zhang was in a bit of a bind. How could he not know that snowlingji was hard to find? Only that it was the only cure for this disease. If he couldn't find it, the disease would get worse and worse, and in the end, it would be life-threatening. Then the old man also can't help it. Divine Dr. Zhang shook his head, and the scene was at an impasse. One with a prescription, one without medicine. Chen Xi smiled. He thought that this divine Dr. Zhang had two skills, and as expected, he was somewhat limited to being stronger than that divine Dr. Zhao. The diagnosis was correct. It was indeed a nasal abyss. A judgment that had been made in his mind from the moment he entered the room and saw the woman's nose. But the nasal abyss has many kinds of symptoms. The woman's symptoms can't use the snowlingji at all. It's a pure waste. The treatment is in the right direction and can be cured even after 3 months of regular use. You're not a rotten person yourself. You can't be in charge of everything. It's not your business. Since the person had finished diagnosing the disease, there was no need for him or her to stay here. Signaling Zhuo Qianqian to hurry up and say hello, he or she left. There's a bunch of stuff waiting to be done. But as soon as Zhuo Qianqian heard about the snowlingji, she immediately came to the woman's body and took her hand and said excitedly, "Auntie, I have a solution for the snowlingji. Brother Chen is a hunter. He promised to help me go into the mountains to collect the medicine." The woman was a little surprised. Experienced hunters do have the ability to go into the deep mountains, but this person in front of her, how could he have that kind of skill when he was so young in years and had a hangdog look? He must have used his status as a hunter to get close to Qianqian, to gain favor and then plot against him. Humph. I don't know why you are approaching Qianqian. If it is because you want to bully her, I'm afraid that you have made a mistake. The woman's attitude was poor, and her voice was even colder. Thousand years old small red people not much, but also not your kind of shameless villain can approach. The woman could not look at Chen Xi at the first glance, and at this moment, her emotions were very ups and downs, and she coughed violently a few times. Her breathing was a little short. Auntie, what's wrong with you? Zhuo Qianqian was terrified, and hurriedly helped her sister-in-law to lie down. Not knowing what to do for a moment, she could only look at Chen Xi with a gaze of help. Although there was still divine Dr. Zhang standing next to him, he subconsciously looked towards Chen Xi. She had seen with her own eyes that Brother Chen had cured Madam Magistrate, and inexplicably believed in him in her heart. Don't worry, wait for the old man to take a look. Divine Dr. Zhang took the woman's pulse and frowned deeply. Nasal abyss syndrome is most avoided with great emotional ups and downs, and at the moment the condition has worsened. Rummaging through his carry-on pill box for emergency pills, which he probably forgot to bring due to his haste in coming, divine Dr. Zhang dumped the contents of the pillbox on the table and rummaged through them. No good, forgot the pills, and rushed to order the little girl to go out and grab the medicine. The woman was breathing heavily, the whole face red. Although now go to grab the medicine may not be too late, but cannot watch the patient's respiratory failure. When Zhuo Qianqian saw that divine Dr. Zhang couldn't find any medicine, she was so anxious that she cried and ran forward to pull Chen Xi's sleeve. Brother Chen, please save Auntie. She knew that her sister-in-law had just misunderstood Brother Chen, but it happened suddenly, and when she wanted to explain for Brother Chen, her sister-in-law had a sudden attack, and she can only come crying to beg for Chen rest. Chen Interest naturally saw that the woman's condition is urgent, and he agreed to come to your door to see you only for the sake of Zhuo Qianqian's face. I didn't expect the woman to treat herself in such a manner, and without saying a word when she entered the house, she became a villain who attempted to bully Zhuo Qianqian. The heart is already angry. The woman has no hospitality at all. The first sentence is to question, who spoiled you that stink? Nanoha. Zhuo Qianqian cried and begged him, tears streaming down like they didn't need any money. And then she saw that the woman's body had begun to tremble irregularly, a precursor to convulsions. Chen breath gritted his teeth in hatred and frowned as he went forward. Seeing that there was divine Dr. Zhang's silver needle on the table, picking it up and using it, he went up and stabbed the woman in several points on her head, the last one in the nasolabial folds. Seeing Chen Xi take his silver needle, divine Dr. Zhang was first stunned and immediately reacted, rushed forward to stop, but Chen Xi's hands are fast, and at this moment has already finished tying. Dr. Zhang was not lightly frightened this time. This kid hands so fast. Looking again at the area where Chan rested his zap, sweat came down. All of them are the big points on the head. These points themselves don't dare to mess around freely. Where does the kid from dare to be so reckless? Boy, hurry up and stop. Wanting to go forward and pull out the silver needle, he was blocked by Chen Xi with his body. How could Dr. Zhang's old arms and legs squeeze past him? Divine Dr. Zhang was in a hurry. Remove the needle. You're killing yourself. Chen Interest was already in a bad mood. He entered the house without doing anything and was disliked by that iceberg old woman. At this moment, he also heard the old man say that he was harming lives, and with a belly full of fire with nowhere to vent it, he raised his hand and pointed at divine Dr. Zhang. You old Biden, you look like Hulu's grandpa, get the hell out of my way. By virtue of having learned 2 days of bull ***** medical skills, you come out all day to disgrace yourself. Today I'll let you see how little master cures. Chen Xi didn't curse painfully and scanned the circle, his eyes landing on the little girl beside divine Dr. Zhang. And you, take your piece of asswipe paper and mark me. Little girl, people are stupid. Stood by the side of the dumb thought for half a day, did not understand. Here I have what matters. I cannot say a word. Zhou Qian was even more dumbfounded. Who is Hulk Buster? Chapter 55. After bullying the old, bully the young. Chen breath gave the two of them a scolding, and the entire room was instantly quiet, with only the woman's sharp gasps. Divine Dr. Shang's face was suffocated red. He had been walking the Jianghu for so many years, no matter whether it was a dignitary or a noble family. When they saw him, they were all polite and courteous. Today is the first time I've encountered someone cursing themselves to their face. You shrew, how dare you scold the old man? Zhang Divine Doctor's angry beard trembled, shivering fingers pointing to Chen Xi. Really is a country bumpkin, a group of unseen dilettantes. Seeing that the old man dared to talk back, Chen Xi held his fingertips in his hand, and with a slight force the old man could not hold out. Point at me again, or I'll break it off for you. Chen Xi's gaze is cold and stern. You old Biden, say a few words till you dare to stomp on the face? Unless you summon the 7 gourd girls, you'll have your day. Dr. Sang's fingers were in pain, and his old face trembled dramatically. Sure enough, he is a shrew, and he dares to be like this. Just here is the White Mountain County, not much acquaintance. In other words, the state capital. This move can be set beheading crime. You, Dr. Zhang angry, half a day speechless. Practicing medicine for many years, also suffered this kind of bullying. To return to the state capital will be to the yamen, sued him. You kids just wait. You won't live for days. Divine Dr. Zhang figured out that he had no need to get angry with a shrew, and took a few deep breaths in an effort to calm his emotions. A great man can yield and endure for the time being. Good. I'd like to see how you, a shrew, can cure the disease. Humph. Often watch. Chen Xi didn't have the time to take care of him. If it wasn't for the fact that he had some medical ethics, this kind of person wouldn't even bother to talk nonsense with him. You can't summon a hulkworm. What are you pretending to be there? Learn it honestly. Don't go around making a fool of yourself. You're too old to know better. This was the second time Chen Xi had told him to off to the side, and Divine Dr. Shang's teeth itched with hatred. Okay, I'll see how you cure people. Sitting on his ass on a stool, the patient didn't care. No point in worrying about a dead man. Put everything in a medicine chest and he'll leave as soon as the patient dies. Seeing that the old man didn't dare to talk back, Chen Xi snorted coldly and turned his head to the little girl. I asked you to memorize it. How could you forget? The little girl held her mouth and looked at her master for help, that expression as aggrieved as it could be. Master, remember, Dr. Zhang twisted his head over and kept stroking his beard, his chest heaving. Is this a human being? After bullying the old, they bully the young. If there was no one around, the old man would have been able to cry. The little girl, seeing that her master was asking her to memorize, condescended to take out a new piece of paper, the tip of her pen pointing on the paper, ready to go. Seeing that an old and a young both obeyed, Chen breath spoke with a light hum. Upper star, Tong Tian, saving bamboo. In one breath, he recited several major acupuncture points and gave the depth of the needles and other techniques. Chen Xi finished reading and the little girl finished writing, took the paper and read it, word for word. A satisfied nod. It's a relief from nasal abyss, and other measures are needed to eradicate it. Chen interest finished. The old man still did not look back. A waste of a piece of paper. Just a grin if it works. The old man this life for nothing. Seeing the old man's unconvinced look, Chen Xi didn't get angry and shoved the paper to the little girl. Turning his head, he saw that the woman's condition was under control and her breathing was calming down. Zhou Qianqian had been accompanying her sister-in-law, and when she saw that her state was improving, her hanging heart was finally put down. Looking at Chen breath with a grateful gaze, Brother Chen is really great. After only this much effort, my sister-in-law is getting better. Chen Xi looked at the beams of the room above him with his hands behind his back. Zhou Qianqian took care of his sister-in-law. The old man twisted his head and looked out the window, and the little girl stood aggrieved. Several people didn't say anything, and the room fell silent once again. Work. The woman's breathing has stabilized. Opened her eyes and looked around in confusion. Due to the onset of a short period of time just now fell into a coma, and did not know what had happened. Seeing that she had slowed down, Chen Xi went up and pulled out the silver needle and threw it on the table, turned around and left. I have to go first. If it wasn't for Zhou Qianqian's face, he wouldn't care about your ass. It's a great gift to help you stay in remission for a while. As for helping you get completely cured, not even the door. And that olden stool. It's your destiny to realize something, and there's nothing you can do about it if you don't. Point taken. Brother Chen. Zhuo Qianqian wanted to chase out, but her sister-in-law's condition had just improved, and she couldn't leave her care, so she was in a hurry. Put out that incense. It's not good for the patients. Stay and look after your sister-in-law. You don't have to send me. Chen Xi went out the door without looking back, dusted himself off, and poo-pooed the bad luck. Seeing that it is noon, it is still early to go to Shanbao Hall to negotiate the price. The stomach is a little hungry. Casually find a food store to order food. There was plenty of money on him, but there was very little meat in the food store, so he could only deal with one bite at a time. To eat something good, still have to do it yourself. Slowly, when the deep mountain base is built to raise some livestock, want to eat what you eat. There wasn't much meat in the food store, but the cook was good and the food was quite satisfying. After Chen Xi pulled out the needle and left, the woman gradually recovered and opened her mouth to express her gratitude. Many thanks to divine Dr. Zhang. The woman was a little confused. Chen Xi pulled the needle out of her. She saw it. Could it be that she was in a trance? What gives that kid the right to pull the needle out of himself? Isn't it Zhang Xinshi who cured himself? Divine Dr. Zhang froze for a long time when he heard the woman thanking herself. Patient. The patient didn't die? It's slowing down? With a shocked face, he went up to check the woman's color, which was already the same as normal, rushing to take her pulse. As he felt a steady pulse on his fingers, his heart was even more shocked. After just a few injections, the patient miraculously got better. It's just not getting much better. So if I get a few more acupuncture sessions, I'm sure it'll be cured, right? Hurrying to take the paper in the little girl's hand, he nervously looked at the words on it. Written were the acupuncture points that Chen Xi had just read out, including the essentials of laying down needles and so on. It's very detailed. Divine Dr. Zhang shivered his hands, his heart shaken beyond words. It was only at this moment that he reacted to the fact that this was not some kind of shrewdness, but simply a divine doctor's power. Divine Dr. Zhang swallowed and stumbled. Ma'am, this is not my medical. It's just now that little friend. That's right, Auntie. It was Brother Chen who cured Auntie. Zhuo Qianqian picked up the conversation and told all about the incident just now when her sister-in-law had an attack and Brother Chen used acupuncture to heal her. So, I'm cured? The woman's heart was very guilty. Just now she said that people were scheming, but in the twinkling of an eye, she was cured of her illness. Don't worry, ma'am, your illness has not been completely eradicated. It's only in temporary remission. For a complete cure, you still need to. It is also necessary to find that person just now. Dr. Zhang heard how the woman disliked Chen Xi just now, and in the blink of an eye, she was going to beg for a cure, and he felt ashamed for the woman. The woman pursed her lips in embarrassment. She was wrong to blame that person. They were obviously brought by Qian to cure herself, and she was still so mean to them. Thousands of this, she was out of options. The people had been offended away from her. There was no use saying anything. Zhuo Qianqian is also helpless. Sister-in-law, this nature really should be changed. That is, Brother Chen for his own face. For anyone else would have whisked away. Auntie, don't be afraid. Big deal. I'll beg Brother Chen to cure you again. Zhuo Qianqian's heart is also at a loss. I don't know if Brother Chen is still willing to pay attention to me. What should I do after such a mess? Seeing that the patient was temporarily fine, divine Dr. Zhang got up to take his leave. I have to pick up bear bile from the mountain treasure hall in the afternoon, so I will return to the state capital as soon as I can to finish my business before I rush back. Just now that divine healer mighty met again must apologize to people face to face, and strive to obtain forgiveness. If he himself had learned that out of this world needle technique, he would have been able to save more patients as well. The idea of worshipping the master had risen in his heart. Divine Dr. Zhao took the little girl with him and ran all the way to Shanbao Tang. By the way, I heard that girl say that the divine physician mighty is a hunter, and the mountain treasure hall collects mountain goods all year round, so ask the shopkeeper about it, and maybe I can recognize it. Yeah, that's it. Unbeknownst to him, the bear bile in his mouth was hunted by none other than Chen Xi. Chapter 56. This old man wants to touch the porcelain. It was already past noon after Chen Xi finished his meal. I have an appointment with the buyer from the state capital in the afternoon, so I have to get there early myself, so I can't keep the fat sheep waiting. Thinking about the 500 taels of silver that were about to arrive, his mouth was grinning up to the roots of his ears. He also touched the 20 large silver ingots he carried in his arms, and swept away the annoyance he had just felt. Striding towards the mountain treasure hall, when he came to the door, he didn't even need to speak, and was immediately welcomed to the second floor by Xiao Wu. He was now an honored guest of the mountain treasure hall, and he attracted everyone's attention when he entered the room. Hey Brother Chen, The buyer from the state capital has arrived and is waiting for you on the second floor. Well, thanks a lot. 5. Brother Chen, where are your words? The nobles in the county have notified the shopkeeper in advance. They want to buy some bare-bone breast meat. The shopkeeper doesn't dare to make a private decision, and is waiting for you to make a price. What's going on? Tell me about it? Chen interest did not think. To say bare bile and bare paw, Lao Guan asked himself, okay, bare bone and bare meat he can buy and sell. After all, business is always about profit. Possibly seeing that Chen Xi was puzzled, Xiao Wu very sweetly explained. Brother Chen doesn't know. Big goods like bare blinds are very rare. How can the shopkeeper just set the price? Give less, you do not come next time. Generally this big goods are the shopkeeper's face to find the buyer, sold out, and then charge a little intermediate profit. Otherwise you won't be able to offer it to our mountain treasure haul the next time you hunt a big one. Xiao Wu is telling the truth. White Mountain County is leaning against the mountains, and there are many stores in the county that collect mountain goods. In order to tie up the old customers, encountered rare big goods, the shopkeeper are in this way to trade. Similar to the latter-day auction, the shopkeeper only receives 20% of the profit and the rest goes to the hunters. Over time this rule has been formed. The county mountain goods store received large goods, will be so auction. For one thing, it's profitable for everyone. Secondly, it invariably promotes the reputation of the store. This is also the reason why Xiao Wu pulled the blind bear yesterday. The shopkeeper did not dare to deal with it without authorization. In the past few years the hunters have been drafted by the court to join the army. Like the bear blind, such big goods, there is no trace. Yesterday, the mountain treasure hall received the news of the bear blind, instantly spread throughout the city. Those nobles cannot miss this rare thing. Even if you can't compete for a bear's paw, buying some bare bones and meat is equally tonic. Rich people, the most important thing is to maintain the body. As for how much money, they do not care. Oh, so that's it. Chen Xi nodded. This was a good way to trade. Both sides were favorable. If the mountain treasure haul earn more, hunters earn less. Inevitably hunters' heart imbalance, over time, and not conducive to the store reputation. Of course, the premise is that you have to have a large cargo. If you are selling a few pheasants and rabbits will not be able to make such a fuss. When Brother Chen gave the bear blind man to our mountain treasure haul to deal with, all the other mountain goods stores were envious. Chen Xi smiled faintly. This could not be helped. The shopkeeper would do business. If he pitched himself the first time, he would not choose to work with him next time. Business is all about destiny. As he spoke, Xiao Wu led Chen Xi to the second floor. The shopkeeper was still sitting in front of the tea case, drinking tea and chatting with an old man next to him, behind whom stood a little girl. It was the divine Dr. Zhang and his disciples from Zuo Chanxian's sister-in-law's house just now. It didn't take long for the two to meet again, and both were flabbergasted. Hunter Chen, you're here. Let me introduce you. This is a valued guest from the state capital who wants to buy the bear bile in your hands. Lao Guan introduced with a smile on his face. Since they are all here, they can sit down and talk about the price. Divine Dr. Zhang froze for a long time after realizing that the visitor was Chen Xi. Originally thought of buying bear bile and hurrying to send it back to the state capital, and then still have to come to look for Chen Xi to pay homage to the teacher. I did not expect such a destiny. The bear bile he was going to buy was actually hunted by this divine doctor powerhouse. Not only a divine doctor, but also a hunter. It's not often that a hunter can hunt a bear blind. This discovery shook his mind even more. A healer not only must possess superior medical skills, but also needs rare medicinal herbs. Otherwise wait until the life-saving cannot get the medicine. What is the use of the mountain? Whether rare medicinal herbs, or bear bile such as the cure, are related to the hunter's profession. Some year-round medicine farmers go into the deep mountains and have to spend a lot of money to hire hunters to protect them. Otherwise how can they return safely? It's safe to say that all of these careers are relevant. Ahem. Divine Dr. Zhang cleared his throat, straightened his already decent clothes, and gave a deep salute to Chen Xi. Greetings, Divine Dr. Power. Just now it was the little old man who had no eyes and misunderstood the great power. Please accept the little old man's obeisance. The little girl on the side also knew the identity of Chen Xi. The master had lowered his posture to salute, and he himself followed with a bow. Seeing all the honored guests from the state capital saluting Chen Xi, Lao Guan was dumbfounded. He did hear that Chen Xi knew some medical skills. Well, the magistrate's wife's illness are cured. At first did not take it seriously. Thought he was in the mountains to find the rare medicinal herbs sold to the lady. But today, Divine Dr. Sang's actions were unusual. He knew the stance of these divine doctors, and it was impossible to make these old codgers bow down without some real skills. Not to mention a solemn salute. I'm too young to take such a big gift from you. Chen Xi gave the master and disciple duo a blank look. Everywhere he went he would run into them. Bad luck. If the divine physician mighty does not forgive the little old man, the little old man does not dare to get up. Divine Dr. Zhang still maintained a 90-degree bend and bow with a very pious attitude. If Chen Xi doesn't take care of him, he can keep pouting here. I didn't realize that the old arms and legs are quite stubborn. He was pretty much out of breath at this point. How could the old man keep pouting when he was that old? Step forward and help him up. Okay, I forgive you. So old. No need to call me a miracle healer. After helping up Divine Dr. Zhang, Chen Xi headed for the chair and picked up the tea to drink. Just finished lunch. Just in time for a cup of tea to cool down. Seeing that Chen Xi had forgiven himself and added that he should not be called a divine physician mighty, Divine Physician Zhang got up and rubbed the back of his back before moving his legs. Chen interest is not clear. What is this old man doing? Have already forgiven you. Hurry to sit down and pay for bear bile. What's with the radio gymnastics? What's the first set? The crowd was puzzled by Divine Dr. Zhang's actions, thinking that he had just gotten tired of bending and groveling and was moving his body. Right in the middle of the crowd's puzzled gazes, Divine Dr. Zhang flung himself onto his knees, his forehead pressed against the ground, his tone solemn. Master is above. Please accept my disciple's obeisance. This time, Lao Guan was even more stupid, thinking that he had misread the situation, rubbed his eyes and looked again. He hadn't misread it. The one kneeling was indeed Dr. Zhang, who was going to worship Chen Hunter. What do you want to learn from Hunter Chen? Learn to hunt? Can this old man do it? Chen interest a mouthful of tea sprayed out. Never thought that this old man actually gave himself a knee, and hastily stood up and pointed to the old man. I'm warning you, I didn't do anything, and you're not allowed to touch it. What's this all about? He's forgiven himself, and he still has the nerve to come out and blackmail people. The old man is so old. I can't tell you when I get to the court. Old Guan, you have seen it all. This old man touches the porcelain. When the time comes you have to testify for me. Chen Breath hastened to find old Guan to testify. In Baishan County, Brother Niu can protect himself, but this old man is from the state capital, where it is his territory. If the government sends me to the army, what will happen to my 3 wives? Maybe it's cheaper for some calf. Lao Guan covered his face and laughed bitterly. This is not a porcelain. People are to give you a serious kowtow to worship it. Master, you are wrong about my disciple. Didn't you promise to be my master? Are you going to back out? Divine Dr. Zhang had an innocent look on his face. How could a master be like this? Teaching a skill and then backtracking on it. Upon hearing this, Chen Xi became even more angry. How old are you? How can you talk nonsense? Old man, let me tell you, I'm not scared. When did I promise you that? Divine Dr. Zhang pulled out the piece of paper from his bosom and laid it on the floor in a board. Master, we healers have a rule that if we can give away our unique needle technique, it means we are willing to accept the other person as our disciple. Chen Xi twisted his head to look at Lao Guan. Their business is so unreasonable? Is giving you an acupuncture method a sign of apprenticeship? Old Guan met Chen Xi's eyes and nodded with a serious face. This line does have such a rule. The first thing that the master accepts the apprentice is to teach their own unique skills to the apprentice. The apprentice will have a gateway to walk the Jianhu in the future. They call this thing preaching for the ancestors. Chen Xi looked at old Guan, then at Divine Dr. Zhang, and finally at the little girl, thinking to himself, quite a good-looking little girl. How did she apprentice with such an old thing? He was feeling sorry for the little girl, meeting the wrong person. When the little girl saw Chen Xi's gaze sweeping in, she flopped down and knelt down as well, her voice crisp. Master Shifu is above. Please accept the worship of my disciple's grandson. Chen Xi picked up his teacup and drank it in one go. See you later. Turn around and leave. Can't I hide if I can't afford to mess with you? Even if the blind man doesn't sell, he won't deal with you. What kind of animals are they? There's not a single one of them that looks like a human being. Old Guan hurriedly pulled Chen Breath back and said in a sharp voice, Hunter Chen, wait. Lao Guan is going to cry. What a good opportunity to get rich. How can you just say go? This is the state capital nobleman sent to buy bear bile. If you anger the state capital nobleman, you will suffer with him. Lao Guan dragged Chen Xi to a deserted place and persuaded him bitterly. Hunter Chen, Dr. Zhang is sent by a nobleman from the state capital. We can't treat people like this. If he goes back and snitches on us, do you think you'll be able to carry it off? Old Guan breathed out and spoke again. Hunter Chen, that noble family's son is waiting for bear bile to save his life. You are also a healer. You can't see death to save Seeing that Chen Xi had no intention of agreeing, Lao Guan began a moral abduction. You're also a healer, and you're waiting for bear bile to save your life over there. How can you lose your temper over such a trivial matter? When the time comes for your people to descend, no one will be able to carry it. Divine Dr. Zhang is known as a good healer, and you will be able to gain a good reputation by accepting him as your disciple. Chen Xi took a few deep breaths and cursed himself in his heart for deserving it. Why do you have such a bad mouth? Why did you tell him that? Now you're being lied to. He himself was too busy beating his feet against the back of his head to teach old Biden the art of healing. But on second thought, The old man was still kneeling there, so how could he find a way to muddle through for the time being? Alright old Guan, I'll handle this. Turning back to the tea case, he saw that an old and a young man were still kneeling there, and coldly opened his mouth. Alright, get up, all of you. Thank you master. Thank you master. After the little girl helped divine Dr. Zhang stand up, the two of them stood in silence, waiting for Chen Xi to speak. Ahem. Chen breath cleared his throat and said with a straight face, from now on, you're my disciple, but there's something I have to say up front. You're just my registered disciple. Go back and practice medicine properly. Don't be a bully. Chen Interest put words very clear. You are not to worship me as a teacher. Then you worship. A registered disciple is just a disciple. He doesn't need to teach him himself, and he even fulfills his idea. When this deal is done, the sky's the limit. Where will you find me? Goodbye. Never again. Good. Thank you master. Thank you, master. Dr. Zhang did not care about the status of a named disciple. As long as he accepted himself, he would come back after he returned to the state capital to deliver the bear bile, and stay by his master's side to learn more skills. The little girl doesn't have much of an idea. Wherever master is, she is. Lao Guan see Chen interest in the matter of accepting disciples to reach. The heart put down a big stone, and quickly greeted a few people to sit down to talk about the main thing. Then I would like to congratulate Hunter Chen on his joyous acquisition of a senior apprentice. Come on, let's talk about the bear bile business next. Chen rested a glance at the old Guan. What kind of buyer are you looking for? You can't afford to offend yourself. Hard to accept an old man as a disciple. The heart has gas, cannot be attacked. Think a thought suddenly came to the idea. Is not the state capital of the nobleman. I have to screw you hard today. Chapter 57 acting is just too exhausting. With the intake settled, several people sat down to talk about the price of bear bile. Old Guan was the first to speak. Dr. Zhang Divine Dr. Zhang interrupted old Guan with a wave of his hand. My master is here. Don't call me Dr. Zhang. Just call me old Zhang. Divine Dr. Zhang was very solemn. How could he dare to call himself a divine doctor when his master was present? Chen Xi turned his head to the side, not wanting to look at him again, looking again for fear that he would not be able to resist punching him. Ahem, old Zhang look at this bear bile. Your master is not satisfied with this price. Can you add more? The more Lao Guan said, the more he felt awkward. He facilitated a pair of masters and disciples to talk about business. What is this called? Or I'd better go. You master and disciples family business. What's the point for me to follow and participate in it? Chen breath glared at old Guan and clicked his eyes twice at him. It's a job you take or you don't take. How can I negotiate this price without you here? You can't let this fat sheep go when you are in need of money. Divine Dr. Zhang didn't care. He should thank the shopkeeper. Without him, he wouldn't have been able to worship his master. Tell me, shopkeeper, what price my master wants, and I'll try to get it. The little girl on the side saw the two old men conversing and couldn't help but turn her back. Her shoulders couldn't help but shrug. It was too hard to hold in her laughter. Master and disciple talk about buying and selling, and both ask for quotes from the middleman. Good. Lao Guan takes on Chen breath. Hunter Chen, your disciple asks you what price you want. Chen Xi white eyes are going to roll up to the sky. You two old men are going to be angry with me. You can't even ask for the price of death. Can you? Okay, I'll talk to him myself. Seeing that Chen Xi did not give himself a hard time, Lao Guan wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed with relief. I have been in business for so many years, but this is the first time I have come across something so difficult to deal with. A master, an apprentice, himself as a middleman. How can I ask for this price? Okay, Hunter Chen, you guys talk. He poured himself a cup of tea and happily watched the master and disciple talk business. He was wondering in his mind, too. Master and disciple talk about business. Listen to all the fun. Quiet on the sidelines to eat melon. Chen breath didn't talk nonsense and opened the door. Old Zhang, how much money did you bring? As soon as divine Dr. Zhang heard his master ask his words, his attitude immediately became solemn. Returning to my master's words, my disciple has been entrusted by a nobleman from the state capital and has come with 600 taels of grain silver. As he spoke, he pulled out $6 gold, stamped with 10 taels, from the medicine chest compartment. The yellow gold dollars were on the table, and everyone couldn't take their eyes off of them. Lao Guan saw the gold dollar treasure some trance, doing business for so many years. The last time I saw it goes back to 5 years ago. With the consecutive years of conquests by the imperial court, such rare items as gold dollars are not often seen on the market anymore. Those who could take out this item were only dignitaries or nobles of the world. The imperial court lost the war, and other countries took the opportunity to demand reparations, and the treasury lost almost all of its gold ingots. Chen Xi picked up a gold dollar in his hand and weighed it. The size was not very big, but it looked just so comfortable. Do you think these are okay, master? Zhang Shen doctor trembling. Noblemen only gave him to take these. If the master is not satisfied with the price, they cannot bring back the bare gallbladder. The noble family's son's life warrior. Naiha has already worshipped the teacher. The teacher's order is difficult to disobey. How to go back and explain to your people? Divine Dr. Zhang was in a dilemma left and right. Chen Xi inspected the golden dollar and did not open his mouth to speak. Instead, he stared at Divine Dr. Zhang, unable to stop measuring. Master, you see. Chen breath sighed, pretending to be in a difficult situation, and said softly, Master is not making things difficult for you. Really, there is a lack of money in the family, and the poll tax for your 3 masters' mothers has yet to be gathered. Sighing again, he choked a little on his words. Not only your 3 mistresses, but also your mistress's family, the children of the village. Chen Interest raised his head to look at the sky. The crystal tears in his eyes are hidden. That appearance to be more sad and sad. Blame for the teacher's soft heart. Cannot see the suffering of the world. The villagers cannot eat. The teacher are helping. Otherwise, my master hunts hard for money for the sake of the family and the people. Chen Xi choked and could not continue, looking at the beams of the room with tears in his eyes, with a look of worry about the country and the people. That kind of eyes conveyed a message that was worried about the country, worried about the country, worried about all the people in the world, worried about the world's life. The sunlight outside the window sprinkled to the golden ingot and refracted to his face. At this moment he transformed into a saint, as if with him, the people of the world will have hope. Old Guan sighed in his heart as he was touched by Chen Xi's great sentiments. I did not expect Chen hunters have such a broad-minded, chaotic famine. Also did not put down the family people. This is a kind of what kind of bosom of the world. Clenched his fist and gently smashed it on his leg, cursing this evil world, not giving the people a way to live. The little girl was also infected by Chen Xi's appearance. Her small hands secretly wiped her tears. The master is a great hero. He will marry someone in the future. He will marry a great hero like the master. The little girl wiped the tears from her eyes, sniffled, and the tears flowed out again without argument. Dr. Zhang is even more touched. He was born from a scholarly family. How can he not know the reasoning, read the holy books, but cannot control the affairs outside the window, the sorrow and suffering of the people into the eyes? In vain, but there is nothing to do. After learning medical skills, cold and summer, and finally entered the door of Qi and Huang. From then on walking in the Jianghu, in order to save the dead and help the injured is the idea of benevolence and benevolence for the pen. Do not seek to be heard in the world, and do not be responsible for every sound of life entrusted to you. Divine Dr. Zhang was in a state of old tears and snotty sighs, placing all the silver money he had with him on the table. He thought for a moment and then removed the solid gold wrench that had been given to him by his nobleman. Master, take these and use them to help the people in need. Chen Xi wiped the tea from his eyes slightly red. Just now, he took advantage of people not paying attention and sprayed tea into his eyes, which caused his eyes to be a little dry and red due to the forcefulness of the spray. Gathering up the silver and gold trigger finger on the table, he raised his eyes to the little girl, wanting to speak, his gaze complex and difficult to understand. When the little girl saw the master looking at her, she wiped her tears once again and pulled out all her belongings from her arms and placed them on the table. Master, these you take. Save the people. The little girl huffed and broke off talking, her little face red from crying. Chen Xi collected the little girl's money and swept a few more eyes at the jade pendant on the little girl's waist. It's all the master's fault. Master teacher is incapable. Master. The little girl understood and immediately tied down the jade pendant and placed it in Chen Xi's hand. Master, you are not sad. You are the great hero who saved the world. She cried harder this time, snot running out of her nose. Chen interest to see almost. See these two goods on the body, there is nothing valuable things. The clothes on the body cannot change a few money. Besides, it's not a good idea to go back naked in the middle of winter. Save some for them. He was still too soft-hearted to think of the masters in every way. Old Guan, give them the bear bile, take it back and save them. Okay Hunter Chen, bear bile has long been taken out. Lao Guan greeted a small fellow, carrying a square box on the table. Here's what you asked for. Divine Dr. Zhang opened the box and looked at it, pinched it with his hand, and it was indeed bear bile, or good bear bile. Thank you master, the apprentice has important things to do when he goes back. If you have any orders, master, please go to. Chen Interest waved his hand and hurriedly interrupted him. I can have what command. We don't see each other again. It is best to never come to bother me. Apprentice son, go quickly. Saving a life is a heavenly matter. There must be no delay. My disciple thanks master. Once again, he made a big bow towards Chen Xi. Healing the sick and saving others is the duty of a doctor, and he secretly vowed in his heart that he would learn well from his master. Divine Dr. Zhang left in a hurry with the little girl. He had to grab the bear bile and bring it back to the state capital to cure his illness, and then he would come back to his master to learn his skill. Seeing that both of them had left, Chen Xi heaved a sigh of relief. Acting was too damn tiring. Luckily, I was prepared in advance and fooled the tea as tears, or else the gold trigger fingering jade pendant would not have made it to the pit. As for how those two gentlemen were going to get back without money, he had no time to worry about it. To leave you clothes is already the greatest gift. Touching the gold ingots in his arms, his mouth almost did not grin to the back of his head. Chapter 58 Strong Alien Laborers. Lao Guan saw that business was done, and it was time to get down to business. Hunter Chen, the rest of the bear paws, bear skins, bear bones, and bear meat. Leave me 2 bear paws and cut up some meat, and you can see to the rest. Lao Guan. Chen interest has no time to spend here, but also to go to the dental office to buy strong laborers. The family also do not know Ning chaotic work with them how to do. Whether or not he cooked for the villagers, whether or not he was paid for his work, a bunch of things were waiting for him to worry about. Good. Lao Guan no nonsense. Take Chen Xi to cut the bear paw bear meat, the rest can be sold to the county nobles. Handing over a large bag of bear paw and bear meat to Chen Xi, old Guan spoke. I'll see to the sale of the rest. According to the rules, only charging 20% of the cost. Sold the silver money, I let Xiaowu send you home. Okay, I trust you. Chen Xi naturally believes in Lao Guan. The price of the bear paw he already knows. And besides, with Lao Guan's character it is impossible to take advantage of himself. With his arms full of silver ingots and $6 gold protecting his chest, he carried a large bag of breast meat to the county office. Some sharp-eyed yaman saw Chen Xi from a distance and knew that he had come to fetch the carriage. Trot brought the wagon in, the horse's stomach bulging, obviously fed. Well, it'll come to something. Hey, it's all what the little one should do. Chen Xi pulled out some loose copper money and stuffed it into the magistrate's hands. Well done and rewarded. The magistrate's eyes lit up, gripping the copper money in his hand, his face smiling. Thank you, Moncler. Thank you, Moncler. This time, even the address had changed to Grand Master, so it was obvious how happy the magistrate had become. A strong laborer only earns 5 coins a day, and the Moncler outlet store reward is at least a few dozen. Next to the yaman who didn't have time to take the horse, enviously dripping halal, cursing their own lack of eyesight. So much reward money can't get. Next time when Divine Dr. Chen comes, he must serve himself well, and if he serves Divine Dr. Chen happily, there will really be a reward. In the midst of the magistrate's 1,000 thanks, Chen Xi drove away in his carriage, purchased a cart full of supplies and came to Luda's dental office. You're here, Divine Dr. Chen. Luda watched as Chen Xi arrived with a carriage, filled with large bags and small packages, thinking that he had come to exchange refined salt with himself for horses, immediately trotted forward to greet him, with a somewhat flattering attitude. Divine Dr. Chen, are you here to exchange horses? Chen Xi knew that he had misunderstood. He had been so busy lately. How could he have the time to purify refined salt? We'll talk about changing horses someday. I came to you today to buy some labor. Although Lu De was a little disappointed, but hearing that he wanted to buy laborers, he immediately became interested. As long as there is business to do. What kind of laborers does Divine Dr. Chen need? I do have some here. These days all the strong laborers have been conscripted away by the imperial court, and there are only some old and sick people left in the dental firm, so I don't know if Dr. Chen can take a look at them. With those words, he welcomed Chen Xi to the backyard, where rows and rows of houses resembling the jail of a government office came into view. It was purposely separated from the center aisle by wooden pillars for the benefit of the guest selection, and all sorts of dirty odors emanated from the compartments. Chen breath pinched his nose and frowned as he walked. The men's and women's rooms are separated on 2 sides, and the people in them are like commodities for the guests to choose from. Seeing that a nobleman had come to buy a man, each and every one in the cubicle came to the wooden pillar to probe and watch. Everyone in the men's room was gray, short and tall, old and young. Nobleman, you buy me out. I'll do any job. Noble, I can read. I can be a book boy for you. When the dental fellow saw that Raleigh dared to talk, he threw his foot at the wooden post and shook the chains with a clatter. Shut up, don't disturb the nobleman. The people inside were frightened and immediately fell silent, each nervously looking at Chen Xi, expecting him to buy himself out. It's not a good time to be in here, and being bought out at least put food on the table. Chen Xi glanced at the dental fellow and narrowed his eyes. The fellow immediately understood that the nobleman was angry, and immediately accompanied him with a smile. You don't know, Your Excellency. These people are all cheapskins. The more you take them on, the more they stomp on your nose. Chen Xi gritted the roots of his teeth, ignored the fellow, and continued to walk forward, circling around without meeting a satisfactory one, either the old or the young. There is no strong labor at all, and these people are bought back to eat for nothing, with no value at all. He would like to save them, but he was not in a position to do so for the time being, and he would wait until the industry grew in the future. Turned through the men's room and past the women's room on the way back. Immediately a large group of women poked their heads out and looked around. There were a lot more people here than in the men's room and their faces were clean. How can you sell it if you don't clean up your face? Some of them could not be given away by the bridal party, so they were sold to dental firms at a very low price. Others who couldn't survive for various reasons were also bought by dental firms as trade goods. Each poked their heads out, some deliberately stroking their hair in anticipation that the nobleman would buy them. In the women's room he saw a familiar figure. Gulan, Wang Mazi's mother-in-law. The original face full of flesh Gulan, at this time has been thin off the face. Wang Mazi was imprisoned after she was captured here. The good old days are gone, and one meal a day has become a luxury. Chen family little brother, save me, I beg you. Gulan's hands gripped the wooden pillars and her head pushed outward in a desperate attempt to pray that Chen Xi would take her out regardless. A person of her age wouldn't sell here. The dental fellow doesn't know what to do this time due to the fact that he kicked the doorpost earlier, causing your man to recoil. Resentful eyes looked towards Chen Xi. How could he, a small fellow, dare to anger a nobleman? Chen Xi took out a dozen copper coins and handed them to the little fellow. This woman has a dirty mouth. The little fellow's eyes lit up as he took the coins and thanked him under his breath. He understood the meaning of Chen Xi's words. The nobleman disliked her dirty mouth, and he knew what to do. Gulan saw the little fellow coming with an unkind look on his face, so scared that he shrank back and tried to retreat to go back, but his neck was stuck by two wooden pillars, so he could not go in or out. The little dude let out a sardonic laugh, and as he gripped Gulan's hair, he snapped two big mouths, and his teeth were all slapped away. Just as he was about to howl, he was suddenly kicked in the stomach by the little dude, his body forcibly flying out and hitting the wall before stopping. Gulan were unable to resist the fellow's kick, lying on the ground fainted. Bah! The stinking dares to offend a nobleman. The little fellow hit hard. This kind of woman would have been no one to buy. Stay here is also a waste of food. Early death and early relief. Hey, Your Honor, do you think it's a good idea to handle it this way? The little fellow hammed and hawed. This was what the nobleman ordered. He just took the money and did what the nobleman wanted. There was no sense of guilt in his heart at all. Chen Xi nodded, satisfied with the little fellow's performance. This kind of person should be treated like this. In my memory, this woman has not bullied my mother. Good and evil will be rewarded in the end. After looking around again, there were no strong laborers to look at, so I had to call it quits. Walking out of the backyard, Luda saw that Chen Xi did not lead out the people, pulled him to a place where no one was, and said softly, Hunter Chen, in a few days a new batch of foreign laborers will arrive. All of them are physically strong. Are you interested? Oh, foreign laborers? Where did that come from? Chen Xi was a little surprised. I did not hear that the court recently won a battle to capture prisoners. How to come to the foreign laborers? Luda skimmed the for no one. Finally Chen Breath said the truth. This batch of laborers are bought from neighboring countries, not through the regular channels. They have no dental registers. They don't have to pay the head tax to the court, just at a higher price. Oh, how much? Chen Xi is now short of such manpower. It's just right to let them work in the deep mountains. It's hard for outsiders to find out, and there's no need to pay them a poll tax, so it's 2 birds with 1 stone, 10 taels of silver apiece, and all are guaranteed to be strong laborers. Luda lowered his voice. This kind of sale is the crime of killing the head. That is, Chen Interest and the county magistrate's wife has a layer of relationship. Other people he did not dare to ask. When will the people arrive? In a couple days. How many total? 50. Chen Interest in the heart of the calculation. The cow big brother rewarded 200 taels, plus 600 taels of bare gall bladder money. The hand has money to speak with the bottom line. As soon as the men arrive, send them all to me. Luda froze. All 50 people. That's a full 500 taels of silver. His head instantly went down, too stunned to speak. Chen Breath patted his waist, making the crunching sound of silver ingots colliding. Man up, pay up. Lu Di agreed without hesitation. He is always doing business. How can he not hear the sound of silver? And then take a look at Chen Xi's arms, bulging. No need to ask. It's all silver. Well, it's getting late, so I'll head back. I won't keep you then. Lu Di is also a quick person. Negotiated a big deal. Naturally, we must hurry to make preparations, as soon as possible to send 50 people. Saying goodbye to Lu Di, Chen Xi drove the carriage home. Looking at the color of the sky, he had been working all day, and the sun was setting at the moment. We have to hurry back or mother will be worried. Heave dash. A whip on the horse's ass, catching the road. In the meantime, the village head Zhang Baoquan led Yi Hongyao and Wu Liang into a village, followed by 10 bandits from Eagle's Mouth Mountain. Chapter 59 I'm coming in. Home in accordance with the instructions of the Chen Interest. To the workers steamed buns stewed a few big fish. To them to eat are a little embarrassed. I have a job to do. The wages are twice as much as in the county, and I also manage a lunch. You know that is white bread, and fish soup to drink. What touched them most was that although the boss was not at home, the three ladies were all very kind to them, without the slightest trace of the county's noble women. In this day and age, if you hire someone to do a job, let alone manage lunch, you will be scolded for bad work, and some mean-spirited noblemen even go so far as to hit people. The workers had to put up with it in order to make copper money. If you choose not to do so, a large number of people immediately take your place. No more work means no food, and no food means starvation. Fan Yen kind heart, deliberately steamed more steamed bread to the home of the workers without food secretly brought back. They are touched in their hearts, vowed to do a good job in return. Each one of them worked hard, or else they would be sorry for the kindness of the boss and the three ladies, not to mention the Ning mess. Although Chen Xi repeatedly urged him not to do labor with force when he was leaving, but where was he willing to do so? He had a large piece of land all to himself, and the shovel was never put down in his hand, and the work done by one man topped the amount done by a group of men. Ernio began to be unconvinced. Secretly in Ning chaotic fight, Marigold Tea will be defeated. In the heart to give him the nickname of livestock, Ning helped her three sisters-in-law with the cooking, and when she was free, she learned to write with Qingyao, and in a day's work she was able to write down her own and her family's names. The two girls used the family's hairskins to make a mattress to spread on the bed. It is very warm whether you are sitting or lying down. The time came to sunset. Qingyao paid the workers and made dinner. This daytime Fan Yen came and went back and forth in and out of the yard, especially frequent in the afternoon. Every once in a while, they look out at the entrance to the village, expecting their husbands to return safely. Yao yao wrong. What do you guys say that it's getting dark, how come husband hasn't come back yet? The second daughter was also worried. Her husband had been out for so long, he should have come back by now, but seeing that the first lady was worried, she still comforted. First lady need not worry, husband should be busy with something and will be back later. Yes, first mistress, don't worry, I've cooked the meal and will start it when my husband returns. Ning Chaos pulled Ning aside. You go back and take care of your old lady first, I'll wait for big brother to come back before I leave. Ning had originally thought to wait for Chen Xi to return before leaving herself, taking advantage of the present to spend more time with her three sisters-in-law, but it was getting dark, and she couldn't rest assured that her mother was alone at home, so she could only greet the crowd and go back to take care of her. It was impossible for Ning Chaos to leave. With big brother away, he had to keep his three sisters-in-law safe. There is work in the elder brother's house, and every day villagers come to ask if there is a shortage of workers, and several of them look straight into the eyes of their sisters-in-law when they see them. He was worried that the ones in the daytime would have bad thoughts, so he chose not to go. Dare to hit on big brother's woman? Absolutely not. While his three sisters-in-law were in the house, he squatted at the courtyard gate, walking around every now and then to see if any petty thieves had sneaked in. This move by Ning Chaos was seen in Wu Liang's eyes. He was hiding in the shadows with 10 bandits when he saw a white-haired boy slinking back and forth in the courtyard, hesitating to enter the house. Ning Chaos wouldn't enter the house, so they could only continue to hide. It's getting dark soon, so if you do it at this time, you'll alert the villagers, and then sneak in after dark to rob people and steal their goods. During the day, there are a few small bandits pretending to be villagers to go to spy on the news, and they are stunned to see the three women in Chen Xi's family. This is much prettier than the woman that was robbed before, and when you get tired of playing with it and sell it to the kiln, you can also sell it for a few more dollars. The little bandits were drooling and already fantasizing about galloping over the three women. It's been a long time since I've seen this kind of superb stuff. Wu Liang couldn't stand seeing three beautiful women even more. Due to his leg being stepped on by Yi Hongyang, he hadn't touched a woman for a month, and this was the moment when his desire was strong. When he snatches those three women, he will definitely have a good time venting himself. Did you see, third boss, that this man is in collusion with the government? Otherwise how could he have the money to marry such a beautiful woman? Yi Hongyang snorted lightly, ignoring Wu Liang. Not only colluding with the government, but also a womanizer. There's no pity for such people to be killed by bandits. As for the three women, maybe that's their fate. Who asked the man you married to collude with the government? She hated the court, and along with it, she hated the people associated with the government. Glancing around the yard, there was only one man plus three women. The man had a head of white hair, and although he was very strong, he would be no match for the bandits. There was still some time before dark, so I was bored and went for a walk. Just that one man. You guys can handle it, right? Yi Hongyang's tone was cold. She looked down on these bandits from the bottom of her heart. Together, they're not enough to fight themselves. Wu Liang scratched his head in embarrassment. The third boss's words were obviously belittling himself. How could the second boss of the bandit-walled city not be able to solve a villager? He, third boss, look at what you're saying. We're not your opponents, but if a villager can't solve it, we might as well die. After Yi Hongyang gave a light grunt, she rolled over and mounted her horse. Just fix it, I'm going for a walk. Okay, Le Three Pawn family, you don't need to rush back. When we finish the business we will go back. Wu Liang couldn't wait for Yi Hongyang to leave earlier, and after he grabbed those 3 women later, he himself would vent some of his anger first. The woman was inconvenient to have around, and he didn't want to be disturbed while he was in the middle of an errand. Yi Hongyang glared at him, as if she read his little mind, and without saying a word, she rode the black Jiao and left. The neighborhood is full of big mountains, so I'd like to check it out myself and get lucky with a pheasant hunt for a change. She was of a spontaneous nature, and after her home was gone, she took things as they came. Yi Hongyang rode away. Wu Liang rubbed his hands, his eyes full of thirst for women, and continued to wait with 10 bandits. Second master, after you've played with those 3 women, can you give the brothers a taste as well? Yes, second boss. I've never seen this kind of extreme product in my life. It's worth dying to play with it. Wu Liang cursed as he poked his head into the courtyard. Tramp, with me out to work, when have I ever treated my brothers poorly? I'll get high later and then give you guys a taste of salt as well. By the way, don't play someone to death like last time. A woman of this quality can be sold to the kiln for more silver. Wu Liang remembered the last time to be angry. Quite a good-looking woman by this group of 2 pussy to play dead. Hey no. This time brothers go light. The small bandits heard the second leader promise to give them a taste as well. Their eyes were glowing with green light, and each one of them was itching to do it immediately. Half an hour later, it was completely dark. Tramp, this white-haired boy left the 3 pretty ladies in the house alone. What is he doing skulking around in the yard? Ha ha, celestial castration is better. It means those 3 are still fledglings. As soon as they heard the fledglings, the little bandits' eyes turned even greener, wanting to eat them right away. Inside the courtyard, since Ning Chaos was squatting at the courtyard gate, none of the 3 women could go out of the house to pick up their husbands. Fan Yan stood in the doorway. Ning Chaos, has your big brother not returned yet? Sister-in-law, you go back inside and warm up. I'll let you know when big brother comes back. Okay. Fan Yan's heart became more and more worried. It was dark. How come her husband hadn't come back yet? Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong also had some vaguely ominous premonitions, praying that nothing would happen to their husbands and that they would return safely. They were in a hurry, and the bandits outside were even more so. Tramp, that kid is planning on freezing outside all night. I can't wait. With a hard look in his eyes, Wu Liang drew the sharp knife at his waist and waved his hand backward. Bright guy, you guys finish the guy off. I'll go around back and get in the house. Okay, second in command. The small bandits pulled out their weapons and approached the courtyard gate through the night. Wu Liang, on the other hand, quietly circled around to the back of the yard, away from the backyard, separated only by an earthen wall. A lecherous smile spread across the corners of his mouth. 3 little pussies, I'm coming in. Meanwhile, the wagons were traveling slowly due to the supplies they were pulling. Chen Breath is still on his way home. Chapter 60 Vicious Battle. Ning Chaos crouched in the doorway, his attention all on the village entrance aspect. Why isn't Big Brother back yet? He can't go searching himself, and his 3 sisters-in-law at home need him to guard them. Suddenly, a crunching sound came from the distance. Ning Chaos frowned. This was the sound of feet stepping in the snow, a sound that would be made when someone stepped on it due to the gradual compaction of the snow. Rising to his feet, he looked in the direction from which the voice had come, then squinted. Pretending to be tired of squatting, he stretched and mumbled something deliberately. Enough rest, go back inside and eat. Turned around and went back inside like it was nothing. The little bandits, unfamiliar with the route, stepped on the compacted snow on the side of the road, making a noise that startled them, and immediately hid behind a large tree. Nervously, he probed and looked down, noting the white-haired boy crouched in the doorway stretching and saying he was going back inside to eat. Seeing him go, he dared to come out. All of you keep it down. Luckily the kid didn't notice. At this moment, it is just dark. The villagers have not rested. The bandits are afraid of a strong attack to disturb them. When the villagers rushed to the trouble, 10 small bandits approached the yard at Cat's back, not caring about the differences between men and women. Ning Chaos pushed open the door of the house and immediately said to his 3 sisters-in-law with a straight face, 3 sisters-in-law, come with me. When the 3 women saw Ning Chaos looking grave, they opened their mouths with suspicion in their hearts. Is your big brother back? The matter was urgent. Ning Chaos was worried about scaring the 3 sisters-in-law. Just now crouching at the courtyard gate he had already discovered that there were people behind the trees, and there were quite a few of them, obviously running towards them. Sister-in-laws, come with me. I'll explain it to you later. Without saying a word, Ning Chaos took the 3 girls and headed to the backyard, hiding them behind the brick kiln. Whatever comes out later. Sisters-in-law, don't come out. Ning Chaos, what's going on out there? Fan Yan's nervous sweat came down. Is something wrong with her husband? Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong were also out of ideas, and seeing Ning Chaos so grave, they felt more and more uneasy in their hearts. Everything must be listened to by the First Lady, and in the absence of her husband, the first lady was the backbone of the two of them. Sister-in-law, don't ask. Remember my words. Whatever happens, don't come out. Having hidden his three sisters-in-law, he was a little more solid. Finding Chen Xi's newly made hunting knife and holding it in his hand, he would see what those furry thieves wanted to do later. Ning Chaos hid behind the door and swept towards the courtyard door through the crack, and through the faint moonlight, a few silhouettes shifted a bit outside the courtyard door. Humph, sure enough, it's running here. I'd like to see who dares to come in today. Ning Chaos had been in good health since he was a child and had practiced in the army, so if it was a few small thieves he really didn't care. But what he didn't know was that he was about to face the serious bandits of Eagle's Mouth Mountain, a group of ruthless characters who ate people without spitting bones. Backyard. Wu Liang was just about to go over the wall when he saw the white-haired boy hiding the three women behind the brick kiln, muttering something he didn't hear. Only after Ning Chaos left did Wu Liang poke his head out to look inside. Behind the brick kiln, three women shivered and hugged in a ball. In his eyes, three women as if they were lambs to the slaughter. Looks like the idiots up front were detected, but that's okay. The white-haired kid hid three women here, just like I wanted. He didn't want to go out there now. He was waiting for a fight to break out outside before he struck out on his own. It's just a white-haired kid. What waves can he make? His attention was all on the three women at the moment, and he licked his lips. These days he could hold back his second brother. He must have a painful later. Three women take turns. At the entrance of the house, Ning Chaos watched the courtyard door without moving, and as he expected, a few heads were revealed within a moment's time. A few small bandits looked around, and when they saw that no one was in the courtyard, they showed themselves. One of the bandits in front beckoned to the back, and the remaining 9 small bandits entered the courtyard with their knives, quietly advancing towards the door of the house. Ning Chaos narrowed his eyes and tightened his grip on the hunting knife in his hand. 10. Looks like it's going to be a rough night. Not only was he not afraid, he was even a little excited. Biting the white hair into a pigtail in her mouth, her whole body's blood seemed to burn. The small bandit at the front of the group had already touched the door of the house and crouched down, pressing one ear lightly against it to listen carefully to the sounds inside. After listening for a long time, he nodded towards the small bandits behind him, and the rest of them quickly approached. LOL. Gently pushed the door of the house open a crack. 3 seconds later, a head squeezed under the door of the house and crouched like a dog to peer inside. Seeing the head squeeze in from the downside, the blade of the knife in Ning Chaos's hand pressed upwards against his neck. The little bandit looked openly for a split second before Ning Chaos violently flipped his wrist. Put. The neck was picked apart with a knife, half of the skin attached to the head. The little bandit didn't even let out a scream before he met his Teiyukai. After resolving one of the smaller bandits, Ning Chaos pulled open the door of the house as soon as he could, and directed several powerful slashes towards the outside. As the small bandits were close, how could they have expected to be discovered long ago? And before they could react, they were slashed a few times. A small bandit who was cut to the arm covered his wound and shouted, "The trick is lit. Smash the kiln." The little bandit said a black word and began to attack strongly. This black words he heard out, not just a few bandits. "I see how this kiln you smashed. Ning Chaos doesn't want them to come in. How can we mess up the big brother's house by smashing it?" Without waiting for them to make a strong attack, he was the first to jump out of the door of the house and start swinging his sword at one of the smaller bandits. Since the bandits were standing in a small circle, the first thing Ning Chaos did when he went out was to find a direction to slash. This works well in combat. When surrounded by enemies, it's a slam in one direction. Only by rushing to the periphery and trying to draw the enemy's attacks into a straight line would it be conducive to breaking them individually. Fighting this kind of battle, Ning Chaos was very experienced. The army had been defeating battles for years, and the soldiers were used to being surrounded. It develops experience over time. Ning Chaos lashed out in one direction. That little bandit couldn't carry it off. Where was he a match for Ning Chaos? A few slashes and he was knocked over, sprawled on the ground and yelling, "The point is solid. Come top hard." The little bandit didn't expect Ning Chaos to be so fierce, knifing his own vitals, and if he hadn't reacted quickly, his head would have been cut off by this kid. The rest of the small bandits immediately came up to support them, attempting to surround Ning Chaos once again, relying on the fact that there are so many of them that they can hack you to death with their messy swords. But their calculations were empty. Ning chaotically broke out and continued to roam the periphery, making it difficult for the smaller bandits to form a siege. Ning chaotically found the right opportunity and made enough strength to chop towards a small bandit's head. That small bandit was unable to avoid it and chose to use his sword to bore hard. Clang! The knife in the little bandit's hand was chopped off by Ning chaotically, and along with it half of his head was cut off, lying on the ground in a heap. Ning Chaos also didn't expect the blade to be so effective, and after looking at the blade, nothing happened at all. The entire hunting knife was glowing with a blue light, and the moonlight illuminated it with a chilling light. Is the big brother's weapon so good? Ning Chaos exclaimed in his heart that this hunting knife is better than the one used by the military as favorites. With a sharp blade in your hand, you have more confidence in your heart. Come, 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 old me will play with you today. Ning Chaos wariness is on the rise. There are still 8 bandits left. We must delay until Big Brother comes back. The sound of fighting came from the front yard, and the 3 women shivered even more in fear. Ning Chaos told them not to come out, and they obeyed, knowing that Ning Chaos was back from the army and should have a solution. Although Qin Yao was older than Bai Rongrong, she was the least courageous of the 3 women and hid behind Fan Yan and cried in a small voice. Fan Yan was also afraid and used her body to block the 2 girls back, her face pale and her heart in her throat. Although Bai Rongrong is the youngest, but she has a lot of guts. Last time Wang Mazi brought people to arrest people, she dared to bite the errand boy. Second sister, hide behind me. I'll protect you. Bai Rongrong held half a brick in both hands and blocked in front of Qin Yao. The 2 daughters usually fought for favor in front of the first lady, but they were united in critical moments. The sound of fighting came. Wu Liang knew that the front exchanged hands. He brought 10 brothers or good hands. The heart does not panic at all. It was time to get out there. Slowed down by the fact that my legs were still not good enough to go over the dirt wall, Bai Rongrong's eyes were sharp, and when she saw a dark shadow going over the dirt wall, she raised half a brick in both hands and smashed it. She aimed at Wu Liang's head, but the force was small, and the brick drew a parabola and smashed into Wu Liang's leg, the very leg that was injured. Dare to smash me. Wu Liang limped up through the pain and found a stick for burning by the wall. He didn't choose to use a sharp instrument in order to get a live one. Tramp, be honest and don't move or I'll whip you. Fan Yan saw someone tumbling over the earthen wall and panicked in fear, but she was the first lady, and in the absence of her husband, she must not be weak, and stretched out her arms to protect her 2 daughters. Qin Yao shrieked in fear, her body shivering uncontrollably. This shriek of hers instantly reached the ears of Ning Chaos, who was in a firefight in the front yard. Ning Chaos's eyes were crimson, and he secretly said that it was bad. There were bandits in the backyard as well. Cutting down a small bandit, he immediately charged towards the house. I Chow Nima, who dares to touch my sister-in-law? Chapter 61 Raging Ning Chaos. Ning Chaos was in a real hurry, recklessly rushing towards the house, not caring even when he was stabbed in the back. With Big Brother out of the house, he couldn't afford to let his sisters-in-law have a single accident. Ning Chaos desperately charged forward, and the small bandits behind him bit the dust. They knew the power of the scream, and the people in the neighborhood would surely hear it. The white-haired boy must be dealt with as soon as possible to find out the 100 taels of silver, and then the 3 women must be snatched. Originally they wanted to do the 3 beautiful women right here, otherwise they wouldn't be able to taste it back at the bandit village. The big boss must be the first one to go. It's not even his turn. Fry the stickies, pick the scoop. A small bandit wrapped an iron claw around his waist, which had a chain attached to the back of it, and swung it around twice before it flew off. The little bandit envisioned it as an iron claw grabbing onto Ning Chaos' head and yanking it back, his head opening up. Unexpectedly, Ning Chaos rushed violently, his iron claws hooking onto his collarbone, the very shoulder where he had been injured. LOL. The iron claws caught Ning Chaos's collarbone, and a cackling sound came out, hooking onto the bone. Ning Chaos' entire heart was now hanging on his sisters-in-law, and his right hand grabbed the iron claw and yanked it downward in a raw motion. Hiss! The iron claws had inverted spines and grabbed off a hard piece of bloody flesh. The little bandit behind him, still pulling on the chain, stumbled as he was yanked by a huge force. Snap off the flesh. The small bandits know that the backyard is the second leader. Came the woman screaming as the second leader is about to get it. Cannot let this white hair boy bad. He must be intercepted. However, Ning Chaos was in a state of violent rage at the moment, so he could not let them intercept him. A cut on his back, a bloody shoulder wound from scratching, blood soaking through his cotton shirt. Ning Chaos was fast and kicked open the back door with a thud, just in time to see Wu Liang approaching the brick kiln with a stick. The 3 sister-in-laws turned pale with fear and hid there, trembling uncontrollably. I Sao Nima. Ning Chaos was going crazy with anger, picking up his hunting knife and slashing it. He was currently drenched in blood, his head of white hair was dyed red, and his clothes were even more unattractive, having been hacked to the point where the cotton flew out. Wu Liang saw that he was about to get his hands on him when a loud bang came and he turned back to see the furious Ning Chaos slashing at him. Kid seeks death. He is not an ordinary bandit. Before Yi Hongying came, he was the hardest stubble in the whole Eagle's Mouth Mountain. This second in command position, he cut his way up with his skills, drawing his long sword with him. He did not dodge or avoid slashing against Ning Chaos. It is not just to fight for their lives. They are afraid of the 3 pawns that is pure strength crushing. In front of this white-haired kid cannot put in the eyes. Clang! Both sides exchanged a dozen slashes, sparks flying. The small bandits in the back chased after them, seeing the second lord and the white-haired boy hacking at each other, the two of them constantly exchanging their bearings. They were afraid of accidentally injuring the second lord and surrounded Ning in a chaotic manner looking for a stolen hand. Ning Chaos was experienced in battle and kept changing his orientation, just to hide from the small bandits behind him. After turning around, a small bandit with sharp eyes spotted the three women hiding behind the brick kiln. Grimace smiled and turned out to be hiding here. Hold on to your second in command. I'll tie these pussies up first. The little bandit ran to arrest the man with a sardonic smile on his face, pulled out a bundle of rope from behind him, and went forward to be tied. Fan Yen was in a hurry. He couldn't let them bundle. He had to buy time for Ning Chaos. You stop. A death grip on the little bandits prevented them from tying anyone up. Pa! The little bandit threw a slap on Fan Yen's face, and Fan Yen was knocked down, leaving 5 red marks on her pale and pretty face. How dare the resist? Bundle up. Seeing the First Lady being beaten, Bai Rongrong instantly exploded. The First Lady is very good to herself and is her husband's beloved. How can she be bullied like this? Grabbing the little bandit's arm and biting it, the two little tiger teeth biting so hard that the blood seeped through the sleeve. Little bandit pain straight cursed. Let a stinking bites. How to go back to the cottage in the future to mix. Say it all, let people laugh. Grabbing Bai Rongrong's hair, he was about to slam it against the wall. Bitch, you seek death. Xinyao was the least courageous and was scared at first, hiding behind the two women. But now she saw that the First Lady had been knocked down and Bai Rongrong was about to be hit by the bandits against the wall. No, Rong can't be run over. In the heat of the moment, courage came up, tugging on Bandit's arm. He pulled back in an attempt to get him to let go of Bai Rongrong. Due to his small strength, how could he possibly pull the strong bandit? His hands tugged at him with a deadly grip and his body was dragged a foot away by the bandit. Tramp! Here comes another. The little bandit was really angry this time. The three smelly ES not only dared to resist, they also dared to drag themselves. Another slap on Xinyao's face. Xingyao endured the pain and just wouldn't let go. She also followed Bai Rongrong's example and bit the bandit's arm. The bandit wailed in pain, both arms bitten, and tried to kick them away with his legs. Suddenly, his legs were held tightly by Fan Yen, and his body stumbled and fell to the ground. When Ning Chaos heard his sister-in-law screaming, his afterglow swept behind the brick kiln and instantly became enraged. With Wu Liang no longer changing his orientation, he chose to go hard. The hunting knife in his hand suddenly fired and slashed out a residual shadow. The knife in Wu Liang's hand was also a good one, and after resisting Ning Chaos a few times, it snapped with a boring sound. Without a weapon in his hand, he knew he was no match and turned around to go around behind the little bandit. Give your place to the bandits. Can't you control a white boy with so many people? Open the movie. Seeing that Ning Chaos wasn't hiding anymore, the small bandits wanted to surround him. As long as they surrounded him, the white-haired boy would surely die. Ning Chaos put his head down and scurried out on his feet. His hunting knife swung forward. Put! The little bandit was unable to avoid it, and was disemboweled by Ning Chaos with a knife, his intestines exposed. Just as Ning scurried forward in chaos, he was struck in the back with another slash. The cotton clothes were in shreds and the cotton was scattered all over the place. Jerking forward a few steps, he suddenly leapt high into the air, one of his big feet lashing out and stomping on the fallen bandit's head. Catching dash. Bones shattered and white liquid laced with blood sprayed all over the wall. The other bandits all had their scalps numb. How could the force of this kick be so heavy? Hard enough to crush the head. Ning Chaos yanked up the bandit's body and flung it backward, smashing down two more of the smaller bandits that were chasing after him. The hunter's knife was slung across his chest, his bare eyes wide. If you want to arrest someone, step over my dead body. Ning Chaos looked like an evil spirit at the moment, with a head of white hairs sticking up, his chest bloody, and the hunting knife in his hand glowing with cold light. The bandits were subdued by him, and some of the timid ones subconsciously moved their feet back a few times. Wu Liang picked up a short sword on the ground and stood out in the middle of the bandits. Kid, give up the money and the pussy and you can go. Ning Chaos narrowed his eyes and snorted. You cut your own throat now and leave your body intact. How could Wu Liang be so threatened and forced to cut his own throat? White-haired boy, do you know who I am? The short knife was tightened in his hand, and his gaze grew fierce. Ning Chaos took a step forward, his hunting knife raised above his head, killing intent boiling in his eyes. Are you paralyzed? Just as both sides were building up their strength, the sound of thumping footsteps came from the house. Erniu, shovel in hand, came with the male laborers who did the work during the day and some villagers. When they reached the backyard, they saw several bandits with weapons confronting Ning Chaos. I don't need to see to know what's going on. Where do ordinary people have decent weapons? Must be bandits. Fighting bandits. Erniu wailed and the villagers swarmed. There were those with hoes, sticks, and shovels, all of which greeted the bandits in unison. Seeing that the villagers had come, Wu Liang knew that today's plan had fizzled out and glared at Ning Chaos in a gloomy manner. Slipknot. They want to run away, but the villagers won't do it. The boss treats us well. How can we let you run away so easily? They stopped the bandits from running away, but they had simple weapons in their hands, so they were no match for the bandits. 2 male villagers rushed and were stabbed through the chest by the bandits and fell to the ground dead or alive. The other villagers were still attacking when Wu Liang leapt out with a flip of the wall. The remaining bandits wanted to run, but were blocked by Ning Chaos alone. United the villagers, and chopped over to the ground with a few knives. Behind the earth wall is a snowy field that stretches all the way to the entrance of the village. Wu Liang dripped knee-deep snow and crawled forward. Through this snow is the entrance to the village where the donkeys are tethered, and there you will be safe. Ning Chaos wanted to chase after Wu Liang, but was worried about the safety of his sisters-in-law. He went straight to the house and took out the 3-stone bow that his elder brother had given him. He was going to hate these bandits to death. Daring to slap his sister-in-law, he had to take this revenge. Drawing out the feathered arrow and slipping on the trigger, a clicking sound rang out and the stitches in the shoulder wound instantly disintegrated. The blood running down the shoulder not caring. His eyes narrowed into a thin line, and the 3-stone bow was nearly pulled off by him, forming an irregular oval. Whoosh! The feathered arrow transformed into a cold aura, wrapped in a sharp air-breaking sound, and shot straight at Wu Liang. The distance was too far, and the feathered arrows lost their accuracy due to the wind speed. Ning chaotically aimed at the back, but the feathered arrows deviated downward a bit. Put! The feathered arrow plunged straight into Wu Liang's injured leg, and the entire leg was instantly penetrated. Wu Liang plopped down in the snow, and with a clench of his teeth struggled to get up again. Looking back at Ning Chaos behind the earth wall, he cursed in his heart, having run out so far. This white-haired boy could still shoot? Teeth clenched. Okay, I'll admit it today. White boy, wait for me. Dragging a ruined leg through the snow to the entrance of the village, he mounted a donkey and left. Wu Liang ran to the entrance of the village, and Chen Xi drove his carriage to the front of his courtyard. The two were only a few hundred meters away, but they managed to miss it. Chapter 62 The Chase. Chen Xi drove the carriage to the courtyard gate, and suddenly his pupils tightened. Why are there several bodies in the yard? A buzzing in his head and a sense of foreboding followed. Jumping off the carriage, he rushed towards the house. At this moment, he only had the safety of the 3 ladies in his heart. The blood trail stretched all the way to the back door. The body flew in as quickly as a cheetah, and a heart had long been hanging in his throat. Kicking open the back door, one sees that many villagers are here. What happened? When Fan Yan's 3 girls heard that it was her husband's voice, tears flowed down like a dike and they spoke in unison. Husband. Hearing the sound coming from behind the brick kiln, Chen Xi pushed aside the villagers and ran that way. Don't be afraid. My husband is back. The 3 women came running with loud cries and threw themselves headlong into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Ooh, husband. Chen interest is still not clear about what happened. See, the 3 women are unharmed, only slightly put down the heart. Tightly embrace the 3 women. Mouth comfort. Don't cry. Don't cry. Tell your husband. What happened? But when the 3 women saw their husband, where could they say anything else? Burying their heads in his arms, they could not stop crying bitterly. No matter what, they were still 3 girls. Where had they seen such a bloody scene? If Ning Chaos hadn't been present, their end could be imagined. At this time, to see Chen interest, that fragile heart can no longer control. In front of this thick chest, is their biggest dependence? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. With my husband here, I'm not afraid of anything. Chen Xi gently stroked the 3 women's heads, using the gentlest voice to comfort them, and his gaze swept to the courtyard, where the people each looked sad. Ning Chaos grinned on his bloodstained face when he saw his big brother return. Big brother, you're back. Seeing Ning Chaos, Chen Xi's pupils shrunk. The original head of white hair has been stained red with blood. The shoulder is a bloody mess. Cotton clothes are even more broken. How did you get hurt like that? Chen Xi was in a hurry, and with this appearance, Ning Chaos had obviously been through a vicious fight. Ning Chaos couldn't lift his already injured right shoulder due to the strong drawing of the 3-stone bow just now, and barely raised his left hand to scratch his head. Big brother, I'm fine. A few bandits came just now. They were all killed by me. Big brother, I'm sorry. That bandit leader ran away. Ning Chaos blamed himself for failing to protect his sisters-in-law and letting the bandit leader escape, failing his big brother's trust in him. Go back inside and I'll show you the wound. Chen Xi probably understood what was going on. It should be bandits taking advantage of their absence and trying to come in to rob and arrest people. Due to the dimness of the sky, the wounds on Ning Chaos's body, which he couldn't see very well, had to be examined properly. I'm fine, big brother. You pacify your sisters-in-law first. Ning chaotically blamed himself for being useless, and when his sister-in-law was bullied, he still had to trouble his big brother to treat his injuries. Cut the ing crap and follow me. And you, all of you with injuries, come in. Chen Xi saw that there were still villagers who were injured and could not be delayed. dragging Ning Chaos into the house. The three women also knew that their husband was worried about everyone's injuries, and held back their tears as he entered the house. There were 2 other bodies of villagers on the ground, and the rest of the group carried the bodies aside to inform their families. Coming to the house and lighting the oil lamp, Chen Xi immediately ordered someone to boil water. Lie still. Ning Chaos saw that his big brother was in a hurry and immediately lay still, but he also received 2 knives in his back and grinned in pain. In 3 tries, they stripped him of his cotton shirt, and the wound on his shoulder couldn't even be seen in shape. The blood and flesh were turned over. Chen Breath's teeth were clenched and creaked. Those bandits were too ruthless. Soak a large bowl of brine in refined salt. Bear with me. Good Lu big brother. There was no alcohol in this era, and those in good condition used salt water to clean their wounds, while those in poor condition had to use lime instead. Dip the cotton in the saline and begin to sterilize the wound a little. Anesthetic? It doesn't exist. Ning Chaos really couldn't help himself this time. Even a man of iron couldn't help spreading salt in his wounds, let alone scratching them with barbed iron claws. Ning Chaos clenched his cotton shirt, trying to control his body from shaking as bean-sized beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Just bear with it for a little while longer. The more Chen Breath cleaned the wound, the more shocking it became. Dog days of bandits. This kind of wound can't even be stitched up. It's completely festering. Clean the wound and sprinkle it with gold sores. The medicinal powder was sprinkled on it, and Ning Chaos's teeth gnashed in pain as he let out a "oh" sound from his mouth. This was also Ning Chaos. If it were anyone else, they would have fainted from the pain long ago. Stitched up his old wounds again. Are there any other injuries elsewhere? Ahem. Ning Chaos spat out the cotton shirt from his mouth, exhaled a few deep breaths, and said with difficulty, "Back." Just now he didn't just have a shoulder pain and lay there motionless. Those 2 cuts in his back were equally bad. If you hadn't said so. Rushed to turn him over and treat the wound on his back. Luckily, the back wound wasn't too deep, and it was stitched up quickly, powdered, and all bandaged up. Alright, I'll go check on the other villagers. With the Ning Chaos side taken care of, Chen Xi began to treat the villagers' injuries. As the bandits tried to run away, seeing the villagers chasing after them, chopping and slashing indiscriminately, except for the 2 unlucky villagers who were chopped in the neck, the others were lightly injured. While treating the villagers' injuries, a large number of villagers who had rushed to Chen Xi's house had already converged. Auntie Zhang also arrived and pulled Fan Yan's 3 girls and began to comfort them. "Boss, all the villagers in the neighborhood are here. Only the village head Zhang Baoquan didn't come." Ernia was also in doubt. According to reason, when such a big thing happens in the village chief should appear to preside over the situation. Upon hearing this, a brilliant aura flashed in Chen Xi's eyes. He had long guessed that this matter must have something to do with Zhang Baoquan. No wonder he purposely held himself up the other day so he could let his guard down and he'd give the bandits another inside job. What a diabolical calculation. Okay, I get it. When Fan Yan's few girls saw that Chen Xi's eyes were not right, they immediately stepped forward to pull their husband back. "Husband, you." Chen Xi twisted his head through the oil lamp only to realize that Fan Yan and Qingyao's faces are injured. No need to ask. It must be the gang of bandits did it. Don't be afraid. Ma'am, I'll take care of you. He smeared some more ointment on the 2 girls' faces, and while applying it, his face was so gloomy that it was dripping. "Husband, don't you go. Dangerous." How can Fan Yan's several women do not know what husband is going to do? The day is already dark. "I do not know if there are bandits outside." Worried to death. "Don't worry, husband is fine. You guys stay and take care of Ning Chaos." Comforting a few of the women, he turned and headed out of the house, finding a special compound bow and hunting knife, and went outside to turn the horse loose. The eyes had gone bloodshot. "Zhang Baoquan, your life ends here." Mounted his horse and went straight to Zhang Baoquan's house, kicking open the door of the room. A woman's body was lying straight on the floor. It was his mother-in-law, Wang Yan. Chen Breath went forward to check, and found that the blood at the neck was warm, and it was clear that Zhang Baoquan hadn't run far yet. Scanning around, he found that everything of value had been taken by him. "Oh, want to run? Is it that easy?" Chen Breath chased the trail that was not found at the entrance of the village and squinted his eyes to think about it. When something of this magnitude happens in the village, the neighboring villages will know the news. If Zhang Baoquan runs, he must not dare to take the main road, and the best way is to take the mountain road. The village entrance is still some distance from the big mountain. He shouldn't be able to run far. Giddy up. Horses usually pull carts and are not good at running, but they are also faster than people. After running for tea, a small black dot in the snow in the distance appeared in Chen Xi's field of vision. Behind the small black dot, a long trail of snow was left. Chapter 63 Zhang Baoquan confesses. Seeing that little black dot, Chen Xi's eyes turned red. "Jump into the snow and give chase. If I can let you run away today, I'll take your name. Along the snow trail that Zhang Baoquan dripped out, Chen Xi chased after him furiously. When Zhang Baoquan saw a sound behind him, he turned around and felt his scalp numb. In the distance, a black shadow chased towards himself at a surprisingly fast speed in the snow, and the moonlight shone especially solidly on the snow. Grass, Zhang Baoquan cursed. It is all because of the stinking at home who wasted time, otherwise she would have run far away. But now how to curse is useless, can only desperately trickle the snow to run forward, and now and then also rolling in the snow twice. But how could he speed up anymore? Where could he be faster than Chen Xi? In a few moments they were caught up. Chen Breath grabbed him by the waistband, lifted him high above his head, and slammed his big head down into the snow. Chao Nima, taking all his anger out on him, 2 punches went down, blood spraying out mixed with snow, and his face was already a blur. Chen Xi's hand was still a bit light. He knew that Zhang Baoquan could not die now. He also had to ask for the bandits' trail from his mouth, and with his nature, he would kill them even if they stopped coming. Otherwise, your wife's bullying will be in vain? My brother's injuries for nothing? Anyone else could have made peace, but not him. From the first day on this earth, I vowed to guard those around me. This beam has been made. It's either you or me. Zhang Baoquan had already been beaten to death by Chen Xi, and struggled to spit out the snow in his mouth, spraying out a few teeth in the process. After panting heavily for a few moments, his breathing became smooth and he looked at Chen Breath and opened his mouth intermittently. Master, I was wrong. Go around me. Wind me up. As he spoke, he reached out a trembling hand and passed forward the strings of money wrapped around his waist. Chen Xi didn't even talk to him, kicked him unconscious, stripped off his clothes and bundled them up, tugged on one sleeve and left, dragging the half-dead Zhang Baoquan back to the village entrance. Ernio has gathered many villagers here, all of whom are afraid that something will happen to Chen Xi and have come out to look for him. At this moment, when they saw that Chen Xi had come out of the snow, and was dragging a person who looked like a dead dog, they all went forward. The second cow was the first to speak. Are you okay, boss? It's fine. Tell all the villagers to gather here. Okay, boss. He was just about to leave when Chen Xi muttered a few words in a whisper in his ear, and Ernio nodded and immediately went to do it. The rest of you light the fires. Today I'll show everyone who lured the bandits to our Wowo village. Hearing this, the group hated itchy teeth. Originally the court's taxes let the people unbearable. The bandits are every now and then looting the people. Several villages next door were looted by bandits, and some of their relatives were killed by the bandits. At this moment, when they heard that the bandits were brought into the Wowo village by someone, they all looked furious. Everyone lend a hand to light the fire. It turns out that there is a traitor in our village who colludes with the bandits. Let's beat him to death today. Yes, I said. So many bandits into the village cannot be no one noticed. So there is a traitor. Light the fire. We will avenge the dead villagers. The crowd immediately found firewood to light, all wanting to see who had attracted the bandits to brutalize the villagers. The entrance to the village was empty and the fire was lit by the crowd. Not long after, Ning Chaos and Fan Yan's 3 girls all arrived by Chen Xi's side. Fan Yan, Qi Niao, Bai Rong Rong, and a worried face went up to check her husband's body. Husband, are you hurt? A few women do not want their husbands to go out and seek revenge, but they can't stop them at all. It's okay, this dog can't hurt me yet. Chen Xi comforted them with a few words before they put their hearts down. In the meantime, Yi Hongyang carried a grouse down from the mountain and hung it on the saddle with a satisfied smile. It was time for a change. As soon as I turned around, I saw a fire burning in the village. The first reaction she was given was that the second in command had not only robbed the people, but also burned the village. Yi Hongyang frowned deeply. She had already ordered them 3 times not to touch the innocent people. How did they dare? With anger in his heart, he rode his horse and rushed towards the entrance of the village. From a long way away, he realized that many villagers had come, and felt that something was not right, so he hit his horse and blended into the crowd with a few dodges. Since it was night and everyone came in a hurry, they didn't even realize that there was an outsider hidden around them. Within a short time, the entire village converged at the entrance. Chen Xi tied Zhang Baoguan to a column, and it was only under the firelight that the crowd could see Zhang Baoguan's bloody face. Little brother of the Chen family, this one tied up is the village chief? Yes, it's the village head Zhang Baoguan. What about him? That's him. I said that the village chief didn't come to preside over the situation after such a big incident in the village, so it's him who lured the bandits here. An old man who had some prestige in the village came before him, saw that the person tied up was indeed Zhang Baoguan, and then took Chen Xi's hand and said eagerly, Chen family boy, are you misunderstanding that the bandits were really attracted by him? Let him speak for himself if he attracted the bandits. Chen Rest grabbed a handful of snow and huffed on Zhang Baoquan's face, rubbing it hard. The ice and snow stimulated the skin, and Zhang Baoquan woke up leisurely. Seeing the villagers around him, he knew that things had been exposed, but he was not willing to do so. and with a twinkle in his eye he began to play dumb. Why are you kidnapping me? I was going after bandits and was knocked out in the snow by them. Chen Xi snorted, having expected him to lie, really not seeing the coffin. Why are you still carrying things in a big bag when you went after the bandits? As he said this, he plucked a couple of packages off of him and threw them on the ground along with the strings of money. You went after bandits and brought your entire family with you? Zhang Baoquan is still talking tough. These aren't my things. Someone planted them. Yes, someone set me up. Zhang Baoquan bites the dead horse. No one saw me lure the bandits here. As long as I don't admit it, they can't do anything to me. Chen Xi once again snorted. Really do not see the coffin. Today I want you to die to understand. Drawing a short knife from his waist, this is Zhang Baoquan's weapon to protect himself. Just now Chen Xi chased after him in a hurry, did not have time to take it out, and was knocked down. This short sword, is it yours? Zhang Baoquan still wanted to say that it was not his, but on second thought, this knife is recognized by everyone, and he did not scare people with this thing. The knife is mine, but that doesn't say much. Chen Xi sneered, just this little trick of yours. What is the use of spreading these lies? Ernio, bring the men up. Ernio stepped out of the crowd, dragging a woman's body behind him, throwing the body to the ground. He turned to Chen Xi. Boss, the man is brought. The crowd was first startled to see the body, and by the light of the fire they could see the woman's face. It's Wang Yan, Zhang Baoquan's mother-in-law. Why is she dead too? Was Wang Yan killed by bandits? The villagers were talking about the fact that the village had already had 2 deaths, and in the blink of an eye it turned into 3. Everybody look. Chen Xi took the short knife and compared it to the wound at Wang Yan's neck, and everyone was shocked. The short blade and the wound, an exact match. You first lured the bandits to my house, and when you saw that they had missed, you feared that the bandits would be caught and give you up, so you rushed back to your house to pack up your things and prepare to escape. But you realized that taking your mother-in-law with you would only hurt your escape speed, so you killed her to silence her and escaped with your family belongings. After finishing his words, Chen Xi grabbed Zhang Baoquan's hair and turned his face towards Wang Yan's corpse on the ground. Am I right, Mayor-sama? Zhang Baoquan looked at Wang Yan's body, then closed his eyes and snapped them open. Had to pull out the bottom card. Even if there is evidence, so what? Took a deep breath. You kid is quite smart, but wanting to kill me is not enough to qualify. Raised his head and looked straight at Chen Breath, and laughed fiercely. You're right about everything. I attracted the bandits and I killed the people. The whole room was shocked when the words were spoken. In the crowd, Yi Hongyang narrowed her eyes violently. This security guard really deserved to die. In order to escape, she even killed her own mother-in-law. Chapter 64 Yi Hongyang's Misunderstanding. Zhang Baoquan suddenly laughed up at the sky. Even if I killed someone, you wouldn't dare do anything to me. Believe me? Seeing that he still dared to make threats, Chen Xi looked at him for a while and nodded slightly. Don't dare do anything to you? With a snort, he turned back to Ning Chaos and nudged him. Chaos. Ning Chaos froze. Big Brother hadn't called me that before, calling me by my nickname in public. It seems like Big Brother truly sees me as a brother. Coming Big Brother. Ning Chaos was overjoyed and immediately came to Chen Xi's side to wait for orders. Chen Breath found a hammer and shoved it into his hand. Isn't there another arm that can move? Nail his fingers into the wooden post. Upon hearing this, Ning Chaos's eyes lit up. It had to be Big Brother who was ruthless enough, and he patted his chest in assurance. Big Brother, I'll do the carpentry work and make sure it gets done. Ning Chaos wasted no time in grabbing one of Zhang Baoquan's hands and was about to nail it to the wooden post. Zhang Baoquan was not calm at the moment. His mouth was cursing and he was clenching his fists to avoid it, but his body was tied to a wooden post and he could not move. Chen Xi, you dare. If you dare to touch a single finger of mine, your entire family will die. Oh, can't move a finger. So 5. Chen Breath replied dryly, kicking him in the arm, and the entire arm instantly lost consciousness. Ning messed up and broke his palm. Big Brother said, 5 fingers, not even one less. Since he had no feeling in his arm, Zhang Baoquan could only allow Ning to hold it messily. Ning Chaos aimed his finger at the wooden post like a nail. Bang! Ah! Zhang Baoquan let out a mournful howl. One finger nailed into the wooden post, his eyes glaring blood red, and his body could not stop trembling. Some timid villagers don't dare to look over their heads, and the bold ones are all clapping their hands. This is what happens when you collude with bandits to brutalize villagers. That's what happens to people like that. Chen Breath then happily listened to Zhang Baoquan howl. Thump, 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 thump. Ning Chaos moved numbly. 4 hammers in a row. All 5 fingers were nailed into the wooden post, and Zhang Baoquan directly fainted from the pain. Called a basin of cold water, then grabbed some snow in it and stirred it, and threw it on Zhang Baoquan's face. Stimulated by the ice water, Zhang Baoquan woke up leisurely. The muscles on his face trembled uncontrollably, and he opened his mouth to make no sound. Chen Breath took the hunting knife and waved it in front of his eyes, staring into his dull eyes and said softly, "Tell me where the bandits are from and reward you." Zhang Baoquan drooped his eyelids and answered with all his strength, "Eagle, Mouth Mountain." He was now completely convinced, not expecting Chen Xi to strike so hard, opening his mouth to say the name of Eagle's Mouth Mountain, hoping for a chance to subdue him. Chen Breath nodded, and suddenly his eyes went cold as the hunting knife in his hand chopped down hard. Clang! Gold and iron clashed, and the downward chopping hunting knife was shaken away by a long spear. This change was beyond everyone's expectation. Zhang Baoquan's eyes, which were already closed, snapped open, and he opened his mouth in disbelief. Someone has come to his rescue. A red-tasseled spear was stuck in the frozen ground, the end of the spear trembling. Yi Hongyang did not know when to step out of the crowd and stood in front of Zhang Baoquan, looking at Chen Xi with complicated eyes. "Can I have the man?" Chen Xi's eyes narrowed as he stared at the stunningly beautiful woman in front of him, his grip on the hunting knife loosening slightly before tightening again. This strike just now almost cracked his tiger's mouth. The visitor was not good. Hand it over? Right. Yi Hongying pursed her lips. She knew that Zhang Baoquan deserved to die, but not now. She wanted to know if the man in front of her was really the same as what the big boss said. She started out thinking that Chen Xi was the one who colluded with the government to brutalize the villagers, but looking at how the villagers embraced him, she had a hint of doubt in her heart. Maybe it's a misunderstanding. So blocked Chen Xi's hunting knife and saved Zhang Baoquan. Bring him back to Eagle's Nest to confront the big boss face to face and everything will come out. Chen Xi snorted, his eyes staring at Yi Hongyang dead in the face as he said word for word, "You count as a fool." Chen Xi knew that the woman in front of him was not a good person, but today Zhang Baoquan had to die, and no one could protect him. The hunting knife in his hand was gripped tightly, and he was about to cut the leaf red tassel. This is not the third leader of Hawksbill Mountain. Some women know Yi Hongying. Some days ago she was robbed by bandits on her way back to the village. Fortunately the woman in front of her helped to resolve the crisis. Those bandits all called her the third boss, and realized that she was also the boss of Eagle's Mouth Mountain, and she claimed that she did not bully the people, but only targeted the government. Hearing the three words Eagle's Mouth Mountain, Chen Xi's eyes flashed coldly. No wonder he wanted to save Zhang Baoquan. So it was together. Now that you're here, stay. Hawksbill was already on his must-kill list, and it was only a matter of time before he killed them all. Chen family little brother. You've misunderstood. This Three Pawns is not evil. She doesn't bully us people. The woman went forward and pulled Chen Xi's lapel to explain for Yi Hongyang, fearing that both sides would fight. Chen Breath raised his eyebrows. Whether you are disgusting or not has nothing to do with me. As long as the three words of Hawksbill Mountain are stained, it is his enemy. Seeing that Chen Xi was unmoved, Yi Hongyang sighed and made a rare attempt to explain with someone. Listen to me first, there may be a misunderstanding here. I have to take this man away. If he really brutalizes the people, I won't let him go. Yi Hongying never talks such nonsense to people, and today is an exception, because she couldn't decide who was the bad guy who was brutalizing the people. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, you don't get to say. Chen Xi was already prepared for battle. The woman in front of him was not a good person, but he was even less of a good man. Her mother was slapped by a bandit and her brother was wounded, so there was no longer any room for such a vendetta. Seeing that her husband was determined to make a move, Fan Yan hurriedly stepped out from the crowd and pulled Chen Xi's hand. Husband, there might be a misunderstanding here. Husband might as well listen to what this girl has to say. Fan Yan didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Although the villagers were killed 2 people and Ning Chaos was wounded, the bandits were also killed so many people. There were casualties on both sides, and the best thing to do is to make peace with the bandits and get on with your life more than anything else. In her perception, she could talk about anything, and from the bottom of her heart, she didn't want her husband to take a single risk. Chen Breath frowned without saying anything and protected her behind him. The mother's heart is good. She does not know enough about this society. I do not blame her. Stay by her side for a long time. Naturally understand everything. This world doesn't talk about everything. Reasoning with bandits? With them you can only compare whose fist is bigger. This lady, do you know what's going on today? Seeing that Fan Yan was able to persuade Chen Xi, Yi Hongying immediately adjusted her strategy. She wanted to know the full picture of the matter from Fan Yan's mouth. Seeing Yi Hongying asking questions, Fan Yan looked at Chen Xi thirstily. Her husband did not allow it. She did not dare to say. Chen Breath took a deep breath and nodded. It was also Fan Yan. If it was any other person, Chen Xi would not talk nonsense with them. Moving his feet forward a few inches, he maintained a high level of alert. As long as Yi Hongluo made any movement, he himself would immediately step in front of Niangzi and strike. If anything happens to his wife, he will die of guilt. Seeing her husband's agreement, Fan Yan cleared her throat and began to recount the events of today. My husband healed the county magistrate's wife and received 100 taels of reward silver. And the village chief, Zhang Baoquan, was so jealous that he contacted bandits to kill and rob her. It's a good thing we have Ning Chaos and the villagers to protect us, otherwise we'd all be captured. Xin Yao and Bai Rongrong saw that the first mistress had spoken and also stepped forward to explain. Those bandits didn't just want to rob the silver, they also killed 2 of our villagers. At the mention of the 2 dead villagers, the villagers immediately cursed out in righteous indignation. It's all because Zhang Baoquan killed the villagers, and this person is, yes, as a village chief colluding with bandits, he shall not die. The villagers unanimously denounced Zhang Baoquan. Yi Hongying felt her face burning. It seems that she misunderstood them. A bone setter. Treating the sick to save people is a natural thing to do. Where is the collusion with the government to brutalize the people, as they say? But she didn't bite the bullet, wanting to go back and double-check. I'll go back to Eagle's Mouth Mountain to confirm, and if it's really as everyone says, I'll definitely give the villagers an explanation. After Yi Hongyang finished her sentence, she left Zhang Baoquan and walked away without looking back. He had to go back as soon as possible to ask the big boss who had colluded with the government to brutalize the people. Chapter 65 The new village chief of Wao Village. After Yi Hongyang left, Chen Xi wrapped his arm around Fan Yan and protected him in his arms. The lady is still too kind. Around is just a bandit. As for whether it is not against the people as said in the mouth of the group, he does not care. What about bandits who don't target the people? Mess with me and die. It's not just Hawksbill. I remember. Wash your neck and wait. It was a wake-up call for him through this. I wanted to live a good life with my 3 wives, but reality no longer allowed it. One's own tree attracts the wind. Now it is only the bandits from Eagle's Mouth Mountain who come to rob and kill. So many nearby mountains. It is not guaranteed that anyone will still have a crooked mind. It seems that an armed force must be developed. Otherwise, it's hard to survive in this chaotic world. Exhaling deeply, he whispered to Fan Yan, Mother, take Yao Yao Rong Rong home. I'll go back when I'm done with this side. Fan Yan raised her head and looked at her husband's gentle eyes, pursed her lips and was about to cry out again. She was scared and wanted to stay by her husband's side at all times. Xin Yao and Bai Rongrong also came over crying and stood there tearfully looking at Chen Xi. Ha ha ha, don't be afraid, my husband will be home soon. Again, he took both women in his arms and whispered comfort. He knew the 3 ladies were scared, but something had to be done. Aha! Hearing her husband say that he would be going home soon, Fan Yan sniffled and replied, tears finally flowing down her face. Well, go back. Chen Xi released them and watched the 3 women leave. Fan Yan 3 girls wiped their tears a few steps and turned back, always on the Chen interest smiling at them. A few women finally disappeared at the entrance of the village. Chen breath turned around, and his gaze had turned morose. Putting the knife on Zhang Baoquan's neck, he slashed violently, and blood arrows sprayed 3 feet straight. The cut didn't cut off the head, and the neck was half bloodied. Ning Chaos was very perceptive and stepped forward to untie Zhang Baoquan, and with a thud, the body fell to the ground. Drag him, come with me, good Lu Big Brother. Ning Chaos didn't know what Big Brother was up to, but what Big Brother said was right. Chen Xi walked in front of him, and Ning Chaos dragged Zhang Baoquan's corpse behind him, leaving a large blood trail on the village road. It didn't take long to get to the big hill. Ow dash, ow dash. A few wolf howls came from the silent mountains, startling a few grouse into the distance. Chen Xi looked around and nodded in satisfaction. Right here. Ning Chaos threw Zhang Baoquan's corpse onto the ground and turned around, but without taking a few steps, he realized that his big brother didn't follow him, and when he turned around in confusion, he saw that Chen Xi was rolling his eyes at himself. Hey brother, that. Ning Chaos was a bit confused and scratched his head awkwardly. He was not dumping the body, but he was still not leaving after that. How are the critters going to eat it if we just leave it here? Chen Xi gave him a blank look. Look at you like that. I know you haven't fed the dog. Lack of common sense in life. Good Lu Big Brother. Ning chaotically trotted back, and Big Brother said that the critter couldn't eat it, so I'll pick his stomach apart. He made a fool of himself and took the hunting knife and opened Zhang Baoquan's stomach, then nodded with satisfaction. Well, it worked this time. Even rats can come over and take a couple bites. Carrying his hunting knife, he turned and walked away. Walking a few steps again felt wrong, and Big Brother didn't follow. Turning his head, he saw that Chen Xi's white eyes were rolling up to the sky. Trotting back again, he stayed resentfully silent. What's the meaning of this? You've got your stomach open, and you're still not satisfied? As soon as Chen Xi snatched the hunting knife, he glared at Ning Chaos and cursed the douchebag in his heart. Learn! Taking the hunting knife, he plunged it through Zhang Baoquan's asshole and picked it off with a vicious cut from the bottom to the top. Big Ripper. The innards were all exposed. Picked up the entrails with a hunting knife and flared them around. Then chopped the limbs into several pieces, and kicked the head off with a single slash and sent it flying a long way. Wiping the blood from the hunting knife clean on Zhang Baoquan, he bellowed. I usually always come to hunt you guys, so I'll bring you some food today. As the words fell, the distance immediately responded with a few wolf howls, both sides invariably reaching a tacit understanding. Chen Breath shoved the hunting knife to Ning Chaos and dusted himself off and patted his already clean hands like it was nothing. Go home. Chen Xi walked in the front, and Ning Ho followed behind, looking back every now and then at Zhang in the east, Bao in the west, and Quan in the north. Gulping hard, he touched his behind again, only to feel his ass go cold. Big brother is so great at taking care of the mountain critters. What a sweet big brother. But it's not sweet. Zhang Baochuan's heart was picked to the tree by his big brother. Back at home, Auntie Zhang brought a few women to accompany Fan Yan's 3 daughters, while Er Niel led the villagers to dispose of the bandits' corpses. The bodies of the 2 villagers have been dressed by their families and are ready to be taken back for burial. These 2 men were bachelors, and every time the marriage party came, they ran and hid in the mountains. It's not that they don't like their in-laws, it's just that they can't afford to pay the poll tax and are deliberately avoiding the bridal party. Their family, just 2 old ladies. At the moment the 2 old mothers tearfully helped their sons finish dressing and put the family mattresses over them. Chen Xi knew this village custom all too well, for when he first arrived, he had no clothes to wear himself, and gave them to his brother to wear to his burial. From the wagon he took out the new coats he had bought today and helped the 2 old ladies put them on their sons. In front of all the villagers, he pulled out 2 strings of money and shoved them into the hands of the 2 old ladies. Go back and bury your son, and I'll take care of your future lives. The 2 old ladies fell to their knees. They had thought their son was dead and they had no one to care for them. Can't live for days. I didn't realize that Chen Xi would give them money and said that he would take care of their future life. The 2 old ladies couldn't believe it and were too excited to speak. Chen Xi helped them up and comforted them. Your sons are dead, and I will be your son from now on. From now on, I will have 3 meals a day sent to you 2 old ladies, and whatever I eat, you will eat. The 2 old ladies couldn't hold back their sobs any longer. How dare we? Great benefactor Na. Fan Yan's several women also cannot help but cry. If it is not the villagers desperately protect each other, the bandits are never beat away. Both came up to comfort the 2 old ladies. Chen Xi called the villagers to help the 2 old ladies' son to carry back to the burial, and cleaned up all the blood stains in the yard. After a busy day's work, the small yard was back to its original state. After the villagers finished their work, they all stood in the courtyard without leaving. Chen Breath came out and shouted at everyone. The villagers who were injured fighting the bandits today, 200 copper coins each. And on the days when they recuperate from their injuries, the wages will be paid as usual. All the villagers who came to my house today to help fight the bandits, men and women, young and old, can come to me tomorrow to do their work. 15 coppers for men's work and 10 coppers for women's. Chen Breath waved his hand, and with money in his waist, his words are hard. He had long thought that the bandits' attack on the village was not a coincidence, but an inevitability. This kind of thing, in the future, will happen again. Now that he is weak and not a match for the bandits, he must unite all the villagers and stay together to keep warm. When the salt mines in the mountains take shape, these villagers can also be assigned to their own industries. The villagers heard that there is work to do. There is so much money to take. A happy straight jumping feet, shouting Chen interest big benefactor, giving all the silver ingots to Jiang Yao for safekeeping. She would be the family's money bag from now on. Anyone involved in fighting bandits go to my second wife's place to get money. All disperse. After all this fuss, it was almost midnight, and the 3 ladies were so frightened that they must be comforted and consoled tonight. The villagers didn't take the money or leave either, as if they had all discussed it. Ernio stepped out of the crowd and yelled at the villagers. The village chief of Arwawa village is dead. From now on Chen Xi will be our village chief. What do you all say? Ernio has long been discussing with the villagers that Zhang Baochen colluded with the bandits to brutalize the villagers and deserved to die. But Wawa village can't do without someone to preside over the big picture, and Chen Xi is the best person for the job. Not only do you get paid for the work you do, but you are also a righteous person who thinks of everyone. Simply the perfect choice for village chief. Good. The villagers exploded, all shouting for Chen Xi to be the village head. Chen Breath took a deep breath. In the past, with his nature he would never have done something so worrying, but it was different now. The external threat of bandits. The future may also come out what moths. This village head he must be. Good, since everyone is touting me as the village head. As the words came out, the entire room went quiet, and the villagers waited with expectant faces for Chen Xi's decision. Chen Breath swept around, his voice not angry. There's an old saying about being benevolent, and I'll be the head of this village. The crowd was abuzz with excitement, and Chen Xi being the village head of Wawa village was just what the people wanted. Chen Breath waved his hand, and everyone was instantly quiet. From now on, I'll lead the people to eat 3 meals a day and never go hungry again. It's not just a promise, it's a rant against the times. Chen Xi's words were loud and clear. In order to live in this chaotic world, It is necessary to net all the power to open the way for themselves. He is no longer silent, but bravely stands up against this age of all evil. The name of the place, Hawksbill Mountain, was deeply imprinted in his mind, and when the armed forces were formed, the first one would be to exterminate him. How dare you hurt my wife? Then there's no need for it to exist. Chapter 66 Getting What You Want. Fan Yan's three girls looked at Chen Xi's tall and magnificent figure, and their eyes were going to be drawn. At this moment, husband is already shining brightly in the hearts of the three women. As long as there is husband, even if the sky collapses, husband will be able to poke it through. But they do not know, Chen interest not only can stab through the sky, but also can stab through something else. After all, it's a stab. He's good at it. Ning Chaos stood to the side and giggled. This inspiring direction of his big brother, his aura was more prevalent than the centurions in the army. The heart is firm in its conviction that it will follow big brother in this life. Asked him to die and had no complaints. A man will die for a friend who understands him. The villagers rejoiced and vowed to do good work for the village chief and follow him so that they would never worry about starvation again. Chen Xi pulled over Aunt Zhang and a few of the women who had helped him and gave them the job of cooking in the future, to which Aunt Zhang and the ladies readily agreed. Good. After receiving the money, all disperse. Don't delay the old man to sleep with his wife. Chen Xi laughed and cursed, his relationship with the villagers drawing closer in an invisible way. The villagers received their money at the second lady's place, and each of them left beautifully. After sending the villagers away, only Ning Chaos was left as an outsider. Chen Breath pulled him over and said solemnly, "Messy, thanks." Ning Chaos was almost scared to his knees by these words. Big brother was the benefactor of his whole family. How could he say the word thank you? Big brother, this is all what I should do. Chen Xi nodded and raised his eyes to look at the sky. It was already midnight. It's so late. Don't go back if you're hurt. Sleep here. Ning Chaos scratched his head vigorously and raised his eyes to look at the modest Kong for a moment. Big brother, I'd better go back. I'll come back in the morning. Chen Xi was worried about him going home alone. Shanghai village is after all an outside village. It is not guaranteed that there are bandits on the road who missed. It's okay, just stay at my place. You sleep in my spot. Ning Chaos sniffed, and this time, he truly knelt. Big brother, if you want to kill me, just tell me straight. The Kong is so small, and the three sister-in-laws are still here, so he wouldn't dare to beat him to death. Chen Xi glared at him when she saw his wimpy look. Want a fart to eat? Patting him on the head and nudging him outside, he uttered only 3 words. Follow me. Ning Chaos followed with his head lowered, not knowing what Big Brother was going to do. Didn't he let me sleep in your place? Pulling open the door to the other room, he raised his hand and pointed to the haystack. This used to be my place. Ning Chaos froze. This pile of hay was where Big Brother was. Big eyes swept around. The dirt walls leaked in all directions, not much better than the ones outside. Come on, Messy. Chen Breath held him down in a pile of hay, and sweetly taught him how to sleep. You have a shoulder injury on your side. More grass underneath. Chen Breath turned him on his side and bent his legs against each other. There's a cold wind in this corner. Don't blow your legs. Ning Chaotic dare not move. Big Brother is really sweet, but also worried about me blowing to the leg. Arranged for sleeping position, then sweetly covered him with hay and shined a kick at his ass. Good night. Slammed the door to the house and left. You want to sleep on the bed, you little brat? Did that Roo give you the courage? Ning chaotically lay in the house that was leaking everywhere, thinking in his heart, Big Brother should be experienced. This sleeping position really didn't get caught by the cold wind. Looking up at the roof, I could still see stars along a few holes. This house isn't much better than a convertible. Just as Ning Chaos was about to go to sleep, the door to the house opened again. With a bad smile on his face, Chen Xi carried in several brand new quilts and threw them on top of Ning Chaos. Don't freeze your ass off. Cover up. Hey. Thanks Big Brother. Chen Xi closed the door of the house with a bang and left. Ning Chaos wrapped the quilt around his body and let out a giggle. Hey, it's warm. Chen Xi returned to the house. Fan Yan immediately jumped into his arms, her small face pressed against his chest. Speechless, but better than 1,000 words. Don't be afraid, my husband is here. Chen Breath rubbed his chin over her hair, patted her back, and said softly, well, go to sleep. Aha. Fan Yan went to the bed. Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong looked at Chen Xi eagerly. The two women wanted to cuddle with undisguised eyes. Chen Breath opened his arms and nodded at them with a smile on his face. Together, the two women immediately jumped into his arms and warmed up for a while before disengaging reluctantly. Blow out the light and go to sleep. This time, the position of the four of them was a little different. Chen Xi firmly chose to sleep in the center on the grounds of protecting the three girls. On the left was Fan Yan, on the right was Qin Yao, and on the further right was the cheeky and puffy Bai Rongrong. Chen Xi turned around and faced a bashful Fan Yan, and since she was sleeping on a Kong, she didn't know whether she was hot or shy. How could she not know her husband's little plan? Just now when she hugged herself, she also secretly touched a few times there. Also weird, oddly comfortable. Chen Xi's big hand accurately touched her waist, exactly at the junction of the top and bottom. Rub her body against his side. Fan Yen tasted the marrow. This time, unlike the last time, like shame, slowly closed her eyes, waiting for her husband to pick. Lips printed up. Not long after the couch sound, savoring the taste at the same time. The big hand, by the way, also travel a tour. The mountains and rivers are quite beautiful. The waves are magnificent. And you travel most of the map. The two were in the throes of love. And once they rolled over, they got to the point. Everything is so watertight and logical. Half an hour after Fan Yen begged bitterly for mercy, the sound was made. Qi Niao, where can Bai Rongrong sleep? All red-faced and staring at the roof, their minds drifting off somewhere. Seeing that side lay down, Qi Niao summoned up the courage to roll over and face Chen Xi squarely. Following the example of the first lady, she slowly closed her eyes, and her two red lips were deliberately nudged forward. The implications are self-evident. Unlike Fan Yen, she had figured it out a long time ago. Her husband had given himself the financial power of the family today, which was a great trust in her. If you don't take the initiative now, when will you wait? We can't let that little ghostly spirit get the jump on us. She herself was the second lady anyhow. Or the husband called to the villagers. It's your turn. 2. Chen interest where do not know Qi Niao's small mind, but, more or less embarrassed. He licked his lips, looked back at Fan Yen who was pretending to be asleep, and then turned to look at the two flaps in front of him. This, just as Chen Xi was having a heavenly battle in his mind. Fan Yen kicked him in the ass with a small foot. Go ahead. Yo-Yo is waiting. Fan Yen also early figured out. Their weak body is not good at all to serve the husband. Just thought he could do. But the result is still under the husband's brute-like body. Defeated. Besides, Yao Yao and Rong Rong were both her husband's wives, and she herself, as the first lady, had to be enlightened and not occupy her husband alone. Today is the right day to take this opportunity to fulfill Yao Yao's wish. Chen Xi was stunned at his words, and then he was overjoyed. It's still the maiden who understands and knows her duty. Turning to Qi Niao's mouth-watering red lips, he could no longer control it. Since it was Qi Niao's first time, Chen Xi didn't dare to be too raw. Everything is done at a slow pace. This slow, another half hour or so passed. With a muffled grunt, the fight ended. Qi Niao's body is a little stronger than Fan Yen. Under the gentleness of Chen interest, it is still a little unbearable. After all, it is still the first time. Handing over her body to her husband, Qi Niao secretly put away a white handkerchief underneath. The dots of falling red on it were especially cherished. This time is not hidden. The left side of the arm Fan Yen, the right side of the arm Qi Niao. 3 people beautifully into the dreamland, leaving Bai Rongrong on the far right alone. A pair of large Kazran eyes looked at the roof and tears flowed indisputably. I was obviously the first to spot the bandit in the backyard. I hit him with a brick first or was the first to bite him. Obviously I'm the bravest. Why doesn't husband reward me? Whoops. Bai Rongrong was very sneaky and had long since seen that Qi Niao was going to jump the gun, but she still wanted to fight for it. Maybe the second lady position would be her own, but heaven forbid, it just wasn't her turn. Some people lose their wishes, and some people get what they want. The next day, early morning, Chen breath stretched, refreshed. The day has officially begun. Everything that follows is planned without money. Go into the mountains and get salt. Chapter 67 Wild Leopard. Chen Xi got up very early, freshened up, and began to get ready for work. Not long after, the villagers doing the work had already gathered outside the courtyard, and due to the large number of people who had fought the bandits last night, more than 40 people had already arrived at this moment, fully double what it used to be. After explaining that Ernie was leading the work, the question of lunch was left to Auntie Zhang and a few women. Fan Yen coordinates all of them, assisted by Bai Rongrong. Settlement of purchases was handed over to Qi Niao, assisted by Ning. An improvised haystack is built. Ning Chaos had injuries and went home to recuperate for the time being, and when his injuries recovered, he estimated that the 50 foreign laborers from Luta's side should also arrive. When the time comes, Ning Chaos will first lead them to mine salt in the deep mountains, and when they're familiar with the work they'll start to have to build up their forces. Because of the unexpected arrival of the bandits, everything has to start being set up. Big brother, I'm fine with this injury, so let me follow everyone and do the work. Ning Chaos couldn't be idle. Big brother was so good to himself. How could he eat for nothing? Chaos, come out here. I'll ask you something. Good Lu big brother. The two of them arrived outside the courtyard, and Chen Xi began to ask the questions in his mind. Do you know any carpenters and blacksmiths in the village of Upper River? Ning Chaos cocked his head and thought for a moment, and after half a day's thought, he couldn't recall any such people in Shanha village, and shook his head helplessly. Big brother, we don't have any in Shanha village. Chen Xi sighed. He knew that all the capable people of these types of work had been mobilized away by the court's Ministry of Public Works, and it was the time when there was a lack of ordnance when the front line was fighting. It seems like the only way to make something is to go to the county and get it customized by a craftsman, which would be much less efficient. He had thought of making some crossbows to give the villagers protection, but the lack of talent was the most fatal. You can't stay home all day building weapons yourself. Seeing Chen Xi's disappointment, Ning Chaos scratched his head and asked, "Big brother, why do you ask? I want to make something and I can't get away from it, so I'll just have to find a craftsman in the county when I can." "Brother, what do you want with the carpenter and blacksmith?" Chen Xi stared at Ning Chaos before asking with an expectant expression. "I need to make some special weapons. I need a carpenter and a blacksmith. You know these?" "No," Ning Chaos answered old and dry. Chen rested white this douchebag a glance. "You will not, you ask what?" Causing himself to look forward to a time in vain. "We don't have it in Shanghai village, but other villages do." Chen interest cannot wait to give this bastard a kick. "A sinew, right? If I say Shanghai village, I mean Shanghai village." Chen Xi pointed at Ning Chaos breasts and asked in a commanding tone, "Say, how many carpenters and blacksmiths do you know? Not only in your village of Shanghai, but in all the surrounding villages?" Ning Chaos head tilted to the other side again, thinking and counting at the same time. "There are 3 in Lower River Village, 2 in East Village and 3 in Lake Ridge." Ning messy pinching fingers counting. "Soon 10 fingers is not enough. Want to take off shoes?" Okay. Chen Xi hurriedly interrupted, looking at Ning Chaos with the eyes of an Irby as he opened his mouth. "You, go from village to village. I'll pay double for the labor and get me 5 carpenters and 5 blacksmiths." After saying that, he was still uneasy, grabbing Ning's messy hands, breaking each finger one by one, and seriously saying, "1 finger for 1 person. You have a total of 10 here. Get me 10 people." Ning Chaos bristled, a look of defiance on his face. "It's not just 10 people, big brother. It's not like I don't know how to count." Chen Xi thought to himself, "You know how to count? You know how to do math. Just now your fingers are not enough. Why take off your shoes?" "Okay, it's 10 people. It's not too late. You get them now." After hearing his big brother's command, Ning Chaos immediately patted his chest and assured him, "Good Lu big brother. This matter on my body. There is no wrong thing." "Okay, go ahead." Sent away Ning Chaotic. Chen rest scratching his head wondering, just now this kid said, "Pack in his body what came?" Thinking about it for half a day. He didn't think of the latter part of his sentence, so he just didn't think about it and found his tools and threw them on the wagon. Today's task is unusually heavy, as the area around the salt mines is completely covered with hunting gear, and a boundary has been drawn so that no large beasts are allowed to be in the vicinity. Saying goodbye to the 3 matrons, he perfumed each of Fan Yan's and Qingyao's cheeks, only leaving behind by Rong, who was so angry that she was bulging. "Last night I was angry. This morning I'm angry again. 2 meals a day for good health." Set off in the carriage, and went straight to the foot of the hill, the carriage in front of it no longer being able to get on. Road repair is also on the agenda. During the day, with excellent eyesight, Chen Xi brought enough equipment and hunting sets, and traveled lightly straight to the deep mountains. Started approaching cautiously as we got closer to the salt mine, wondering what luck we'd have today with any deer licking the salt. Found a large tree and climbed it. From a distance, hundreds of wild deer surrounded the salt mines, with strong wild deer on sentry duty on the periphery and the herd inside. Chen breath grinned and was about to quietly descend the tree to find a hidden place to shoot. Suddenly, the deer were alarmed, and all of them stopped licking the salt, and raised their heads to watch a grove of trees warily, their ears pricked up and their noses sniffing vigorously in that direction. Chen breath narrowed his eyes. Anything that could startle the deer must be a fierce beast, and it was nearby. Follow the deer's wary direction. Since he was in a tree, his view was wide open, and behind a raised boulder in the woods, something poked its head out, its hindquarters poised. The moment he saw it, Chen Xi's eyes revealed a brilliant light. Wild leopard. Chapter 68. Stay as livestock. The wild leopard hides behind a boulder and, judging by the grip of its limbs, goes right into the attack. Unsurprisingly, the deer were alerted when the wild leopard attacked. From the moment the panther scurried out of the way, the deer fled almost simultaneously, and in the same direction they were positioned. It was farther away, but also the wild leopard's pattern was recognizable, and Chen Brett's line of sight was firmly locked onto it. As the deer panicked and fled, the group that had been kept together was instantly dispersed by the wild leopard. An immature fawn in the herd was successfully captured by a wild leopard, and the large group ran several hundred meters before stopping to keep sniffing the leopard's bearings. Chen Brett's eyes were fiery as he stared at the preying wild leopard. In his eyes, it was the leopard print of the maiden. How can something like leopard print be worn on a wild leopard? It has to be on all 3 ladies. Not fair. Absolutely unfair. Stealing my wife's clothes is a mortal sin. But the wild leopard hunted successfully, and his teeth bit at the neck of the fawn. and when he saw the breath, the fawn ceased to move. The wild leopard scanned around and realized that there was no sign of any other beasts before dragging the fawn away towards the deep mountains in the distance. It seems this salt mine is its territory, and it's having a great time guarding the gathering of herbivores. No, Chen Xi is most disliked to see this kind of meal-to-mouth and close-to-hand days. Must cause it a little frustration. Not to mention it's wearing a maiden's dress, but the wild leopard has left for the day, so let it go for now. Although the panther was gone, the deer had not yet left and were within their range. The deer saw the wild leopard leave and sniffed cautiously. They still wanted to lick the salt and couldn't bear to leave. Chen Xi was hiding in a tree, and had already cupped 3 feathered arrows in his hands. Due to the dense deer population, it was impossible to pass up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to play big this time. The compound bow arrow slot only holds 1 feathered arrow, and he's going for a 3-shot rapid fire. Hold your breath, concentrate, and adjust your breathing. Choose 3 of the largest mergansers and bend your bow. The next instant, whoosh whoosh whoosh, the 3 arrows were so closely spaced that they were almost instantaneous. As the attention of the 3 mergansers was all in the direction of the panther's departure, they barely had time to react before they were shot. The deer dispersed and fled without a trace in an instant. Only 3 still twitching mergansers were left on the ground. The feathered arrow was shot very accurately, running through the heart from the back and incapacitating him instantly. Beautiful. 2 words came out of his mouth. This is still the first time to this world to use a compound bow. The power is not much worse than the previous life used. Jumping down from the tree, Chen Xi grinned and quickly came to the side of the plum deer, delicately stroking the touch of the fur for a moment, then frowning. Although the feel is very smooth, but in terms of sensory stimulation, compared to the leopard print can be much worse. Smacking his lips, he had no desire at all. But all 3 of these mergansers are adults, each about 200 pounds, which is a good source of meat. Unfortunately, the 3 mergansers, 2 females and 1 male, only had 1 set of antlers, but it's better than nothing. Antlers, this thing warm kidney yang, strong muscles and bones, is definitely a top quality tonic. With 3 mergansers, it took Chen Xi 2 round trips to move them to the salt mine. In his heart, he couldn't help but start to miss Ning chaos. If this animal was around, he could have carried it himself. A snow cave was dug to bury the merganser in to minimize the smell of blood. This is that wild leopard's territory, and it's not guaranteed to overlap with another beast's territory. In case it overlaps with the king of the mountain and the tiger comes smelling blood, the fun will be great. Try to ensure as much as you can. Now is not the right time for mining. First we need to get the nearby hunting sets down. Circle by circle, they carry out their sphere of influence outward. It didn't take a tiger. He was now overlapping with that leopard's territory. Clap your hands together and get to work. The first circle of the hunting set, covering a 3-kilometer radius, was done, and the time was past noon. Laying a hunting snare is extremely physically demanding, requiring not only extensive experience, but also the strength to strangle the trees. Chen Xi returned to the salt mine and sat down on his butt, pulling out dried food and jerky to start replenishing his strength. With a full stomach and renewed strength, mining began. This time the salt ore was smashed and put into sacks. I bought the largest size sacks in the county yesterday, and 1 sack holds 200 pounds of mineral powder. Because of the treatment of Ning's chaos and the villagers' injuries, the family has run out of refined salt. Looking at the sky, there was still some time before the sun set. 2 small trees were cut down to make an improvised raft on which the 3 mergansers and a bag of salt mines were placed. The rope to haul the raft hung around his neck, dragging 800 pounds of supplies down the mountain like an animal. The hill is not very steep, and with the friction of the snow it is just enough to save some effort. We must go back early today, or the ladies will surely be afraid. The last incident of banditry must not be allowed to occur a second time. How to save energy? That is also 800 pounds of weight. Chen rested several times before exhaustion to drag the raft out of the mountains. A kilometer ahead, that's where the wagon is. Hope is on the horizon. Gritting his teeth hard, he continued in his role as livestock, taking 1 step at a time in the direction of hope. Once out of the mountains, there is flat land with few ups and downs, exacerbating the physical exertion. Chen Xi lowered his head and dragged the supplies to the wagon with a fierce effort. Flopping down on his back, he let out a big breath. His body had long been drenched in sweat, and although he was tired and off his feet, the reward was undoubtedly great. It was a full quarter of an hour's reprieve before he struggled up from the snow, and the rest of his work was to drive the wagon home. Sitting up, he tried to carry the supplies to the wagon, but raised his eyes and the corners of his mouth twitched hard. The wagon is still there, but what about the horse? Coyote tracks covered the area around the wagon and a large pool of blood in the snow. Thinking on your toes, it's also a horse being eaten by wolves. Rang up to the sky and roared. 1 zhang baoquan is not enough for you to eat, and ma baoquan is also eaten by you? Asterisk 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 ah. Chen breath cracked at Dashin, and this time he really broke his defense. That's 50 silver pieces for a horse. and that's how you lost your money? After the scolding, he was in pain. The next question before him was how to get the supplies back. 3 mergansers and a bag of salt mining powder. When you go back with salt on your shoulder, the deer may not still be there. A coyote can eat a horse just as well as a deer. Carrying the deer back, 3 of them at 600 pounds. He couldn't do it yet. Between leaving the salt mines behind and leaving the plumbago behind, he chose to stay as an animal. Loaded the sack and the merganser onto the wagon and put the horse harness on himself. Tightened the reins and bellowed. Heave dash. The animal recognizes the road and pulls the wagon home. Chapter 69. Zachary visits with his sister-in-law. The villagers ended the day's work, took the money they received from the second lady, and went home with joy. Fan Yan looked at the sky. The sun had already set and her husband still had not returned. Being scared by the bandits and having no men at home, they did not dare to stay. Finding Auntie Zhang and a few women, she accompanied them to wait for her husband at the entrance of the village. It was getting dark, and the 3 women were about to cry in a hurry. Luckily, they were comforted by Auntie Zhang and a few women, and they were able to calm down. The first mistress is not afraid. The village chief may have forgotten the time and should be back soon. Yeah, must have been delayed on something important or he would have been back a long time ago. The people were talking and consoling each other, when suddenly a black dot appeared in the mountains in the distance. The crowd was terrified. The black spots were huge. It couldn't be a blind bear coming out. The men of the village were called out and prepared to meet the enemy with all kinds of weapons in hand. Due to the bandit attack last night, the villagers went back and made improvised weapons as a precaution. The black spot grew larger and larger, and now and then it stopped to emit a snowy white haze. It was only then that the crowd could see that it was a horse-drawn carriage. Bai Rongrong instantly recognized that it was her own carriage, but her husband was not on it. Ao cried out that her husband's carriage had come back by itself, and her husband was not in it. There is only one explanation for, there's been an accident. Fan Yan and Bai Rongrong also got a good look. Their heads buzzed and they almost fainted. After a moment's reprieve, the 3 women ran recklessly toward the wagon, crying as they did so. If something happened to her husband, the 3 of them would have no hope of surviving. The villagers were equally nervous. It was not easy to have a village chief who brought everyone to eat well, and he was gone after one day? This is not a bad fall from grace. Going from village chief to wolf dung egg in one fell swoop. How can this be acceptable to them? Following the 3 women, they ran towards the carriage, and when they came close all of them were wide-eyed. Chen Xi had a horse harness around his neck, his hand on the carriage's yoke, sweating profusely and panting heavily. Seeing Fan Yan's 3 girls running in tears and grinning. Husband is back. The crowd unloaded the horse harnesses with 7 hands, and Chen Xi shivered and wrapped his legs around the 3 ladies. The work is a bit dry and fierce. Fan Yan in his waist ruthlessly twisted a circle. This time she no longer heartache. Follow the husband to live. A day to scare 3 times. Which who can stand? Xinyao dared to do the same this time, similarly screwing Chen Xi and glaring at him with a grudging face. Bai Rongrong's hands itched, but her body hadn't been given to her husband yet, so she didn't really have the heart to do it, so she could only glare at him hatefully, revealing her 2 little tiger teeth to scare him from time to time. It hurts. Chen Xi hurriedly begged for forgiveness, not seeing that the 2 ladies are usually so gentle, and their hands are still painful and heavy. Only after repeated pleas for mercy did he go home with the 3 ladies. The villagers carried the plum deer and the salt mines off the wagon, and each of them admired the village chief in their hearts. Just one day's work out, and I've hunted 3 mergansers and idly carried back a bag of sand. Not only do I admire the village chief's ruthlessness, but I likewise admire the village chief's long-term vision. With so many bricks fired, you do need sand and clay. In their hearts, they all gave Chen Xi a thumbs up. A man who cares so much about his family is rare in the world. Thanks, guys, all of you. Go back. Chen Brett saw that everything had been shipped home, and the first thing he did was to whisk people away. We have to purify the refined salt later. That's our own unique craft. We can't be seen by them. Alright, village chief Sama. Then we won't disturb the village chief sleeping with his arms around the ladies. The villagers are getting closer to Chen Xi, and some of the bold ones have learned to fart. Alright, get lost. I'll make some effort to build you a little village chief. Ha ha ha, go village chief. The village chief is mighty. The 3 women were bashful and reddened by Chen Xi's words. This husband is good at everything, but he has no gate on his mouth. After shooing away the villagers, Chen Xi laid down on the bed, and Bai Rongrong had already boiled hot water to wait for her husband to take a bath. Husband, take a bath. Bai Rongrong was very ghostly. The first lady and sister Yao Yao had rounded up. She must behave herself, striving for a bend in the road, and getting pregnant with her husband's child before sister Yao Yao. Then her position as the second wife would be secure. The little girl was very resourceful. She and Xinyao entered the door on the same day, so she naturally had to fight for it. Or Rong is good. Chen Xi pinched her little nose and stripped off her clothes in public to get into the wooden barrel filled with warm water. Fan Yan and Qin Yao were a bit bashful and embarrassed to look, while Bai Rongrong had a fiery gaze. No wonder Big Madam and Sister Yao Yao screamed so much last night. So husband's dong is so big. Pursing her lips, she stepped forward and said significantly, "Husband, let me wipe your body." Chen, interest soaked in warm water, heard this breath, suddenly shortness of breath, secretly glanced at Fan Yan and Qin Yao. The two women at the same time do not head, scratching his head in embarrassment. He thought that these two ladies were still angry with him, and that he must be coaxed tonight. Rome went to rest. I'll do it myself. The little girl temporarily cannot be collected. Wait to stabilize the two women's emotions and then say, the daytime exertion is too much. At this time lying in the warm water, don't mention how comfortable it is. Took a shower and ate the rice bowl. Qin Yao's craftsmanship was becoming more and more refined, and she no longer had the problems she had last time. After eating, he began to teach the three women to purify refined salt. There is no way. This work can only be done by their own people for the time being. It is not that they do not trust the villagers. It is just that once the word spreads, it will lead to endless trouble. The horses were eaten by the wolves, and he had to get out the salt at the earliest possible time to exchange them for horses at Ludas. And it's hard to get into the mountains and build a road for horses to get into the mountains. It's a headache to think about it. Everything has to be done bit by bit. Three women have something to do looks very happy. Refined salt purification is not difficult. The three women learned in style, not long. White refined salt purification success. The three women tasted it and were happy like a little child. And they have mastered the skill of purifying refined salt. Husband was simply too good, as if any difficulty would be easily crossed with him. Chen Xi skinned the three plum deer, then mixed the fine salt and spices to make a large tank full of salted meat. This stuff is the ration for the mountains in the future. Not only is it nutritious, but it can also restore your strength quickly. After getting everything done, it was midnight. Go to bed, because he had labored all day. Chen Xi lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Anxious, Bai Rongrong stole a glance from time to time, and since Qin Yao was separating the two of them, she glanced a few times before she was sure that her husband wasn't pretending to be asleep. With a nudge, "Don't turn away from the hard sleep." Qin Yao twisted her head and glanced at the puffing Bai Rongrong, the corner of her mouth hooking up into a triumphant bad smile. "I've long seen that this girl is not right. Steal the position of the second lady from me. Too tender." Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong had been together for a long time. Unlike the passivity in the beginning, these days she had already figured out Bai Rongrong's temperament. That little thought was not hidden from her in the least. "If you want to consummate with your husband, wait until I'm pregnant." Early the next morning, two carriages drove up outside Chen Xi's small courtyard, and the voices of two women talking came from the carriage in front. "Is this the home of Dr. Chen?" "Yes, sister-in-law. I'll help you out of the car." Zhuo Qianqian helped her sister-in-law out of the car and looked at Chen Rest's small courtyard with a sad face. "Last time, my sister-in-law treated Brother Chen so well. I wonder if Brother Chen is still willing to help my sister-in-law heal." In the wagon carriage behind them, an old man and a young man also got out. It was Dr. Zhang's master and disciples. When Dr. Zhang sent the bear bile back to the state capital, he rushed back to Baishan County without stopping, and when he learned that Mrs. Su's family was also coming to see her master for treatment, he came with her. The two drivers parked the carriage and both stood silently holding their gifts. Zhuo Qianqian stood in front of the door of the small courtyard, giving herself a boost of energy. No matter what, she had to obtain the forgiveness of Chen's elder brother. Craning his neck, he cleared his throat and yelled with all his might, "Is Brother Chen at home? I've brought my sister-in-law to make amends to you." This voice was an alliteration of the early morning cockcrow shout. Chapter 70 Barbecue. Chen Xi woke up early and freshened up, and heard the sound of a rooster crowing from outside, and it didn't seem like it. Scratching his head, whose chicken was castrated? How did he shout out the feeling of the East Chamber? Sachichi and Chickadee alliterated and stomped their feet in exasperation. It was so hard to put in a good effort just now, and it's annoying to be messed up by that rooster. Picking up a small stone to scare the rooster away, he cleared his throat again and yelled, "Brother Chen, I'm Chen Qian, and I've brought my sister-in-law here to apologize to you." This voice, Chen Xi, was sort of clear. Zhuo Qianqian, he is welcome, but her sister-in-law came together, designated not to give her sister-in-law a good face. The last time he went to her house to cure her, the first sentence he said that he was a miscreant, and that if it wasn't for Zhuo Qianqian's face, he wouldn't have been able to cure him at all. But angry is angry, not enough to hang someone out to dry. I'll have to sell Zhou Qianqian's fur in the future, so I won't lose face because of her sister-in-law. Chen Interest pushed open the door of the house. A look to see the courtyard standing Zhuo Qianqian. Today she wore a very dignified face, also smeared what powder. The whole person appears to be very clear and elegant. This veiled outfit was a sight for Chen Xi's eyes. The top quality face doesn't even need fancy embellishments. Welcome Miss Chen Xian's great presence. I hope you'll forgive me if I've missed your welcome. Chen Xi revealed a bright smile. A polite sentence said very appropriately. The purpose is to give her side sister-in-law to listen to. The humble house is simple, but not without hospitality. A deep house may not know how to be polite. Seeing that Chen Xi not only did not complain about himself, but also took the initiative to come out to greet, Zhuo Qianxian was overjoyed. Knowing that big brother Chen is not such a small-minded person. Humph, how dare the little woman respond to brother Chen's distant welcome. Zhuo Qianxian was very happy and received a large pile of gift boxes from the horseman. Owing a bow. This is a meeting gift that my sister-in-law brought to the three ladies. I hope that brother Chen won't mind. After saying her words, she just looked at Chen Xi with such a smile, pouting and tilting her head a bit. Just so cute. My sister-in-law took off her scarf and took out a fine little box from her bosom. In a very sincere tone. Thank you divine Dr. Chen for healing my concubine. This is your consultation fee. Sister-in-law today wearing a dignified and decent fur coat, outlined the exquisite figure. Below a pair of small black leather boots, feet together slightly owed. A look is the origin of the big girl. Where again demure. Chen interest in her is not interested. This woman was born to reject people outside the ice-cold temperament. They do not have that hobby hot-faced a cold ass. Chen Xi ignored her and opened the courtyard door to welcome Zhuo Qianxian in. The sister-in-law stood back awkwardly, holding the small box in both hands. It was not a good idea to leave, nor was it a good idea to stay. Zhuo Qianxian shoved a bunch of gifts into Chen Xi's hands, turned around and took the small box and shoved it directly into his arms. Thank you brother Chen for accepting this. These are all Auntie's thoughts. Raising her snow-white chin, and winking at Chen Xi, she took her sister-in-law's hand and entered the house. Three sisters-in-law. Qianxian has come to see you. Chen Xi was confused by her self-acquaintance. Is this my home or yours? So familiar. Shaking his head with a helpless smile, he was just about to return to the house when two more people came out from outside the small courtyard. Divine Dr. Zhang brought the little girl with him, also holding gifts in his hands, and the two of them gave a solemn salute at the same time. Greetings, Master. This is my disciples' gift to the masters and mistresses for their meeting. Greetings, Master. This is, apprentice grandchildren send the master. Master grandmother's meeting gift. Dr. Zhang said the words of the thief smooth. The little girl said as stuttering, out of nowhere more than a master. There are three grandmothers. Chen interest to see this old man and a small almost fainted. The horse is not back to the state capital it. How to come again? Look at this dusty look. I guess you must have come all night? The old man was quite shrewd. He didn't know where I lived, and deliberately came with Zachary and the others. You old Biden, you're a real piece of work. Chen Breath glanced at the two for a long time, and when the one old man and one young woman saw that Master Shifu didn't say anything, they just remained in the salute position. Ugh, come inside. Chen Xi is really speechless. Early in the morning is damn bad luck. All kinds of strange people have come. What a sin one has created. Back at the house, Zhuo Qianxian with her sister-in-law was already chatting with the three Fan Yen girls. You don't have to say. My sister-in-law was indifferent to men, but she was very enthusiastic about women, and after a while, she mingled with the three women, calling out with a mouthful of ma'am. He amused the three daughters. The little girl had a very sweet mouth and took the initiative to greet all the women, calling out with a mouthful of master grandmother, making everyone very happy. Chen Breath covered his head once. To bad dishes. How are they going to whisk themselves away once they've gotten acquainted with the ladies? Fan Yen was so kind in nature. She was designated to open her mouth to plead for them. As expected, husband, Mrs. Su said that her illness was cured by husband, so she came here today to thank husband, and brought us so many gifts. I want to keep Mrs. Su and the little girl for dinner. Husband, Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong were also very happy and looked very intimate as they held their sister-in-law's hands. Husband, I also want to talk more with Mrs. Su, let's just eat together at noon. Yes husband. Mrs. Su even gave me a silk handkerchief. Look, it's so pretty. When Chen Xi saw that all three of his wives were mixed up with his sister-in-law, the corners of his mouth twitched fiercely. He was really afraid of what would come, but how could he refuse when his maidens had spoken? And there was a hint of a fantasy in his mind that she would refuse of her own accord. Well, if the lady doesn't mind. Before the words were finished, my sister-in-law immediately picked up the conversation. Then my concubine will be respectful. Well then, we'll have lunch together at noon. The three women looked happy to have their husband's permission, and pulled their sister-in-law back to continue chatting about the family, as if they had endless things to say. Chen Interest will be put down the gift box and go out. He has been completely speechless. Good guy, this is to rely on it, right? Pulling out the small box in his arms, this was the money his sister-in-law had given him for his consultation. If you're not satisfied with the price, you'll eat coarse chaff for lunch, rice if you're moderately satisfied, And, if you're superiorly satisfied, Chen Xi chanted in his heart as he opened the small box, and a golden light came into view. Inside lay a small yellow fish, took it in his hand and weighed it. 1 tael of gold, or 10 taels of silver. Satisfied grin. Get something nice to eat, seeing as you're still generous with your offer. It's just as well that I'm tired from yesterday, so I'll make up for it today. Not long after, the villagers came to be fellows. These days the efficiency is very fast. The brick in the backyard is already enough to build a room. Immediately start the construction. You can't just build a house. You have to build a couple of bunkers. The bandits will surely come again. A strong defense base must be created. He had planned these things long ago, and the location of the houses and dark fortresses had already been set. There are plenty of workers now, so we'll try to finish in a few days. Taking the second cow to the backyard, he marked out all the locations and gave them to the second cow to deal with. Although Erniu is naive, but has a smart energy, although he does not know what the village head wants, but the execution is very strong, and soon led the villagers to start the work. Divine Dr. Zhang greeted his masters and mistresses, and then followed Chen Xi everywhere, going wherever his master went. We've all seen the little heel, but today we have an old heel. Chen Xi smiled helplessly and bitterly when he saw the old man's respectful appearance. Can you cut meat? Divine Dr. Zhang nodded repeatedly. Back to master. Disciple will cut. Chen Xi gave him a blank look. Your old arms and legs. Seeing that his master doubted his ability, Divine Dr. Zhang immediately squared his shoulders. Although my disciple's medical skills are dull, I think my knife skills are okay. Master can. Divine Dr. Zhang eagerly tried to prove his ability, but was interrupted by Chen Xi. Alright, follow me. We'll have bear paws for lunch, and master will make you another specialty dish. Once Divine Dr. Zhang heard that his master wanted to done the bear paw, the folds of his smiling old face spread out and he nodded his head in agreement. Chen Xi took out the bear's paw and gave it to Divine Dr. Zhang to deal with, while he himself went to drum up something new. Took the pheasant and rabbit out, cut up some more antlers and made up the spices. The meal, called a barbecue. Chapter 71. I salt brother as a joke? Although Dr. Zhang was old, he worked very skillfully. Without having to be instructed by Chen Xi, the bear's paw had already been processed and cut into flour knives, with even slices, as if he had taken a ruler to measure it. This discovery does not Ban Chan rest staggered. Their own knife work is outstanding. This old man than their own actually not much worse. Not bad. Not only can he diagnose minor ailments, but he's also quite talented as a cook. Just don't eat for nothing. You have to be able to do some work. He's broken now. 1 sheep is a drive. 2 sheep are a release. It's not too bad that Aunt Zachary is relying on this old man. The ingredients were ready. Dried mushrooms purchased from the county soaked in water. Honey bought at great expense melted away. And all sorts of spices should be used. The bear's paw was cleaned and prepared by Dr. Zhang. Blanched the stale interest in a pot. Pour in the precious yellow wine to increase the aroma and deodorization. Below he started the show. All kinds of spices, mushrooms, and refined salt were dropped into the pot one after another. It wasn't long before the aroma was overwhelming. The women in the house stopped chatting and came out to watch. Brother Chen, what are you cooking? This flavor, so fragrant. Zachary lifted his little nose and sniffed, his harumphs coming out. Auntie hadn't seen such deliciousness either, and while her heart was shocked, she tried to maintain the demeanor of a lady of the house, glancing over every now and then. The ingredients in the pot made her very curious as to how they smelled so good. The little girl and Zhua Qianshan mixed well. The 2 women stood in a piece, blinking their big eyes full of expectation. She knew that the master was not only a divine doctor, but also a hunter. It must be a mountain of treasures cooking in the pot. Master is frugal. He has followed him for so many years. The best mountain treasure he has ever eaten is wild ferns. That tasted bitter. Not much better than medicinal soup. Compared to this dish of master's. Master's cooking is like, don't even mention it. The little girl had a craving and kept swallowing her harumph. Fanyan 3 girls need not say more. After following her husband for so long, she had already known her husband's craftsmanship, and at this time, she was also attracted by the aroma of this dish. When his master didn't speak, Divine Dr. Zhang didn't dare to speak and stood aside to learn his master's handiwork, his white eyebrows jumping a little with every ingredient that Chen Xi placed into it. He had seen all of these ingredients before, and usually couldn't afford to buy them at all, especially since master had thrown herbs into the mix as well, which was something he would never have expected. Could master be using a bear's paw to make a medicinal soup? I wanted to call the little girl to remember, but I felt it was inappropriate, so I silently remembered it in my own mind. This master's unique skills. I do not know what disease cure herbal soup. Successive order memorized. The onions are put in first, then the ginger, the mushrooms are dropped in, and then the soup is added. When Chen Xi had done everything, he clapped his hands and put the lid on the pot. The ingredients are kept secret for now. No one is allowed to peek. There's another process later. Chen Rest deliberately sold a secret. The bare paw is changed into a flower knife. No one can recognize what it is. Pretending to carry his hands, he marched out the door with a 6-foot step and started preparing the barbecue. Zhuo Qianqian and the little girl couldn't stay away from the stove since Chen Xi left. The two little girl cards blinked their big eyes and added some firewood to the stove every now and then, their two little noses sniffing vigorously every now and then. The word gluttony was written all over the two little girls' pretty faces. Auntie accompanied Chen Xi's 3 matrons in the house to chat. Should not say, Auntie coaxing people are 2 brushes. She knew that the 3 ladies were Chen Xi's soft underbelly, and as long as the 3 ladies gave the word, her illness would be saved. Having been in business for so many years, it was still a good bet to please the 3 ladies, not to mention that she genuinely enjoyed spending time with them. In them she saw what was most precious in noble women: kindness, knowledge, and introspection. Without realizing it, the several women got along very well, just like a family. Chen Xi cut up a large piece of the most tender venison with special condiments, brushing some honey now and then, and flipping it back and forth over the charcoal fire. Divine Dr. Zhang followed again, not saying a word from the side, his white eyebrows throbbing even more this time. Master is starting to teach me. I can't talk. I just have to watch Master operate. This recipe is made with venison as a guide, herbs as a supplement, and honey to neutralize it. Master is really a master. Pharmaceuticals are made so fragrant, much more fragrant than their own simmering medicinal soup. The admiration for Chen Xi in his heart had once again risen by a large margin. Chen breath roasted another pheasant and a hare. Finish working the barbecue. Back in the house, the bear paws were reduced in juice over high heat, poured with honey for color, and the braised bear paws came out of the pan. At noon, dinner was served on time. One by one, the dishes were brought to the table, and Bai Rongrong also prepared a few refreshing small dishes, serving rice to the crowd and waiting for her husband to speak. Chen Xi stood up and cut the venison for everyone. 1 slice per person. No more, no less. Under the crowd's astonished gaze, this one rolled up his sleeves with a contemptuous face, grabbed some refined salt from a coarse porcelain jar, and raised his arm, his fingers gently dancing. The white fine salt hit the elbows to disperse and spread evenly over the venison. Chen Xi looked at his masterpiece, nodded in satisfaction, and waved his hand. Less enough? This is a pussy that has to be put on in a rounded way. Is my brother Salt's famous move a joke? The rituals are pulled straight through. Everyone present, all of them were dumbfounded by Chen Xi's tawdry maneuver. You looked at me, I looked at you, and finally unanimously landed their gazes on Chen Xi. Did the salt just have to be sprinkled on the elbow? But the visual just magically hooked everyone into anticipation. Chen Xi tilted his head and tried to stroke his jaw, but realized that he did not have a beard, so he could only give up unhappily. If only I had a mustache. This pussy, but also can pretend to be mellow doubled. Shaking his head, he arrogantly spread his hands. Ready. Hearing the word prepare, everyone couldn't help themselves, but they didn't dare to reach for their chopsticks when Chen Xi and the first mistress didn't say to start the meal. Chen Xi thoughtfully divided the venison for all of them, with his own 3 wives being the largest and divine Dr. Shang's being the smallest. He did it on purpose. At that age, it's not easy to digest too much food. For the sake of the old man's health, the plate of wild vegetables was again placed in front of his eyes. Dinner. Chen Xi was the first to take a bite of the venison. The flavor was really good, a real mountain delicacy. It's more than a step ahead of those farmed in the latter days. Seeing Chen Xi eat, the crowd couldn't wait to eat the meat. Zhuo Qianqian and the little girl were so gluttonous that they didn't care about the image of a woman. Each of them took a big bite, and the juicy venison exploded in their mouths, and the 2 little girls were so happy that they were about to cry. It's too flavorful. Fragrance. 2 little heads arched their eyebrows, their heads not lifting their eyes, their little mouths stuffed and their cheeks bulging. Fanyan. 3 women in front of outsiders must maintain the image of the lady. Although the heart of the husband has a prediction of the craft, but still did not expect, the husband brought them such a big surprise. It's as if any ingredient that comes into the hands of the husband can work surprisingly well with unexpected results. Their hearts were as happy as if they had been smeared with honey and crumbled. Auntie comes from a big family. Since childhood, she knows the etiquette. Demure and generous is her innate label. Small bite down a piece, her eyes snapped open as the venison entered her mouth. The flavor, the salt? From just now when Chen Xi sprinkled salt, she vaguely noticed something unusual. What spices were so clean and white, and the grains were distinct. It was something she hadn't seen before and assumed it was his secret condiment. Now that I have venison in my mouth, the flavor is expressed in only 2 words, salty and fresh, completely without the bitter taste of coarse salt. Coarse salt she knows too well. The family for generations with the coarse salt guy trafficking. Still a little unsure in her mind, she took her chopsticks and dipped them into the still melting refined salt. Put it in your mouth and taste it. His pupils tightened, and waves of shock flooded his heart. It's definitely salt. and it's still the finest refined salt. Even the imperial salt from the palace can't compare to it. Her heart was beating violently, her hand over her chest, and she was half speechless. The appearance, quality and flavor of this salt completely crushes all the salt on the market. Noticing that her sister-in-law was out of sorts, Satsuki asked with concern, "Don't you like it, auntie? It's not polite to have leftover food when we're guests at Brother Chen's house." With that, he took the venison from his sister-in-law's bowl and put it in his mouth and chewed on it with a satisfied look on his face. When my sister-in-law saw this, she was speechless to death. This dead girl just did it on purpose. She had just taken a small bite herself, and before she could savor the taste, she had snatched it away. If Qianqian likes to eat, then eat more. My sister-in-law's anger was turning into murderous intent, and in her mind she murmured, "This is my niece, just like her own daughter. No anger, no anger." Seeing her sister-in-law clearly angry like that, but still trying to maintain a smiling face, Zhuo Qianqian gave a cheeky smile and picked up a piece of pheasant and sent it to her sister-in-law's bowl. "Auntie, eat this. This is the wild game that Brother Chen hunted. It's very tasty." Zhuo Qianqian knew that when she hit a stick, she had to give a red date to taste, or else her sister-in-law would be really angry. Seeing that the crowd was eating happily, Chen Xi placed the main dish of the day in the center. The dish is called braised bear paw, and it's hard to make it to the top without a good hand. Chen Rest wants to pretend to be a comparison. Whether the craft is fine or not, you will know when you eat it later. As the words fell, the crowd completely ignored the latter part of Chen Xi's sentence and only focused on the bear paw in front of them. What with all the craftiness, it's not impossible to eat it raw. In this day and age, the people don't even have enough to eat, and bear paws, the imperial tribute, are on the table? Zhuo Qianqian, his sister-in-law, and the little girl, subconsciously looked around. This isn't the Golden Palace either. What's with the bear paw? The braised bear paw was cooked to perfection. The broth was thick and full, and the honey was toned with a glossy color. You can tell just by the way this is sold that the dish must not be bad. Chen Xi was full of dejection and looked around the circle before waving his hand. "Please, Chapter 72, see if I can cure you or not." Two bear paws were neatly yards away on a plate, and everyone's mouths watered at the sight of them. "Mrs. Su, you first." Fan Yan was very enthusiastic. The dishes made by her husband, as the first lady herself, she must invite her guests to try them first. "Yes, thank you, First Lady." Auntie is no longer polite. The last piece of venison only ate a small bite. Just tasted a salt flavor was Zhuo Qianqian snatched away. This time to say anything to eat a complete piece. Pick up a fat piece of bear paw and put it in your bowl. Bear paws are at their best this time of year, as they store enough nutrients needed for hibernation, and are definitely a treasure among treasures. Auntie will bear paw clipped to the bowl did not immediately eat, but greeted everyone together to taste. The stock of demure strength. Hate Chen interest teeth straight itch. If you had been so reasonable. As for the last time you were so angry that you had an attack and wasted the precious time of the little master. If it weren't for you, I'd have an old man as my pupil. Chen Xi is angry just thinking about it. Treating you? Cure my ass. Chen Xi cursed secretly in his heart, but the rest of them were not polite. Each person picks up a piece of bear paw and puts it in his mouth. Sweet and soft, mellow and thick. This top mountain treasure melts in your mouth. And with Chen Rest's special seasoning, it's perfect. Satsuki and the little girl ate with their mouths so oily that they wanted to eat their plates. Divine Dr. Shang's piece of venison was the smallest, and he finished it in a few bites. And at this moment, he picked up the bear's paw and ate it. Chewing in his mouth, he nodded uncontrollably. Master paired herbs with ingredients that not only neutralized the medicinal properties, but also had an indescribable flavor. He knew something about medicinal properties, and a few common herbs paired together were actually blended just right by Master. The old man ate beautifully, and the image of Master in his mind had reached over 2 meters tall. Fanyan, three girls look at the crowd eating happy. The pride in their hearts are overflowing. All of this is brought to them by their husbands. It took less than half a month for Fan Yan to go from being a widow who ate her last meal to becoming a great lady that everyone envied. In the past, she wouldn't have dared to think about it. Qin Yao by Rong Rong, needless to say, went from being a criminal woman to a noble woman, the transformation of which was only because of one man, and that was her husband. If there is sunshine in this age, then the husband is their son. My sister-in-law took a piece of bear paw in her mouth as an inexplicable emotion flooded her. When Chen Xi came to diagnose himself, and what did he do to him? Not a word of courtesy, but instead calling someone a man who was not a man of the world. Not only did they not blame themselves for losing their manners, but they also helped to alleviate their symptoms. No matter which way you look at it, you are ashamed of people. What made her even more ashamed was that she was begging to be a guest at someone else's house, and they made such a top-notch feast, which was in sharp contrast to her own indifferent approach. In his heart, he cursed that he had read so many books, when he had really read into the dog's stomach. How can you not know right from wrong and do something so disrespectful? No, I must find an opportunity to ease the relationship with divine Dr. Chen and repay him properly. Otherwise I will have a hard time in my heart for the rest of my life. There was one more thing. The refined salt just now. She must figure it out. Having been in the salt guide business for so many years, from which she keenly smelled the opportunity to get rich. If this kind of refined salt can be produced, the subsequent commercial value is something that one dare not imagine. She already had a sale plan in mind, but she couldn't say it in front of everyone. She had to communicate with divine Dr. Chen in private. The crowd ate and chatted, and the meal was a delightful one. After the meal, Chen Xi again took Erniu and the others to start building the house, and it took shape in an afternoon's work, much faster than planned. The sun is about to set. Zhuo Qianxian and sister-in-law still do not have the intention to leave. Zhang divine doctor, one old and one young, had planned to stay here to learn skills with the master. Naturally will not go. Chen Xi set up a table in the center of the courtyard, lit a fireplace and placed it by his side, and a pot of tea was boiled on the stove. Sit on a homemade deck chair and cross your legs to enjoy the sunset. It was the most pleasant moment he'd had in recent days, stretching out comfortably and looking up at the sun setting in the sky. The sun is setting, but it's only nearly dusk. Thinking about his future development plans, he then shook his head. These comfortable days are few and far between. Auntie and Zhuo Qianxian went out, just in time to hear the 2 lines of poetry read by Chen Xi. Her eyes lit up. She was originally from a great lady, and after she was busy with her business during the weekdays, she liked to imitate some poems. And such a beautiful sentence she had not heard before. Could this be Dr. Chen's own creation? Divine Dr. Chen is so elegant. May I ask, can Dr. Chen read out the entire poem, so that my concubine can also take advantage of Dr. Chen's talent? She was not expecting it. A healer hunter could still create such poems with a beautiful meaning. Aha! Chen breath cleared his throat when he saw his sister-in-law and Zhuo Qianxian approaching. He wanted to show off, and the shame of a literary copyist was no pressure on his rampart-thick face. How can you call it copying when it's a reader's business? Toward the latent tension of discomfort. Just after reading the first sentence, I immediately realized that it was not good. The next line of the original poem did not fit the situation, but with a twinkle in his eye, how could such a question be difficult? Big deal to be original. No one laughs at you as a hunter anyway. Toward the latent tension of discomfort, driving to the village of Wow. The sunset is unlimited. Just near dusk, a hybridization of pentameter and heptameter, a song called Watching the Sunset at the mayor's house in Wilwa village came out of nowhere. Zhou Qianxian and her sister-in-law were dumbfounded by this. Chen Xi stood up and pointed at the 2 women with a very beaten expression. I know what you're thinking, and it doesn't matter if it's pentameter or heptameter. With poetry, there's no need to care about those details. Suddenly, leaning back with his hands behind his back, he let out a soft sigh under his breath. A little frost is all. That kind of pretentiousness would be enough to sentence him to 20 years in the latter days, with no remission. Auntie couldn't hold it in even with her best training. If not for Zhuo Qianxian's presence, she would have burst out in joy. Good guy. The first time I heard the fusion of pentameter and heptameter, even. It's so unorthodox. Zhuo Qianxian stepped forward and patted Chen Xi's shoulder, the corner of his mouth hooked upward. Alright brother Chen, I know you're talented. Don't pretend. My sister-in-law and I have something to ask you. Chen interest this only turned back. Cannot hold it. I already knew what you 2 came to do. Is there something you're asking me for? Or is it? Zhuo Qianxian knew that big brother Chen was still a bit angry in his heart. It was no wonder he was. Last time he was scolded so fiercely by his sister-in-law. Little eyes flicked to the sister-in-law. The meaning is too obvious. Hurry up and apologize. Chen, big brother may be for your treatment. Aunt bashful cheeks red. Know that they are at fault now. But, apologize words, always cannot speak. She was already of a cool nature and hated men. And at this time, she wanted to apologize to Chen Xi. Opened her mouth and didn't know what to say. Chen interest to see her this difficult look. The heart is a little intolerant. After all, people are begging the door, for the sake of Zhuo Qianxian, or, holding out a hand, palm up, he opened it to the courtyard door. Ma'am, it's getting late, no need to stay long. Please return. Rule you 2 big masters rule. Give you some face? After scolding people will not apologize for the Lord. Their own is not so cheap skin. Auntie was at a loss for words by Chen Xi's sudden gesture of sending off the guests. Head down, hands cupping the corners of his coat, staying or going, awkward toes snapping a 3-room apartment in his shoe. Fan Yen had been keeping an eye on her husband. She knew that he didn't like to meddle in Mrs. Su's affairs, so it seemed that she could only take matters into her own hands. He came out of the house to Chen Xi's side and took his hand and shook it. Husband. Once Fan Yen opened her mouth, where could Chen Xi refuse? Blankly glanced at his sister-in-law and said without any goodwill, lie down. My sister-in-law sniffed. Lying down? Lying where? Looking around, Except for a wagon shed with no horses, the only table left to lie on was the one in front of him. It's hard not to. Can't hear a word, can you? Chen breath nudged toward the table and let her lie there. If it wasn't for my wife's request, I wouldn't care about your. And what does it matter to me if I die or not? Misogyny. I'll see if you're sick of being sick of life and be done with it. Spoil your stink. The sister-in-law is now worried. This courtyard is bare. Let herself a woman lying on the table in the courtyard. This is too embarrassing. Seeing her hesitation, Chen Xi continued to extend a hand, palm up, and opened his mouth to the courtyard door. Ma'am, the color of the sky. I lie. Auntie saw that Chen Xi was still going to drive herself away. Where else would she dare to talk nonsense? Gritted her teeth in hatred, and made up her mind to do as he commanded. Looking at the table, which was still a little water-stained, my sister-in-law was so aggravated that she was ready to cry. With a stomp of her foot, she finally laid on it, her eyes closed to death, her face flushed to her neck, and her body indescribably itchy. Chen Xi nodded with a bad smile on his face. Not only will I cure you today, but I will also cure your stinky problems. Find a large piece of bark, bend it into the shape of a trumpet tube, put it in front of your mouth, and yell at the top of your neck. Villagers, come here. The village chief is performing a cure for you. A voice shouted out as not finished. With a hand rubbed the big neck tendons. Just shouted fiercely, a little stretching the tendons. Rubbed a few times to continue to shout. Come on everyone. Learn how this village chief cures the sick. These two voices shouted out and the whole village boiled over. What? The village headman is going to cure someone? I haven't heard that the village chief can also heal. So hurry up and take a look. And Wang Jia. Quick. Stop cooking and hurry to see the village chief for a cure. Villagers have put down their hands of work, have rushed to the small courtyard of Chen interest. Not long after, the crowd was 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, and the small courtyard was surrounded. Excuse me, please, excuse me. An old man with white eyebrows and a white beard squeezed into the crowd. Thank you all. I am the village chief's apprentice. I deserve to be in the first row. Divine Dr. Zhang was very grounded, and at this moment, his face was not even necessary. In order to learn some medical skills from his master, his old arms and legs, he squeezed in from the congested crowd. There was another little girl outside who couldn't squeeze in, jumping up and down in a hurry, jumping and shouting at the same time. The village headman is my senior. I'll stand in the first row too. A kind villager let out a gap. The little girl rushed to squeeze in. Make milk strength. Finally squeezed in. With a layer of black dust rubbed on his little nose and mud on his face, he gasped and pulled a pen and paper out of his pocket, keeping one word of the mission in mind. That's, remember. My sister-in-law was lying on the table, her defense completely broken by Chen Rest. She had thought that Chen Xi would make something bad, but she didn't expect him to be this bad. The surrounding area was filled with watching villagers, and it was then that she saw everything. It turns out that this table is prepared for yourself. Who is serious about setting up a table in the yard in winter? But it was too late to say anything at this point. He was considered to be famous in Wawa village. A woman's family, in front of all the villagers to be healed. What misogyny. To see if the cure is over for you. A great lady, and the only 2 salt shopkeepers in Baishan County, at this moment in the village of Wawa. Gee, it's fun to think about. Chen Rest, full of smiles, did not think that their prestige can so quickly shouted to the whole village. Hands a stall pretending to be somewhat for it. That everyone stand back or this village head will be squeezed out. When Chen Xi finished speaking, he suddenly glared and pointed at a child who wanted to touch his sister-in-law's butt. Don't touch that little brat. This is a nobleman of the county. He'll bite you later if he gets anxious. After scaring off the kid, the bastard asked his sister-in-law again in a way. By the way, what's the lady's name again? I'll introduce her to the villagers. Aunt covered her face with her hands, whimpering and crying. She did not apologize. As far as this, if I had known that people would surround me like this now, I would have preferred to die at home rather than come. Zhuo Qianqian tugged at Chen Xi's sleeve, shaking it vigorously from side to side twice. Her sister-in-law was bashful, and she opened her mouth in an aggrieved manner. Brother Chen interest to see her that look of aggression, but also feel almost have to. Sister-in-law are by their own whole cry. This matter is even turned over. Okay, I get it. Passing a reassuring look to Satsuki Chikage, he then pulled out something similar to a small sword from his pocket and burned it on the fire. Coming to his sister-in-law, he said with a straight face, cover your face and show your nose. The sister-in-law was very obedient, knowing that Chen Xi was going to help cure him, and showed her nose while crying. Divine Dr. Zhang stared without blinking, afraid of missing every detail. The little girl took a pen and paper and was then ready to record. The noisy crowd also quieted down. The village chief was about to show his skills, and each of them stared with bated breath. Chen Rest squinted his eyes and looked through his sister-in-law's nostrils, and inside was a piece of nasal polyp. but due to the immaturity of ancient art, this thing is still too slow to rely on traditional Chinese medicine alone. He's having a minor surgery today. Pinching his fingers back and forth over his nose to get his bearings, the small sword reached in and flicked. The sister-in-law's body shuddered violently and a polyp was removed from her nasal cavity. Chen Xi took out the prepared medicinal powder and cupped it in his palm, blowing it violently against his sister-in-law's nose. Seeing that the powder covered the wound, he then clapped his hands in satisfaction. The villagers saw the village chief finished curing the disease, regardless of whether he read or not, applauded and finished. In the small courtyard, there was thunderous applause. Chen breath coughed lightly twice. Success! Chapter 73 settling in. As Chen Xi's words fell, the applause in the small courtyard was once again intense. These villagers didn't really understand anything, but they saw the village chief take something out of the nobleman's nose, as if it was very powerful. But Chen Xi was the village chief, the most prestigious man in the entire Wowo village, so it was over to follow the applause anyway. Village chief, those famous bone setters in the county everyone calls the divine doctor. I think our village chief is better than all those divine doctors. Yes, 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 our village chief is not called a god doctor. If he is better than them, he is called a god of healing. No, 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 our village chief is handsome and good at healing. He should be called the healing fairy. I think our village chief is the reincarnation of a god, and should be called the medical goddess. Some of the villagers heard it wrong and thought it was a god, and they hastened to open their mouths in defense of the village head. What one fairy? We are the second oldest in the village head's family. Have you all forgotten? By the way, it is indeed the second in line, so let's call it two gods. The two immortals are mighty. The two immortals are mighty. I don't know which douchebag started it. The villagers all followed and chanted, and Wowo village instantly exploded. Chen Breath was originally still fooling around, and when he heard the nickname Two Immortals, the corners of his mouth jerked hard, and he was instantly nonchalant. Go, 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 all of you. Get your ass back to cooking. I don't know what kind of asshole gave himself such a cool nickname. Can't you see that the mayor of this village is so handsome? Two Immortals? That nickname is just a little cuter than Chen Air. Stronger. Limited. Chen Xi was furious. This nickname is never allowed to spread out. Otherwise how can he still mix in the future? The second goddess will have to start a war business later. Which shopkeeper did you hear called the second goddess? Bah! Decent people who call themselves two gods. Chen Xi's mouth cursed and drove people away before the villagers left one by one with a playful smile. Some grateful villagers, still whispering among themselves, want to carve a wooden plaque of the second immortal for the village chief and offer it at home. Chen Xi drove away the villagers. The sister-in-law did not dare to get up without his permission, still lying on the table. It didn't matter to her now. The broken pot, the big carrot face not red or white, a young lady from a big family, lying in the village surrounded by spectators to be cured. Her shameful heart had long since died. Destroy it. She's tired. Chen interest for her to check the next nose, and then slightly nodded. Finally right over. Otherwise a crooked knows how to look how awkward. Turning his head, he saw an old man and a woman standing there confused. One didn't see it, the other didn't remember it. Master, you just, I didn't see it clearly. Master, I don't know what to memorize. Chen interest cannot explain to them. Originally is to cut a nasal polyp. Put the latter days are not worth mentioning small surgery, but now is beyond their understanding. Okay, if you don't see it, think about it more. Chen rest is not that he does not want to teach, but for a while he really cannot understand. To be an old Chinese doctor to understand the surgery, it needs a process of adaptation. Get up, ma'am. Go back and apply the medicine once a day and you'll be cured in a few days. Seeing that his sister-in-law was still lying there, Chen Breath was ready to chuck him out. The four of them came together and went back together. It was nice, shoving the small bottle of powdered medicine at Sachiko. It's getting late, so go back, all of you. As soon as he heard that Chen Xi was going to chuck people out, Dr. Zhang and the little girl were anxious. They came because they intended to stay with their master to learn the skills. How could they leave easily? Master is not to blame. The apprentice is stupid for a moment, still cannot understand the master's medical skills. Please give the apprentice some time to learn. Will not live up to the master's reputation. Divine Dr. Zhang wiped the sweat from his forehead, fearing that his master would kick him out. Auntie got up from the table, and she didn't want to leave. One is that staying here can stabilize her condition, and the other is that she doesn't know if Chen Breath's refined salt can be produced. She was sick these days. The Su family salt store business is getting more and more depressed. The Wang family has the court salt citation, private sale of private salt. These years earn a lot of money. He has no channel for private salt. He can only be passive. Lost a large number of customers. If this continues, he will be swallowed by the Wang family with no dregs left. The business that has been passed down from generation to generation cannot be destroyed in his own hands. I want to stay too. Auntie finished. feel a little wrong for fear of Chen interest misunderstanding, hastened to explain. I'm trying to stabilize the condition. Don't worry, I'll pay for the meal and the consultation. With those words, he once again pulled out a small yellow fish from his arms and cupped his hands and passed it forward. Here's the money for the meal and the consultation. If it's not enough, I'll have the driver go back and get it again. Auntie showed a lot of respect. People had completely cured her. If she was not more generous, the follow-up news about the refined salt could not be asked. Chen Xi looked at the gold bar in his sister-in-law's hand and did not reach out to pick it up. Instead, he looked at divine Dr. Zhang and the little girl. Look at this. He's paying for the meal, and you two are going to live for nothing? Divine Dr. Zhang's comprehension was very strong. He knew that his master was short of money and had prepared the silver long ago. From his arms, he pulled out a large ingot of silver and 10 taels of the official seal. Master, this is my apprentice's meal money. Chen Xi remained silent and dropped his gaze on the little girl. And you ate several pieces of my bear paws today. Don't you mean it? The little girl panicked. The money she had saved and the jade pendant had been given to the master last time, and at this time she had no pennies on her. The little hand pinched the corner of his coat, looking very anxious, his big eyes watery as he looked at the master beside him. She also didn't expect master to ask her for money. The only one who could help pay for herself now was master. Dr. Zhang's old face was red. He was originally a good doctor, and he didn't charge any money at all for diagnosing many poor people, and he didn't have much silver left on him. But you can't just stand by and watch a disciple get whisked away by his master. Again, he pulled out the only silver ingot left in his arms, which wasn't as big as the one from earlier, about 5 taels. Master, you see, the little girl eats less. Chen Xi knew that he could not squeeze any more oil and water, and collected all the silver, and said with a straight face, first things first, it's okay for you to stay, I'll take care of the food, but, there's no place to live, so you guys have to think about it. The new house had not yet been built, and there was really no room for them to live in, so we couldn't just let them all squeeze into the bed, could we? Zhuo Qianqian had prepared for this. Their carriage was very warm and they could rest in it by building a fireplace. Brother Chen, you don't have to worry about that. My sister-in-law and I can rest on the carriage. Divine Dr. Zhang remembered that he also had a carriage and immediately picked up the conversation. So has the apprentice, and I get to live in a carriage. He didn't care where he lived. All he wanted was to learn medicine from his master. The little girl is indifferent, although there is a difference between men and women with the master, but they have been practicing medicine for many years, and it is common for them to live together in a simple environment. Alright, since you guys don't mind, then it's settled. Arrangements were made for accommodation and not much else. This old man is willing to follow. Just follow. His own can heal the matter has been spread. The village of someone to come to see the clinic, can let the old man to help himself to cover. Free labor, use it for nothing. Having settled the guests, he had work to do himself. The new house and the dark fortress were being built. The next step was to build some weapons. The crossbow was the most suitable to be equipped in the dark fortress. This thing didn't need complicated craftsmanship, but it was extremely lethal. When all is said and done, there is plenty of wood, and if the bandits come back, it's a good time to try out their power on them. Chen Xi sneered. Didn't he run away from the leading bandit last time? Even if you don't come, the little master will still go to find you. My ladies and brothers didn't get hurt for nothing. Chapter 74 Qin Yao's new skill. After settling a few people in the carriage, it was already dark. Since Fan Yen came to Kuaishui, Qin Yao had just broken her body, and this bastard put his eyes on Bai Rongrong. They are all one's maidens, and it is the husband's duty to take care of each of them. Qin Yao how willing. She is most worried about Bai Rongrong than their own preemptive pregnancy. Born not the two, do not let Chen interest to succeed. But seeing her husband's horny look, she couldn't bear to do it, and under Chen Xi's series of softening, Qin Yao developed a new skill. Not down there, but up there. After Qin Yao learned that this method would also work, she didn't resist at all, but instead enjoyed tasting the sweetness of the night. When she woke up the next day, her lips and tongue were wooden, and her husband complimented her on her good oral skills, which made her happy. Bai Rongrong was unsurprisingly angry for another night, but there was nothing she could do about it. She was now only looking forward to the new house being built quickly so that she would have the opportunity to be intimate with her husband. Divine Dr. Zhang and the little girl took the job of feeding the family on their own accord so that master wouldn't dislike them. Don't look at the two of them as practicing doctors, but they could cook very well, no worse than a normal cook. After having breakfast, Chen Xi took the workers to work and started his work, making crossbows. The first thing is to draw drawings. All kinds of parts and components should be drawn. When Ning Chaotic will carpenter to find. These work can be handed over. The little girl watched as Master Shifu scribbled and drew on the paper. All kinds of lines and notes, words she recognized, but when combined together she had no idea what they meant. And the strange patterns, the big eyes blinking and blinking, How it's all so hard to see. Seeing the little girl looking out of her mind, Chen Xi smiled faintly. Don't know your name yet. The little girl was looking out of her mind, and was startled by the master's words, and immediately returned nervously. Back to master. My name is Wu Yi. My parents died of illness when I was 7 years old, and then I was adopted by master. And I have been practicing medicine under him all these years. Chen Xi was almost exasperated by this name. You call me master, I call you Auntie 5, right? This girl is not eating any losses. To take advantage of you, it seems that I can only take out the nickname of the second goddess, which, Wu Yi. Chen Xi tried to call out, but how he felt that he was being taken advantage of. This name was really awkward. When Wu Yi saw that Chen Xi was calling out in a twisted manner, she immediately picked up the conversation. Master can call me Shoei, that's what my master calls me. With Wu Yi's well-behaved demeanor, Chen Xi couldn't wait to give her a kick. Is your master that bad? Calling you sister-in-law? What a generation this family is. That Yi, can you see what this is? Chen Xi looked at her curiosity and wanted to teach this little girl to learn to draw drawings later. The mountain base is lacking this kind of talent that can write and draw. But as soon as he uttered these words, he coincidentally caught up with Zhuo Qianqian bringing his sister-in-law. My sister-in-law coughed lightly to hide her embarrassment, then picked up the conversation. Divine Dr. Chen, there is no need to be polite. I'm only a few years older than you. There is no need to call along with Chen this girl. Chen breath twisted his head to see that his sister-in-law and Zhuo Qianqian had come in at some point. At this moment, the sister-in-law still looked a little embarrassed. Stroking her hair, a little embarrassed by Chen, she sentenced sister-in-law. The corners of Chen Xi's mouth twitched viciously. A group came to take advantage of me, right? And call you sister-in-law? What's going on in that head of yours? What should I call you then? This time, even the lady is not called. Chen interest would like to see what she said. If she still take advantage of their own, immediately whisked away. Cannot wait a minute. Auntie has been less indifferent on the surface since Chen Xi healed her and wanted to learn about the refined salt from his mouth. Smiling at Chen Xi, he nodded his head. My name is Su Yun. I'm the owner of the Su family salt shop in the county. Divine Dr. Chen can call my concubine whatever he wants. The moment the name Su Yun was uttered, Chen Xi froze, a name that he was deeply impressed with. She is the Su family salt store lady in Lu Da's mouth, and she still has the imperial salt citation in her hand. This discovery let Chen interest surprise. Originally thought of salt overcapacity, in addition to change the same need to sell horses, their own powerlessness, want to open up the sales inevitably have to take risks. Although there is a big brother Nyo temporarily backed up, but the private salt this thing is not anyone can sell. Just a Wang family cannot cope with their own. Until there is absolute self-preservation, this path needs to be taken with caution. But right now, with this relationship between himself and Su Yun, it was just right to find out the Su family's attitude towards private salt from her mouth. Hello Boss Su, it just so happens that I have to give you a follow-up appointment. Come, I'll show you how well your nose has recovered. Chen interest attitude to a 180-degree turn. This is the hands of the god of wealth with salt lead, which can be easily let go. Su Yun obviously stunned. She never thought Chen interest suddenly so enthusiastic. From the morning up to now he did not ask his condition. How suddenly? Zhuo Qianqian was naturally delighted. For brother Chen to care about his sister-in-law's condition, he had obviously already forgiven her. Brother Chen must be looking at his own face. Yes, he must be. Zhuo Qianqian was in a beautiful mood as she plastered herself in the face and took all the credit for everything. Then I'll trouble Divine Dr. Chen. Su Yun is very natural to move the table. She already knows the place. Not just lying on the table. She does not matter. Do you still want to call the villagers to spectate? Anyway, our broken pot? Might as well fulfill the prestige of Chen Divine Doctor in the village. Chen interest to see her go to move the table, quickly stopped. No wonder people are the shopkeeper. Is so insightful, but today cannot let her make a fool of herself. They also want to set the words. Don't be in a hurry. Boss Su, no surgery today. No need to be so troublesome. Chen Xi greeted Su Yun and made her sit down, letting her tilt her head back, looking at the wound to see that it had recovered quite well, and blowing some more medicinal powder into it. The medicinal powder was blown cleanly, not a trace of it was spilled outside, unlike yesterday when it was blown all over Su Yun's face. Chen Xi's movements were coherent and stretching, very meticulous. Looking at Wu Yi's eyes were filled with little stars. Master is so powerful. Not only is his medical skill high, but his mind is also so delicate. Fingers gently rubbed Su Yun's nose to help her fix it. No surprise, at most 2 days will be healed. How does Boss Su feel? Is his breathing smooth? Su Yun was made uncomfortable by Chen Xi's meticulous care. Obviously yesterday was so rough. Why today like a different person? Thanks to Divine Dr. Chen, I breathed smoothly last night, and I haven't had such a sweet sleep in a long time. She is telling the truth. Due to the nasal lung reflex causes bronchial constriction, especially at night, is very difficult, as the condition worsens. Without timely treatment are life-threatening. Well, smooth as it goes, it healed in 2 days without incident. Soo-yeon was thrilled to hear this. She had been tormented by nasal abyss for a number of days, and now that she heard that she would be cured in 2 days, how could she not be elated? Standing up, he gave a deep bow towards Chen Xi. Concubine, thanks divine Dr. Chen. No need to be rude. No need to be rude. Chen Xi was very enthusiastic, and made another pot of tea for Soo-yeon, and the following entered the condescending session. Whether or not one salt business could be carried out smoothly. The next, all depends on Soo-yeon's attitude. Chapter 75 Fine Salt Business. After making tea, he personally poured a cup for Soo-yeon and made a gesture of invitation. I don't have any good tea in this humble countryside room. I don't know if it suits Boss Sue's taste. Chen Interest said very politely. This tea is in the county high price to buy new tea. Difficult to drink is not difficult to wear. Thank you, divine Dr. Chen. Soo-yeon was made to feel very rushed by him, and he was giving himself a medical treatment and making tea. And he was surprisingly nice. Elegant. Pick up the teacup, lightly sip. Put down the teacup. Hands very naturally placed on the lap. The great lady style show. It tastes good. Just 4 words, not one more. Chen Interest in his heart cursed. This calf let you pretend. More mellow than himself. How does he know? Soo-yeon is usually this way. Treating Chen Xi's attitude is considered super good. Usually unusual men simply cannot get close to her. Not to mention drinking his tea. Is Boss Sue's salt store doing well? It's okay. How many people buy salt every day? Not bad. Where does the Su family sell their salt to? Around. Chen Xi stood up and clasped his fists and arched his hands. Finish your tea and wash the teapot for me. After saying that, he turned around and left. Stepping on the horse, I will not serve. You can't get a word in edgewise. You're a ing asshole. I'd rather stop selling salt than take this. He was completely speechless. How with the latter part of the dating partner a virtue? Always ask a reply, or else go to the shower. Did not see the message. Bah, really think I am a licking dog. Soo-yeon saw that Chen Xi was going to leave and quickly stopped him. She still had a lot of private salt questions to ask. She didn't want to miss this opportunity. Divine Dr. Chen, I have something to ask you. Are you selling your salt? Upon hearing this, Chen Xi stood still. Take a few deep breaths and try to calm down. Turn around and ease up on the attitude. Interested in my salt now, are you? Here's where I start to pinch you. Boss Su is interested in my salt? Soo-yeon usually didn't chat with men at all. At most she explained her work with the store steward, and the rest of the time she was controlling the business layout. It was the first time she had ever talked business with a man as she had today, and she looked uncomfortable. Since I'm not a good conversationalist, I'll get right to the point and say what I'm most interested in about refined salt. Yes, divine Dr. Chen, your salt is of very good quality. I wonder where you purchased it from. Chen Xi patted himself down and sat down, picking up his teacup and taking a sip, his eyes staring at Soo-yeon with a very deep look. This salt, I made it myself. Throw out the bait and see if the fish take the bait. He is not worried about Soo-yeon to the government to report himself. This woman is just a cold temperament. Su family salt store business are going to be robbed by the Wang family. Report himself on her nothing good. Instead, it was her own refined salt technology that was her saving grace. Soo-yeon heard him say that he made the salt himself. His eyes lit up, feeling that the opportunity had come, and continued to ask, how is the yield of this salt made by Dr. Chen? Not much. It's a lot of work. It's just for normal household use. Chen Interest played dumb. The purpose is to observe Soo-yeon's color, directly to say that every day can produce a few £100. This woman can pressure the price to death. As expected, Soo-yeon's expression obviously disappointed a bit after hearing these words, but she still pursued the question undaunted. Then this kind of salt from divine Dr. Chen, do you plan to sell it in the county? Soo-yeon thought, no wonder. How can this quality of refined salt mass production? A month can make a few pounds would be good. This is still in the case of sufficient raw materials, but it's nice to be able to buy some for yourself to promote the store. Now that the store was doing poorly, she couldn't just sit back and wait for any chance she could get to try. Boss Su, as you know well, peddling salt privately is a head-killing offense. Chen Interest continues to test. This woman actually dare to sell private salt. If she does not dare, he can only find another way out. Soo-yeon picked up without even thinking. Please don't worry, divine Dr. Chen. My Su family has salt citations from the imperial court. Selling some private salt couldn't be easier. What's more, in the entire Baishan county, I'm not the only one who sells private salt. The imperial court is now conquering, so as long as they pay enough tax and silver, they won't look deeply into it. Soo-yeon wants to lower the vigilance of Chen Xi in this way. There are still some old relationships at home, even if the court checks down just a little bit. Besides, the Wang family's relationship may not be as strong as the Su family. The Wang family's business is good because there is a family salt mine. The Su family does not have the resources in this area, can only stand by and be robbed of business. Since Boss Su said so, then I won't worry about it. It can be sold. I don't know how much refined salt Boss Su wants. Chen Xi was very happy to hear this reply from Su Yun. Lu De had already spilled the information to him last time. The Su family was trying to sell private salt, just suffering from the lack of access. But you can't just listen to what people say about anything. You need to verify it for yourself. Sure enough, Su Yun is trying to sell private salt. Keep the rules of doing business. Do not mention getting rich. Cannot starve to death will burn high incense. Since ancient times doing businesses like this can bring you double the profit. Businessmen will no longer abide by the rules. 10 times the profit. Head don't pants belt on all dare to do. People die for money. Birds die for food. Su Yun saw that Chen Xi had just said that making refined salt was not that simple, and it was only enough for home use, so she didn't dare to ask for more, and stretched out her 2 green onion white jade fingers, tentatively asking, 2 pounds? 2 pounds for her to take back to the store to hold it up and maybe get some business back. Chen Interest skimmed his mouth, just said too conservative. This woman must have underestimated himself. The first time to do business with this woman. It is better to be careful. 2 pounds is still too little. It's a long way back and forth to the county. It's not even enough for a footage. I can sell you 100 pounds first. I just don't know if the Su family can eat it. Su Yun was stunned. Didn't he just say that refined salt is hard to make? But this one moment's effort produced 100 pounds? And he asked himself if he could eat it? This quality of refined salt, not to mention 100 pounds, as long as the price is right. 1,000 pounds can be eaten And given what she knew about the salt business, it wasn't the money that mattered to the nobles of the county, it was the quality. With 100 pounds of refined salt, she is confident that it will sell out in 10 days. With a sufficient and stable supply of goods, the Su family salt shop's business will return to its peak in a matter of days, and will have a good chance to go further. She was glad that she hadn't asked Chen Xi about the origin and production method of the refined salt just now, and it was even more unlikely that she would do so now, as no one would reveal their core secrets to anyone. Su Yun took a few deep breaths. 100 pounds of refined salt was enough to alleviate the crisis of the Su family's salt store, and now the main thing was to talk about the price. What price does divine Dr. Chen want? Su Yun was nervous. She was afraid that Chen Xi would ask for too much. This quality of refined salt she already had a price in mind. That is, do not exceed 1 tael of silver a caddy, or else she will not have a profit. Private salt 100 won a caddy. Official salt 300 won a caddy. This kind of fine salt 1-2 silver into the goods. Sell a 1-2 more. She is confident that she can still sell. Chen Xi stared at Su Yun for an instant. Lu Da's side was 50 pounds of refined salt for a manghorse. The price of a manghorse was 50 taels of silver or more. As long as Su Yun offered a price that wasn't outrageous, he could still accept it. I don't know much about the price of salt, so tell me, shopkeeper Su. I'm a second goddess now. You're going to treat me like a second cutie. I can't accept that. Su Yun thought about it. So many people in Dr. Chen's home do work. Yesterday the second lady gave everyone wages she saw, much higher than the county. The workers' meals also have meat and fish. And yesterday they also feasted on bear paws and venison. This kind of person can never take advantage of him. No need to bargain. Direct one step. It is also the highest amount that one can bid to. Once again stretching out a jade finger. With a very solemn tone. 1 tael of silver a pound. Chen Xi narrowed his eyes and looked at her. This woman is still okay. The name of the second goddess is preserved. The first time to do business. You can first give her a little sweet taste. Deal. I wonder what price Boss Su is going to set for this refined salt when he goes back. Seeing that Chen Xi was in pain, Su Yun no longer hid himself and answered truthfully. I'd like to price it at a little over 1 silver, and some profit would be fine. Chen Interest slightly smiled. This woman seems to be very smart on the surface, but still does not understand the high-end business logic. Things are more expensive than rare. The higher the price, the more popular. Those luxury jewelry in the latter days are the best example. Next, I'm going to have a good talk with you. After all, this is the first step in my own business blueprint. It's not as simple as just selling a fine salt in the future. Chapter 76 Su Yun's wager. That price is fine, but your asking price is a bit low. Su Yun froze. Selling price is low can be more sales. The price is set too high, will inevitably affect the sales. Seeing that expression on her face, Chen Xi knew that this woman had fallen into a misconception of thinking, and continued with a light laugh. Boss Su, why don't I make a suggestion? You don't have to take any risks. Just sell. Want to hear it? Su Yun came to be interested after hearing Chen Xi's words. The perennial businesswoman sensed that this proposal would be somewhat unusual. You speak, divine Dr. Chen. Chen Xi smiled, raised his eyes to look directly at Su Yun. His dark eyes were very deep. One could not see what he was thinking. In order to take the initiative in the negotiations, the momentum must overwhelm the other party. Fine salt is priced at 2 taels of silver a catty, and based on a 70-30 split. I'll take 1 taels and 400 per catty, and you'll get 600. When Chen Xi finished speaking, he looked at her with a smile. In order to have a long-term cooperation, he had to pull this woman into his boat. There is no need to take any risk, but also give you 30% profit. This kind of business she has no reason not to agree. In fact, Chen Xi was perfectly capable of selling him 1 tael of silver per catty, but her pricing was low and her profits were thin, which was fine at first, but once time passed, it was not guaranteed that something would change. The surest way is for both sides to benefit from each other, and only by tying interests together can business continue for a long time. They are guarding the salt mine. There is no shortage of raw materials. To put it bluntly, is to take out 30% of the profits, in exchange for your right to use a salt guide. What is the situation of the Su family nowadays? He has a clear understanding in his heart. If Su Yun wants to get out of the predicament, this is the only way to go. Su Yun understood the meaning of Chen Xi's words. The price of 2 taels of silver was high, but it was not unacceptable. It's just that this kind of cooperation has not been touched by himself, so that he really does not need to take any risks, but instead doubles his profits. But wouldn't he lose money if Dr. Chen did that? After all, he needs to provide the refined salt. Wouldn't taking 70% of the profit be a bit low? Isn't this distribution a bit unfair to divine Dr. Chen? Su Yun saw the business opportunity. This might be an opportunity for the Su family to turn around, but she wanted to work together for a long time and couldn't let Sean make him suffer. You don't have to worry about my side, but there are still some things that boss Su needs to take care of before doing this business. Chen Xi's greatest concern came to be, if she could handle this matter, then her own plans would be able to proceed smoothly. As if she knew what Chen Xi was going to ask, Su Yun spread her face and smiled. I know what divine Dr. Chen is going to ask. Don't worry, it's impossible for anyone to try to make trouble out of it. The Su family, have some connections above. Su Yun raised his hand and pointed upwards. His smile grew brighter. Although the Su family has fallen a bit, but the relationship that has been accumulated over the years is not worse than the Wang family. Chen Res smiled faintly, knowing that this woman thought wrongly. The Wang family is unlikely to find trouble in this. Why not swallow all the Su family business in these years? There is a reason. Wang family selling private salt can be said to be well known. The reason why the Su family is not pushed so tight, is entirely afraid of the Su family up to report. When the time comes, not only will there be no money to be made, but you'll also be accused of killing your head. The current situation was exactly what the Wang family wanted. The Su family had business to do and the Wang family was bored out of their minds. Cutting off someone's money is like killing their parents. And the Su family can maintain their business so that the fish won't die. Boss Su, you've misunderstood. I'm not talking about the top, but the bottom. Last time, Lu Di has already told Chen Xi that the Wang family has collusion with bandits, and the introduction of the Su family's refined salt will definitely impact the Wang family's business. On the surface, everyone is competing fairly, but behind the scenes, there are dark currents. On the surface, everyone is peaceful, but when the Wang family is pushed to the brink, he is bound to play the bandit card. Su Yun staggered for a moment. She knew exactly what Chen Xi meant by the following, and likewise knew that the Wang family had connections with the bandits, but she did not think that the Wang family would dare to do that. Dr. Chen is overly concerned. My business is in the county. Give the bandits 10 guts and they wouldn't dare enter the city. Su Yun is very calm. The court, although the consecutive years of war, but the local control is still very solid. Otherwise the bandits dare to enter the city to commit murder. This world will also be a big mess. Chen interest is somewhat speechless. This woman looks quite shrewd, but the brain is still a bit insufficient. Since the cooperation has been reached, there are some things to tell her clearly. It's not that the bandits don't dare to enter the city, it's that they don't have to. The reason why your Su family's salt store is open and doing well is because the Wang family deliberately let the water out. You have a business so they can mope around, and everyone's well water doesn't touch the river. But the introduction of the Su family's refined salt will inevitably impact the Wang family's business. When the time comes, it won't just be a matter of committing murder. Chen Breath put it bluntly. The so-called human nature was worthless in front of the huge benefits. Su Yun was a bit unconvinced, feeling that Chen Xi was being alarmist, and her tone was a bit dissatisfied. According to what Dr. Chen said, that Wang family would have sent bandits to get me killed long ago, so why keep my Su family to steal business from him? Chen Xi once again lightly laughed a little. This woman's breasts are not very big. How can she be so brainless? You've been in business for so many years, can't you even see the problem? There are 2 court salt citations in every county in Daigo. Do you know why the court does this? Su Yun lightly grunted. This kind of question is too simple. He won't treat me as that kind of ignorant woman. Clearly he is belittling me. Is divine Dr. Chen asking this to belittle my concubine? Su Yun is very unconvinced. She hates it when people look down on her as a woman. She thinks that what a man can do, a woman can do the same. It was one of the reasons she was so misogynistic, and most of all she disliked men who were condescending and self-righteous. The reason why there are 2 salt sites in each county is to check and balance each other. If there were only one salt site, the merchants would intentionally raise the price of salt in order to pursue high profits, and the people would be even more unable to afford it. Snap! Chen breath applauded for her. It seemed that this woman was not stupid to the extreme. She just couldn't realize the point of the problem, and wasn't useless. Seeing Chen Xi applauding, Su-yun snorted coldly and pretended, "Do you really think this lady is stupid? This kind of question is known even to a 3-year-old child. If I hadn't reached a cooperation with you, this lady would have left immediately." Boss Su is right. The reason why the Wang family doesn't harm you is because you pose no threat to him, and if he kills you, the court will still send someone to take over your salt guide. Can he finish killing? Humph. If Divine Dr. Chen knows this, then why would he still think that the Wang family wants to kill me? Because your refined salt sells fast and is of good quality and will take a lot of his business. Su-yun are going to be Chen interest gas laugh. Cooperation has just reached. The 8 has not yet is skimming it. The big words first set out. Loss of this lady also think you have some talent. The original is only a will brag about the fool only. A caddy of refined salt sells for 2 silver. Dr. Chen wouldn't think that such a high price would sell quickly. Would he? Well, soon. Chen breath replied without thinking. Su-yun nodded expressionlessly. In her heart she was already speechless to death. If she had known that he was such an idiot, she would not have cooperated with him. How soon is soon? She wants to thwart Chen Xi's sharpness. 2 taels of silver, a caddy of refined salt. A month can sell out 100 pounds would be good. You said soon is how long? 3 days. Su-yun this time was really laughed at by Chen Xi, covering her lips with her hand. Her face was also a little red, and she slowed down for a while before answering. It doesn't take 3 days. If it's sold out within 10 days, I don't want my 30% of the profit. It's all Divine Dr. Chen's. But, what if it doesn't sell out? Su-yun is not trying to pitch an interest. She is interested in treating him. This overambitious character must be a little lost convergence. Otherwise the future cooperation, there will be a lot of differences. Chen interest eyes lit up, waiting for you to say this. Want this kind of woman to be convinced, not without some fierce material is not possible. It doesn't take 10 days. I still say 3, if I can't sell them all within 3 days. Not only do I not want the profit, but Boss Su has to promise me one thing. You say. Su-yun just wanted to leave as soon as possible and was already too lazy to talk nonsense with him. In the future, when it comes to cooperation, you have to listen to me in everything, and vice versa. Good, since Divine Dr. Chen is so sure. This madam agrees, and no one may back out when the time comes. No problem. Chen Xi loaded 100 refined salt onto the carriage for her, said goodbye to Su-yun and Zhuo Qianqian, and turned to leave. Since brother Chen and sister-in-law were talking about business, Zhuo Qianqian and Wu Yi knowingly left. She didn't know how the two of them talked, only to see sister-in-law sitting in the carriage exasperated. Auntie, didn't you have a good talk with brother Chen? Su-yun let out a light breath before she told about her cooperation with Chen Xi, and even told Zhuo Qianqian about the final bet. Zhuo Qianqian heard, a small face worried out of shape. How can brother Chen and sister-in-law bet on this kind of? My sister-in-law has been a salt store for so many years. How can she not know the price and sales of salt? In her heart, she has already decided that Chen Xi has no chance of winning. This is clearly a gift of money to the sister-in-law, and in the future, she will have to listen to her sister-in-law in everything. Seeing that Zhuo Qianqian was in a difficult situation, Su-yun stroked her temples and spoke. Don't worry, I'll give your brother Chen his profits. I'm just using this matter to let him learn some lessons. It's not good to be overly ambitious. Seeing that her sister-in-law wasn't really making things difficult for big brother Chen, Zhuo Qianqian was delighted. Looking at the snowy scene outside the curtains of the car, a sudden sense of foreboding flooded her heart. Maybe brother Chen will really win? Chapter 77 Talent. After sending Su-yun, Zhuo Qianqian away, Chen Xi returned to the house and saw Wu Yi looking at the drawings while reading and drawing. Quietly, he came behind her to stretch his neck and look, and he couldn't take his eyes off of her. Do not say, Wu Yi, this girl draws a decent. Some of the digital symbols are not very understandable. Other places are standard restoration. This discovery caused Chen Xi to be a bit surprised. This apprentice granddaughter of his is a talent. It took less than a morning to draw some essence. Ahem. Chen Xi deliberately coughed softly, startling Wu Yi, and when she looked back she saw Master Shifu's serious face. Master Shifu. Wu Yi saw Chen Xi's serious face, hurriedly put down the pen and paper and retreated to the side, lowered her head and pinched the corner of her coat, like a small child who had made a mistake. Don't be afraid. Come master to tell you about it. Chen interest is a little embarrassed. He did not mean to pretend to be serious. Just look at the drawings to see seriously. It seems that this little girl is quite afraid of himself. Aha, okay master. Wu Yi looked a little short of breath, because she couldn't feel the master's temperament, afraid that if she accidentally angered the master, she wouldn't have any money left on her. The most valuable jade pendant had honored the master last time, and if the master kicked himself out again, he would be homeless. Wu Yi carefully came to Chen Xi's side, pursing her small lips and not daring to speak. Chen Xi helplessly smiled. It seems that the last time was to pit the little girl scared, to the present still have defenses against themselves. Sit down, master will tell you. Chen interest let Wu Yi sit down. From the crossbow parts of the lecture, each process plays what role: crossbow machine, crossbow arm, crossbow arrows and so on. He spoke very carefully. Wu Yi also from the initial nervousness, gradually becomes serious. Do not understand the place will also take the initiative to ask. Wu Yi through the Chen interest in the patient explanation, more and more focused, and later even can learn by example. Chen interest is very surprised. This little girl is naturally sensitive to drawings. Teach her well. In the future he can save a lot of effort. Pulling out Wu Yi's piece of jade pendant from her bosom, she placed it in her hand and rubbed it. Look at it well. Eat up the structure of the crossbow first, and if you can make it in the future, the master will have a reward. From the time Chen Xi took out that piece of jade pendant, Wu Yi's gaze on the jade pendant could not be removed. It was his own thing. Last time an excitement filial piety master. She regretted it when she went back, but how could she take back what she had given away? Not to mention that the other party was her master. Aha, Yi will definitely work hard. Thank you Master Shifu. Seeing that the little girl was attracted by her own jade pendant, Chen Xi smiled smugly. It was simply not too easy to hold a little girl. Master is going to work on the crossbow now. Are you coming to help? To help. Wu Yi nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice. Master said, do a good job, there are rewards. The master served happy. Maybe they can reward the jade pendant to themselves. Okay, come with the master. Chen interest with a 6-parent step on the way out of the house. The materials have been prepared. The only word left is dry. Crossbows are a must. Bandits may come one day and the appropriate weapons must be ready. The simple structure of this thing is suitable for mass production, saving time and labor, and even a woman can operate it easily. The new house in the Dark Fort will be completed in the next few days, and will be more than enough to fend off the bandits for a bit. Wu Yi was attracted to the jade pendant and was completely unaware that she was being used as free labor by Master Shifu. Chen Xi found a separate room and began to busy himself. Except for meals, he was shut inside all day. Wu Yi is very hard. To help Chen Xi glue sanding fixed, drawing a morning drawings, the structure of the components are familiar with, coupled with dexterity, and soon mastered. With the help of free labor, Chen Xi was quite relaxed, pointing out Wu Yi from time to time, and after working for an afternoon, the accessories of a continuous crossbow took shape. Some more crossbows were made, with all the arrows based on penetration, and the masters worked until midnight before resting. Early the next morning, Chen Xi had just finished freshening up when Ning arrived early. Hello big brother. Ning is very understanding, came and greeted Chen interest. The little girl this period of time every day to eat and drink well. The face also has meat, the whole person more and more watery. Chen Xi lit up at the sight of Ning. There is a free laborer here, just in time to keep Shoei company. Ning, big brother's been a bit busy lately. Can you help big brother out? Yeah big brother. Ning saw that there was something to do, looked very happy. Before the two sisters-in-law were learning to write in women's red, was worried about not being able to help big brother. Good, Ning will follow Shoei from now on. Chen Xi introduced the two young girls to each other, and since they were of similar age, they soon became acquainted. He also found a few male workers to give Shoei a hand, and instructed them to just do the crossbow parts, and wait for himself to come back to assemble it. After arranging everything and saying goodbye to the three ladies, he drove Dr. Zhang's carriage to the county town, relying on Su Yun alone. He would not be able to sell 100 pounds of refined salt in 3 days, which he knew in his heart. To win this bet, one could only look for connections, otherwise the fun would be great if one lost. And his salt target can be driven by not only White Mountain County, but the surrounding counties as well. The only people who can help him are Big Brother Nyo, and that little sweetie. Ugh, Mrs. Bull. Chapter 78 Mrs. Chen Xi drove the carriage to the county town and went all the way straight to the government office. When the yamen at the entrance saw that they could see Chen Xi from a long distance away, 7 or 8 yamen's eyes lit up and they didn't even stand at their posts anymore, running at the speed of 100 meters and 3 footprints. You're here, Divine Dr. Chen. Quickly hand the carriage over to Xiao. Divine Dr. Chen, don't give it to him. I've already prepared the finest grass. Your favorite horse is my own father and mother. Blah blah blah. Your own parents eat grass? Divine Dr. Chen handed the carriage over to Little. My parents eat bean cakes. Our beloved horses must eat bean cakes. 7 or 8 magistrates almost fought over the custody of their own parents. There are passing people curious. Early in the morning at the Yamen entrance, a group of government officials pulling the carriage does not let go, mouth shouting all the parents. Not long to gather a group of people to see the fun. Seeing that the situation is not good, the more the people surround the more bad influence. Chen Rest immediately opened his mouth. Don't even grab it. Serve the horses and you all have a reward. You few. Once the Yamen heard that they were all rewarded, they all fawned and hurriedly led the carriage into the county government. The horses were served by these filial courtiers, so Chen Xi was not worried at all. Without him having to say anything, someone immediately went to inform the prefectural master. Not long after, at the entrance of the mansion, Nyoben's voice arrived before he arrived. Ha ha ha, my oldest brother is here, please be quick. Nyoben topped a bald head, laughing out the door. Greeted Chen Interest is a big bear hug. What rules and etiquette? In his this is not at all. Chen Xi's back was raw from his slap. Grinning, he still politely replied back. Big brother Nyo, little brother has brought a gift to see you today. Older brother go go go. Prepare wine in the inner house. Nyoben refreshingly unlike words. The last time did not in Chen Interest drink a lot of pain is very regrettable. Today must be a good get-together. Without being told, he pulled Chen Xi into the inner mansion, shouting as he went. Ma'am na, look who's here. Her ladyship was healed at the moment and was watering the flowers in the house. And when she heard the master call out to himself, she frowned slightly. His lordship is usually of a big nature, and he annoys himself by drinking and getting drunk every time he comes to visit his honored guests. Suwaitsue, go tell the master that I am not feeling well and will not see any guests. Yes ma'am. Suwaitsue understands madam's temperament and knows that she likes to be clean, so she immediately trotted out the door. At this time, Nyoben with Chen Xi has already turned through the moon gate, straight to the inner house. Suwaitsue saw the master with Chen Xi, without saying a word, thumping and running back again. After 2 tosses and turns, Trisha was tired and out of breath. Mistress, Mrs. Madam saw Suwaitsue flustered. Her heart was a little angry. What's wrong with this girl today? She can't even do what she's been ordered to do. Trisha gasped evenly and covered her chest as she hurried to speak. Madam, Master has brought divine Dr. Chen here. Suwaitsue knew that Chen Interest for the lady cured the disease. Is the county government's great benefactor? She did not dare to make decisions without authorization, and came back to report to the lady. As soon as she heard that divine Dr. Chen had arrived, the madam was immediately nonplussed. 2 red rhythms crept up on her face and she hurriedly ordered. Quickly, Suwaitsue, you tell the master to set up the wine. I want to drink a few cups with divine Dr. Chen. Madam through twice being healed by Chen Xi, her thighs had long been seen by him, especially last time when she raised her pant leg so high. I don't know if he saw himself there. That itchy, tingly feeling she still misses. Lying in bed resting for the past few days, every time I thought about it, a strange reaction enveloped my entire body. When she closed her eyes and saw Chen Xi's burly body and handsome appearance, she was as impatient as a young girl in love. Thinking back, she had married this heavenly eunuch for so many years, and was nothing but good to herself, not even sleeping in the same bed, let alone touching himself. Whenever I talk to the noble women in the county, they always talk about how fierce their men are, but they have never experienced that kind of taste. Can't tell them that their master is a celestial castrate. All the grievances can only be borne in silence. And I was thinking of keeping this celestial castrate for the rest of my life. But until the appearance of Chen Xi, I do not know whether he intentionally or unintentionally. This guy 3 times always teased himself. In the past 2 days, her head was full of Chen Xi's shadow. Hey, this little ingrate has finally come. Aha, yes ma'am. Suwaitsue saw something wrong with the lady, exactly where it is wrong. She cannot think clearly, can only obediently run to report to the master again. Not long after, Nyoben brought Chen Xi into the inner mansion. Madam Na, divine Dr. Chen is here. Why don't you come out to meet the guests? Behind the screen, the lady came curling up. She just changed into a light blue dress. You can see that she just organized her hair. Her face is red. I don't know what rouge she wiped. An overwhelmingly beautiful human wife's sense of vision. You're here, little friend Chen. Madam Ying bowed. That dignified and elegant appearance. In no way lose Suyun. Chen Interest eyes lit up. 2 times to come are with the lady in bed exchanges. Today is still the first time to see her salute. The stock of maturity flavor came to the face. Cannot help but smacked his lips. I beg your pardon for Chen breath's disturbance. Ma'am. Chen Interest to return the salute. A low head to see the lady wore a pair of pink embroidered boots. This is not a young girl's wear it. I did not think that the lady is also good at this mouth. Ma'am Na. Still calling what Chin Xiaoyu. It seems so raw. I'm like a brother to my oldest brother, so I'll call him uncle from now on. Chen Xi got up in a hurry. No, I'm just a grasshopper. How can I dare to call myself a brother with the county magistrate? Nyoben came straight to the point, treating Chen Xi as a brother in arms, and waved his big hand. Brothers just respond. Upon hearing this, Chen Xi once again rose and respectfully saluted. Lord Magistrate, my brother has just passed away. According to the rules within 2 years, I can't recognize my brother. Do you think this is okay? You see me and give me face, and I'll designate a pocket. I'm not talented, but I like it when people call me the divine doctor. Hearing his words, Nyoben laughed and pointed at him. You? Well, then it's up to you, Divine Dr. Chen. Madam still doesn't give Divine Dr. Chen a greeting. The lady gave a Hail Mary salute and said softly, Greetings, Divine Dr. Chen. No need to be polite, ma'am. Chen Xi hurriedly returned the salute. Ha ha, whatever it's called. We'll be family from now on. After Nyoben finished speaking, he waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to set up a banquet. Divine Doctor, hey, Trouble, let's talk about each other. I'll call you my oldest brother on weekdays. Hearing this, Chen Xi nodded his head. Whatever, as long as he's not a brother to him. Today, you must accompany old brother to drink a few cups painfully, or else old brother will be angry. Since big brother has said so, how would old brother dare to disobey? It's just that madam is still around. Chen Interest would have liked to mention that the lady is around. Everyone drink less wine. They have something to ask people. Cannot drink too much. Seeing that Chen Xi was somewhat hesitant, the lady immediately picked up the conversation. There's no need for Divine Doctor to be formal. Nu Jia is also going to accompany Divine Dr. Chen to drink a few cups today. Nyoben sniffed overjoyed. The lady but never drink alcohol. Today this is to see the old brother happy. Rare lady does not stop themselves from drinking. The beauty of his nose bubble are coming out. Well, the lady has spoken. Old brother, what are you still dawdling about? Quick, set the banquet. Nyoben was so impatient that he couldn't wait to start drinking. Suetsue served tea for the three of them. A few people were polite again, and in a short while, the subordinates set up the banquet. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Chen Xi could only go to the table, but he always felt that the lady's eyes were looking at him in the wrong way. Just like when Fan Yan looked at him, her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were going to be drawn. Nyoben poured a glass of wine for Chen Xi first, and then filled it for his wife and himself respectively. Older brother, you've gotten cold on the way. Let's drink a cup first to warm up. Nyoben does not care about other people, said the words and then a drink. Mrs. Strict control, but he is gluttonous. After a glass of wine, Nyoben's face took on color, and he flashed the bottom of his glass to Chen Xi. Older brother, I'll drink first for my brother. Action in a single breath. Do not know also thought that the county magistrate is a bandit origin. Otherwise how this style? Chen Interest picked up the wine cup, looked at the wine color yellowish, body turbid. Is this the wine of this era? It was the first time he had ever drank alcohol after crossing over, but judging by the way it was sold, the quality was low for sure. Good, then I'll toast big brother first, said the man, taking a drink. As soon as the wine was in his mouth, he almost sprayed it, an indescribable sour flavor, with the latter-day white wine, both taste and degree, completely incomparable. Chen Xi frowned and swallowed it with difficulty. This thing had nothing different from horse urine except for a slight flavor of alcohol. The rest was not much different from horse urine. Seeing Chen Xi's unnatural expression, Nyoben said with some embarrassment, is it possible that old brother doesn't think the wine is good? This is my Baishan County's finest yellow wine, the best wine here for my brother. Nyoben said the truth. Nowadays the food shortage, the people do not have enough to eat where they dare to brew. Only some big families can drink a few mouthfuls of wine. Here is the best wine in Baishan County. Don't get me wrong, big brother, this wine is quite simple. I'm taking this first sip to start my appetite. Chen Xi hurriedly explained. He didn't dare to offend Nyoben now. There were still things to beg for. Nyoben was only relieved when he heard this, thinking that Chen Xi couldn't see this wine. Ha ha ha, come on, I'll fill it up again for my old buddy. Nyoben picked up the altar of wine to Chen Xi pour full, the lady on the side of the small mouth drinking, from time to time with eyes glancing at Chen Xi in panic low. Cannot be said to be all kinds of style. Chen Xi gradually adapted to the flavor of this wine. To say the degree, it was only about 7 or 8 degrees. This is something that he can drink a large altar by himself. No pressure at all. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, Nyoben already had a drunkenness, and spoke with a big tongue. Mule brother, exempt, big brother then Li, also oil. With those words, he wobbled to get the wine jar, but it was reimagined in his eyes and he couldn't touch it. His head was spinning and bam he was on the table, snoring in no time at all. Chen breath slapped his head. Bad food. Before you can say anything about selling salt yourself, your big brother gets drunk first. Sighing in his heart, it seemed that he could only return today without any success. Right at the same time when Nyoben was drunk, Chen Xi suddenly felt a strange sensation coming from his calf. There were only 2 people at the table at the moment, and he didn't even have to think about it to know who it was. He raised his eyes, playfully looking at the lady, only to see that she was slightly drunk. The red rime had spread over her face. Her eyes did not dare to meet him, pursed her red lips and pretended to be invisible. The lady is also spelled out. The heart of the past few days is all about Chen Xi. At this moment, through the wine, one does not do anything directly to him to show their feelings. She didn't want to live like this guarding the celestial castrati. She wanted to live like the other noble women. Otherwise, when you are old and yellow, even if you have that mind, your body can't carry it. Chen breath swallowed his saliva, and the heavens were at war in his head. The lady's meaning was clear enough, to make her feelings known to herself. But the problem before him now was twofold. 1. One does not do not rest. On the spot will take the lady. Let the lady and the cattle big brother their blow pillow wind. Their own buy salt plan will be twice the result with half the effort. Secondly, once this matter is exposed, not to mention selling salt, it is doubtful whether one's head can be saved. Chen breath took a deep breath and touched Madame with his leg. Perhaps it was a little too hard, making the lady think he didn't want to. Turning his head around with a grimace, he stared at Chen breath. In his heart, he thought, answer or not, you give a quick word. If you agree, how can I do? If not, then the fish will die, but only can not let him go. If you let him go, once this matter will spread out, his reputation is ruined. The lady made up her mind. Her eyes were no longer grudging, and she stared at Chen Xi waiting for him to reply. She had already indicated her meaning. It is up to you to do it. Whether you live or die, it's up to you. Chen breath read everything from the lady's eyes. Once this is not handled well today, a small life will be lost. Holding out a hook of her finger, the lady understood and moved her body, sitting next to him while closing her eyes gently. Chen Xi swept over her body with one hand and held her hand on her waist. The lady's body shivered and closed her eyes, her red lips slightly open, waiting for the storm to come. Which thought, Chen interest actually stops here, but also talk to her about the conditions, the beauty of the lady. I wish to seek it, but, please, the lady promised me something first. The lady sniffed and was furious, saying, unintelligible little villain, says. Chen Xi's mouth pinched up a bad smile. As long as you are willing to listen, then I can say Chapter 79. Can you take me away? I've made something, and I want to ask Big Brother to help me find some sales. The lips of the two were so close to each other that when Chen Xi spoke, he could still smell the aroma of the lady's lipstick. The lady's waist was now wrapped around Chen Xi's arm, and she had long been in a state of confusion, and opened her eyes in ecstasy, her hand laying on his chest, puffing out her breath like an orchid. What the? Chen breath fished out a small jar from his waist and held it in his hand, and the two of them pressed their foreheads together, the tips of their noses touching, and gently spat out a word. Salt. One word exits. The lady's body obviously shivered. Her disoriented eyes instantly regained their sanity, gently pushed Chen Xi away, unbelievably said, what did you say? Chen interest to see the lady heard the word salt, a look like a formidable enemy, let him a little puzzled. What's wrong with you, sister-in-law? I'm talking about salt. Chen breath thought she hadn't heard and explained again. The madam heard Chen Xi's words this time, straightened her messy clothes, got up and walked towards the door, turned sideways and listened outwards, then spoke. Trisha, ma'am, I'm here. Master and I accompanied Divine Dr. Chen for a drink, and ordered that no one be allowed to approach the inner mansion, including you. Yes, ma'am. The master and servant conversed through a door between them, and in a short time the sound of the inner door closing was heard, and then the whole inner house fell into silence. The lady stood in the doorway for another long moment, realizing that there was no sound from outside, before she breathed a light sigh of relief and turned to sit back in her chair, adjusting his sitting position. He then stared at Chen breath and opened his mouth with a straight face. Your salt? Yes. Chen Xi frowned and found that things were not right. Just now when she was in ambiguous contact with herself, the lady was not even this careful. Why did she react so strongly when salt was mentioned? Bring it to me. The lady held out a hand, palm up, with a very serious look. Chen Xi placed the small jar in her palm. Her whole body muscles were in a tense state. The lady's reaction was very wrong. Once there was a change of heart, she herself had to quickly bolt. The lady opened the salt shaker and poured some out into her palm. Her pretty brows furrowed. Then she pressed her nose to it and smelled it, dipped her fingertip in a bit and tasted it in her mouth. No expression could be seen on her face, and she looked at Chen Xi with grave eyes before speaking softly. Did you make this thing? Yes, sister-in-law. Words have been set out. Chen interest want to renege on the debt is not feasible. Can only be greatly admitted. Would like to see what the attitude of the lady. The big deal is to escape from here. Go home and run away with the three ladies. This is a big sky. Can hide for a while. The lady's chest rose and fell dramatically for a moment. The man in front of her was not only a good healer, but also a very good hunter. High-quality refined salt like this will still be made. So can he help himself out of his misery? She hesitated for a long time, but finally spoke. It's a good thing you didn't say it out loud to his lordship, or you wouldn't be able to leave today. Chen interest narrowed his eyes. The meaning of the words of the lady he heard. It is difficult to county master. Sister-in-law. What is the meaning of this statement? Chen Xi already had an answer in his heart. The county master must have a relationship with the Wang family. Otherwise the lady would not have said such words. Nice guy. Almost ran into a gun himself. The lady took 2 deep breaths, pursed her lips, looked at the drunken Niu Ben, and then looked at Chen Xi. Her heart struggled a lot. Chen interest what I? Gently hold the lady on the lap. The right hand smoothly removed her just put on shoes and socks, hand playing with the jade feet. He is really desperate. The only kind of solution in this situation is to sell his color. Seeing that her body had been picked up by him at some point, the lady glared at him angrily, and another tingling sensation came from her small feet. A soft hum escaped his lips, and a strange sentiment enveloped his entire body. With her face pressed against Chen Xi's thick chest, her mouth and nose flooded with gusts of manly scent, she finally made up her mind to tell Chen Xi the truth. His lordship is the backer of the Wang family's salt store, and if your salt is ordinary coarse salt, he will kill you with a knife. But your salt tastes pure, and he'll do more than just kill you. The lady's words were very straightforward, and if Chen Xi couldn't understand anymore, there was nothing she could do about it. Chen interest in a lively mind naturally heard the meaning of the words of the lady. Their own sale of coarse salt is dead. If you sell this kind of refined salt, you will surely be arrested and imprisoned, forced to find out the method of salt production, and then killed. Chen Xi figured everything out and felt a chill down his spine, breaking out in a cold sweat. No big brother on the surface of a big grin. Behind the scenes there is another side of the unknown. No wonder he can become the county master. Really is not a person cannot look like It's a good thing he was drunk today, or he wouldn't know how he died. Chen Xi's hands were not honest, teasing the lady very hard to endure. Can you tell me about his lordship? Chen interest in both hands at the same time to make bad. The lady completely defeated in the front, already indulged in this feeling. At this time Chen interest tone of tenderness, but also to break down her fragile line of defense. The voice noisily told Chen Xi everything about his lordship. It turned out that Niu Ben was a horse bandit, and after doing a few big jobs in the jungle, he chose to wash his hands in gold. He himself was robbed by him before, and on the day Niu Ben robbed her, he was shot through his lower body by a feathered arrow, and has never been able to do that again. Niu Ben incompetent, would like to kill her, but she wins in the beauty and intelligence. Gradually Niu Ben take her as a wise man to treat, take her with her to the office, became the envy of the county magistrate's wife, but she was a yellow girl when she was snatched, and a dozen years later, she's still a yellow girl. It's so true to the old saying, go out half a lifetime and come back a virgin. Who can I talk to about this? This story heard Chen Rest smacked his lips. Good guy, this time alright. No wonder the county cattle run acting style greatly, dare I say before is a horse bandit, but also did a lot of harm to the world. Over the years, by acting as an umbrella for the Wang family, he has amassed a lot of wealth behind his back. The lady's parents were killed by horse bandits, and she initially resigned herself to save her life, but after being around Niu Ben for a long time, she became more and more disenchanted with his style of horse banditry. In recent years, Niu Ben's collusion with the surrounding bandits to brutalize the people was even more repugnant to her, so now she rarely gave Niu Ben any ideas. It just so happened that last year the court sent a county lieutenant to take charge of the power of the government soldiers in White Mountain County. The county lieutenant ate up most of Niu Ben's power, and since the county lieutenant has ties with the state capital, Niu Ben hasn't dared to do anything to him. That's what led to him doing nothing all day and being addicted to alcohol. This part of the story was digested by Chen Breath. Looking over at the drunken bull run, his eyes narrowed gently. If I want to sell salt, you and I will be at loggerheads. But this road, I still have to go. To put it bluntly, you are also a bandit. Hands stained with the blood of so many innocent people. There are some things should be able to see through. Don't blame the old man for being selfish. Madonna, it won't last long. Chen Xi had a decision in his heart. The corner of his mouth pinched up a bad smile again, and his hands were even more forceful, causing the lady's body to keep shaking. Sister-in-law is telling me this. Not afraid I'll report it to the state capital? The lady stopped Chen Xi's hand that was making a bad move, and after giving him a blank look, she slowly opened her mouth. I can tell you about it, so I'm not afraid to report it. The voice paused. A few teardrops slid down her face, took out a handkerchief and wiped her eyes, then spoke. Even if you don't go to report, his affair will be exposed sooner or later. The new county lieutenant is already checking his details. I'm afraid it won't take long. The madam was a bit speechless and cried in a small voice against Chen Xi's chest. After crying for a long time, as if she had made some sort of determination, she wiped her tears and turned around to look at Chen Xi expectantly. will you take me? Chen Xi lowered his eyebrows and contemplated for a while. The lady is also a bitter woman. If everything is as she said, Nyoben, this county magistrate master, cannot sit for a few days. The new county lieutenant backed by the state government to investigate the details of Nyoben. Discerning people can see what is going on. Nyoben fell. The Wang family will be equally implicated. This time of year is the best time to make your own entrance. I can take you. The lady was just about to rejoice when the next paragraph from Chen Xi came. But you have to promise me a condition. The lady froze. What could she do to help him? You say, first, help me sell the refined salt from the Su family. That's a sample you're holding in your hand. The lady breathed a sigh of relief. With her own reputation, casually spreading the word and selling some salt wasn't difficult at all. I promise. Chen Breath placed her body back on the chair and also thoughtfully helped her put on her shoes and socks. Don't reveal the source of the salt. Leave the rest to me. And when you're done with this, I'll take you away. The lady looked serious and opened her mouth. Remember what you said. Chen Xi nodded and then left the county residence. It's impossible to sell salt without revealing it, and while they're investigating, they need to be prepared themselves. And that new prefectural lieutenant, I'll pay a visit when the news of the refined salt spreads. It's a good time to take this opportunity to meet the Wang family. Chapter 80. Whether it's a mule or a horse, take it out and walk it. Taking over his carriage and casually giving some copper coins to the 7 or 8 magistrates, Chen Xi left with 1,000 thanks. He also went to the blacksmith store and bought some iron artifacts. Nay, there were no iron or resources. These things he had to go back to do deep processing. The Eagle's Nest bandits will not let up, and if nothing else, they will come looking for revenge in a few days. It's just the right time for the villagers to practice their guts with the bandits. An hour later, Chen Xi drove his carriage back to Owa village. A long way away, he saw 3 men standing in front of the house. The leader, with a head of white hair, stood pacing back and forth at the entrance to the courtyard, with 2 old men tied to the wall behind him. The 2 old men were similarly shaped, their bodies tied up, each missing a leg, and leaning against the wall with one leg on the floor to keep them from falling over. Chen interest suddenly 2 black eyes. They are not letting Ning chaotic to find carpenter's blacksmiths well. Bundled back 2 old men. What is the meaning of? One was missing his left leg, one was missing his right leg, and the 2 old men were leaning against the wall at that moment with an indignant look on their faces. Chen Xi grimly came closer and shone a kick at Ning Chaos. But, what are you doing back here? Chen interest to see him cannot suppress the fire. Let you find carpenter blacksmith. You horse to find me 2 old men, or 2 half-finished products. I taught you to read and write by hand myself, and I told you to find 10 people, and you got me 2 old men? Technically, 1.5. Ning Chaos covered his ass and turned around, just about to bare his teeth, but once he saw that it was his big brother, he immediately wimped out and scratched his head with a hefty smile. Big brother, I've brought all the people you want. Chen Breath rubbed the surface of his foot. This guy's ass is clanging hard. Next time he will have to kick a different part. After rubbing the top of the foot, also do not talk. Turn around in a circle on the ground to find something. Ning Chaotic thought that the big brother lost money, followed by Chen interest ass behind the circle to find. Chen Xi turned around several times and finally found a branch that was fairly thick, bent it with his hand, and the toughness was okay. Turning around, he smacked at Ning Chaos ass, cursing as he did so. I'll tell you to get 5 carpenters, 5 blacksmiths, you find me 2 old men, and a half-finished product. Chen Xi cursed with every whip, and smoked Ning Chaos wailing and shouting while jumping. Big brother, big brother, listen to me, I'll explain. Chen Xi got tired of smoking and pointed at Ning Chaos with the branch, which was half broken and drooping down from the center like a small leather whip due to the fact that it was half broken from being smoked. What's with these 2 old men? Ning Chaos covered his buttocks. Tears of pain are coming down. Big brother's temper is also too big. Without asking to come up and smoke. Big brother, listen to me. These 2 old men are not simple. They are famous carpenters and blacksmiths in Huling. Chen Breath took a few deep breaths. His face still not looking good. Twisted his head to look at the old man one more time. Turned his head and still wanted to whip him. That's nonsense. If you lose your legs, you must be famous. If I'm not mistaken, these 2 are surnamedly, aren't they? Nicknamed Iron Chopperly. Ning Chaos eyes lit up. Big brother is really a god. Just met one side. Even know what people's last name is. Right, big brother. These 2 old men are brothers and sisters. Indeed surnamedly, but I do not know if it is Tai Xiaoli. Chen Breath turned his eyes away, no longer wanting to look at this douchebag. Covered his forehead and took a few deep breaths, no longer able to spit. It took half a day to calm down. Anyway, the person was kidnapped by this douchebag. What else could he do? You're saying the 2 of them are a carpenter and a blacksmith? Yeah, big brother, hands down. Chen Xi glanced once again at the 2 old men, who were wearing linen clothes, and looking inward from the place where the threads had been opened, stuffed with hay. The inside of the clothes are bulging, and those who don't know think that the jacket is so thick. Each had a straw shoe on the sole of his foot, worn to the bone. Chen Xi pulled out a few copper coins from his pocket and shoved them into Ning Chaos' hand. There are sticks in the yard. Make a crutch for each of them, and buy a pair of shoes to send back. Chen Interest finished twisting his head and left. He has no hope. Carpenter blacksmith all by himself. In the future there is a similar task. Killed him not to let Ning Chaotic to do. Seeing that his elder brother was about to leave, Ning Chaos hurriedly stopped him. How could he put back the person he had managed to kidnap with great difficulty? Big brother, listen to me. These two old men are very good with their hands. They used to work in the army. Chen Breath stopped at his words and asked with narrowed eyes, did it in the army? Yes, big brother. I've traveled to several villages, and because of the recent banditry, the carpenters and blacksmiths are all in their villages protecting their families and are afraid to go out and do their work. Just these two old men are bachelors, and when I talked them over, they wouldn't come. So when I got angry, I tied them both up. Chen Xi was a bit skeptical. By all rights, if you work in the army, your craftsmanship should not be bad. Then take a closer look at the two old men. Although some age, but the physique is very sturdy. The hands are very thick calluses, obviously year-round work. Masters, what are your names? The two old men turned their heads to the side in disdain as they listened to Chen Xi's question. Their two old faces red with anger. The two of them had heard the conversation between Chen Xi and Ning Chaos just now. First, he disliked his disability, and then he didn't believe in his own craftsmanship. Do you really think that the old man is that group of waste? Kid, for the sake of you saying you'll do the abduction and buy shoes for both of us, let this white-haired kid apologize and send us back again, and this matter will be treated as if it didn't happen. The two old men were very stubborn, and although they were tied up, they were not afraid in the least. Chen Breath slightly nodded. Look at this posture. The hands can be a little bit of ability. At least the momentum is not weak. Apologizing is fine. I see that the two masters are also craftsmen. As it happens I am. Why don't we compare crafts? And if I win, I'll not only apologize to you, but I'll also give you a bunch of money to compensate. The two old men were amused by Chen Xi's words. Did they hear it right? This little doll wants to compete with us in craftsmanship? Ha ha, little doll, are you serious about this? Seeing that the two old men were on the right track, Chen Xi smiled and nodded. Say one thing. The two old men did not look down on Chen Xi. Young, even if he studied medicine in his mother's womb, he could not possibly compare to himself. Okay, carpenter blacksmith, what do you compare? Chen Xi spread his hands out, not taking the two old men seriously at all. Whatever, I'll let you both come along. The two old men were disliked by these words and their old faces reddened with anger. Good you little doll who doesn't know the sky. Untie us. Today I'll let you see what it means to be someone else. Chaos. Untie them both. Chen Xi finished his speech and entered the courtyard without looking back, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. From the calluses on their hands, it was clear that the duo did have a couple of tricks up their sleeves, wanting the two old guys to obey. They'd have to move around a bit today. It's a mule or a horse. Take it out for a walk. Chapter 81 The Great Coincidence. The heavy sword without blade. Chen Xi came to the backyard steelmaking kiln. Next door is the brick burning kiln. Directly led to the charcoal fire is very convenient. Ning Chaos untied the two old men, gave them two pairs of crutches, and led the two old men into the backyard. The two old men, one black-faced and the other red-faced, were well distinguished. The red-faced old man was the eldest, named Li De, and the black-faced one was the second, named Li Er. Li De is a blacksmith, and after seeing Chen Xi's steelmaking kiln, the beard on his mouth trembled, and he disdained this kind of humble kiln. Little doll, are you trying to compete with old man in ironsmithing? Chen Breath smiled faintly and made a gesture of invitation. I have everything here, and seeing as you're old, I won't bully you into doing whatever you want. After you. Li De was Chen interest in this arrogant look angry. He played a lifetime of iron, even in the army iron store. No one dares to underestimate himself. How can you be humiliated by a little kid today? Li De held a breath in his heart, checked the tools on the desk, picked up and tried, but it was while it lasted, turned back and said, don't forget your string of money if you lose. Little doll. Li De swore in his heart, if I don't teach you a good lesson today as a brat, the old man has lived such a long life for nothing. As for the string of money, he didn't dare to think about it, and he didn't think that Chen Xi would give it to him if he lost, and just took it as words of gambling. As soon as Chen Xi heard the old man mention money, he grinned broadly, fished out a large silver ingot from his pocket, and slapped it on the case table. Raise the stakes. As soon as the two words were uttered, the villagers around the kiln were also curious to see what the village head was betting with the old man, but they are all doing their work at the moment, and the boss dares not be lazy in front of them, so they can only do their work while peeking this way from time to time. Here's 10 taels of silver. If you win, take it away. If you lose, stay and iron for me for a month, with meals, but no wages. Chen Interest said very clearly, rely on the ability to get money, do not have that ability, stay and work for me. Fair enough, Li Din narrowed his eyes. The little doll in front of him was speaking fairly, but could he really take the silver ingot after he won? Seeing Li Da's hesitation, Chen Xi knew what he was worrying about in his heart and clapped his hands 3 times, shouting, everyone put the work in your hands away. This village chief and this old man are competing in iron smelting. Everyone come over to be a witness. Workers heard this, hastily put down the hands of the work, not long to surround the iron kiln. One is happy to see the fun. Ernie was smart enough to read the old man's concerns and opened his mouth. Master teacher, this is the village chief of Arwawa village. His words always count. If you win against the village chief, you are guaranteed to take this silver. Seeing Ernie put his word in, the other workers all spoke up. Our village chief speaks his mind and will absolutely do what he promised you, as all of us can attest. Master teacher, just show your hand quickly, and when the time comes to go home with the silver, you'll be the rich man of your village. That's 10 taels of silver. I've never seen that kind of money in my life. The workers were not afraid to watch the fun, and they did not believe that the village chief would lose. Even if the mayor loses, the old man can't take the silver. Look at the white-haired boy behind the mayor. That's the village chief's hired thugs. 10 bandits wouldn't be enough to beat him, let alone you 2 crippled old men. In their eyes, Ning Chaos was perfectly capable of doing so, kicking the cripple's good leg violently. Li Di was a little surprised that the little doll in front of him was still the village chief. Those villagers still embraced him so much. It seems that the silver arrived today. The mayor is a man of his word. There was a rare smile on that old face of Li Di. Little doll, since you are the village chief, I will trust you. The words changed. Don't worry, this silver old man won't take it from you for nothing, and I'll show you Owa village a hand today. Everyone who wants to watch it should watch it carefully, and if you learn it, it's all yours. Li Di speak a teacher master faction. Many masters iron is not allowed to outsiders to see. Teach the apprentice starving master. The old man has put up a fight for 10 taels of silver today. Bare arms and bend sleeves and get busy. The fire in the furnace was so hot that it did not take long to boil the iron into iron. Li Di hooked out the iron, skimmed Chen Xi, and smiled contemptuously. Seeing that you are a little doll with a strong body, the old man will beat a knife for you. Although it is not worth 10 taels of silver, it is still a precious fine iron knife. Li Di also for the Chen interest to consider. Took people 10 silver. At least leave something for people, otherwise the little doll can lose. Chen Xi, on the other hand, laughed out loud. Good old man, you want to beat a fine iron sword for me? Awesome blowing ah. Today I'll see what kind of knife you can fight. Fine, fine. Then I'll be waiting for your fine iron blade. Chen Xi crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at Li Di with interest. He also wanted to see the level of blacksmithing in this era, whether there was anything worth borrowing. Watch this, little doll. Li Di convergence of expression began to operate seriously. Although he is a bit old, but once holding the blacksmith tools, the whole person's aura has changed. The hammer flew up and down in his hands, and the red-hot iron knocked out a large area of impurities in a few strokes, and 30 refinements, 50 refinements, until 72 refinements were molded. Chen Xi secretly nodded his head as he watched the old man pumping iron. With such craftsmanship in this day and age, this old man was one of the best, but these crafts meant little in his eyes. Let's just say that it barely reached the handicap boundary, and was 75-64, 25 meters short of the passing line. The old man quenched and tempered the fine iron sword. The fire control was very precise, and the action was done in a single motion. Good, Chen Xi called out, and all the villagers applauded, excited to see such a high level of blacksmiths working on iron with their own eyes. God can't starve craftsmen, especially in this era. The people can't get enough to eat. You have a craft. Everywhere you go is a rice bowl. Li Di smiled faintly, threw the fine iron sword on the case table, and reached out to put 10 taels of silver into his pocket. Go put a hilt on it yourself. I'll return first. After saying the words, he wanted to take Li Er away. With the money, he could buy some clothes and food for himself. He had no time to spend here. Wait, Chen interest face playful. This old man, what do you mean? My money is so good to take it? As soon as Ning Chaos heard that his big brother was going to play tricks on him, he took a step in front of Li Di, narrowing his eyes and beads and bellowing. Old man, you want to leave after taking my big brother's money? Leave me that good leg, said the words to kick the old man. Stepping horse, dare to take my big brother's silver. Your good leg also don't keep. Chen Xi kicked Ning Chaos in the ass. Are you crazy? Is that what I mean? Messy, we have to convince people with virtue, Chen Xi said in a serious way. Cannot let Ning chaotic nonsense. The old man is left with a leg. In the future also refers to him to work for himself. Good Lu big brother. Ning Chaos rubbed his ass and understood the meaning of his big brother's words. It's not about convincing people with virtue. He's good at it. Turning to Li Di with a glare. He reached out and snatched the silver from Li Da's arms. Old man, let me tell you, in our Wawa village, if a copper coin falls on the ground, it has to be surnamed Chen, and my elder brother is Da. I'm not going to beat you up today, get lost. Turned around and stuffed the silver into the arms of Chen Interest, grinning. Big brother, how? I serve people with virtue service line? Chen Interest are going to be this douchebag angry. Gripping his white hair pigtails, a finger worker's digging the piece of sticky land. Chaos. You go dig in this field today and try to dig me a well. Ning scratched his head in disarray. Big brother was going to drink from the well. Good Lou, big brother, carrying a hoe to work, he has no heart. Big brother, let do what? Listen to big brother, right? Find some work for Ning Chaos, or this kid will cause trouble everywhere. Chen Xi set the silver back on the counter again and smiled at Li De. Sensei has finished his performance. Is it my turn next? Li De had just been frightened by Ning Chaos, thinking that Chen Xi was going to play a scoundrel. And now, listening to his words, did he still want to compete with the old man? Fine. I'll see what you little doll is capable of. Li De cannot go, can only be on the sidelines, dry eyes, thinking that later when he failed, he took the silver before leaving. Chen Xi asked Nyoer to move a stool for Li De to sit down, and then rolled up his sleeves and started to work. Let's show you so-called great craftsmen of this age a concept beyond this age today. Chapter 82. You're next. Li De is skittish, sitting on the chair and watching Chen rest operation. Look at his smooth movements. It looks like he's done it before, but no matter how much he's done it, there's no way he can beat the old man. Just rely on a good body. You know, blacksmith business, not only needs strength this simple. Li De had little interest in watching Chen Xi play iron, and seeing that there was water on the table, he picked up the bowl and drank it. Clang! There was a loud bang, and all the water that the old man had just gotten into his mouth spewed out. Looking back, Chen Xi went down with a hammer, and the red-hot iron was instantly smashed down into a big pit. Li Da's mouth shivered. What kind of strength is this? One hammer catches up to your own 10 hammers. He had just finished saying that striking iron does not rely on strength alone, and was instantly hit in the face by Chen Xi. Li De Lao's face was naturally red, and now it had even turned a saucy purple color, his eyes staring at the red-hot iron lump for an instant. Chen Xi took off his shirt. His explosive muscles were clearly defined, and every hammer fall shook the eardrums of the people around him. Everyone spontaneously took a step back and looked at the Chen Xi will hammer with a shocked expression. Villagers are thinking in their hearts, the village chief, good strong body, good strength, no wonder can hunt the bear blind. In these days of underfeeding, the village chief's body is 1 in a million. Some women see straight envy. Their own men can have the village head, half of the skills would be good. Look at that shoulder, look at that waist, look at that crotch. Glancing into the house again, the women pursed their lips and snickered. The 3 wives of the village headman were enjoying the night. Chen Interest in one breath forging 100 refinement is not enough. The iron back to the furnace, pulling the bellows. The furnace fire is instantly pure. Li De stared at the bellows with wide, unblinking eyes. He also felt curious about this thing just now, and it turned out to serve this purpose. And then look at the flame in the furnace. Envious of the envy of the Hollister France. His family also has an iron kiln, but in Chen Interest this is completely incomparable. That box looks quite unassuming, but it turns out that there is a secret inside. Chen Xi repeatedly forged. A few hundred refining down, the blade is finalized. This knife, which he had modeled after the Tang sword of the latter days, could not be sloppy as a close-quarters weapon. Although the bandits' swords and guns were no match for their own, they were superior in numbers and were all outlaws. The guys in the hand, they have to be crushed. Back in the furnace, the next step is quenching. Chen Xi chose to use salt quenching because for this type of blade, salt quenching was best. Li De, where to see this? He has long since stopped sitting, set up the abduction, stretched his neck to see. What kind of object is this? It's Snow White. Snow White. Can this thing be quenched? In the crowd's puzzled gaze, the salt quenching was successful, and Chen Xi completed the final step. Taking out the knife that Li Daigang had fought with, he shoved it in his hand. Hold it, old man. Li De knew what Chin Breath was going to do, and since there was no hilt, he held the stem of the knife with both hands in a death grip. The villagers knew that the show was about to begin, and rushed to gather around to watch. I don't know what the mayor made, but judging by the look and length, it should be a knife, right? But why is this knife so long? Can the mayor's sword be stronger than the old man's? The villagers are worried. If they just directly reneged on the bill, it would be good. And now if they cannot compete, they can only shout Ning Chaotic to kick the old man's legs broken. The villagers cannot understand, but Li De is to see very understand. That is a few hundred refining knife. One's loss was a loss, both in terms of strength and in terms of 100 refinements. He now only hoped that the white object that Chen Xi had quenched just now wouldn't work, so that he would have a slight chance. Li Da's arms exerted force and gripped the knife fiercely, gulped and bellowed. Come on, Chen Xi didn't even look at it as he casually swung a blade with his backhand. A cold aura appeared. There was no violent sound of metal clashing. The clicking. The sound was crisp. The fine iron sword in Li Da's hand was only halfway down. Neat and smooth at the break. A big, clever, heavy sword. He now, finally, understood the meaning of the words. Li Da, including everyone present, was dumbfounded. Dumbfounded. He looked at the half-broken sword in Li Da's hand, and then looked at Chen Xi's tang sword. The blade was like a mirror, glowing with cold through and through. Not a single nick in it. Okay, the mayor wins. Ernia reacted quickly and bellowed. Immediately after, all the villagers cheered and applauded enthusiastically. Wowa village exploded again. Li Da sat down on the floor with a plop, his head drooping and his eyes lifeless. He lost. A total loss. Losing at the hands of a little doll. Li Da slowed down for a long time before coming back to his senses, looking at Chen Xi with a complicated gaze. How did this happen? Chen Xi smiled playfully, knowing that this old man did not understand, but it was not the time to teach him. Throwing the tang blade in front of Li Da, he spoke faintly. Open the blade. You don't need to do the handle. Don't you have a carpenter brother? The job is his. Li Er on the side didn't say a word from the beginning. His own big brother lost, but he didn't lose. Why do you let yourself be fitted with a hilt? When it comes to carpentry craftsmanship, he has yet to convince anyone. But he was on someone else's turf and didn't dare to speak harshly. Just now the big brother put a vicious word. Almost let that white-haired boy kick his leg. He is timid. More cherish only one leg. Li Er held his mouth and didn't say anything. A black face that was even darker at the moment. He was unconvinced and didn't dare to put words in his mouth. His mind was torn. Chen Xi scratched his head. Why didn't this Li Er say anything? Your big brother is so pissed off. What's wrong with you? Down. Seeing Chen Xi's gaze sweeping in, Li Er shivered in fear and hurriedly lowered his head. Chen Breath raised an eyebrow. This old man really declined? Ahem. Are you going to settle the hilt, or are you going to compete with me? Seeing that the old man was timid and afraid of scaring him, Chen Xi deliberately lowered his voice. Li Er still lowered his head, an old face as black as the bottom of a pot, weakly spitting out a word, his voice thin and mosquito flies. Van. Chen Xi almost burst out in joy. This old man is a bit interesting. Say the hardest words in the most abject tone of voice. Well, don't you want to compete? You're next. Chapter 83 Crossbows. Good. Since you won't admit defeat, then follow me. Chen Xi greeted Li Da and Li Er and went back to the carpentry house together, and gave a look to Nyo Er, who immediately understood. Everyone's had enough rest, so get back to your work. Although the villagers were eager to watch the village chief and Li Er compete, they were too embarrassed to rest for too long with the village chief's wages. They have followed Ernia to do his work. Back at the carpentry house, Wui and Ning were polishing the crossbow bolt, while the rest of the male workers were doing some laborious work. Chen Xi was not allowed to assemble the two little girls when they left, so they took the male workers to make many parts. When the two little girls saw Chen Xi come back, they both enthusiastically came forward to greet him. They were eager to see what the crossbow that the master said was powerful when assembled. Chen Xi's eyes lit up when he saw so many parts made. These parts could assemble at least 5 pairs of crossbows. After sending all the male workers away, Chen Xi took the two old men into the house. This time Li Da didn't say a word. He didn't care about winning or losing. He cared about Chen Xi's forging process and quenching technology. He had been ironing all his life and had never seen this kind of process. And the wooden box that can blow fire. One's defeat is that the fire temperature is not enough to do 100 refining. Li Da's entire mind was on the wrought iron just now, and when he entered the room, he sat down on the floor and contemplated with his eyes closed. You have to admit when you lose, and you must learn his craft by stealing it yourself for the rest of the month. Li Er still black face. See the house lamp chisel axe saw everything, the ground and hardwood, all the best materials. Looking at the parts again, he frowned lightly. He didn't recognize any of them, and looking at the shape, it looked like some sort of weapon. Chen interest to see Li Er this expression, smiled and nodded. Cannot see to understand the right. If you let you see to understand, small master, this confidentiality cannot be guaranteed. Recognize these? Seeing Chen Xi talking to himself, Li Er shook his head honestly. These are assembled and called crossbows. Li Er looked at the parts in front of him in surprise. How could he not imagine that this was a crossbow? Daigo did have a crossbow as a weapon, and the most powerful crossbow could only shoot to about 50 paces, due to the power is too small, and the complexity of loading arrows. The enemy has armor protection is very difficult to shoot through, so there is no large number of armies. After learning that it was a crossbow, Li Er contemptuously skimmed his lips and quickly recovered as before, but the subtle change of expression on his face did not escape Chen Xi's eyes in the slightest. Chen Xi gave a light laugh and did not share his general knowledge. His own crossbow was not the crossbow in his perception. Don't you want to compare? Let's bet on the range and power of this crossbow. How about it? Li Er's eyes lit up, betting on range and power, something he knew all too well, hitting right on his specialty. Looking down at Chen Xi's waist, the meaning was self-explanatory. That 10 taels of silver, hurry up and take it out. Chen Xi laughed softly and pulled out the ingot of silver from his waist just now and slapped it on the table. Same old rules, you win, take the silver, lose and work for me for a month, with meals not paid. Li Er's eyes stared straight at the silver as if it was his, swallowed hard and nodded heavily. Chen breath laughed, a very bad laugh, like you're going to win. Get over it, even if you win by a fluke. Confident that you can run away from Ning Chaos's virtue-based approach? Chen Xi didn't talk nonsense and directly stated the rules. Guess this crossbow, how far it can shoot. Li Er lowered his head and rolled his eyes. The strongest crossbow in Daigo, with a range of 50 paces. He might not be able to shoot this thing yet. 60 steps. Li Er didn't even want to lose his face in order to get the silver, saying a number that he himself didn't believe. In front of 10 taels of silver, this black face was not to be desired. After Chen Xi heard this, he couldn't wait to give this old Inbi a kick. He had bought supplies so many times, and had long ago found out the power of the various weapons of the Great Imperial. So how could this little thought of Li Er's have fooled him? Okay, for the sake of this free labor, I won't argue with you. Whatever you say. If you shoot at a big tree, how much does it go into the wood? Li Er's eyes are turning again. The crossbow of Daigo is 60 paces away, and it is impossible to shoot a big tree, let alone enter the geometry of the wood. But just to be safe, spit out 2 words. More than an inch. Chen interest heart cursed Li Er shameless. This old Inbi, take me as a 3-year-old doll to fool? Taking a deep breath and then looking at Li Er's black face, it directly exasperated him. Are all the second-ranked ones so shady? He himself was also the second in line, but he won because he was loyal and honest and never counted on people. He wants to do right by the world's dick. Okay, what if I shoot a big tree at 100 paces and get 2 inches into the wood? This time Li Er didn't hesitate to open his mouth. You win. Chen breath nodded. Today, I will let you die with a clear understanding. The heart of the company crossbow, he has a bottom in his heart. It can be said to be a sure thing. Chen Xi personally assembled it with his own hands, and today he had to give this old Inbi some color. Wait, Chen rested back, a puzzled face stared at Li Er. You old Inbi still want to what? When Li Er saw Chen Xi's gaze fall on him, he lowered his head and pointed to the ingot of silver. You fail, I take it away. Once Chen Xi heard this, he smiled incomparably. This is what you asked for. And took out another piece of silver from his pocket and slapped it on the table. I lose. Both silver ingots are yours. But, if I win, you two will work for me for a year, still with food and no pay. I don't believe I can't cure you old today. Li Er looked at the 2 silver ingots on the table, and then at Li De, who was sitting on the ground. Their conversation was overheard by Li Dudu, who gave Li Er a nod. He himself lost in iron fighting is lost in that wooden box, but he believed in Lao Er's eyesight. This strange crossbow can shoot 50 paces is an accident, not to mention 100 paces. Seeing Li Da's nod, Li Er gave a soft signifying his approval of the bet. Seeing that the 2 old men agreed, Chen Xi revealed a bad smile. This is all because you asked for it. I didn't force you. Gingerly, I'll take the bait. Chen Rest began to assemble. The parts were all designed by himself, and the assembly was even more familiar. Pulling out a handful of homemade nails, he began to link the crossbow. The 2 old men were simultaneously dumbfounded from the moment Chen Xi pulled out the nail. What's this kid up to? Do we have to use that iron to hold it in place? Chen Xi picked up the hammer. Bang bang was 2 hammers. A nail flush. Li Er's black face trembled sharply. There is no such thing as trampling things. With iron to fix the wood is possible, but the degree of strength is far less than the mortise and tenon structure. It's complete nonsense and a waste of that good wood. Li Er was heartbroken over the lumber, but chose to stand by for the 20 pieces of silver. Chen Xi hammered for a while. A crossbow was assembled, calibrated the crossbow bolt, and then nodded with satisfaction. Another 20 crossbow arrows were stuffed into the arrow case, which had all special arrows. It's just 2 inches into the wood. I'll give you a deep one today. Follow me. Chen Xi took the crossbow and went out the door, followed by Li De and Li Er. Wu Yi and Ning Ning also followed closely. The 2 little girls were really curious about just how powerful the crossbow made by Master Shifu was. The group of 5 came to stand outside the courtyard, 100 paces away from a large date tree. With a twist of his head, Chen Xi rushed at Li Er. Is this position okay? Li Er looked at the distant jujube tree, and mentally budgeted the distance. This position is not to mention 100 paces. 110 paces are there. Aha! This time it was both old men who answered at the same time. Chen Xi turned back, his eyes flashing with essence. Without giving them time to react, they raised their hands and shot. Whoosh! A triple shot was fired, and the crossbow arrows rapped with the sound of breaking air, like 3 streams of light straight into the date tree. Li De and Li Er were caught off guard by Chen Xi. Shooting without aiming? Or 3 crossbows? What crossbow is capable of firing one after the other? And it's all shot. And by the sound of it, it looks like there's still some power left? The 2 old men grew their mouths and their eyes went straight, looking unbelievably at everything in front of them. This situation had completely surpassed their knowledge. The 2 old men had a head full of questions. They had so many unanswered questions and doubts. 2 old faces, redder and blacker. Wow. Master is so great. Master is so great. Big brother has succeeded. We have succeeded. Wui and Ning were excited beyond belief, jumping to their feet and cheering. Chen Xi smiled confidently and spoke at the 2 little girls. Go pull out the crossbow and see how far into the wood it goes. The 2 little girls jumped and ran to draw their crossbows, their cheeks red with excitement. Chen Xi glanced at the 2 old men who were still in a daze and secretly gave himself a thumbs up. Take the pinch. Chapter 84 Mortis and Tenon. The 2 little girls ran to the big date tree and took half a day's effort to remove the 3 crossbow arrows, their tired little heads covered in sweat. Although tired, but the 2 people are still exceptionally excited, jumping and sent back to the hands of Chen Interest. Hey, look at that. Master, it's all stuck in so much. Wu Yi used her hands to compare, and even with her small hands all spread out, she couldn't reach the place where the crossbow arrow didn't enter. Chen Rest gave her a helpless look. If I were to insert it, it would be more than this deep. Taking it, he handed the crossbow to Li Er. Convinced? Li Er took the crossbow with a mute face before he could look at it, but Li De snatched it away and wrinkled his brow at the arrow. Holding it in his hand, he turned it over and over again, studying how this strange arrow could be so powerful. Date palms are hardwoods, so hard that they can shoot in, and looking at the depth, it's a good 5 inches. Looking again at the jujube tree 100 paces away, Li De was shocked in his heart, implying that this crossbow could penetrate armor at 100 paces away. Li Da's hands shivered a little and his lips trembled. Li Er also does not bow his head, a black face at the crossbow in a daze. Li De see the problem he also saw. He had made crossbows and knew the power of crossbows quite well, never expecting a crossbow to be this strong. He lost today. Serve. Chen Xi smiled smugly. It's good to be convinced. If not, there's still Ning chaos. I want to see the crossbow. Li Er pointed to the crossbow in Chen Xi's hand. As a craftsman, he couldn't stand the temptation of such advanced craftsmanship. Chen Interest does not care about handing him the crossbow. See go. This is still only the primary stage. When there is time to do a few composite crossbow defense, it is far more powerful than the existing version, both in terms of range and power. Li Er held the crossbow in his arms like a treasure, his eyes blinking as he looked back and forth, sometimes surprised, sometimes sorry. With that pitch-black old face, it looked comical. Li Er looked at him for a long time, then suddenly thumped back into the carpentry house and started rummaging around. Chen Xi wondered, why is this old man godly? And hurriedly followed. When Chen Xi several people rushed back to the carpentry house, Li Er had already rummaged out a set of accessories for a crossbow, sat down with one leg on the ground, and without talking to anyone, began to study it. One by one, the crossbow arms and crossbows passed through their hands, then began to choke, grab a tool and start modifying it. Chen Xi froze. What does this old man mean? Could it be that he is anxious to lose and wants to destroy my crossbow? Chen Xi wanted to stop him, but was suddenly pulled back by Li De. Village chief must not. Lao Er is helping you improve. Chen Xi was stunned again. This old man can help me improve after seeing so much kung fu? I thought to myself, he can improve a 6K. He knows the mystery of it? But seeing as Li Er was in such a serious state, he decided to give him a chance, and simply didn't bother him and just watched quietly. Li Er was busy for half a day, fixing and changing the parts, and it didn't take long for all the changes to be completed. Chen Interest to look confused. Let you blindly toss it. You want to toss out a reason. I let Ning chaotic to convince people with virtue. Li Er finished tossing, took a small wooden hammer and began assembling it. Chen Breath frowned and looked at it. No glue, no nails, I'll see how you can assemble it. However, as Li Er operated, Chen Xi's pair of eyes grew whiter and whiter. It's not right, a million times wrong. The old man didn't use a drop of glue or a nail. He just put it together? Li Er finished assembling the crossbow and handed it over to Chen Xi, breaking into a wide-mouthed grin. You try going. Chen Interest will crossbow in the hand. The more you look at the more amazed. All mortise and tenon structure, not only much lighter, but also stronger and more durable. Loading the arrow box and picking up the crossbow, he went back to the position he was just in, and aimed a triple shot at the date tree. Boom boom boom. This time, not only was the accuracy more consistent, but the power had increased so much that the depth of the crossbow bolt was once again increased by a few inches. This is talent. Chen Rest as a modern soul crossing. Where has seen this kind of mortise and tenon structure? The heart exclaimed. Run back to the house and point a finger at Li Er. Change all the rest. Li Er sat down somewhat weakly on the ground. a dark face looking embarrassed. Chen Rest touched his nose, losing to himself for a year. You old boy want to be lazy is not it? I'll look for Ning Chaos. Seeing that Chen Xi was a bit angry, Li came with a sarcastic smile on his face and rubbed his hands together to say resentfully, "Oh village chief, the two of us haven't eaten for a day. Let us slow down a bit." Chen breath sniffed and then realized, a slap on the forehead. Good lord, I'm more landlord than landlord. An old saying comes to mind. Again, you want the horse to run, and you want the horse to not eat grass. Chen Xi was a little embarrassed. These two old men had been busy for half a day, and he himself had not managed to eat. Okay, you guys wait in this room. Xiaoyi Ningning, you two help me cook. Okay master. Chen Xi brought two girls to cook for the old man, and since he saw that both of them were valuable, Chen Xi was generous this time. Stew. Must be stew. A large piece of venison was cut off and stewed, and Wu Yi and Ning steamed a large pot of rice. We're all hungry, so it's a good time to have some together. After finishing his work, he took Xiaoyi and Ning, and returned to the carpentry house with his meal. Setting the meal on the table, Chen Xi still wanted to say a few polite words, but he was interrupted by the movements of the two old men. The two old men divided a large pot of rice equally. Large chunks of venison were given and finally the broth was poured into large bowls for both of them. The food is like a whirlwind, not chewed a few times into the belly. Less than 3 minutes. The amount of 5 people all take the meal. At the end of the meal the two old men wiped their mouths and patted their stomachs with a satisfied smile. Village chief, I'm going to make some iron. I do crossbows. Chen Breath looked at the two old men and clenched his teeth. I'll cook. Taking the two little girls with him, he left, not taking 2 steps and turning to Ning in exasperation. From now on, when your brother eats, let him follow the two old men. Ning held her mouth in aggravation. Aha, big brother. Came to the backyard, searched around and didn't find Ning Chaos. Chen Xi wondered, where did this kid run off to? Nyoer knew that Chen Xi was looking for Ning Chaos and raised his hand to point at a hole in the distance. Village chief, Ning Chaos is digging a well down there, and just now he dug out water. Chen Breath slapped his forehead with one hand, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. It is all my living father It took half a day to get out. Chaos, come on out. Something for you. Hearing his big brother call out to him, Ning Chaos climbed out of the hole, dusted off the dirt on his body, and grinned. Hey big brother, what can I do for you? Go, follow me to collect the goods. It's time to carve out territory deep in the mountains and collect hunting sets. Chapter 85 Goodbye Wild Leopard. This time Chen Xi called a few male workers to go into the mountains with him. The accident of the horses being eaten by wolves last time should never happen again. Time was urgent, and since the meals were all eaten up by the two old men, Chen Xi and Ning Chaos could only simply eat some dried meat jerky on the way. The wagon was parked at the bottom of the hill watched by the male laborer, and it was afternoon when the two men reached the deep mountain. It is not yet possible to take outsiders into the mountains. For one thing, it is dangerous, and for another, the salt mines there cannot be known for the time being, and now we will wait for Luta's 50 strong laborers to come before we can enter the mountains in large numbers. The two of them traveled along and once again came to the location where they saw the wild leopard last time. Chen Xi let Ning Chaos stand guard under the tree and climbed the tree himself to observe the surrounding situation. Climbing up the tree, he immediately looked toward the salt mine, then frowned. There wasn't a single herbivore near the salt mine, and there weren't many tracks in the snow. A bad feeling went straight to his head. It was logical that this was the panther's territory, and he had also had hordes of wild grass animals come to lick the salt mines before. There can be only one reason why the place is so cold today. There's a new beast in the area, and it's overlapping with that leopard's territory. Herbivores are in great danger and have abandoned this salt mine to find another habitat, and there is only one beast of prey that can overlap with wild leopard territory and scare off large numbers of herbivores. Tiger. Chen Breath took 2 deep breaths. A wild leopard was not yet in his sights. That thing usually didn't take the initiative to attack humans unless it threatened its life and cubs. The tiger, on the other hand, was different. That thing was extremely territorial, and it wouldn't let go of whoever appeared in its territory. The prestige of the king of the mountain did not allow the slightest provocation. Chaos, on guard. Although Ning Chaos wasn't very experienced, he often went into the mountains to hunt, and similarly sensed a hint of something unusual. Good Lu big brother. A hunting knife was gripped tightly in his hand, and the large bow that his big brother had given him on his back was unloaded, ready to attack at a moment's notice. Chen Xi observed for a while, then lightly jumped down from the tree, leading Ning Chaos to walk and stop to collect hunting sets along the way. Quite a few herbivores were hit by the concealment under the hunting set: roe deer, horse deer, and 2 badgers. Overall it was very rewarding. Chen Xi is now wide-eyed and doesn't look too favorably on these things anymore, but Ning Chaos was overjoyed, his eyes sparking with excitement, tying up his prey and dragging it behind him with a rope. That big mouth didn't close along the way, It was grinning up to the base of his ears, along the way all the way to the top of the mountain. With the salt mines below, no other beasts of prey were found during this time. Could it be a mistake in judgment? Chen Xi narrowed his eyes. This situation today was too special. There was definitely something wrong. Chaos. There's a couple hunting sets down there. Leave your stuff here for now and follow me. Good Lu, big brother. Ning Chaos was very good at this. No matter what big brother said, he answered. Ahead is a sunny broadleaved forest with countless boulders protruding from the forest. This kind of place has a wide field of vision suitable for hiding their tracks, which is the ideal place for the beasts to live. Chen Breath had laid a few hunting sets here last time, wanting to take his chances in case he could hunt that wild leopard down. The two men, one in front of the other, took their weapons and stalked with their arms bowed, trying not to make a sound. After walking about 100 paces, Chen Xi suddenly waved his hand backwards, and Ning Chaos immediately fixed his footsteps and hid behind a raised boulder on guard. Chen Xi crept forward, carefully crawling behind a tree and looking around. A slight clicking sound came from the distance, and Chen Breath quickly locked his bearings, moving to find the best position for his sight to look that way. Ning Chaos followed Chen Xi's example and crawled to his big brother's side without moving. Taking a look in the direction, his eyes instantly widened. Within view, a very large wild leopard, lying on its back, was nibbling on a horse deer. At the neck of the horse deer, there was still a hunting snare wrapped around it, and because it was so tight, the wild leopard couldn't drag it around to feed. You wait over here, I'll go find a suitable spot. Chen Breath softly instructed Ning Chaos and climbed towards the distance with his composite bow on his back. He was looking for the perfect position to kill the wild leopard in one blow. That thing is extremely wary, and if it misses, it will be hard to find it again. The tiger couldn't say that it was passing through the area to scare off the deer, but the leopard was an aboriginal. This area will be its own base in the future, and no matter what kind of beast you are, you will not be allowed to approach it. Let's take this aboriginal today. Chen Breath climbed out a long way. The more Ning Chaos looked at the leopard, the more excited he became. At this distance he felt that it was within his range. Even if an arrow didn't kill the wild leopard, it would still be able to seriously injure it. With his physical strength, catching it is not difficult. Big brother is still too cautious. Ning Chaos couldn't resist the temptation and leapt forward with his large bow in his hands. Are you listening to me or not? He was struggling a lot in his mind. The wild leopard was not the least bit aware of the approaching danger, and was still nibbling beautifully on the horse deer, looking up every now and then, sticking out his tongue to lick the blood from the edge of his mouth, and then continuing to eat. Ning Chaos was tickled by the wild leopard and turned his head to see that his big brother had crawled somewhere. Swallowing hard, he was confident that he could make a hit, so why bother with that? With a clench of his teeth, whatever, I shot the wild leopard anyway, and my big brother won't blame himself. Ning Chaos ultimately failed to resist the temptation of the wild leopard, bracing his feet hard against the ground before half-crouching behind the boulder and probing out to take aim. Ning Chaos was holding a 3-stone bow with a very huge pull. If he pulled slowly, the bow would definitely make a sound under a strong load. He raised a strong breath and the bow was instantly pulled into a full moon. But as fast as Ning Chaos pulled, the wild leopard reacted even faster. It had already heard the sound, and its line of sight instantly locked onto Ning Chaos' position. Whoosh! Ning Chaos' feathered arrow shot out, and at the same time, one of Chen Xi's feathered arrows shot out at almost the same time as the one from Ning Chaos. Whoosh! 2 feathered arrows attacked. The wild leopard quickly scurried to a foot away. Both feathered arrows all fell target shot on the stone. Sparks splashed everywhere. Ning Chaos knew he had missed, and hastily renewed the second and third. The wild leopard, due to being startled, were shot by Ning Chaos. A series of 7 or 8 arrows were all empty, and sensing the danger, the wild leopard did not care about the food at its mouth and quickly fled. Due to the panic of fleeing, his head coincidentally drilled into the hunting trap laid by Chen Xi. The wild panther stumbled as it was yanked with too much force, its head lassoed and its body still lurching forward. The thin threads of the hunting harness buzzed with the tug. The wild leopard's head was lassoed, its paws kept stomping on the thin line, and its body struggled hard to get out. It's fine if it doesn't move. The more it moves, the tighter the hunting harness gets. Chen Xi had planned to give up due to Ning Chaos's risky miss, but he was instantly overjoyed to see that the wild leopard had been ensnared, running wildly down the mountain, with a couple of rolls in the snow every now and then to increase his speed. Ning Chaos similarly saw the wild leopard being lassoed and sprinting downwards at a speed no weaker than Chen Breath's. The wild leopard was still struggling, but instantly rioted when he saw the 2 humans running towards him. A surge of excitement came up, and both front paws grabbed the tree and tried to climb up. But his neck was strangled by the hunting harness and he couldn't get up, clawing the trunk of the tree and sending wood chips flying. Sharp claws left deep grooves on the trunk of the tree, and a whimpering sound came out of his mouth, which gradually turned into a low growl as the 2 of them continued to get closer to Chen Xi. Chen Xi and Ning chaotic, not a moment's effort to run to the wild leopard near. Far away cannot see the size. Close to the two people at the same time a shock. The size of this wild leopard could not be described as huge. It was simply otherworldly. Unusual adult wild leopards weigh about 100 to 150 pounds, but the one in front of us, probably guarding a salt mine with plenty of food, weighed at least 200 pounds to start with. At this time, the wild leopard's claws were gripping the trunk of the tree. The muscles of the forelimbs were high and bulging, and the two leopard eyes were glaring round, threatening the two people not to come closer. Chen Xi and Ning Chaos sucked in a breath of cool air at the same time, their hearts thumping as they came into such close contact with this kind of beast. The visual impact of the wild leopard's golden and silky fur, with the large copper pattern printed on it, is perfect. Chen Breath's eyes are full of leopard print stockings, bustier, panties. Ning chaotic eyes are full of braised wild leopard, steamed wild leopard, charcoal grilled wild leopard. The wild leopard's snarl continued, revealing two sharp fangs that threatened the duo. Ning Chaos drew out his hunting knife and was about to slash, but was restrained by a loud shout from Chen Xi. Don't cut up the old man's panties. Ning Chaos froze at his words, his eyes looking towards Chen Xi's lower body. Big brother wanted leopard skin for his underwear? Doesn't that sting? Chapter 86 Suyun's sky has collapsed. Ning Chaos was called out by Chen Xi and resentfully retreated to the back, not daring to speak. Just now, due to his risky behavior, he was almost escaped by the wild leopard, and he felt sorry for his big brother in his heart. Chen Breath circled around and saw that the wild leopard's neck had already been strangled with blood marks from the hunting lasso, and he cried out in his heart that it was a pity. A complete leopard skin was gone. Luckily there was no damage elsewhere or he would have cried himself to death. Trying to kill the wild leopard without destroying the fur became a problem at the moment. Chen Xi wrinkled his brow in contemplation for a moment and suddenly had an idea. Chaos, one of us will pull the hunting lasso and just strangle it. The thread of the hunting set was very thin, so Chen Xi cut two thick branches and wrapped them around the hunting set in order not to hurt his hands. He and Ning Chaos were on one side, pulling back like a tug of war. The leopard's neck was gushing blood, its claws sunk deep into the trunk of the tree, its roar gradually weakened, and it died half a quarter of an hour later. Chen Xi, Ning Chaos simultaneously let out a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground with a tired butt. Just now pulling the hunting lasso, both of them exerted all their strength, and finally succeeded in a big way. Here's the harvest time. Chen Breath went forward to cut the hunting harness. The thin line at the leopard's neck had already strangled the windpipe, and from time to time there was still blood oozing out. Cutting the thin line to sling the wild leopard over his shoulder, he glanced at the sun. It was getting late. Go home. Good Lu big brother. The two men accomplished their task perfectly, and today they not only hunted several mako and roe deer, but also this huge wild leopard. On the way down the mountain, Ning Chaos walked behind dragging his prey, bowing his head and admitting his mistake to his big brother. He was too reckless just now and nearly lost his battle. Brother I was wrong. Next time. Chen Xi carried the wild leopard and walked ahead, knowing that he was blaming himself, and turned around to give him a smile. Chaos, you don't have to blame yourself. It's not like big brother is blaming you. Ning Chaos sniffed, knowing that his big brother was comforting himself, and in turn felt even more sorry for his big brother, and bitterly tried to say something else. Brother me. I couldn't get a full sentence out of it. Chen Breath laughed and then spilled some heartfelt words to him. Chaos, this little thing is not even close to being right or wrong. If you hadn't been impulsive, I would have disowned you as a brother. There are some things that must be solved by impulse, and there are some things that impulse can be bad. Can you say right or wrong? Although Ning Chaos didn't know what Big Brother was saying, it just made sense because that was what Big Brother said. Chen Xi walked while admiring the snowy scenery in the mountains, a passage with feelings. In a time of chaos and famine, when the people are easy to feed, the court doesn't care, but instead boasts that it's wrong for men not to go to war. It's still wrong to go to war and not win. Is the court wrong in the eyes of the people? Chen Breath even poo-pooed a mouthful on the ground as he spoke. We're right when we have the ability to protect those around us, regardless of all the bull ***** right and wrong distinctions. Chen rest these words, more is to say to himself, his own ability to eat, who do not come to provoke him, otherwise he cannot care about right or wrong. Seeing that his big brother not only didn't complain about him, but also reasoned with himself, Ning Chaos hemmed and hawed and giggled at the back. He couldn't understand his big brother's words, but he knew that he was right at all times. Big brother, can I carry that for a while? Chen Xi is a little puzzled. This is going down the mountain. I am not tired. What do I need you to carry? Aren't you tired? It's only a matter of time. Save your strength. Brother, you let me carry it for a while. Ning Chaotic Rare so begged himself. Chen interest really a little confused. This guy also take the initiative to look for work to do. Since he wants to carry, let him carry it. Okay, switch to me when you're tired. Seeing that his big brother had agreed, Ning Chaos carried the wild leopard on his back and dragged the prey beautifully down the mountain. It didn't take long to arrive at the place where the wagons were parked, and when the male workers saw Ning Chaos carrying something down the hill, they immediately jogged up to help, came close to see that he was carrying the beast. Ow, a voice. The male workers all ran away in fear. After a while, he realized that the beast was dead, and bravely came to watch. Where had they seen such a beast, with long fangs and sharp claws? Some of the timid ones are pissing themselves. They usually don't even dare to enter the mountains, and their knowledge of wild leopards is limited to the descriptions of the old people. This. Is this a mountain king? This is definitely a mountain king. I've heard my grandfather say that this is what a mountain king looks like. This isn't the mountain king, is it? My grandfather said the mountain king has the word king on his head. Do you know the characters? Isn't that the word king? One of the male workers pointed to the copper coin prints on the wild leopard and made up something that looked like it could be cultured. Ning Chaos didn't care what they said. Anyway, the thing was carried on his body, and they mistook it for a mountain king without explanation. Directed the men to load the horse deer, roe deer, and badgers onto the wagon. Turning his head, he grinned at Chen. Breath. Big brother, you drive the car, I'll go ahead. Chen rested happily, knowing that Ning Chaos is willing to show off. Then let you show off enough today. Afraid of tiring him out, and a word of concern. Put it in the car when you're tired. Ning Chaotic where can. This is a great opportunity to show off. Carrying the wild leopard walked in the forefront. That pace than the Chen interest arrogant much more. Comparable to the 16 relatives. The male workers envied Ning Chaos, but they knew that they would never be able to hunt the beasts with those 2 strokes of theirs, so they could only stare at the horse and deer on the wagon and covet them. The village chief is really great. He hunted so many trophies in one afternoon. We will definitely have something to look forward to if we follow him in his work. Every now and then, he even got up to touch his prey and harumph. Not far from the entrance of the village, Fan Yan's 3 daughters stood there thunderously waiting for her husband. Ning Chaos was sharp-eyed and saw the 3 sisters-in-law from a long distance away, yelling at the top of his lungs, "Sister-in-laws, don't be afraid. This is the leopard my brother hunted. Don't be frightened." The 3 daughters were startled to hear the leopard, but after following their husband for a long time, they were a bit bold, and avoided it from a distance, and watched with delight the return of their husband's carriage. Ning Chaos walked the fastest, bypassing the 3 sisters-in-law and heading straight to the village. Shout as you go. Don't be afraid, everyone. This is the leopard my big brother hunted. Don't come out to see it if you're timid. When the villagers heard it was a leopard, they all came out of their homes. The bold ones dared to go out, and the timid ones peeked behind the courtyard door. Ning Chaos didn't carry it on his back anymore, and held the leopard in his arms, going up to show it off to anyone he saw. The villagers had also recognized Ning Chaos through their contact, and they were all surprised to come forward to watch. That's a leopard. It's so beautiful. Ning Chaos, over 200 pounds. This is what the village chief hunted. I've never seen such a good-looking leopard. Ning Chaos, over 200 pounds. This thing is dead, right? It doesn't bite, right? Ning Chaos, over 200 pounds. There were women with children hiding in the doorway and peeking, and Ning Chaos even deliberately came in front of people. Over 200 pounds. Scared women and children wailed. Ning Chaotic holding the wild leopard, from the end of the village to the end of the village, walked back and forth several times. No matter what people ask, all answered more than 200 pounds. Chen Xi went home and finished unloading his prey, and the bastard came back only after he had shown off enough. Bai Rongrong was the first to step forward, stroking the leopard's silky fur lovingly. Fan Yan and Qinyao both watched in delight from the side. Her husband's ability naturally goes without saying. Such a large leopard can be hunted, bringing them a great sense of security. Bai Rongrong's little mind was all on her husband. She wanted to use the leopard to make a fur for him. He was now the village chief. He couldn't wear too shabby. She was running for a reward, and if her husband rewarded her, her second sister couldn't stop her anymore. Make a good meal and have a nice family meal. Meanwhile, the Su family salt store. Suyin finally finished her busy day and sat in her chair and froze. Only half a day. 100 pounds of refined salt all sold out, but also some did not buy. The nobleman urged her to stock. The sky is falling. This time the loss was total. Chapter 87 on the beam. For 2 days in a row, Suyun could not leave her home. She really could not argue with that hurdle in her heart. The promised 100 pounds of refined salt could not be sold out in 3 days, but it was sold out in half a day. Not only did she lose the bet, but it hit her hard in the face. Let this always unconvincing strong woman depressed big have to delay until the 3rd day to come to the nest village to give Chen interest delivery money. The thought of seeing his dejected face today made Suyun so aggrieved that she was about to cry. But losing is a fact. No matter how unwilling to face it, you have to face it. Early morning on the 3rd day. It's a big day for the Wow village. the new house of the village headman's family was completed. There is a custom in the village that every family that builds a new house has to hold a beam ceremony, signifying the good fortune of the East family's prosperous life in the future. However, this kind of joyous day of going up to the beams has not been seen in the village of Vao for many years with the yearly wars of the imperial court. The people are having trouble even eating, let alone building new houses. Early in the morning, Chen Xi's small courtyard was surrounded by villagers. Not only the village, even the people from nearby villages came to see the fun, because Chen Xi's reputation is getting bigger and bigger, spreading to the nearby 10 miles and 8 villages. The people have come to congratulate, expecting the village chief to be happy to manage a meal. They have heard that the village head of Wawa village is generous, recruiting workers to do work to give higher wages than the county. They are more want to come here to try their luck, hoping to find a job to do. Chen Xi here had 2 top-tier craftsmen, Li De and Li Air, joining him, and his efficiency was directly pulled full. The auspicious time had arrived, and Li De righted the main beam and shouted, "A step higher comes a step lower, and a golden chicken is in hand." With each shout, the people below responded with a yes. Throw the beam. Li Da's words have just fallen. Ning chaos will be steamed in the morning. 2 big baskets of steamed buns, from the room on the violent throwdown, attracted the following countless people scrambling. The nearby villagers can't even eat wild vegetables, and the head of Wawa village's family throws beans and buns? What's the difference between that and a pie in the sky? The people who grabbed the buns stuffed one hand into their mouths and the other into their arms. Ernie took the male laborers from Wawa village to maintain order, or else there could be a fight down there. No need to grab it, everyone has it. Chen Xi bellowed, and had several large baskets of steamed buns brought in, and each of the people who came to see the fun was given 2 large steamed buns. The people were on their knees in gratitude. Chen rest home a beam ceremony, made more lively than the magistrate married. The people have been cheering until noon. Before lunch, Chen Xi announced something in front of all the people. Wawa village held a charity clinic, where people from 8 villages in 10 miles could come for a free medical consultation with Dr. Zhang, the divine doctor. This proposal was initiated by divine Dr. Zhang, who had stayed here for several days and had only watched his master give Su Yun a consultation. The suggestion was made due to the limited amount of things I had learned, and I wanted to give the people a clinic while my master was around to give them a few pointers. This idea of his was approved by Chen Xi and coincided with him. Through a few days of contact, he gradually came to understand divine Dr. Zhang, not for money or profit, dedicated to medicine. This pure medical ethics impressed Chen Xi, decided to teach him something, and in Chen Xi's planning, divine Dr. Zhang had another identity, that of a military doctor in the future army. The reason why Chen Xi had made the battle so big was that apart from relieving the people, he had another idea. Once the house was built, the next step was to move into the deep base, where the same large number of people were needed to build it. Blast furnaces for iron smelting, refined salt purification will be done there, and an armed force will be created. All of this planning can't be done without people, along with the mass recruitment of laborers. He had another important thing to do, which was to deal with the bandits. Concealed sentries have been set up at the entrance and end of the village. Villagers are under constant observation 24 hours a day, and the construction of concealed bunkers at home has been completed. According to Chen Xi's estimation, if he had made such a big noise, the bandits would definitely not be able to sit still, and would come to look for trouble in the next few days. At noon, the villagers from the outer villages had all left, and 2 horse-drawn carriages came from Wawa village. In the front drive was Su Yun and Zhuo Qianqian to deliver the money from the sale of refined salt, and in the back was Lao Guan with Xiaowu to deliver the money from the sale of bear blinds to Chen Xi. I don't know whether the 2 parties had an appointment or it was a coincidence that they entered the Wawa village one after the other. Coming closer, Su Yun and Zhuo Qianqian were dumbfounded. Only a few days ago, the new house was built? And such a tall brick house, too, more imposing than the mansions of all the nobles in the county. Su Yun was holding the box containing 200 taels of silver in her hand and got off the car with a surprised look on her face. Zhuo Qianqian, on the other hand, unlike Su Yun, was excited to see Chen Xi's newly built mansion and took the initiative to go forward to congratulate him. Congratulations to brother Chen on the completion of his magnificent house and the elegance of his room. Zhuo Qianqian smiled and even took out a small piece of silver from her purse and stuffed it into Chen Xi. Don't think it's too small. It's a congratulatory gift. Su Yun held the box awkwardly. He did not prepare any valuable congratulatory gifts. He could only follow Zhuo Qianqian's example and felt out a piece of silver and handed it to Chen Xi. I wish Dr. Chen a happy housewarming. She hadn't brought much silver with her when she went out today, so she can only give the only small piece of silver she had in her arms as a congratulatory gift to Chen Xi. She lost the bet completely, and later learned that Chen Xi's new house was inaugurated, and she did not prepare a big gift, and then lost her manners. Red-faced and embarrassed, he stood to the side, his body dripping with unnaturalness. In the back, Lao Guan came with Xiao Wu. Lao Guan took out 5 taels of silver to congratulate him, and Xiao Wu took out 5 copper coins. Chen Breath looked at the few people who had come and smiled. No gifts, no gifts, come are all my honored guests, quickly have an invitation. But Lao Guan, this businessman, where to be willing, both sides and pull a few back and forth. Chen interest before accepting the gift. Old Guan was quick and took out a large box from the car and handed it to Chen Xi. The bear paw and bear meat were sold for a total of 200 taels. The bear skin was bought by a nobleman from the state capital at a cost of 100 taels. In business, I collect 20% of the profit. The rest is here. Chen Hunter, you pointed out. Chen Xi took it without a care in the world and didn't count it as he opened his mouth and laughed. I trust old Seki. He then welcomed several people into the courtyard, and handed the wild leopard he had called over to Lao Guan to handle. The reason, Chen Xi was going to make a panty for each of the 3 nymphets, which was strongly opposed by the nymphets. Fan Yen especially resisted. That thing tingled just thinking about it, let alone wearing it as underwear. Bai Rongrong wanted to make a fur for her husband, but Chen Xi could not afford to do so, and since the 3 ladies were against it, she might as well sell it for money. When you develop your own textile industry in the future, you won't be able to wear leopard print, but it's always okay to get a few sets of black silk. Lao Guan was dumbfounded at the sight of the wild leopard, loaded the wagon and ran, not even eating his meal. Zhua Qianqian's cheeks were bulging with anger since she didn't grab the leopard skin, but her face eased up only after Chen Xi sold her some more deer skins. After receiving the money for Su Yun's goods, he urged her not to tell outsiders and to wait for his own news about the next batch of fine salt. Although Chen Xi won the bet, he didn't set the rules for her, because before that, he still had to go to the county to take care of that new county lieutenant, as well as meeting the Wang family for a while. The news of the Su family selling refined salt could not be hidden from the Wang family no matter how much it was blocked. It's just the right time to knock him around and feel the way of the Wang family. After seeing everyone off, a woman dressed in red and riding a high horse arrived at the entrance to the village of Wao. It was none other than Yi Hongyang, who had disappeared for a few days. Chapter 88. I'll play a trick on you. After the last incident with Zhang Baoquan, Yi Hongyang returned to Eagle's Mouth Mountain and questioned Big Boss Feng Yuanqing. Feng Yuanqing, under the threat of force, had to tell the truth in full. They had indeed received a tip-off from Zhang Baoquan, and had gone to Wawa village also to rob Chen Xi of 100 taels of silver. As to whether or not Chen Xi had colluded with the government, they had no idea. Yi Hongying was furious after hearing it, and he beat Feng Yuanqing and Su Mainyang that severely, and the second in command, Wu Liang, although he was injured, was not spared. After repeatedly emphasizing that Feng Yuanqing was not allowed to seek revenge on Chen Xi, he decided to leave this place and find another clean place to take a break. This time, she came down the mountain to pass by Wawa village, and came to inform Chen Xi that she had already made the Eagle's Mouth Mountain bandits stop, and from now on, they did not owe each other anything. On the way, she saw many people leaving from Wawa village with steamed buns, chatting in 2s and 3s about words of thanks to Chen Xi. This made her curious. These days the people can't even eat. Chen Xi even gave the people steamed buns. This act of kindness aroused her great interest. She decided to meet Chen Breath in person. Yi Hongyang appeared and was immediately spotted by the dark sentries at the entrance of the village. The villagers had seen her last time and knew that she was the 3rd leader of Eagle's Mouth Mountain. Immediately, someone ran to Chen Xi to pass on the news. Village chief, that woman from Hawksbill Mountain is here again, like she's coming for the village chief. Should we stop her? Chen Xi was immediately energized at the words. Bandits entered the village in broad daylight? How many came? Just her. Chen Xi froze. Just her? Frowning, he thought for a moment, then commanded, there's no need to stop them. Keep going on sentry duty. Yes, village chief. After sending away the secret sentries, Chen Xi told everyone to shun, while he himself brought Ning chaos and sat in the middle of the courtyard to wait. He didn't know what the 3rd leader of Hawksbill Mountain was here for, but he knew that she had some kung fu in her hands, and if this was indiscriminately looking for a fight, it would never be allowed, because there was the crossbow sitting on the table, 7 paces away. The crossbow is fast, and within 7 paces, the crossbow is accurate and fast. What's the point of having kung fu? I'll just shoot her in the face. Not long after, Yi Hongyang rode his black horse to the front of the small courtyard. Riding on his horse, he first looked at the new room and nodded slightly, then looked around before finally landing his gaze on Chen Xi. Chen Xi was angry when he saw her acting like that. Who was she condescending to? You can't tell who's the leader of Wawa village, can you? With that look, people who don't know will think you're the village chief. Chen Interest did not pay attention to her, poured 2 cups of tea and Ning chaotically drank it, completely taking Yi Hongyang as heir. Yi Hongyang frowned slightly when she saw that Chen Xi didn't pay any attention to her. Without dismounting, he rode into the yard. Carrying a horse whip in his hand, he pointed at Chen Xi, his tone very cold. Hawksbill won't bother you again. Remove the whistle at the village entrance. Chen Xi almost sprayed his tea out when Yi Hongyang said something. To hide his embarrassment, he blocked his mouth with his hand and swallowed a mouthful. He had worked so hard to set up a secret post, and this had found out? Is it that amazing? Chen Xi coughed lightly and feigned surprise. Is that true? Yi Hongyang moved her eyes away from Chen Xi and looked at the new room with interest, looking from east to west, and returned a lazy cry. Aha! Chen Breath placed his teacup on the table, dusted off his cotton jacket, crossed his legs, and rested his hands on the back of his head with his fingers crossed. You count as 6 cake. Tell them to come and they come. Tell them not to come and they don't come. Chen Xi's arrogant demeanor and words of dislike disliked Yi Hongyang. She was a little annoyed, but it had been a while since anyone had spoken to her like that. Usually those bandits in Eagle's Mouth Mountain, they can't wait to offer themselves as ancestors. Where do they dare to say half a word? How did he turn himself into a 6-pack? She didn't know what 6 cakes meant, but it didn't sound like a good word. Yi Hongyang took 2 deep breaths and suppressed her heart's anger. If you were not wronged last time, just based on the words you just said, Auntie had to beat you up, even if I say so. Chen Xi snorted lightly, not giving her the slightest bit of face. You stinking third master, tugging like a 2x4. Do you really take yourself as a dish? Yi Hongyang this time cannot suppress the fire. First said that they are 6 cakes. This will come to a 250,000, which is clearly intent to find fault. The phoenix eyes condensed, sharply rolled over and dismounted, smoothly drew out the red tasseled spear from the saddle bridge, and the tip of the spear shook to point at Chen Xi. She was fast, and Chen Xi and Ning Chaos were even faster. When she pointed her gun at Chen Xi and Ning Chaos simultaneously picked up their crossbows and pointed them at her. The scene was out of control. Yi Hongyang narrowed her phoenix eyes and surveyed the weapons held in the 2 men's hands. She came from a family of generals, and she knew the weapons of the great Mikado like the back of her hand, so to speak, but never seen such a weird guy. Looks like a crossbow and not quite sure. But who was she that even a strong crossbow couldn't threaten her in the slightest? Yi Hongyang snorted, her tone still cold. Apologize to me now and I can consider forgiving you once. Ning Chaos has long been looking at this in a bad light. Her attitude has been arrogant since she entered the courtyard. And now she wants my big brother to apologize to you? Rode to your grandma's whistle, eyes glaring like a copper bell. He picked up his crossbow and aimed it at Yi Hongyang. Mother asterisk 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 her. You kneel down now and apologize to my big brother. Or don't blame me for bullying a weak woman. Ning Chaos saw that she was a woman, and her words were very subtle. If she were a man, she would have already made a move at this moment. Yi Hongyang was going to be angry and laugh by Ning Chaos. She didn't hear it wrong. This white-haired boy said he wanted to bully me? Well, then I'll have to see if you've got that in you. Stop. Yi Hongyang was about to make a move as she spoke, when she was suddenly stopped by a loud shout. Chen Xi stood up and raised his chin at Yi Hongyang. Seeing as a villager said that you don't bully the people last time, I won't bother with you today. Go back and tell your big boss that it doesn't matter if they come or not. It's just Eagle's Mouth Mountain. Tell him to wash his neck and wait for the little master. Chen Xi had no intention of letting those bandits go. The injuries of his wife and brother could not be taken in vain, and this account had to be settled. Even if you don't come to Awa village, I'll look for you in the mountains. In a word, immortality. Yi Hongyang laughed after hearing this, and laughed quite frankly, as if he had heard the world's funny joke. He slowed down for a while before answering. Just you? Or is it the broken guy in your hand? Ning Chaos couldn't completely tense up this time. This still dares to clamor. Then don't blame me for bullying you. Ning Chaos was about to make a move, but he was stopped by Chen Xi again. Chen Xi waved his hand, revealing a harmless smile. The word is out. Go back and tell your grandmaster to go. Take care. Yi Hongyang is going to be pissed off by these two goods. How can he be willing to leave just like this? She's going to get it back. Retrieving the red tasseled spear and sending it back to the saddle bridge, the phoenix eyes chilled and coldly said, You can seek revenge at Eagle's Mouth Mountain. If you can beat me, I won't stop you. If you can't beat me, stay here honestly. She didn't say this to stop them both from taking revenge. She simply wanted to punch them to relieve her anger. In her eyes, these two people are mountain villagers. Look at that posture, did not practice martial arts. Empty body brute force just. Seeing as you're a woman, I'll let you have an arm. Ning Chaos rolled up his arms and rolled up his sleeves to go on. It is not just a fight. He likes this the most. Chen Xi were dare to let him on. This at a glance will be able to martial arts. Otherwise in the bandit village can no one to mess with? And last time when he wanted to kill Zhang Baoquan, Yi Hongyang shocked his palms with a single shot. Just this chi is much stronger than a strong man. And Ning chaotically ventured out to definitely suffer a loss. Don't you move. Chaos. I'll teach her how to speak properly. Since the other party's words had come to this point, Chen Xi would look gutless if he didn't go on. There was another reason. He also wanted to see the kung fu of this era. I grew up watching martial arts movies. You can fly, right? I'm not afraid of you? Yi Hongyang looked at the two people also grabbed on. Hated the root of the teeth straight itchy. There's no need to grab it. Auntie will let you two go together. Yi Hongyang wants to beat up people. Today the two people must beat up together. Otherwise it is difficult to solve the evil anger in his heart. The little lord himself is enough. As Chen Breath spoke, he took off his top, revealing a body of flesh. Yuck, tendon. This is just good at martial arts. I don't know that stuff, but the little master can play a trick on you. Chapter 89 Serve or not? Chen Breath, naked, jogged back and forth around the small courtyard several times, turning on the cellular activity of his entire body. Every now and then, he lifts his leg high and swings a few punches in the air, practicing with style. It didn't matter if he warmed up, but he shamed Yi Hongyang. She a general family big miss. Usually the door does not leave the door. The only hobby is to practice martial arts in the backyard. Where has she seen a naked man? Twisting her face over to the courtyard wall and looking sideways. A stunningly beautiful face was bashfully red. Oof. Ha. Chen Xi doesn't care if Yi Hongyang can accept it or not. This is the effect he wants. He was self-aware enough to know that he definitely couldn't beat her, and had to get a whole lot of tricks up his sleeve. Taking advantage of Yi Hongyang's inattention, he grabbed out a handful of badger oil and evenly smeared it on his body, and the sunlight stung his eyes, and his upper body was shiny and oily. Yi Hongyang was exasperated at the courtyard wall, deflating her mouth and stomping her foot in hatred. Well, she was about to explode with anger. Today she had to beat this shrewish scoundrel severely. Decent people who compete like this? Warming up, you just warm up. Running back and forth more than 10 laps, mouth still humming. Which master taught? Chen Breath finished warming up, smoothed his hair, snapped his fingers, and raised his eyebrows with a lift of his chin. Okay. Yi Hongyang turned around angrily, turned back again with a red face, thought something was wrong, and turned around again, her eyebrows full of resentment. Will you put your clothes back on? The corners of Chen Breath's mouth pinched up a bad smile, his arms bent, and he also cheaply held up his chest in front of her to display it, his two pectoral muscles quivering several times. My humble servant never wears clothes when he cuts with women. Yi Hongyang's entire face was red like a ripe apple, twisting her head away, not wanting to look at him, her chest rising and falling violently, gritting her teeth in hatred. Calling you a scoundrel is an exaggeration. You're clearly a denizen. Yi Hongyang hates to be mad. Originally intended to beat him to lie down for half a month, and this time raised the bet. Not to lie down for half a year cannot be. Good. Yi Hongyang narrowed her eyes and walked straight towards Chen Xi. Her pace was calm and steady, without any start. In her eyes, 3 rounds were enough to beat Chen Xi all over the place. Wait. Chen Xi held out a hand signaling that there was more to be said, and Yi Hongyang wrinkled his eyebrows and stood still to see what other tricks he wanted to pull. Chen Breath saw this stop with a huff and a puff, and let out a huge sigh of relief in his heart. He definitely couldn't beat her in the courtyard. He had to interfere with her mindset. Then he paced a few steps with his hands behind his back, walking and talking at the same time, and that tone was arrogant and domineering. My humble self, as the head of the Wowa village, has no choice but to condescend to spar with the lady warrior in martial arts today. This match, in line with the principle of fairness and openness, my humble servant invites all villagers to observe the battle to show fairness. Yi Hongyang's phoenix eyes narrowed into a thin line. Her small fists clenched and cackled, taking a few deep breaths to calm down. Finish what else together? Auntie has limited patience. Yi Hongyang really couldn't find any words to describe Chen Xi, and only wanted to beat him up severely, preferably coming to beat him up every other day. Good. Since the warrior woman is quick, this village chief will not talk nonsense. Come with me. Chen Xi turned around and left. His location had already been figured out. The entrance to the village. The terrain is flat and surrounded by many people. In the yard to break bottles and cans and so on. This woman may not be able to afford to pay. Chaos. Call the villagers to the entrance of the village, and this village chief will show them some martial arts. Good Lu big brother. Ning Chaos was so excited to see that his big brother was going to demonstrate his martial arts that he immediately ran out of the courtyard, shouting at the top of his lungs as he ran. By order of the village chief, gather at the village entrance. By order of the village chief, gather at the village entrance. Chen Xi's prestige in Wawa village has long reached its peak. The villagers have put down the work in their hands, jogging all the way to the entrance of the village, and in a short time, they have formed a big circle. Inside the circle, Chen Xi stood opposite Yi Hongyang with his upper body bare. Seeing that the villagers had almost arrived, Chen Xi waved his hand to everyone. This is Eagle's Mouth Mountain's third leader. I'm sure you've all met him. Today, the third boss's doorstep challenged this village chief. Although this village chief did not want to bully a weak woman, but he could not help the third boss's aggressiveness. Therefore, this village chief has decided to go slightly out of his way to point the way with martial arts. Chen interest in a speech of impassioned and generous. Will Yi Hongyang is door-to-door provocation of the bandits? He was forced to respond. Good. Lord Village Chief must teach this female bandit a good lesson and win honor for our vulva village. Bandits are bold. How dare they provoke our valiant village chief? Beat her up. Yes, yes, yes. Lord Village Chief must beat that female bandit severely. The villagers all hissed and shouted. Although they knew that Yi Hongyang was a bandit who didn't bully the people, Chen Xi's reputation was just too high, and they all chose to speak up for him. The moral high ground is firmly in his hands. Yi Hongyang was infuriated by his words, and she herself became a door-to-door provocation instead. But she didn't bother to explain. She had only one goal for the day, and that was to give him a good beating to get out of it. I was kind enough to advise you not to provoke the bandits, but I didn't expect to end up with a reputation for door-to-door provocation. Isn't it just a strong word? Today, I'll let you see if this auntie's fist is hard or not. Finish up and get started. Yi Hongyang all blew up. The hatred in his heart had reached its peak. Chen interest to see Yi Hongyang anger to the extreme. The heart secretly pleased. This is still too tender. Did not experience the social beatings. Then with a slight smile, he stretched out a finger and hooked it at Yi Hongyang. Begin. Yi Hongyang waited for these words, and with a leap of his body, he rushed in front of Chen Xi and punched him in the face. This punch will first knock this denizen's teeth out, so you'll be told to talk nonsense again. Although Chen Xi acted unconcerned, his body's nerves were in a state of tautness, and he was ready when he saw Yi Hongyang rushing towards him, but he still didn't expect this to be so fast, and he couldn't dodge, so he could only set up his arms to block. But Yi Hongyang practiced martial arts since she was a child. How could she let him have his way against a village boy with empty brute strength? When her fist came into contact with Chen Brett's arm, she instantly turned her fist into a claw, trying to grab his arm. As long as she got a firm grip, she had 100 ways to drop him. Isn't the village headman? This auntie will teach you a lesson in front of all the villagers today. She had planned it well, to say the least. But Chen interest all over the body smeared with badger oil. Yi Hongyang palms grabbed his arm. Feet on the plum blossom step has followed. One hand of force. Unexpected things happened. Yi Hongyang body could not help but stumble. Plum blossom step are split. The reason was that Chen Brett's arm was slippery. It was just too slippery to grab. Due to her overexertion, her hands were covered in badger oil, and before she could react, her body was lightened, and she was already being held by Chen Xi. Chen Xi grinned. He was waiting for this moment. Bitch, you've been tricked. As long as you're held by me, you can't use any of your martial arts. Yi Hongyang finally knew why Chen Xi had to be naked, so it was smeared with oil. She never expected Chen Xi to use such underhanded tactics. She figured it out, but it was too late. Yi Honluo was tall, but she was still much worse in front of Chen Xi's large body. Chen Xi was the one who held her head on, holding her feet off the ground without any effort. Yi Hongyang's body in front of the Chen interest is definitely at a disadvantage. Martial arts practitioners force from the root. At this time her feet off the ground simply cannot make the force. Both feet stomped haphazardly, and every now and then his knees hit Chen Xi's soft underbelly. Chen interest in pain straight grin. This is not a good person so sex and legs, soft ribs as much as possible to hide. Yi Hongyang had never been in such close contact with a male even since she was a child. Blushing uncontrollably, her two knees exerted themselves and rammed him back and forth. Although Chen interest clenched his legs, but cannot help the strength, there are always so 3 or 2 can hit. No, this is not the way to go. At this rate, one soft underbelly will suffer. Chen interest in pain gritted his teeth, but there is no way. Hands can only hold her to death. Once loosened the consequences are unimaginable. Solely with a short body, he firmly pressed Yi Hongyang on the ground. Yi Hongyang landed on the ground at the waist and stomach, finally able to make some strength. A harrier flipped back to press Chen Xi underneath. One hand is free to brace himself against the ground, trying to break free of Chen Brett's control. Chen interest cannot let her as she wishes. Legs dead clamped Yi Hongyang waist, all the brute force to make out, rolled around on the ground, and occupied the high ground again. This time even the arm that Yi Hongyang had broken free from was held, restraining her body to death. Chen Xi grinned at Yi Hongyang's big red face. Convinced? Chapter 90 Yi Hongyang completely breaks the defense. When had Yi Hongyang ever suffered such an indignity? And while hiding from Chen Xi's big face, she cried out in defiance. Unconvinced, right? Little master designated to convince you today. The two of them were locked firmly in each other's grip, unable to use any strength in their limbs, with only their heads still able to move. Yi Hongyang's head tilted to one side, so Chen Xi followed suit, his head idly coming up to that side. Every time he was right, he asked, convince or not? It lasted for several round trips, and as long as Chen Xi came up, the more intense the scent that Yi Hongyang sniffed became. Pounding on his face and rushing straight to his mouth and nose, she couldn't help but frown, and her thighs continued to power up, bound to match him, due to the two sides of the hands and feet each other hostage powerful, who is not willing to let go of energy. One of them a little change, the other will be easily noticed. Chen Xi felt Yi Hongyang's increased force, and gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, this is so good at what she does. He dislikes his head, atop, bare. There was a gust of pain coming from Yi Hongyang's forehead surface, as well as a mouth that was still attached to his mouth. The onlookers of the villagers were dumbfounded. The village head did not say that the display of martial arts. Why are you hugging and kissing a female bandit? The circle that the crowd had gathered around gradually narrowed down, and they all gathered around the two men. The villagers all poked out their curious heads to look right into Yi Hongyang's swishy red face that looked like it was about to drip blood. She left and right cannot avoid the eyes of the crowd, angry about to cry. Bullies which have this kind of bullying, said good test of martial arts you make fraud. Ning Chaos looked on from the sidelines and was a bit intolerant. His big brother was too capable of bullying people. He had to persuade them properly. Lowering his head, he picked up a grass stick from the ground, which still had some fluff on it, and swept it gently twice against Yi Hongyang's nose. He asked, convinced? Yi Hongyang never thought that Chen Xi would be cheap enough, and that white-haired boy was also so cheap. She couldn't help but sneeze as she scratched at her nose. Achoo dash. Chen interest is still chasing Yi Hongyang's face to ask whether to serve or not, and froze. A big sneeze from her splashed on her face. He blinked hard, spittle shooting into his eyes and his vision becoming a little blurry. Turning his head, he cursed at Ning Chaos. Get thee out of here. Ning Chaos was simply too embarrassed to grin, raising his hand to scratch his head. He wanted to help his big brother ask the female bandit to serve or not, but he didn't expect the female bandit to paste his big brother's face. Resentfully, he turned around and shouted at the villagers. Everyone move back a little, my big brother is about to make it. The villagers are watching with great interest. All of them are beautiful. The village head's martial arts is too strong. All the female bandits to cry. But Ning Chaos was the village chief's little brother. His words did not dare to disobey. They all consciously retreated back to their original positions and stretched their necks to look inside. Leaf Red Tassel has been about to break the defense. This a big sneeze is really too humiliating. Although they are the general family miss, but also to pay attention to the image of some looking at Chen interest is still their blinking eyes. Yi Hongyang does not know whether to cry or to laugh. Originally a pretty face at the moment twisted out of shape. Chen breath blinked for a while, the feeling in his eyes fading, and turned his head back to his work. Convinced? Yi Hongyang was rendered speechless by him. A child playing house, had to ask whether to serve or not, but the body was restrained by him, and could only choose a compromise. Is a tie okay? Chen Xi's big mouth grinned, provoking me again and muddying my face. You say it's a tie? There's no such thing under the sun. You must be subdued today. No. Chen Xi thought of a way. Since both sides cannot make strength, then do not blame the little master to play a little dirty. Finding the moment when Yi Hongyang froze, he rubbed his chin against Yi Hongyang's neck and rubbed it repeatedly. I'll see if you suffer from the itch or not and be done with it. Yi Hongyang was caught off guard by Chen Xi. She was covered in itching points, which would be able to take this. His head kept bobbing in an attempt to get out of his jaws, but Chen breath was strong and wouldn't let go of him once he got the chance. Green beard dregs keep cutting the neck of Yi Hongyang. Yi Hongyang how can not avoid? At the moment completely broken defense. Ha 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 you. Stop. Ha ha no. Ha ha. The surrounding crowd couldn't really see it because they were far away. Hear Yi Hongyang's broken voice say stop? Don't stop? That's why they call them female bandits. Their nature is so wild and uninhibited. The villagers were very surprised that this female bandit was quite good at enjoying her life. The village chief's martial arts are just superb. Chen Xi had a flurry of small combinations of moves, and the whole thing tickled Yi Hongyang. Yi Hongyang endured to the limit at this moment. But also what image? By a man so bullied still care what shame? She bit on Chen Xi's shoulder, and Yi Hongyang just bit down and let go of her mouth. Yi Hongyang regretted being so reckless. Not only is Chen Rest's shoulder too slippery to nibble on, but it also smells like raw badger oil. Blah 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 blah. Chen Xi felt the pain in his shoulder and turned back to see what was going on. And just as he met Yi Hongyang's mouth, he was hit with a triple yuck from her. Yi Hongyang spit saliva mixed with badger oil and spit into his eyes again. Chen Xi also broke the defense. What kind of sin have I done? Even spitting? He itched so much in his eyes that he couldn't help but draw back a hand to rub his eyes. Yi Hongyang's pressure was alleviated, and with one hand supporting the ground he straightened his back and tried to roll over. Chen Xi alerted to the bad, cannot care to rub his eyes, want to continue to hold but it is too late. Although Yi Hongyang's strength is not as big as Chen Xi, but it is better than the martial arts training for many years, and he used all his strength to turn his body sideways. She was glad in her heart that she finally didn't have to face that nasty face. Chen Xi couldn't hold her down anymore, so he just loosened his legs, and with a borrowed force, his body spun around. He still dead-ringed Yi Hongyang's waist, and pressed her sideways to the ground again, and continued, serve it or not. Yi Hongyang's head this time cannot face Chen interest. Her arms were dead back clipped. Want to bite the place of Chen interest, actually cannot reach. But the Chen interest side is different. The heart of a cross, you are not unconvinced. Small master today spell. Freeing one hand, he slapped Yi Hongyang's peach and continued. Serve it or not? No. Pa dash. Serve it or not? No. Chen interest in a series of a dozen slaps. Palms are red. This quite tolerate this time I switch to pinch. Make sure she's convinced this time. Just as he was making up his mind, Yi Hongyang couldn't hold back any longer and cried out with a wow. Convinced. Ooh-hoo. Chapter 91 Strong labor in place. Hearing this sound of submission, Chen breathed a slight sigh of relief. If this is still not convinced, he cannot always shoot her, as the village heads still need to pay attention to some image. Otherwise what's the difference between that and a hooligan? I'll let you go if you're convinced, but it's a deal. I'm letting go of you, and you're not looking for backstabbing. Chen Xi first blocked the path of Yi Hongyang, otherwise this regret. Every day to chase their own can be troublesome. On the martial arts they are simply not her opponent. Today or play a little smart barely won. Next time she has a defense. They cannot have this good luck. When Yi Hongyang saw that he stopped patting himself, his high and cold temperament gradually recovered and he opened his mouth indifferently. Let go of me. Chen Xi listened to this tone of hers and felt that she might not be true to her word, and continued to threaten a bit. I'll let you go only if you say you won't come after me first, or else continue. Yi Hongyang originally planned to wait for Chen Xi to let go of himself. He must beat him up to take out his anger. He can't eat this loss for nothing. But I didn't expect him to be so cunning and threatening, so I could only commit myself for the time being. I promise. Let go of me quickly. Seeing that Yi Hongyang promised to be quick, Chen Xi's heart is even more bottomless. This is definitely playing fraud. You swear. Yi Hongyang sniffed and shivered with anger. This denizen actually made himself swear. She was so angry that she simply closed her mouth and didn't say anything. But she doesn't say anything and thinks it's over? Chen interest waited for half a day. See, her shivering body did not say a word. With me to pretend is it? Do not believe that you cannot control. Only to see Chen Xi raise that big hand high up, deliberately finding a position where Yi Hongyang could see it, moving his wrist a few times, and bellowing, Rudraksh, stop. Yi Hon Luo taught, like to see that big hand shaking around, but also shouted out so profound palm law name, which if you shoot down, swear or not. Chen brought his large hand to his mouth and took a breath, following which he moved his fingers and raised them high again. What the hell? Swear in pain and I'll let you go. Otherwise, TSK. Yi Hongyang just stopped crying. This will redden her eyes again. Took a deep breath, her body still trembling unceasingly. I swear. Chen Xi smiled smugly. Little boy, can't cure you. If I can't bluff her with the palm of God, I still have the one young finger. You swear that if you find me on the back foot. The bastard's eyes rolled halfway through his sentence. If you find me on the back foot, you'll never be able to marry for the rest of your life, and you'll be sold to the old man as a slave. Chen Xi could see that this woman was lonely and arrogant in nature, and this kind of oath was the most deadly to her. As expected, Yi Hongyang was furious as she raised her willow eyebrows after hearing Chen Xi make herself say such a vicious oath. But Chen Rest's big hand is right in front of him. Once it falls, in the end, reason overcame impulse. I swear that if I find you on the back foot, I'll never marry for the rest of my life, and I'll sell myself to the old man as a slave. Chen grunted softly, finally achieving the effect he was satisfied with. His legs loosened and immediately scurried out to run back to the crowd. Yi Hongyang didn't even straighten her clothes after she got up. She just stood there, her eyes staring deathly at Chen Xi. Chen Xi hid in the crowd, reaching out and pulling Ning Chaos to stand by his side before he felt somewhat secure in his heart. Yi Hongyang didn't speak. Chen Xi didn't speak. The people saw that the village chief was a bit vain of that female bandit. They all chose to be silent and just watched in silence. Yi Hongyang stared at Chen Xi for a while, without saying a word twisted his head to lead the black horse and left. Before mounting the horse, he glared fiercely at Chen Xi again, dashingly and sharply. She rolled over onto the horse, and as soon as her butt sat on the saddle, she instantly lifted it up again, turning back with a red face to glare at Chen Xi once again. Heave dash. The villagers applauded after Yi Hongyang left. The village chief is fantastic. The village chief is the hero of our WoW village. Mayor, you still need a wife. My sister is in the next village, and she's very pretty. Village chief, don't listen to her nonsense. My sister only water spirit. In a few days to send her to the village chief's home. Cluck. The male villagers cheered, and the women, seeing that the three wives of Chen Xi were not present, all joked, and the scene was extremely cordial. Chen Xi laughed a few times, knowing that this group of women were poking fun at themselves, not angry in the slightest, but rather happy. Well, what village people's days are getting better and better. Their own village chief face also have a light. All go back to serve the head of the village. This village chief is not close to women. Chen Xi laughed and cursed a few times, causing the women to giggle. And just after sending the villagers away, another carriage came to the village entrance. Lu De himself drove the car, followed neatly by dozens of strong men. Their faces were washed clean, everyone was wearing a new jacket, and their spirits were still good. As the carriage pulled up close, Lu De got off with a happy face and arched his hand at Chen Xi. "Farewell, divine Dr. Chen. The little old man has sent you someone as promised." Lu De's attitude is very cordial. Their own these days, but not a lot of worry about this. No is Chen interest to buy people. Treat this group of laborers as not harsh. 2 meals a day enough food, but also to buy them a new coat. Boss Lu's hard work. How come he still personally drove to give me a delivery? I can't thank you enough. Chen Xi and him exchanged a few polite words, then looked at the dozens of laborers behind the carriage and nodded slightly. The looks of these laborers, at first glance, were not from Daigo, like men from the grassland side of the later world. Not very tall, but stocky, all about 30 years of age. No food in their faces, no patches in their clothes, obviously getting special care. Lu De motioned Chen Xi to come closer and called out one of those strong laborers. "Siko Hu, this is your master. Tell your master about you." A man stood out from the crowd, standing at a height of 2 meters, and appeared to stand out among the group of strong laborers. Siko had a beard and a fierce look, but after seeing Chen Xi, his attitude was very humble and he bowed his head. "Siko, meet the master. I am the leader of this group. We all came from the grasslands." Chen Xi had noticed Siko long ago, for no other reason than his height was too conspicuous. Chen Xi looked Siki up and down and opened his mouth to ask, "Why have you come to Omoku?" "Back to my master. Our homeworld was invaded, and our clansmen were killed by the foreign clans, so we had no choice but to flee to Daigo." As Siko spoke, it was hard to hide the sadness in his eyes as he carefully recounted the process of the tribe's encroachment. It turns out that all of these people live in the grasslands beyond the boundaries of the Omoku kingdom, and these people survive in tribes. They originally owned a fertile grassland and have been herding livestock for generations, but with the invasion of foreign races, the gang slaughtered their clansmen and occupied their homes, and they could not defeat them, so they could only flee to Daigo to hide. With no Omoya registry, they had to turn to Luda, who did business with the steppe, to bring them here. Chen Xi slowly nodded his head after hearing this, sympathizing with them. All of these people did not have clansmen, so they were spared from worries. "You're all from the same tribe?" "Back to my master. We are from different tribes." Chen Breath raised an eyebrow. Different tribes would be good. It would just be easier to manage. From his arms, he pulled out 5 small yellow fish and handed them to Luda. "Please, Boss Lu, help me prepare some more mongoose horses in the near future, and exchange them for the fine salt we agreed on last time." Lu Da's eyes lit up at his words, finally talking about the business he had been longing for. "Don't worry, divine Dr. Chen, the little old man will prepare it for you when he gets back." Business is concluded and the gorgeous Luda is sent away. Chen Xi arranged 50 foreign laborers temporarily in Zhang Baochuan's house, which became empty after his death, so naturally he had to make the best use of it. With these strong laborers on board, the next step in the plan was to go into the mountains, developing a base. Chapter 92. Someone buys a life. Early the next morning, Chen Xi and Ning Chaos got up early all armed. Today is the day to bring strong labor into the mountains. After settling everything at home, he took the men and set off into the mountains. Meanwhile, in the White Mountain County, the Wang family, the head of the family, Wang Zhang, sat in a wide chair with a small jar of refined salt on the table beside him. It's exactly what Su Yun sells. At this moment, Wang Zhang tightened his face and sank. A few small maids around her trembled, standing there with their heads lowered, not daring to make a sound. Not long after, the butler Li Quan entered the house with quick steps and bent down and bowed upon seeing Wang Zhang. "Family master, the slave has already investigated clearly. This batch of refined salt from the Su family is most likely from Owa village." Wang Zhang narrowed his eyes when he heard this. He still knew the village around the county town, but it was just an ordinary poor village. How could it have this quality of refined salt? "Tell us your analysis." Li Quan had long since organized his language and spoke his analysis slowly and methodically. None heard from the Su family's subordinates that Su Yun was unable to leave her home during her illness and had no visitors. She had a sudden attack the other day and happened to be saved by a divine doctor from Owa village. Immediately after that she went to Owa village, and less than a day after her return, the Su family had this refined salt for sale. Analyzing the time, this batch of refined salt may be unrelated to the god doctor of Owa village. Li Quan finished his analysis and stood there to listen to the family head's orders. Wang Zhang took a deep breath after hearing this. His body slowed down and gently leaned on the back of the chair, rubbing a jade pendant in his hand, his eyes flickering with essence. "What is that miracle doctor from Wowa village?" Hearing the family head's question, Li Quan bowed once again. "According to the slave investigation, that divine doctor called Chen interest, but also a hunter. The other day hunted a lynx will be offered to the county magistrate's wife will be 102 bounty." When Wang Zhang heard this, his eyes suddenly widened as he seemed to have guessed something. That blind bear sold at the mountain treasure hall the other day must have been hunted by that hunter named Chen Xi, right? Mountain treasure hall sale of bear blindness is known all over the city. He had also privately inquired about the old pass, but the old pass keep his mouth shut only said that from the hands of an experienced hunter, and did not disclose the identity of the hunter. Wang Zhang wanted to privately purchase some game from the hunter's hands as a gift, but unfortunately failed to do so, and now it seems that the bear blind 9 times out of 10 is also his hunting. According to the slave's analysis, where are there any more experienced hunters in the vicinity of our White Mountain County? And the mountain treasure hall has not seen any large shipments in the past few years, but the lynx fur of the magistrate's wife appeared at almost the same time as the bear blind of the mountain treasure hall, and the slave asserted, it was sold by that hunter in the village of Wawa. After the housekeeper Li Quan finished speaking, Wang Zhang took a deep breath. If analyzed like this, refined salt, divine doctor, and hunter, all 3 clues pointed to Chen Xi at the same time. Thinking about this, Wang Zhang suddenly frowned as if he had thought of something and opened his mouth to ask, I heard the guards say, recently the Eagle's Mouth Mountain downhill smashed kiln folded a number of brothers, as if folded in what village? Know where it is? Wang Zhang heard the guards chat about this matter, as if it was folded in some village, exactly where he did not ask more. He was originally a businessman, not interested in the bandits and all that crap, and if there was a problem just take the money and find them to do the job, and as for what they did, they had their own way. Wang Zhang and the bandits had a purely cooperative relationship. They were approached for something and not contacted for nothing. Li Quan sniffed and pondered for a moment. He recently did not go to Eagle's Nest to send a portion. Not clear about the details. Can only get the person concerned to talk directly back to the head of the family. Family master, wait a moment. Slave will find that guardian. Go on. Not long after, Li Quan brought a middle-aged man dressed as a martial artist to the guest room, and the martial artist arched his hand when he saw Wang Zhang. House master, please command. Wang Zhang was just now closing his eyes and gazing. When he heard the guards coming, he slowly opened his eyes and asked. Hawksbill went down and smashed the kiln, and folded on something, you know? Wu Fu sniffed. His breathing aggravated a few points. He and Wu Liang are master and brother, one in the Wang family as a guard, one to the Eagle's Nest Mountain to fall into the grass. Usually the master and brother relationship is very good. Naturally know where Wu Liang was injured. Home lord, they folded up in the northern part of the county, in the village of Wawa. Wang Zhang took a deep breath. His eyes narrowed. It was really Wawa village. This matter aroused his great interest. What exactly is the case? Tell me. Wu Fu was a little surprised. Usually the master of the family is not very interested in the matter of bandits. Today why suddenly came to interest? Since the master of the family asked, of course, he must answer. Eagle's Mouth Mountain got the news that someone in Wawa village got 100 taels of silver. The big boss let my senior brother go down to the mountain to smash the kiln. I didn't realize that the point was solid, and folded a lot of brethren. Wang Zhang laughed at that. The lynx fur for 100 taels of silver. The bear blind sold at the mountain treasure hall. The miraculous doctor who cured Su Yun. The mysterious refined salt. And the Weiwa village that repelled the bandits are all linked together. The pulse of things has been clear. This Chen interest is not only a miracle doctor hunter, but also can make the bandits lose a lot of money. Really a bit interesting. Okay, you go down. Yes. After dismissing the martial artist, Wang Zhang smilingly said to Li Quan, say what you think. Li Quan pondered for a while. He had been a steward in the royal residence for so many years. He had long since figured out the nature of the head of the family, and it was already clear what he was going to do next. Family master. The lackey thought that the last time Hawksbill Mountain lost their hand in Wawa village, they should have not stepped on the plate and kicked their teeth, and there is no way that this revenge will not go unrewarded by them. That hunter god doctor shouldn't have long to live. If the family master has any orders, the slave will immediately go and do it. Know what to do. Wang Zhang wanted to test him. Li Quan had followed him for so many years and had some brains. Let's see if he can realize it. Li Quan bowed, his tone very different from before, appearing somewhat coy. I dare to guess that the housemaster is asking the slave to go to Eagle's Mouth Mountain to act with them. They kill and rob the silver, and the slave brings back the refined salt. Wang Zhang sniffed and laughed. This Li Quan has some brains, but not much, and then he was a little proud and preached. Those refined salts are only worth a few dollars. Some of the things that come to hand are truly a fortune. Li Quan pretended to be stunned. In fact, he had already guessed the family head's thoughts, but the family head was very fond of sermons. How could he himself be smarter than the family head? Or else he wouldn't have been able to be a steward in the Wang family for so many years. The fire of the cupping is very well mastered. Family, my lord, forgive my slave's stupidity. I said, listen. Wang Zhang stood up, playing with the jade pendant in his hand, and paced the wide guest room. take 100 taels of silver and immediately go to Eagle's Mouth Mountain and tell Feng Yuanqing that it's fine for them to rob the money, but they can't hurt that divine Dr. Hunter. Here's 100 taels of silver for his life. Escort him back after the deed is done, and this householder will have his own plans. After hearing this, Li Quan bowed his head and said yes, and hurriedly withdrew from the guest room to the accountant's office to spend money. A conspiracy against Chen Xi was about to unfold. Chapter 93 Getting in Trouble. Hawksbill Mountain, Bandit Walled City. The last few days have been busy for the small bandits. The big boss and the second boss were all injured, so they were arranged together to make it easier to wait on them. Hiss. Tread lightly. It hurts. It hurts. Feng Yuanqing was lying on his side on the bed, his front and back bruised, and the sharp-tongued little bandit was grinning while applying medicine to him. Grand Master, do you think this is the right strength? Aye. He was so anxious that his sweat came down. If his hand is heavy, the big boss will cry out in pain, and if his hand is light, he will still not be evenly coated, so it's not a good job to serve people. Alright, get your ass over there and change the dick. The little bandit with the sharp mouth and monkey cheeks was like being pardoned, and ran to the next room to wait for the second master. It's hard for him to take care of two sick people, and he can't afford to offend any of them, and he's never been this attentive to his mother at home. After driving away the little bandits, Feng Yuanqing got up with difficulty and gently moved his neck a few times. He sat on the bed and slowed down for a while before letting Su Meiyang help him put on his clothes, cursing non-stop. That hit too hard. He only dared to curse behind his back, and when he saw Yi Hongyang behave like a grandson, Su Meiyang half-face swollen like a pig's head. This is still Yi Hong Luo mercy, only slapped her. If it is like beating Feng Yuanqing, so beat her. Su Meiyang packet death. Boss, that is gone. We'll have a good time from now on. Su Meiyang helped him put on his clothes, and took the medicinal oil and smeared it on her own face, grinning in pain every time she touched her skin. Ugh. Feng Yuanqing sighed a long breath. He knew that Yi Hongwei was gone, but her rules were still there. When she left, she emphasized again and again that although she was going out for a break, if she found out that Eagle's Mouth Mountain didn't abide by the rules she had set up, she would come back again and not just beat them up. As simple as that. Mud. Hold it in. Feng Yuanqing hatefully slammed his fist on the bed, accidentally involving his shoulder injury and grinning in pain. Su Meiyang saw the fire of the head of the house, endured the pain in the face to go forward to please, due to the swelling of half of the face, difficult to open the mouth wide, while the hands go to solve the problem. I'll deflame the pawn. Feeling the coolness underneath, Feng Yuanqing gripped a handful of her hair and flung it aside. To fire, I'm going to hell. He was now angry at the sight of the little prodigal hoof, and since she had been on the mountain, his old back was getting worse every day. Every night does not come 3 or 4 times cannot. The brutal ox cannot afford her so tossed, so that his waist and knees are weak, walking or wobbly. He has an injury in the body, she still thinks about that thing, and so on, sooner or later die on her belly. Seeing the head of the family angry at himself, Su Meiyang aggrieved and did not dare to make a sound. She still counted on Feng Yuanqing to feed her. How could she dare to make a scene? The two of them were depressed, when a small bandit ran in outside with a thump, and bowed when he saw Feng Yuanqing. Grand Master, Steward Li has come up the mountain and wants to see you. When Feng Yuanqing heard that Li Quan had come, he was even more depressed. How can he meet the guests when he is injured like this? He must not let people laugh at him to death. Just tell them I'm not here, and that you'll make a note of anything until I'm healed. Li Quan came must be looking for their own business, either to kill or set fire to the last folded 10 brothers hurt the vitality. Must be slowed down. The big boss. He brought heavy gifts and reckoned there was quite a lot of money. As soon as he heard Li Quan with heavy gifts, Feng Yuanqing's face changed color, wrinkled his brow and contemplated for a while. Folded 10 brothers is exactly the time of lack of money. He could not afford to give up this handful of silver. Okay, bring him in. After dismissing the little bandit, Feng Yuanqing straightened his clothes and sat up straight, pretending to be uninjured. Not long after, Li Quan walked in with a box in his hands, and the first thing he said when he saw Feng Yuanqing was straight to the point. My head of the family seeks the business of the Grand Master, and here are the bonuses. Li Quan opened the box. 10 silver ingots are neatly yards. See Feng Yuanqing see the silver inside. Bang the box buckle. No need for Feng Yuanqing to let. He found a comfortable chair to sit down. Surrounded by small bandits immediately served tea. This is the god of wealth of the Eagle's Mouth Mountain. Must be served well. When Feng Yuanqing saw so many silver ingots, his eyes widened. Wang Zhang has never been so generous. Usually, if you let yourself kill someone to set a fire, you'd give at most 10 taels of silver. What's wrong with this time? If I'm not mistaken, that box contains a whole 100 taels. Could it be the king robber bar? He gulped, his eyes moving away from the box and locking onto Li Quan's face as he took a deep breath and asked, what kind of beamwork does Wang Zhang want us to do? Li Quan picked up his teacup and took a sip, tapping his fingers back and forth a few times on the box containing the silver, gazing around the circle, casually saying, "Buy someone." Feng Yuanqing froze for a moment. Buying an individual? Subconsciously twisting his head to look at the half-swollen face of Su Meinyang, he turned his head back again with a very firm tone. "Take it away." Feng Yuanqing thought, recently he did not rob people the entire bandit village to see the eyes of this small wave hoof. They are almost dead on her belly. Quickly take away. He also wanted to follow it up with, "No returns." Li Quan heard Feng Yuanqing finished. A mouthful of tea almost did not spray out. "This kind of goods can be worth 102 silver? Don't get me wrong, big boss. I've heard that our fortress has lost a number of brothers. Is this true?" Feng Yuanqing took a deep breath. Is not to say that the matter of buying people, mention this kind of nacho face matter. Why? Wang Zheng, if he has something to say, just say it, there's no need to beat around the bush. Feng Yuanqing has no good face, folded those brothers already need pain, and now being taken to say things, even the best temper cannot endure. Li Quan laughed, knowing that they bandits love face, shameful things do not want to say, but he does not care. This 102 silver is not good to take. Our housemaster has said that this 100 taels of silver bonus, to buy the Wowo village's Chen interest. Li Quan also deliberately raised his chin and said with a provocative face, "Can this bonus catch?" He knew that Feng Yuanqing had suffered a loss in Wowo village, and the revenge was definitely to be reported. Only he didn't think clearly that things had passed for several days. How come he hadn't done anything yet? So he tried a few words first. His words can ask Feng Yuanqing. Yi Hongyang just left a few days ago. He did not dare to go out to find trouble. He had planned to wait for some days if there was no news of Yi Hongyang, then he would go to Wowo village to take revenge, and sooner or later this account would have to be settled. But right now this moment, Feng Yuanqing is out of ideas. On one side is the rules set by Yi Hongyang, on the other side is the silver for nothing. Just when Feng Yuanqing couldn't make up his mind, the sharp-tongued bandit pushed out Wu Liang, the second leader. Wu Liang was in the room. He heard the conversation between Feng Yuanqing and Li Quan. At the moment he was sitting on a wheelchair with a swollen nose, and said only 2 words to Feng Yuanqing, "Big brother." He then gave Feng Yuanqing a wink. That meant to pick up the bonus. Afterwards, he had asked someone to find out about Wowo village, and the white-haired boy who had injured himself was called Ning Chaos, while the rifle owner was Chen Xi. Wang Zhang bought is not Chen interest. As long as it is not that white-hair boy, it is good. That person he is bound to kill. Every time he thought of his ruined leg, he hated it and wanted to go crazy. And when he caught that white-haired kid, he would definitely scrape him alive. Feng Yuanqing saw Wu Liang give himself a wink, hesitated again and again or cannot decide. He is really too scrupulous Yi Hongyang, but the white silver is in front of the eyes. After half a day's thought and a look at the box containing silver, he finally clenched his teeth hard. People die for money and birds die for food. Go back and tell Wang Zhang that in half a month's time, he will collect his men at Eagle's Mouth Mountain. Good. Big boss is quick. Half a month later, I'll escort the people. After Li Quan left, Feng Yuanqing asked Wu Liang, "What do you think about this, heir?" He wasn't worried about how the other party's fighting strength was. What he was worried about was that Yi Hongyang hadn't gone far, and if that knew that she hadn't behaved herself, the consequences would be predictable. "Big brother, don't worry, this time we Eagle's Mouth Mountain started the bureau, pulling other mountain brothers together to do it, even if that knows what can be done. With all the surrounding hills involved, can she still pick them off one by one?" Wu Liang has long thought of a good countermeasure. A Yi Hongyang can pressure the Eagle's Mouth Mountain cannot breathe, but also press all the surrounding mountains? Besides, what's the afraid to do in case she's far away? Even if that is looking for trouble, I'm not afraid. So many mountains, at least a few hundred brothers. If you get angry, even the will do it together. To put an end to it, okay, step on it. Feng Yuanqing was ruthless and immediately commanded downwards. Send word to the surrounding hills that I, Eagle's Mouth Mountain, will start a bureau, and gather 50 men for one brother for 1 or 2 pieces of silver. Last time 10 people didn't take down. This time 50 people. I'll see how it goes. Plus their own cottage can move. A small Wowo village can still turn against the sky. Big brother, I'll take care of this. Wait for my news on the mountain. Wu Liang volunteered. Although he had wasted a leg, his fiery nature was not wasted. Chen Xi and Ning Chaos, including those 3 smelly none of them will be able to escape. Chapter 94 Treading the Plate. For several days in a row, Chen Xi took 50 strong laborers to do work in the deep mountains. Li Di and Li Er had finished making bow weapons at home and were also settled in by Chen Xi. There is a big plan here. First of all to build houses near the salt mines, and later to purify them directly here, saving a lot of trouble. Then there was the construction of a road where wagons could go up the mountain. All the surrounding trees were cut down. so that the beasts had nowhere to hide and the danger was greatly reduced. Wei and Ning had followed Lier's work over the past few days and had made great progress. The two little girls were even able to make a crossbow on their own. Li de Lier very much like this two little girls. Take them as a granddaughter to treat. The old and young get along very well. Li de still wanted to teach the two little girls how to make iron, but he was forcefully stopped by Chen Xi. What kind of little girl makes iron? Will she be able to marry in the future? Chen Xi drew a lot of drawings needed for construction, all of which were handed over to Wei and Ning to deal with. The two little girls were very excited. Having something to do is better than eating for nothing. Took laborers to do work in the mountains, and from time to time shot some game to improve the food for the laborers. The laborers were divided into 5 groups of 10 men each, and each group was arranged to mix people from different tribes to prevent the same tribes from congregating. However, Chen Xi thought a little redundant. These laborers had thought to escape to the great imperial can have a mouthful of food. Where else would they want to run? They had no dental records and were captured by the court and directly enlisted in the army, where they were also used as death squads, not much different from killing their heads. Not only do they get food here, but from time to time they have meat and fish, and their masters are kind to them and don't treat them like animals. They were some people who had fled the country, but they did not expect to experience the warmth of human kindness in Daigo, and their hearts were grateful to their masters. Husiko was promoted by Chen Xi to be the leader of the team, leading the laborers to build roads and houses, and occasionally learning some hunting skills from Chen Xi. After the work in the mountains was arranged, Chen Xi let Ning Chaos and Husiki be in charge of this side, while he himself was at home instructing Zhang Xinshi in the art of medicine. During the period of the charity clinic, sick people from the surrounding area came to Wawa village to see a doctor when they heard that the clinic did not cost any money. Dr. Zhang had a chance to make a move, and with his master on the sidelines to give him a few pointers from time to time, many of the problems that he couldn't figure out before were solved, and Yi Hongyang, who had disappeared for 3 days, suddenly appeared again. When he came, he sat on the wall of Chen Xi's house and watched as Chen Xi instructed the old man with white eyebrows to diagnose the disease. Every day early in the morning will come, lunchtime will take out from the arms of a roasted chicken to gnaw, thirsty out of the wine gourd to drink, is so spontaneous. Fan Yan's 3 girls spoke to her and returned a few sentences every now and then, while the others simply ignored them, including Chen Xi. We all got used to it after a long time, and we still feel uncomfortable not seeing her every day. At first, Chen Xi thought that this had some kind of serious illness, and did not beat himself or not to rely on it. Couldn't figure out what she was up to, so she just didn't want to. She could come if she wanted to, as long as she didn't cause any trouble. Every time I come, it's that wall head, sitting in that position, sitting the wall head of Chen Xi's house all bald skin. On this day, there were very few patients, and none of the patients were very sick, so divine Dr. Zhang was able to take care of them himself. When Chen Xi saw Yi Hongyao drinking, he had a sudden thought and wanted to get some to try as well, but he didn't want to drink that bad wine, not to mention the low degree and the smell of horse urine. Made simple tools for firing the liquor, distilled the liquor bought from the county, and got it out in a morning's work, tasted it, and yes, that's what it tasted like, a thread of fire into the throat, the whole body is warm. Chen rest comfortable burp, although it cannot be compared with the later generations of Mazi, but in this era is also absolutely crushing level. Looking at the clear liquor, there's a lot of money to be made from this stuff when it's developed, but now he does not have so much heart. First solve the problem of refined salt, open up the sales channel, and later casually play by himself. The last few days have been spent following the workers around eating potluck, but now that we have the wine, we must have a barbecue. With the 3 ladies, they built a fire in the courtyard, and with the coals roaring, the pheasants and rabbits were set on the fire and roasted. The spices were still personally prepared by Chen Xi. The flavor naturally goes without saying, and in a short while, the aroma was overflowing. The 3 matrons don't drink alcohol, so Chen Xi poured a little for himself, and the family ate and drank happily. On the wall, Yi Hongyang saw them eating happily, pulled out a roasted chicken from her bosom, lifted her nose to sniff. How come it tasted different from the one roasted by the denizen? Sniffing over there again, the roasted chicken in his hand instantly stopped smelling good. Feeling Yi Hongyang looking at herself, Chen Xi tore off a roasted, oily chicken thigh and deliberately waved it in front of her eyes before opening her mouth to nibble down a large piece, and barfing while eating. It smells so good hot, much better than cold. Chen Xi turned his head to meet Yi Hongyang's gaze, and as soon as the 2 sides came into contact, Yi Hongyang blanked him and immediately turned her head away to pretend she couldn't see. Shay, kinda arrogant, zip a mouthful of wine, bar a mouthful of meat, and from time to time to give the 3 ladies a small joke, amusing a few women's eyebrows are curved up. The more Yi Hongliang looked at Chen Xi comfortable and cozy, the more she felt irritated. Where did this denizen cultivate good fortune? Actually able to marry 3 beautiful women. Solely took out his wine gourd and slammed it down. The drink went down his throat and calmed his mood a little. I was just about to take another sip when I suddenly heard a click at my feet. Looking down, it was the same bowl that Chen Xi had filled with wine, and at the moment the bowl had shattered, and the wine flowed onto the ground. Ha! What's this wine taste like? It smells so good. Yi Hongyang lifted his nose and sniffed, then sniffed his own wine gourd, and his little face immediately twisted up. Roast chicken doesn't smell as good as his, and now even the wine can't compare. Raising his head, he stared at Chen Xi with a grudging face, as if he would only be relieved of his hatred by dismantling him. Chen Xi caught a glimpse of Yi Hongyang looking at himself with his afterglow, and immediately pretended to be a little drunk, his mouth explaining to the three ladies in succession. It's all my husband's fault. I drank a bit dizzy and accidentally broke the bowl. How do the three women not know their own husband's virtues? Clearly is angry with Yi Hongyang. Only a few small sips. How can they get drunk? Fan Yan blankly glanced at Chen Xi, signaling him to stop in moderation. Where was Chen Xi willing to give up, playfully coming up and giving each of the three women a kiss on the cheek? Intoxicated barf. Smells good. The three women are ashamed to death. There are outsiders. How embarrassing it. Chen interest appearance. Yi Hongyang all see in the eyes. Heart hate this murderous denizen. Picked up the wine gourd and poured another mouthful, really a bit unable to swallow, and spit it out again. Smelling the aroma of Chen breath's wine, the wine in the wine gourd was poured out directly. His chest rose and fell violently a few times, and once he moved his butt off the wall, he took a few steps to Chen Xi's side, still not speaking, and extended the wine gourd over. The little face was raised high, that haughty expression, as if Chen Xi owed her. Chen Xi gave her a blank look and wrapped the wine jar in his arms for fear that she would snatch it away, and said in a manner, 1 or 2 silvers. Yi Hongyang's chest rose and fell violently a few times once again, and she fished out a piece of silver from her waist, wanting to throw it onto the table, suddenly pushed back by a small hand. Fan Yan smiled at Yi Hongyang and turned to Chen Xi with a grimace. Husband. Seeing this expression on his mother's face, Chen Xi hurriedly patted Fan Yan's small hand. Alas, good lady. Fear, fear, fear. What could he do when his wife had spoken? Taking the wine gourd in Yi Hongyang's hand, he poured it full for her and handed it back with a stretch. Save your drink. Yi Hongyang took back the wine gourd, nodded gratefully to Fan Yan, and sat back on the wall. You told me to save my drink, but I didn't. A tilt of the neck and a big gulp. As the strong wine entered his throat, Yi Hongyang's face swished red. Put. Chen Xi was prepared, rushed to protect the stove and the dishes on the table. This big fountain who suffered? Cough cough dash. Cough cough dash. This big mouthful of high number of white wine almost did not choke Yi Hongyang to death. Tears and snot all flowed down. Fan Yan's 3 daughters hurriedly helped her pound her back and wipe her face, and every now and then they even gave their own husband a blank look. Husband is too bad, bullying a girl like that. Chen interest is also helpless. To the 3 ladies a show of hands. That expression is clearly saying, I also urged her to save a little drink. Who knows she is so fierce. Yi Hongyang coughed for half a day and finally slowed down, holding her hand on her chest and panting heavily. Fan Yan asked with concern as she rubbed her back. Is Miss Hongyang better? Is the husband's wine so strong? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Yi Hongyang coughed a few more times before returning. Thank you, ma'am. Your ladyship is concerned. Hongyang, accidentally, choked, said words also fiercely scraped Chen Xi. Immodest people. Brewing wine is also immodest. Where can you get such a strong drink? It's like little coals of fire. But that smell. The smell is really good. After this toss, a few women also have no time to eat, hastily clean up the table, and continue the clinic in the afternoon. The patients came one after another, and divine Dr. Zhang continued to diagnose the patients, while Chen Xi gave instructions from the side. Yi Hongyang still sat on the wall and watched, every now and then taking small sips of the wine gourd with a very satisfied expression. Next, Dr. Zhang finished diagnosing a woman and called out for the next patient. A swarthy man appeared in the crowd and stretched out his arm for divine Dr. Zhang to check his pulse. Thank you, divine doctor. Please help my little one to take a look. These days I always feel a stomach ache. Have I eaten something bad and been poisoned? As soon as these words were uttered, Chen Xi and Yi Hongyang's eyes stared at the same time. Bandits. As to why they came, there is only one explanation, and that is, step on the plate. Chapter 95 Hard-hitting. Seeing the swineherd man extend his arm, Chen Xi took a step forward to block in front of divine Dr. Zhang and smiled after waving his hand. You watch from the sidelines. I'll attend to him. Divine Dr. Zhang sniffed and froze. The patient a tummy ache is just a stomach ache. It is not necessary to use the master's hand. He was afraid of tiring the master, just wanted to say something, but was Chen Xi lightly patted his shoulder twice and pulled back. Chen Xi straightened his clothes and sat down in a big way, always with a smile on his face, giving people a very friendly feeling. Looking at the swarthy man's outstretched arm, he didn't take his pulse first, but instead asked a soft question. tummy ache huh, what have you been eating lately? The swarthy man saw Chen Xi switching with the white-browed old man, and his eyes fluttered for a moment before switching back to a sickly look and a weak tone. Back to Lord Divine Doctor. I only ate some wild vegetable porridge recently, and my stomach hurts so much that I really couldn't top it before coming to trouble you. Chen Breath narrowed his eyes at him and continued to smile. Where are you from? The swarthy man answered very smoothly. I came from Mao village, north of Huling, with a terrible stomach ache, and walked for a day and a night to get here. As he spoke, his expression suddenly twisted a bit, rubbed his stomach, and said weakly again, Lord Divine Doctor have mercy. It wasn't easy for the little one to walk here. Please take the trouble to give the little one a look at his illness. Seeing his painful and uncomfortable appearance, Chen Xi smiled and nodded, stretching out his fingers on his wrist, his fingertips lightly moving to start checking his pulse. Just as soon as he put on his wrist, Chen Breath raised an eyebrow, then wrinkled it slightly as he continued to feel his pulse. The swarthy man saw this change in his expression and his heart jolted twice. He had come here pretending to be sick, with the purpose of observing the terrain as well as the personnel in Chen Xi's home. See his brow sometimes wrinkled and sometimes stretch, gradually put down the heart. It seems that this kid is not good. There is no disease cannot see, but also claimed to be a miraculous doctorate. What is not? Chen Breath opened his mouth casually to pull the plug while taking his pulse. I have distant relatives living in Maotsuan. I wonder if you recognize them. The swarthy man was shocked in his heart. He was a foreign thief and bandit, and he deliberately said the name of a very distant village, but he did not expect to bump into it. He also has an acquaintance in the village of Maotsuan, which is a bad dish, but his eyes turned and took over. It's too coincidental. Ah, I live in Mao village. I don't know what is the name of Lord Divine Doctor's relative. He got the word out first, and whatever name the other man uttered he said he recognized, that they all knew each other from the same village, just not very well. It's the only way not to show your hand. When Chen Xi saw his dry answer, the smile on his face became even more intense, and he continued to pull his punches. My relative's name is Chen Jinan. He's in his 40s and doesn't do his job. He writes at home all day long. He writes what comes. The swarthy man saw Chen rest saying that the words were stuck, tilted his neck to look at the sky, and could not remember what words his relative had written. This can make him anxious. Who is Chen Jinan? Where does he know except for the name of the village is real. The rest are all made up by him Nervous pulse thumping, Chen Breath could barely hold it down. Yes. Chen Jinan, I recognize. He has always loved to write. Write what words I have seen. A moment some cannot remember. The swarthy man's mouth was full of gibberish, and as Chen Breath got stuck, so did he, also craning his neck to look at the sky. Chen interest to feel this good's pulse thumping straight, almost angry music. On this point of psychological quality but also learn people step on the plate. Now do bandits are not interviewed? Suddenly his eyes widened and he slapped his head with one hand as realization dawned on him. I remember. He always writes at home. Against the Qing dynasty and the Ming dynasty. The swarthy man was overjoyed to hear that he wanted to get up, and immediately picked up the conversation. Yeah. Against the Qing dynasty. Against the Qing dynasty. Chen interest did not drop the words on the ground, since pulling the family well, they pull the calf most good at it. He also has a brother called. What's his name? Chen interest and stuck, which can be a swineherd man worried. How you always want to not be able to think. The name of the person that is I can guess it. Both men continued to crane their necks to look at the sky, one pretending to be stuck, the other really stuck. Ouch! Chen Breath slapped his head again, then suddenly realized. Called Pingon Chen. Yeah. Pingon Chen. Pingon Chen. The swineherd man sweated down. Who cares who Pingon Chen is? Anyway, it is Chen Jinnan's younger brother, right? Pingon Chen is awesome. That kid practiced blindly with a broken sword all day. Gah fierce. Yeah. Quack fierce. Chen interest is still pulling the calf. Anyway, idle is idle. Just take him to tease the boredom. Continued. Chen Pingon, like his brother Chen Jinnan, also loved to write. What did he write? Chen Breath was stuck again. The swarthy man is going to cry. What kind of time memory you have? There's no such thing as a bad card. It didn't even need to be rehearsed. The two were in divine synchronization, craning their necks to look at the sky at the same time. Chen Breath slapped his brain again, and several times in succession. His brain reddened to the naked eye. The Great Wall of Sword Qi. Yeah. The Great Wall of Sword Qi. The Great Wall of Sword Qi. The swarthy man answered the old fast, afraid of revealing a crack. Who cares if he is the Great Wall of Sword Qi or the Great Wall of Foot Qi? The Great Wall is right anyway. Pingon Chen also has a sister. What's her name? This time no need to Chen interest said. Swineherd man first tilted his neck, stepped on a plate, almost put his whiplash out of exhaustion. His heart bitter This bull asterisk 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 doctor. Purely a chatterbox. None of the old ladies in the village can pull as well as he can. Chen breath and pat the brain. Once more than once louder. Brain buzzing does not care. The mouth is still pulling the calf. Jonathan Chen. Yeah. Jonathan Chen. Jonathan Chen. The swineherd man hates madness in his heart. I just came to step on a plate, not to take the examination. You are still endless. One question left. One question right. I'm on a streak now. She also loves to write. What did she write? The swarthy man took a deep breath and craned his neck up to look at the sky with what appeared to be crystal tears in his eyes. Where did you get so many relatives from? They all love to write. You're a family of writers, aren't you? If he was given a chance to start over, he wouldn't say he was from Maotsuan even if he was beaten to death. Chen breath was still going to slap his head, but this time he was stopped by a hand. Divine Dr. Zhang tugged at his master's hand, his white eyebrows quivering in pain as he hurriedly persuaded him. Master, if you shoot your brain again it's swollen. I'll apply some medicine for you. Flipping a small bottle from the medicine chest, he poured out the potion and carefully applied it to Master's head. Chen Xi also felt that it was almost time to hurry up and send this thing away. The plate is for dishes, not for stepping on. No rules. Zhangshan Dr. Give Chen rest medicine kung fu. Swineherd man has been looking at the sky, do not dare to lower his head. Chen Xiaoan wrote what words? To him too important. Alright, you've caught a cold. Go back and warm up. You'll be fine in a few days. Chen breath let go of his wrist, stood up and stretched. Pulling half a day calf is also a little tired. The swarthy man saw that Chen Xi had finished diagnosing himself before he dared to lower his head, a pair of rat eyes trying to look into the courtyard. But no matter what angle he looked at it from, it was perfectly blocked by Chen breath. After several round trips without success, I could only give up with resentment. My youngest thanks Lord Divine Doctor. Lord Divine Doctor is truly a living Buddha in the world. He wanted to stall for a bit and take a closer look at his surroundings, but Chen Xi could not do as he wished, mouth while urging him to go back to warm up. Cannot catch cold again words, help him all the way to the village entrance. The swarthy man walked out a long way, and Chen breath even waved at him enthusiastically. Come back if you're sick. The swineherd man's teeth itched with hatred. What kind of a gift is this? You want me to get sick, don't you? This plate stomping today is unique among the bandits. Didn't look good, and the whiplash almost got to me. Turning his back eyed. It doesn't matter if you didn't make it. Hard smash. Chapter 96. Welcome to Confrontation Road. Chen Xi sent away the bandits who had stepped on the plate and returned home to immediately carry out the setup. Erniu, go to the mountains and send a message to Ning Chaos to come back by himself, and the rest of us will continue to do our work. Okay, village chief. Seeing that the village chief was so serious, Erniu didn't talk nonsense at all, and immediately trotted off to the deep mountains to find Ning Chaos after receiving the order. When he came to the backyard, he immediately shouted at the villagers who were doing their work. Now that work is dismissed, you guys go and inform all the villagers that before sunset, all of them will gather at my house. Also, all women, young and old, are notified, and those who can't walk are carried on my back. Door-to-door notification. No one to be left behind. When the villagers heard Chen Xi's order, they knew that something big was going to happen, so they immediately responded with a yes and immediately ran to inform the villagers. Seeing Chen Xi begin to gather his men, Yi Hongyang wrinkled his brows and walked up to him, speaking indifferently. There's no need to make such a big deal out of it. When the bandits come, I'll just take them. The swarthy man she hadn't seen just now wasn't from Hawksbill Mountain. It should be other mountain bandits. It seems that they have to give them some rules. Always like this, the people will suffer. Chen Xi looked deeply at Yi Hongyang, and after a few seconds, he suddenly glanced away. You think you're a good fighter, don't you? Do you know how many of them are coming? Yi Hongyang snorted lightly. Last time to use some underhanded tricks luckily won me. Now dare to look down on auntie. Today, I'll show you that I'm not to be trifled with. It's useless how many people come. With me here, I'll keep your village safe. Yi Hongying is very confident. A group of bandits and rogues are just a group of bandits and rogues. They really can't get into her eyes. Chen breath nodded slightly. This looks quite smart. I did not expect it to be a rash seed. Narrowed his eyes and said, you don't even know how many bandits are coming, and you say you can protect my village? Yi Hongwei snorted. 2 onion white jade fingers reached into her mouth and whistled loudly, and the sound of horses' hooves galloping immediately came from the distance. After a few breaths, the black scaly horse's hind hooves were powerful, and with a single leap, it leapt over the wall to Yi Hongying's side, and the huge horse's head rubbed against her body in a very intimate way. Yi Hongyang dotingly patted Black Zhao's face, casually drew out the red tasseled gun hanging on the saddle bridge, tied the black cloth wrapped around the body of the gun, revealing the brightly shining tip of the gun. Raising his eyes, he looked at Chen Xi with contempt and said in a single word, this and said, bail. You, village, son. Chen interest laughed. this time completely sit in the identity of her rash seed, looked at the red-tasseled gun, and then looked at the face full of self-confidence leaf red tassel, opened his mouth and laughed. I'm guessing there are no less than 50 bandits in this coming group. Chen Xi stretched out 5 fingers and deliberately waved them in front of Yi Hongyang's eyes with a teasing smile. You alone can beat 50 bandits? Yi Hongyang blankly glanced at Chen Xi, picked up the red-tasseled gun and threw a beautiful gunflower, the tip of the gun shining brightly and piercingly in the sunlight. You think this ant doesn't know the rules of the skein? The villages in this area belong to Eagle's Mouth Mountain's sphere of influence, and that man just now was not sent by Eagle's Mouth Mountain to step on the plate. If 50 people are really coming, going to someone else's territory and robbing the cargo path is tantamount to swallowing a kiln with a standing stick. Once such a thing is done, it will be reviled by all the nearby mountains. After Yi Hongyang finished speaking, he stood the red-tasseled spear at his side, turned his head and stared at Chen Xi with a scornful face, and then said, a group of floating leaf rogues only. At most come a dozen or 20 people. This one person is enough. After hearing this, Chen Xi clapped his hands vigorously to applaud Yi Hongyang. This rash kind of analysis of the head. But unfortunately, all wrong. Such a reckless nature. The future will certainly have to eat a big loss. Then since Miss Red Tassel is so certain, why don't we make a bet? Yi Hongyang raised his eyebrows to interest. Bet? This ant is afraid of you not. Still the same salty tone. What's the bet? Chen Interest smiled. Later the bandits came to their own cannot get out of the body. Is worried about no one to protect the 3 ladies. In front of this 2 goods is the best candidate. The bandits come in more than 20. You lose. If you lose, you go to the house and protect my 3 ladies. If they lose a hair, I'll slap you with 3 relied god slaps. Chen Interest does not mention relation palm okay? Mention this Yi Hongyang is angry. The last time that big slap her heart palpitating. Riding a horse or standing in the stirrups to ride. Yi Hongyang's red face, breathing a little sharply in anger, stared at her eyes and asked in return, what if I win? You say. Chen Breath wrapped his hands around his chest and raised his eyebrows, looking at the douchebag in front of him as if he was looking at a rare species. You still want to win? Should not say that this heart is really big. Dare to bet with me. Win this word, this life and you cannot get close. Yi Hongyang also followed Chen Xi's example, wrapping her arms around the red-tasseled spear with both hands wrapped around her chest and tilting her neck. If this ant wins, that bet from last time is null and void. She was still thinking about the last time she was not allowed to find Chen Interest in the back account of the bet. This poisonous oath deadlocked her. This time if she won, she must severely beat this denizen. Otherwise she can't sleep. Fine, I promise. Chen Interest are to be her angry music. Finally know why she rely on here does not go. Good guy, this is always thinking of beating me. Seeing him agree, Yi Hongyang became complacent and rubbed his hands together, looking at Chen Xi with unkind eyes. If you dare to bully this ant, after the bet is voided, this ant will make you suffer. First, I'll beat you until you can't move, then I'll throw you in the turf for a bath. Chen Interest and her eyes, this 2 goods first unkindly staring at themselves, then the corners of the mouth and stealing joy, instantly the eyes and hard, and then, the expression is divided into a dozen variations. Can't it be that this douchebag is possessed by a husky? If he had known what Yi Hongyang was thinking in his heart, he would have added a clause to the bet. Whoever loses jumps in the tur and takes a bath. Chen Xi didn't have time to fool around with this douchebag and stood in front of the small courtyard door waiting for the villagers. Not long ago, villagers one after another sprinted to. There are old people slow. Immediately there are men carrying to come. Chen Interest led the villagers into the courtyard. The new house because it has just been completed has not yet been occupied. There are many empty rooms. Immediately take command. All women and children hide in the west room. The old people are all hiding in the living room. There were many women and children, and they immediately went into the west room according to the village chief's arrangement. The room was so big that it didn't seem crowded even if so many people went in. After arranging for the women, children, old and young, the next step was the battle plan. Step forward those who can make a crossbow. These days he taught some strong villagers how to use crossbows, with the aim of guarding against bandit attacks. Yes, immediately, a group of strong-aged villagers in the crowd stood out. Chen Breath counted exactly 40 people from beginning to end. Nodding in satisfaction, he pointed out the 4 dark fortress locations around him one by one. Follow the usual drill, each to a fixed position with crossbows and arrows inside. Yes, the 40 strong villagers immediately went into the dark fortress where they usually practiced, crossbows and arrows at full strength, one for each hand. The 10 firing holes in each bunker, normally covered with hay, were all open at the moment. The remaining villagers are divided into 2 groups, one to guard the front door of the house and one to guard the back door. Hold it for me even in death, and don't let a single bandit in. When Chen Xi finished speaking, the crowd responded in unison. Don't worry village chief, We will not let that gang into the house even if we die. After saying their words, they immediately found out the weapons that Chen Xi had assigned to them, all of which were fine iron swords, and divided into 2 groups to defend the 2 doors to the death. The small courtyard instantly turned into a bronze wall. As long as the bandits entered the courtyard, they would definitely have no return. Chen Xi had arranged all the people, and Ning Chaos and Erniu also rushed back. Big brother, I'm on my way back. Ning Chaotic anxious. He came back on the way to see a lot of unfamiliar faces hiding near the entrance of the village. In order not to beat the bushes, he and Erniu were around the small road back, just into the yard to report the situation to the big brother. Chen Xi didn't wait for him to finish his sentence and immediately interrupted him. Exhausted, make a fire and roast the meat. Ning Chaos and Erniu froze at the same time. So many unfamiliar faces at the entrance of the village, looking like bandits, bulging at the waist must be carrying weapons. Seeing that the 2 froze, Chen Breath repeated the sentence again. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and build a fire to roast the meat. Cut more venison and bring that jar of wine. The 2 men nodded numbly. Their big brother had spoken and they could only do as they were told. Ning Chaos took a step into the house to cut the meat, and was suddenly stopped by Yi Hongyang. What did you see on your way back? Yi Hongyang knew that Ning Chaos must have discovered the bandits and wanted to ask for the number to his face and humiliate Chen Xi. Ning Chaos scratched his head and turned his head to look at his elder brother. Seeing that his elder brother was leisurely lying in his rocking chair and did not look at himself, then he said to Yi Hongyang, I saw a group of bandits ambushing the village entrance. Yi Hongyang frowned, skimming at Chen Xi and then twisting her head to look at Ning Chaos suspiciously. This stupid kid doesn't know how to count. Do you call this a group of 10 or 20 people? That group, how many were there? Yi Hongyang is not dead. Want to ask clearly how many bandits came? She is still bent on winning the bet. Beat away the bandits and then beat Chen Xi out of anger. Seeing that his elder brother was silent, Ning Chaos opened his 2 hands and drew a picture, solemnly saying, less than 100 is about right. When Yi Hongyang heard this figure, her pretty face reddened completely. She wanted to double-check. How much? Say it again. Ning Chaos thought that Yi Hongyang hadn't heard him, and opened his 2 hands even wider, saying with a serious face, even if it's less than 100, it's 90. Yi Hongyang's head buzzed and went down, slowing down for a full few minutes before she came back to her senses. Red-faced, she twisted her head and glared at Chen Xi, her eyes itching to tear him to pieces. See Chen interest as if he did not hear, still half lying in the rocking chair, a bad smile on the face of the closed eyes and gaze, mouth from time to time also humming a few unintelligible tune. Yi Hongyang's chest rose and fell violently for a few moments, her nostrils spewing thick air as she fiercely glared at Chen Xi and stomped her foot. I'll protect your 3 maidens to go. Chen Breath shifted his rocking chair without raising an eyelid. It's in the east room now, can't lose a hair. Yi Hongyang stopped her footsteps and turned her back to him, her silver teeth clenched and cackled, and with tears in her eyes, she once again stomped her foot fiercely. Without a word, he went into the east room with his red rifle. Chen Xi heard her slam the door with a bang, and the bad smile on his face became even more intense. Fight me? It's too young. Next, it is the time to test the fighting strength of the villagers. Only through fighting can they grow quickly. It's a good time to take these bandits and give them some practice. Opening his eyes, he spread his hands to the sky and muttered to himself, Welcome to Confrontation Road. Chapter 97 Masonry. It was getting dark. The entrance to the village, behind the woodpile. Wu Liang sat in his wheelchair and stretched his neck to look toward the village, frowning as his sight was withdrawn. Tramp, how come none of the houses have lights on? Taking a deep breath, he turned his head sideways and nudged the small bandit behind him. Push forward. On command. The young bandit pushed his wheelchair forward some 10 meters, and suddenly saw him waving his hand and immediately finding a shady wall route to stop. Wu Liang probed and peered outward for a while longer, his frown getting tighter and tighter. I've always felt something was wrong. Go call those 2 pawns. Okay, second in command. The little bandit bowed and stepped back, and in a short while he came over with 2 stout men, one of whom, a bearded man, spoke first. What one are on the front plate? Wu Liang took a deep breath, his eyebrows frowned deeper. He had suffered a loss in Wuwa village last time. He knew that the points were solid. This time he was more and more careful. The yards are not clear. The man with the beard is the 3rd leader of the Bear Ridge bandit stronghold, named Luo Barbarian, and this time he brought 25 brothers over to rely on the kiln. Barbarian Luo snorted at his words. How do you Eagle's Mouth Mountain do things like a pussy? Not dare to trip live for us. After saying the words, he egged on the other pawn. Huo Shan, are your brothers from Penwolf Walled City following? Chuckle. Come on, it's by the kiln. I'll go with whoever inserts the sign. Luo Barbarian grinned and gestured to his brethren who were hiding in the distance, and the swarthy man in the daytime immediately disappeared into the darkness with a few of his brethren. He came back a quarter of an hour later and came over to Barbarian Luo's side. his thieving eyes darting around. Third Dongjia, this village is empty. Only the kiln yard puts on bright lights, and the 3 young yards seem to be eating wine. Luo Barbarian grunted. This is still hiding grinning greatly, stood up, moving his shoulders, and spoke a little louder, twisting his head to look at Wu Liang. You guys started the bureau at Hawksbill Hill. Write a prescription. Luo Barbarians do not want to go, although took the Eagle's Mouth Mountain 25-2 silver. But it is not easy to enter the village a trip. Always have to let the brethren grab some real bring back. Huashan also does not want to go. They Bear Ridge walled village is the same to rely on the kiln. 25-2 silver. Although quite a lot, but also want to take advantage of a little more. The two of them looked at Wu Liang together. The bureau was started by you guys. In the end, you still have to take the idea. Wu Liang, a grunt, commanded the small bandits to push the wheelchair to the center of the road, knowing that the point is a bit solid, but the Eagle's Mouth Mountain this time, but a full 50 people, the fortress can move basically all came, in order to guard against the leaf red tassel retaliation, but also deliberately looking for 2 other mountains rely on kiln, to come, which have not done the reason. Hard smash, after the deed is done, break the flower child. Luo Barbarian and Huashan were delighted at the same time. Wu Liang, this kid generous not only gave 25 taels of silver, but also agreed to share the spoils after the incident. Asterisk 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 it. 2 people do not want to go. Their 3 teams add up to 100 people, not to mention smashing a kiln. The whole village slaughter is not difficult. The essence of Wu Liang's eyes flickered. Not that he was much more generous, but this spoils must still be scored, not for any other reason. He is also afraid that Yi Hongyang knows. When the time comes, all 3 cottages cannot get off the hook. That is no longer powerful but also cannot pick 3 hills. In fact, he still has a small mind, and vaguely hopes that Yi Hongyang knows about it, and when the time comes, he will unite the 3 cottages to do away with that to eliminate future problems. Feng Yuanqing was timid, but he was not. Luo Barbarian and Huashan hemmed and hawed. Since the hard smash, then it is still necessary for you to come. We just came to rely on the kiln. Playing the hand to take advantage of some benefits is the right thing. Then have the second in command move the pallet, so we can learn as well. How does Wu Liang not know the small mind of the 2 people? Want me to play the front, you 2 in the back to eat ready-made. Want to fart it, round up the kiln and insert the sign together. I'll say this first, whichever brother doesn't contribute, when the time comes to break flowers he won't have his share. Luo Barbarian and Huashan glanced at each other and laughed bitterly at the same time. This grandson of Wu Liang is really a chicken thief. Alright, let's do what the second in command says. The front face of the second in command, and the back end of our brothers. Wu Liang commanded the little bandit to push the wheelchair, didn't even look at the 2 of them, and lightly returned. Listen to the rattle. After dividing up the work, the other 2 walled bandits immediately moved off. Knowing that they had been discovered and there was no need to hide, they moved quickly, and after half a quarter of an hour they surrounded the back of Chen Xi's yard. Wu Liang's wheelchair was pushed in the forefront, and behind him were the Eagle's Mouth Mountain 50 bandits, strutting down the village road. From a long distance, he saw a fire burning in Chen Xi's courtyard, and every now and then there were sounds of clinking glasses and loud laughter. Wu Liang appeared at the entrance of the courtyard in his wheelchair, without having to give orders. The bandits under his hand held the wall, shouted, and pushed down the courtyard wall in front of Chen Xi's house with a concerted effort. Boom! The earth wall collapsed and smoke billowed up. 50 bandits with various weapons showed up in unison. Chen Breath squinted his eyes, fanned the dust in front of him with his hand, and let out a bah humbug from his mouth. It's just a murder and robbery. Why did you push my wall? You can't eat a good roast. Tossing the dusty grilled meat aside, he cursed without a word. No rules. He was a little angry that the new house had just been built, but the yard wall hadn't been rebuilt yet, which saved him a lot of trouble. Ning Chaos frowned and hurriedly stuffed the remaining half of his own venison into his mouth, swallowing it after a few large chews. Ernie, who just swallowed a big mouthful of meat in his mouth, saw Chen Xi throw the roasted meat, picked it up and pulled the mud twice, and stuffed it into his mouth and chewed it beautifully. The mayor thinks it's too much, but Ernie, don't. It's much tastier than steamed bread. Porcelain, top hungry. Boom. Another muffled sound came from the backyard, and needless to say, the backyard wall was gone. Chen Xi is going to be angry. Bear a new house mortar and pestle there. This is a good look? Those who don't know think that I can't afford to repair the courtyard wall as the village head of Wawa village. Angrily, he stood up, patted the dust on his body, pointed at Wu Liang in the wheelchair, and opened his mouth to curse. Tramp, which developer told you to come and raise the place? Is there a ING file? Wu Liang was scolded by him. What is a developer and what is a document again? But as the second head of Eagle's Mouth Mountain and the hardest stump in the fortress, how could he not return the favor in front of his little brother? The old man is the developer. the old man is the document. Chen Rest lightly hummed. This is what you said, when the time comes, do not back out. Well, I didn't push my yard wall for nothing, don't you developers? It's not even over until you fix it for me. Wu Liang grimaced. I am a bandit in my horse, not a mason. Without a word, he waved his hand forward. Insert sign. As soon as the second leader opened his mouth, 50 Eagle's Mouth Mountain bandits swarmed towards the three of them, carrying all sorts of weapons and rushing towards Chen Xi. The corners of Chen Xi's mouth curled up slightly, and he cursed the fool in his heart. Pride and arrogance had a price to pay. With the same wave of his hand, the two dark fortresses in the front yard simultaneously shot crossbows and arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Due to the concentration of bandits standing and rushing, the first batch of crossbow arrows barely landed on target, and the bandits rushing at the front were all hit by arrows and fell down. Before the ones behind could react, a second batch of crossbow arrows arrived. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 2 consecutive batches of crossbows and 50 bandits lost over half of them. The remaining bandits tried to find cover, but the courtyard walls were pushed up against them, and they were momentarily blinded when a third batch of crossbow arrows arrived. With a hard heart, he grabbed the bandit in front of him who had been hit by an arrow and blocked the crossbow, and the plopping sound of the crossbow shot into his body was unceasing. Seeing that they had all found cover, Chen Xi waved his hand and the crossbows in the dark fortress stopped. Just as a stalemate develops in the front yard, the backyard faces this same situation. Chen Xi drew his tang sword and gave a nudge to Ning Chaos and Erniu. Go stand guard in the backyard and grab some more men to fix my yard wall. Ning Chaos and Erniu were afraid that Chen Xi would be in danger. They were a bit hesitant, but they didn't dare to refute, and finally clenched their teeth. Big brother, be safe. Leave the backyard to the two of us. The two men took their weapons and headed straight for the backyard. Chen Breath smiled faintly, his gaze locking onto Wu Liang with a playful look on his face. Now for your 2 choices. 1 is, die. 2, fix my yard wall. The corner of Wu Liang's mouth twitched fiercely. Just now he had already discovered the location of the shot crossbow. He was in the blind corner of the crossbow shot, but the brothers in front of him were not in a good position. As soon as they moved, they would be exposed to the crossbow attack, and could only use the bodies of their companions for cover but did not dare to move. He never thought that just a small village could have such a powerful crossbow, and he was at an absolute disadvantage without even seeing anyone. If the front yard is like that, the backyard is going to suffer. There are only 2 words in my head. Planted. Seeing that he did not say anything, Chen Xi slowly walked to him with a tang knife, and the small bandit pushing the wheelchair behind him was just about to pull out his weapon, when a cold aura flashed in front of him. Darkness instantly enveloped the little bandit's entire body, and without a sound, he met the king of hell. The little bandit's warm, sticky blood splattered Wu Liang's face, subconsciously wanting to wipe it with his hand. Suddenly there was a coldness at his neck. The tang knife was already on his shoulder, and a playful voice came from his ear. Pick one, or pick 2. With the knife on his neck and not daring to move, Wu Liang swallowed a mouthful of saliva hard and opened his mouth softly to spit out a word. 2. Swish dash. His head hit the ground just as that 2-letter word came out of his mouth. Chen Breath narrowed his eyes. 2 you paralyzed. My mother and brother's injuries for nothing? Kicking Wu Liang's head to the center of the courtyard, he raised his tang sword flat to his chest and bellowed. Your leader is dead. If you want to live, drop your weapons and crawl over here. The sound wasn't loud, but it hit every bandit right in the heart, and they peeked their heads out to take a look, right at Wu Liang's head in the center of the courtyard. Hiss. In unison, they sucked in a cold breath. And you looked at me, and I looked at you. A few seconds later, bam bam bam, all threw their weapons on the ground and moved forward on 2 knees, scraping the ground with their hands above their heads. My lord, my little one wants to live. Wants to live. There is really no way for the little one to be a bandit. I beg for your grace. I'm never going to be a bandit again. Woo woo. The bandits on Chen Xi's side kneeled down and begged for mercy, and the backyard was noisy for a while and then returned to quiet. A few moments later, Yi Hongyang grabbed a burly man with one hand and came to the front yard, throwing them to the ground with a bang. Luo Barbarian and Huoshan sprawled in the center of the courtyard with swollen noses, their eyes staring blankly at the sky, panting heavily. Behind them, Ning Chaos and Erniu escorted a group of small bandits all tied up. Hey big brother, not a single one has escaped. Take them all. Chen Xi nodded and looked at Yi Hongyang with some surprise. Didn't I tell you to protect my lady in the house? Yi Hongyang crossed her hands in front of her chest, and with a lift of her chin, she responded arrogantly. This ant can't be bothered to move around between the 2 conversations. When those small bandits from Eagle's Mouth Mountain saw that it was Yi Hongyang, they immediately looked like they had found their savior and moved to her on their knees. Third Lord, please spare our lives. We were all brought here by Wu Liang. They all knew Yi Hongyang, although the 3rd leader had beaten himself up. He was always from Eagle's Mouth Mountain, and with her here, this little life might be saved. Yi Hongyang saw the little bandits begging for their help, and a black line ran down his head, picked up a knife on the ground and was about to finish them off. You made your own rules for nothing? She was simply furious. During the day, she was still bragging with that denizen that Hawksbill Mountain did not dare to come, and at night, she was ruthlessly slapped in the face. She was about to kill someone, and Chen Breath rushed to stop her. I won't bother you with that. I'll take care of the rest. There was no way that Chen Xi would let her kill all the people and have the walls of her own yard fall down. It was free labor. Yi Hongyang glared at him with a deadly glare, her chest bulging with anger, and she was organizing her words to fight back. Chen Breath knew that this rash seed was angry and immediately threatened. If you dare disobey me, I'll go inside and count my mother's hair. 1 hair. 5 rudrakshas. The bastard even deliberately extended a finger in front of her as he spoke. It was agreed in the wager that the 3 ladies would lose 1 hair and 5 rudraksh palms. Yi Hongyang hated to break his nasty fingers, but the bet was again lost by her, and after a long reprieve, she twisted around and went into the house. Seeing that this rash seed was gone, Chen Breath turned his head and hemmed and hawed at the little bandits. It's been hard on all of you, so don't even sleep tonight. Build a wall. Chapter 98 Can't leave the bandits' den. The small bandits are happy to hear the words, regardless of whether he builds a wall or a house. As long as they can survive, do whatever they want. Ning Chaos and Ernio glanced at each other and simultaneously giggled out loud. Still, Big Brother has a way, and this free labor is not coming. The danger is removed and Chen Breath releases the villagers from the house. Find some women who are too weak to work and give them a job. Each woman held a crossbow and was responsible for overseeing the work of the bandits. The wages are naturally paid in excess, 10 copper coins each. The women were so happy. They were too weak to work at the village headman's house like the other villagers, and they were envious of the wages in the hands of the other villagers. This time finally also can earn money. To Chen interest 1,000 thanks, and even some women who cannot eat, directly kneel down and kowtow. When Chen Xi saw them like this, his nose also turned a little sour. Burning kills in their own homes is heavy work, and these weak women can't do it, making life very difficult. Since you can't do heavy work, you should be able to do some simple chores. He came up with an idea. The base side would be molded in a few days, so why not let them go to the base to purify the refined salt? There is nothing to do in the village anyway, so giving them a job will improve the situation at home. Well, you'll have work to do in a few days, and you won't have to put in much effort. Everyone can do it. Once the women heard that they would have work to do in the future, they all knelt down and kowtowed to Chen Xi uncontrollably. One by one, they helped them up and comforted them again before going to the courtyard to direct the arrangements. Let Ning Chaos and Nyo Air work extra shifts and bring these women along to supervise the bandits building the wall. These women alone won't be able to do it. Although he had a crossbow in his hand, he was facing bandits, and no one could afford to have an accident if he was not careful. Some more male villagers were picked to drag all the bodies of the bandits to the mountains and feed them to the wild dogs. Of course these were all paid for their labor. Arrangements were made, and the 3 ladies were put back to bed in the old house with their arms around them. Deer meat is very complimentary. Not surprisingly this night, Fan Yan and Qinyao got exhausted and begged for mercy. These days Bai Rongrong was used to it, and again, there was no part for her. That little ninny was only looking forward to living in the new house soon. When she had a room of her own, her husband would come and toss her around. It's a good thing that Qinyao is not pregnant right now. If she grabbed ahead of her, the position of the second madam would still have a chance. Yi Honying did not go. Fan Yan arranged her in the old house next door. The house is not soundproof. This night she did not sleep. Finding something to plug my ears didn't help. Listening to the symphony all night. The mind cursed the denizens, the lechers, and the immodest. Early the next morning, Chen Xi washed up early and was shocked when he pushed open the door of his room. The yard in front of us is brand new. The new yard wall is a few feet higher than the original, and the brick joints have been thoughtfully decorated with a bit of yellow clay. At a cold glance, there is actually some ancient flavor. The yard was swept spotlessly, items were arranged in a regular manner, and even the stables were enlarged and widened. At this moment, the bandits were all holding their heads, crouching in the corner, with a group of women around them holding crossbows to their heads. Ning Chaos was lying comfortably on his big brother's rocking chair, and Ernie was roasting a fire on the side with a pheasant on the fire, which was rewarded to him by Chen Xi last night. When the two saw Chen Xi go out, they immediately ran their asses over to him to show off the results of their work. Chen Xi was in an extremely good mood, looking at the neat and tidy courtyard, seeing that the women hadn't slept all night and were still supervising the bandits with crossbows and arrows. Chen Xi walked up and laughed. Well done and rewarded. Last night's promise of 10 coppers each was doubled to 20 coppers each. To put it bluntly, I simply want to give these women more money, go back to add some clothes, and survive this long cold winter. Chen Xi waved his hand and said reward, making those women who had no work to do happy. holding 20 copper coins in both hands with tears of gratitude. In particular, the village chief also promised that there would be long-term work for them in the future, so that these women, who were weak, finally had something to look forward to in their lives. After dismissing the woman who thanked him profusely, Chen Xi came to the bandits and stood there with his legs crossed, sweeping his sight from left to right and counting a total of 33 people, including Hu Barbarian and Huashan. Chen Breath drew out his tang sword and slapped the two of them in the face with the blade. You two stepped forward, knowing that they couldn't hide. Hu Barbarian and Huashan squatted on the ground with a sarcastic smile on their faces, rubbing forward on their tiptoes and crouching at the front of the crowd. Speak, my lord, speak. Chen Xi lightly rested his sword on Barbarian whose shoulder as his gaze fell on the newly built courtyard wall. Where did that come from? Hu Barbarian's sweat came down and shivered back to the words of the Lord. My name is Hu Barbarian of the Bear Ridge Walled City, and the Lord can just call my Barbarian. Chen Xi didn't even raise his eyelids and picked his chin at the man next to him, and Huashan immediately picked up the conversation. Greetings my lord, my name is Huashan, from the Running Wolf Wall. If you don't mind, just call me Shanzi. Seeing that both of them were abashed, Chen Xi turned back and wanted to call Ning Chaos to come out to do his job, but suddenly the door of the house opened, and Yi Hongyang came out with two dark circles under her eyes. As the four eyes met, Yi Hongyao gave Chen Xi a fierce blank look, and walked over, stroking her hair that she hadn't had time to comb. I don't care about anything else, Hawksbill Mountains people, leave it to me. She had been angry all night and was in need of someone to take it out on at the moment. Chen Interest skimmed his mouth, this rash kind of how not yet subsided. Angry bad for the body, the tone is not salty. Calm yourself, Missy, I have use for these people. What's the point? The mountain man has a plan. Chen Breath didn't want to tell the plan. Since all the people from Eagle's Mouth Mountain were here, he naturally had an idea for that territory. You have to know, the bandits choose the hill. Can be selected some easy to defend and difficult to attack places, otherwise the Imperial Court strong attack. They have only one way to die. Yi Hongyang stared at Chen Xi's eyes for a long time, and there was nothing else in his eyes but a deep pool. Letting out a light breath, he changed the subject. Wherever you go today, this ant goes. Chen Xi also looked at her for a long time, smiled slightly, was worried that no one put up a stick. This is not a big flag came. This flinty bastard can't leave the bandit den for the rest of his life. Chapter 99 This master. It would not be a little cute, right? Arrange matters at home. Chen Interest to arrange Ning Chaos to the deep mountains. Home Ernio continued to bring workers to burn bricks. Yi Hongyang took the initiative to follow, which saved Chen Xi a lot of trouble. Was worried about being understaffed and volunteered to hit her. No need to use it for nothing. He also tortured the Eagle's Mouth Mountain bandits and learned that there were basically not many people left in Eagle's Mouth Mountain, and only the big boss led a small group of bandits to guard the fortress, and then nodded his head in satisfaction. The land that is sent to the door. It's better not to grab it and occupy it first. Chen Xi tied the 33 bandits' hands with ropes, with Luo Barbarian and Huashan at the front, one behind the other, keeping a distance of 3 meters between them. Since Barbarian Luo and Huashan came on horseback, the horses were unsurprisingly requisitioned by Chen Xi. The horses were still war horses, and I don't know where these two got them. Selecting a fairly robust warhorse in place of a foot soldier and giving the other to Ning Chaos, the back of his beautiful head blossomed with joy. After Chen Xi finished all the arrangements, he led the people and began to head towards Eagle's Mouth Mountain. On the road, riding a warhorse, and looking at the black Jiao that Yi Hongyang rode, after 2 comparisons, his own horse was similar to a short mule. With a turn of the eyes came an idea, and with a bad smile on his face, he said to Yi Hongyang, Miss Red Tassel, there's nothing to do on the road. Why don't we make a small bet and cultivate our feelings? No bet. Yi Hongyang did not even return his head and answered very dryly. Chen Interest heard crisp these 2 words, the corner of the mouth twitching. This rash species learned shrewd not good to cheat. Scratching his head, he asked casually, how soon can we get to Hawksbill Mountain? Tomorrow. Yi Hongyang did not say one more word, and was in a good mood to enjoy the snowy scenery on the road. Seeing that this rash seed was not talkative, Chen Xi didn't make a fool of himself, and the group continued to rush. Night. Casually find a broken temple to live. The post is impossible to go. Crowded eyes. He brought so many bandits inevitably leak. Nestling the bandits in a corner, he found some hay to pad them out, built a fire in the center, and casually dealt with them for the night. Early the next morning, Yi Hongyang seemed to have something on her mind, and she turned to Chen Xi with a desire to speak. Chen Xi pretended to be invisible. You don't talk to the little master. The little master is also lazy to take care of you. Yi Hongyang clenched her teeth and finally did not hold back her curiosity and opened her mouth to ask, how did you know there were more than 20 bandits? Chen Xi smiled faintly at his words. Curiosity. There was a price to pay. Taking a look at the well-fed black ogre, he turned the conversation and opened his mouth. This horse of mine, skinny as an ass. Let me ride your horse to Hawksbill Mountain and I'll tell you. Yi Hongyang's eyes narrowed slightly, his hand already gripping the barrel of his gun. This horse was the sweat-blooded BMW that her father had given her, and she usually offered it to herself as a treasure. So how could she let someone else ride it? When Chen Xi saw that she did not look right, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened 1 point, and he smoothed the words back. No force ha, no force ha. A quick bite of dry food and onward. The official rode. Chen Xi had a smug look on his face and rode the black Jiao at the front. This high horse was just comfortable and his vision was much wider. This rash bastard still wants to fight with little master. You'll be cheated out of all your clothes. Yi Hongyanjiang black face, riding a short mule to follow behind. Bitter big sadness. What kind of? She is what kind of? It turns out that the hidden stakes at the entrance of the village have long been informed of this denizen. A group of bandits in the black. How can there be less than 20 people? Yi Hongying wanted to cry without tears. He clearly found that dark pile. This denizen actually did not withdraw. That hidden stake couldn't hide it from her, but it could hide it from the bandits. She was going to cry at her own stupidity. Noon. The foot of Eagle's Nest. Chen Xi raised his eyebrows and stared, carefully observing the terrain, and secretly nodded his head. A good place that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. 2 broken walls stood on either side. Sandwiched between them was a pathway with an access road for transporting goods alongside it. When you look up, the boulder juts out at the tip of the mountain, shaped like an eagle's beak. The eagle's nest is surrounded by mountains, when it is the highest. Seeing that Chen Xi was staring blankly there, looking like he had never seen the world, Yi Hongyang lightly grunted and rolled over to dismount. Coming to Chen Xi's side, she gave him a blank look and despised him. Follow your aunt, or get lost and starve to death here. After saying this, he led the black auger and went up the mountain without looking back, traveling lightly. She was deliberately being sarcastic about Chen Xi. Having suffered several defeats at his hands, she always had to find a way out, or else her heart wouldn't be happy. It was easy to pick the first few hidden stakes to prevent the small bandits from reporting through the air. Chen Breath led the 33 bandits after her, observing carefully along the way, a smile piling up on his face that grew thicker and thicker. The path was twisting and turning, and it was laced with many traps, so if it was your first time, it would be really easy to get lost. After walking for half an hour, the terrain gradually flattened out. 2 thick wooden stakes stood tall with a mottled plaque in the center. Hawksbill Cottage. Yi Hongyang turned back and said seriously to Chen Xi, "You guys wait here, I'm going to run some errands." Chen Breath smiled and nodded his head. He knew what this rash seed was going to do. It was nothing more than a trip to the big boss, and the consequences for not following the rules she had set were pretty serious. Not long after Yi Honying left, several loud bangs came from inside the fortress, and after the loud bangs there was a sound of begging for mercy. Chen Breath grinned, mentally sympathizing with the big dog for 1 second. He waited until it subsided inside before leading the 33 bandits to step into the bandit fortress. At the entrance, a square equivalent to the size of a soccer field in the latter days came into view, with green stone tiles neatly spliced underfoot. Looking around, there were rows and rows of neat houses, and several armories, and in terms of living conditions alone, it was more than 10 times better than Wawa village. Chen Interest smacked his lips. No wonder they are willing to be bandits. This fortress in the latter part of the world, it is definitely a mountainous and beautiful manor. Tickets alone cost hundreds. It was while he was checking out his future territory. Bang! The door to the house of a large mansion in front of him shattered, and 2 humanoid objects were falling at his feet. The corners of Chen Breath's mouth were viciously pumped. That's my ing door. Loser. Raising his head, he glared at Yi Hongyang without a good mood, and then looked down at the 2 humanoid objects, lifting his foot and kicking them to the side. Squatting down, he gently stroked the cracked slate on the ground, his face full of heartache. Quite a nice slab of stone. Just cracked. It's all my property. The bandits behind them all put their heads down and raised their feet to see if they had stepped on any cracked stone slabs, and after realizing that they were fine, they exhaled fiercely, saving their lives for the time being. Feng Yuancheng and Su Mengyang had been thrown around by Yi Hongyang and kicked hard by Chen Xi, and at that moment, they both saw the Thai milk beckoning to them. Feng Yuancheng had just taken a few breaths when he was suddenly stepped on by a red military boot on his face. Half of his face pressed against the ground, his mouth formed an O shape, and a cold voice came from his ear. What did I tell you when I left? Yi Hongying was all fierce and twisted his foot twice, which hurt Feng Yuancheng and made him suck in cold air. 3. The 3 pawnbrokers. All. Wu Liang. With me. Nothing to do with me. Ah, you are the big boss. Without your permission, does Wu Liang dare to go down the mountain? Do you really think the rules set by Auntie are just for show? Yi Hongyang is really angry. Not following my rules is a capital offense. Letting me make a fool of myself in front of that denizen is a capital offense *100. Raising his leg, he was about to stomp on his head, and Chen Xi, who was on the side, was anxious at that time and hurriedly stopped Yi Hongyang. Defeat. Please calm down, Miss Red Rhapsody, this is not the venue to execute them. Then he raised his hand and pointed in the distance. That location is extremely mean, and it's going to send them both to hell. Yi Hongying followed the direction of Chen Xi's finger. A piece of barren land came into view, twisted his head and glanced at him suspiciously, without saying a word, dragging the two men to run to the execution ground. If you don't follow your aunt's rules, you must go to hell. After Yi Hongyang left, Chen Xi took a long breath. If this foot had stepped down, the stone slab would still have to break a piece. Mentally, I cursed again, loser. Yi Hongying worked very neatly, and Feng Yuanqing and Su Mainyang both met the Taiyu. She knew that the one who was unruly was Feng Yuanqing, and had nothing to do with the little bandits below. The only 10 small bandits left here were tied up and thrown on the floor of the council chamber with a thud. The 10 small bandits looked around the room and voluntarily leaned into a corner of the council chamber, grouping themselves into a line with the 33 bandits. The entire 43 bandits, hands tied behind their backs, were pouting on their knees. Chen Breath sat in his chair with his legs crossed, nuzzling his mouth forward. Which one knows the terrain here? Immediately, a small bandit volunteered, rubbing his knee forward a bit, playfully looking at Chen Xi. That attitude extremely flattering. Back to your master's words. My name is Lu Tu. They all call me Lu Bunny. I'm in charge of managing all the warehouses in the fortress, and I know the terrain here like the back of my hand. Lu Bunny knows that the new master, at first glance, looks like the head of the family. Even Yi Hongying can only stand. Only he sits. Chen Breath smiled faintly. This kid was quite the eye candy, and hooked a finger at him. Lu Bunny saw Chen Xi give himself a gesture, kneeling forward like a pug, moving to a meter in front of his feet, his back straight. Do you have a list of the warehouses? As Chen Breath spoke, the Tang dagger picked apart his ropes. Lu Bunny knelt on the ground to move his wrists, not daring to get up, so he knelt to reply. There is. Fumbling a book from his arms, he raised it above his head and presented it with both hands. Chen Xi took the book and flipped through a few pages expressionlessly. He didn't move on the surface, but he was very shocked in his heart. Great guys, grain and iron, cattle and sheep and livestock, and there are quite a few of them. This cottage, some wealth, haha. You said you were in charge of warehouses. All warehouses? Chen Breath raised his eyebrows, his words meaning something. The little one understands. The little one understands. Lu Bunny nodded frequently with a pleasing opening face. There's a dark cabinet in the big boss's bedroom. I'll take master there. Chen Breath let out a light oh. Unconcerned. Lead the way. Master, please follow me. Passing through the council chamber and passing through 2 more corridors, he came to Feng Yuanqing's bedroom. Lu Bunny pushed open the door and took the lead, twisting the mechanism very skillfully. Cackle dash. The dark cabinet opened and a not-so-big room came into view. Seeing how skillful he was, Chen Xi stopped and nudged forward. You go in first. Lu Bunny sniffed and said that this new head of the house was really cautious, and obediently walked in. Chen Xi waited for a while and saw that there was no danger before following. There were various boxes on the shelves on both sides, and when they opened them, their pupils shrank, almost dropping their jaws in shock. It is full of white silver. Open all the boxes as much as possible. Yellow and white. A rough estimate, at least 2,000 taels or more. The corners of his mouth were harder to press than AKs, and he pursed his lips, trying to maintain the image that the sky was falling. Lu Bunny looked at Chen Xi so calm, thought he did not see the money, once again invited credit. Master, there are also some antique paintings and calligraphy inside. Several large boxes were brought out from behind the shelves and opened to reveal vases and paintings and whatnot. He doesn't see these yet. Antiques in the prime of life, gold in the chaos. Nothing is as real as silver. Where's the dark line? Chen Xi knows the bandit's habit. Cunning rabbit 3 holes. This big eagle's mouth mountain. There must be a lot of small roads used to escape. He wants to know firsthand. Lu Bunny scratched his head and returned truthfully. Master, you don't know. Our eagle's mouth mountain is an isolated mountain, with cliffs on 3 sides. There is no way back. Chen Breath stared at him for a long time. Seeing that he didn't look like he was lying, he stifled a sigh in his heart. It's a waste of time to have such a nice place, and there's not even a way back. If the court sent troops before the opening of the siege but not attack, trapped you for a few months, food eaten up automatically on the collapse. Seeing that Chen Xi was a bit disappointed, Lu Bunny suddenly thought of something and busied himself. Before the big head of the family, also because of this agonizing, the north of the fortress has a natural cave. The big head of the family ordered to dig. Digging a few years, think it must be almost through. I just don't know where it's connected to after digging through. Chen Xi's eyes lit up. The natural cave was almost dug through. No matter where it was connected to, it had to be followed by digging. Otherwise you can't use this place as a main base, only as a backup. Come on, show me. Yes, master. Lu Bunny led Chen Xi and walked not much farther through the square to a hidden cave entrance. Master, this is the cave. Chen Brett's sight swept around. The Eagle's Mouth Mountain had broken cliffs on 3 sides, and there was only a cave in front of him that led to nowhere. Not far from the cave there were still remnants of rocks dug out of the cave, covered with snow and piled up in mountains. Judging by the size of the debris, it must have been dug for a long time. Open up and go in and lead the way. Yes, 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 master. Lu Bunny hurriedly pushed the broken wooden door of the cave open, lit 2 torches and handed one to Chen Xi, and took the lead. Chen Breath followed in. How the cave walls on both sides of the cave are black. The flames came closer, and the pupils shook violently. Could this be? Twisting some black powder on it with his fingers and rubbing his fingertips together, Chen Xi grew his mouth and his heart popped out. Iron ore. Extremely pure iron ore. This discovery froze him in his tracks. It took a long, slow moment to command a word. Out. He ran out of the cave after dropping a sentence, and there was only one thought in his mind right now. It's just a matter of going to that pile of debris and verifying it again. Not bothering to bury. Hands hastily picking at the snow. Lu Bunny puzzled. The new master. What's wrong? I thought we were going to see the caves. Why are you out playing in the snow? Could it be that he wants to build a snowman? This master makes it hard to figure out, but he didn't dare to ask more. And seeing that Chen Xi was personally picking at the snow, he went up to help himself. Not long after, Chen Xi held up a black stone and was so excited that tears were coming down his face. It's all iron ore. Good iron ore. Carefully cradling a piece of iron ore in his arms, he was even afraid that it would melt. Yes, 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 master. Chen Xi was so excited that he kowtowed, and even made Lu Bunny kowtow as well. Lu Bunny was still puzzled. This new master's temper was too eccentric. I haven't seen him this excited even after seeing so much silver, and now he's giggling at a broken rock. This master won't be a little cutie, right? Chapter 100. Congratulations, you have regained your freedom. Excited hearts, trembling hands. Chen Xi returned to the council chamber with the iron ore in his arms. At this time, Yi Hongyang has already found a position to sit down. Those bandits did not have Chen Xi order, still squatting in the corner with their hands on their heads. Go on, untie them both. Chen Interest commanded. Lu Bunny will understand. Huron can master alone pointed out. Must be those 2 outside the walled village when the family. Untie Luo Barbarian and Huashan. The 2 of them looked at Chen Xi with a bewildered expression. Untie the rope means not to kill us. What is he going to do? With a head full of questions and nervously rubbing their hands together, the 2 men stood out from the crowd with resentment, bowed their bodies and moved to the center, carefully uttering a sentence. Master, master. Chen Interest to see the 2 people's goatish appearance. Heart snorted a laugh. On this too how to mix to the 3rd leader. It seems that those 2 fortresses are no better than Hawksbill Mountain. Tell me, what's the situation in your 2 fortresses? Luo Barbarian reacted quickly, knowing that this master is going to start to dish out the road, organizing the language, clearing his throat and starting to talk back. Your Honor, I have come to Shangling Walled City and brought 25 brothers to rely on the kiln. But I didn't expect to meet Master. Pa dash. Chen Xi slapped the table and pointed at Barbarian Luo. Get to the point. A stern cry startled both of them, and Barbarian Luo hurriedly replied. The Bear Ridge Walled City is to the northwest, 3 days foot travel from here, and the big boss's name is Zhang Zhen, and there are about 60 men on hand in addition to the 25 brought by my youngest. After Luo Barbarian finished answering, Huashan hurriedly followed. I came to the southeast to the Running Wolf Walled City, 3 days foot journey from here, and the big boss's name is Hong Lame, and there are about 100 men under his hand, besides the 25 that I brought with me. After the 2 finished speaking, Chen Xi weighed it in his heart. The Running Wolf Walled City was a bit stronger than the Bear Ridge Walled City, but it was not up to the strength that would make him fearful. Chen Xi's fingers gently tapped on the table, his smile somewhat playful. There are 2 paths before you. Follow me or die. They didn't even think about it, and hastened to pick up the conversation. The little 1s with the master. The little 1s with the master. The 2 kneeled down and kowtowed like chickens pecking at rice, and people had to bow their heads under the roof. They are originally deserters, in the front line fear of death, fled back to the grass as bandits, where there is no righteousness to speak of. Nothing is more important than life. It's dinner everywhere, just a different place. Chen Interest to see these 2 goons soft egg afraid of death. The heart cannot raise a trace of interest. This kind of goods can hardly be used. You too, take them and dig me a cave. A finger pointed to the remaining bandits crouching in the corner. 3 meals a day for you 2 and 2 for the rest. He had long thought that 43 bandits came to 3 fortresses and were unfamiliar with each other, letting Barbarian Luo and Huashan lead them, dividing them into a small class, and the hearts of the people were naturally not united. The most important thing is that Yi Hongyang is still here and has some reputation among the bandits of Eagle's Mouth Mountain, so there will be no chaos in a short time. When some more trusted people were recruited in, they were quickly assimilated. Before that, there is one more important thing to do. That would be a showdown with Yi Hongwei. People need her to hold down the fort, and big flags need her to pull. Having such an extremely righteous rash seed over here saved him a lot of trouble. Chen Xi arranged the bandits to work, and Lu Bunny went up to curry favor. Master, Feng Yuanqing also robbed quite a few women in the past. All of them are locked up in the cellar. I'll pick a few pretty ones for Master to relieve his boredom. When Chen Xi heard this, he immediately turned his head towards Yi Hongyang, and when he saw that her eyes were about to spit fire, he secretly laughed in his heart, turning his head to look at Lu Bunny with a surprised face. And this? Where is the man? Show me. Good Lu Master. Good Lu Master. After returning the words, hurriedly led Chen Xi to the cellar. It seems that this master is good at this. In the future, he has to perform well, and then captured a beautiful woman. First of all, let the master pass through the eyes. When passing by Yi Hongyang, feeling the icy cold gaze shot at him, Lu Bunny obviously shivered. In the past, this kind of thing was hidden from the third leader. Today he had a bottom in his heart. He is all at his master's beck and call, and the third in command doesn't dare to do anything to himself. Lu Bunny led Chen Xi to the cellar. Yi Hongying narrowed his eyes and followed behind, his hand already gripping the red tasseled spear tightly. I'd like to see how you handle this. The reason why Yi Hongying was relying on Chen Xi to stay here was because she had her own ideas. Through these days of contact, she could see that Chen Xi was a kind person, arranging work for the villagers, and the food was very good. The villagers admired him, and that kind of respect could not be faked. He organizes clinics for the benefit of the people, leads the villagers to resist bandits, and is resourceful and methodical in his work. She even fantasized about Chen Xi. Could he help her get her family out of prison? Beside this man, it seemed to give her a strong sense of dependence. Now dealing with the issue of the snatched woman brought a great tangle in Yi Hongyang's heart. If he was really like those bandits, should he kill him to stop the trouble? Not long after, a few people came to a utility room outside. Lu Bunny opened the cellar lid, and instantly, a cold, wet and smelly smell came. Light streamed into the damp cellar, and the 7 women inside, dressed in rags, hastily covered their eyes with their hands. Lu Bunny fanned the smell in front of him, then bellowed, "Come thee out, let the master choose well, which one the master sees, and have a full meal at night." The cellar door was opened, and the women heard Lu Bunny drinking and cursing, first shivering in fear, followed by covering their eyes with one hand and climbing up the cellar steps step by step. They moved with skill, obviously encountering this sort of thing on a regular basis. Climbing out of the cellar, the 7 women stood in a line, still covering their eyes with their hands when they got outside in the harsh light due to the long period of time they had been cooped up in the cellar. Snapdash! Lu Bunny opened their hands that were covering their eyes and cursed one after another. "Don't block your face. Let the master choose." The 7 women subconsciously moved closer to each other, as if this would give them some sense of security. Facing the blinding sunlight, they struggled to open their eyes, not daring to block them with their hands even as tears flowed from the corners of their eyes. Seeing that the women obeyed, Lu Bunny playfully twisted his head around and fawned over Chen Xi. "Master, the people are all here. Take your pick." Lu Bunny thought he had done a thoughtful job, but he had overlooked the flash of killing intent in Chen Xi's eyes. "Is that all of them?" Chen Breath looked around at the 7 women, his tone appearing calm. Upon hearing this, Lu Bunny hurriedly returned back to the words of the master. "The original has more than 20 women. Those weak body by the brethren played dead. Now only a few left. The master does not mind if. What about the dead ones?" Chen Xi raised his hand to interrupt him and continued to pursue the question. "All thrown to the back cliffs and fed to the wild dogs." Lu Bunny didn't understand why Chen Xi asked about the dead, but still answered truthfully. "Is that the bluff?" Chen Breath sidled up and pointed in a direction, and Lu Bunny turned to look. Yeah, that's the clip." Before he could finish his words, his eyes suddenly went black and his body fell heavily to the ground, his consciousness gradually dissipating. Before the 7 women could understand what was going on, they only saw Lu Bunny suddenly fall to the ground, looked down, blood was gurgling from his neck, and after stomping his legs twice, he was motionless. When the women saw it, they let out a scream of terror and crouched down to lean against the corner, their bodies curled up together, shivering. Chen Xi took the tang knife, wiped the blood on Lu Bunny's clothes, withdrew the knife back into its sheath, and looked at the 7 women. "Don't be afraid, everyone. Tell me where your family is from." The 7 women's hearts thumped as they raised their eyes to meet Chen Xi's gentle gaze, a warm smile still hanging on their faces. Again, he lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. Chen Xi knew that they were afraid, and there was no hurry, so he just worked hard to keep his smile on, giving them plenty of time to get used to it. After a moment's reprieve, one of the bolder women looked up and stumbled back to master's words. "We are all from a nearby village and they they killed all our family members. Woo woo. The more the woman said, the more excited, to the end of covering the face to cover the face and cry. One person cried. All the women are followed by crying. What happened to them was almost the same. They were robbed by bandits from a nearby village, who not only robbed them, but also killed all their families. When Yi Hongyang on the side saw the scene, the hand holding the red tasseled spear, the fingertips were white, and the silver teeth were clenched and creaked. He himself had been at Eagle's Nest for more than a month, and had not found out about it at all, or else he would never have allowed these bandits to do what they did. She even wanted to dig Feng Yuanqing up and whip his body 100 times to solve her heart's hatred. Chen Xi let out a long sigh in his heart, sympathizing with these women, but the tragedy had already happened. The loved ones had passed away, and the living ones still had to try to live. Women in this era were very conscious of their reputation, and it was inevitable that they would be scorned when they returned to their villages. Only when they had cried enough did Chen Breath speak softly. You can go back to the village if you want, or you can stay. As he spoke, he pulled out a string of copper coins from his pocket. If you leave, I'll give you some coins to go back and add some clothes and buy some food to live well. If you stay, you can do work for me for 3 meals a day and 10 copper coins. Seeing that they were still in a daze, Chen Xi squatted down to be at eye level with them, holding a bunch of money in his hand and smiling warmly. Don't worry if you stay. You can leave any time you want. From now on you are free. A few women looked at me and I looked at you, all struggling with hesitation in their minds. They can't trust anyone, much less anyone to set them free. As for the string of money in Chen Xi's hand, don't even dare to think about it. In the end, it was the bolder woman who made the first decision. I'm Danny, and this is my sister Ernie. Danny pulled a woman beside her who looked somewhat like her and proceeded to speak. Our home is gone, and we will starve to death if we go back. We will stay and work for the benefactor, and 1 meal a day will be enough. We dare not ask for the benefactor's wages. Danny made her decision and the remaining 5 women spoke up. Like Danny, our relatives are gone and it is impossible for us to return to the village. We all keep some to do work for our benefactor. Chen Breath nodded and smiled slightly. The work is paid for, and your first job is to take care of him. Chen Breath stood up and pointed at Lu Bunny on the ground. Many of you women have been spoiled to death by them and thrown to the back cliffs, and I now give you one thing to do. The enemy is right in front of you. Have a good time and then throw the body off the cliff so he can make amends to those dead sisters. After finishing his sentence, Chen Breath turned around and exited the utility room, dropping another light sentence. Meet me in the council chamber when it's done. Chen Xi walked in front. Yi Hongying followed behind with a red face, wrongly blaming him. Within a few steps, there was a thumping sound from the utility room behind him, and the spitting of some woman with a sobbing voice. Tear the heart out. Chen Xi stopped his footsteps, looked up at the sky, and murmured softly under his breath. Vent to your heart's content, and forget all of this when you're done venting. Congratulations on your new life. The next step was to have a showdown with Yi Hongyang. Chapter 101 Erecting the Flag. Returning to the spacious council chamber, Chen Xi directly threw away the wolf skin on the main seat. He was not a bandit. He did not need to use this thing to put up a facade. Grumpily, he sat down on the main seat and swept around, seeing that there was nothing obtrusive. Before his eyes fell on Yi Hongyang. When Yi Hongyang saw him throw away the wolf skin, the corners of his mouth seemed to curve a little, and he also sat down on the chair, his gaze meeting his. After you're done playing the bully, isn't it time to think about what to do from now on? Yi Hongyang moved her eyes away and sat there calmly, but she was worried in her heart. She was afraid that Chen Xi would kick her out, and with Eagle's Mouth Mountain already taken care of, she had no more excuses for sticking around. Thinking about it, Chen Xi seems to know everything and be able to do everything well, and if he develops like this, he will become a great man in the future. He was able to take in the homeless women. Would he be able to help save his family as well? Yi Hongyang knew that her idea was a bit unrealistic, but she still wanted to take a gamble on him. Ahem. Chen Xi cleared his throat, and in a rare move, he addressed Yi Hongyang with a straight face. Thank you, Miss Red Tassel, for helping me to get rid of the banditry. I wonder what my future plans are. Chen Xi fished out a silver ingot from his pocket and placed it on the table. Looking at it, it looked like he was going to give her severance pay. Yi Hongyang hurriedly turned her head over, her heart pounding. Is this an eviction? Digging caves, those bandits. A lot of them are from Eagle's Mouth Mountain. No one will work for you if you kill them now. This auntie will give you face and wait until they finish their work. I'll stay here and supervise them one of these days. Yi Hongyang gave herself a reason. This auntie is afraid that you can't watch those people. I stayed to help you supervise. Very reasonable, right? Very reasonable. Chen Breath looked at her with some amusement, and was almost exasperated by this rash seed. Help me supervise their work. Good guy. It's only you with this brain that can come up with such a reason. If it were usual, it would be fine, but today the reason was not what he wanted. Let's put it this way. If Miss Red Tassel has nothing to do, she can stay here at Eagle's Mouth Mountain. Supervising those bandits doing their work is one of them. Secondly, Chen Interest said the second. Yi Hongyang's expression was obviously a bit expectant. It is best to allow yourself to stay here. I did not expect there to be an unexpected surprise. It's not impossible to stay for 3 or 5 more years. Miss Red Tassel also knows that banditry is rampant in the vicinity. And this time both Bear Ridge and Running Wolf Wall are out in force, so the news will soon reach their walled villages. What do you suppose their big boss will do when he realizes he's lost so many of his men? Yi Hongying frowned. This problem she had thought about. The original intention. Take the time to go to pick their cottages. But now that he has a job, he supervises the bandits doing their work every day. And in turn, he has no time. I don't know. What do you say? Yi Hongying threw the problem to Chen Xi. Who let you ask Auntie to supervise the work here? Trapped Auntie. The rest of the mess you clean up. Chen Breath laughed and decided not to tease this rash seed. If I were in charge of those 2 fortresses, and the brethren had gone out for so long without returning, the first thing would have been to go to Eagle's Mouth Mountain to ask for clarification and to ask for a statement. Also send someone to the village of Wao to find out what's going on. It's impossible to hide something this big that's gone wrong, and I for one have never liked being passive. Chen Xi paused, and his eyes swept towards Yi Hongyang like a blade, and the latter met his eyes and shuddered, having the feeling of being stared at by a wild beast. Secondly, you, the third in command, will put up the banner and send out a notice to those 2 fortresses. Let's say that the men they brought in did not listen to the command, resulting in the folding of many of their brethren, and let their leader come to Eagle's Mouth Mountain to give an account. Barbarian Luo and Huashan are both under my custody. They will surely come. Yi Hongyang thought for a moment and said with some worry, what about the people of the village of Wao? She was afraid that those 2 walled villages would become furious and take out their anger on the people of Wawa village. What Yi Hongyang said, Chen Xi had long anticipated and already had a solution to the problem. You don't have to worry about Wawa village. I'll move the people here temporarily in a few days. Yi Hongyang was still a bit worried and asked with a frown, can you cope with the people coming from those 2 fortresses? Chen Breath smiled confidently and sold the story. You'll see when the time comes. Yi Hongyang thought about it. Chen Xi could make a crossbow that powerful, so he thought he would have a way to deal with it. The big deal was that he had put in more effort, and even if the fortress was gone, he could still protect the people from it. Well then, do as you wish. The 2 had just talked things over when the 7 women who had regained their freedom entered the council chamber and fell to their knees in unison. Danny knocked one head to the ground. Thanks to the benefactor, we have thrown the wicked thief off the cliff. Chen Xi went forward and hurriedly picked up a few people, then looked at them. Everyone's hands were stained with blood, and their clothes and shoes were stained with blood, so they didn't need to ask to know what Lu Bunny's body had been whipped in to buy them. Good. Well done. Here are your wages. Chen Xi forced the copper plates that had been prepared long ago into their hands. 10 per person. No more, no less. A few women didn't think that their benefactor really gave them money for their work, and took the coins and knelt down to kowtow again. Yi Hongyang helped Chen Xi help the several women up. Looking at their faces all glowing, her heart felt happy for them. Taking another look at Chen Xi, he didn't expect this denizen to be quite heartfelt. Doing so not only eliminated the fear within their hearts, but also gave them the motivation to live. Chen Xi and Yi Hongying picked a comfortable house dedicated to the 7 women, and found warm clothing and food from the storehouse. The 7 women were all moved to sob, their mouths thanking the 2. Yi Hongying as a woman, more sympathetic to their suffering, if not their own, will be able to defend themselves. The end is not necessarily better than them. At the thought, her eyes lit up with a sudden idea, and then she looked at the 7 women, who were about the same age as herself, and opened her mouth. Do you want to learn martial arts? Learning martial arts gives you the ability to defend yourselves. The 7 women froze. Practicing martial arts? This concept has never appeared in their minds. They grew up with their parents working in the farm. They can't read a word. Can they practice martial arts? They were still in a daze when Chen Xi took over the conversation first and pointed at Yi Hongyang. Don't look at the pretty face in front of you. She's an absolute expert. This is your chance. Why don't you kneel down and worship your master? Chen Xi's words could make Yi Hongyang beautiful. Subconsciously stroking her hair, her face flushed, somewhat embarrassed. As soon as the several women heard what their benefactor said, and then looked at the valiant Yi Hongyang in front of them, they didn't hesitate at all and immediately kowtowed to their master. Thank you, master. Thank you, great benefactor. They hadn't read any books, so naturally they wouldn't be able to kowtow to their masters in the Jianghu. It's not as cheesy as all that, but there's a sincerity in the words that can't be hidden. Yi Hongyang rushed to help them up, touched the body and nothing valuable. Their first time as a master. Always give some gifts. She blushed in a very difficult way, moved 2 steps, suddenly thought of something, instantly changed her expression, and rationalized to Chen Xi. They all get paid for their work. Does this auntie get paid for supervising your work? Chen Xi is going to be thundered over by her. Good guy, you also want to pay for the work, right? I haven't asked you for the money to fix the door yet, but to be fair, it was returned. Of course I do, and you'll have to be paid more than them for your work, or it won't be fair. Yi Hongyang was overjoyed, raising her chin and stretching out her small hand, palm upward, waiting with a look of anticipation for Chen Xi to pay her wages. Chen Xi felt around his waist, finally felt a string of money, avoiding Yi Hongyang, turned his back to open. Yi Hongyang saw him mysterious, tiptoe aiming, did not expect Chen interest turned back, and immediately pursed his lips and looked around, pretending not to peek. Chen Xi grabbed a large handful of copper coins in his hand and stuffed them into both of Yi Hongyang's hands. 10 coins a day for them, and 10.5 a day for you as master. 21 for 2 days. Patting Yi Hongyang's hands holding the copper coins, he said in a serious tone, here's 5 days labor, save your money. Yi Hongyang is going to explode with anger. 10 money for the apprentice, 21 for the master in 2 days? How stingy are you? Is that fair? He was furious, although he had to pay attention to his image in front of his disciple, but this loss could not be eaten in vain, and he held his tongue for half a day. That wine of yours, and that roast chicken, that roast pork. Yi Hongyang put up a finger and put it on the side of his mouth while scratching it. Usually when this denizen brought 3 grannies to eat in the house, he only saw him eating roast chicken that one time. Anyway, that's all for now. Make sure you manage to get enough or auntie will go on strike and quit. Chen interest are going to be happy out of the sound. Good guy. Last time that barbecue to this rash seed gluttony is not it. Okay, enough of that. With this assurance from Chen Xi, Yi Hongyang felt better in her heart. Blankly glancing at Chen Xi, he began to explain some of the basics of martial arts to the 7 girls. People teach their disciples. Chen Xi is inconvenient to stay for a long time, and returned to Feng Yuanqing's room to start collecting money. Looking at the more than 2,000 taels of silver, silently calculating in his heart, he estimated that he would have to spend it in a few days. The move of the entire village to Hawksbill Mountain, though temporary, required many supplies. First of all, food has to be stored in large quantities to plan for the long term. Walked out of the room and circled around the cottage again and again. Familiarize yourself with the terrain. Nodding his head as he wandered around, he was pleased with this new base of his. Iron ore is here. Guarding the iron smelting and steel making here, it is simply not too comfortable, and the cave that leads to nowhere. Laughing out loud to myself at the thought. Next, settle all the villagers of Wowa village here, and then it's time to meet those 2 walled villages. He wanted to make sure that there was never any threat within his territory, and the bandits from these 2 fortresses were just right as a gift to that new county lieutenant. Good luck. Step by step. Chapter 102. Entering Hawksbill Mountain. Early the next morning, under the pretext of speeding up his journey, Chen Xi spent 5 copper coins to rent the black scaly dragon from Yi Hongyang. Handing over the fortress to Yi Hongyang for temporary management, he single-handedly set off immediately. The black Jiao was worthy of being a sweat-blooded horse. Its speed was very powerful, and it rushed back to Wowa village before nightfall. At the entrance of the village, Chen Breath recalled the journey again suspiciously, his brows furrowed tightly. He had already traveled a round trip on the road from Wowa village to Eagle's Nest Mountain. The official road was twisting and turning, but it always felt like it was going in circles. Maybe it's the hilly nature of the area. When it develops, I'm sure to sort out a mountain road. In this way, the village will form a straight line with Hawksbill Mountain and the distance will be greatly reduced. You're back, village chief. Ernio poked his head out of the dark pile behind the firewood stack and giggled at Chen Xi. Chen interest some wonder. This kid is not at home to do labor it. How to run to the village dark stake. Why are you here? Ernio scratched his head and hammed and hawed. Village chief, I was worried about the safety of the ladies for the past 2 days while you were gone, and after I finished my work, I brought people to guard the entrance to the village. If it wasn't for the hidden stakes that the village chief had laid out, our village would have been lost the last time 100 bandits entered the village. Ernio felt grateful that at first it was just brute force, and the village chief did whatever he was told to do, until he saw the village chief using the dark stake eyes and then later the dark fortress to shoot the enemy and finish off 100 bandits unharmed. His heart was shocked beyond words. It turns out that the bandits, whom everyone fears, are as weak as a child in the hands of the village chief. Now that I've followed the village chief for a long time, I've been able to use some of my brain to do things. Chen Breath nodded with great relief. Not bad, it's improving. The first time he saw Ernio on the job, Chen Xi felt that this kid was a bit smart, only his thinking was a bit limited. What could only be brute force in his eyes was completely easy to deal with in another way. Now to have that kind of shift in thinking is not something that everyone possesses. This kid is worth nurturing. Ernio was a little embarrassed when he heard the village chief praise him. It's all because the village chief taught me well, and by your side Ernio feels like he's learned a lot. Chen Xi smiled faintly. As long as one is humble and willing to learn, he has the intention to cultivate Erniu, and right now there is an opportunity. Do you know where Hawksbill Mountain is? Erniu froze. He didn't realize that the village chief had gone to Eagle's Mouth Mountain this time and had taken over the bandit stronghold. After thinking about it, he suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "Village chief, I know the location of Eagle's Mouth Mountain. Are we going to take revenge? I'll go gather the villagers immediately." After following the village chief for a long time, he also understood some of the village chief's temperament, and would never be the lord of loss. Chen Xi hurriedly waved his hand. "Erniu, this is a misunderstanding." Thinking that he is going to lead the villagers to find the bandits in a firefight. "The Eagle's Mouth Mountain bandit stronghold has been taken by me, and now that is my territory." After Erniu heard it, his eyes froze and his mouth opened into an O. What did the village chief just say? Took down the Eagle's Mouth bandit village? Now it's the mayor's turf? Erniu just feel the brain buzzing. Which of the nearby villages do not know the reputation of the Eagle's Mouth Mountain? They are bullied every year, and murder and robbery are commonplace. What now? The Big Dipper? We can bully bandits too? Erniu's head was full of question marks, and he even somewhat suspected that the village chief was lying. Chen Xi gave him a blank look when she saw his dumbfounded appearance. What? They're allowed to bully the people, not us? Erniu's chest rose and fell violently, gasping for air. A black face turned saucy purple with shock. It took him half a day to recover, and he thought he read the village chief's intentions and patted his chest as he opened his mouth. What do you say, Grand Master? When Chen Xi heard this title and then looked at the serious-looking Erniu, he nodded slightly and rolled over to dismount. You turn around. Okay, big dog. Erniu did as he was told. When the big boss told him to turn around, he turned around. Chen Breath aimed a hard kick at his ass. Big dog? Your whole family is a big dog. This call made him angry. The little master hard to find you base. Is it to be a bandit to go? I was just trying to train you. How can I train this one? It was not a light kick, and Erniu grinned in pain as he covered his ass, turning around and scratching his head. He didn't even dare to meet Chen Xi's eyes and lowered his head, like a child who had made a mistake. Alright, go call the villagers to gather at my house. I have an important announcement to make. Good dada. Good village chief. Erniu covered his ass as he ran, wailing at the top of his broken voice. All villagers gather at the village chief's house. The village chief has an important announcement to make. Erniu worked well, shouting from the head of the village to the end of the village, one family at a time. Not long after, the villagers all gathered in Chen Xi's courtyard. One stood the standard slinking straight. No way. Now the Vulcans are too hardened. 100 bandits entered the village and built a wall for the village chief's house. The war record is available. The villagers have been eating well for a while now, and they are no longer skin and bones, and their faces are glowing, standing in regularity. It all took on some of the look of an army. Chen Breath stood on a large table with 3 ladies behind him. Looking around the room, he saw that everyone was there and cleared his throat. The Eagle's Mouth Mountain bandit stronghold has been occupied by me, and is now my territory. That one sentence came out and the whole room exploded. The villagers all had the same expression as Erniu. They simply couldn't believe it. They all began to whisper. The village chief had only been away for a few days, and now he had taken over the bandit village? Chen Xi clapped his hands, and the villagers immediately silenced their voices, all locking their eyes on the village head. Now there's a problem. Bear Ridge Walled City and Running Wolf Walled City are coming to trouble us. As soon as Chen Xi's words left his mouth, the villagers on the stage immediately shouted, Village chief, it's just 2 bandit strongholds. We can even beat 100 bandits, so we won't be afraid of him if he comes. Right, village chief? As many as they come, let's fight them hard. I was hoping they'd all come. I shot 3 bandits that day, and when I got home, my mother-in-law praised me for my bravery. Yes, village chief, I also killed 1 bandit. My mother said, after I died, the tablets were erected on the same side as my father's, and said that I was the great hero of the family. Bah, you're the one who's on the same side as your father? My mother said she'd make me an ancestor. Ha 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 ha. Inverted Big Dipper. Inverted Big Dipper. The atmosphere was very lively. The villagers didn't feel scared at all. They all joked and laughed with each other. The stage joked with each other, causing Fan Yan's 3 girls to cover their lips and snicker, looking at their husbands with drawn eyes. The image of the husband in their hearts stood higher than the sky. Seeing that the villagers were not afraid of the bandits, Chen Xi also felt a sense of accomplishment and enlivened the atmosphere. If you have the ability to put the tablet on the roof, you see your father come back and beat or not beat you to finish. Ha 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 ha. The villagers roared with laughter. The villager who bragged about establishing an ancestral seat, bashful face red, knowing that the village head was poking fun at himself, scratching his head, he giggling. Okay, time to get down to business. Seeing that the village chief was going to say something serious, the crowd immediately became serious. Chen Breath looked at everyone and quieted down, and said in a deep voice, "This time I'll take everyone and live somewhere else for a while." The villagers looked at me and I looked at you. None of them understood what the village chief meant. Should we abandon our homes? Seeing that the crowd was puzzled, Chen Xi continued to speak. There's work for everyone there. Even the elderly who are weak are paid for their work, whether they sweep the yard or watch the gate. All the children, all of them, learn to read, write, count and knit. Xin Yao and Bai Rongrong had mentioned to Chen Xi several times in the past that they had nothing to do at home and wanted to teach the village children to read and write, but several times they were rejected by Chen Xi on the grounds that the conditions were not permissible for the time being. This time it is just the right opportunity. The Eagle's Mouth Mountain Bandit village is very large. There is a perfect condition to open a school. The two ladies like to teach. It is just the right time to find something for them to do. Xin Yao, Bai Rongrong's heart rejoiced at the words. Her husband had finally agreed. They wanted to come to their husband's arms to rub against him, but seeing that the first lady didn't move, they didn't dare to move either. One could only look at her husband with a delighted face. Village chief, are you telling the truth? It's really great that we old bones have work to do. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. All the children can read and write. Thanks to the village headman. You are our great benefactor. Some villagers who are old and in poor health, excited old tears, shivering to kneel. The women wipe their tears. Their own children can also be the same as the county children, have the opportunity to read and write. When the ancestors revealed the spirit, oh, don't all kneel. I don't do that here. All go home and get ready. We'll leave in the morning. Everyone in the villagers were grateful, and when they left, they did not forget to give Chen Xi a few deep bows. After everyone left, Fan Yan came forward with a grumpy face. Husband, our new house has just been built. Do we really have to leave? Xin Yao and Bai Rongrong also couldn't let go of their new house, which they had watched being built, and now they were going to give it up, which was hard on their hearts. Chen Xi knew that the three ladies couldn't afford to give up their new room, and painfully wrapped them in his arms, stroked the backs of a few women, and explained, "We're not abandoning this place, we're just living somewhere else for a while. We'll have to come back in the spring when we get through the winter." Only when Fan Yan heard her husband say that he would be back, her pretty face revealed a smile and she clung to her husband's arms. Well, all according to my husband. After comforting a few of the women for a while, they went inside. In the few days that Chen Xi had been away, the house had been furnished, with 3 kangs and a room for each maiden, pots and pans, change of bedding, everything. Just wait for your husband to come back and move into the new house. Chen Xi looked at the rooms one by one and was very satisfied. The rooms were personally decorated by the 3 women and were quite neat. After a family meal, of course, you have to move around a bit to help with digestion. Chen Xi first exercised here in Fan Yan for half an hour, and after hearing her beg for mercy, he moved on to Qin Yao's room. Another half an hour or so passed. Qin Yao cried and begged the Scoots to go to Rong Rong. She also no longer insisted. Herself and the eldest madam could not serve her husband well. She could only push out by Rong Rong to block the arrows. As for who gets pregnant first, it doesn't even matter. The little life is the most important thing. Bai Rongrong's little ears had been pressed against the wall, and when she heard Qin Yao ask her husband to come to her, her little face was delighted, knowing that the opportunity had come. Hastily stripping herself naked, she lay on the bed and waited for her husband. A white handkerchief was patted underneath her body. Qin Yao even had a white handkerchief and took it out to peek at it when she thought of her husband. She should have one herself. Chen Xi gently pushed open the door of the room, saw that Bai Rongrong seemed to be asleep, and turned around to leave. Bai Rongrong felt bad. She was just pretending to be a little reserved, but she couldn't miss the opportunity of her heart. What's reserved or not, it doesn't matter. It's the position of the second lady that matters. As soon as she grabbed her husband, she yanked him towards the bed. Husband. Seeing that she wasn't sleeping, Chen Xi grinned and smoothly went up to the bed. In the darkness, a glutinous voice came to his ears. Husband, I want it. Give it all to me. Upon hearing the voice, the bastard had a playful look on his face. Mother, are you sure? Although it was Bai Rongrong's first time, she was very liberal and had to get pregnant before Qin Yao, and the position of the second madam was on her mind from the day she entered the house. Chen Breath was excited when he got the order to fire. I didn't enjoy myself just now, so I'll definitely try harder this time. And so, an hour later, Bai Rongrong's voice was about to be muffled. The newly made bed almost collapsed because of this. Finally, the battle ended with a savage bull roaring. Shivering her hands, Bai Rongrong packed the handkerchief padded under her body into the box, unable to lift a single ounce of strength in her entire body. This position of second lady, don't want it. The next day, Ning chaotic these days, early in the morning to report to the big brother's house. Thunder and lightning. Big brother, I heard you were back. Chen Xi opened the door of the house, and when Ning Chaos in the yard saw himself, he hemmed and hawed. Big brother, you take the villagers to Hawksbill Mountain. Can you take my old lady with you? I'm a little relieved I'm not home these days. Chen Breath blankly glanced at the bastard and cursed with a laugh. Your mom is my mom. Use the ing words. I had Ernie pick it up early in the morning. Ning Chaos was delighted in his heart. Still his elder brother had thought it through, scratching his head, somewhat embarrassed. Big brother, I still have some relatives who can work. The family can't even eat. Can I bring them to the mountains to do work? Is the person reliable? Chen Breath is afraid of leaking the news. The base in the mountains. Only a few close friends know. Don't worry big brother. They're all my cousins. They're fit and reliable. Chen Xi's eyes lit up. Ning Chaos was fierce enough with this body, so he thought that his cousins wouldn't be too far behind. Okay, let them keep their mouths shut, and there's a reward for a job well done. Hey, good Lu big brother. Seeing that big brother agreed to take himself into the mountains, Ning Chaos was very happy in his heart and was just about to leave when he suddenly thought of something and turned back to add, Big brother, these 2 days in the mountains, I can always hear something unusual, like an avalanche. Chen Breath froze at his words. An avalanche? Deep mountain there he is most familiar with. No matter the terrain and landscape, do not have the conditions of avalanche. Think it is Ning Chaotic too nervous. Heard wrong. It's impossible to avalanche. Just do it without worry. Aha, good Lu big brother. I went into the mountains. Big brother on the road to be careful. After Ning Chaotic left, the villagers also assembled. Nothing valuable at home. Holding a pot. Good conditions holding a bedding. This is all their belongings. The 3 ladies' carriages were already prepared, and Chen Xi gave a big wave of his hand. Departure. Fan Yan and Qin Yao, one on each side, helped by Rong Rong onto the carriage. Passing by her husband, she glared at the bastard at the same time. It's Rong Rong's first time. Can you be gentle? Chen Rest is also a little embarrassed. Last night was a little reckless, but it cannot be all my fault. It's this little ninny who keeps yelling about not being convinced, so I'm just proving the strength. It's not impossible to be gentle. Next time for sure. This one's the best at opening himself up to himself. Chen Xi mounted the black Jiao and led the procession, marching towards the Eagle's Mouth Mountain. This time, the maidens and the villagers were all settled and free of worries. Next, it's time to go into town to do some business. Chapter 103 You want to usurp the throne. The entire village traveled to Hawksbill Mountain, slowing it down considerably. It took 2 days of walking to get to the bottom of the mountain. As Chen Xi was preparing to lead the people up the mountain, Yi Hongyang appeared on the pathway, walking this way with a smile on her face. Ha! With pleasure. Since people personally came to pick themselves up, Chen Xi wanted to show some politeness. After all, he still had to pull the flag in the name of this rash species, but only halfway through his words, Yi Hongyang brushed past him on the shoulder and walked towards the carriage behind him, without pausing in her steps. Good day, First Lady. Red Tassel has come to fetch you up the mountain. Fan Yan had just lifted the curtain and was ready to get off the car when she saw Yi Hongying springing to greet herself with a very intimate tone. Yeah, how dare I bother Miss Red Ruffles. Fan Yan is very happy to see Yi Hongyang, this period of time together. She knows that the Red Tassel girl chivalrous and righteous. The last time the bandits attacked, or she took the initiative to protect herself, the 2 men held hands and exchanged pleasantries. Xinyao helped by Rongrong get off the bus and was the first to greet Yi Hongyang when she saw her, and the 4 women soon chatted enthusiastically. Chen interest to see Yi Hongying and his 3 mothers chatting happily. A black line. So this rash seed is not to pick up their own. A good hot face to the ass. Well, the villagers are waiting, so if you have something to say, go up the mountain. Hearing Chen Xi urging them to go up the mountain, Yi Hongyang turned back, raised her snow-white chin, and gave a light hum. Turning around and pulling Fan Yan's several girls, they were talking happily again. Mesdames, please come with Red Tassel. Red Tassel personally chose the rooms for Mesdames, and I guarantee that Mesdames will be satisfied. After saying his words, he pulled them and went up the mountain. And when he passed by Chen Xi, he even gave a salty admonition. My mission is complete. You make your own arrangements for your villagers. After saying that, he turned his head and walked away with a very arrogant attitude. Chen Xi are going to be angry and happy by this rash seed. Dare she know that she is not her opponent, deliberately looking for 3 ladies as a helper. What a siege! With Yi Hongying leading the 3 ladies up the mountain, it saves Chen Xi from having to take care of both, one after the other. He and Ernia led all the villagers up the mountain. By the time the villagers had all gone up the mountain, it was already midday. The villagers looked at the huge fortress. All of them were overjoyed, not realizing that there were other places on this mountain. Rows and rows of neat houses, huge squares with all the appliances of life. With so many villagers going up the mountain, it didn't seem crowded at all. Chen Xi assigned each villager a residence and food. The villagers gave another 1,000 thanks. The first thing the men do on the mountain is to cut wood, the women are happy to clean their rooms, and the children go to the square to play. It wasn't long before the smoke rose from the cooking. The fireworks of the human world are the most soothing to the hearts of mortals. At this moment, the spacious cottage is no longer cold, full of lively and harmonious. 7 women, including Danny, prepared lunch for the Chan family. Yi Honying did not leave even after serving the meal on the table, and took the initiative to go to the table under the pretext of wanting to talk more with the 3 ladies. Fan Yan's 3 daughters were very willing to get along with Yi Honyang, leaving Chen Xi hanging out to dry, and the 4 daughters ate and chatted in an extremely cordial atmosphere. Although the meal is not very sumptuous, but Danny, their craftsmanship is excellent. This meal eaten warm, sweeping the wind and exhaustion. A few women chatted, and Chen Xi couldn't interrupt the whole time. He knew that Fan Yan, Qi Niao, the 2 ladies, were still angry with themselves. During the rush, the 2 matrons took care of Bai Rongrong at all times. As women themselves, how could they not empathize when they saw Bai Rongrong being destroyed by her husband in an unseemly manner? This husband is good at everything, but there are times when he doesn't make light of the situation and deliberately ignores him. Chen interest ears have not been idle. Heard from the mouth of the leaf Red Tassel. She set up a Red Tassel team. The team members are all women. All 7 apprentices are co-captains. She's the chief captain. Chen interest a mouthful of rice almost sprayed out. Good guy. A total of 8 people. All leaders. This frothing seed, a stick in the mud. Go ahead and toss it around all you want. After eating, Fan Yan and Xiniao took care of Bai Rongrong to rest. Chen Xi and Yi Honyang came over to the cave to check on the progress of the bandits digging. The Red Tassels guarded the cave, each armed with a lance, and supervised the bandits as they dug the hole. It had only been a few days since they had seen each other, and they had changed a lot, both in terms of image and temperament. The first time, see them when the soft, now holding a long gun, but there is some valiant feeling. The body was straight, the eyes no longer averted, and the bandits were tamed into honesty. Seeing Chen Xi and his master arrive, the red-tasseled team clasped their fists together. Greetings, benefactor. Greetings, master. Chen Breath waved his hand. You're welcome, lieutenants. Call me village chief from now on. Taking 8 steps, he came to the bandits who were doing their work. When the bandits saw Chen Xi coming, their pickaxes swung up, fearing that this master would think they were lazy. Chen Rest looked around at the new stubble on the cave wall. These days the progress was fast, enough to dig forward more than 10 meters. Luo Barbarian and Huashan are the most hardworking, because they are the bandit leaders of other villages. Life and death all depends on the mood of this master. Clang! The iron ore was on fire as they both plowed through it. Chen Xi nodded with satisfaction. According to this progress, it should be dug through soon. Turning to leave, he suddenly heard a shout from behind. Breathable, breathable. Chen Xi sniffed and immediately turned back, and in a few steps, he came closer and looked up and down, his big mouth grinning a little. Pulling a strip of cloth from his pocket, he held it between 2 fingers and came closer. The cloth swayed back and forth, and it was obvious that there was a wind blowing from outside the cave walls. Smash! Keep smashing for me. Okay, master. Luo Barbarian and Huashan spit and rubbed in their hands twice, picked up the messenger head and swung it. This is a chance for both of them to perform. The cave will be open soon, and this master should save his life on account of his own merits. Clang! Clang! Chen Xi also didn't go away, just watched them smash here. The color of excitement in his eyes getting stronger and stronger. Digging through the cave meant that Hawksbill Mountain could be used as a long-term base. Even if the mountain is surrounded, there is a way back. 2 groups of bandits switch shifts to smash. One group gets tired. The other group immediately takes over. This smashing was half an hour. There's light coming through. Huashan shouted excitedly, and the faint light shot along the gap as if it were a bright light in the darkness. Chen Xi stepped forward and grabbed the pickaxe, bellowing, all back off. The crowd immediately stepped back. Yi Hongyang was also curious. She also wanted to know where this cave led to after it was dug through. Chen Breath aimed at the gap. Both bladders exerted force, and the pickaxe was swung into an exaggerated arc. Clang! A few pickaxes went down and large chunks of iron ore fell. The crowd's eyes widened and they all scrunched their necks in unison. So strong. This master alone is at least as good as 5 of them. A few more picks went down and the gap grew wider. Through the cracks, the trees and snow could already be seen outside. With a flourish, another dozen picks went down, and the hole was already the size of an adult's head. The more Chen Breath smashed, the more excited he became. Victory was just around the corner. Suddenly, whoosh, a breaking sound rang out, and a stream of light shot into the cave entrance. Chen Xi was swinging his pickaxe when he saw the stream of light shooting toward him, and the sudden situation caught him by surprise. The muscles of his arms bulged with a surge of energy, and his raised pickaxe fell quickly to block his chest. Clang! A feathered arrow hit the pickaxe. Sparks flew everywhere, and everyone subconsciously closed their eyes. Powerful force. shocked Chen Xi's palms numb. Thumping back several steps, Yi Hongying, afraid of Chen Xi's injury, an arrow stepped to protect behind him, but Chen Xi's body was heavy, and Yi Hongyang was unsteady on her feet due to the haste of her protection. Flutter. Yi Hongying fell to the ground, and Chen Xi fell on top of Yi Hongying. Feeling the softness of his back, he reached out and touched. What's that? Round and pronounced? A couple of squeezes and a lot of elasticity. Chen Breath narrowed his eyes and pretended not to know, squeezing 2 more times before struggling to climb up. The bandits tried to come over to see what was going on, but were stopped by the Red Raiders with their lances. All crouched down honestly or shoot on sight. The bandits were terrified, and they all crouched honestly on the ground with their hands on their heads. The 7 women quickly came closer, and when they saw that Chen Xi had already gotten up, they immediately helped their master to stand up. Master, are you like this? Are you hurt, master? While inquiring about master's condition, he patted Yi Hongwei's soiled clothes with his hand. It's okay. Yi Hongyang took a few violent breaths of coarse air, casually patted her clothes a few times, and stared at Chen Xi with an unkind gaze. Did this denizen do it on purpose? This auntie? It seems that he pinched her several times. After Chen Xi stood up, he twisted his head and glanced at Yi Hongyang, bearing a mouthful of large white teeth with an embarrassed face. Thanks to the help of Miss Red Tassel, or else I could have fallen doped. Are you alright? Yi Hongyang narrowed her eyes and saw that he didn't look like he was doing it on purpose before she grunted and twisted her head away. It's okay. Chen Breath scared. Just now hand yawn. How to still pinch 2 times. Anyway, it's not my fault who made that thing feel so good in my hand. Luckily, the Shadow Emperor had attached himself in time, or else this ruffian would definitely not have stopped. Picking up the feathered arrow on the ground, he got close enough to the torch to see it, and his head buzzed. This arrow, I didn't do this. Looking at the arrow shaft again, his expression grew odd. Hiding from the light coming from the cave entrance, he pressed his side against the cave wall and yelled, "You want to usurp the throne?" Chapter 104 Salt Mines, Iron Mines, linked together. Chen Breath pressed the side of his face against the cave wall, gritting his teeth in hatred, his expression twisting up a bit. It's a good thing he's athletic, or else all 3 of his ladies would have had to cheapen him. I only have 1 sister-in-law, but that kid wants 3? No wonder he called himself a big brother. So this calf has long wanted to usurp the throne. The sound went straight through the hole to the outside. It wasn't long before there was a cackling sound. It was the sound of paws on snow. The footsteps stopped and a familiar voice rang out. Big brother? Chen Breath took 2 deep breaths, his nose going up in anger. Why the hell are you here? When these words came out, they were heard outside, and a yell immediately came out. What a big brother. The light from the cave entrance was suddenly blocked, and a white-haired head squeezed in. Ning Chaos's eyes rolled, using the light from the torch to see the person inside clearly. Haha, big brother, it's really you, big brother. Chen Breath huffed and twisted his ear. Say, why are you here? Ning Chaos' head was stuck in the hole. His ears were pinched by his big brother, and he grinned in pain, his mouth unable to stop explaining. Big brother don't. Big brother hurts. When Chen Xi saw him wimp out, his anger was half gone. Tell me what's going on. Ning Chaos felt the force on his ears lessen, and only then did he hem and haw, grinning broadly as he began to speak. Big brother, I'm talking to you. A few days ago I did not say that there is movement in the mountains. I thought it was going to be an avalanche. Hey, big brother, guess what? What? I didn't realize the snow didn't avalanche and crashed out, big brother. Chen Xi's hand once again added force, ruthlessly twisted half a circle, his tone full of threats. Tell me again. Ning Chaos bared his teeth in pain, and his head didn't dare to shrink back for fear of hurting his big brother's hand, so he could only let his big brother pinch it. Big brother, I said it wrong. That means big brother, understand it. I mean, I didn't feel like there was going to be an avalanche, and today the commotion was getting louder and louder, so I came up here to take a look, and I didn't realize that a hole had appeared here. I thought it was a pangolin, so I hid to see what was going on. Chen Breath stared at him in a depressed manner. Pangolin? Your whole family is a pangolin. No, his old lady is my old lady, and I'm not a pangolin. And then you shoot big brother with an arrow. Eat big brother, drink big brother, and shoot big brother with arrows, isn't it? Ning Chaos was asked by Chen Xi. His mouth opened and closed several times. He didn't know how to answer, and was momentarily confused. Chen Breath laughed and let go of his hand. All right, you go outside and help out, and work together to dig the hole. Hey, good Lu, big brother. Ning Chaos finished speaking and retracted his head to the outside of the cave. Chen Xi took a few steps back and with a wave of his hand, commanded the bandits to continue digging the hole. The crowd swarmed, hope was in the air, and this time there was more effort. Yi Hongyang is still in a state of confusion because of what just happened, although he is a general family, some Jianghu gas in the body. But there was a difference between men and women she still cared about, and this denizen took advantage of herself over and over again, probably out of habit. She didn't take long to get used to it this time. As for why it adapted so quickly, shaking his head and pouting his mouth, he couldn't figure out the reason after a long time of thinking. A tendon is sometimes quite good, cannot think, simply do not want to, come forward to stare, is contemplating the Chen interest. Did your brother get lost and go around the back of the mountain? Chen Xi was dumbfounded, and in his heart, he already knew exactly where the cave was after it was dug through. If you want to get lost, you're the one who's lost. No wonder. It always feels like the road between Wawa village and Hawksbill Mountain is going around in circles. It turned out that the two places were not far from each other, but were only separated by a large mountain. And now that this cave had been dug through, the straight line distance was very close. The unexpected connection of his two bases surprised him. No longer need to worry about worries. There are salt mines over there. This side of the iron ore mine can completely boldly do it. Chen Xi looked at Yi Hongyang for a while, and had already made a decision in his heart. Since the two of them are bound together, the matter of the salt mine is better to talk to her. It's not always good to hide it. I'll show you something later, and then you'll know. Yi Hongyang sniffed. Curiosity rose in his heart. Seeing Chen rest cells, he himself does not get on the pole to pursue the question. With Ning Chaos helping out outside, the hole was quickly dug through. Chen Xi inclined his head and nudged at Yi Hongyang. Come on, show you around. Good. The two men passed through the cave entrance and were covered by a large wooded area in front of them, and since it was winter with no foliage, the sight looked out through the trees for a long distance. The bandits in the back were also curious as to where the outside of the cave entrance was. They didn't dare to come out as they were being watched by the Red Raiders, but they could peek out. Luo Barbarian and Huashan, from time to time, stuck their heads out to look outside. The thief's eyes kept rolling. Chen Xi's remaining light swept over their movements, and a dangerous curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. These people, they're still thinking about escaping. In that case, don't blame me for being merciless, pretending not to see them. He slightly discerned the direction and led Yi Hongyang into the woods. Yi Hongyang, on the other hand, saw that everywhere was new and strange, not expecting that outside of this cave, there was still such a large area of woods hidden. If it's summer, the wildflowers are in full bloom, so it should be so beautiful. Chen Xi turned around. This forest covered a large area, and there was a spring on the side of the cliff. The cold winter season also bubbling with warm spring water. Spring water along a natural gully flow to the back of the cliff. The back is a cliff. Spring water due to flow for a long time. The water temperature cannot be stored. It formed a glacier hanging below the cliff. It's a beautiful sight. It's a nice place to fix a spa. When the time comes, take the three ladies for a soak like that. TSK, TSK, TSK. Seeing Chen Xi staring at the spring, Ning Chaos scratched his head and walked over. Big brother, this spring water is very sweet. I come over every day to get some. Chen Breath smiled. Don't take it later. I'm commandeering this spa. Let's go and have a look at the salt mines. The salt mine is connected to the Hawksbill Mountain, and as he has not been here for some days, he naturally wants to see how the mountain is being constructed and the progress of the road building. Ning Chaos led the way in front, through the woods and down a gentle slope to the salt mine location. On foot, you can get there in 2 moments. Chen Xi almost didn't recognize the salt mine when he came to it again. Once again, a large circle of trees had been cut down around the area, leaving it bare and with no place for any beasts to hide. The trees that were cut down were built into huts for the laborers. Chen Xi looked around and nodded in satisfaction. Nice, the laborers are doing their work, and the large base is taking shape. Yi Hongyang simply looked dumbfounded. In this deep mountain, there were so many people hidden. Looking at Chen, interest in the eyes of Bright and Dark, originally thought that this thing too, just rely on the villagers' courage and some small cleverness, only to win the bandits. Unexpectedly, he has so many others here, especially when I saw those laborers. All of them were physically fit, and with a little training, their fighting ability was certainly not low. She used to follow her father to the military camp to practice, and she could tell at a glance that those laborers were good candidates for war. If you look at it this way, this denizen, this Chen Xi, there's a real possibility that he can help himself to save his family. Yi Hongyang breathed heavily. Her hands pinched the corners of her clothes, her face flushed red, and the look she gave Chen Xi was complicated and difficult to understand. Miss Red Riding, this is my salt mine. Later, Chen Xi turned around to introduce her to the salt mines, and suddenly met her big red face, and was a bit confused for a moment. Yi Hongyang locked eyes with him for a split second and immediately turned her head away, raising her hand to run her hair, her gaze looking away, pretending not to hear, but the flushed face betrayed her. Is Miss Hongyang's face so red? Is it a fever? A playful voice rang out from Chen Xi, and her pretty face instantly reddened to the root of her neck. I was in a hurry just now, so I'll just go back and rest. After that, without looking back, he trotted back through the woods to the cave. Oops, embarrassing, embarrassing. Chen, interest to see her Windy run back, shook his head and helplessly smiled. People have run away, but also introduced a 6K. We'll talk about it when we get a chance. Continuing to watch the laborers work, his eyes suddenly lit up. Hu Siko, 2 meters tall and the most conspicuous in the crowd, was now lifting a huge stone to pad the path. His brute strength, Chen Xi had seen it before, and it was on par with Ning Chaos. To his amazement, Hu Siko had 6 other men with him, also lifting boulders of that size with no less strength. Raising his hand, he pointed. Who were those guys? Ning Chaos followed the direction and grinned. Hey big brother, those are my cousins. Ah, big brother promised me, take them into the mountains to do work. It was then that Chen Xi remembered that he had indeed promised Ning Chaos to bring a few of his cousins into the mountains to do work. You call them all. Okay. Ning Chaos didn't think much of it, and did as his big brother commanded and went to call out for someone. Not long after, he brought 6 burly men to Chen Xi and bowed. Hello big brother. Chen breath sized up a few people, not as tall as Ning Chaos, but very solid. Dark face, clear eyes. Who else is at home? Several people answered immediately, and those with mothers-in-law and children at home, as well as old fathers and mothers, introduced their families one by one. No matter how they answer, one word can be heard: poor. Otherwise, they wouldn't have begged Ning to mess up and bring them to the mountains to do work. Chen Xi pulled out some copper coins from his pocket. Well done and rewarded. When several people saw Chen Xi giving them a reward, you looked at me and I looked at you, rubbing their hands nervously. Don't dare ask for it. If you don't work hard enough to do the job, and the reward money becomes wages, will you still be able to keep the job? The family's mother-in-law and children are all waiting for food, so this is a good thing to do. Out of ideas, they all looked pleadingly at Ning Chaos, hoping that he would put in some good words for them and keep this hard-earned job. Ning Chaos hemmed and hawed, taking the copper coins from Chen Xi and shoving them into their hands. There's no need to be formal. This is Big Brother's reward for you. Several people received the copper coins and once again bowed deeply to Chen Xi. Thank you Big Brother. Chen Breath smiled slightly. You do well, and when you do well, you can all bring your families and live with me, just like the mess. Several people had long heard that Ning Chaos's old lady had been picked up by her big brother to enjoy her happiness, and each of them was envious. They have long not wanted to live in Shanghai village, the nearby bandits from time to time to beat the autumn wind. Who suffered? They also knew that Big Brother had led the villagers of Wawa village to repel the bandits, and that by following Big Brother, they would at least not be bullied by the bandits. I didn't think that such a good thing could come to me. A few people were still in a daze when Ning Chaos was the first to speak. Don't thank Big Brother yet. This voice shook them awake, and with a flutter they all knelt down and kowtowed. Thank you Big Brother. Thank you Big Brother. Chen Xi blankly glanced at Ning Chaos and hurriedly helped a few people up. All right, get back to your work. Okay Big Brother. Thank you Big Brother. We will do good work to repay Big Brother. After a few people left, Chen Breath asked, have the laborers been obedient in the days I've been gone? Ning Chaos knew what his big brother was worried about and immediately returned. Don't worry, Big Brother, those laborers didn't make any move to escape at all. There's food and shelter here. They can't wait to stay here for the rest of their lives. What Ning Chaos had said was not far from what Chen Xi had expected, and through these days of contact, he also knew that these laborers had no thoughts of running away. All right, Lao Yang was received by me in the fortress. After work, bring Ningning and Wui over, and have a meal together in the evening. Good Lu Big Brother. Ning Chaos was happy. The old lady settled down. A big stone in his heart fell to the ground. These days he goes back to take care of his old mother when he gets off work, reports to the village of Wawei in the morning, and then goes to the mountains to take the laborers to do their work. Time is tight. It's a good thing the old lady moved over and saved a lot of tedious steps. Telling Ning to mess up a few more times, he turned around and headed back to Eagle's Mouth Mountain. Since the two bases were linked together, the pressure on the two bandit strongholds would be greatly reduced. By the time I met the county commissioner, I had another chip on my hand. There's one more person I need to see when I go into town tomorrow. Thinking of this person gave Chen Xi a headache. People have gone from Sweetie to Mrs. Cow, and you're better off on your own. From Mrs. Cow to Britney Spears. Big head. Chapter 105 The Jade Pendant. I can't keep it. The sun just went down. Ning chaotically wrapped up his work and took Ning Ning and Wui with him, through the cave to the fortress. The three were dumbfounded at the sight of the huge fortress. The two little girls looked left and right, their eyebrows arched in excitement. Ning usually never left the village, so where had she seen such a large fortress? So many beautiful houses, and a huge square. In the center of the square a few children were playing, chasing after each other. Wui was from the state capital and had seen some of the world, but it was still fun to be in such a harmonious picture. The body spun around, tilted his head back, opened his arms, and took in a breath of fresh air. Who dash? When I opened my eyes, I was confronted with towering mountains, capped with snow, and a few magpies landed on the branches to chirp and announce their good news. Wow, it's beautiful. Wui's eyes were sparkling with little stars. Waiting until sunrise, she must draw this beautiful scenery. At this time, Chen Xi tied an apron and came out of the kitchen with a plate of food, and happened to see a few people. Just waiting for you guys. Get in the house. Chen Xi, this voice came. Ning Chaos twisted his head and saw his elder brother personally carrying the dishes, shouting, "Big brother, let me help you." Just as he was about to run over, the pain of being twisted came from his waist, and as soon as he turned back, he was met with Ning's threatening eyes. Go in the back. Ning let go of her hand and took the lead in running towards Chen Xi's side, and when she came close, she even deliberately stroked her already unruffled sideburns and smiled sweetly. Hello big brother, Ning is here to help you. Stretching out her small snow-white hand to receive the plate, 2 blushes crept onto her cheeks. Glancing at Chen Xi and quickly lowering her head again, Chen Xi's heart pumped hard when he saw Ning's expression. This. Ning Chaos was surprised for a split second when he saw his sister treating her big brother like this. A great deal of joy ensued. Big brother doesn't have a concubine yet, so it seems, you have a chance to be big brother's great uncle? There must be a time to set up big brother and sister. It's doable. Wui ran slowly, and she only arrived after Ning had taken over the plate. Face was a little disappointed that such a great opportunity to perform hadn't come his turn. Good day, master. Wui's arrival at her side was just the thing to relieve Chen Xi of his embarrassment. Raising his hand and touching Wui's head, he said with a smile on his face, "Aha, have you learned anything from those 2 old men lately?" Wui's face flushed as she was touched on the head by Chen Xi, and she opened her mouth sweetly. Xiaoyi has learned. Both masters have praised Xiaoyi for her great progress. Chen Breath laughed and stroked her head again. Good, progress is good. With that, he was about to lead a few people into the house. Behind her, Wui was anxious. The jade pendant she had been longing for. Had master forgotten it? Pinching Chen Xi's sleeve and shaking it a few times, his little face turned mournful. Master teacher, where's the promised reward? As soon as she heard Wui clamoring for a reward, Ning stopped walking and turned around, looking blearily at Chen Xi. Being stared at by the 2 little girls like this, Chen Xi dryly coughed a few times. He had been so busy for a while that he had indeed forgotten about Wui's jade pendant. The jade pendant was on his body, but with a not-so-simple-minded Ning by his side. The reward. It's a lot of trouble for a lot of people. Although Xiaoyi has made great progress, Master Shifu hasn't seen it yet. When Master Shifu is done with this bout of work and checks your grades, both you and Ning will be rewarded. After Wu Yi heard this, she pouted and continued to shake Chen Xi's sleeve in dissatisfaction. Master Shifu, last time you said Xiaoyi was half done. What about this time? The last time she made a continuous crossbow in Wuwa village. Chen Xi complimented her a few times, saying that she had completed to half of the reward, and this little girl still remembers it to this day. Chen Xi saw that Wu Yi was not relenting and knew that she was still thinking about the jade pendant. Crouched down and found a small rock. Draw a circle on the ground. Look, guys, what's this? The 2 little girls looked to the ground with curious faces, looking up still puzzled. It's a circle. What else could it be? Ning Chaos scratched his head, and suddenly his eyes lit up as he yelled, big brother, this is pie. Chen Breath was surprised. This kid has gotten smart? No, I'm painting a picture? As soon as he pulled Ning Chaos over, he heavily slapped his shoulder twice. Yes, it's pie. When Ning Chaos saw his big brother praising him, he let out a silly laugh and scratched his head in embarrassment. Big brother draws a big circle. It's a big pie. Yeah, big cakes. The more Chen Xi looks at Ning Chaos, the more obedient he is, or this kid understands me. Wui and Ning looked at each other and then at the pie on the ground, their eyes filled with question marks. Master, you haven't said how much Xiaoyi has accomplished. Chen Breath laughed again and squatted down to draw a cross in the middle of the large cake, dropping the stone and clapping his hands in an old-school manner. Look, this big cake was divided into 4 portions by the master. You still finished 3 portions now, which is a little bit of progress compared to half of the last time. Wui clapped her hands and jumped a few times when she saw that she had completed 3 copies. That's so good. Next time I'll be able to finish 4 copies. Seeing Wui fall for the plan, Chen Xi stood up with a bad smile on his face. Next time, divide that big cake into 5 portions, and you finish 4 portions. Divide it into 6 parts and you complete 5. Oh ho, little girl, it's too young. Well, come inside and eat. This time Wui is no longer entangled. Hope is in front of us. Beautifully follow the master into the house. When several people entered the house, the first thing they saw was the old lady sitting on top of the high seat. The high church is the main seat, and it is as good as it gets. Ning's heart rejoiced as he put down his plate and came to his old mother's side in unison with Ning Chaos to shush her. The family's excitement was overflowing. With tears in her eyes, the old mother patted her children's hands and said, "On this journey, thanks to you, Brother Chen, taking care of my mother has been well fed and warmly housed, even the way up the mountain. It was your big brother Chen who carried my mother up on his back, so don't be quick to thank the great benefactor." Upon hearing this from their mother, the siblings were about to kneel down. Chen Xi had experienced this time and hurriedly held the siblings from kneeling down. "Your old lady is my old lady too. Let's not get into all that nonsense. Sit down and eat." "Okay, big brother. Thank you, big brother." Ning Chaos was moved to tears, red-eyed, and raised the crook of his arm to rub hard against the hot tears that flowed out. Ning was on the sidelines, looking at Chen Xi with spring in her brow, fearing that he would notice, and quickly lowered herself again. All right, sit down. I'll personally cook today. Let's have a good family meal." "Yeah, I can taste Master Shifu's handiwork again." Wu Yi was very excited and said hello to the three master grandmothers before sitting down. It was a big table, filled with people. Lao Yang is in the main seat, Chen Xi on the left and Ning on the right. Fan Yan, Qi Niao, Bai Rong, Yi Hongying, Wu Yi, Zhang Shenshi, Ning Chaos, and Erniu, in that order. Looking at the table again, mountain treasures took up half of the table. 2 big fish in the center, with some refreshing small dishes, and a bowl of egg drop soup in front of each person, fried and sautéed in a variety of flavors. Chen Xi opened an altar of homemade white wine and poured some for each person, with most of the remaining altar being hijacked by Yi Hongyang. "Raise your glass and drink." During the period, Chen Interest also told a few small jokes. The atmosphere directly full. This was the happiest day for Yi Hongying in recent days. Although she didn't talk much, she was happy to see everyone happy. Nothing else. The atmosphere is just too good to be true. It's a joy. Drinking 2 pounds of drunkenness. Confused, but also do not forget to hold on to the altar. Was 7 disciples racked back. Ning Chaos and Ning, taking care of their old mother, went back to their room. Dr. Zhang, Erniu also left. Normally, Wu Yi and Ning had a small house in the mountains, with the 2 little girls for company. At the moment to the cottage, living in fear themselves, was Fan Yan arranged in the room next to her. Chen Xi was a little drunk, and went out to walk. The dark stakes have been recited, and the villagers take turns to guard the guard. All checked before going back inside. First, he touched Qi Niao's room, and after half an hour, he left with an unfulfilled desire. Going to Bai Rong's room again, since Bai Rong's body hadn't recovered. She could only learn Qi Niao's skills to serve her husband. Another half hour passed. Chen Xi still didn't enjoy himself, and once again touched into Fan Yan's room, gently pushing the door open. A delicate figure shrank under the covers. The green silk is soft and shiny, and it's spread out on the pillow. Chen breath hemmed and hawed and burrowed into the quilt without a word. The big hand began to be unctuous, turning Fan Yan's face, and the lips were printed on each other. Feeling that the other party's lips were trembling a little, Chen Xi frowned. This flavor, how a little. Not right. Letting go. He rolled over and gently got out of bed. A sticky voice came from his ear. "Master, master, master." The shy voice rang out, and Chen Xi was scared out of his wits. Eyes closed, arms outstretched, talking gibberish while learning to jump like a zombie. Where is this? Still on Earth. I'm sleepwalking again. It was hard to mingle out of the room, and my back was soaked. It's over. Bad food. Just finished painting a pie for people to. A tap on the head. I can't keep the jade pendant. Chapter 106. Bye sweetie. Early the next morning, Chen Breath woke up from the haystack in the woodshed, looking back at the pile of hay. Good lord, it was a haystack the first day I crossed over and it still is. Patting his clothes, he walked out of the woodshed. Fan Yan, the 3 girls, had already prepared breakfast. Chen Xi swept the room with a thieving brow and didn't see Wu Yi's figure. Where's Yi? Fan Yan gave him a blank look and returned. Went into the mountains with chaos early. This was followed by a grimace. Did husband go and bully Rong again last night? Rong's body hasn't recovered yet. Husband should be gentle. Chen Xi scratched his head and smiled sarcastically. Please don't worry, Mama. I can't wait for my husband to feel sorry for Rong. Where would I want to bully? When Chen Xi finished speaking, the 3 women gave him a big blank stare at the same time. Bai Rong said in her heart, still saying that she won't be bullied. Her own mouth is now numb. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, the bastard took a brief bite and yelled that he was going out to run an errand. He had to hide for a while or run into Wu Yi. Is it a greeting? Or is it just a hello? Hurrying to Yi Hongyang's stable, he untied the black scaly rope and let it out. Yi Hongyang appeared outside the stable door at an unknown time, startling Chen Xi. She curved the corners of her mouth and extended a snow-white jade hand, palm up. Chen Xi understood and immediately felt 5 copper coins from his waist and gently placed them in her hand. Right, another day. Yi Hongyang raised his chin and twisted his head, and left joyfully, while also floating a word or two. Feeding. As her back disappeared, Chen Breath rushed in the direction she had left, extending both of his hands in a claw-like shape and squeezing the air fiercely. Grabbed the milk dragon grabber. Turning on his horse, he left the fortress with a sack behind him. The Black Augur was fast and arrived at the county in an hour. First came the county courthouse. Chen Xi did not come in this period of time, and the magistrates looked forward to it every day. Every now and then you go up and down the street and look from side to side. Seeing no sign of the gentleman, he went back to his post. Today, as expected, he watched Chen Xi appear on his high horse and immediately trotted over. The one who leads the horse leads the horse. The one who carries the sacks carries the sacks. And there is also a magistrate who can do something. Kneeling attached to the ground to Chen Xi as a human horse stool, pretending to be a calf. Chen Breath is the best at it. Unceremoniously, he stepped on it and dismounted, then pulled out a handful of copper coins. All are rewarded. Thank you, Divine Dr. Chen. Thank you, Divine Dr. Chen. Chan rested and moved his neck. The rules are the same as always. Good Lu Master. Top quality grass is ready. Just waiting to serve Master's favorite horse. The magistrates were so happy that they held copper coins in their hands and frequently bent and nodded at Chen Xi. Chen Breath stood with his markers slithering straight and pulled a letter out of his pocket. Holding the letterhead between 2 fingers, he passed it forward and grinned widely. Fine, Trisha. Here's a prescription for a remedy to give to the lady. A yaman with quick hands held the letter in both hands and twisted his head to one side, although he dared not look at it through the envelope. These yaman know the rules. Can they be the ones to see this? Even if there's a big pie painted in there, whoever reads it is in a lot of trouble. One bad move and you're dead. The magistrate trotted off to deliver the letter, and Chen Xi left with his hands behind his back. Stroll left, stroll right, bought a few small things. Noon. Chen Xi dined at an inn and opened an elegant room on the 2nd floor. Lay back on your bed and close your eyes. It wasn't long before there was a knock on the door. 3 light and 1 heavy. Chen Xi opened his eyes and got up to open the door to his room. A silhouette with black clothes wrapped around its entire body walked in. Chen Breath glanced left and right toward the door, saw that no one was following, and closed the door to the room. Turning around, the lady had removed the black veil from her face, revealing that rhyming face. The red lips opened slightly, so they printed on his lips. After mingling for several moments, the lips parted. The madam didn't seem to be satisfied and wanted to press on again, but she was separated by one of Chen Xi's fingers, with a bad smile on his face. Break, talk business. The madam lightened Chen Xi with a grudging glance, twisted her body lightly, and found a chair to sit down, elbows propped on the table, white jade hands resting on her chin. She opened her mesmerized eyes to look at him. Is it taking me away? Chen interest in the corner of the mouth a draw. Good guy. This lady so simple-minded it. Not to finish the matter, how can take you away? Don't worry, sweetie. Now is not the time. Her ladyship's eyelashes fluttered slightly a few times when she heard the title, clearly pleased that he was calling himself that. He grunted, then feigned displeasure with a pout. Say, what business? Chen Xi poured a cup of tea for her and placed it in front of her. Throw in a post for me, and meet the county lieutenant on business grounds. The lady's eyes lit up. He said he wanted to see the governor, so it was hard to believe that the plan was about to begin. Little things. The lady waved her hand. That little thing was nothing to her. Seeing that she agreed readily, Chen Xi nodded slightly and began to inquire about Niu Ben's situation in a little more detail. The lady naturally told all, and told everything she knew, and everything she knew. There were a lot of secrets that Bull Run didn't know, which made Chen Breath smack his lips. Good guy. Niu Ben on the surface of the gold basin. It turns out that there are so many ways behind the relationship. The mind became more cautious. After inquiring, again, about the entire situation of the Wang family, the county's biggest competitor in the salt industry, Chen Xi secretly smiled. Good man. So the Wang family is relying on the bandits of Eagle's Nest, and now that's my territory. I can only count the Wang family as unlucky. Running all the information through his head, he immediately had a plan. Well, ma'am has been out for a long time. Aren't you afraid of arousing suspicion? So you'd better go back. Madam is really angry this time. Just got the information you wanted and then you chucked them out, right? Just when he wanted to say 2 heartless words back, his body was lightly embraced by Chen Xi in his arms. The two of them wet grind for a while before calling it quits. The lady gasped and pulled an envelope out of her pocket and shoved it into his arms. Come here for chill later. She can reach me. Then he straightened his messy clothes, put on a black veil and pushed open the door to his room, looked around and walked out. Walking to the corner of the stairs, she also twisted her peach at Chen Xi and disappeared down the stairs. Chen Breath laughed softly and murmured an abrasive sentence. Casually opening the envelope, he unfolded it and was delighted. Deeds. Tucking it back into his arms again, he lay back on the bed and closed his eyes. You'll be needing the county magistrate later. It's a deal that you'll have to do even if you do. If you don't do it, you have to do it. Chapter 1073 Businesses. Untimed. Chen Xi took the black jiao from the magistrate, and the sacks were placed on the saddle. Away to the west, across 2 blocks, a mansion appeared in front of us. 2 vermilion doors stand tall, looking up a plaque. Loyalty and diligence to the world. The plaque was new and obviously hadn't been up long. 3 taps on the brass ring and a few footsteps came from inside. Squeak dash. The door swung open and a young man in a uniformed cotton suit came into view. The youth first looked Chen Xi up and down and did not show any expression before looking at the black scaly dragon behind him. His eyes then condensed, and he clasped his fists at Chen Xi. Does your guest have a post? Chen Xi smiled. Or black jiao works. This kind of divine horse in this era. No less than a Rolls Royce. My name is Chen Xi, and I just cast my obeisance. The youth once again sized up Chen Xi and his attitude became respectful. Your guest will wait a moment. Turning and striding into the mansion, he returned without a moment's effort. Standing in front of the door, he turned sideways and held out a hand. Your Excellency is invited. Chen Xi grabbed the sack with one hand and clipped it under his armpit, while with the other hand he handed the reins over to the youth. With pleasure, the youth returned with a happy face. You're welcome. Leading the black ogre into the courtyard, he went straight to the left to the stables. On the way, the youth even nervously touched the oily fur of the black jiao, with a strong look of envy on his face. War horses of this quality, not to mention White Mountain County. I'm afraid there aren't many horses in the state capital. Chen Xi took a few steps and entered the mansion. Entering the eye, a spacious parlor with a burly man sitting in the main seat. The stout man has a Chinese character face, straight nose and broad mouth, thick eyebrows and big eyes, and his beard is straight to his jaw. Dressed in a gray cloth singlet on a cold day. At the shoulders, the muscles bulged high. Behind the wall, hanging a huge map, mountains, rivers, official passes, as detailed as possible. Above the map, a long sword hangs, its wooden scabbard antiquated and mottled, a piece of obsidian set in the catch spring. The county lieutenant saw Chen Xi clip a sack in. Standing but not kneeling, gazed straight at himself. 2 thick eyebrows frowned slightly, and the gaze that looked at him flattened out a bit. He looked at Chen Xi, and Chen Xi looked at him. The two just stared at each other calmly, neither one speaking. Ryoko, the lieutenant leaned back, his spine pressed against the back of the chair, one arm resting on the armrest, his words unruffled. Chen breath. Right, I know you. After saying this, he nodded at Chen Xi and looked at him with a much calmer look. Chen breath smiled faintly. The straw man also knows the Lord. When the county lieutenant heard this sound of grasshopper, the corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched a bit. You still know that you are a grasshopper. Why don't you kneel down when you see me? But he didn't dwell on the issue, knowing full well that he was a tough nut to crack with the magistrate. Fingers tapped the tabletop a few times. What do you mean, doing business? Chen breath was still holding the sack, his body stood straight, and his tone was not condescending. The magistrate took a deep breath. Business? Doing business with me? A county lieutenant? What? You want to sell me 2 more knives? Frowning at the bastard for a while, he spat out 3 more words. What business? 3 business. Chen breath looked around at the empty chairs, then said with a lack of interest, that's how the magistrate treats his guests. Ha! The magistrate puffed out his cheeks. Not kneeling down when you see this official, but still wanting to sit down? Mentally running through the relationships again. He and the magistrate called themselves brothers and sisters. The two were clearly in cahoots. But this kid has a good meter, no banditry in him, and has so much of the look of a good man. Say he's a businessman, but he's standing upright with a broken sack. What kind of businessman does that? But with that sharpness, it's like he's from the line of duty. Sit down. The magistrate, unable to fathom his purpose in seeing him, simply listened to his business and casually pointed to the chair on his left. Since it's the magistrate's people, just deal with a few words and send them away. One doesn't have the time to fool around with him. When Chen Xi heard that he was told to sit down, there was little change in his face, and he threw the sack on the ground with a thud. A deer leg, exposed along the opening of the bag. A tug on the sack. A merganser, about 200 pounds, lay in the center of the guest room. Chen Xi pulled over the chair, adjusted its orientation, right opposite the county lieutenant, and moved another table in front of it. Blowing on the already dust-free seat of the chair, he folded the sack and laid it on top. Sitting on his ass, both hands ambled over to the tabletop and looked at the empty tabletop. Disgruntled. Where's the fruit bowl? That's what business is all about. No models to serve you. And no fruit plate? Songs, do you have to order them yourself? 2. Stage, lights, high-vis thighs. Where is it all? The bastard treats this place like a commercial K. The magistrate first saw the plum deer stunned, and then saw the goods to move their own chairs. And even more outrageous is in front of a table. looking up at the beams. Will this one make it to the sky? Returning to his senses, he wondered. What did you just say? Chen interest faced some dislike. The age is not big. Why the year is still not good? Where's the fruit bowl? This time he spoke very seriously, and the words were clearly delivered to the ears of the county lieutenant. The lieutenant's face muscles twitched when he heard those 3 words. He looked at the plum deer on the ground, and then at Chen Breath, who had demanded a fruit plate. Taking a ragged breath, he waved backward. Serve him a fruit plate. In the corner of the guest room, there was a small door for easy access, and a clear voice came from inside. Yes, master. Not long after, a little girl dressed as a maid walked in with a fruit plate. Froze upon seeing the scene. It's fine for his lordship to sit in the main seat. Able to. Opposite the lord, a table was also set in the center of the guest room. A handsome man behind the table, sitting opposite his lordship. What's this look? The little maid pursed her lips, 2 cute little dimples hanging on her face. Placing the fruit plate on the table, he turned to stand behind his lordship, his 2 small hands folded together, looking a little constricted. Chen Breath looked at the fruit plate for a while. 4 large apples laying on the bottom and an apple pear stacked on top. The styling. Who does give offerings to? Regardless of whether or not there is such a rule in this day and age. First of all, the tips for the young models are gone. Adding bells doesn't add her either. Grab an apple pear and take a hard, juicy bite. Sweet. Holding half of the missing apple pears in his hand, Chen Breath barred his mouth and made another request. Where are the pastries? I'll go to my big brother's place and have all the pastries, the kind with cinnamon sprinkled on top, crunchy and delicious. The magistrate was so angry that he almost had to kick people out. Where the hell did this come from? If it wasn't for the merganser, and the status of the magistrate holding it down, I would have thrown the bastard out long ago. His beard shook with anger, and he gave another command to the little maid. Give him, on the pastry. Once he finished speaking, he twisted his head, really unwilling to look at Chen Xi's eating face. The little maid shrank her neck and hurriedly ran to get the pastries. Not a moment's effort. Brought a plate of pastries, put it on the table and ran, afraid that Chen Xi would eat her too. Back to the original position to stand, every now and then to steal a glance at the chin rest. She is too curious. So will work. An apple pear, along with 4 big apple are down. When Chen Xi saw the pastries coming, his eyes glowed, grabbing a large piece and stuffing it into his mouth. The big mouth didn't chew twice before stuffing in another chunk. Right, that's the flavor. Soft and sweet. The only downside is that it's a bit of a throat mush. A little choked and hurriedly rubbed his neck, and pointed a finger at the little maid. Serve tea. This time he bypassed the prefect and commanded the little maid directly. The little maid looked timidly at the master. This tea, on or off? Seeing that Chen Xi was choking, the magistrate turned his head the other way again. Go, the magistrate's brother. Don't choke on me. It's not a big deal, but it's bad luck. The little maid ran out again, and this time she learned to be sharp, and went to the back kitchen to carry out the soup pot and pour half a pot of tea to serve. Bam on the table. Running back to his original position again, he looked at Chen Breath curiously. This June is such a big eater. Love watching him eat so much. We look at the king of big appetizers. The little maid looks at the Chen. Interest is the same. Chen Xi choked uncomfortably and picked up the soup pot to drink. Gobble gobble gobble. The cow drank a few large mouthfuls before setting the soup pot down. Wiping his mouth with his sleeve, he searched the table again for something. The magistrate's heart tightened. What is this thing going to do again? He just couldn't bear it. 3 times to ask for east and west. Although you are the brother of the magistrate, but you cannot bully people too much. You can't make a monkey out of me. The magistrate was about to get angry, but Chen Xi searched for half a day before he resigned. He was going to look for a microphone, then thought better of it. Eat and drink. Let's leave the song alone. The 2 of them may not understand even if they sing. A hug to the prefect. Thank you, Lord Prefect, for your hospitality. Let's talk about those 3 businesses. The lieutenant was relieved to see that he wasn't being a demon. Sending the little maid away, he stared at Chen Xi and opened his mouth indifferently. Say it. Chen Breath smiled faintly, crossed his legs and swayed. The first sentence, opening the door. Get promoted, get rich, stay alive. 3 business uttered, followed by a show of hands and a playful look. Lord Prefect, do you want them all? Or pick one? As the words fell, the prefectural lieutenant's eyes narrowed deeply, his eyes shooting towards Chen Xi like a sharp sword. This kid, what do you mean? Chapter 108 Green Buddha. After hearing this, the prefectural lieutenant stared at Chen Xi with some amusement. Get promoted, get rich, save your life. The first 2 are understandable on their own, but saving your life? Is this ing next to each other? The magistrate stared at Chen Xi for a while, seeing that he didn't look like he was seeking his own amusement, before he returned. Tell me, this officer, how did he get promoted? Chen Breath smiled. Interested is good. When you kill bandits and get credit for governing a place, you naturally get promoted. The lieutenant lightly grunted. I cannot know to kill bandits promotion, but the court is poor into what kind of, and now the government soldiers' pay is still dragging it. Starve the bandits? Slip of the tongue. He didn't want to hear anymore. Such a childish idea held little appeal for him. Sweeping a glance at Chen Xi, he wanted to send off his guests, but seeing the depth in his eyes and his composure, he suddenly became a little more interested, so he might as well let him finish. And the hairy fortune, how was it made? Chen Xi laughed again, pulled out a gold dollar from his pocket, and slapped it on the tabletop. The moment he saw the gold dollar, the county lieutenant's pupils shrunk. He had been in office for so long, he had never seen such a large gold ingot. Where did this kid come from? Look at the size. It's not a 10-2 ingot. The county lieutenant swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The military pay is in arrears, and the brothers below still have to support their families, and they are sad all day long, not to mention morale. The magistrate's eyes were glowing at the sight of the gold ingots at the moment. Chen Xi glanced at the prefect's expression and the corner of his mouth curved up. You're short of money, aren't you? I've got plenty. Taking out another small bottle from his pocket, he uncorked it and sprinkled a little bit of the white fine salt on the golden dollar. Spreading it as he did, he watched the prefect's expression. Sure enough, the magistrate frowned in uncertainty when he saw him spreading something on the gold ingot. The lieutenant looked at it for a moment, then suddenly thought of something and looked closely at the white, crystalline white particles. Could it be that fine salt in the homes of the county's nobility these days? The refined salt is fresh and well reviewed. He also made a point of asking around and learned that it was the Su family salt store that sold it, and went there in person. He wanted to buy some to try at home, but the shopkeeper said they were out of stock and didn't know when the next batch of refined salt would come in, so they just told him to go back and wait. Like the situation with the county lieutenant, many of the nobles who went to Su's store to buy refined salt returned disappointed. It was a wait of some days. I wanted to get up and get some to try just to confirm my suspicions, but then I felt it was not right. Wouldn't that be a loss of identity? Just eyeball it right there. Chen Breath saw the change in his expression and sprinkled half of the bottle of refined salt, then corked the lid and placed the small bottle on the table. With a gentle blow, the refined salt spread across the table, revealing the gold dollar again. This thing is called refined salt, and I'm sure the county lieutenant has heard of it, right? The lieutenant looked at the white pellets and gold dollars on the table, his eyes hesitant to retract, and nodded instinctively. Chen Interest lightly smiled. Know it well. Save the little master a lot of nagging. I made this thing, and I dare ask the magistrate if I can get rich? The lieutenant's pupils tightened as he listened. What did he say? Did he make the refined salt? Unbelievably, he looked up at Chen Breath, trying to see through if he was lying, but Chen Xi's eyes were so deep and dark that he couldn't see anything at all. Suddenly, the lieutenant's eyes widened. It's not right. Very wrong. He is the brother of the county magistrate, who is the backer of the largest salt store in the county, the Wang family, now the magistrate's brother, with the Su family's refined salt, seeks to do business with himself? The lieutenant felt a little short of brains. Where and where not next to each other? It's so awkward to stroke. Chen Xi knew that he couldn't figure it out, so he didn't explain too much and added another fire. Don't think about it, Mr. County Lieutenant. It's a business I think you're quite suited for. Brothers under the hand, the home will not be able to support. Your Honor, this official position to do. Chen Breath paused, dusted off his clothes that were sticking some fine salt, and said meaningfully, a little shabby. Yo, that one sentence hit the county lieutenant right in the lifeblood. Indeed, the brothers under his command have suffered a lot by following him. The court's military pay is delayed, and the brothers underneath have gone off duty to look for part-time jobs. Otherwise, what would the mother-in-law and children at home eat? There is an old man at the top and a young man at the bottom. Are they all going to starve to death? The lieutenant looked at the refined salt and gold, bit his teeth hard, and stopped pretending that he couldn't afford it. This kid seems to know everything. Whether it's banditry or silver, it hits you right where it hurts. He stayed in the line of duty all his life, and returned to the state capital to serve in the local shortage of talent, and then was sent to Baishan County to be a county lieutenant, in charge of the county government soldiers. He has been upright all his life, and he loves his soldiers like a son, but he did not expect to plant his head in Baishan County. The local banditry is serious, but there is no military pay to fight the bandits, and the brothers underneath are starving to death after themselves. The magistrates above are exploiting the people again, and they are so happy to have big fish and meat all day long. Can't stand to see this kind of behavior. He secretly investigated the county magistrate. There are already some clues, and when he has all the incriminating evidence, he will definitely report him to the state capital. Eradicate this tumor. Their own days can be better. Divert some silver money, but also can solve the urgent needs of the moment. But the refined salt and gold were right there in front of us, and if you reached out, you could grab it. He saw the hope and asked for the point straight away. You're the magistrate's brother, and the magistrate is the backer of the Wang family's salt store. Why do you want to seek my cooperation? The words were blunt. Chen Xi was supposed to be in bed with the magistrate, so why did he find himself? How can you get rich on your own? He was puzzled. Chen Xi laughed after hearing this and stood up, hands behind his back, somewhat scholarly. I'm not talented. I'm currently holding the position of village chief of Wowa village. No matter how I say it, I'm also the village chief who manages a village and brings everyone to eat. The first half of the sentence is an introduction. The second half is the point. Saying this, he bent down and looked straight at the magistrate, his words plunging into his heart like a sharp blade. How can you be in bed with a bandit leader? When he finished speaking, he stood up straight, a flash of ruthlessness surfacing on his face, waiting quietly for the county lieutenant to speak. The magistrate's eyes widened and his heart shook wildly. One investigates this very line, and all the clues point to the true identity of the magistrate. Exactly of all the cottages in White Mountain County, the biggest pawn. Jade Dragon Ridge Lords and Bandits. Green Buddha. Chapter 109. So proud? You. The magistrate shivered and stood up, pointing at Chen Xi, too shocked to speak. His mind was in chaos now, completely unable to see where Chen Xi was coming from. The brother of the magistrate, who voluntarily exposed his elder brother's identity to himself, and gave himself 3 businesses: get promoted, get rich, save your life. With the first 2 out of the way, what about the third? Without batting an eyelid, Chen Xi reached out one finger and gently peeled away the trembling finger that the county lieutenant was pointing at him. I, for one, am most annoyed by people pointing their fingers at me, and I can forgive you once for our first meeting. Madness, incredibly flailing. However, at this moment, the county lieutenant did not feel at all that Chen Xi's action was a violation of his superiority, but instead, the slightest hint of cold sweat seeped out of his back. The mind calms down and mentally analyzes it once again. If he and the magistrate are one and the same, promotion and wealth, these 2 businesses are said to be testing themselves. The goal is to give yourself hope and then take the opportunity to pry into your findings. Once one is all in, there is only one outcome awaiting one. The government soldiers can't move without military pay, and the county magistrates, whether they are in official positions or bandit roads, the county magistrates have pressed themselves horizontally, truly black and white. Don't make it too easy to assassinate him. The magistrate was confident that the conversation he had just had did not reveal that he was secretly investigating the magistrate. Instead, he took it upon himself to say that the magistrate was the biggest bandit leader in White Mountain County. Then there is only one answer. The magistrate had sensed that he was secretly investigating him. This man, he's really here to save my life. Having figured all this out, the prefect held out a hand and made a gesture of invitation, his tone even somewhat curt. Brother Chen, please take a seat. Just now it was my brother who was slacking off. Please don't be offended. Chen interest to see him recognize the reality. Not too stupid, just a little simple-minded, bent on eradicating the county magistrate this tumor. But he neglected to mention that the magistrate has been entrenched here for many years, and has been operating in both the black and the white worlds. So how can it be investigated and understood by a new lieutenant like you? I'm afraid your every move has long been watched. The reason I didn't kill you for the time being is that the magistrate is laying out a plan, and I'm afraid that it won't be long before your head will be used by him to exchange for political accomplishments. Chen Breath smiled faintly and sat down. Is there a third business to talk about? With his legs crossed, he completely crushed his opponent in terms of momentum. To talk. Brother Chen, please speak. The magistrate was sitting with a very serious expression. Chen Xi finished speaking but did not look at him again, instead looking at the huge map on the wall. The county lieutenant saw Chen Xi looking at the map and was a little unsure. Isn't the third business to keep me alive? Why are you looking at the map? Taking the initiative, he came to stand beside Chen Xi. Chen Xi just sat there and raised his hand to point to a location on the map. Is that the Jade Dragon Ridge? Yeah. The county lieutenant immediately nodded his head. Looking at the map was one of his daily essential tasks, and had long ago marked down the locations of all the bandit strongholds in Baishan County. As soon as the Imperial Army's pay arrives, it will immediately expand the government's army and launch a campaign against the bandits. Chen Breath moved his neck and spoke to himself. It's hard to look up. The magistrate understood instantly, and this time he didn't need the little maid. He personally went to the door and called out, "Punch, fetch the detailed drawing of my bedroom." "Okay, Dad." The door answered, and by the sound of his voice, it was the youth who had just received Chen Xi. Not long after, the youth walked in holding a cloth map, and there was some doubt in his mind that this person was not here to do business. Why is Godfather showing this detailed drawing to his guests? The county lieutenant took the map and introduced it to Chen Xi. "Brother Chen, this is my righteous godson, Yang Chong," he said, twisting his head toward Yang Chong. "I haven't met Uncle Chen yet." Yang Chong froze. he is outside the rare horset, so will the work, how to drop a generation. Seeing that Chen Xi was about the same age as himself, calling him uncle, but the godfather's words dare not be disobeyed, bending over and arching his hand. Yang Chong has met Uncle Chen. Chen Xi habitually touched his waist, intending to give a few bounties. Realizing that the occasion was inappropriate, he withdrew his hand again and nodded at Yang Chong. No need to be polite. The two people this is considered to know each other. The county lieutenant will be detailed map on the table in front of Chen Xi. Expand. This map, more detailed than the one on the wall, with the location of the mountains and rivers knitted up one bump at a time, and even labeled with heights. The location of the river, intentionally woven with green threads. The meadow, the woods, a glimpse of it. Scale, to the nearest meter. Chen Xi looked at the map, occasionally drawing twice with his hand. Seeing that Chen Xi was looking seriously, the father and son didn't disturb and just quietly stood aside. Chen Xi watched for a full 2/4 of an hour, and the expression on his face was no longer grave and gradually stretched out. He learned from his wife that the magistrate had been absent from the residence for the past few days. Apparently, he went out to set up something, and the lady also told herself that the magistrate had met with Wang Zhang several times in secret recently. He also told himself to be more careful, and I'm afraid he won't be able to hide the fine salt for long. Chen Breath rubbed his sore brow and said in a deep voice, "If you want to save your life, you have to do what I say or we'll both die." The lieutenant had guessed that the magistrate would deal with him, but he didn't know in what way. Chen Xi asked solemnly, and he returned seriously. "Brother Chen, tell me, how many trusted men do you have under you?" The county lieutenant didn't even think about it and answered immediately. 530. Seeing his quick answer, Chen Breath thought he didn't clear it and repeated it again. "I'm talking about trustworthy brethren." The county lieutenant saw Chen Xi's skepticism and smiled confidently. "I've been in the army all my life. Don't I know that the men under me are trustworthy and untrustworthy? Brother Chen can rest assured. The brothers under me are all trustworthy." Afraid that Chen Xi didn't believe him, he even deliberately pointed to his head with his finger. "Heads on a guarantee." Chen Xi stared at the county lieutenant for a long time and lightly spat out a word. "Good. Keep asking questions. What is the exact strength of the Jade Dragon Ridge?" "No less than 1,000. The county lieutenant answered the question. Chen Xi took a deep breath when he heard this number. The entire county government soldiers were only 530 people. A bandit fortress actually reached a huge 1,000 people. This is still a single Jade Dragon Ridge. If those miscellaneous bandits add a piece, is this any way for the people to live? Today's great imperial dynasty can only be described in one word. Sucks. It's rotten to the roots. Chen Xi held his hand on the table and spoke in a grave tone. "If I'm not mistaken, the magistrate will be 10 days at the latest and 5 days at the shortest. Then you will be sent to a village to fight the bandits." The prefectural lieutenant and Yang Chong frowned at the same time when they heard this. "What village? Shouldn't we go to a bandit village to fight bandits? So we're going to a small village? Illogical. Completely illogical." Seeing that the two were confused, Chen Xi smiled faintly. "The county magistrate will cite the rampant banditry as the reason for diverting some of the silver money for the payroll for this campaign against the bandits. And you simply cannot resist, because at that time, the village of Wowo was already surrounded by bandits." The father and son looked at each other, both seeing doubt in the other's eyes, and both feeling like their brains weren't enough. The magistrate, who was the biggest bandit leader, sent the bandits to surround the village and then sent himself to lead the bandits. "What are you doing? What about playing?" Chen Xi bent up 2 fingers, knuckles heavily knocking the table twice, hating the iron. "Why do you think the magistrate sent you to fight the bandits? That he, Mom, is killing you." "Word for word," said the father and son as if in a dream. So that's it. Send yourself out of the city in the name of fighting bandits. Then take the opportunity to kill yourself, and the magistrate will then lead the men to drive away the bandits that surrounded the village. In this way, not only did he die, but the magistrate also got credit for defeating the bandits. But he had another doubt, which he immediately voiced. "Then why did you choose the village of Wao?" Chen Xi suddenly stood up, and the father and son were startled, involuntarily taking a step back. What's he up to? Only to see Chen Breath patting his chest with a proud face, patting it with a thud and saying aloud, "That he is killing me." The magistrate and Yang Chong stared at the same time with their eyes wide open and their mouths wide open. "I'll kill you if I have to. Are you that proud?" Chapter 110. It's time to move your muscles. The prefectural lieutenant didn't know why Chen Xi was so proud, and slowed down for a moment before speaking. "That Jade Dragon Ridge has thousands of bandits, and our government soldiers are only half of them, and they're prepared for it. So how do we break it?" Chen Interest incomparably disappointed to look at the county lieutenant. Just now also boasted that he stayed in the line of duty all his life. Even such a simple way to break the game cannot be thought of? Being outnumbered is a bit of an advantage, but it doesn't tell you everything. Besides, you're not guessing the right number. No wonder he was sent to White Mountain County to be a tiny county lieutenant. He must have been unable to make it in the line of duty and was sent here to retire by his superiors in honor of his loyalty. What's your name? Chen Xi did not even call the county lieutenant this time, and directly asked him his full name. The corner of the magistrate's mouth twitched. A grasshopper dared to ask this official's name? Although the heart is a little twisted, but now also expect people to give themselves ideas, can only truthfully answer. Old man. Yang Ganglai. Rigid. Chen Xi subconsciously wanted to look behind him, not realizing that the county lieutenant had also used the condition in his name. Going to the clinic saves a lot of trouble. Without dwelling on his name, he reached out his finger and tapped it on the map at the village of Wow. Watch with me. Father and son looked at the map at the same time, and there was none other than the village of Wawa. Chen Xi was afraid that the two of them would not understand, and pointed his finger at the Wawa village on the map, and said with a straight face, "Right now Yang Ganglai is surrounded in Wawa village." He was about to say a second sentence when he was suddenly interrupted by Yang Ganglai. "Brother Chen, it's not right. It is you who are in the Wawa village. It is you who are to be surrounded. This official is there to save you." Chen Breath shook his head. "No, it's Yang Ganglai who's surrounded in the village of Wawa, and then this village chief comes to your rescue." Yang Ganglia's brain really can't turn around. "I'm a county lieutenant, not the head of Wawa village. Why am I surrounded?" The heart is angry, but it doesn't dare to say so. Who asked for the initiative? Let's just say he's wrong. Seeing that he wasn't dwelling on the issue, Chen Xi smiled smugly and continued. "You were surrounded, and then this village chief went to rescue you." This time Yang Ganglai read it and immediately picked up the conversation. "And then you were surrounded too." What he understood was this. First the bandits surrounded Wawa village. The magistrate sent himself with the government soldiers to surround the bandits, and later the magistrate led the bandits to surround the government soldiers. And then, he didn't know. That comment pissed Chen Breath off so much that he wanted to kick his ass, but thinking about his symptoms, forget it. It's not good to be rigid and too strong. Sighing inwardly, how could I meet such a stubborn person everywhere? This was true for Yi Hongying in the cottage, and it was also true for Yang Ganglai in front of him. Suddenly, something occurred to him. The old brain won't work. What about the young one? Turning his gaze to Yang Chong. Yang Chong had originally cupped his chin and was looking at the map with a serious face when he suddenly felt Chen Xi's gaze sweeping towards him. He looked up to meet his expectant eyes and then moved in the direction of his godfather. "Uncle Chen, I'll protect my father." Chen Breath twisted his head once he heard it, closed his eyes in disappointment, and shook his head with a hand on his head. A family of idiots. Such people can't be expected to listen. It's better to just order them. The big deal is to give them a post-war summary in person after the battle. How much they can learn depends on their perception. Okay, now for your assignments. Chen Xi didn't want to talk nonsense. If he continued to dilly-dally, it would be dark. As soon as Yang Ganglai heard that Chen Xi was going to give himself a task, he looked around. That's right, this is really my home. A village chief, who went to the house of the lieutenant and gave the lieutenant an assignment. It doesn't seem like it in any way, but it just magically happened to me. He can't say no yet. "Brother Chen, please speak." Chen Xi's finger continued to point at the location of Wawa village as he opened his mouth. Now this is an empty village. The two of them were still to stare in disbelief when Chen Xi's next sentence followed. "You don't need to care why the village is empty. That one is none of your business." The two nodded numbly. "Now, I want you to send 100 government soldiers, with their families, to live in the village pretending to be people." Yang Ganglai was once again confused and wanted to ask a question when suddenly his chest was nailed by one of Chen Xi's fingers, and several times in a row. "From now on, no questions, more listening." "Got it." Chen pressed on, not caring whether these two understood or not, and continued to make arrangements. 100 government soldiers, along with their families, disguised as villagers, stand guard. Don't be alarmed even if you are surrounded by bandits. Their target is you. They won't make a move until you show up. There's a relatively safe place there, and I'll send someone to assist the house soldiers when the time comes. Chen Breath turned his head and glanced at the duo. "Listen carefully and repeat it back to me." The two men repeated themselves woodenly before Chen Breath gave up and went on. "Then you were ordered to take the house soldiers to support them. Here comes the point." Chen Xi especially emphasized the key points. The purpose was to let the two people have a preparation in their hearts, or else they would be in a mess when the time came, and would sacrifice many of their brothers for nothing. Yang Ganglai and Yang Chong sniffed, knowing that this was the turning point, and nodded their heads in unison. Listening with ears perked up, he listened to Chen Xi's arrangement. Only when he saw that the two were serious did Chen Xi speak again. "The first bandits to surround the village will not be too many, almost 200 or so. The Bear Ridge Walled City and the Running Wolf Walled City are the main ones, and their fighting strength is average." Neither dared to speak and continued to listen. After you counter-surround the bandits, the magistrate will come with a large number of bandits. Contrary to what you may think, these people are not from Jade Dragon Mountain, but have been transferred from the major fortresses in the distance. The number, about 2,000. Hearing this number, the two men's hearts shook wildly. Jade Dragon Ridge can bring together 2,000 bandits without anyone coming out? Chen Xi gently patted young Gunlia's shoulder. Green Buddha, not just the Jade Dragon Ridge Grandmaster, he also has the status of being the chief scooper of all the bandit villages in White Mountain County. The bandits that are counted all over the place, the big bosses in the walled villages, are all his sworn brothers. He knows that you've already checked out Jade Dragon Ridge and is afraid that you'll notice, so he won't move the people there. The muscles on Yang Gunlia's face couldn't stop trembling. This was a dead end. If Brother Chen hadn't informed me today, I would probably have to account for my life here. Not only himself, along with the lives of more than 500 government soldiers in the entire Baishan County, all will be finished. Yang Ganglai couldn't tense up anymore, panting heavily and looking at Chen Xi as if he saw a life-saving straw. Brother Chen, it's a small matter for me to die, but more than 500 brethren can't be killed by this traitor. This game, how do you break it? Yang Ganglai shivered his lips. He treated the following brothers as brothers and sisters, and could never watch them get killed. All have families, all have relatives old and young to take care of. When they die, countless families will follow. He couldn't just stand by and watch the human tragedy unfold. It had to be broken. Chen Xi nodded. From the county lieutenant's treatment of his brethren, he had done a fairly competent job. Didn't you come from the state capital? I'm sure you have many acquaintances there? Upon hearing this, Yang Ganglai slapped his head. Why didn't he think of it? There are indeed his old bosses in the state capital. It shouldn't be difficult to transfer soldiers from the state capital to suppress the bandits. Good. I'll write a letter to my old boss and mobilize troops to suppress it. Chen Breath gave him a fierce blank look, not nagging him, and directly stated the purpose. You came from the transfer. The credit is all theirs. What the hell are you promoting? Yang Ganglai had been disliked by Chen Xi countless times today, and he didn't even know how many times he had froze. He was already numb. It was as if whatever he did was wrong in this brother Chen's eyes. What the hell should I do? From the state capital, 1 or 2 officials of some repute will suffice, for the purpose of letting them see, with their own eyes, the true identity of the magistrate. As for how to eliminate the 2,000 or so bandits, leave it to me. After Chen Xi finished speaking, he just quietly waited for Yang Ganglai to reply. Yang Ganglai closed his eyes and gasped for a few rough breaths. Rich and powerful. Whether or not he could sit as a magistrate was not important. What was important was to protect the brothers under him. A bite. It's dry. Snapping his eyes open, his eyes flashed with a brilliant light, once again regaining the aura of a prefectural lieutenant. Brother Chen, 1 or 2 reputable officials are not a problem. Tell us specifically how to do it. When Chen Xi saw that he had made up his mind, his smile was a bit cold. Good. Since Brother Yang has such vigor, Brother will congratulate him in advance. County Magistrate Yang, flag off. Next, Chen Xi went over all the steps, in detail, a few times. Take all the details of it, break it up and crumble it up, and feed it to both of their mouths. The father and son nodded their heads as they listened, the look of shock growing on their faces. It wasn't until nightfall that Chen Xi left with a tired face. The official road, bright moonlight, white snow between the roads. Chen Xi rode the black Jiao at a starry night, not stopping for a moment. Go back and prepare. Green Buddha devised a plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Chen Breath, how could it be otherwise? Next, it's also time to move your muscles. Chapter 111 Barbarian Village Chiefs. It was late at night when we got back to Hawksbill Mountain. Chen Xi quietly bolted Black Chow back to the stables, then returned to the house like a thief. Looked at a couple of the maidens' rooms. Make sure you don't have the same problems you had last time you were in the wrong room. Where Wooey was too important to him right now. Other people's little girls. A mouthful of masters. Not only did you get in the wrong door, but you also plastered someone's mouth. It's so embarrassing. The bastard didn't have his own house and quietly pushed open by Rongrong's room. A sweep through the hazy moonlight. Ha! The room is empty. Once again, he moved to Qin Yao's room. Still no one. A sense of foreboding set in. Not caring much at the moment, he pushed open Fan Yan's room. Stay on the spot. The 3 ladies made a good big bed. At the moment, they were hiding under the covers and whispering something. Everyone had a smile on their face, seeing Chen Xi enter the house. Bai Rongrong's body completely recovered, so she moved the fastest. Husband, hit the mark. It's no longer possible for husband to break you individually. We've found a way to deal with you. Chen Breath is confused. Against yourself? Then something seemed to come into his head. In his heart, he laughed. Even if the 3 of you came together, he was not afraid. Chen Xi deliberately pretended to be afraid to run away, but the 3 girls had already prepared themselves. How could they let him have his way? Fan Yan also disregarded her image and took the brunt, holding on hard to the husband who was trying to escape, bullying herself and Yao Yao every day. Rong Rong's body didn't recover and she didn't escape her husband's clutches. Tonight is the night they turn over a new leaf. 3 of them together. I'll see if husband still dares to show off. The 3 women's wishful thinking rang true. Together, they pulled Chen Breath onto the big bed. Next time, Fan Yan was the first to cry and beg for mercy, followed by Qin Yao. Bai Rongrong's mouth was hard and unyielding, until her body was falling apart. She compromised and begged for mercy. Unsurprisingly, Bai Rongrong's newly recovered body was once again hit hard. Paralyzed, he could no longer muster an ounce of strength. Chen Breath grinned and took it easily. You're only 3 and you're trying to trick your husband? 2 more wouldn't hurt. This night, the 3 women cried miserably. The bastard still wouldn't stop when he saw that they were convinced. Bitchy asked one by one, convinced? 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 Only after waiting for a satisfactory answer did he go to sleep with a big grin on his face. This impressive record is rare in the world. Please call me, Barbarian Mayor. Early the next morning. Early to let the side of the Ning chaos to bring people back. Salt mines temporarily put. Full preparation for war. He personally guided them in building kilns and making steel. Ordered those bandits to build tall chimneys and taught the 2 old men, Li Det and Li Er, how to make windboxes. Iron ore cannot be refined for the time being, only the bandit cottage. The original one's broken copper and iron out back to the furnace. The people did not know what the village chief was doing, but they all followed with one mind. Period. Chen Xi mysteriously took Li Er away. He strides ahead of him, and Li Er follows behind him with a confused look on his face as he sets up his crutches. Every now and then, he bounced on one leg a few times in order not to be left too far behind. Come to where no one is. Chen Breath looked around to make sure no one was there before he attached his ear. Can you read the drawings yet? Li Er froze for a moment before reacting to what Chen Xi was talking about with the drawings. His head was shaking like a rattle, and a big black face had embarrassment written all over it. He didn't know much, and had been interested in the drawings in Wu Yi's hands, except that there were too many places he couldn't read. Wu Yi saw that Li Er did not understand, and taught him to read and write, but his foundation was really too weak. After several days of study and only a 21% increase in knowledge base, I had no choice but to give up. At this point, Chen Xi asked him if he could read the drawings, and he expressed embarrassment. Seeing this, Chen Xi also knew that it was difficult for this old man. It seems that he still cannot get around Shoya. There was no recourse but to pull a few drawings out of his arms. He had drawn this drawing a long time ago, but just never had the time to implement it. Now that the Great War is about to start, we have to do it even if we don't. You take this drawing and go to Yi. Yi will be watching, and she'll tell you what to do when the time comes. Li Er had a big black face on top of him. The village chief was out of his mind? Wouldn't it be better if you just gave it to Wu Yi? You want me to hop back on one leg with my crutches? Li Er glanced back and a few more black lines were added to his big black face. One is at least a few hundred meters away from the carpenter's workshop. Chen Xi didn't care what Li Er thought and attached his ear again. Let's just say I was busy on my end. Didn't see Yi, and had no choice but to find you to pass it on. Li Er returned to his senses, looked at the expectant Chen Xi, and nodded heavily. Seeing that he understood, Chen Xi smiled smugly. Go ahead, beat up the laborers as you choose, and try to get this thing done sooner rather than later. Make more. Li Er listened and nodded seriously again, seeing that Chen Xi had nothing more to command. Racking up the crutch, he popped back up on one leg. Chen Xi took a long breath when he saw that Li Er had left. He also knew that avoiding Wu Yi like this wasn't a solution, so for the time being, it would have to be like this. At the thought, he raised his hand and slapped himself hard. Hey, sinning. Turning his head, he went to find Yi Hongyang again and told him all about his plan, because in the big battle at hand, this rash species is the first main force. Who told her to be so good at kung fu? Yi Hongyang heard that there were more than 2,000 people on the other side, and did not have the slightest stage fright. She was clear about the power of Chen Xi's crossbow and did a rough calculation in her mind. The villagers on this side, the strong laborers, together, are estimated to make up 200 people. 200 versus 2,000. Advantage on me. Chen Xi again praised her fiercely for her good kung fu, and again praised her for being a woman. I thought to myself, little chicken, you can't even beat me. Yi Hongying was praised in a good mood, so this denizen's mouth is so sweet. The beauty of it almost sprung snot bubbles. Later on, she responded to whatever Chen Xi said. There is simply no one more obedient than her. Yi Hongying was fooled by this guy and could not find the north, picking up the red-tasseled gun, and was spirited. With the men, they began their training, and she taught them all the moves from the army. There are no fancy racks, it's all about offense. Ernia took the villagers and Husiko took 50 strong laborers and formed a makeshift war party. As the main commander, Yi Hongying was busy, leading the men in training at the same time. On the one hand, he took 7 apprentices, and some village women who were in good physical condition, to practice the crossbow. Although it was boring and tedious, Yi Hongyang was beautiful in her heart every time she remembered Chen Xi's words of praise for her. All day, that mouth never closed. Chen interest and let Ning mess with those bandits to do labor. What tired work heavy worker called them to do. The bandits are all scrambling to be the first to perform in order to stay alive. Arranged for Auntie Zhang to be in charge of the kitchen. All of them arranged for refined rice and meat. Otherwise this kind of high-intensity physical exertion. Really afraid that they could not hold out. After arranging everything, Chen Xi found a place to be lazy and sleep. 1v3 last night. He's also gritting his teeth. One must not show one's cowardice in front of the 3 matrons, or one's family status will be unstable in the future. For fear of encountering Wu Yi, this one came back to the woodshed. Still the same pile of hay. Chen breath grimaced bitterly and dug in with a bow. Still a good haystack. This one's used to it. Lier hopped back on one leg and handed the drawings to Wu Yi with a straight face. Wu Yi took it in her hand and looked at the top of the drawing, the familiar handwriting of the master teacher. The little face reddened unnaturally. Where's my master teacher? Why didn't you hand it to me personally? Lier, due to the fact that he had been with Wu Yi for a long time and treated her as his own granddaughter, he, who was usually not talkative, opened his mouth to say a lot of words in a rare manner. Your master just took me far away and told me to tell you that he's a little busy and asked me to give you the drawings. Lier said this, and reached out to point, having just popped over there himself. As soon as Wu Yi took a look at that remote corner, she knew that Master Shifu was deliberately avoiding her. What's a little busy? It's all excuses. Kiss yourself and deny it. Wu Yi was usually meek in nature, but she was by no means ambivalent on this issue. A young girl's honor above all else. Since Master Shifu is avoiding me, then I'll go to the teacher's grandmother and complain. Wu Yi clenched her small fists. Milk is fierce. Chapter 112 A Little Punishment. The more Wu Yi thought about it, the angrier she became. Her pretty face reddened by Chen Xi's anger. Not caring about Chen Brett's drawings, he huffed and puffed his way to the main house. He hadn't told anyone about himself, just to give Master Shifu a chance. Offer to marry yourself in marriage. Now you're not avoiding me. I'm going to make a big deal out of this. The bigger the better. And see if Master Shifu gives himself a name. She actually liked Chen Xi a long time ago, but just in the way of the young girl's reserve and master teacher status, did not dare to say it. It's just as well that this time, if we take advantage of the situation, the teacher and grandmothers will surely make a case for themselves. Pushing open the door to the room, each of the 3 master grandmothers was listless. Even if they were listless, they cheered each other on. The failure of this plan frustrated the girls. Husband was so brave that the 3 of them together hadn't been able to take it. How can we live in the future? Had to get help. Yes, nobles have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Our husband should have them too. Otherwise you really can't carry it. Woohoo! Just when they were at their wits' end, the door of the room was pushed open by Wu Yi, and the 3 women were stunned. Then they straightened their expressions and greeted Wu Yi cordially as usual. Would have liked to shush a few people, but looking at Wu Yi's bitter little face, Fan Yan felt something was wrong and inquired with concern. Is Yi not feeling well? Do you need to have your master check his pulse? At the mention of Master Shifu, Wu Yi cried out with a wow. The 3 women were at a loss for words. How come they cried louder at the mention of their husbands? After comforting her for a while, Wu Yi told the whole thing, aggressively, how the master teacher bullied himself. In what direction did he reach out? Where did he probe? And how did he kiss his mouth afterward? And that tongue still. Nothing is too big or too small. The 3 women were dumbfounded after hearing this. Husband, how can you do this to your husband? Fan Yan's heart was as fine as a hair, and she understood her husband's nature. He must have gone to the wrong room and recognized Shoei as himself before such a ridiculous thing happened. The mind doesn't know what to do. A woman's honor is the most important thing, and once again, she comforts Wu Yi, assuring her that this is a misunderstanding, and that her husband is not the one to take advantage of people's danger. It was good that Fan Yan did not comfort, but after comforting, Wu Yi cried even louder. Shoei, don't worry, Master Grandma will definitely do the right thing for you. When my husband comes back later, I'll ask him about the situation. Fan Yan was worried about her husband's reputation with all her heart, but Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong didn't think so. Looking at the crying Wu Yi, the 2 women looked at each other, laughing out loud in unison. Fan Yan saw that Yao Yao and Rongrong didn't come to comfort. Instead they were laughing there. The husband's honor is big. Why are these 2 sisters so unattached? Trying to bring out the majesty of the first lady to teach a lesson. Suddenly being pulled by Qin Yao's hand, Qin Yao hurriedly explained. Don't be angry for a moment. First lady, we need to analyze this. Bai Rongrong also came over to explain to Fan Yan. First mistress, listen to Rongrong. Shoei's reputation is ruined. No matter what, It's all husband's fault. Even if husband makes amends and apologizes, he can't replace Xiaoyi's reputation. Why don't we let husband take Xiaoyi in? Saying that, he even came to Fan Yan's ear and muttered in a low voice. Bai Rongrong's mind was the most active. She had long since seen that Xiaoyi was looking at her husband in the wrong way. There's no hiding that adoring demeanor of a young girl. It's just the right time for husband to take Xiaoyi under his wing and have an extra helper. Next time, 4 women will battle the husband together. And I don't believe I can't get my revenge. Fan Yan nodded her head after hearing this. This not only preserves her husband's honor, but also does the job for Xiaoyi. I just don't know if Xiaoyi is willing to do it or not. It was something she still had to ask personally, in case he didn't agree, and then think of something else. Fan Yan pulled Wu Yi's hand with a heartbroken face and hesitated for a long time before saying her thoughts. Xiaoyi, don't cry. This is something Master Grandma will do for Xiaoyi. What about Master Grandmother asking Xiaoyi if she is willing to marry her husband? In this way, both Xiaoyi's reputation and her husband's honor are preserved. Xiaoyi ignored it, and although she was crying on the surface, she was happy in her heart. When the first lady accepted herself, things were halfway there. She had seen some of the world and knew the rules of your family. The master has 3 wives, and he himself will be a concubine if he passes through the door. Might as well pretend for a little while longer. In case Master Grandma sees her pity, can her name rise a little more? Although it is not as good as the 3 main wives, at least it should have some status and not be that concubine with the lowest name. Fan Yan was simple-minded and could not see that Wu Yi was pretending, and for a moment she was really out of ideas. Raising his eyes, he looked at Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong for help. How do I do that? Yi doesn't seem to agree. Bai Rongrong's big, crafty eyes blinked. She could already tell that Xiaoyi was faking, but she was putting up a fight in order to pull in a helper. Quietly, he came up to the first lady's ear and muttered something else. Fan Yan's eyes lit up after hearing this. Rongrong had a solution and lightly coughed a few times. Xiaoyi's crying instantly reduced by a few points, knowing that the focus had come, and perked up her little ears, ready to hear what name the first lady had arranged for herself. Yi, do you think this will work? You agreed to marry husband, but husband already has 3 proper wives, so Xiaoyi will condescend a bit and be a plain wife. Okay? After saying that, he was afraid that Wu Yi would not agree and assured her, though not as good as a proper wife in name, I assure you as the first lady that we have the same status at home. Okay? If my husband doesn't agree, I'll deal with her myself. What do you think? Fan Yan said in a serious way. Husband most listen to their own words. I expect him not to dare not to agree. Wu Yi was originally pretending to cry, but when she heard the words flat wife, she couldn't hold it in anymore, crying and poofing with joy. After all, she was a little girl. Her mind was written on her face, where she had such high acting skills. While covering her face in embarrassment, she giggled ha ha. Wu Yi's appearance could make the 3 girls speechless. Fan Yan's expression was helpless to the extreme. Dare this little girl is pretending. Just now can put himself nervous to death. If Xiaoyi was dead set against it, there was really nothing he could do. Wu Yi covered her face and laughed for half a day, finally recovering her emotions. Standing up and rushing to the 3 ladies, he gave a Hail Mary salute. The 3 women saw this and nodded graciously, then laughed again. This little girl, for the sake of the name, is also fighting it out. When you have given a salute, you are officially in the door. +1 for members of the warband. Fan Yan pulled Wu Yi up and said solemnly to her, from now on, Xiaoyi is our family, and when my husband returns, I will explain the situation to him. Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong also said some words of acceptance for Wu Yi to put the little girl's mind at ease. Bai Rongrong's big, crafty eyes blinked, and she instantly came up with the idea that her husband usually always tossed himself around. Why don't you take advantage of your husband's mistake today? Toss the husband too. First lady, we don't need to wait for our husband to return. I know where my husband is. Let's go find him now. Don't keep Xiaoyi waiting. Give Xiaoyi an explanation quickly. Fan Yan and Qin Yao, only knowing that Bai Rongrong was thinking of Xiaoyi, thought to themselves that this was the case. Since Xiaoyi is in the door, we have to give an explanation to people quickly. Fan Yan nodded. Good. Rongrong, you lead the way. We'll go together. Bai Rongrong gave a bad smile. We're going to give husband a small punishment for doing something so out of character. Fan Yan and Qin Yao looked at each other. Indeed, husband had gone a bit overboard this time. Luckily Yi agreed. Otherwise I really don't know how it would have ended. Zizi agreed to give her husband a small punishment. Bai Rongrong prepared a large iron basin and led the 3 girls to the firewood room. When she came closer, a finger was held up between her lips, signaling everyone to be quiet and not let her husband notice. The 3 women were unsure, but seeing how serious Bai Rongrong looked, they all approached softly. Bai Rongrong gently pushed open the door to the woodshed and glanced inside. He was seeing the huffing and puffing Chen breath in the haystack, seeing the bastard sleeping soundly, with a halo dripping from the side of his mouth. Bai Rongrong stood on her tiptoes and gently came in front of Chen Xi's head, putting the big iron basin over Chen Xi's head. The bastard didn't react at all due to sleeping solidly. The iron basin was covered, and Bai Rongrong pulled out another rattling hammer from her arms. Moving her shoulders a bit, there was already determination in Kazran's wide eyes. Stinky husband, he's begging for mercy and still won't let himself go. Take revenge today. Ding dash. The iron basin was so thick that the rattling hammer fell on it with a loud clanking sound. Chen breath instantly springs to his feet. Brain buzzing. Little stars in front of my eyes. Knew that haystack would do the trick. That ding just now. Could it be that the system is here? Cultivate immortality. Or ask for immortality? For crying out loud. This ing crosses over again? Chapter 113. The Fourth Mistress. Chen breath stood there. One hand covering his ears. One hand rubbing his eyes. The echoes in his ears and the little stars in front of his eyes. Spinning around and around. It took half a day to come back to his senses. Confused again when looking at everything in front of him. The first thing he saw was Fan Yen standing in front of him, and that expression couldn't say whether it was heartache or resentment. Beside her stood Qin Yao, her hands pinching the corners of her coat, looking at herself with a mixture of fear and trepidation, as well as a hint of schadenfreude. And the culprit, Bai Rongrong, hid behind Fan Yen after knocking that slamming hammer, poking out half of her head melon from behind her, nervously looking at Chen Xi. Seeing that her husband was fine, she moved her feet lightly and bravely stood a little bit back from the First Lady. The two women's bodies were very close to each other, and if her husband was angry, she would be the first to hide back behind the First Lady. Chen Xi saw the three ladies in front of him. It was impossible for Fan Yen to scare herself, and the suspects were only these two. Stretching out his hands to point each at Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong, he feigned anger. You two conspired against your own husbands, didn't you? The two girls were pointed at by Chen Xi, their bodies involuntarily close to Fan Yen, and they looked at the First Lady with an innocent face. Don't dare talk. It's still up to the First Lady. The two of them are just helpers. The idea came from Bai Rongrong, and she was the one who hit the rattling hammer, and it was Qin Yao who snickered. Both of them, neither one of them can be blamed. Chen Xi was furious when he saw the two matrons hiding towards the First Lady. He looked at the iron basin and the rattling hammer on the floor. Once again, he looked at the two women with an unkind, threatening look in his eyes. Tonight, neither of you will escape. When Fan Yen saw that her husband had made a mistake without realizing it, and had the audacity to threaten Yao Yao and Rong Rong with his words, it seemed that she had to produce evidence. Otherwise this one will have to poke holes in it later. Turning his body sideways to reveal Wui, who was hidden tightly behind him. Yi, your master doesn't know what's going on yet. Why don't you talk to your master? Wui heard the first mistress call out to herself, gave herself a couple of pep talks, and stood out with a straight face. Master Shifu, I told the three master grandmothers about your bullying me, and now the master grandmothers are doing my bidding. To show that he had a backbone, he even raised his little chin. Master Shifu, now in front of the three master grandmothers, what do you think should be done about this, right? From the moment he saw Wu Yi, Chen Xi's brain went down. Done. It's over. I told you I was sleepwalking. Why doesn't she believe me? That, ha. Chen Xi rubbed his nose for a moment and scratched his head. The whole thing was awkwardly there, not knowing what to say at all. Seeing him in this manner, Wu Yi was half dead from anger, clearly taking advantage of himself and still not wanting to give an account. With an aggrieved face, he shook Fan Yan's sleeve. First Lady. One sentence of the First Lady exited, and Chen Xi's brain went down again. What's the situation? Just now you were called Grandma, but now you've changed your name? Fan Yan, so good-tempered, was really a bit irritated when she saw him in such a state. Taking a step forward and twisting the soft flesh around Chen Xi's waist, his tone was not kind. Still not giving Xiaoyi an explanation? The pain in his waist came, and only then did Chen Xi understand why Fan Yan was so angry. It turned out that a mess he had made had been cleaned up by his mother. No wonder a few women dared to scare themselves so much, thinking that they were taking it out on Xiaoyi. Ha ha ha, the family has a good wife. That's so nice. Grateful in Fan Yan face in sensei, want to go up to give Xiaoyi a name. Think about it is not enough. Turn back and give Fan Yan incense several more. Fan Yan was perfumed by her husband for several times one after another. Her face was bashful and red. Yao Yao and Rong Rong are not surprised. The key here is also just started Xiaoyi, staring grudgingly at her husband. Shy or not, Chen Xi had a bottom in his heart and spoke naturally hard. Posing as the head of the family, he gently lifted his chin and said to Wu Yi, from this day forward, you are my maiden. But, you entered late. The position of the first wife is gone. You can only be given a concubine. Chen Xi lowered his head and looked straight at Wu Yi. Willing or not. Ouch ouch ouch. This time, Chen Breath's waist was twisted by three small hands at the same time, hurting the bastard to bare his teeth. Bai Rongrong bared her two little tiger teeth and screwed the hardest. The little hands were twisted like little pincers until they turned in a circle. Fan Yen and Qin Yao were naturally measured, and she was the only one who worked the hardest, because she was bullied by her husband the most, yelling defiance every time. But nay, she was not strong enough. The second lady's position was getting farther and farther away from her. Today must be ruthless. Screw husband out of anger. Chen Xi realized that this side hurt the most, and twisted his head to see that he was facing Bai Rongrong, who had exerted herself too much and had a reddened face. Bai Rongrong felt her husband looking toward her and was shocked. Not good. Discovered by the husband. Hurrying to let go of his small hand, he took 2 steps and hid behind Fan Yen, revealing a harmless appearance. Big Eyes looked at her husband pitifully, her small hands behind her back, gently moving her sore fingers. That look is as good as it gets. Chen Xi took a look at the fact that it was Bai Rongrong and knew that this niece was taking revenge. He wanted to be mean to him, but just as his face showed an expression, before the words could be uttered, the 2 forces around his waist intensified violently. Husband, you still dare to be mean to Rongrong? Fan Yen glared at him with a threatening face. Dare to be mean to Rongrong? Pass me first. Ouch, 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 ouch. Hurrying to embrace Fan Yen and Qin Yao, he scented one on each of their faces before resolving the grievances of the 2 matrons. The rest of you, Bai Rongrong, let's see me find a chance to clean you up alone. After this toss, harmony was finally restored in this instance. What remains is the problem of Wu Yi. Fan Yen was the first to speak as the first lady. Husband, Xiaoyi is well behaved and understanding. We all love Xiaoyi. Can we welcome Xiaoyi as a flat wife? Although the external status is not as good as that of a proper wife, at home we all have the same status. Is that good? Fan Yen opened her mouth, and Chen Xi naturally readily agreed. Just now, he had intentionally given Wu Yi a concubine status in order to fear that the 3 matrons would be jealous. Fan Yen needed no introduction. Qin Yao and Bai Rongrong had passed through the door for some time, and were both contributing to this family. One was his own general accountant, in charge of the financial power of the estate. One was a master of the craft of women's red, and in the future, when the armed forces took shape, it would be indispensable for Rongrong to teach the workers to make armor. The first lady sat in the middle of the army and coordinated all matters. These 3 ladies, he can't help but feel sorry for them. He has to protect them everywhere. Good, since the first mistress has spoken, Xiaoyi will be an equal wife from now on. And thank the 3 ladies, the bastard stabbing was solved by the 3 ladies, and he started to pose as the head of the family again. Chiseling. The 3 women had a tacit understanding and simultaneously rolled the bastard's eyes. Seeing that Chen Xi had given herself the status of a flat wife, Wu Yi smiled joyfully and gave the 3 ladies another 10,000 blessings. Things worked out and the 3 women were happy. Family members +1. In the future, the name should be changed. Do you know how to call me husband? Of course Wu Yi knew, but being asked to her face, she still blushed in shame, gave Chen Xi another salute. Husband. When he finished speaking, he buried his head so low that his little face was turning red. Ha ha ha. With a big grin on his lips, Chen Xi went up and incensed Wu Yi's forehead. 4th mistress, take your drawings and get to work. Strive to teach them all to read the map, but exhausted my 4th wife, for my husband will be heartbroken. Aha. Okay husband. With those words, he turned and ran. She wanted to make her status as the 4th lady public immediately, especially in front of Ning. Little girls always compare themselves to each other, and so did she and Ning. Don't ever call me Yi again, to be called the 4th mistress. Hey, hey, hey. Chapter 114. Big Brother bullied me. Wu Yi returned to the carpentry workshop, called Li Er, spread out the drawings, a little talk to him. Li Er is a top-notch carpenter himself and has a superb understanding of carpentry practices. He listened attentively as Wu Yi recounted the details of the drawings, also on the floor in his own way, writing and drawing. Not a moment too soon, a diagram of a heavy crossbow structure is formed. Li Er's eyes stared at the structural diagram, transfixed. After a while, his eyes suddenly lit up, and the 2 of them got up, found some tools, and started to work. Wu Yi smiled slightly when she saw him in this state, knowing that Lil too had read it. All that was left was to make it. The heavy crossbow was huge, and Wu Yi got some more helpers to saw the wood. Soon, the carpenter's workshop is starting to come alive. Ning is obsessed with ironworking these days. At some point, I've been by Li Da's side all day, and I'm following him to build a kiln. Wu Yi trotted in with a happy face, greeting Ning enthusiastically. Ning, take a break no? Seeing Ning, who was making peace with the mud, looked towards herself. She even deliberately stroked her hair in front of her, winking, her chin raised high, her small appearance very dejected. Ning didn't know why her little girlfriend was so happy, and seeing her happy, she followed suit. Since his hands were covered in mud, He only wiped the beads of sweat from his shoulders and spoke happily. Yi, you're here. So happy? Is there something happy? The two little girls were usually extremely close and were inseparable every day. Seeing that Ning still didn't know what was going on, Wu Yi became even more dejected. Small hands behind her back, she wriggled twice, her chin raised higher. Don't call me Xiaoyi from now on. Change your name. Ning froze. Changing his name? Even Li Da, who was working next to him, was puzzled. Stopping what he was doing, he looked at the two little girls curiously. Seeing Ning's uncertainty, Wu Yi lightly moved 2 steps forward, her small face facing Ning, her words clear to her ears. 2, after, call, me, 4, husband, man. As he spoke, he bobbed his little head in front of her. After the triumph is not enough, and pulled Ning's sleeve, jumping a little gorgeous. Is Ning happy for me? Ning was stunned. The fourth mistress? What fourth lady? Seeing that her good girlfriend was puzzled, Wu Yi smiled smugly and explained once again. I'm marrying your brother Chen. I'll be the fourth mistress from now on. That's not all. Followed closely by another. The first mistress arranged it for me, and I'm still a flat wife. Then he put his little hands behind his back again and shook his head. Of course, outside the house I'm a flat wife. At home I have the same status as a proper wife. There was a deliberate pause at this point. Ning, you'll never guess. It's all because of the promises the first lady made me. The expression on Ning's face, as she listened to her endless bragging, gradually turned from happy to twisted. In the end, he couldn't help it and wailed. Knowing there were other people here watching, he hurriedly covered his face with his hands. Snap, muddy face again. As he was crying just now, the mud was muddled into his mouth, and he bawled twice and cried even louder. Wu Yi froze. Shouldn't Ning be happy for himself? Why are you crying? Taking out a handkerchief, he wanted to help her wipe the mud off her face, but he saw Ning cover her face and run. Woohoo! The position of the fourth lady, which she had longed for, was taken away by her best friend. What she can't accept the most, her best friend is still a flat wife. In the future, when you pass the door, it's hard not to be inferior to your best friend. Ning cried a lot. Who can help her in her most helpless moments? His own brother. Rather chaotic. Ning didn't care and ran to his brother Ning Chaos in one breath. This one is watching the bandits do their work at the moment. With a whip in his hand, he walked back and forth. Every now and then, when you see a slacker, you throw that whip. The living Wang Xian is alive and well. 43 youngbloods under his hand. Ning threw herself headfirst into her brother's arms, whimpering and crying. Seeing his sister crying, Ning Chaos hurriedly dropped his whip and asked while calming her down. What's wrong, sis? Seeing that Ning was still crying, he was so anxious that he asked after him. What's wrong, sis? Which bullied you? Brother, for you. When Ning Chaos saw his sister crying sadly, his fire surged up. No matter how much he asked, Ning just wouldn't answer and cried without end. Ning Chaos became anxious and grabbed Ning's hands that were covering his face and moved them away. Seeing his sister's face covered in mud, his eyes were suddenly red with anger. Ferocious shouted, "Who the hell slapped my sister in the face?" When this voice was shouted out, 43 young Bailao shivered at the same time, and their eyes didn't dare to glance this way. Work with all your might. Hurry up and do it. This white-haired living father is in a hurry again. Ning's tears of aggravation were laced with mud as her brother removed her hands. A real big splashy face. Brother, big brother, bullying me. Woo-woo. She didn't dare to say anything about Wu Yi becoming the fourth mistress. After all, she hadn't yet revealed her feelings to Chen Xi, so how could she blame him? She meant to tell Ning Chaos, wanting him to go to Chen Xi to make his feelings known for himself. If you can't be the fourth mistress, there's still the fifth mistress. It's still that flat wife status that counts. After hearing this, Ning Chaos wrinkled his brows and had a head full of questions. Big brother bullied you? Who? With a bad feeling in his heart, he finally asked. Big brother bullied you? Which big brother? Ning sobbed and choked, knowing that her brother was stupid, and tried to make her meaning clear with a short address. Chun breath. As soon as those two words came out, Ning's messy brain buzzed, staring at his sister for a long time. Turn around and pick up the whip, snapped and dumped on a Yankee. Work, 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 work. Ning froze when he saw that his brother didn't care about him. Even the crying stopped. Ning Chaos finished smoking a Yangbaro and turned around to point at his sister. You go over there and cry so you don't interfere with their work. Go, 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 over there and cry into the corner. Taking the whip, he pointed to the corner with a straight face. If a big brother bullies his sister, then he should be bullied. Bully's good. Even if we sue my mom, she'll have to stand up for big brother. It must be that my sister has done something wrong, or else big brother wouldn't have taken mud to my sister. rather messy to recognize the dead. Big brother is always right in his heart. Surely Ning did wrong. Ning saw that her stupid brother had heeded his mistake and was being mean. The little mouth held its tongue, running and crying at the same time. You're not mean to yourself. I'll go to my mom, take a stick and whip you. Ning ran off to cry to his old mother, and Ning Chaos continued to watch the bandits do their work. The sun sinks in the west. Fan Yan arranged a room for Wu Yi in the main house. The three ladies personally decorated for the newest member of the family. Wu Yi was moved to tears. This kind of harmonious atmosphere is much better than those noble families in the city. There is no difference in status at all. Chen Xi did not choose to round up with Wu Yi. He's going to get his strength up. 2 things in town tomorrow. 1. Refined salt for Montmore. 2. Go see how Yang Gonlia's setup is going. Bring him another surprise by the way. Chapter 115. This tax. I don't pay it. Early morning. As soon as Chen Xi pushed open the door, he saw Yi Hongyang holding Black Jia waiting outside the house. Upon seeing the well-dressed Chen Xi, she spread a smile. Still in that position. Chin up, hand outstretched, waiting for a coin. Chen Xi was very self-conscious and paid the rent, smoothly taking over the black auger. Just as he was about to leave, Yi Hongyang's justified voice suddenly came from behind him. The wine is gone. What the hell? The corner of his mouth twitched, remembering that most of the leftover white wine from the last time had been given to this rash Sida. It's only been 2 days. No, it's not just a pure wine mongoloid. Okay, here you go tonight. Chen Xi was also speechless. Now that food was so rare. The price of wine was naturally ridiculously high, keeping such a drunken mongrel around, a living gold-swallowing beast. And, without waiting for Chen Xi to turn around, Yi Hongyang arrived in front of him with an arrow step. Last time I promised this auntie, roast chicken and roast pork. As he said that, he deliberately twisted his head to the side, arms clasped in front of his chest, and raised his eyebrows, with a hint of expectation clearly hidden in the bottom of his eyes. The mayor of such a large wild village shouldn't be unable to keep his word, right? Seeing her take the initiative to say it, Chen Breath scratched his head awkwardly. It seems like I really promised this rash seed last time. I didn't expect this bastard to remember it. It's just a roast. This village head can afford it. Chen Interest hastily responded, fearing that this rash kind of unforgiving, but also added a sentence. Arrange it together tonight. Yi Hongwei heard that he would be able to eat sizzling barbecue meat tonight. The heart rejoiced. Afraid that Chen Xi could see that she was happy, she tried to maintain her facial expression, hummed arrogantly, and turned around triumphantly and left. When he walked away, that mouth almost grinned up to his ears. I don't know how much cool air I've been pouring in. Chen Xi looked at her back. She knew very well that Yi Hongyang was too busy to go down the mountain in this period of time. There's no way to get some good food, but one neglects to do so. Hey, treat tonight. What else? Trying to turn a short job into a long job, or I'm counting on her to help me practice in the future. As we walked, we reached the large storehouse, where the refined salt from the salt mines was stocked these days, and enough was transferred to exchange for 60 Mongolian horses, enough to load 3 large carriages, and let Wu Yi transfer a batch of newly made crossbows. He ordered Ning Chaos and Husiko, with 10 strong laborers, to accompany him into the city. Because there were so many supplies, the group did not reach the door of Luda's dental office until noon. From a distance, he saw that there were many more high horses in the stables. The boys were feeding the horses and cleaning the stables, and Luda was counting the records. Chen Xi dismounted his horse, took a few quick steps, and entered the gate with an arch. Boss Lu, it's been a long time, business is getting more and more prosperous. At those words, Luda turned his head to see that it was Chen Xi. Surprise instantly surfaced on his face. Immediately, he dropped his ledger and ran all the way here. From a long distance away, he arched his hand at Chen Xi and smiled. Hunter Chen, you're here. Quickly follow the little old man into the house to warm up. Lu Din near the front, smiling and pulling Chen Interest. He just came back from the border with a large number of supplies and strong labor. Originally thought of pointing out the account. Went to the village of Wawei to find Chen Interest to talk about business. I didn't expect him to come of his own accord, but it saved me some trouble. Ha ha, no rush, no rush. Look what I brought over. Chen Xi sidestepped and waved his hand, and Ning Chaos drove in 3 large carriages. Lu Da's heart was delighted. 3 big wagons all loaded with sacks. Could it be? Jogging a few steps forward to check, he opened a corner of the sack and his eyes lit up. Dipping a finger into the snow-white granules inside, he put it in his mouth and smacked it. Yeah, that's the flavor. Lu Da had an old face that was all happy. Immediately ordered the boy to take over the carriage and transport it to the warehouse to be weighed. Turned around and took Chen Interest in the hand, said nothing to let go. Even pulled and pushed to invite him into the house to drink tea and chat. Luda had a room that was used individually to receive his honored guests. It was spacious and warmed by a fireplace all around. Chen Xi and his party entered the house and were invited by Luda to sit at the guest seat. Another cup of tea was poured for him personally, and both sides exchanged pleasantries and got down to business. According to the agreement last time, this batch of refined salt is exchanged for 60 Meng horses. Does Boss Lu have any objections? No objection. No objection. Lu De nodded his head heavily. What was negotiated was naturally done. He was afraid that Chen Xi would back out. How could he have any objections? But after counting, it was difficult. Rubbing his hands to explain to Chen Xi, Divine Dr. Chen, there's been a lot of trouble over at the border recently, and this time, my little old man pulled out all the stops to buy 50 Mongolian horses. After that, it was explained in order to ensure the quality of the horses. But don't worry, Divine Dr. Chen, these 50 Meng horses are all well-trained war horses, not to say 1 in 1,000, but also considered 1 in 100. Chen Xi nodded his head. Before entering the house, he made a point of observing that these high-headed horses had robust limbs and were not unusual horses at all. Well, I believe in Boss Lu. It's just that this quantity is a little less. In fact, in Chen Xi's heart, he was still satisfied, thinking that he could only exchange some ordinary Mongolian horses, and that he would have to be trained as a warhorse when he returned. I didn't expect Lu De to give himself a surprise, but it saved the horse training step. With these 50 warhorses, one could quickly form a cavalry unit. With this cavalry joining in, the chances of winning against more than 2,000 bandits were greatly increased. Seeing that Chen Xi disliked the small number of horses, a flash of embarrassment flashed in Lu Da's eyes. Oh Hunter Chen, the remaining refined salt, can the little old man exchange it for silver? He really can't let go of the fine salt. This batch of fine salt once sold to the grassland, will earn a pot full of money. Chen breath sighed. It seemed that this was the only way. Alright then I'll have to ask Boss Lu to do the math. Lu De see Chen interest promised. A big stone in his heart fell to the ground, called the weighing boy to come up with the number, turn over the account book to calculate the balance. Suddenly, his eyes flicked to Siko Hu and the strong laborers. By the way, this time when I went to the border, I brought back a batch of strong laborers, and I don't know if Hunter Chen still needs them. Hunter Chen, little old me suddenly remembered something. Lu De pointed behind Chen Xi, the group of Husiki standing, and then said, this time the little old man brought back 50 more strong laborers. I wonder if you still need them. Chen Xi's eyes lit up after hearing this. Another 50 strong laborers. Where is the reason not to want it? Are they all strong laborers? Seeing that he was interested, Lu De immediately patted his chest and assured him, don't worry, Hunter Chen, every one of them is a strong laborer. This point Lu De heart sure. The border war, not far away from the tribal men who fled to the border, each is the strong age. Those who are old and infirm are completely incapable of doing so. Okay, take me to the people. Chen Xi was impatient. These strong foreign laborers were a treasure. Not only could they work, they could also ride horses. It's not impossible to train and form a powerful cavalry. Most of all, they had no dental records, and the thought of escape didn't even exist. Well, Hunter Chen, please follow little old me. Lu De joyfully led Chen Xi out the door. There was no hurry for Lu De to sell them on Matra, but the sale of these strong laborers was troublesome. They have no dental registers and can only be sold to some big families as guards or to landlords in remote areas. A little less work. That's why he only brings 50 people with him whenever he comes back. You will need to take care of everything along the way, from food and drink to crossing the border. When they arrive home, they still need to look for buyers everywhere, and a strong laborer can't make much money from buying to selling. The group arrived at the innermost part of the dental office's backyard, where 50 strong laborers were separated into 5 dormitories. They will stay here until a buyer is found. Lu De led Chen Xi to look back and forth and inquired, is Hunter Chen still satisfied? Chen Xi nodded. It was just as Lu De had said. All of them were in their prime, and all of them were in pretty good health. It was just a dusty ride and a bit of a vegetable face, but that's not a problem. Bring back a few full meals and you'll recover. Fine, take it all away. Boss Lu count the difference. No problem. Hunter Chen, you wait a moment. Lu De saw that Chen Xi was satisfied, and joyfully took out the account book and began to calculate. A few moments later, the accounts came out. Hunter Chen, the little old man still needs to pay you 10 taels of silver. Once Chen Xi heard this number, he was going to stop, but doing business should be one size fits all. It doesn't matter how much you spend on treating yourself to a meal, but doing business, not even 1 coin short. Yes, take the men away. Lu De instructed the dental boy to open the door of the prison house, and 50 strong laborers came out in a row. They had no ropes binding their hands and feet, and Lu De obviously knew the group well enough to know that they couldn't run and didn't dare to. Management is casual. The group left with 50 strong laborers. As he passed by the women's house where the woman was imprisoned last time, Chen Xi slowed his pace. He wanted to buy a few women who could do work and go back to help by Rongrong make some armor. The women, seeing that someone was coming, crowded to the doorposts and looked blearily at the visitor. As usual, expectant nobleman to buy himself. Chen Xi frowned. The last time he had been here, there didn't seem to be so many people. Looking inside, the small prison house is crowded. There is no place to stand, and they are all young women between the ages of 15 to 25. Lu De could see that Chen Xi did not understand and explained to him with a sigh. Hunter Chen doesn't know. As the weather gets colder and colder, the mountains run out of wild food, and the food runs out even earlier. The marriage delivery team delivers my batch of women every day. Lu De spread his hands and said helplessly, the little old man can barely live here. Chen Breath nodded slightly. The summer was fine, even if there was no food. Eating some tree bark could still satisfy hunger, but as the winter deepened, these poor people simply didn't have anything to live for. Looking further into the women's house, they were met with expectant eyes. They were all young girls in their prime, but at the moment they were like livestock, staying in this cold and damp prison cell for selection, praying that some nobleman will buy them and let them do whatever they want just so they can have a bowl of thin rice. Chen Breath looked at them for a while, somewhat puzzled. Why are they all young women? Where are the older women? Lu De sighed again. Alas, Hunter Chen doesn't know. Those who are older are all dead. Chen Xi frowned and stared at Lu De. Did you starve to death? Lu De saw Chen Xi looking at him with a wrong look in his eyes and hurriedly waved his hand and opened his mouth to explain. Don't misunderstand, Hunter Chen. These women have silver money issued by the county. Although there is only one scanty meal a day, it is not so bad that they will starve to death. Those women who are a little older are weak, and a little illness kills them. I'm getting a lot of sick and dying here every day, and I carried out 24 sick and dying women this morning. The ones that will be left are young and fit. But at this rate, Lu De didn't go on, because they both knew exactly what the future fate of these women would be. Chen Xi's eyes were heavy as she looked at the women, and they didn't dare to speak when they saw the nobleman's gaze sweeping over them. The last time a woman who initiated a conversation was kicked a few times by a nobleman in disgust and died by the end of the night. Although they did not dare to talk, they all smoothed their hair back in order for the nobleman to see their own appearance. Thirsting to be bought by the nobleman by virtue of their youthful looks, some of the weaker ones couldn't squeeze in, and some coughing sounds came from inside, apparently suffering from wind cold. With such a crowded women's house, the virus spreads from one to the next, and sooner or later these women will be carried out if they are not diagnosed and treated in a timely manner. Chen Breath wrinkled his eyebrows and asked the last question. Can't the team send them out, too? Lu De shook his head helplessly. They each need to pay a head tax of 5 taels of silver, and which family that can't even eat can afford to pay that? In the large White Mountain County, the number of men is already pitifully low, and the marriage delivery team is lucky to send out 2 women a day, and there are more than 2 women who can't live. Chen Xi's face was stony, and he did not say a word, as he walked from the beginning to the end of the row of women's houses, and from the end to the beginning again. Stand still and take a big swing. I'll take all of these. Lu De was stunned, feeling that he hadn't heard, and looked at Chen Xi in confusion. What did Hunter Chen just say? He's going to buy all these women? That's a full 200 people. Converted to a poll tax? That number, don't even think about it. Seeing Lu De's confusion, Chen Breath reconfirmed. Open the door. I'll take all of these. This time Lu De finally heard him, but his head was still buzzing. It took a long moment to tense up. Hunter Chen, it's almost time to pay next year's poll tax. There are 225 people here. Are you sure you want to take them all? Chen Breath snorted coldly in his heart. Poll tax? When the time comes, you'll see if the little master pays or not. There was no extra bull **** with Lu De. Boss Lu just release the people. I'll handle the rest. Lu De wanted to persuade him further, only to see Chen Xi wave his hand. Ning Chaos yanked over Dental Bank Shaoxi and went to unlock the door. My big brother can't even hear me. Can he? Open the lock immediately. Ning Chaos' face was so fierce that the boy shivered in fear and rushed to unlock the door. It didn't take long for the locks to open all the way. Just now, these women have all heard the words of the nobleman, and all of them have a look of disbelief. Seeing the lock being opened dared me to believe it was real. They walked out of the women's house with trepidation and knelt down in front of Chen Xi in unison, shouting with a sobbing voice, "Thank you for saving your life, senior official. The slave girl will serve you like an ox. Thank you, noble. Thank you, officer." Chen Interest saw them crying red eyes. This is a wonderful age, but for a little hope of survival, to bear the torment that should not be endured at this age. The scene, not only was Chen Xi's heart hard to bear, but everyone else's was as well. Even Ning Chaos, an iron bone man who had been wounded many times without shedding a tear, couldn't help but redden his eyes at this moment when he saw the situation of these women again. If there is no big brother to save, he died in the mouth of the blind bear. His mother and sister at home. I think it will be the same as these women. Die here now. The strong laborers of the newly purchased foreigners looked simultaneously at their new masters and then at the women who had fallen to their knees and were crying. The heart is not in the right place. Although they are not of the same race, they can also feel the hope of regaining their lives, thinking back to their own tribes being trampled by iron hooves. Their loved ones, their compatriots, would have faced the same, or worse, if it is not because of the strong body to fight to the death to break through the siege. I am afraid that I will not be able to enter this big imperial border. Lu De lowered his head and secretly wiped his tears. He has been running out of business for many years and has seen too much human warmth and coldness. Whether it was a rich merchant or a nobleman of the world's families and clans, in his cognizance, he would never be able to do such a good deed as Chen Xi. Those landlords, not to mention the old money, changed the way to oppress the people. Not a damn good thing. Dental line boy is even with a hand constantly wiping tears. They in the middle of their own sister. A little also sent to send the family team, ultimately do not know where to land. No word on life or death. Perhaps in this lifetime, it will be difficult to see a loved one again. Lowering his head, he silently prayed in his heart, hoping that his one milk sister and younger sister would also be lucky enough to meet such a noble person as Chen Xi. I don't ask for 3 meals. I just ask to see you again in my lifetime. Stand up all of you. I don't want any more kneeling. Chen breath snapped. The women were horrified to hear this and stood up in a hurry, standing nervously waiting for the nobleman to command them. Chen breath twisted his head and looked at Lu De. Boss Lu, settle the score. Lu De wiped his tears clean and saw that Chen Xi insisted, so he stopped persuading him. Take away all these women, Chen Hunter, and credit the remaining 10 taels of silver. As he spoke, he pulled out another large ingot of silver from his pocket and stuffed it into Chen Xi's hand. Little old me thinks that I have traveled all over the world and read countless people, but I have never seen such a great act of righteousness from Hunter Chen. Man does what man does. God sees what man sees. Little old man wishes Hunter Chen a smooth journey. And if you can use little old man, just ask. Pressing the silver firmly into Chen Xi's hand, he once again solemnly said, the silver is not much. Hunter Chen, don't think it's too little. The little old man honors your great righteousness. Go back and add some clothes for them. Chen Xi looked deeply at Lu De, not dragging his feet in the slightest, and put the silver away with an arch of his hand. Boss Lu has a good heart. I wish you prosperous business and wealth. After thinking about it, ask again. By the way, are there any more men's houses? Chen Xi pointed at the women. Since they had all bought this many people, they weren't too far behind the men. Lu De sighed heavily. The men's houses are already empty, the front line is tight, and the men's houses, young and old, have all been drafted away by the court. Chen breath took a deep breath and his eyes narrowed slightly. There are more than 100 counties in the country. This place, it seems, is just a microcosm of Omoku. Expectedly, it's a long way from mass warfare. It's not far. Without thinking too much, he explained Ning Chaos, who's Siki, make sure to bring these women back to Hawksbill Mountains safely. Those who suffered from wind cold had Dr. Zhang treat them. All orders were given before a carriage was pressed into service to leave the dental office. The next step is to go to the county sheriff's office to see what's going on. On the way, Chen Xi remembered the head tax he was about to pay. The corner of his mouth curved into a dangerous curve. This tax, the little master not only does not pay, and get some back. Chapter 116. In terms of bragging, I've never been afraid of anyone. Come to the county lieutenant's mansion. Just as he wanted to knock on the door, Yang Chong opened it and bowed to Chen Xi. Uncle Chen, you're here. My father is waiting for you in the hall. Come in. Chen Xi looked at Yang Chong with interest. The young man was quite understanding. Well, virtuous nephew is in good hands. The old rule of handing him the reins of the black auger and another nuzzle. That wagon back there is mine too. Yang Chong holding the black jiao, probed to the back. There is really a loaded carriage. Joyful welcome into the door. What did Uncle Chen hunt again? The flavor of the plum deer meat is still unforgettable to him. Chen Xi took out a crossbow from the carriage and carried it into the guest room. When he raised his eyes, he saw that Yang Ganglai was stroking his beard with one hand and holding down the table with the other, staring at the map with a sad face. When he heard the sound, he looked up and saw Chen Xi with a faint smile on his face. Aya, brother Chen, you've finally come. 2 large strides then greeted him as he approached, taking his hand as he walked. These 2 days can make my brother worried. The following brothers have some complaints now. Yang Ganglai looked bitter and hateful, and seeing Chen Xi was like seeing a life-saving straw. Chen Xi let out a light laugh, not paying the slightest attention to Yang Ganglai's nagging, and sat down on the chair with a big grin, with both hands spread out. Without hearing Chen Xi open his mouth, Yang Ganglai immediately called for the little maid. Fruit plate, pastries, tea, a 3-piece set, fully posed. Without saying a word, Chen Brat stepped 1 foot on the other chair, grabbed the pastry and ate it, this time with a fruit plate and tea along for comfort. The chair was stepped on by Chen Xi, and Yang Ganglai didn't move a new one, so he just bent over and watched this master eat. From time to time, he even swallowed 2 mouthfuls of saliva, thinking, every time Brother Chen comes to my place, does he not eat? That was true last time, and it's still true this time. Between him eating well, Yang Ganglai did not disturb. A few moments later, there were only 2 empty plates left on the table, and the pot of tea had been drunk. Chen Xi was really hungry this time. He bought someone at the dental office at noon and didn't even eat lunch in order to hurry. Eat and drink well and wipe your mouth. Begin to square up to Yang Ganglai. Yang Ganglai gave Chen Xi a thumbs up in his heart. It's good to be young, and the amount of food is quite okay. A sarcastic smile. That Brother Chen, the brothers below. Before the words were finished, Chen Xi snapped and slapped a 10-tael silver ingot onto the table with a slight smile. No need to say it. Big Brother Yang, I'm all set here. Yang Ganglai scratched his head. His own haul of a term of county lieutenant, but take a village head of silver subsidies brothers. How to think or not feeling. The old face reddened. He held out his hand to take it, but he was embarrassed, unable to say a word. Awkwardly there, Chen Xi knew that he was bashful and took the silver ingot and stuffed it in his arms. Brother Yang, don't be polite. A penny is hard to beat a hero. Big Brother has no money. It is more indicative of Big Brother's honesty and clarity as an official. Good officer. That's not a compliment to him, it's from the heart. They all know that the court has been fighting for years, and the officials are all fishing for oil, so maybe one day the border will be broken. The dignitaries and families were the first to run far away. Expect them to look out for the people? Not even the door. Nowadays, the Grand Imperial is rotten to the bone, and there are few clean officials like Yang Ganglai. Yang Ganglai was moved to arch his hand when he saw Chen Xi stuffing the silver into his arms. Since Brother Chen is so polite, then I will accept it. On behalf of the brethren below, I thank Brother Chen. Chen Xi stood up and similarly arched his hand. Big Brother need not be courteous. This money is subsidized to the brothers who ambushed to the village of Wawa. They are most dangerous with their families around them. Brother, as the village chief, there should always be something to show. Yang Ganglai accepted the money. There is a question that has not been figured out. Curious to open the mouth to inquire. Brother Chen, I've never been able to figure out why I let the families of those brethren come to Wawa village as well. Find some people to go over there. It's such a big village. 100 of my brothers can go in and hide perfectly. Yang Ganglai bulged those big puzzled eyes, scratching his head but couldn't figure out the reason. Chen Breath laughed and tapped his fingers on the tabletop twice to clear up his confusion. Oh Brother Yang, if the government soldiers are allowed to protect the villagers, how can they break out into extraordinary combat? What if the villagers were replaced by their own families? After hearing this, Yang Ganglai woke up like a dream and slapped his head. Goo, it's still Brother Chen who has a good head. Why didn't my brother think of that? The village is full of their families, so the brothers don't all have to fight for their lives. That's not enough to say. Slap your head again. Wonderful. On second thought, like a deflated ball. Is it true that I'm getting old and can't compete with young people? Seeing that Yang Ganglai was a bit discouraged, Chen Xi patted his shoulder and said in relief, Big Brother does not need to worry. You did not expect because of the lack of money. The mind is in for the brethren. Messed up analyzing the situation is normal. When the bandits are eliminated, the imperial court, no matter how poor, will send down some reward money, enough to improve the situation of the brothers' homes. This is something Yang Ganglai agrees with. Military pay can be delayed, but there is definitely a reward for winning a battle. Who else would contribute to the court? What's a soldier for? Not for the sake of promotion and wealth. No matter how poor the court, will not be bad this reward money. Yang Ganglai figured out not to dwell on the money and voiced his concerns again. Brother if it is really as you say, Xingfo brought enough 2,000 bandits this time. I can only have more than 500 brothers under my hands. This battle, it's not going to be easy to fight. Seeing him worried, Chen Xi smiled faintly. He didn't take this seriously at all and opened his mouth. The brothers under the hand of Big Brother, not to mention the long spear and halberd, the bow and sword will still be able to make it, right? Upon hearing this, Yang Ganglai was obviously a bit unhappy and held his mouth, saying, Brother is not underestimating my brother too much. Most of the brothers under my hand were brought over by me in the state capital. All of them are retired from the battlefield, although they are all around 40 years old, no more than young, strong lads. But then again, you've been in the line of duty for so long, not to mention the Bowie knife. Yang Ganglai swept away his decline and tightened his nose, his beard trembling with pride. There's still a good deal of cavalry retreating. Chen Xi's eyes lit up. The cavalry retreated? Asked with unusual excitement. So, Big Brother has a cavalry under his hand? Yang Ganglai smiled proudly and answered very dryly. No. The corner of Chen Xi's mouth twitched. No? Why are you so proud of yourself? If Big Brother has cavalry here and saves himself a team, he can take advantage of this time to do something great. With so many bandits coming down around us, the inside of the fortress must be empty. Feng Yuanqing, A small eagle's mouth mountain had saved so much silver, and the other fortresses only had more. Yang Ganglai scratched his head awkwardly when he saw Chen Xi's disappointment. Big Brother doesn't have cavalry because he doesn't have the money to buy horses. If Big Brother has money, he will build a cavalry. Yang Ganglai said here, full of pride, patted his chest and spoke with a frothy mouth. Think of the years when, Big Brother in the line of duty, under the hand. Bang! Suddenly there was a loud noise. Yang Ganglai was blowing his head off when he was startled by the loud noise. Almost sat on my ass. Twisting his head, he saw a crossbow bolt stuck in the wall, the tail tip still quivering. Clueless again, he turned back around and was seeing Chen Breath holding something he didn't recognize, and put the thing to his mouth and blew on it. Mud! It's gone off. Yang Ganglai looked at the thing in Chen Xi's hand in a daze, and then looked at the crossbow and arrows stuck in the wall. After looking back and forth several times, it eventually felt like the crossbow should have come from this thing. Seeing that he had slowed down, Chen Breath raised an eyebrow and shot 3 more at the wall. Bang bang bang! 3 more crossbow bolts plunged into the wall. Yang Ganglai stared with his eyes and mouth wide open, unable to say a word. It's a far cry from the frothy bragging stance he was in a moment ago. Chen Xi casually threw his crossbow on the table and opened his mouth with a smile. Think of the year. Old Mi's team was just formed. The bandits came into the village. The roles were instantly switched. Chen Xi blew half a quarter of an hour in one breath, felt thirsty, picked up a cup of tea and took a sip, and wanted to continue, but was interrupted by Yang Ganglai. Brother, that hairy history of yours Big Brother is not in a hurry to hear it first. Can you give this thing to Big Brother to take a look at? Yang Ganglai swallowed 2 mouthfuls of saliva, his eyes locked onto the crossbow, unable to move away anymore. Chen Breath lightly grunted. On bragging? I'm not afraid of anyone yet. With a flick of his hand, he dashed off. Big Brother, study it well. This thing, there are still 99 of them in the carriage and countless arrows. Chen Xi got up, patted his already dust-free clothes, put his hands behind his back, and raised his eyes to look at the beams of the room. Distribute it to the brethren who have the accuracy in their hands to make it. And this battle, as soon as he turned around, his blade-like eyes shot to Yang Ganglai. Must give me a big win. With those words, he turned and walked away. One foot had just stepped over the threshold when another sentence drifted in. Tell the brothers underneath that after the battle, this village chief will have a reward. It wasn't until after Chen Xi left that Yang Ganglai reacted from his shock. What did my brother Chen just say? This stuff, there's 99 more? Hurriedly chased out of the house, but there was no sign of Chen Xi. Punch! Yang Chong had already unloaded all the crossbows in the carriage, and was currently pinching his chin and looking with a brain full of questions. He didn't know what it was. Uncle Chen told him to unload the car, so he did. Hearing his godfather call him, he hurriedly turned around to answer. Father, what are your orders? Yang Ganglai rushed over with a few big strides, and Yang Chong came to him to answer the call, but he pushed him away, presenting the crossbows stacked neatly in the corner. When Yang Ganglai saw so many crossbows, his legs went limp and he sat on his butt, his lips trembling. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 117 The Big Kill. Chen Xi rode the black Jiao, pulling an empty carriage behind him. First, he went to the mountain treasure hall to collect the silver money from the sale of the wild leopard. The wild leopard did not create a sensation in the county because Lao Guan had his own sales. The state capital came overnight and bought the intact wild leopard along with it. Old Guan was all smiles when he saw Chen Xi arrive. Chun Hunter, how come you came? I am arranging to let Xiaowu send money to you. It's cold. Quickly go upstairs, drink tea and chat a bit. Chen Breath has a tight schedule and an urgent task. The wine and meat promised to Yi Hongyang for the evening has not yet been bought, and there is no time to delay here. Going upstairs won't be necessary. I'm in a hurry today. Seeing his anxiety, Lao Guan hurriedly ran to the inner mansion at the back, and in a short while, held a large box and handed it over to Chen Xi. Here is the money for that wild leopard. The nobleman of the state capital bought it alone, minus 20% profit, a total of 500 taels of silver. You count it. Chen Xi was really shocked by this number. 500 taels, or remove his 20% profit. This thing is only worth a pelt, not much else. Those nobles are really spending money. 500 taels for the leopard skin. What about the tiger skin, tiger bone, tiger whip, tiger tail? He swallowed hard. Just now he bought more than 200 women in one breath and only spent 10 taels of silver. A wild leopard. 500 taels. Take the box. Old Guan. I won't stay much longer today. Please let little Five go out with me to do some errands. No problem. Lao Guan immediately summoned Xiao Wu and repeatedly instructed him to serve Hunter Chen. Xiao Wu doesn't need to say much. Brother Chen can use himself, so he can help. Just do it and be done with it. Asked clearly what Chen interests need to buy, patted his chest and agreed. Xiao Wu legs fast terrain familiar, leading Chen interest all the way to buy. to any store have acquaintances. Fast and efficient. It didn't take long for the supplies to fill the wagon. After loading the cargo, Xiao Wu wiped his sweat. Brother Chen, are you still satisfied with Xiao Wu's work? Chen Breath laughed and patted Xiao Wu on the shoulder. Nice work. Help big brother get the wagon back again. Good Lu Chen big brother. Xiao Wu agreed painfully and set up the carriage to follow him right out of the city. Sunset. The two arrived at Hawksbill Mountain just in time. Chen Xi took out a string of money from his pocket and rewarded Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was also not polite. Beautifully took the money. Just know that following brother Chen to mix with the future. With the money, go back and buy some tonic for your mother. Save up some more. Enough to pay the poll tax and get a wife. After dismissing Xiao Wu, Chen Xi went up the mountain. Yi Hongyang immediately relied on Chen Xi's main house after explaining the practice subjects today. Chatting with Fan Yan's few girls. Go, it's impossible to walk. The denizen has promised himself strong drink, roast chicken, and barbecued meat. Not one less. The sun went down and she wouldn't leave. Chatting and going over the same story several times. Fan Yan several women do not understand what she means. Can only accompany her to chat. There were several times when I was about to fall asleep, and that too dozed off to stay with me. It wasn't until husband appeared that he was able to relieve a few of the women. Yi Hongyang was the first to rush out when she saw Chen Xi return. Followed the villagers to unload the truck. Big and small packages. All moved to the house. Seeing that this rash seed was in a hurry, Chen Breath didn't tease her. Immediately arranged Ning Chaotic 2 oxen to build a fire. And the fire was set up right in front of the door. Roasted whole lamb. 2 of them. Another cut of venison. Roe deer meat. Pheasant. Hare. You can eat. No veggies. No food. No food. The coals were just right, and the 2 roasted whole lambs were sizzling with oil. The scent instantly filled the cottage. The villagers hid back in their houses, afraid to look or smell, swallow and eat at home. Their lives are gradually getting better, and since they are paid for their daily work, there is no starvation. Being accustomed to suffering, some money was thought to be saved up, and the staple food was no longer bran, but brown rice instead. But how does it compare to the village chief's roasted whole lamb? One in the sky, one in the mud. The children were so hungry for the smell that they wanted to ask the village chief for a few bites, but they were pulled back by their parents as soon as they left the house. Teach a hard lesson, huff back tears, and eat brown rice. Just at dinner time, Ning Chaos and Ernio carried plates and knocked on doors from house to house. If you have old people and children at home, share more roasts. For the strongest couples in the family, try the flavor as well. 1 roasted whole lamb, to be distributed to the whole village. Remaining 1. No, the remaining half. Because Yi Hongyang was already in a hurry, pinching the sheep thigh with one hand and the sheep calf with the other, spinning it, oil runs down your mouth, and when you choke, you take a couple swigs of hard liquor, sitting there, thighs crossed, unimaginative. She's been craving it these days, not having a small kitchen, eating after the team all the time, and her mouth is light with birds. The moment, fire in the hole. Fan Yan saw her eating ferociously, and from time to time also helped her stroke her back, for fear of holding out a good or bad. Wu Yi, who had just passed through the door, was also happily eating, and beside her sat Ning, who had a mournful look on her face. She's too embarrassed to tell her old lady what's on her little mind. It's not like his stupid brother could understand, but it worried her. Wu Yi even poked fun at her from time to time, and I wondered if she knew what she was thinking. You're the 4th wife. You should blow your girlfriend's mind. I want the 5th mistress. I want a flat wife. Help me. Raising his eyes again, he looked at Chen Breath. The bastard, like a heartless one, took a big piece of meat and put it in his bowl. A grin popped out. Build. Ning was about to cry with worry. A young girl is in love, which can't stand such torture. The 4 ladies are in front of her, and she doesn't dare to show her heart yet, and then look at the equally heartless brother. This day, there's nothing to look forward to. A meal that lasted until it broke up late at night. Yi Hongwei was unsurprisingly drunk again. By 7 disciples, they were forced back into the house, still holding the wine jar in his arms. A goat. She spun half of it herself. The night was silent, and the next morning dawned. There was so much going on last night that Chen Breath didn't bother to check on the 200 or so women. Check it out this morning. More than 200 women entered the mountain and the accommodation was instantly strained. Ning chaotically assigned them 10 large rooms with bunks on both sides, eating brown rice and pickles. Each person was given a set of bedding and the house was warmed by a fire. It's a humble condition, but it's so much better than a dental office. Hugging the futon that belonged to him, he was moved to tears. It's all about regaining your life. Dr. Zhang diagnosed and treated the woman suffering from wind cold, and after drinking the medicinal soup, her body gradually turned better. Seeing Chen Xi enter the room, the women took the initiative to stand in 2 rows, waiting for the nobleman's orders. Chen Xi first checked out the living environment and then asked about food. The women's tense hearts gradually relaxed when they saw the nobleman's kind attitude. He volunteered to answer that the food and lodging are good here, and that he must repay his honored guest properly. After walking through the 5 women's houses, call them all to the center of the courtyard. Chen rests in the center. The first thing that came out of their mouths was their biggest worry. There is no need to worry about the poll tax. This village head will bear it all. Without waiting for them to react, Chen Xi's following words made them unforgettable for the rest of their lives. Even though everyone was bought by me, you are still free. Those who wish to do work will report to my second wife in a moment. Per person, per day, 10 coins, 3 meals a day. I manage. 1 paragraph down. All the women were shocked on the spot. Food, shelter, work and money. This is unbelievable for them as women. One is hell and the other is heaven compared to the days of dental work. What shocked them even more was yet to come. Chen Breath took out their dental books and placed them on the ground. For each of your houses, elect a housemaster for yourselves. Here are your dental books for the warden to distribute. Looking at the group of frozen women, Chen Xi smiled faintly. In the future, if you know a good match, you can leave at any time. But you have to give me a greeting. We do not have to elope, run fast and fall. This village chief still have to heal you. Figure out what to wish for. Speaking of which, the female gasp below burst out in unison. That's what the atmosphere should be like at an innocent age. No dead air allowed. When you get married, don't even forget to bring the village chief a cup of wedding wine to drink. Chen interest mouth grinning. The following women all amused, chattering up and never ending, clapping his hands twice. He interrupted the voices below. An arch followed. Congratulations. Free. Retrieve your dental registrations and report if you want to do work. That's all there is to say. If I keep going on with you guys, this village chief's ladies will get jealous. The women burst out in laughter as the sentence left their mouths, and the atmosphere was immediately enlivened. Chen Breath turned around and came up with an English sentence. Goodbye. Here's a look at the heavy crossbow production. This is something that was placed in this day and age, but it's true. What a killer.